You are clearly an unwelcome fake young master, causing trouble to be kicked out of the house. But the attitudes of several sisters suddenly became abnormal. Even when you beat their elder in front of them, they would cheer and applaud. You are sitting on the sofa of a luxurious villa, lost in thought, while your elder sister Su Muyen scolds you with a milk cap in hand. You have just awakened the memories of your past life and realized that you have crossed over into a novel where you are an unappreciated fake young master. In this family, you are neglected and can only eat leftovers. Fortunately, this task is to be kicked out of the Su family, and completing it will set you free. At this moment, the older sister's scolding had not stopped. It was one thing when you were stealing little things before, but how have you become more and more perverted? Why, after all these years, do you still refuse to change? After saying that, she wanted to slap you. Suddenly, you reached out, expressionless, and grabbed that delicate wrist, saying, "Say it again." For a moment, the woman seemed a bit dazed, feeling as if you had suddenly become a different person. You pervert. You lecher. You never change your ways. This family does not welcome you. Get out of the Su family. You were both angry and amused, worried that you couldn't leave, and replied, "You guessed right. It was me who stole it. That's right, I am a pervert. Since that's the case, I'll just leave." You appeared disappointed on the surface, but inside you were overjoyed. When you turned around, your father Su Qiming's voice came, "You little brat, you are really becoming more and more outrageous. Even stealing that kind of thing, do you have no shame?" You rolled your eyes at him and said, "Stop nagging, I'm already leaving, and you're still shouting." Su Qiming is the head of the Su family and the person you once feared the most. You feel he is unworthy of being a father, so you treat him like a landlord. The Su couple is blind and heartless, completely lacking the qualities of a father and mother. Years ago, when the Su family's child went missing, you were brought back to the Su family as a consolation to help them through the most difficult 2 years. You can walk out of the shadows together, but you have become a burden. They are constantly dissatisfied with you and often hit and scold you. Of course, the daughters of the Su family are not good people either. They neglect you and even bully you in various ways. I thought this family was typical of being heartless, until a few months ago when my biological son was found. And only then did I realize that this family actually has warmth, just not for an outsider like me. Anyway, you are not regarded as a family member, so there is no need to continue entangling. You are thinking in your heart, "Please, drive me away." Just then, a cute girl with twin ponytails and wet hair hurriedly ran down from upstairs. "Oh no, big sister, I lost the birthday gift that third sister sent you." Su Muyen was taken aback. "What? Oh, it's the set of pajamas that third sister designed for you." Su Muyen looked puzzled. "What do you mean? Did you help me collect the clothes?" "Yes, I was exercising on the 5th floor, and when I saw it was raining, I collected them. Who knew that when I delivered the clothes to your room, I found one piece was missing." "Sister, I really didn't mean to. That was a birthday gift specially designed for you by third sister. If she finds out that I lost her intention, she will definitely kill me." Su Muyen frowned, turned around, and spread out the thing in her palm to her sister Su Bainian. "Look, is this what you were talking about?" Su Bainian's eyes widened in surprise. "Yes, that's it. Eldest sister, where did you find this?" Speaking of this, Su Muyen got angry, pointing at it and gritting her teeth. "I saw this on this disgusting bed. I kindly went upstairs to call him for dinner, but unexpectedly discovered such a disgusting scene. No wonder I couldn't find him when I went up. He was here. It turns out it was you who took it." "Big sister." Su Muyen was taken aback, seemingly realizing something was off. What do you mean? What do you mean?" Su Bainian retorted. "You seem to know where this thing has been all along. So what do you mean by going up to look for it?" Su Bainian looked puzzled. "Of course I know what I collected. My clothes are on the 5th floor. If I don't go up to look, where else would I look? Your stuff is on the 5th floor. So why is this thing on Su Sun's bed? How would I know? It must be that annoying Su Sun's doing." Su Bainian paused for a moment and suddenly realized, "Big sister, did you forget that half a year ago, that annoying Su Sun was already kicked into the small black room? That room on the 5th floor hasn't been Su Sun's room for a long time." Su Muyen was stunned. Is that true?" "It is. One night, you caught Su Sun and a bunch of his friends hanging out by the roadside, and you were angry at him for messing around in the middle of the night, saying that if he didn't want to go home, then he shouldn't come back. You said at that time, it's a waste to let him live in such a good house, and it's better to leave it empty for storing miscellaneous items. The stinky guy at the back has been living in the little black room, and his room has also been used to pile up clothes and other things, which you personally cleaned up." After listening, Su Muyen felt unwell and recalled the incident. At that time, she waited for Su Sun until late at night but didn't see him return. In a fit of anger, she threw his things away and scolded him for not coming home if he had a family. But now she realized it was just a misunderstanding, and she had just made baseless accusations. Su Muyen felt a bit embarrassed, she considered herself a person who distinguishes between public and private matters, yet she had slandered someone based solely on her subjective assumptions. For a moment, she found it hard to meet your teasing gaze. However, after all, she has been proud since childhood, and as the head of the family, she still did not bow her head to you. Only her tone softened a bit. Xiaoshuan, today I was wrong. It was my sister who misunderstood you. You don't have to leave. Upon hearing this, a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of your mouth. Sorry, I'm not interested anymore. I've seen the show, and it's time for me to go. You calmly walked out of the villa, opened your arms, and waited for that familiar and warm beam of light to fall. Now that the task is accomplished, you can finally return to your own life and step onto the peak of your life from now on. You think to yourself, come on, take me away from this world. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, until 5 minutes passed. Nothing happened. The few people in the villa were already confused, not knowing what was going on. Only Su Baiyan's laughter, as if watching a fool, echoed in everyone's ears. Look at that stupid Su Sun's performance. It's killing me. Ha ha ha. At this moment, you were also confused, frozen in place, thinking, no, why am I still here? What the hell? Do I have to walk out the door? With this thought, you hurriedly ran out the door. But still, nothing happened. Then I ran back and forth between the main gate and the Su family's courtyard, but there was still no change. Su Qiming and his 2 daughters were already dumbfounded, and there was a hint of sympathy in their eyes. Su Muyan's eyes suddenly felt sore, thinking that she must have been too harsh, driving her brother crazy, and all of this was due to her reckless accusations. What are you still standing there for? What's wrong with this kid? Hurry up and pull him back. If outsiders see this, where will the Su family's reputation go? Upon hearing this, the 2 sisters immediately stepped forward and pulled you back into the villa. Su Muyan squatted in front of you, who was dazed and wet, feeling a mix of emotions. Even Su Baiyan stopped smiling, wondering if you were really affected and had some issues. The 2 of them didn't know that your mind was filled with thoughts about why you hadn't gone back. You had clearly been kicked out, and logically, everything should have ended. Xiao Sun, don't scare me. Just now, it was my sister's fault. Can you wake up? I'm not chasing you away anymore. It was just my sister's angry words. Please don't scare me, okay? You suddenly realized the key point. You were indeed driven away, but because you were watching a show. In the end, you weren't kicked out. You felt speechless inside, thinking that if you had known, you would have just slipped away instead of watching the show. No, you have to drive me away. You must drive me away. You can't go back on your word. Su Muyan's eyes became even more sore, thinking you were just saying that out of anger. A wave of guilt surged in her heart, wondering how she could say such heartless words when they were clearly family. How hurtful that must be. Xiaoshuan, don't worry, this time it's my sister's fault. My sister will never drive you away, and no one can drive you away. I will definitely give you a satisfactory compensation. You changed your expression. I don't want compensation, just drive me away. Please, just drive me away. Su Muyan thought you were still angry, and her tone softened again. Xiao Sun, this time my sister was too arbitrary. I know how much of an insult it is to label a boy as a pervert. To make up for your hurt, I can agree to anything you want. I don't want anything. You must drive me away today. Didn't you say I was out fooling around with my friends? I hang out outside every day. I have no skills. I don't deserve to stay in this house. Just let me go, okay? Your sudden decisiveness left Su Muyan stunned, and a wave of unpleasant memories surged into her mind. Su Muyan recalled what happened that day. At the time, she thought you were out late at night hanging out with friends, but later learned that you were working part-time to earn money because your family had been cutting your allowance. Although she misunderstood you back then, she never apologized and even forgot about the fact that she had driven you away with a careless remark. Su Muyan suddenly began to doubt herself. Could it be that she had always treated others so subjectively and presumptively? In an instant, Su Muyan showed a look of sadness. Xiao Sun, don't worry, I won't chase you away. I'll go tidy up your bedroom now, and no one will chase you away again in the future. Seeing Su Muyan really about to tidy up the house, you got anxious. This can't go on. I can't stay in this broken home any longer. Can't you understand? You have to drive me away. Su Baiyan, you too, why are you meddling in this? If it weren't for you, I would have already left this broken home. Su Baiyan, who was being unjustly accused, immediately felt a surge of anger. How ungrateful of you. If it weren't for me explaining things for you, you would already be homeless. Not only do you not thank me, but you dare to say this to me. You blared back fiercely. You go away. Who wants to stay in this broken home? Today either you drive me away, or I will turn this home upside down. At this moment, Su Qiming, who had been silent for a long time, could no longer hold back. Allowing you to stay was already his great mercy, yet you actually don't know what's good for you. You ungrateful child. How can you speak to your sister like that? If you don't know what's good for you, don't force me to use family rules. Hey, I have a bad temper. You glared, immediately throwing him a defiant look. How can you speak to me like that? Using family rules, don't force me to turn against you. Su Qiming was shocked, not expecting that you would dare to speak to him like this, you rebellious one. Are you trying to turn the world upside down today? Not only was Su Qiming, who had just been scolded, stunned, but Su Muyan and Su Baiyan also looked at each other in disbelief. How did that once cautious and submissive Su Sun become like this? Has he really been stimulated? But is it really necessary? Didn't such things happen often before? Su Muyan suddenly thought of all the past events. Could it be that those things were all misunderstandings? Yes, maybe one or two misunderstandings are not a big deal, but what about when they accumulate over time? You seem to have explained it before, but it seems like no one ever took it seriously. A wave of bitterness instantly spread, and Su Muyan suddenly realized her own excess. As the eldest sister in the family, not only did she fail to take good care of her younger brother, but she also let him be in a state of grievance all the time. Isn't this a dereliction of duty on her part as an older sister? Dad, Xiao Sun was just angry for a moment. Don't hold it against him. Fart. This wicked creature. I must skin him alive today. Su Qiming's prestige is beyond doubt, especially in the eyes of Su Sun. And Su Sun was no longer the same Su Sun as before and would never hold back. Either he gets kicked out or he stays and turns the house upside down. Let's see who's really tough. I'm ing with you today. Kick me out of the Su family if you have the balls. District Su family, who do you think cares about you? Su Qiming roared in anger. Sins. Su Sun was not willing to show weakness. You're the one who's a sinner. Su Qiming, you old thing. Me calling you dad for so many years is really a blessing you got 8 times over. Ever since I was a kid, I've been treated like a stranger and ignored. And when I'm not, I'm beaten and scolded as my old man. You don't like me, so what did you bring me back from the orphanage for? Is that? A few of them go to school a special car transportation. I still have to take the bus every day. Every time you arrive home late still have to be scolded by you. I have flying legs. If I were you, I'd kick you in the face. A very small start. As long as you are happy to give them casually is more than 100,000 pocket money. But you cannot even give me 500 tuition fees or not willing to give me. The school thought I was an orphan to give me fundraising and you smack me ashamed of it. Then you fell to give me money. Other people don't know you are my old man to lose face. Several of them have luxury birthday banquet every year. Su Baiyan, this stupid lack of teeth, you can still give her an anniversary hotel comfort. My classmates send me a cake, can't afford to eat, you give me a foot to step on the foot. Cursed me poor like. Well, that's just as well. I know I shouldn't expect anything, but what gives you the right to turn on me whenever you make a mistake? To take it out on me when you're upset? My hard-earned money you said I was stealing to confiscate. I was brave outside, you said I was meddling in the affairs of others. But people send banners to thank you and you said it was your good teaching? Wicked or not nasty nah. Today you either kick me out of this door and we part ways, or you're my son and I'll be your father. At this time, Su Qiming's face was flushed red, his forehead veins rippled, and his pair of clenched fists were trembling beyond words. Seeing this, Su Sun knew he was in trouble. All scolded to this point, he did not believe that this person in front of him could still endure. Damn you, talk to me. You're a teenage mutant ninja turtle. After cursing a few times in his heart, Su Sun's eyes glared to increase the intensity of the arching fire and met the angry gaze cast by Su Qiming. Repress it long enough and it will explode completely. Okay Myung, let me make a sensational exit. Finally, Su Qiming's mouth moved. You, Dad, that's enough. That's really enough. Enough. Suddenly, Su Mayan's roar with a choking sound caused both sides to fall into a stupor. No, what does that mean? What's my good sister up to again? Su Qiming was also puzzled at this time. Boss, what do you mean by this? Dad, I'm the one who has to ask you what you mean. Was what Seeker just said true or not? Why do I never know? Su Qiming snorted disdainfully. So what if it's true? I already knew he was a white-eyed wolf. That's why I did it on purpose. Su Mayan fell into shock and doubt with an incredulous face. Dad, how could you be like this? He's also your son. He's our family. How could you do this? Obviously, those words just went beyond her perception. She knew though that Su Sun was not doing well at home, but it was only thought to have received some coldness, and every time Su Sun was chastised it was only because he had made a mistake, but never knew the truth would be like this. She grew up with the expectations of her parents, following the path they gave her in everything she did, and was so busy with her family's business that she basically didn't pay much attention to things at home. Even a couple of his sisters didn't care too much, because she knows there are parents at home when the sky is falling. Anymore, there's a mature and stable penis to take care of. As a result, this injustice was actually happening in the home she was in? Tuition by fundraising? Being treated like a thief and having your hard-earned money confiscated? The family is obviously so rich that even hundreds of thousands of dollars of cards on the table would be disdained by everyone. I'm afraid. She couldn't imagine that her father would do such a thing. To make his children fundraise for school when he was so rich? A few $1,000s and have to be taken away by a father who's up and down in the tens of millions of dollars a minute? She thought back and was shocked to realize that Susan never seemed to have had any grand birthdays since she came home. At best, my mother had a moment of motherhood and ordered a bowl of long-life spaghetti, and they feasted year after year, not to mention happy, and even in advance on next year's birthday. She shuddered to think what it must be like for someone who had been neglected for so long to get a cake with a full heart only to have it stepped on. So this family, has it become unjust to this point? Su Mayan, I don't need the hypocrisy you're in. Do you want to give me hope again, like you did before, and then let me fall into despair? How can you be so disgusting? Su Mayan trembled, like being poured pots of icy water through the bones of the heart, cold on Susun, that cold through the top of the eyes. The heart is a burst of stabbing pain. No, Seeker, I didn't. I really didn't. Come on. Your necklace broke 2 months ago and you blamed me just because I passed by the door to your room and I cried and begged you for forgiveness when you clearly said you didn't blame me. And what did you do? You turned your back on me and threw away the little kitten I picked up to get back at me. I was frantically begging you to tell me where the cat was dumped, and you just glanced at me coldly and told me I was playing with things. In the end, I saw the dying kitten in a nearby park. Su Mayan, how could you be so vicious? Su Mayan was filled with shock. No. Her eyes reddened and tears welled up as she kept shaking her head in denial. I didn't retaliate against you. I really didn't retaliate against you. I'm just allergic to cat hair. That's why I wanted to give it away. You fart. The cat and I both live in an underground garage and still have a cage around her. How does that make you allergic? If you don't like it, why did you beat it to death? No, I really didn't. Su Mayan could no longer suppress the guilt within her heart. Tears like open waves kept pouring out. I clearly asked the driver to help me give that kitten to someone else for adoption at that time. How could I possibly beat it to death? I really didn't. Then why did it show up in the park dying of serious injuries? Then you have an explanation for me. I don't know. I really don't know. I'll call the driver right now. I'll give you an explanation. Right at this moment, Su Baiyan's voice with doubt suddenly rang out. Dad, at that time when I asked you where Susun's cat went, you said you killed it. You can't be serious? At those words, 2 stern gazes were instantly cast towards Su Qiming. Su Qiming's face was a bit unnatural. However, when he saw that Susun actually dared to glare at him like that, he was suddenly furious. That dead cat was meowing in the garage all day, and the other day it ran out and I got annoyed, so I gave him a stick. I didn't realize it was so unforgiving. The words were spoken carelessly, as if the death of a small being was a mere inconsequential matter. Upon hearing this, Su Mayan completely lost control and rushed to Su Qiming and questioned in grief and anger. Dad, how could you do this? Obviously it will be sent away soon. Why are you still interfering? At this time, the anger in Susun's heart also completely exploded, and a fist just swung out. Su Qiming, Mud Horse. Chapter 3. I'll see you out of this door if you don't get rid of me. Stop fighting, you guys. Susun punched Su Qiming's eyes with a single punch. Su Muyen and Su Baiyan were so scared that they hugged Susun to death, afraid that he would strike again. But even so, Susun raised his thigh and gave Su Qiming another kick. This kick can instantly ignite the anger of Su Qiming as a father. Got up and rolled up his sleeves to educate the rebellious son. Unable to do anything, Su Mayan could only stand in front of Susun in a death hug. Su Baiyan, on the other hand, tugged on her father's arm for fear of escalating the situation. With the 2 women pulling their weight, it hardened an exchange of blows into a heated swearing match. You old thing, if it wasn't for this good daughter of yours pulling you along, I'd have to make you realize who's really the father today. Sinner, you're such a sinner. I should have drowned you in the toilet if I'd known you were like this. You old thing is the one who's a sinner. I'm right here in person. Come on. If you have the guts to drown me, come on. Good. You sins have the ability, not just get you a cat, actually even dare to hit his own old man. You inverted heavenly deity. Good. I'll now show you what the real inverted Big Dipper is. Words. Susun a push away Su Mayan. A kick down Su Qiming, righting him as a few slaps descended. Inverted Big Dipper. That's what the is called, the Tao inverted Big Dipper. Don't you like to slap me? I'll let you know today to know how loud someone else's slap can be. Snap. Why do you think your good daughter pulled me? I was giving her steps, and for you too, but you had to bring your face up for me to hit, so how could I not fulfill your wish? Look at me, De Wei Tian Long. Snap. An incomparably loud slap rang out in the spacious villa. The 2 women had been frozen in place. After reacting, he panicked and pulled Susun away from Su Qiming. Su Mayan hugged Susun and kept sobbing and choking. I'm sorry, Xiaosun. It's my fault. I shouldn't have falsely accused you today. It's all my fault. Please don't hit him. He's our father. I'm his father. Fine. I'm just begging you not to fight. Give big sister a face, will you? Count me as begging you. Susan turned back and looked at the tearful Sumayan, who was so humble at this time, and was a little stunned for a moment. This was a far cry from the arrogant and cold big sister he remembered. Sumayan had never been a strong woman in the eyes of outsiders, but now she would actually shed tears? It's a long time to live. But what does that have to do with him? He's been evicted from this house today. Susan slowly squatted down and slapped Su Qiming's old face twice. Old thing, isn't it very angry? How does it feel to be slapped? This is your favorite. Su Qiming was helped up by Su Baiyan, staring at Su Sun with a pair of extremely indignant eyes, gritting his teeth. Just because of a dead cat, you did such a treacherous thing to your old man. What a good you. The cat didn't die, Susan faintly voiced out. Everyone froze momentarily. Reacting, Su Qiming almost didn't pass out from anger, threw up his fists and rushed out again, but fortunately he was pulled back by Su Baiyan. Dad, what are you doing? Do you want to get beaten up again? This sinner, I have to split him today. I thought the cat was dead, he had so much hatred for me, but it turned out not to be dead. Then why is he having a seizure? I'd love to. That's an exasperating statement. The moment these three lightly written words came out, it instantly added a few more points to Su Qiming's fire once again. With a bang, he slammed the ringing cell phone down hard and raged. Son of a... I won't even go to the dinner party. I'll fight for my life to tear your bones apart. Come on, who's afraid? You still want to go to the banquet? Even if you want to go, I'll have to break your legs so you can't go. Father and son reach a point where there is no turning back and the battle is on. Enough, please, can you stop it? Sumayan yelled out, looking left and right, her eyes revealing sorrow and pity. A good family ends up in a father-son conflict. It was all because he had no evidence and only relied on arbitrary slander that caused Susun to go completely berserk. She felt a great deal of responsibility. So, with a pleading face, she said, Dad, please, haven't you beaten Xiaosun enough over the years? Do you have to force him to finally kill his father? Even the most honest person will jump over the wall when pushed. Su Qiming's heart jumped at once. He was shocked by the patricide. Reason instantly took over the high ground as he looked at Susun's appearance and realized that there was indeed something abnormal. At this moment, Susun really looked like the kind of situation where he went to the brink of extinction to fight to the death. Bad. This rebellious son isn't trying to trade one for the other with himself, is he? A wave of panic filled his heart, and Su Qiming instantly dismissed the idea of making a move. Seeing Su Qiming actually retreating, Susun couldn't stand it and continued to come out and arch the fire. Old man, it can't really be that she's scared, can it? I'm normal, you don't have to worry. Don't worry, I won't fight you. Angry? If you're angry, then throw me out of the Su family. From now on, let's part ways and never see each other again. No way. No one's going anywhere. Sumayan let out another shout. Susun was speechless. No, what's wrong with you today? You used to ignore me in the past. Why are you now meddling in my business? Get up. Sumayan's eyes reddened, and she grabbed Susun's arm with a death grip. Little Sun, today's incident was Big Sister's fault for blaming you. And I also know that you're angry about the injustice for so many years, and I promise that in the future, no one in this family will ever beat you or scold you again. You might as well die on the side. Susun pushed Sumayan to the ground with a hand and walked towards Su Qiming with a smirk. Qiming, as long as you open your mouth, you are the biggest benefactor in my life. But who knows? Su Qiming looked like he was really frightened and changed the topic with a cold snort. The rain has stopped and it's time for me to go to the dinner. Stand still. I'll see you get out of this door if you don't cut ties with me and kick me out today. Adverse son, don't you go too far. I'll pass. You hit me. Susun stretched out his head and also patted on his face. This face of an S, if it was in the past, Su Qiming would have already smacked over. But Susun is currently such a really perverse hair evil. He is really afraid that the dog will jump over the wall and take him away apiece. So, with a feigned cold snort, he turned around and went back to the house. I'll go clean myself up first and come back to settle the score with you later. At once the scene fell silent again. Anyway, there is no hurry. Susun can afford to wait for this amount of time. Just as the three were sitting on the couch wide-eyed, a middle-aged woman burst into the villa out of breath, followed by a pretty beauty who was also full of tension. Mayan, something's happened. Your father is in trouble. The party your dad attended, the guests were all arrested on suspicion of drug smuggling. Your dad was also taken away. He can't be reached anymore. Chapter 4. Don't worry. No one will kick you out of this home in the future. Mom, what are you talking about? Dad's okay? Su's mother, Qin Xinlan, had a sniffle and a tear. Mayan, don't comfort me. Your father is probably going to be implicated this time. The whole party was a cover for a drug deal, reportedly amounting to hundreds of millions of dollars, and also involved an erotic deal. And so many people were arrested. Even that second little cutie at your Uncle Lee's house. All were measured. He a demented banquet when in the corner and cake play. Said he sucked. Who believe? It's my fault. Your dad didn't want to go. And if I hadn't told him to go if he had to for the sake of my friends, he wouldn't have been arrested. Woohoo! I'm the one who victimized your dad. The words are short, but there is a great deal of information here. Soo-mayan couldn't help but feel a pang of fear in her heart. Drugs, eroticism, and the amount is still so huge. Even if he was lucky enough to be cleared, the group's reputation would definitely be damaged as a result. The bottom line is that this is clearly being set up. If father did go, she didn't dare think any further, because the consequences of this were incomparably serious. So serious that they feared that the entire Su family would fall to pieces as a result. Mu Yen, don't be silly. Think of a way to see how to save your father out. He can't be contacted and must have been captured too. We have to think of a way quickly. Qin Xinlan was completely at a loss. The oldest in the family was the smartest, and the hopes of the whole family were pinned on the oldest in the family. At this time, the second oldest, Su Wanqing, who was silently grieving on the side, also said with a dejected face, "Eldest sister, Dad is definitely innocent. You mustn't let anything happen to Dad." Of course Soo-mayan knew this, but wasn't the person at home right now? She was just about to explain, but as a result, a puzzled voice with displeasure rang in the ears of the crowd. Cry. What are you crying about at night? Who's dead? At that moment, Qin Xinlan and Su Wanqing stared wide-eyed. They thought they were hallucinating, or else how could the person who should have been taken at this time be in sight? What? Did you see a ghost with that look on your face? Old Su? You weren't taken by the police? Qin Xinlan, Su Qiming, who was already holding his breath, instantly exploded with anger. What do you mean? You can't wait for me to be arrested by the police, can you? No, not, just. Seeing her mother stammering for words, Su Wanqing hurriedly replied, "Dad, my mom, she doesn't mean this, don't misunderstand. And what does she mean? Who has nothing better to do than to wait for her husband to be taken? No, it's just some accident. Dad, didn't you go to the party today? Banquet?" Mentioning this, Su Qiming is angry, was already late and still being dragged around unable to go. He subconsciously glared at Su Sun and coldly said, "I'd like to go, but a certain sinner won't let me." Hey, my violent temper, blame it on me again. See Su Sun some action. Su-mayan aside rushed to take the arm will be dead hold. Little seeker, give big sister face and don't do it again, okay? Seeing this flaming look between father and son, Su Wanqing's eyes narrowed. Su Sun, did you make Dad angry again? Is your family sick, blaming me for everything? But this time you really guessed right. I just deliberately made him angry. You. Su Wanqing was just about to open her mouth when Qin Xinlan's excited voice rang in her ears. It's good to get angry. Oh no, it's not going to the banquet. Voila. Old Su, you dodged a bullet, no? Su Qiming was stunned. What do you mean? What do you mean I dodged a bullet? Old Su, you don't know. Something happened at that dinner party today. Something big has happened. There's drug trafficking and prostitution inside. Qin Xinlan recounted what happened at the banquet with a look of fear. Su Qiming's eyes widened when he learned the truth, and a wave of panic ran through his heart. Also, that is to say, but if I go today, I might be taken as an accomplice as well? Yes, old Su, it's a good thing you didn't go. You're lucky. At this moment, Su-mayan still didn't forget to take credit for Su Sun. Dad, you have to thank Xiao Sun. If it wasn't for Xiao Sun stopping you, you would have had an accident. Su Qiming, who heard this, had some unfavorable feelings in his heart. That's true, but the thought of Su Sun rubbing himself on the ground, he couldn't help but be on fire. I thank him my ass. He even dared to beat up his old man. He's just being crooked. What am I thanking him for? In an instant, Qin Xinran's smiling face withdrew, casting a shocked gaze towards Su Sun. Seeker, what does your big sister mean? Did you hit your dad? How could you lay hands on your dad? Su Wanqing also frowned and said in a cold voice, Su Sun, you are treasonous, you know. Have you been given a face lately so that you don't know the respect of elders and children? For a while, the atmosphere was at a standstill, but in the face of the crowd's gaze, Su Sun just clasped his hands on his chest with a playful smile on his face. Exactly. So what if I'm the one who hit it? If you have the guts, you'll kick me out of the Su family. Otherwise, don't push me here. Shock, disbelief, anger. Su Wanqing looked at Su Sun incredulously. Was this still the timid and cowardly Su Sun she remembered? Who was careful in everything? You, I think you've really gone against the grain today. Who do you think cares about you? You give me. Now, Su Wanqing, you shut up. Suddenly, Su-mayan's chiding caused Su Wanqing to freeze on the spot. Big sister, you're mean to me. You're actually mean to me for this treason? Su-mayan coldly said. Watch your words. What do you mean by treasonous? He saved Dad's life. How is that treasonous? But how dare he even hit Dad? Let me ask you. Seeker said that someone will kidnap you and told you not to go to work. Do you go or not? Su Wanqing hummed lightly in disdain. Nonsense. Who would believe this nonsense? Look, isn't that right? Even you don't believe it, do you think Dad will? Su Wanqing was violently stunned. She understood what her big sister meant. Su Mayan scanned the crowd. At this moment, it was as if she was the head of the family. Remember a couple weeks ago? At that time, Xiao Sun was working as a part-time waiter in the Dingsheng Hotel, where the accident happened tonight, and at that time, he told us that there appeared to be illegal behaviors inside the hotel, and he told us to pay more attention to our contact with that side. But what was our reaction? We said he was talking nonsense, and Dad even grabbed the wrong focus thinking that Xiao Sun was disgracing him by working as a waitress there, and insisted on using his connections to get Xiao Sun fired. Well now, something's happened. If little Seeker had been nice enough to talk to Pa tonight, even on his knees, do you think Pa would have paid any attention to him? At this moment, everyone fell silent, because everyone understands that with this stubborn temperament of Su Qiming, not to say he will be reasonable, he is afraid that he will backhandedly give Su Sun 2 slaps and say that he is an alarmist. Su Sun was confused at this point. Ugh, this is not the right situation. Have you guys got your priorities wrong? You guys are supposed to get rid of me. A trace of heartache flashed in Su Mayan's eyes. Don't worry, little Seeker, with me here, no one can make you suffer. Will you shut up? I don't need you to speak for me. Su Sun was a bit tearful. Little Seeker, you still don't forgive me? It's okay, I'll make everyone understand your pain. Su Mayan looked at the crowd and added with a grave face. You see, we all know what kind of temper Dad has, and how could the regular laws possibly make him stay? That's why Seeker was so perverse tonight. He had the nerve to make a move on Dad. Yes, he did go overboard tonight, but if he didn't, how could he let Dad get away with it? And how could he let our Su family get away with it? So, don't any of you blame him. Oh sound. Su Baiyan hindsight, so it is so. No wonder today stinking Su Sun like a wind, and said that I would rather break Dad's legs will not let him out of the house. So it is our misunderstanding of him. Learning the truth, Qin Xilan looked at Su Sun with some relief. Little Sun, is that so? It turns out that we have wrongly blamed you. Don't worry, with Mom here, even if your dad is angry today, I will let him hold it in. At those words, Su Sun's face was ashen. Oops, what are you doing? What are you doing? Chapter 5. Yes, I stole it, get me out of the house. Su Sun really had 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past inside. If he had known earlier he would have stayed out of the way. Now, not only is there no one to kick out, but you're the one who gets the credit? I can't, I'm gonna get kicked out today. All shut up, I don't give a damn about this old thing. I just don't like the way he looks and I just want to beat him up, don't I? Don't you guys get all self-righteous here? Why don't you kick me out of the Su family instead? Su Mayan raised her arm and gently traced over Su Sun's face, her voice choking up once again. Seeker, I know that I let you down today, and I know that Mom and your second sister failed you and broke your heart. Don't worry, no one will kick you out of this house in the future. Fifth sister, you go and pack up Xiao Sun's original bedroom right now. Immediately right now. Tired. Destroy. Su Sun collapsed backward helplessly, and fell heavily on top of the sofa. He's too tired. It's not just physically exhausting, it's mentally exhausting. He would really want to cry this time. You can't even leave if you want to. What is this? But in an instant the corners of his mouth quirked up in a hint of playfulness. Since the Su family had to leave him behind so that he couldn't return, he was going to turn this family upside down as well. He doesn't believe it. With his black pot physique he could really stay in this Su family. On this night, Su Sun went back to his former bedroom. After living in a small dark room without windows in the underground garage for half a year, it was a bit uncomfortable to return to such a spacious and bright place for a while. But as long as he's here, and since people want him to live there, he'll live there. As long as certain people don't regret it when the time comes. Long time no see. King-size bed. Early the next morning, the crowd that once never waited for breakfast now actually sat quietly at the table, waiting for Su Sun to come downstairs to eat. Seeing Su Sun's face with doubtful hesitation, Su Mayan directly went forward and dragged him to sit next to him. Little Seeker, from now on we'll eat together as a family and no one will be lacking. Su Sun didn't bother to listen to Su Mayan drawing a big cake in his ear. He picked up his breakfast and stuffed it into his mouth, wolfing it down, just like a starving ghost. Su Wanqing's face was cold. How rude, making it sound like we won't feed you if you're hungry. Yo, it's not that you won't feed me. You all came back after eating out one by one. Did any of you ever care about me? I tried to fix myself some rice, but I ended up buying it now at home, and I didn't save any ingredients for me, so I'm not just starving to death, am I? Su Wanqing's face darkened, and just when she wanted to retort, she heard Su Mayan's loud rebuke. Eldest, apologize to Xiao Sun. Su Wanqing's eyes widened. On what grounds? Who am I to apologize to him? Based on your attitude right now, Based on your attitude last night, based on the fact that you blamed him for not apologizing to him last night for no reason. Originally I wanted to give you some face yesterday, but it turns out you still have this attitude today. You apologized to Xiao Sun. Big sister. Su Wanqing looked incredulous. Are you serious? You're telling me to apologize to him? Now that you hear me, do as I say and don't ask me to repeat myself. I don't. Su Wanqing, I can't control you now, can I? Okay. Then don't come to me if you have any problems in the future. Women tearing it up is just wonderful. Su Sin watched while nibbling on a bun and drinking milk. Seeing Su Sun's smug look, Su Wanqing almost slapped him in anger. But Su Mayan was right here staring dead on. She didn't dare to make a move at all. Just as the atmosphere was at a standstill, Qin Xinlan, the mother, came forward to speak. Evening Chang'e, Xiao Sun. After all, he helped your father to survive such a big disaster. In the future, his attitude is a little bit better to him. Mayan you too. Knowing that Evening Ching is thin-skinned and proud, she still pushes her so hard. Almost. Qin Xinlan had thought that this would go away if she stood up for herself. But who knows? Su Mayan did not allow it in the slightest. Mom, in your heart can't it be that dad is less important than the oldest two bowing down? Dang. Of course not. Then why can't she apologize for her mistake? If I, as a big sister, can bow my head, it's not like why can't she? Big sister, can't you give me some face? Can't. You. Su Lianqing was so angry that her pretty face was icy cold, and she suddenly looked at Su Baiyan. Fifth sister, I'm usually so nice to you, and you don't come out to help me say something? Su Baiyan is not willing to trip in this muddy water. Had a low breakfast and pretend not to see the same. This milk is so good today. I love it. He. You. Mother and sister are staring, and her sister is not helping herself. Su Wanqing is riding a tiger at this time. The atmosphere was tense for a moment. As more time passed, and the cold eyes of the eldest sister kept casting, Su Wanqing also knew that today this head saw that it had to be lowered. Right at this moment, Su Qiming's unquestionable voice rang in the ears of the crowd. Alright, let's have a good meal. What's all this nonsense? Shut up. Su Mayan frowned. Dad, and you shut up and eat properly. Where's your brother? Call your brother down for dinner. This younger brother was naturally not Su Sun, but Su Wen, the true young master of the Su family. Su Wen has been separated for many years and has finally returned to his family after much hard work. He has only just been found for a few months and is being pampered by the whole family. That's not something you can say, and it's not something you can fight. Hold it in your hand for fear of dropping it, and hold it in your mouth for fear of melting it. It's as if Su Sun is said to be lazy as hell if he sleeps in, and when Su Bin sleeps in he's told that he's too tired to study and should rest more. The congregation's favoritism was palpable. Su Mayan reluctantly went upstairs to call out for someone. A short while later, a slim figure ran down in a panic. Mom and Dad, that watch you guys gave me is gone. The person who came was Su Wen, only to see his eyes reddened in his expression of aggrievement as he came to his parents and told them of his grievances. His already pale face and weakened form, as if he would fall at the slightest blow of the wind, added a few more moments to be pitted. Qin Xinlan hugged her son, full of heartache. Son, it's just a watch lost. It's fine. Mom will buy you another one. Mom, it's not the same. Su Wen raised his head, his eyes moist with desire to cry. That was the first gift Mom and Dad gave me. It was the first time I felt the warmth of this family. How can it be replaced by just any watch? Mom, I took out this watch last night and looked at it twice, only to get up early in the morning and look for it again and it was gone. Last night Seeker moved back up to the 5th floor and had passed by my room. The Su family villa had 5 floors. Su Qiming and his wife lived on the 2nd floor. Su Wen also lived on the 2nd floor, while the 5 Su sisters lived on the 3rd and 4th floors respectively. Things are not lost sooner or later, but Su Sun once moved back to the 5th floor, things lost. For a moment, everyone turned their gazes towards Su Sun. Su Sun's action of eating froze, and in his heart, he suddenly had a sentence of mom sells pies that he didn't know whether to speak or not. He had avoided this dead green tea man far enough lately, and he still ended up getting tainted. What bad luck! Little Seeker, is it really you? If it's you who can take it out now, we can forget about it. I promise. Big sister, you misunderstood. I'm not saying that Seeker took it, I'm just saying that Seeker could have seen my watch. After all, he stood at my door for a while last night. Though the words are excusing, they are explicitly and implicitly pointing out the culprit. At those words, Su Qiming slammed the table. Adverse son, did you take it or not? If you did, hand it over. Su Mayan stood in front of Su Sun with a grave face. Little Sun, if you want you can talk to me, you don't have to take your brother's things. What taking? That's stealing for him. He's so old and still can't change his thieving ways. But Su Sun laughed. What a great press of the head is a crime. Yes, I took it. I'm just a chicken stealing villain. Get rid of me. Su Mayan was stunned at his words. Xiao-sun? Why? I thought those things in the past were all misunderstandings, but why did you really commit the act of stealing? What for? Haven't you already decided that I stole it? What other reasons do thieves have for stealing? Alright, I'm full too. Cut the crap. If you have the guts you'll kick me out of the Su family. I beg you to kick me out of the house. Su Qining blared fiercely at Su Mayan. This is the good brother you sheltered. What a dog who can't change his ways. Dad, what if there's some kind of misunderstanding? Don't jump to conclusions before investigating the matter. What's not clear? Didn't he admit it himself? But, a big sis. Instead of guessing around here, what's the point? Anyway, there's surveillance to see. As Su Baiyan's voice rang out, no one cared. At this time Su Wen involuntarily trembled a bit down. Chapter 6. What's the point of having you if you don't kick me out of the door? 5th, Sister 5. Isn't the surveillance on the second floor broken? Su Baiyan looked up and smiled. Yes, it's broken, but I'm not talking about the second floor, but Su Sun's room. Su Wen's newly calmed heart instantly lifted up again, and Su Sun was stunned at this time. What the hell? Where did I get surveillance in that house? Right when you were evicted. There was a security camera set up because of what was going to be in there. So what? Scared? Interesting, and it's been watching out for me all along? But there's no need to check. It's me who did it. Just chuck me out the door. Su Wen saw the situation is not good, also weakly pleaded for mercy. Mom and Dad, sisters, I do not blame Brother Seek. This matter will be in the past. There is no need to win so many people to see what monitoring to make Brother Seek embarrassed. Su Wanqing let out a cold snort. Xiao Wen, you are just too kind. You actually have to put in a good word for the person who hurt you. Don't worry. Sisters will definitely give you justice. 5th sister, go check the surveillance. Okay. At this moment, Su Wen could no longer remain calm, and Su Sun would be filled with speechlessness. Didn't I tell you I did it? What's the point of checking the surveillance? Usually there are any mistakes directly rely on him. How today also check what monitoring? If we check the CCTV and find that he didn't do it, won't we forget about it again? The bottom of Su Wen's eyes imperceptibly flashed a trace of panic, and he concurred. Mom, Dad, big sister, a watch is just a piece of watch, there's no need to check any surveillance. Let's just forget about it. It's my fault. I shouldn't have nothing to do with mentioning this. Xiao Wen, don't worry. Mom and Dad will definitely decide for you today. Old 5, go check the surveillance for me. Make sure the sinner's crimes are made public. Dad, there's really no need. Su Wen was filled with stiffness. Dad will definitely give you an explanation. Old 5, go. Okay, Dad. At this moment, Su Wen was completely taken over by panic. When he was in a state of panic, Su Mayan suddenly stepped in to stop Su Baiyan. Mom and Dad, Xiao Sun probably didn't mean it, and besides, Xiao Wen is over it, so let's just let it go. Yes, big sister is right, let's just get past this. However, even with Su Mayan and Su Wen's continuous discouragement, Su Qining still ignored it. He snorted coldly. How come this kid has the balls to do bad things without being seen? I'm still going to make him lose face in public today. Get me the check. Su Wen almost cried out. Dad, don't. I don't want Brother Seeker to leave. Don't worry, little one, Dad will definitely give you an explanation today. In the end, in Su Wen's panicked gaze, Su Baiyan brought the computer, and the mouse kept sliding. And all this while, Su Mayan had been putting in a good word for Su Sun, hoping to lower the punishment. After all, voluntarily admitting culpability and being poked in the face are two entirely different things. Found it. At those words, Su Wen's heart completely cooled. Old 5, quickly release the entirety of this sinner's offense. Since he's so afraid of losing face, I have to make him learn a lesson today. Dad, Su Sun, he doesn't seem to have stolen anything. What? Su Qining frowned and for a moment suspected that his ears were hallucinating. And at that moment, Su Baiyan's incomparably certain voice came again. Dad, Su Seeker slept through the night yesterday since she went back to her bedroom and went straight downstairs as soon as she woke up in the morning. Instead of passing by Xiao Wen's room during this time, he just sneaked into Su Sun's room and put something under his pillow. As soon as the words fell, Su Wanqing returned again from upstairs with an angry face, holding a valuable watch in her hand. Dad, I found the watch under Su Sun's pillow. Little Wen's stuff was really stolen by him. A dead silence fell over the field. Su Sun sat on the sofa, his big hand holding his forehead with a speechless face. This is good. Can't drive away again. Su Wen, on the other hand, stood in place, his body trembling slightly, and his heart was even more scared that he almost jumped out of his skin. Seeing this, Su Wanqing was a bit surprised. What's wrong? Mom, Dad, big sister, I found the stolen goods. The evidence is solid. The thief is Su Sun. Splat sound. Su Wanqing received a hard slap. She stared wide-eyed, covering her hot cheeks with shock. Big sister? You actually hit me. Su Wanqing, you shut up. After glaring fiercely, Su Mayan came to sit in front of Su Sun with a heartbroken face and held his hand tightly. Seeker, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you once again. Human prejudice seems like a mountain that is hard to move. It was only then that Su Mayan realized that her prejudice had gone deep into her bones. Without any evidence, only one side of the story once again concluded Su Sun's guilt. No wonder little Seeker used to explain 100 times before, but now he just admits it. As it turns out, he's known about our favoritism for a long time and has long since lost hope. Su Mayan still wanted to say something, but Su Sun was impatient and directly shook off her hand. This one stuttered in her mind, as if something had emptied inside her. She was angry, but not at Su Sun, but Su Wen who had cajoled everyone, only to see that her face was icy cold. She walked directly to Su Wen and fiercely threw out a slap. Su Wen, I always thought you used to be naive and ignorant, just delicate, but I didn't expect you to have such a deep heart, that you could even do this kind of planted evidence. You are such a disappointment to me. Su Wen's eyes reddened, wanting to cry. Seeing this, Qin Xinlan was so distressed that she hurriedly held Su Wen in her arms. Mayan, your brother probably didn't mean it. There's no need for this. You didn't do it on purpose? Didn't you see it on the surveillance camera? He's planting evidence, but if we hadn't checked the surveillance today, little Seeker might have really been kicked out by us. He's your precious son, but Xiao Sun is also our brother. How can you be so biased? It was only at this point that Su Wanqing figured out the ins and outs and looked at Su Wen with a shocked and puzzled face. The watch, did you plant it on purpose? In an instant, Su Wen's tears came when he said they would. I'm sorry, second sister. I'm sorry, big sister. And I'm sorry, brother Seeker. I'm just so scared. I haven't felt the warmth of a family since I was a kid, and it's so hard to have a family. I'm really scared that I'm going to lose what's right in front of me. When I saw you guys being nice to Seeker, I couldn't help but feel jealous. I really didn't mean it. I was just confused for a moment. Oh, you fart. We've either coldly or scolded your brother's son, and cared for him less than a millionth of what you do. So what don't you know about it? Su Mayan said angrily. Oh, sorry, big sis. I'm sorry for my mom and dad's expectations and for my sister's concern. I know I've done something irrevocably wrong. Don't worry, I'll leave of my own accord. After all these days in this house, I'm content. After saying that, Su Wen broke away from Qin Xinlan's embrace and ran towards the door, wiping his tears. Xiao Wen, don't go. What will mom do if you leave? Without saying a word, Qin Xinlan chased after her with red eyes. Su Qining gave Su Sun a deep look, and after a cold snort, he also went after his son. Hey, this old thing, if he wasn't running fast, Su Sun really wanted to go up and punch him. Only the four siblings were left in the living room at this point. Melancholy Su Seeker, guilt-ridden Su Mayan, dumbfounded Su Wanqing, as well as Su Baiyan who didn't dare to say anything. Su Mayan looked at the silent Su Sun full of self-reproach, softly said, Xiao Sun, in the future, big sister will never believe in other people's one-sided words again. In the future, no matter what you do will unconditionally believe in you. Forgive big sister, okay? Forgive? Su Sun coldly grunted. It's not impossible to want to forgive. As long as you open your mouth and kick me out of the Su family, I'll immediately forgive you. Her palm gripped fiercely. Su Mayan was in a state of panic. Xiao Sun, I know I've let you down again, but don't say anything stupid. I won't kick you out. In that case, what's the point of having you? As soon as he shook off the pull, Su Sun headed upstairs. As he passed in front of Su Baiyan, he paused and gritted his teeth. I thank you. I can't thank your whole family enough. Chapter 7 Directly doing bad things. I don't believe that I can't be driven away. Alas. No, I'm a man of things. No thanks. Seeing this smug look, Su Sun almost cursed offhandedly. If it wasn't for Su Baiyan, this big smart nothing to blindly look at any surveillance, he was afraid that he would have already been dashing around outside. There's nothing to meddle in. Just as he passed Su Wanqing rubbing his shoulder, a sudden voice froze him. I was wrong this time. I'll make it up to you. Su Sun was a bit surprised. He didn't expect the always arrogant Su Wanqing to actually take the initiative to bow her head. Simply rare. If it had been before, he might have been overwhelmed. But now, what's the point? The next few days, Su Sun still didn't succeed in getting kicked out of the Su family as he wanted. Su Wen also naturally did not leave the Su family. He was brought back home shortly after running away that day, still being pampered and protected. The fact that he planted the evidence was also not mentioned, and it was just unveiled in a heartfelt manner. That's the difference between pro-life and not pro-life. Su Sun thought to himself that if he had done this kind of planting thing, he was afraid that he could be sent directly to the Bureau of Labor Reform. Su Wen, on the other hand, just had a stream of tears and nothing happened. How can people be so different from each other? Xiao Sun, you're going to be a senior in college. Have you got an internship yet? It's about to be another school year, and 22-year-old Su Sun is about to start his senior year. If it was in the past, Su Mayan would have a hard time focusing on Su Sun. But with all that had happened lately, she felt it was time to show the much-neglected brother a little care. I don't know. One step at a time. On the sofa, Su Sun was full of disbelief, and his legs were crossed. Seeing this, Su Wanqing on the opposite side immediately furrowed her willow brows. Su Sun, what kind of attitude is this? Sit upright for me. Yell. I just want to sit comfortably and I can't? You don't like me that much? You're missing out on. Su Mayan bellowed. Elder, did I tell you to shut up? But big sis, he's so disrespectful with that look. I don't even mind. What are you meddling with? Su Wanqing was like a fish in her throat, her pretty face chilled. After Su Mayan fiercely glared at her own penis, red, she piled on a smiling face and followed the instructions. Xiao Sun Ah, look, since you studied finance, then come to Su's for your internship. With your own company, it will be easier then. Su Sun refused for a second. No go. I'll go to the construction site to move bricks, not to go to Su's. Su Mayan was a bit puzzled. Why? Going to Su's not only has a high salary, but also doesn't need to look at people's faces. The work is still easy. Why don't you go? What am I going to do? Do I go to get targeted by you guys? What if you get upset and kick me out of the company or don't give me my internship certificate? Won't I even graduate from college? You think I'm stupid? Su Mayan suffocated at her heart. She knew that her image was probably not a great one in Su Sun's mind. But how could I not expect it to be this bad? Is he the kind of person who doesn't know right from wrong and plays favorites? Don't worry, little seeker. As long as you go to Su, I guarantee that no one, including me, will target you for no reason. Oh, yeah, but you guys will put a charge against me to target me. Seeker, you just, stop for a second. Su Sun made a pause gesture and said contemptuously, don't ever give me any guarantees. I don't want to listen to you paint a big picture here. I don't trust anyone in your Su family anymore. And you've forgotten so quickly what happened a month ago. I was begging you to give me an internship at Su's, and you said that you, Su Mayan, never showed favoritism, even to your own family. As a result, you turned around the next day and got high school dropout Su Wan into the company and gave him a general manager. I'm a 211 finance student who comes to you for an internship and you won't even give it to me. But you're willing to let someone who doesn't know anything be the GM? Do you think your promises have the slightest effect? Su Mayan's face turned white, and the 1,000 words on her lips eventually turned into a long silence. Yes, it was really hard for her to argue with what had just been said. She made her point one foot and broke her bottom line the next. It's no wonder you can't be trusted. She looked glum. I know you don't want to believe anything I say, but I'm going to say it anyway. That thing was Dad's idea. But this time, I can make all the decisions. As long as you intern in the company, by then, not to mention a small transfer, even the general manager I can let you sit. How's that? Che, not rare. Su Mayan was a bit annoyed. Why? Is it hard to believe that you really want to move bricks? I know you're still angry with me, but you can't joke about your future. Angry with you? Su Sun glanced coldly and said disdainfully, you're less stinky. Still mad at you? You have a big face. Don't you think that I'm not looking for trouble if I go to Su's? Su Wan is right there. In case he has any bumps and bruises, he will surely blame me again. And then I guess I will be unable to defend myself again. I don't want to be on your back. Wait a minute. Su Sun seemed to have thought of something. So that's how it is. And yes, it's my lack of consideration. Su Mayan suddenly felt that she was really incompetent as a sister. The patronizing and self-righteous gesture of goodwill without any consideration of the person's situation. It was also true that if anything went wrong when her two brothers were put together, Su Sun would definitely be the one questioned. If we pulled Su Sun into the company, wouldn't we let him suffer for nothing? Su Mayan let out a bitter smile, and no longer forced herself. Xiao Sun, it's big sister who owes it to her to think. But don't worry, I'll find someone to make a good relationship, and I'll definitely find a stable internship for you. Wait, I'm going. I'll go to Su's. Ha, I said I agreed. Seeing as you're begging so hard, I'll give you this face. There's nothing I can do about it. Who told me to be soft-hearted? I was just thinking about not taking a back seat and forgot about the current business. It's good to go to Su's. Just Su's wonderful. With Su Wan there, are you afraid that friction won't happen when the time comes? When you get to the office, you'll go after Su Wan. And if you can't, you'll put some blackmail on Su. At that time, were you still afraid that the Su family wouldn't oust themselves? Ha ha ha, what a way to get to the top. I should be able to leave the Su family this time. Su Sun laughed wildly in his heart, as if he saw the light of going to the peak of his life after leaving the Su family. Seeker, what's wrong with you? What are you giggling about? Returning to his senses, Su Sun lightly coughed twice now. Just too happy. Alright, right, what did you just say? I mean, do you really want to go to Su? Then Xiao Wen sighed. Upon hearing this, Su-sun's expression stared as he reached out his hand and heavily patted on Su-mayan's shoulder. Isn't that with you? I'm sure that under your supervision, you won't let that kind of misunderstanding and rumor-mongering happen again, right? Feeling the hope in the words, feeling the weight on her shoulders, Su-mayan's face was stunned, suddenly feeling a heavy burden pressing down on her. Does this mean that Seeker has forgiven me? Is this something that Seeker believes in himself? Since he believes in himself so much, I must not let that kind of misunderstanding happen again. At this moment, Su-mayan's eyes were firm as if she wanted to join the party. Little Seeker, don't worry, with me, I won't let you suffer any more injustice. Well, I trust you, I'm sure you'll enforce the law impartially, and when you do, don't spare a single bad guy, free from any wrongdoing? Just kidding, how can he be considered wronged when what he's about to do is actually bad? Oh my dear big sister, don't let me be the bad guy when the time comes. Chapter 8. That's right, I did it. You're kicking me out of the company. Su-mayan's efficiency is just fast. The internship had just been mentioned one day, and the next day Su-sun had already succeeded in joining Su. After living in the Su family for more than 20 years, this was the first time he had ever seen this so-called own company in a serious way. Su-sun wandered east and west, scurrying around various floors. It had to be said that Su was even more luxurious and atmospheric than he had imagined. It's just a shame that I'm afraid I won't have the opportunity to work in this environment in the future. After all, he's here to make trouble. How can he honestly concentrate on his work? What internship? What future prospects? With this current ability of his, he doesn't need those at all, okay? Therefore, Su-sun's first day at the company was either lazy and soy sauce, or looking for a young lady to make all kinds of small talk. Oi, beautiful, wanna have a coffee together and talk about right and wrong? A person's first impression is often the face, and if a normal person had accosted him like this, he would have been taken for a hooligan. But who told Su-sun to be handsome? He mingled with people in minutes. Little brother, which department are you from? How come I haven't seen you before? Me, I'm new today. A little clerk in the administration department at the moment. Clerk, or administration? How did you find the time to drink coffee here when the administration department is so busy? That's not important. What's important is that I'm destined to be with a few beauties, so we should discuss the future. Just as a few people were talking and laughing on this side, they were having a good time. Not far away, a single figure holding a cell phone secretly recorded everything that happened on Su-sun's side. Su-sun, how dare you slack off on your first day of work? Don't you know that the kind of person Big Sis hates the most is the kind of person who does nothing and hangs around? President's office. There was a cell phone on the desk in front of Su-mayan's face, while a video was playing on the phone. Looking at the contents of the cell phone, Su-mayan's brows knit tightly, her eyes filled with ice. Did you shoot this? Su-wan nodded his head repeatedly and acted embarrassed again. Yes, big sister, but I didn't do it on purpose. I just happened to bump into Brother Seek flirting with a girl there during his workday. I wanted to turn a blind eye to it, but I remembered what you taught me, big sister, and I couldn't turn a blind eye. Seek brother just into the company only the first day is already this kind of attitude. If it is the future. Okay, I get it. Go get him for me. Wait, never mind. I'll just call him over. With that call dialed, in less than 5 minutes, Su-sun arrived at the office. When he saw the cold-faced Su-mayan and the secretly delighted Su-wan, instead of a trace of apprehension, he surged with a burst of ecstasy, because Su-wan is just too powerful. He hadn't even touched him yet, but he was actually caught by Su-wan. It's worthy of you, Wendy, that, Mr. Su, called me for something? What did you call me? Su-mayan frowned, obviously unsatisfied with the title. You should call me big sister. What's it like to call Mr. Su? Su-sun was unimpressed. This is a company. I think it's better to call out titles. You, forget it. Su-mayan's face sank as she raised her cell phone to Su-sun. Is it you who's drinking coffee in here? Before Su-sun had a chance to speak, Su-wan falsely persuaded. Big sister, Brother Sun didn't mean it. Just give him a chance. Brother Sun is just. Hold your tongue. I didn't ask you. Su-wan was secretly happy. Big sister was really angry. Su-mayan also ignored him and continued. Shao-sun, did you just drink coffee in the rest area? Ah yes. Su-sun was all excited. That's right, I did just go for coffee. Instead of working hard on my first day at work, I was lazy and flirting and neglecting my duties. I'm simply too hateful. Yes, it's all my doing. Our CEO Su hates employees being lazy. Don't show mercy just because of our relationship. If you want to drive me away, the moment you open your golden mouth, even if you drive me out of the Su family, I'll turn my head without saying a word. Instantly, a trace of panic flashed in the bottom of Su-mayan's eyes as she hurriedly got up and came to Su-sun. She thought Su-sun was saying the opposite, so she held his big hand and comforted him. Shao-sun, don't say that. You've misunderstood. I'm not looking for you to be accountable. I know I hurt you every time I come to you, but this time I really just want to care about you. Soo-sun froze. What the hell? Care about me? Yeah, I meant to say that if you want coffee in the future, come to my office. I have all kinds of expensive coffee and a coffee machine. Those instant powders in the rest area are all cheap and long expired. They're all crap that no one drinks. I forgot to tell someone to get rid of them. I saw the video where you made that instant coffee and drank it with gusto. You didn't have any stomach problems, did you? What the hell? Soo-sun instantly touched his stomach and was speechless. No wonder that coffee was so sour. I thought it was some new flavor, but it's too late for you to say that now. I'm done pooping. That's a bit crass and carries some flavor, especially in this context. But instead of disliking it, Soo-mayan felt incomparably heartbroken. Her brother had lived in such a large and powerful family as the Soo family for so many years, but he couldn't even tell that the coffee was expired? Was it ignorance? Or was it negligence on the part of the family or her as a big sister? Seeker, I have not only coffee but also drinks here. From now on, whether I'm around or not, if you want to drink it, just come straight to my office. You called me over to talk about this? Yeah, by the way, how was your day? Oh, it's been quite a life. If there's nothing else, I'll be off. Bye you. Stop. Soo-sun froze. Soo-mayan hadn't even spoken. What was Soo-wen, the lapdog, up to again? Why Wendy, something wrong? Soo-wen was filled with righteous indignation. Brother Seeker, you're not taking big sister too seriously. Oh, where does this matter begin? Your first day at work, do not do the right thing everywhere, lazy also, even if big sister already do not, and you actually still lend her this attitude. Seek brother, you two let big sister disappointed. Big sister. The matter of brother Seek harassing his female coworkers and slacking off can be put aside for now, but he can't take your good intentions in vain. Big sister, how about you shut the up? I said, you shut up. Soo-wen was confused. He had clearly spoken up for his big sister, so why was she being mean to him instead? Big sister, did I do something wrong? Don't you dare speak in my name. I asked you what time it is. 12 and a half. It's 12:30. You shot this video 20 minutes ago, and you're telling me what time the company's breaks are. 11:31:40. With a pop, Soo-mayan slammed the table. So tell me, what do you call going for coffee on your break, lazy? People sit across from each other with their coworkers without touching each other, and both sides are talking and laughing without coercion. And you're telling me that's harassment? Soo-wen, when did I teach you to stir up trouble? When did you become such an asshole? The green tea man's professionalism but his acting soars at all times. Being yelled at by Soo-mayan like this, Soo-wen's eyes reddened, and tears that came to his eyes, showing his aggression. Big sister, I was also thinking about the company, which led to forgetting the time. I promise I won't do it again next time. Seeing this, Soo-mayan sighed deeply and waved her hand. Alright, you go down. Pay attention next time. I don't want this kind of oops to happen again. I'm sorry, big sister. I'm sorry, brother Seeker. I'll never do it again. After saying that, Soo-wen wiped her tears and ran away. However, when passing by Soo-sun's side, he still viciously left a hateful look. Soo-sun, which can endure, immediately took off his shoes and was ready to hit someone. Chapter 9, in order to be evicted. The false accusation of a fake fight backfired on me. Just as he was throwing his shoes, Soo-mayan's voice interrupted his spell-casting movements. Seeker, I don't see how I can learn much from my job in the administration department. Let's do it this way. You'll come to me as an assistant, so that you can also familiarize yourself with the group's big and small matters in advance. Why are you taking off your shoes? Soo-sun put her shoes back on the soles of her feet. It's fine. The shoes are a bit squishy, but forget about being an assistant. Don't you have a secretary by your side? The secretary has been sent out of town on a business trip by me and won't be back for a long time, so you'll be helping me out. I'm learning a lot, but in a short amount of time. I don't need you to sit at a workstation all day, and if you're idle you can go out and hang out by yourself. How's that sound? Plenty of time to run anytime? That's a good thing. Originally, with his authority, he couldn't even enter Soo-wen's department. Now that he was the president's assistant, wouldn't he just wander around? Good. I'll be, with Soo-sun becoming the president's assistant. Several days in a row were spent in the mix, even though he was criticized by some top brass who found out about the lazy briefing. But every time it's over it's just like nothing and it's time to scurry. The appearance of such a stubborn employee in the group has therefore also gone all the way to the president's side. However, their ever-disciplined president was not angry this time, always saying that a little thing need not make a big fuss. Soo-sun had been well hidden by the Soo family all these years, and not many people knew that he was the young master of the Soo family. So the company people thought Soo-sun was some kind of backdoor relative of the Soo family, so naturally not many people bothered about him anymore. It would have been a good thing to do whatever he wanted, but Soo-sun only wanted trouble to follow him. So many days he showed countless breaks to Soo-wen, and I do not know whether it is the last time to be scared or what. This one D actually did not come to find a thing. If he didn't come looking for trouble, how else was he going to capitalize on it, and how else was he going to get kicked out of the Su family? Wendy, if you don't come to me for business, then I'll have to come to you for business. Since you're not moving, I will. In the midst of idleness and laziness, Su-sun also arrived at the time of the beginning of the 4th year of college. After the start of the school year, this first thing is naturally to return to the school first report. So they took 2 days off to return to the school. By the way, to get together the new student ceremony of the hustle and bustle. It's mostly for Suwon, since Su donated a couple of new libraries to JNU over the summer. Suwon actually came over to speak on behalf of Su. Su-sun hadn't even looked for Suwon's business, but Suwon couldn't wait to find it. Su-sun, Su-sun, have you seen the difference between us? I'm about to go on stage and give a speech, while you have to die standing in the sun, but I, on the other hand, get to be your leader's equal and look down on the stage. So what if you have a prestigious university? So what if you live in the Su family for more than 10 years? It's me that mom, dad, and sister love, and it's me that's related by blood. So I urge you to take back what you shouldn't have. Remember, you're a fatherless, motherless bastard, and you'll never covet what's mine in this life. Big sister has changed recently, and there are too many acquaintances in the company. So Suwon naturally won't let big sister down in the company, but it's different out there. On the outside, he was the young master of the Su family, the richest family in Liancheng. Su-sun, on the other hand, is just an ordinary, no longer ordinary, poor student. What qualifies him to be treated as an equal? He just loved seeing Su-sun's defeated and uncomfortable expression. But Su-sun didn't storm as he imagined, just incomparably calmly said, "If you dare to say this in front of the Su family, I'll still think highly of you, but you'll only dare to say it behind your back." What? Are you afraid that your family will know that you know what you're doing is all pretend? Suwon smiled disdainfully. Oh, so what? I will always be that well-behaved and understanding being in front of my mom, dad, and sister, while you're that wild seed who steals chickens and dogs and has a bad style. When you tell them, do you think they'll believe you or me? Su-sun, don't daydream, be sensible and get yourself out of the Su family. Don't force me to do it myself. Su-sun laughed softly and spread his hands helplessly. There's no way. As you can see, I've been telling them to kick me out, but they insisted on keeping me, so I can't do anything about it. If you can really tell them to kick me out, I really have to thank you. This statement came out like a barrel of dynamite with a lit fuse. Suwon grabbed Su-sun's collar and said viciously, "You are less complacent. They are nothing more than a momentary dependence on you. I'm the one who is the blood relative. What qualifications do you have to fight with me, you wild seed? All my life I've despised bottom-feeding trash like you. People like you deserve nothing more than to live in a dark, damp sewer. So what if you live in the Su family? Aren't you just the same as these bottom-feeding pariahs around you?" When he said this, Suwon apparently forgot that he had also lived at the bottom for more than 10 years, seeing that there were more and more people around. Suddenly, Suwon smiled playfully. "So Seek, you want to know what it feels like to be ruined and spurned by millions? Then I'll fulfill you now." With that, he grabbed Su-sun's arm and punched it towards his face. Then, he fell to the ground and wailed in agony, pitifully complaining about his grievances. Why, Su-hun-san? I know you're a famous poor student in the school. I just want to help you. You say I'm dog-eared even if it's not enough. Why do you have to hit people?" In an instant, countless people gathered in this direction. When the unknown people saw Suwon lying on the ground pitifully accusing, countless to righteous indignation gazes were directed towards Su-sun's head. However, instead of making Su-sun feel any hard feelings, the gazes around him made his heart that much more excited. These days, after all these days, Suwon the dead green tea finally made his move. It wasn't in vain that he had waited so long. With so many people witnessing it, getting the wrath of the Su family is inevitable. Can there be any surprises in being kicked out of the Su family? Ha ha ha, thanks. I can't thank you enough. You're my great benefactor. Su-sun's sudden laughter made the crowd look puzzled. Even Suwon himself was confused. What did this mean? How was it different from what he expected? Just then, a bad feeling suddenly surged in his heart, and he saw Su-sun's eyes as if he had seen his prey. His hunch was indeed correct. Su-sun suddenly laughed. False accusations are false accusations. How can we afford the upcoming wrongful accusations without a real fight? After all, he was about to be held accountable by the Su family. Having said that, mudbloods, look at my iron fist of justice. With a loud roar, in front of the shocked eyes of the crowd, Su-sun directly swung his palm towards Suwon's face one after another. Slaps don't do as much damage as fists, but they are insulting, not to mention in public. You dead green tea, didn't you say I beat you? Then I'll fulfill your wish. I'll fight. Chapter 10, 10. 000 Savage rushes on school grounds. Evicted evidence plus one more. It was a one-sided beating. Soo-won was punched in the face. Nose blood splattered. It wasn't until the reacting crowd pulled Soo-sun to his feet that Soo-won escaped. Ooh. Yes. Soo-won was eventually carried to the infirmary. The accusations of the people around them were like heavenly music to Soo-sun. This time he's set to be evicted. Cool. Soo-sun, you still have the face to smile? Just when he was happy, a teasing voice interrupted Soo-sun's fantasy, only to see Soo By-nyen holding up a camera and standing in front of him with a gloomy face. Soo-sun, the fake young master is actually 2 years older than the real young master, and Soo By-nyen is considered to be the same age, and strictly speaking, he is only 1 month younger than Soo By-nyen. Soo By-nyen is in the same university as him, and is also a senior, or the president of the photography club. I think today is also here to participate in the freshman activities. Yoo-hoo, who do I think it is? Isn't this MS? Soo By-nyen? What can I do for you? Soo By-nyen furrowed her willow brows. Pronounce it standardly for me. Sorry for the big toe. Humph, I'm too lazy to bother with you. But Soo-sun, at the freshman ceremony later, Shaowon has to speak on behalf of the Soo clan, and you beat him up like that. Have you considered the face of my Soo clan? No. You what you? You raise this camera is not photographed it. Human evidence and material evidence. I just beat Soo-won. You have the guts to hit me ah. Soo By-nyen was exasperated and laughed. Even head. Well, you actually admitted it. I'd like to see how you're going to account for it when you get home. Please. Soo By-nyen's footsteps lurched, turned back and clenched his teeth to look at Soo-sun, and finally turned to leave with a cold snort. And at that moment, Soo-sun was all excited, because he knew it was a sure thing. Soo-won's injuries are evidence of 1. These surrounding student witnesses are Exhibit 2. The video taken by Soo By-nyen is Exhibit 3. Not to mention the fact that Soo-won had a natural advantage of trust right in front of Soo's family, which is Exhibit 4. As for Soo By-nyen, with her additions is more evidence 5. Since he was a child, Soo By-nyen hated him the most, and also bullied him to be the ruthless one. Like what, feeding expired milk, getting glue on chairs, and deliberately dumping garbage to get scolded by parents. Most outrageous of all, he was driven to the old house in the countryside to be confined. Soo By-nyen hard to skip class to run to the old house to beat him. This beating lasted over a week. Even if he was scolded and beaten, Soo By-nyen also trampled on his dignity and actually asked him to pretend to be a horse for her to ride. Obviously do not know how to cook, but make dark dishes to force him to eat, almost pull to wash his stomach. Thinking back to those most gray days, Soo-sun couldn't help but shiver straight away until now. Soo By-nyen ah Soo By-nyen. It's best to utilize this additive and jealousy broken mouth of yours. Consider it as your reward for bullying me. I will thank you for the rest of my life. As if the system is set up. It rains at every freshman ceremony. Just now the sky was clear and the sun was shining high, but this time the clouds were already making up for it, and it looked like it was about to rain heavily. Of course, the freshman ceremony went on as usual. Still passionate speeches, still long-winded nonsense, either exhorting the future or cherishing the present. But what Soo-sun didn't expect was that Soo-won, who had been beaten into a pig's head, actually still went on stage to give a speech. Through the huge LED electronic screen, Soo-sun was surprised to find that Soo-won, this kid actually half cover up, with blood on the side of his mouth. He went on stage. There was a gasp from the crowd present. The school leaders were even more indignant, and their eyes seemed to spit fire. I'm sure some of you already know that our school acquired several new libraries during the summer vacation. And this, in turn, is the investment of our city's star enterprise? Sue's for my River University students spend money only for the people have a good learning environment. But whoever thought someone actually dare to hit our investors? Mr. Soo-won Soo. Not only is he an investor in the library, but he is also the representative of the Soo family that we have invited this time, and he is the future heir of the Soo family. But it is so sad and chilling that we should be subjected to such injustice and violence in our schools. Just then, Soo-won interrupted the leader at just the right moment, full of disappointment. Director, it's okay, a little accident is nothing. Just makes me very confused. Obviously I just want to do my bit because I know he's a notorious poor student in this school. I just want to help him. I don't know why he's hitting people. Is Soo-sun having some kind of misunderstanding with me? When the words fell, Soo-won very quickly covered his mouth and explained in a panic. I'm sorry I said the wrong thing. This matter will just go away. There's no need to mention it again. One word suddenly stirred up 1,000 waves. Just say not to mention, and how can it really not mention? The crowd under the stage was buzzing and talking, and they were all fighting for Soo-won. This little Mr. Soo is really pitiful. Good intentions result in a backlash. It's true that some people are poor for a reason. Yes. Small Soo always really poor. You see the corner of his mouth. There are blood stains. In the end is under how cruel hand Soo-san? I think I've heard that name before. But how is it that both surnames are Su, but the difference is so big? There is support and of course skepticism. Why do I feel that this Mr. Su is so teetotal? Even if the blood at the corner of his mouth can't be wiped off after being beaten, is it deliberately left for everyone to see? I think I've seen the Su-sun he's talking about. I remember he was even honored by the whole school for his bravery. How could he hit someone for no reason? Those who questioned were ultimately in the minority. Most people were emotionally tugged by Su-won's pity, and these questions were drowned in the deep tide. Who is Su-sun? This Su-sun student, hurry up and come up here to apologize to little Su, or you'll never graduate from our school. Our school doesn't accept morally corrupt students like you. As the words fell, Su-won stood out again with a helpless look and said, "Forget it. I believe that student Su didn't do it on purpose. After all, children from poor families inevitably have a gangster's temperament. We have to be more understanding." When these words came out, countless people felt that Su-won was incredibly generous, while Su-sun was morally corrupt and a landlubber. The more this happens, the more pathetic and helpless Su-won looks. Obviously so rich, but he can't even do anything to air his grievances for himself. That Su-sun's name is just abominable. The school leaders were also indignant at being told this and were bound to give an explanation. "Su-sun, come out to me. Take charge is courageous. Avoidance is shameful. My school motto of Jiangnan University, you just give me forget. Students like you are a disgrace to our school. You will now be given a major punishment. And if you don't come out to review and apologize, the school will expel you immediately, with no room for error. I'm Nima. I don't want to go to this Thai school." Su-sun smiled. Didn't he want him to apologize? Then he would give Su-won an apology engraved in his heart. He's going to be gone sooner or later anyway. Might as well let the world remember his epileptic figure. In full view of everyone, a lightning-like figure rushed up to the podium and made a long leap to pounce on Su-won. Savage Rush. Chapter 11. Forced to kneel in the school. Su-sun swung his fist at his old man just to be kicked out. "You dead green tea. Didn't you want to apologize? I'll apologize to you now. I told you to talk nonsense. I told you to plant evidence. Do you think I care about your Su family? All these years living a life worse than a dog, either berating or scolding. No one knew I was a Su family member in the first place, and I was planning to leave the Su family, but why do you have to be so aggressive? Your own flesh and blood is a big deal. I did not provoke you, did not mess with you all day, to plant evidence to count me." Giving you a smirk. "You really think I'm a bully, don't you? Smears are smeared, not to beat you up against your good intentions. Give me." Explode. Su-sun's arms spread out violently, and then used the force of 9 oxen and 2 tigers to fan out heavily. This poem, as if tearing through the void, and even came from the strong wind whistling, as Su-won's microphone was right next to his face. This poem went down, along with the transmission of sound from the surrounding speakers, resonating through the sky, such as the sound of a decadent crowd of people's ears vibrating. Su-won was directly hit by the dizziness, staggered up but did not walk 2 steps before he staggered and collapsed. This was still Su-sun using skillful strength to deliberately withdraw his force, otherwise he could have slapped Su-won into mud. Even so, Su-won was extremely bad at this time. On the big screen, Su-won's feminine and slim face was even more bruised and swollen, and the splattered nosebleed flowed into his teeth. So it was a mess. It was as if the world stood still, and the entire room was shocked and muted for a few seconds, and then, it erupted into an oceanic wave of sound. Is this the guy who beat up Su-sun? He's so handsome. Why did he hit him so hard? Big sister, you've got the wrong focus, don't you? The point is what was just said. Right, you guys listen, did he just say he was planted? I told you how he, a poor student, went straight up to the stage in front of so many people and beat them up. So it's the honest man who was pushed to the edge? Does anyone know what he meant by what he just said? Can it be that he's also the young master of the Su family? But even an underling of the Su family wouldn't be a poor student, right? Looking at the comments of the people around him, Su-sun smiled. It was the 6th or 7th piece of evidence he kept for himself. In the limelight, he hit people in public. After the Su family learned about this matter must be furious. Even if Su Bainyan's side of the problem what he hit the fact is not escape at all. And he took the opportunity to expose a little bit of the relationship with the Su family. Su Qinian most valued reputation, the most intolerant of the family name tarnished. He disobeyed the order to expose the relationship. Thinks Su Qiming certainly will not turn a blind eye. Humph, want to stay? At this moment, Su-sun's heart was bursting with relief, though this impulsive behavior of his was a safeguard for his own eviction. However, those words just now were from his heart, sort of asking for an explanation for all these years of holding back. As for the fear of being sent to the police station afterward, it doesn't exist. What's the big deal about brothers being at odds with each other? Concerning the Su family's baby son, Su Qinian himself is afraid that he does not want to make trouble to the police side of the bar. Su-sun, you're ignoring the school's discipline and provoking trouble. Our school hereby sternly warns you to stop it quickly. Otherwise we will implement coercive measures. Su-sun smiled disdainfully. Horses after horses. Why didn't you say anything just now? I've stopped now. But instead, you're pretending here. Joke. You. What kind of attitude do you have? Malicious nuisance, and still dare to be so arrogant and domineering. Simply outrageous. Ah yes. You guys are right. Then you go to the police. I want to see the brothers among themselves. Shut up. Right at this moment, Su Qiming let out a loud shout and walked onto the stage with an imposing manner. Su-sun was a bit surprised. He really didn't expect this old thing to actually come as well. It was not easy to slow down Su when saw his father's arrival is like seeing a savior, flung into his arms wailing and crying. Ha! What's a big man got to do with it? Not only did this scene make Su-sun frown, it also made the crowd frown. Simply because it's just so disgusting. Dad, someone beat me. Look at me being beaten by him. Dad, you can do something for me. Seeing his son's pitiful and incomparable aggrieved appearance, the flame in Su Qingyan's heart erupted. Fiercely, his pair of eyes that seemed to be able to kill glared at Su-sun. Gritting his teeth, he said, "This Su student, how exactly did my son offend you? You actually did such a poisonous thing to him." Puff. Su-sun was instantly happy. Yo-ho, am I really that out of my league? Actually pretending not to recognize it? Su Qiming wrinkled his brows slightly. What are you talking about? Can it be that we have met somewhere before? What has my son offended you? Su Qiming, after all, had lived for so many years, still old and cunning, a sentence directly attributed to the old and new grudges, but also indirectly explained to the crowd what Su-sun's words just meant? Su-wen hurriedly replied, "Dad, I just know that this Su-sun is a famous poor student. I wanted to sponsor him on behalf of the Su clan, but I don't know what words poked his sensitivity, so he punched and kicked me, and even insulted me in front of so many people. I don't blame him though. Maybe there's something I did wrong, right? Otherwise he surely wouldn't have gotten so angry and hit me. Su, let's forget about it. I won't bother with you, and I also guarantee that the school won't make things difficult for you. All you need to do is apologize to me, and we'll forget about it, okay? Kind. Generous." Many people immediately labeled Su-wen with these two with positive connotations. Little mister. Su is not only kind. I didn't expect his chest to be so broad, being insulted so much and actually willing to forgive others. Simply a saint. Yes, mister. Little Su is just too kind to the point that any cat or dog can bully him. But it's best not to let that batterer go. Make sure he's punished. Even Su Qiming was surprised by Su-wen's chest at this time and felt immensely gratified. His son was indeed too kind to be bullied so much. In the final analysis, it's still their parents who are to blame. If they hadn't spoiled Su-sun too much in the past, they wouldn't have developed his arrogant and domineering nature. He was unwilling to let Su-sun off so easily, but when he saw Su-wen's pitiful plea with tears in his eyes, he ultimately could not bear to refuse. So he said, "Su, I'm giving you a chance now. All you need to do is kneel down and apologize to my son and this matter will be written off." Su-sun shook his head. "But what if I don't kneel? No apology? We're not only pursuing the school's side of your punishment, but we're also going to take legal action against you, so you'd better think it over before you make a decision." "Oh, I said no kneeling, not no apologizing. How come you so-called upper-class people like to see inferior people like us groveling? You sinner, don't haggle here. I'm ordering, not negotiating with you." Su Qiming was already suppressing a bellyful of fire, and naturally would not be spoiled in the face of Su-sun's bargaining, but he was the only one with a temper. Didn't Su-sun have one? Without saying a word, Su-sun slapped towards that old face of his. "Sinner? What status do you have to talk to me like that? You're the sinner." Chapter 12, Go home and pack your bags for being kicked out of the house. The whole school was dumbfounded at this moment. You have to realize that the one Su-sun fought wasn't an ordinary person. That was the famous Su Qiming, the head of the Su clan, a star enterprise in Zhengcheng. Now, just watered down and beaten? Where the hell did that come from? Asshole, are you going to rebel? At this moment, Su Qiming was even more shocked than the people on stage. Last time the extenuating circumstances were tolerated, but this time it was the scene of 10,000 people's attention, and he was just beaten in public. Shame, just a strange shame. But just as he raised his arm and prepared to educate the sinner, the large LED screen behind him suddenly began to light up. Then, it was a video of the beating that appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Asterisk 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 you. Look at my iron fist of justice. The video showed the very scene where Su-sun privately beat up Su-wen, punching and showing no mercy. The anger in Su Qiming's heart burned once again, his eyes itching to kill Su-sun on the spot. It turned out that his precious son had been so bullied so hard in private, and he, as a father, was actually completely unaware of it. You, Su-sun, Su-sun, see the difference between us. However, the contemptuous yet familiar voice in the video sent him into another stupor. So what if you have a prestigious university? So what if you've lived in the Su family for more than 10 years? It will always be me that mom, dad, and sister love and are related by blood. And I urge you to take back what you shouldn't have. Remember, you're a fatherless, motherless bastard. And you'll never covet what's mine in this life. I'll always be the well-behaved one in front of my mom, dad and sister. While you're the thieving bastard. You tell them. Do you think they'll believe you or me? Be sensible and get yourself out of the Su family. Don't force me to do it myself. In my life, I despise bottom-feeding trash like you the most. People like you are only worthy of living in the dark and damp sewers. So what if you live in the Su family? Aren't you just the same as these bottom-feeding pariahs around you? So seek? You want to know what it feels like to be ruined and spurned by millions? Then I'll fulfill you now. When the words fell, it was the scene where Suwon took the initiative to drag the opposite side's arm and hit himself in the face. And then it was the pitiful look of the aggrieved person who fell to the ground. At this point, the whole place was completely boiling. I'll be damned. That's not an active bumper sticker. He did get beat up though, but I'd beat him up if it was me he was talking about. Yeah, having a few bucks is a big deal. What do you mean by pariahs around here? Did we eat and drink your food? It turns out that the rich people's literacy is all pretense. Luckily, we still call Mr. Su with every breath, but he despises us in his bones. This Su family isn't any good either. Did you hear the conversation just now? This Su Sun seems to be the adopted son of the Su family. No wonder this old Su Dong called people sins. I think this is not the old father scolded the son's title. It is also no wonder that Su Sun would say that Su Dong pretends not to recognize. So it is really his father. It's just a pity that the feelings of living for more than 10 years can't compare to the word blood in the end. By the way, it seems that this Suwon has only been recovered for a few months, right? I remember when the Su family recognized the news that Suwon grew up in a poor mountain village and was very strong and hardworking. How long has it been before you forget your own poverty of so many years and turn around and curse us? What a thing! Su Sun was confused at this point. What the is this? Just put the second half of the video. Who the hell put the first half too? And Suvan was terrified at this point. Those gazes around him deeply pierced his sensitive heart, and he could only bury his head in Su Chiming's arms to avoid all kinds of dodging. But the more you do, the more contempt you reap. Gee, isn't that gross? I know it's a big man, but if I didn't know, I'd think it was a woman. Girly dead green tea. The whole room was hot. Su Chiming's face was full of iron, and he didn't even dare to look at the contemptuous gazes thrown from the stage. Turn it off. Turn off the video. All of you. He yelled at someone to turn off the video. He could never have imagined that someone would actually explode the relationship between the Su family and Su Sun. He also did not expect that his always well-behaved and understanding baby son would actually say such vicious words in private. But in front of the family's honor, the aggravation Su Sun received was not worth mentioning at all. Fake. It's all fake. That video was intentionally synthesized by someone to smear my Su family. Yes, Su Sun is indeed my adopted son, but my Su family has done everything for him over the years. With all the designer luxury cars, I haven't treated him badly at all. Instead, it's him, because our own son has returned. He is jealous of all kinds of targeting. This must be synthesized by him. However, instead of getting any recognition for his self-righteous excuses, he caused more people to loathe the Su family. This Su Dong is treating us like cuties. Is that so? This is also too shameless. Also brand name luxury car no loss. This Su Sun all down is afraid of not more than $200, right? It seems that all the targeting Su Sun has suffered in the Su family over the years is true. His family doesn't even know what kind of life he's had. It actually turned around and smeared him. It's really pathetic. Yes, but whoever knows Su Sun who does not know that he is a notorious poor student, no matter inside or outside the school, can often see the figure of his part-time job. A day down, tired forever in the process of working part-time. This Su family is simply not a person. Even certain teachers on the stage couldn't stand Su Chiming smearing and spoke out to question. Su Dong, since you are the father of student Su Sun, why is he living in such poverty that he can't even afford to pay his tuition? Su Sun is a good kid, top grades every year, helpful and even fought to the death with a knife-wielding gangster, but he can barely afford to eat, you know? He has been working part-time for the past few years, but whenever he stops he may have problems surviving on his own, and although he has the help of the school, he is still living an extremely difficult life. But your Su family is so rich, can't you even fulfill the basic security for your children? I told you that the always thick and honest Su Sun is so abnormal today. It turns out that it's all because your Su family has been pushed to the brink. The kittens and puppies that have lived for more than 10 years have feelings, but you guys don't care about your own son, even suppressing and slandering him. Is this still something a father can do? For a while, Su Chiming was like a fish in his throat. He thought Su Wen was just making a casual remark when he said Su Sun was a poor student, but he didn't expect it to be true. But isn't it always madam who takes care of things like this at home? How come she can't even afford the tuition? It was too late to think about it. But suddenly, a vegetable leaf was just thrown up, followed by 4 or 5 eggs clanging on him and Su won. Who the hell throws leaves and eggs? Su Chiming looked around and finally his eyes settled on a tricycle loaded with ingredients. And around that, a bunch of students picked up their eggs and vegetables and threw them again. I told you to look down on us, so let you rich people have a taste of us pariahs. Smash me. The food truck that was supposed to go to the cafeteria became an ammunition dump for everyone's confrontation. Countless eggs, countless vegetable leaves, and even tomatoes and potatoes like this are all over the place. The teachers on the stage avoided Su Chiming and his father and son like the plague. Su Sun also saw a few familiar teachers actually secretly mixing in the crowd as well, throwing things towards the top from time to time. Father and son had undoubtedly caused outrage, especially with Su Wen's sweeping remarks. For a while the two of them were in various hangings and in a sorry state, and the smell of various mixed flavors intermingled together simply smelled to the heavens. In the end, it was only when the principal, who came late to deliver the grand finale speech, spoke up that he dispersed the crowd, allowing Su Chiming, Su Wen and his wife to escape. This year's orientation ceremony is undoubtedly one of the most colorful in the history of JCU. It was also undoubtedly the most humiliating day in the history of the Su family. But what did this have to do with Su Sun? Not only did he take the heat out on himself, he disgusted the Su family and just had to go home and wait beautifully to be thrown out of the house. When that time came, the beautiful days belonging to him. Su Sun, we're coming, let's go home and pack. Chapter 13, Why is it so hard to get kicked out? You rebellious son, how can you still have the face to come back? How dare you make a move on your father? Are you still a human being? And your brother? Look what you did to him. You are simply a. As soon as Su Sun arrived home, he was unsurprisingly met with a flurry of curses. Looking at Qin Xinlan's hysterical appearance, Su Sun faintly smiled. Towards the sofa a sit, 2 legs a cock that call and not think. Originally Qin Xinlan's baby son was beaten on the heartache of death. This light-hearted look is undoubtedly fuel. Pick up the ruler to be like the usual general family law service. Su Sun now is not a former, which do not say in place to be beaten. Backhanded grabbed the ruler, a ruler whip and Su Wen leg. Ah, my leg. A wail resounded through the living room. Su Wen man was dumbfounded, and he grimaced in pain. How could he have never imagined that Su Sun was now so crazy that he dared to do it in front of his parents? Little, you actually dared to poison. Sinner, are you crazy? Su Chiming and his wife were furious. One hugged her son with heartache and almost shed tears, while the other pointed at Su Sun in anger. Mom and Dad, don't blame Seeker. Maybe he didn't mean it? After all, it's my fault. I'm the one who said such unpleasant things in public. It's only right that Seeker should be angry. The couple was already blaming themselves for not protecting their son, and they were overwhelmed with guilt when they heard this. Su Chiming just wanted to step forward, but Su Sun's appearance of wielding the ruler scared him to stop, causing the fire in his heart to intensify. Sins, what the hell are you going to do? Are there any rules left in your eyes? Su Sun gave a blank look and said lightly, No, I said, either you guys get rid of me or I'll make a mess of you. You don't think I'm joking with you, do you? What did you say? Su Chiming's eyes widened as he snapped on the coffee table with a loud bang. Sinner, do you think I wouldn't dare to kick you out? Good, then from now on you will. No way, no one is allowed to drive little Seeker away. Su Sun was almost so angry that he jumped up from the sofa in place. Early should not come late, but this critical moment to come. This Su Mayan is poisonous, right? Seeing Su Sun glaring viciously at himself, Su Mayan seemed to have an empty piece inside, where once Su Sun looked at her with nothing but admiration and respect. Now it was anger and disgust. She understood what this meant. It meant that Su Sun must have been wronged in some way again. After a few days of introspection, she realized that a lot of things had gone wrong before, and that the recently recovered blood brother was not as innocent and well-behaved as she had thought. She began to look at her own brother and began to remember the past. In fact, her feelings for Su Sun is not fake. So many years together has long been Su Sun as a part of the inseparable. There is negligence is not false, but never take him as an outsider. But for some reason, since her own brother had returned, her whole heart had veered. How well-behaved and understanding and pathetic to the point of sympathy Suvan is. Instead, Su Sun's flaws seem like they've been magnified a million times over. Stealing, lying, and taking credit for more mistakes than in the previous decades. If it hadn't been for what happened a while ago, she wouldn't have realized any of this. The good thing was that it wasn't too late to find out, and she would never again arbitrarily take sides based on a few words. Mu Yen, why did you suddenly come back? Su Chiming frowned out. Can I do it if I don't come back? If I don't come back my brother is going to be whisked away by you. Su Mayan, Su Chiming shouted, angrily saying, do you know what you are saying? This not only hit Xiao Wan, he even dared to hit me. causing me to lose face in front of thousands of teachers and students in the school, and you still dare to speak for him. Dad, what if there's some kind of misunderstanding? Have you forgotten what happened last time? Su Mayan reminded in a small voice. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. There is absolutely no accident. This bastard is trying to rebel. Dad, I'll verify what's going on, but that's no reason to act on your whim and kick people out. Su Mayan, are you going to rebel too? Dad, if it's really Xiao Sun's fault this time I'll give you an explanation, but for now you hold your horses. After saying that, Su Mayan swept a glance to the second floor. Fifth sister, don't hide. You come here first. Seeing Su Bai read down, Su Sun was a bit unable to sit still. If Su Mayan found out the ins and outs, wouldn't he be unable to be driven away again? Alright, what's all the noise about? I did it. Su Mayan, don't you mind your own business. You shut up too. You shouldn't have made a move on Dad anyway. I'll get you later. Su Sun's side just got up and was pushed back again. Then Su Mayan turned around and said coldly, Fifth sister, what's going on? You said you saw the whole thing. Tell me clearly. Big sister. It's true that Stinky Su Sun hit someone in public. The corners of Su Sun's mouth rose slightly. See, it's been said that I'm the one with all the problems, but it was little brother man who took the initiative to start the fight. Saying that, Su Baiyan handed the video from the camera to her big sister. Su Sun. Su Sun, have you seen the difference between us? I'm about to go on stage and give a speech, while you have to die standing in the sun, but I, on the other hand, get to be your leader's equal and look down on the stage. Even if you have a prestigious university, so what? Even if you live in the Su family for more than 10 years, remember, you are a fatherless and motherless bastard. Don't even think about coveting my things in this life. So what if you live in the Su family? Aren't you still the same as these lowly pariahs around you? Listening to the cynicism in the video and looking at the malicious planting in the video, Su Mayan's face transformed from original shock to intense anger. This word for word is undoubtedly a sword that hurts people. Not to mention Su Sun this party. It is a person who will hear the blood pressure will rise. Su Mayan didn't dare to imagine how sad Su Sun's state of mind was at that time, and couldn't believe how that well-behaved and understanding blood brother could be so ugly-mouthed. Not only did he insult Su Sun, but he also swept away the innocent people in the surrounding area. Su Mayan lives in the Su family and thinks she is favored by God, but she has never looked down on those ordinary people. And this brother of hers has so quickly forgotten the hard work of the last 10 years or so? Without saying anything, Su Mayan walked to Su Wen and snapped a slap directly thrown out. Su Wen, how could you be so vicious? Qin Xinlan was also in shock, but the shock of seeing her son beaten was filled with heartache. Mu Yen, how could you hit someone with your hands? Su Mayan was so angry she wanted to laugh. Mom, shouldn't he fight? Look at what he's saying. Is he a human being? But, he's your brother too, after all. Mom, are you serious? It's my brother and this can all be forgotten? Have you considered how little Seeker feels? But the kid's playful and doesn't take much damage. Mom, that's enough, and shut up, both of you. Su Qiming interrupted the duo and looked at Su Baiyan with a displeased face. He then said where the hell did the video from the ceremony come from, and that it was taken by his own baby girl. Su Mayan protected Su Baiyan behind her, her eyes defiant and suspicious. Dad, what do you mean you're looking at fifth sister like that? Chapter 14, Not Driven Away was originally badgered. What do you mean? What do I mean? Ask your good sister what she has done. This kind of video she actually dares to put in public. Is she not ashamed enough? Being yelled at like this? Su Baiyan's aggravated eyes welled up with tears. Sis, I didn't. That's not the video I put up. How dare you argue? The evidence is in your hands. If not you. Su Mayan's face sank. She was a little disappointed in the father in front of her. Shouldn't what should be corrected now be right or wrong? Why is disgrace or dishonor the only thing in a father's eyes? Dad, that's enough. Fifth sister, she's right. The mistake is that you are indulging Su Wen. Your spoiling will harm him, you know. You shut up. Su Qiming growled. I'm your father. It's not your turn to tell me what to do. Seeing the situation escalate, Qin Xinlan, the mother, had to step forward to act as a peacemaker. Nian, quickly apologize to your father. But you're really too blindly shoot even so. At least Ken not put it indiscriminately. Woo, Mom, I really didn't. Su Baiyan wiped her tears while pointing at Su Wen. It's Xiao Wen's younger brother. At that time, he said he borrowed my camera to take pictures of the scenery, and I didn't get my camera back until after the event. What? The faces of the people present suddenly changed. Su Wen had already panicked to the point of trembling at this point, not daring to meet the gazes cast around him at all. Seeing this appearance, how could Su Qiming not know what had happened and coughed awkwardly? Alright, this is over. I'm tired and too lazy to bother with you guys. Su Mayan looked incredulous. Dad, are you serious? It's past you didn't hear. Do you have to force me to account for what that sinner did? At those words, Su Mayan was speechless, and Su Qiming turned around and went upstairs with a cold snort. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Su Wen choked twice and flung himself on his knees in front of Qin Xinlun. Mom, I was wrong. I just said something in anger in a moment of ghosting. I should have known that I should have held back when my brother was educating me. I'm the one who disgraced the family. Qin Xinlan immediately grasped the point as soon as she heard it and fiercely glared at Su Sun. What the hell did you say to your brother to make him say something like that? Su Sun, what the hell are you doing? Su Sun was speechless and went back to his room with a blank look. He knew that this so-called mother had always disliked him, but he hadn't expected to be so biased as to be brainless. Stand still. Do you have any education left? I asked you a question. Mom, what does this have to do with Xiao Sun? How can you still rely on him? Su Mayan said breathlessly. Boss, what kind of ecstasy did this little bastard put in you? He treats your mom like this and you're still going for him? OMG mom. Forget it, it doesn't make sense anyway. Su Mayan wrinkled her brows and simply turned around to go upstairs as well, but after this time, she completely saw Su Wen's heart. In just a few short words, she had bluffed her mother, and she didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. Lying on the bed, Su Sun was incomparably annoyed. Once again, no eviction. Just how hard can it be to get home? Is it possible that times have changed lately? Or have these heartless ones in the Su family come to their senses? But it wasn't right. The others hadn't changed, and it seemed that only Su Mayan had recently jerked off. With a creak, the door to the room was suddenly opened. Su Sun raised his eyes and looked, only to see Su Baiyan walking over with a smile. What are you doing here? If you're going to do something bad, hurry up. I don't have time for you right now. Su Baiyan laughed. What? You think I'm going to plant evidence on you? Or what? But I'd like you to give it a go. Su Baiyan some meaningful look. Draw out the desk chair bedside to sit down. That pair of small feet wearing small white socks wiggled 2 times, and finally directly hitched on Su Sun. Su Sun frowned. Take your stinking feet away. Stinky brother, you've been very off lately. You seem to be, like you want to leave the house a lot. Su Sun's face was stunned as he looked at Su Baiyan with a trace of more sizing up. Could it be, this stupid old man found something? What? Did I get you? As expected, you have a secret to hide. Su Sun laughed. What secret can I have? Simply don't want to be a cow or horse in this family. You believe it or not. As long as your side said to kick me out of the Su family, my side carry the bag and go. How about it? Su Baiyan is also a member of Su's family, so her words should work, right? To be honest, so far Su Sun hadn't been able to figure out what the voice in his head was. Normally, they don't appear at all, only at the beginning or end of a mission, so much so that he has to feel his way forward. Mud. It's not as bad as the system. At least the system gives you reminders, whereas that thing in his head doesn't give anything. Well, do you want to try it? Su Sen followed the instructions, hoping that Su Baiyan would say what he wanted to hear. However, Su Baiyan's eyes narrowed as she seemed to have realized something. I finally realize why you keep wanting to be evicted. Su Sun, you have a deep heart. Su Sun froze. What the hell? Humph. Don't pretend. I've long since pierced through your plot. If you leave home on your own, that's your own problem. But if you're kicked out by us, then you'll have a chance to capitalize on it later. You're counting on us. The corner of Su Sun's mouth stiffened. What kind of brain circuit is this? Stop pretending. I've already pierced through your plot. I'm telling you, you won't be able to escape my clutches in this lifetime. Humph. Want to escape? With me here definitely won't let your calculations succeed. To tell you the truth, do you think I really don't know what little man is up to? I just gave him the camera on purpose. Do you know why little man played the whole thing about your argument? Do you think he's stupid? Because what he saw at the time was just an intercepted clip. Nothing is wrong with you now. You should be thanking me. If I hadn't changed the video, you wouldn't be able to wash yourself even if you jumped into the Yellow River. Su Sun's face suddenly changed. It's you. Why are you meddling? Humph. There's no why. The more you try to do something, the more I'm against you. And I'm not as good as you want me to be. What? Are you angry? Did you break your defense? I love to see that look on your face. I have to say, Su Sun was still a bit pissed off. After all that, the one who tripped behind his back was actually the dumbass he took the least seriously. Looks like it's time to teach someone a lesson. Puffing, Su Sun smiled coldly. Su Laowu, dare to flaunt yourself in front of me. Are you really not afraid of what I will do to you? Su Baiyan smiled disdainfully. Just you. Do you dare? Oh, I do not dare. I want to see you later is to endure the aggression against me, or cannot stand the aggression to run to the complaint. I am all good nyen nyen ah. You must not let my treacherous plan succeed ah. Su Sun suddenly got up and picked up Su Baiyan and flipped him over, then kicked down the chair. Finally, it was even copied the slipper in Su Baiyan's turned back and horrified eyes and pumped it out. I told you to bully me if you have something to do. I told you to go against me. I told you to mind your own business. Chapter 15 Punching someone in public just to get kicked out. Fifth sister? Why are you here? Looking at Su Baiyan who walked out of the room with an ugly face, Su Muyin frowned. What's wrong with you? Why are you covering your drum? Su Baiyan was a bit grumpy. Do you believe me when I say I was beaten by Stinky Su Sun? I would have believed it before, but now what do you think? Humph. Then why are you asking questions? Su Bai read the huff and puff. Su Mayan looked at the puffed up back instantly a wave of displeasure. Dead girl, what are you smoking again? Give me a roll over to explain clearly. I'm not going over there. Come down yourself if you can. Su Baiyan. As Su Sun expected, Su Baiyan really chose to hold her tongue. If it was in the past, with her big lady temperament which can be subjected to this kind of anger, I did not expect in order to make a confrontation actually so stoic. Things seem to have gotten interesting yet. Since the Su family is unwilling to spread their hands, he will bully the Su family's precious little daughter every day, and the more Su Baiyan endures the more he beats up, to see who will sulk first. Little seeker, what's wrong with her fifth sister? She's not coming after you again, is she? Nothing much, just beat her up a little bit. Su Mayan smiled awkwardly. Xiao Sun, I know you're talking in anger. I really just want to talk to you this time. This time I know you're aggravated, but that's our dad after all. Can you not do anything to him before? Stop. That's your father and I have nothing to do with it. Little seeker. Okay, I don't want to hear you read. I'm going to rest. If you don't want to go, just stay there and watch. In the end, the talk Su Mayan longed for had not yet materialized. She knew that Su Sun was still angry today, and it would be difficult to change her impression of this family for a while, but with her there, she was sure she'd make the house peaceful. And this is the most important thing, is to beware of their own brother lest they make a mess. The following days were uncharacteristically calm in the Su family. Su Wen had obviously learned his lesson and didn't continue to sow discord. In the past, he secretly poked and prodded the family would definitely be on his side. But now that his big sister was obviously quite vocal, he didn't want to let his own big sister down again. But Su Wen's honesty was not a good thing for Su Sun. If Su Wen didn't demonize him, he wouldn't be able to find the slightest opportunity to make use of the situation. Even when he took the initiative to look for trouble, Su Wen actively avoided it. Anyway, hide as far away as you can and basically touch no one. Originally, Su Sun wanted to beat Su Wen half to death by making a scene at dinner today. As a result, Su Wen, who has nothing to do all day, actually works overtime in the company and simply does not come back, which can make Su Sun angry. I was thinking of retreating to beat up Su Qiming, but Su Qiming disappeared halfway through the meal. It was as if father and son had calculated that he would have nothing better to do, and besides his sisters there was only Qin Shilan in front of him, and he was not in a good position to make a move on an old woman. He had no choice but to target Su Baiyan, the oldest five. Stupid old man, don't blame me for destroying the flower. You're the only one who can blame it on your eyes. At this time the mother and daughter were on the sofa watching TV and playing with their cell phones. Suddenly, Su Baiyan shivered and couldn't help but glance at Su Sun at the stairs. What are you staring at? Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out. It's true that when you're sleepy, someone brings you a pillow, and when you're thirsty, someone brings you water and thirst. Without saying a word, Su Sun rushed to Su Baiyan and grabbed the cell phone and slammed it hard on the ground. Ah, my cell phone. This is not over. He sat down to the sofa and pulled Su Baiyan knee frame. Pants waist half pull a few slaps so pumped over. Ah, bastard, how dare you hit me. Su Baiyan cried out in pain. I don't just hit you, I beat you. I told you to be mouthy. I told you to curse. I told you to resist. Today I'll make you realize why the flowers are so red. The loud and clear sound of slaps resounded through the living room, and the movement alone could be heard to show how hard Su Sun was really making it. The few people on the opposite side of the sofa froze for a while, and Qin Shinlan, who reacted, burst into a rage. You asshole, are you going to revolt? Su Wen did not come back before this family. Qin Shinlan think the most precious is Su Baiyan, this little daughter. Not only because Su Baiyan was young, but also because her sweet words were very pleasing to the eye. Since she was a child, she held in the palm of her hand for fear of dropping it and did not dare to move a hair. And now she was actually beaten by Su Sun. Aha, asshole, don't stop. Qin Shinlan looked around and found the ruler and swung it towards Su Sun. You who? How did you know my slap hurt a little? Su Sun raised his arm. The ring ruler appeared in his palm, and ruthlessly drew it down in Su Baiyan's turned back in horrified gaze. Pop, time seemed to stand still, and everyone present was dumbfounded. This was followed by a scream that resounded throughout the villa. Ah, you asshole. Su Baiyan would really be beaten to tears this time. Ever since she was a little girl she had been the baby of the family, and no one would chastise her for how much trouble she had gotten into. Nowadays, it's actually being beaten on the legs. Ooh-hoo. Mom, you must. Suddenly, Su Baiyan found the snicker at the corner of Su Sun's mouth. she instantly understood, realizing that this was deliberate on Su Sun's part. That's forcing your own hand. At that moment, Su Baiyan stopped crying and howling, and turned back to glare viciously at Su Sun. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. If you have the guts you'll beat me to death today. Ha ha ha. It doesn't hurt. I don't hurt at all. Su Sun stupid. This dead girl in the end do not want to be so desperate. Ah. Qin Shinlan was also dumbfounded and looked at her giggling baby daughter with a worried face. Nian. Nien nien ah. Don't scare mom. You won't have been beaten silly. A fire instantly erupted. Qin Shinlan growled. Boss and heir. When are you guys still stupid enough to see this? Hurry up and pull this asshole away from me. The two men were an afterthought. Su Wanqing was just about to go forward in anger when Su Mayan reached out and stopped him. Stay out of this, Lao heir. I'll take care of this. After saying that, he slowly walked towards Su Sun. With a snap, Su Sun pointed at several people with his ruler. Stop right there. Whoever steps forward I'll whip her. Asshole. Are you going to revolt? Qin Shinlan was hysterical. That's right. I'm just anti today. I said, as long as I'm in this house, I'll turn it upside down. Got balls. You're all kicking me out of the Su family. Ha, it can't be that you can't let go, can it? Originally Qin Shinlan a few sentences a stomach. Su Sun also dared to say so. Really think she does not dare. Anyway, the precious son has been recovered, and Su Sun's presence in this family is no longer necessary at all. Good good good. Really think who do not care about you. I still, today, mom, live. Su Sun's alarm bells went off at the sound of his voice, eyes quick to throw Su Baiyan to the ground. A vicious tiger directly pounced on Su Muyan. Chapter 16 Beating Su Baiyan in pain or not being driven away. Su Sun covered Su Mayan's mouth and whispered in her ear. I'm warning you, better not make a sound for me. After saying that, he showed a smiling face to Qin Shinlan again. Alright, you can continue now. Qin Lanlan already had a belly full of anger, and when she saw this provocative smile she burst into a rage. Su Hun, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and let go of your big sister. If you don't stop, don't force my family to serve you. Su Sun cut out. Cut the crap. What did you just have to say? Continue. I'm all ears. Qin Shinlan came to a realization and said angrily, what do you think you are? I'm telling you, this isn't over. I'm also going to have you. Will I what? What do you say I will you? I don't know. I want you to say, asshole. You still dare to be arrogant. I'll have you. Right now. Yeah, that's it. Go on. Little. Do you think I wouldn't dare? I will now announce your expulsion. Seeing that the last few words were about to be uttered, Su Sun had already revealed a victor's smile. Suddenly, Su Baiyan exclaimed, Mom, I'm gonna crack. What? Instantly, Qin Shinlan rushed to Su Baiyan with a face of heartache. Nian, my Nian. Mom is here. Mom will definitely give you justice. Su, geez mom, leave him alone. I'm in so much pain. I'm not going to die. It won't. I'm going to get you a medical kit right now. Qin Shinlan ran in a hurry to find the medicine chest, and the smile at the corner of Su Sun's mouth froze instantly. Obviously just short of a kick in the door. Su Baiyan did not scream early and did not scream late, but at this time shouting pain. Su Baiyan, what are you doing? I'm an injured patient now. You can't do anything to me. Looking at Su Sun walking slowly, Su Baiyan really panicked. He had already been seriously injured like this. Su Sun wouldn't still want to make a move, right? Duh. Big sister, help me. Su Sun is going to hit me again. He did it again. Ah. Su Mayan didn't know where Su Sun got that much strength. She couldn't stop it at all, and could only watch as Su Sun raised his palm. Looking at the arm that was raised high, Su Baiyan nearly fainted, but the expected severe pain did not appear, only to see Su Sun suddenly stop at the moment of his heavy fall, gently patting twice at the place where he received the beating, revealing a seemingly smiling expression. What the hell do you want? Su Baiyan gulped nervously, suddenly feeling as if she had played it off. Nothing, but since you want to play I'll play with you. Poof. After saying that, Su Sun calmly went upstairs, as if he had just played an insignificant game. It wasn't until a cool sensation came from behind that Su Baiyan realized that she had not only been beaten, but she had also been beaten in an extremely humiliating manner, and just now, it seems to have been taken advantage of. Aha! You asshole! I'll fight you ouch! However, she was now injured, and just the slightest movement caused her to scream in pain. Tears of humiliation flowed out at this, and she swore that today's revenge would definitely make Su Sun pay. Fifth sister, thank you for interrupting mom just now, or else. At this time, Su Mayan came to Su Baiyan's body, both heartbroken and grateful. Su Baiyan gritted her teeth. I'm doing this for myself. I'm not finished with him for today. He can't go anywhere until he gets his revenge. Fifth sister, little Seeker has been very out of sorts lately. clearly on the verge of a breakdown. Can't you just endure it? Big sister, are you serious? Look at how beat up I am. But, this isn't the one you scolded? Besides, you didn't bully him much when you were a kid. Su Baiyan's eyes widened violently. Big sister, okay, I'm not discussing with you. I'll compensate you for this. And don't go on your and mom's trip tomorrow. Honestly, rest at home. Passing by Su Wanqing's side, Su Mayan's footsteps lurched, and added, elder too. You don't stand up for fifth sister either. She's been lawless since she was a child, so she'll get a beating to make her learn from her mistakes. But, penis. Seeing her big sister's cold face, Su Wanqing could only nod her head in agreement. The next day, after medication and a night of recovery, Su Baiyan was barely able to walk. Although Su Sun's hands were quite hard, the blows were spread out, which is why he didn't get to the point where he couldn't get out of bed. But try not to sit if you can lie down. The Su family was eating breakfast at this time. Su Qiming and Su Wen had also returned home. The head of the family is back, so how can we not mention yesterday's events twice? Yo, why didn't your precious old five come to dinner? Wasn't I beaten so badly that I couldn't get out of bed? Su Mayan's movement of handing breakfast froze. Su Qiming frowned at his words, his tone vaguely containing anger and temptation. What do you mean? You hit old five? Not only did he hit it, but he beat the crap out of her. Upon hearing this, the fire in Qin Shinran's heart climbed once again, and she told the story of last night's events one by one. After hearing this, Su Qiming snapped and slapped the table in anger, bursting into a rage. Sinner, that's your fifth sister. How dare you even hit your sister? Su Sun sneered. What nonsense. I even beat you up, let alone her. Sins. Su Qiming copied the plate and wanted to smash someone. Su Mayan hurriedly stopped it. Dad, calm down first. Yesterday it was fifth sister's mouth that was cheap, and it was time to let her have a lesson. This is called a lesson. The precious daughter I couldn't bear to beat was beaten like that by this asshole. What qualifications does he have? A good dad. 2 kids fighting. No big deal. Boss, don't speak for this. I will go to see how old five is doing first, and come back to clean him up later. The table was dead silent after Su Qiming left. Qin Shinlan was so angry that she couldn't speak. Su Mayan looked at Su Sun and sighed heavily, not knowing what to say. But what Su Sun didn't expect was that Su Wen actually didn't take this to arch the fire, so honest that it made him feel strange. He wanted to see how long Su Wen, who had a belly full of bad water, could hold it in. Su Sun was calculating whether to directly punch Su Wen later or find an excuse to punch him again. But who knew? Su Wanqing's shriek attracted everyone's attention. It's no good. Something's wrong. Su Mayan was puzzled. Why are you so startled? Something happened to your law firm? Su Wanqing put down her cell phone and shook her head with a somewhat dull face. No, it's the tour group that's in trouble. Something happened to the tour that mom and fifth sister joined. Chapter 17, in order to be kicked out? The second beat up Su Baiyan. What happened? How could something happen to a good person? Su Mayan opened her mouth in doubt, her face a bit grave. Car accident. There's been an accident. Just 20 minutes ago, that tour bus crashed on its way to the outer city. It is said that the truck suddenly lost control of the emergency braking under the rear of the bus could not avoid directly leading to a chain reaction, produced a major car accident. Until now Su Wanqing's heart was still filled with a strong afterthought, and her hands under the table were trembling slightly. The tickets for this tour were issued by her law firm, and she didn't have time to go, so she brought home the tickets for this 7-day luxury tour. And it was only after her persuasion that her mother and sister decided to go out on a trip. After all, the two were idle. 7 o'clock in the morning the tour group set off. Who knows, just on the highway not long after the tour group had an accident. If her mother and sister had really gone, she was afraid that she would never be able to forgive herself in her life. Su Mayan and Qin Shinlan also blanched when they saw the news on their phones, especially Qin Shinlan. Originally she did quite want to go out to play. If not, Su Baiyan was beaten up and couldn't go. She was afraid that she would also be in the middle of that accident right now. Qin Shinran felt her mouth dry and hurriedly poured water into her mouth. This can't be fake. How could such an unlucky thing catch up with us? Su Wanqing was a bit speechless. Mom, my coworkers also had family members there and just asked me what to do. How could it be fake? It's like this. Glad I didn't go. Glad I didn't go. Qin Shinlan took another sip, a strong sense of gratitude rising in her heart. Su Mayan wrinkled her eyebrows into a ball and looked at Su Wanqing with a cold color. Elder, I remember correctly that originally the fifth sister did not want to go, right? You had to urge the fifth sister to accompany mom? You mustn't explain? Su Wanqing's face changed. Big sister, how can I explain this? How could I have known that this kind of thing happened? You're the one who flirted with people, and although you were lucky enough to escape, you're also responsible. Saying that, Su Mayan suddenly looked at Su Sun. Su Sun froze. Why are you looking at me? You don't think I'm responsible, do you? It does have something to do with you. If it wasn't for you, something would have happened to Mom and old 5. Eldest, you should thank Little Seeker. If it wasn't for Little Seeker, it would be hard for you to escape the blame. Su Wanqing was instantly confused. What does this have to do with him? How it doesn't matter. If Little Seeker hadn't beaten up Fifth Sister wouldn't be lying in bed. If the fifth sister hadn't been unable to leave, she and Mom would be on that bus right now. Do you think it matters? It's safe to say that Seeker helped you out once, so you should know what to do when Dad comes down later. Su Wanqing helplessly smiled. Together they were waiting for themselves here. But while she felt it was a bit of a stretch, she didn't want to go against her big sister's wishes at a time like this. She suddenly remembered again about the last banquet. Can it be that this time Su Sun also did it on purpose? Either that or why did he suddenly go crazy and hit someone for no reason? After all, she hadn't apologized to Su Sun for the misunderstanding last time. So this time, let's take it as Su Sun helping himself. Su Sun didn't think about so many twists and turns. At this time only a face of speechlessness. No way, how can this be related to me? Qin Xinlan was already angry, since she did not agree with Su Mayan's remarks. What does it have to do with him? At best he just happened to be there. Or we are lucky. Su Mayan was speechless. Mom, did you forget about that last dad's party so quickly? One size does not fit all. Last time he did find some clues. This time it has nothing to do with him. Qin Xinlan's tone was disdainful, not feeling that Su Sun was helpful in the slightest. Su Mayan knew that she couldn't say anything for a while, and could only plead. Okay, let's just take it as happenstance. But happenstance also lets you guys dodge a bullet. So let's just get over what happened yesterday. At least don't add fuel to the fire in front of Dad. Speak of Chow Chow arrived, and as soon as the words left his mouth, Su Qiming rushed down the stairs carrying a belt. Little, you actually beat your fifth sister like that. I'll have to skin you today. Su Mayan's face changed drastically, and she rushed forward to block it. Dad, what are you doing? You're going to do it again. You give me to get out of the way. Your fifth sister was bullied like that. You don't feel sorry for you even if it's not painful. Actually defend this little. Do you still have a big sister's appearance? Dad, both are my siblings. I don't help anyone. I only help reason. Asterisk 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 off. What kind of bull asterisk 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 reasoning is this? Do you want to say that old 5 deserved to be beaten? Seeing that he was about to be unable to stop them, Su Mayan turned around and shouted, Elder, when else do you want to see it? Su Qiming's face sank. Eldest, you're going to stop me too. Su Wanqing held his other arm and helplessly said, Dad, you really can't touch Xiao Sun this time. What? Who am I to move? Because he saved Mom and fifth sister's lives. For a moment, the air fell into silence. Su Qiming was confused, not understanding what that meant. How can you call it help even if you beat your sister so badly that she can't get out of bed? Su Mayan took advantage of the situation and told everything that had just happened. It had to be said that Su Qiming did freeze for a while after hearing this. The heart is both fearful and thankful. Still, he couldn't stop the fire at the thought of his baby girl being beaten like that. It's got everything to do with this sinner. It can't. I still have to whip him. Upon hearing this, Su Mayan instantly became angry. Dad, can't you stop for a while for Mom and the fifth sister? Although it's true that the fifth sister is quite miserable, who is more important compared to her life? Originally it was the fifth sister who started the trouble, and she deserved to be beaten, and now Xiao Sun has disguised herself to save her life. So what are you still angry about? Are you fighting for your fifth sister or can't you pull yourself together and bow down? Dad, that's enough. Having his mind pierced through, Su Qiming was speechless for a moment. However, he understood that he was afraid that he really couldn't take advantage of the situation today. After all, he also wanted face and didn't want to end up with the reputation of having nothing to do. So, he suppressed the fire in his heart and gritted his teeth. Fine, this can pass, but he must go apologize to old 5. The smile at the corner of Su Mayan's mouth instantly solidified. This, if it was the Su Sun of the past, he would definitely apologize. But the Su Sun of now was afraid that he wouldn't pay any attention to it. Even if she personally went to persuade her, she was afraid that she wouldn't get any heed. But what she didn't expect was that Su Sun actually agreed. Fine, I'll just apologize. No one noticed the arc that flickered at the corner of Su Sun's mouth. Su Mayan was overjoyed. Little Seeker, are you really willing to apologize? Su Sun nodded. Of course, I'm a person who loves to tell the truth. With that, Su Sun went straight upstairs. Su Qiming also didn't expect Su Sun to suddenly be so good at talking, and he held his fire even more in his heart. But there was no way. The words were his own, so he couldn't just punch himself in the face. The door to Su Baiyan's room. Several people wanted to enter the house together, and Su Mayan directly blocked several people. Little Seeker has gone and apologized, so give him some face, just don't look at him in the face. Su Qiming was a little upset, but he didn't force himself and waited outside the door in silence. But who knows? Su-sun had just gone in not more than a few seconds before a few more wails rang out. Aha! Bastard! How dare you hit me? Chapter 18, the Su family's oldest four returns home. Inside the bedroom, Su Baiyan flopped on her bed and played with her phone, turning her anger into a desire to buy clunking and adding things to her shopping bar. This one is good. This one's not bad either. I'll buy this one even if I don't use it. By the way, what was Dad doing here just now? Forget it, just keep buying. Just as she was drifting off into oblivion, the door suddenly opened with a creak. Who gave you permission to come in? Su Baiyan immediately furrowed her brows and stared at the doorway with an unhappy gaze. While it was true that she was already better today, it didn't mean that she had forgotten the shame of yesterday. Su-sun just leaned behind the door for a few seconds, then walked towards the bed with no expression on his face. Su Baiyan was a bit puzzled, and just as she was about to ask what for, she only saw the large slap instantly raised. Instantly, she panicked a little. What are you doing? I'm urging you to be kind. Kindness? I'll be kind to you now. Splat. Aiming at the target, a slap just swung down. A wail followed the sound. Bastard. Snap. Pop. Pop. Su-sun's set of silky little combos hit Su Baiyan straight into tears. Yesterday, I at least found a reason to do it, but today, I'm going to do it without saying a word. I have to say that Su Baiyan is really scared, and her tearful eyes turned back with a pathetic look. Su-sun is not spoiled. A pull on the corner of the coat, a slap directly thrown out. Ah, what are you? Stop it. I won't. I told you to make trouble out of nothing. I told you to go against me. I'll see how long you can stand it. Please, Seeker. It hurts. I won't dare to do it again. Don't be so pathetic. I didn't even make an effort. What are you pretending? Su Baiyan became irritated. I'm warning you. I'll scream if you're like this. Okay, you scream and I'll see who can save you. Ah, help. Big sister, save me. Dad, help me. Outside the door, Su Chiming, who heard the commotion, was desperately trying to open the door, but what he didn't expect was that the door was actually unlocked. At once, the couple became enraged. Shin Shinlan, angry and distressed, kept yelling, Old Su, open the door quickly. Su Chiming was filled with anger. This sinner actually locked the door. Sins, what a lawlessness. Su Wanqing then helplessly swept her eyes at Su Mayan, as if to say, see, this is the good brother you've been protecting. Su Mayan also had a despondent look on her face. She simply didn't know what Su-sun was mad about this time. Couldn't it be that the fifth sister had messed with Xiao-sun again? Dad, fifth sister has the key to this house. Brother is a man no matter what. How can fifth sister stand this kind of beating? Su-won, who had been silent for many days, finally couldn't help himself. Now that everything is right in front of us, it would be a shame not to fan the flames. Shin Shinlan's face changed at the words and she hurriedly went forward to look for the key. And Su Chiming was still opening the door, twisting and kicking. Suddenly, the door just opened without warning. Ah, my leg. Su Chiming this kick directly kicked the air, directly to a standard one horse. The pain of his face red. Shin Shinran heard the commotion go and return, and several people instantly panicked. Yo, this is a one-horse show, not me. How old are you? Be careful of the crotch split. Su Chiming nearly doubled over in anger at these words, pointing his finger at Su-sun and shaking with anger. Shin Shinlan was even more furious. Su-sun, what the hell are you doing? What for? I didn't do anything? Su-sun innocently shrugged his shoulders and moved his feet to prepare to go back to his room. However, his footsteps lurched as he passed Su-won, and he suddenly smacked out. Son, Su-sun, stop right there. Shin Shinlan's call went unheeded. Su-won was also confused as he stood in place covering his cheeks. He didn't say a word, and he gets a beating for that? Instantly, a wave of anger washed over him. Well, I didn't want to use that move so soon. You made me do it. Turning to evening. A day without work is kinda boring. This day didn't need anyone to look for trouble. Su-sun understood that it must be Su Mayan who had spent a lot of effort trying to maneuver around. Su-sun really worried. Without Su Mayan this accident he was afraid that he would have returned to his world long ago. I used to be ignored. Now they are rushing to show their goodwill. And I don't know which tendon is in the wrong place. Looks like it's time to brush up on Su Mayan's bad impression. As soon as her meddling is taken care of, everything will be unhindered. Seeker, it's time to eat. When it came to mealtime, Su Mayan was again personally called for dinner. In the past he would have been absolutely flattered, but now it just felt so strange. The dining room, the family was ready. Su Chiming husband and wife saw Su-sun instantly became excited, but just when they thought they were going to have a seizure, they actually held back. Su-sun's gaze sank, and he immediately became interested. He was really curious about how much effort Su Mayan had gone through to make these two old things so peaceful. Mom and Dad, I'm home. Suddenly, a pleasant voice came into the ears of the crowd. Su-sun frowned. That familiar voice. That big singing star Lao Si, who I haven't seen in months. is actually back. Xia xia, why are you back all of a sudden? Yes, old 4, why didn't you say in advance that you were coming back? Dad sent someone to pick you up earlier. The sudden return of the oldest 4, Su Qingxia, made the couple temporarily forget about a bellyful of fire. Su Qingxia is the newest top-stream young flower singer talent show debut. Usually has many schedules and busy affairs. Even Su Wen's return was a half day of taking the time to come back and leave in a hurry, but now he came home with a big bag. Mom and Dad, I told my brother little man about my return, didn't he tell you? Upon hearing this, Su Wen smiled and scratched his head. I didn't want to give my parents and sisters a surprise, that's why I didn't say anything. Yes, surprise indeed. Qin Shinran hurriedly took the luggage. Well, just in time for us to start dinner. Hurry up and serve. But Xia, this luggage of yours, is it to come back to live here permanently? Yeah, we're releasing a new album next month, and aside from the title track which is basically done, we're coming back this time to take some time off. Coming to the dining table, Su Qingxia pounced on the two and gave them a big hug. Big sister, second sister, I've missed you guys. Su Mayan patted the head in front of her. Alright, it's good to be back. Come back this time and rest for a while longer. Well, okay, big sis. After taking her seat, Su Qingxia looked at the two people across from her again. She went home to her elder sister and second sister did not get up to greet even if. How these two also sit here as if they did not see it. Fifth sister, it's even if my sister doesn't know how to greet her at home. What do you mean by not saying a word? Su Baiyan instantly returned a blank stare. It's all on the table for dinner. Why am I still welcoming you? The average multi-child family tends to have the youngest two at odds, both competing for parental favor. This was true for Su Baiyan and Su Sun. And it was also true for her and Su Qingxia. Growing up they both argued and fought a lot and were incompatible. Su Baiyan felt that Su Qingxia fought with herself for everything and didn't know to let herself be the younger sister. And Su Qingxia felt that Su Baiyan was unruly and capricious, disrespecting her sister. So much so that the relationship between the two has always been a meet and greet situation. Being ignored like this, Su Qingxia did feel a little displeased, but compared to her sister's ignorance, Su Sun's reaction made her even more enraged. Su Sun, what kind of attitude is that? You've been back for so long and you don't know how to call someone? Su Sun's action of clamping the food was lurched, raising his eyes and wrinkling his eyebrows. Oh, hello Su Laoshi. Chapter 19, Su Sun's casually posted video exploded. What did you call me? You, fourth sister. Well, hurry to sit down and eat. Don't just come back and put on your sister's airs. Quickly eat. Big sister had spoken. Su Qingxia had to give this face no matter how angry she was, and she didn't want to make a scene as soon as she came back. But Su Sun was really angry. She glared viciously at Su Sun for a few times and realized that Su Sun seemed a bit different from the last time she came home. She was a bit puzzled. How come the always weak Su Sun seemed like a different person? And there was something wrong with mom and dad's faces. In the past, Su Sun's attitude was afraid that he would have been belt thrown over. Fourth sister, you just came back, don't think about those unhappy ones. Brother is just in a bad mood for a while, so don't bother with him. Hearing this, Su Qingxia smiled faintly. It's still Little Wen's younger brother who understands things. Right, Little Wen, you said you want to give me a surprise. What kind of surprise is it? Su Qingxia's gaze revealed a hint of anticipation. When she gets home, Suvan talks to her about a surprise that will help her with the long-struggling album's title track. She didn't hold out much hope, but after all, it was her brother's first gift to her, and she wouldn't live up to that sentiment even if it was a piece of junk. Suwan sniffed, but his smiling face froze. That, fourth sister, if the surprise appears in public, it wouldn't be called a surprise anymore. It's fine, everyone will know sooner or later anyway. It's just the right time to show everyone what you have in mind. Little brother one, it's not good. It's okay, I don't even mind. What are you afraid of? Hurry. Having said this, Suwan didn't want to disappoint everyone's expectations, only to see him go back to his room not long with a piece of A4 paper down. Before opening it, also spared a glance at Su Sun. Although it was only a glance, Su Sun still observed the scene and could not help but feel a bit puzzled. He was puzzled, and Su Qingxia, who had received the paper, was also puzzled. However, when Su Qingxia saw the content on the paper, she could not help but look agitated. Little man, did you write these lyrics? Suwan nodded and scratched his head in embarrassment. Well, I wrote it with feeling. I'm sorry for offering. I just don't know if it's useful to fourth sister. It works. Of course it works. The paper contained arguably the most visceral lyrics she had ever seen. Work hard. Get ahead. Fight. From the lyrics, it should be an inspirational song. Not at all those clear water lyrics she had once seen. Very visceral. The fact that her hit song took so long to finalize is that she couldn't write lyrics with any substance. And the word in front of me is a snowball's chance in hell. Fourth sister, as long as it's useful to you, I'm happy. It's just a pity that I don't know anything about music. Only the words but not the score. Alas. Su Qingxia shook her head repeatedly. It's fine. Good words don't pick songs. Such good words are a song can match. Xiao 1. You simply helped me solve a big favor. The crowd didn't know much about music either, so they followed suit when they saw Su Qingxia so happy. Su Qiming Qin Xinlan see their own baby son, and this talent is more gratifying. His oldest loved music, and it was conceivable that something could get his oldest so excited. It's really worthy of being the son of their Su family. The only one present who was not amused was Su Sun, who went straight to his room after eating, realizing that the music in this world was extremely backward. The music on the market was simply unappealing to him, who had heard the fine chaff. As for Su 1, what good words can he write? Words like car, ticket and horse are enough to kill his brain cells. How unseemly. Although Su Sun's voice was small, it was still heard by Su Qingxia, obviously the same brother. How come the difference is so big? One can already write such valuable lyrics, while one is only jealous of others. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. Between meals, Su Qingxia had already begun composing tracks in her head. She didn't want to waste such good lyrics and would definitely give it the perfect song. It's just that after thinking about it all night, I always feel like the tune I come up with is missing a hint of flavor. She went to Suvan for inspiration, and Suvan couldn't give a satisfactory answer. So much so that she was a bit frazzled all night. Su Sun hadn't been idle this night either. Since Su Qingxia came home, he is on this cell phone as if it was poisoned. Either videos about Su Qingxia or all kinds of singing. In the past, he doing 10 swipes to one musical aspect is tops. Nowadays that's a swarm of piles appear. Is this big data? But he didn't search anything indiscriminately. The point is that this various singing videos or live streams are as hot to the ears as they need to be. In a fit of pique, Su Sun planned to take the fight into his own hands and show the world what real music meant. It just so happened that this bedroom of his had been used as a grocery room before, and there was a guitar that was in the room. Su Sun grabbed his guitar, cell phone in focus, and leapt into action. Submerged in water for a minute, feeling back to the lowest of lows. Lately I've been plowing hard to create a path to the top or heading for the view you thought was yours. Su Sun grew up with a little bit of everything, especially music. To put it shamefully, he had always thought he was a genius, but it turned out to be nothing more than an ability gained or learned from so many lifetimes of experience. He had given Su Qingxia a lot of inspiration in terms of music since she was a child, and this song was originally written specifically for Su Qingxia. He wanted to let Su Qingxia really stand firm in the music industry and make a name that belonged to her that no one could match. However, he has since recovered his memory and has seen the family clearly, so naturally he will not continue to put a hot face on someone's cold ass. He was going to leave sooner or later anyway, so he might as well let the world hear what real music was before he left. After recording the video, Su Sun directly uploaded the platform. It just so happens that the first anchor of the music chart in the same city is just looking for someone to PK Su Sun in order to have some fun as well as rubbing some heat directly with his microphone. At first, the anchor learned that Su Sun is not a singer or a music student, but also extremely disdainful, and even once pointed out that Su Sun were cool where to stay. Even the many netizens on the pop-up screen thought that Su Sun was here for the whole job. But when Su Sun finished performing a song, the pop-up screen only had 666 frantic swipes. There's no way. In a world where even a smoke distortion can sweep away a piece of the world, Su Sun's song is simply a dimensional blow. I'm going to the opposite anchor 666. Is this a love song? It's too good to be true. Yeah, the lyrics are so inspirational and uplifting, but it's a twangy R&B love song. Howdy doody. Woohoo, anchor, sing it again. My heart melted from listening to it. It's just so good. The full one is available on the opposite anchor page, so go listen to it. Why don't the anchor show his face? Voice so good must be very handsome, right? I want to listen to the anchor show his face sing. In just 10 minutes or so, the video posted by Su Sun had already broken 1,000 likes. He didn't reply to the messages from the netizens, though, and prepared to go to sleep as soon as his cell phone was turned off. Su Sun knew that the video had a high probability of catching fire, but it would have to take a while for it to spread. Unbeknownst to him, the video he casually posted blew up straight away, instantly taking over all the major hits in a few hours. By the time the next morning, the blogger with the ID Sun Crisp had become the object of heated discussion among countless people. Chapter 20. Su Wen's song was plagiarized? Early in the morning, inside the living room, Su Qingxia was still mulling over the tune. Obviously, she had such a great filler, but she couldn't make a corresponding tune, and it just burned her out. She suddenly felt so sorry for Su Wen's heart. Obviously getting something so good but having nowhere to put it to use. She really doesn't deserve the title of newly rising songstress. Yo, look at your pig's ears. Still fretting about your crappy song. Su Baiyan was sneering as soon as she appeared, and Su Qingxia glared over fiercely. No one will take you for a dummy if you don't talk. It's you. Why are you staying home instead of going to school? Su Bainian suddenly happy. Che, I have internship. Then go to the company to cover an internship certificate on the line, but also what to go to school. I don't know how to get ahead. I've been earning my own money my senior year of college, unlike you who does nothing all day. What are you barking at? Our family is so rich. What do I need? It's none of your business if I like to stay home. Words are not enough. The two people next to each other feel disgusted. Su Bainian even went to the opposite side of the sofa to lie down and play with the phone. Hey, my idol songs are just great. And your Thai songs deserve to be called music? Woke up early in the morning to open the Douyin she was hot brush screen. Originally she only held the attitude of watching the fun to click on. But who knows, the song inside instantly let her lose her mind. Because it's simply amazing. It's not too much to say that this song is only found in heaven. Compared to the songs of the oldest four across the street, it's a total hangover. Submerged in water for a minute, feeling back to the lowest of lows. Lately I've been plowing hard to create a path to the top or heading for the view you thought was yours. Due to the fascination of listening, Su Bainian unconsciously turned up the volume. Su Qingxia, who was already burnt out, almost didn't pick up the pillow and fling it over when she saw the noise harassment. But suddenly, she realized something was wrong. This song, how can it be so good? The point is the lyrics. Why do they sound so familiar? Isn't that the lyrics that little man's brother wrote to himself? What are you doing? Quiet. Su Qingxia snatched Su Bainian's cell phone and looked at the video in the phone in a stupefied manner. The song, the melody, it's just all over the place. She finally realized why she couldn't find a better melody. Because it was a love song from start to finish. She'd always thought the sheet was an inspirational song, so the melody had been looking towards the rousing exuberance, completely ignoring the lovey-dovey part of it. She went all white as soon as this soft, whisper-like tune came out. Turns out it's been a love song since the beginning. One is totally looking in the wrong direction. But why is the R&B melody so fitting when little man said it was inspirational? Su Qingxia is confused. She really has some trouble seeing. Humph. Shocked. Ha. Also, for someone as pretentious as you are when it comes to music, hearing a song like that is worse than killing you. Now you know what it means to be someone else, don't you? Compared to that, your songs don't stand a chance. Su Qingxia was confused. She was indeed shocked at this point. By herself alone, she was afraid that she would never be able to write this kind of song or come up with this kind of melody in her life. She grabbed Su Bainian's shoulder and said excitedly, "Where did this video come from? Why do you have this video? I downloaded it online, and now the song has exploded on the internet. Don't you go online?" What? Su Qingxia opened her phone and saw various hot searches about the song. Not only is there a video recorded version, but there is also a live, ready-to-play version. Without exception, they are also moving and memorable. Belong? So that's what the song is called. But why are the words in it exactly the same as the ones Xiaowen gave me? Su Qingxia returned to the sofa in a state of disorientation, playing the video from her cell phone over and over again. Nerve, what are you muttering about? As for this demeanor? Su Bainian lazily ignored it and continued to send private messages to this Sun Crisp. Idol, when are you going to show up? Or when do you have a live show? You can't really put out a single. I want to listen to it on my phone all day. After sending the message, Su Bainian's cell phone was cupped on her chest, a wide smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Although he didn't show his face, the idol's hands and voice sounded like a handsome man. I wish I had the chance to hear a song live. He. But why does that voice sound a bit familiar? And the background is also a bit familiar. There was no knowing how tormented Su Qingxia was on this day. After a day of digestion, she actually had a vague guess. Although she didn't know much about Su Wen, her younger brother, but with his past experience he had never been in contact with music at all. So how could he write such connotative lyrics? Is it hard to believe that little man's brother copied it? But Xiaowen's brother is so sensible. How could he do such a thing? Although they had not been together for long, she was still willing to trust this brother of hers. She felt that there must be some misunderstanding, and everything would be known when the person returned. Finally, the few people who were at work came home one by one. As soon as he entered, Su Qingxia pulled Su Wen into a corner. "Fourth sister, what's so secretive?" Su Qingxia raised her head. A touch of seriousness surfaced on her face. "Xiao Wen, tell me the truth. Did you really write those lyrics?" Su Wen's heart jumped, but his surface was untraceable. "What are you talking about? Fourth sister? Of course I wrote it. What's wrong? So what's going on here?" Saying that, Su Qingxia opened her cell phone. When Su Wen saw the video, his brows furrowed slightly. Still not moving. He had known for a long time that the fourth sister must have had some basis for asking this question, and he hadn't realized that there was actually such a video. However, he was prepared for everything and was afraid of being questioned. At once, he put on an aggrieved look. "Fourth sister, you doubt me?" At that moment, Su Qingxia also softened her face. "No, I'm just asking if there could be any misunderstanding, or if you leaked the lyrics to be copied by someone else." Su Wen was silent. But the more this happened, the more it gave Su Qingsha a bad feeling. She was almost certain of it, and wasn't about to pursue it any further. But who knows? Su Wen suddenly said, "That's right, fourth sister. I was indeed copied by someone else." "What?" Su Qingsha froze. "Fourth sister. I may have actually been copied by someone else, although I don't know how it was leaked, but I really wrote the words." "Right. Surveillance. Surveillance can do it for me, because that's where I wrote the lyrics in my study a month ago." The two men then went forward to the den in a hurry to check the surveillance. Surveillance showed that Su Wen was in the study seemingly talking to himself, as if on a whim, and suddenly tore off a piece of paper and began to write. He also accidentally spilled the tea when he finished writing, and the piece of paper in Su Qingsha's hand just happened to have a piece of water stain, and the position was exactly right. "Fourth sister, I know you still don't believe me. It doesn't matter. I have proof in my computer." At that time the paper was wet with water. I was afraid that I couldn't read the words on it and edited the document on the computer and sent it to the mailbox. If you don't believe me, I can show you the mail. Yeah, there's a computer here. I'll show you the mailbox when it's ready. When the mailbox appeared, Su Qingsha was completely convinced. Not only did Su Wen write the lyrics flat out, but the email address which contained the lyrics was also sent a month ago. It's really her little literary brother writing out the words. She was really beyond pleased that her brother actually had this kind of talent. To be able to write such words just on a whim was simply genius. Since there was no problem on my brother's side, the problem was obvious. It seems, it's our song that's been copied. Chapter 21, Stolen Plan. Su Sun is accused. Xia, why are you puffing up? Is something wrong? On the dining table, Qin Xinlan scooped a spoonful of soup for Su Qingsha, and also pinched a lobster into her bowl. You have to eat even if there's something wrong. What does it look like to just fume? Upon hearing this, Su Qingsha became even more lovey-dovey. Eat? How am I supposed to eat this? The song Xiaowen gave me was actually copied. I haven't even sung it yet. What? Under a few people were not calm. Song plagiarism can be big or small, but their baby son's heart and soul of other people to take away cannot be tolerated. Su Qiming's face sank as he asked, "Do you know who copied it?" My Su family's things actually dare to hit the idea. Really give him face. Alas, the man has been contacted. Only no response. But, I've already informed the platform to contact others to prepare for prosecution. He won't get away with it. The more that blogger called Sun Crisp pretended to be dead, Su Qingsha was more certain that there was a ghost. And most of all, that blogger actually hid the video and definitely had a ghost in his heart. But what's the use of playing dead? I'll make sure you pay for plagiarizing. Su Qiming was very agreeable to this reaction and bellowed. Good. Decisive enough. Against this kind of opportunistic people should be thunderous. If you have any difficulties, just tell your family. We will help you solve it. Su Qingsha smiled lightly. It's fine. A small blogger. No need for the family to step in. Su Sun did not squeak as he ate his melon on the side, but only sighed in his heart at the taste of that plagiarist. It's not good to copy anyone's song but Suvan's? Is it hard to believe that that person also has the same pro-brother filter as Su Qingsha, treating a piece of poop as a treasure? Thinking about it, Su Sun didn't hold back his laughter. "Sohan, what are you laughing at?" Su Qingsha was incomparably on fire. Her side of a bunch of things have not been resolved. Su Sun does not want to find a way, even if it's not, but actually still laughing here. It's outrageous. So Seeker, I know you've been finding alternative ways to get my attention, but I'm telling you, you're only making me hate you more. Su Sun was stunned at his words. What is this all about? Haven't seen you for a while. Is Su Qingsha so self-absorbed? Or was she like this before? Less smug? What are you? Cut. These words were undoubtedly pouring oil on the fire, and Su Qingsha immediately rose up in anger. Fortunately, Su Mayan's quick eyes and hands on the side pulled her back, whispering in her ear to caution against impulsiveness. To be honest, Su Qingsha was really very puzzled. It was like something had changed in the house since she came home this time. The eldest sister had always protected Su Sun, and her parents had a kind of inexorable behavior towards Su Sun, which was completely different from the previous situation of scolding him at every turn. She didn't know what had happened, but she'd never been this angry before. "Big sister, you let go of me." Su Sun is getting more and more unruly now. You don't care what she's pulling me for. So Seek, you better explain to me what you just laughed at, or else. The sentence "I'm not finished with you" didn't even come out of his mouth. Su Sun directly interrupted with a cold smile. Or what? Ignore me? Or you're going to serve my family law for educational purposes? Like before? Su Qingsha, you used to be the one who liked to educate me the most, but times have changed. See if I beat you up or not. It's over. What am I laughing at? I'm laughing at you for treating even a pile of defense thrown out by Su Wen as a piece of treasure. That's all you've got in your life? A songstress? Queen of songs? Asshole. Su Qiming angrily slapped the table and got up violently. Just as Su Sun copied the dishes, Su Mayan rushed forward. it suddenly occurred to me that there's paperwork at work that hasn't been taken care of. So Seeker, you and I will go take care of it. Silently yanking the dish and the big hand away, and ignoring the crowd's dislike, he pulled Su Sun up the stairs. A dispute was so skillfully resolved, but the fire in Su Qiming's heart was lingering in his chest for a long time and could not be vented. And Su Qingxiao was also angry, but more than that, she felt aggrieved. Since she was a child, when did Su Sun dare to talk to her like this? And now even if she had a bad attitude, she even belittled her ability. Dad, Mom, what the hell is going on here? Why does Su Sun look like a different person? The two parents stammered with wide eyes, not knowing how to speak. They didn't want to talk about the process of being defeated at Su Sun's place, nor did they want to admit that Su Sun had helped, and most importantly, they didn't want Su Wen's image to suffer. Only Su Wanqing let out a long sigh. Fourth sister, you'd better not provoke him. What he said just now is not false. You'll really get beaten if you mess with him, just like fifth sister. What? At that moment, a gaze was cast towards Su Baiyan. Su Baiyan was a little embarrassed and humiliated. Why do you even bring this kind of thing up? Second sister is really something. Really, what's the point of telling him? Let her get her ass kicked and she'll be honest. Eat up. Putting down the chopsticks, Su Baiyan huffed and puffed and went upstairs. Su Qingxiao was shocked at this point. This fifth sister of hers, she knew her very well. She never suffered any losses, and now she was actually beaten by Su Sun, the key to the oldest five of the family. This Jir character actually did not find Su Sun trouble. Even the parents did not react. Su Qingxiao really couldn't understand what had happened during the time she wasn't at home. After driving Su Mayan away, Su Sun lay alone on the bed with nothing to do. His finger was already tapping on the screen, but for a moment he stopped moving. The video was even hotter than he had imagined, and as soon as he opened his cell phone there were all kinds of comments and private messages, which greatly exceeded his expectations. Especially the various guild invitations looked like a headache to him. Posting the song was a spur-of-the-moment thing, and anyway, he deleted the video with nearly 10 million likes after his goal had been achieved. This cuts down on some of the harassment and shows the public what real music means. It's really a matter of hiding your body and name. Only, he didn't know that his behavior of deleting the work was a sign of weakness in the eyes of others. Countless people wanted to work with them, and of course there were those who had bad intentions. The next day, Su's building. As the president's assistant, Su Sun is still dutiful. Last night he followed Su Mayan's instructions, seriously made a plan, is ready to go to the president's office to deliver. But just as he entered the door, he saw Su Mayan lashing out at Su Wen. Originally, he was happy to see Su Wen suffer a defeat, but Su Mayan's reprimand threw him into doubt. Su Wen, do you know what you've written? A donkey's head and a horse's mouth. You weren't asked to write it, but if you want to write it, take responsibility for it. I want an investment proposal for cosmetics. What did you write for me? You tell me what cosmetics have to do with building a pig farm. The design of the Qingyan mask is as very attentive as a sow's postpartum care? Su Mayan slapped the plan on the table with a snap and said angrily, you're telling me how the two are related. Who taught you to make such an analogy? Ah, Su Wen hung his head, his face gloomy. He really didn't know anything about the business side of things, so he didn't write the plan at all. It's just that he didn't think that a proposal brought from someone else's place would actually flop. At the time he thought it was wrong, thinking it was some kind of jargon, not realizing it was an actual joke. Su Sun flipped through his planner at this time, and his frown deepened. What the hell? Isn't this my planner? That's right, the plan that is being criticized in front of him is exactly what Su Sun knocked out last night, word by word, on his cell phone. This program was written by him intentionally to anger Su Mayan. How did it become written by Su Wen? Su Sin went up and picked up the planner and realized that it was actually word for word. What the hell? Is it really my program? But the program has been in the phone, or to the company before copying. It is difficult to go to the toilet that will be stolen by Su Wen. Xiao Sun, you're here. Seeing Su Sun arriving, Su Mayan's face is only slightly better, but when she looks at Su Wen she still has a displeased face. Alright, you go out. Next time you want to take the credit just give me a snack. Su Wen walked well. Su Mayan took a bottle of juice from the drawer and got up. Xiao Sun, tired. Drink some water. You came to find me? Suddenly, Su Mayan swept to the document in Su Sun's hand. Oh, you are also here to hand in the plan. Right, I just casually said. I didn't expect that you really wrote it. Come and let me take a look. However, just as she reached over, Su Sun dodged with a sidestep. Su Mayan was puzzled. Xiao Sun, what's wrong? I actually haven't written it yet. It's okay, I'll take a look at it first. Maybe I can help you out with an opinion. Su Mayan snatched the program, but when she saw the contents inside, the smile at the corner of her mouth gradually froze. How is it with little man's? Well, I wrote it. In an instant, Su Mayan understood everything, and with that to a deep anger. Soo-won is really getting more and more unlikable, usually either inciting the fire or stirring up trouble. Nowadays inviting credit is actually all about directly stealing other people's achievements. Damn. I told you why he was so eager, combined with the fact that the stuff was stolen. Soo-sun froze. So you believe it? I'm not stupid. I'm still clear about Soo-won's weight. Don't worry, I'll give you an explanation. Soo-sun was dumbfounded. No? Have we got the focus wrong? I wrote the plan blindly. I don't know what I'm talking about. Soo-won is really getting more and more unlikable. Why didn't I see that he was this kind of person before? Hey, did you hear what I said? You're getting the point wrong. No, I'm going to get him now. Suddenly, a phone call catches both men's attention. Looking at the fact that it was an unfamiliar number, Soo-sun immediately hung up, but it didn't take more than a few seconds to call again. He waited until the fourth time before Soo-sun pressed answer. Who is it? I don't buy insurance or houses. An emotionless voice came over the phone. Is it the blogger with the Douyin ID named Sun Crisp? I'm Eternal Media's proxy lawyer. Our side will be suing you. Please stop your plagiarizing behavior. Chapter 22. So it's you. Although she didn't turn on the speakerphone, Soo-mayan heard the general content inside and couldn't help but worry. What's going on? What did the caller mean when he said you plagiarized? I don't know. Somehow. Soo-sun shrugged, also looking puzzled. So what's going on? Did you release a song? Why are people saying you plagiarized and suing you? Unclear. Soo-sun was actually baffled all of a sudden. How can a song written by yourself be plagiarized? Is it possible that some eye candy made something out of nothing? Generally it is please stop your plagiarism immediately or we will sue you. But the opposite is we are suing you, please stop your plagiarism? Really bossy. Soo-sun is really curious. In the end the opposite side is where the bottom's so sure. It's as if there's some kind of proof. Soo-sun wasn't in much of a hurry, but at this time, Soo-mayan was in a hurry. Although she didn't know what had happened, she was sure that Soo-sun wouldn't do anything like plagiarizing, and it's also a chance to improve their relationship. Thus, Soo-mayan said with a grave expression, Little seeker, what's going on? As long as this matter isn't your problem, I will definitely bring you justice. At those words, Soo-sin fell into deep thought. Although he didn't need Soo-mayan's help to solve it, but he personally did trouble still don't know how long it will take. The point is that it's really unpleasant to be vilified. He didn't want to drag it out or he might drag it out if he didn't have a problem. Soo-sun didn't make any pretense and told the general situation. Don't mention how surprised Soo-mayan was when she learned about the recent explosion of hot songs. What? You actually sang the song Belong? Old Five is holding a video all day long and giggling. Wouldn't she go crazy if she knew her idol of choice was right next to her? Are you happy? Soo-sun laughed instantly. Not thinking so. Come on. If she knew that her idol was me, she'd be afraid that her filter would shatter and she might even think that I've tarnished the idol of her heart. Still happy and crazy? I think it's madness. At those words, Soo-mayan fell silent. She wanted to retort, but when she thought of her fifth sister's nature that was not a word that could be retorted. Never mind. I'd better not mention it lest the two of them get into another fight. In the next few moments, Soo-mayan began the process of vindicating Soo-sun. She would have gone all out even if Soo-sun didn't have proof. Not to mention Soo-sun brought out evidence of the song. After many years in business, what kind of people hadn't she seen? She could tell at a glance that it was someone who was looking for trouble and saw Soo-sun as a vegetarian who was easy to bully and wanted to take advantage of the situation. The crooked idea actually came to her. Soo-mayan. She would not tolerate it. Instantly, she made a call and dialed. Xiao Zhao, help me make an appointment with the relevant people from Eternal Media. Just say that you're looking for them for the plagiarism matter. Little one, you're finally back. Once he entered the house and saw Su Qingxia's cheerful appearance, Soo-won couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Fourth sister, what's wrong? What's so happy? Brother, we contacted that Sun Crisp. The other party said to meet with us tomorrow. I'd like to see who dares to steal my brother's results. Su Qingxia heart to that Sun pastry some contempt. Normal contact how to find people. This lawyer to find the side on the other side of the concede. And also private discussion. Clearly is afraid of things to make a big deal want to private. It's a long shot to think that she had her share of being plagiarized when she first started out. At the time, it was clear that she had written the song, but merely shared it with her friends in good faith, only to have a song highly similar to her new song appear shortly afterward. She sends out new songs to prove it, nay none of them want to believe her. The plagiarist got a small hit on her song, while she, the original, was falsely accused of plagiarism, even though things have been mundane, even though she's not what she used to be. But those days were a thorn in her side for the rest of her life. She was most disgusted in her life with such people who plagiarized the work of others, meet them privately, but never privately. What's wrong? At those words, Soo-won came back to his senses and smiled faintly at Su Qingxia. It's fine. I was just wondering who the hell that person was. How could he do something so shameless? Su Qingxia smiled coldly. Who cares who he is? Anyway, when I see him tomorrow, I will definitely hold him accountable for all his responsibilities. But isn't that too harsh? What if it's just a momentary headache? Why don't we look at the situation and not be so aggressive? Xiao Wen, you're just too kind, and you should never condone the treatment of bad people. Well, no one saw a dark smile lurking under Su Wen's helplessly retreating expression. He actually knew what he was going to face tomorrow, but he wasn't afraid at all, because he had evidence and a copyright to go along with it. Tomorrow he's not only going, he's taking his family with him. He's going to show the guys. This so-called brother of his is not only a thief morally corrupt, but also a plagiarist who plagiarizes other people's hard work. Right, fourth sister? Where will the opposite side ask us to meet tomorrow? Su Wen suddenly asked. The heavenly Cheonga. The place chosen is not bad. It seems to be down to blood to even things out. Su Wen brightened up and pretended to be surprised. That's good. I heard that the Western food there is good. Anyway, we can't possibly have a good meal with our opponents. So let's call our parents and sisters together, and then we'll have a family dinner. Su Qingxia smiled at his words. Good. Your idea is good. Just so you can bring everyone for a change. Saying yes, Su Qingxia immediately went to inform everyone of tomorrow's potluck plan. Dad, let's go out for Western food tomorrow for lunch. I want to change my appetite. Mom, tomorrow morning I'll go shopping with you, and at noon we'll go to the heavenly Cheong court. Second sister, there's a dispute on my side, so accompany me tomorrow and I'll treat you to lunch at noon. Su Baiyan, tomorrow we'll go to the heavenly pavilion to eat Western food. Come or don't come as you like. Su Baiyan was instantly displeased upon hearing this. What do you mean I'm not coming? Why don't I go when everyone else is going? Right, is Su Sun going? I just now realized that he doesn't seem to have been to any high-end restaurants, so I'll take him to see the world tomorrow. Su Qingxia instantly had a blank stare. I don't care if you go or not. As for Su Sun, I will inform. When they arrived at Su Mayan's, Su Qingxia continued to use pretty much the same rhetoric and asked her big sister to take Su Sun to the restaurant for dinner. But what surprised her was that before the words were finished the eldest sister actually refused directly, along with Su Sun also refused. Big sister, why don't you go? It's idle at noon anyway. Isn't it good for the family to come out for a meal? Su Mayan shook her head. Old for you guys go ahead. Xiao Sun and I have an appointment at noon. It may still involve a lawsuit. You guys have fun. That's serious? Well then. Su Qingxia is still able to distinguish between eating and lawsuits, and she helplessly turned to leave. She had just crossed the steps ready to go upstairs to inform Su Sun, but her footsteps lurched. Anyway, I've already notified Big Sis, and it's not like Su Sun can go. Forget it, no more screaming. Who told him to be stinky all day? Su Sun hadn't realized that he had just missed out on a great meal, but even if he did, he wouldn't take it seriously. After all, it was the same family that went on both sides. At this point he was still in his room wondering who had been so shameless as to smear his plagiarism. He didn't actually give full evidence during the day. In addition to various handwritten manuscripts, there is also an electronic archive from 2 months ago as well as a video shot on a cell phone. At that time, he knew that Su Qingxia was about to release a new album and wrote many songs, of which the song Belonging was the one he valued the most. For this song he sang and recorded a video, listening to the music in the video and improving it in various ways, and finally creating this perfect track. And inside, it took a lot of little thought on his part, only now he no longer had to stick it to anyone's cold ass. Su Sun felt that this matter was rather strange. The level of music in this world was known to everyone. Who on earth would even want to rob him of this level of music? Su Sun searched this eternal media with suspicion. You don't know until you search. This company was actually the publisher of Su Qingxia's new album. Su Sun laughed, and against his forehead he really couldn't resist the urge to laugh. I don't know whether to laugh at my own former foolishness or Su Qingxia's calculations. It was intended to give her all this stuff, and even though it didn't in the end, it was still on someone's mind. Things are, suddenly, interesting then. So it's you. Chapter 23 Sisterly Disputes. Argument from Evidence. The next day, near noon, Su Mayan put off all her work and brought Su Sun to the Heavenly Cheong Pavilion. This restaurant has an extremely elegant Chinese name, but is a Western-style restaurant, is the first choice of many upper-class people in Jiangqing Talk business dating place. Due to coming a bit early, when the two arrived at the agreed-upon private room, the people from Eternal Media had not yet arrived. The two of them were just waiting for the arrival of the main character of the day. Suddenly, Su Mayan spoke in a deep voice. Xiao Sun, have you brought your things? Let's see what the other party's attitude is at this meeting. If they are really stubborn, then I will definitely accompany them to the end. At those words, Su Sun raised his eyes and swept a deep glance at her. Su Mayan was a bit uncomfortable being gazed at, not understanding what this sudden gaze meant. Is it because you don't believe in yourself? Or you don't think you're capable of it? Su Mayan, Is it really true that no matter who it is you can give me justice? Su-mayan knew that she had treated Su-sun poorly in the past, and also understood Su-sun's detachment, so she didn't care too much about the name calling. And when she heard this she just nodded her head very seriously. Don't worry, no matter who it is, I will definitely help you out. Su-sun laughed, the corner of his mouth curling up in a hint of playfulness. Good, I hope you'll remember this about yourself later. 20 minutes later, as the dishes were gradually being served, a group of people murmured from the doorway. Su-mayan guessed that it might be someone from Eternal Media, so she thought to politely get up to greet them. However, Su-sun, who was on the side, grabbed her wrist. Su-mayan was puzzled. What's wrong, little seeker? We are the active party. There's no need to be so humble. Su-sun gave a downward tug, and Su-mayan resumed her seat. At the same time the sound from the doorway grew louder and louder. It was vaguely familiar. Xia, this isn't good, is it? It's not appropriate for us to go in while you guys are talking business, right? It's alright. Anyway, the box is right next door. Let's see how we beat up the dogs before the food is served. Old 4, forget it. You're afraid you'll be laughed at if you come out to do your business and still drag your family along, so we won't go in. Mom and Dad. Sister is just want some security. If you don't want to go in and stand at the door and watch, it's fine. If something happens you can also react immediately. Well, then we'll just watch from the doorway for a while, and if it's okay then we'll wait next door. Su Qingsha pushed open the door with a haughty face and walked into the box. The first step against the enemy. The momentum can't be lost. She has to make a preemptive strike and take out her big star stance. Finally meet, copy. The words came to an abrupt end, and when she saw the duo inside, Su Qingsha was instantly confused. Big sister? Why are you here? I thought you guys really weren't coming, but you're in the wrong place. The box is next door. Su Qingsha thought that Su-mayan and the two of them had come to eat, but they had gone to the wrong room, and her heart was still vaguely happy. Su-mayan was also stunned for a moment at this time. Old 4, this is the restaurant you're talking about? But I didn't go to the wrong compartment. I'm also here for an appointment today. You guys leave first. What? You guys are here for the appointment too? But this box is clearly mine. In an instant, Su-mayan looked like she had realized everything and looked at the few people in front of her in dismay. What do you mean? You're the ones I'm meeting with today? But I'm meeting with someone from Eternal Media today. Isn't your agency called Summer Culture? Su Qingsha replied woodenly. Eternal Media is the agent distributor of my new album. The air fell into an eerie silence. During this time Su-mayan digested the information she had gotten and tried to recall all the recent events at home. Seeming to understand something. Puffing, she laughed and understood what Su-sun had just said. Halfway through the day, the one who had the wrong idea was actually his own sister. With a snap, Su-mayan slammed the table and said angrily, Su Qingsha, you can catch up with other people's things by making an effort, but why do you want to steal and rob? The few people at the door saw the situation and entered the box as well. What's the matter? Why the sudden quarrel? Old Fourth, the person you want to see today is hardly your big sister? Su Qiming opened his mouth in doubt. Yes. What can't sisters say properly? Don't fight. Qin Xinlan also chimed in. Su-mayan at this time but a smile. She can be considered to understand why Su-sun's so hopeless to her. Obviously she is rich and powerful. To solve a small dispute in simple but, it turned out that people had already anticipated this scene, and she had now become the one caught in the middle with a difficult situation instead. However, she would never go back on a promise. So what if it's your own sister? Wrong is wrong. Old 4, you better give me an explanation. Why are you targeting little seeker? Are you that jealous? The atmosphere was tense for a while, and the unknown melon eater Su Baiyan was still gloating behind her back. Yo, someone is going to have bad luck. You shut up. Growling back fiercely, Su Qingsha's eyes were red, and she also sorted everything out, feeling aggrieved and unwilling all of a sudden. Big sister, I didn't even know that person was Su-sun, and I didn't target him either, because he's the one who copied that song. Su Baiyan froze at his words. What do you mean? Stinky Su-sun sent a song? Copied? What evidence do you have? I only see you suppressing behind the scenes and bullying people to be weak. Su-mayan retorted angrily. I didn't. That song belongs was clearly written by little one. Xiaowen wrote it for me. It's mine. What? Belong? Is that the song that's blowing up on the internet? Belong? Is it the song I've been listening to? Su Baiyan was stunned on the spot. Lao Si, I know you have a filter on Xiaowen, but this song is a song that Xiaosun wrote a long time ago. The evidence is overwhelming. Do you think Xiaowen is capable of writing a song for you? How come no? Big sister, since you want to harbor it, I'm going to show you evidence to slap you in the face. This song was created by Xiaowen a month ago. There's surveillance and documents and email records. Who the hell has a filter? No? Will no one answer my questions first? What the hell? Su Baiyan said silently and helplessly. Okay, Then show me the proof. Just take it. What? Find all the evidence. Suwon at this time some reluctance. Hesitation. Forget it, fourth sister. I thought it was an outsider who wanted to ask for a statement. Since it is the search for brother. And there is a big sister out of the head. Or let it go. After all, they are all their own family. Who sings is not singing The more this happens, the more Su Qingsha feels unwilling. One size fits all. Even if we don't share some things, we must make it clear. Forget it, fourth sister. Let's not make it difficult for big sister. I'll find a way to rewrite a song for you is all. No way. It's not just about my new song. It's about your heart and soul being trampled on. And it has to be demanded. Show them your cell phone. Su Qiming couple sighed. How could not imagine that originally happy meal turned into a sister dispute. The two of them hastened to persuade, but the quarrelsome duo didn't listen to outsiders at all. At that moment, Qin Xinlan blared fiercely at Su Sun. It must be because you robbed your brother afraid of being dismantled that you approached your big sister to speak. Why are you so bad? Inside Su Sun, holy, this can be related to my old man. Obviously I didn't say a word, right? If he didn't want to embarrass Su Mayan, who was speaking up for himself, he really would have thrown a slap at him. Come on, look, monitor little man's writing of the words, the records of little man's computer, and the forwarding of this email. Big sister, take a good look at the evidence. Find out who the hell has a filter. Su Mayan fell into silence as she looked at the videos and photos on her phone. The corners of Su Qingsha's mouth gradually lifted as she thought she had a solid victory. Unbeknownst to him, suddenly, a sneer broke the momentary tranquility. This is what you call evidence? Su Mayan raised her head slightly, her eyes cold. Isn't that enough? It's hard to believe that you want to copyright it. Xiaowen doesn't know how to do that. Otherwise how could someone else take advantage of it? Su Mayan shook her head back and forth, laughing in anger. No need, because you have all this evidence Xiao Sun also has. And it was even earlier. Chapter 24, Su 1. It's not that simple. No, is anyone listening to me or not? What the hell is going on? Why am I a little disoriented? Su Baiyan now urgently needs to know what's going on. How his unattainable idol is suddenly close at hand. She stepped forward to ask questions, and just as she was about to open her mouth, she was pushed away by Su Mayan. Su Mayan returned to her seat and pulled out a bunch of documents from her bag and ruthlessly dumped them on Su Qingsha. Take a good look for yourself. I have the electronic archive you asked for, and we have the email records, and these handwritten scripts. If you still don't believe me, I have a lot of video evidence of little seekers singing and making changes at the same time. Look at the time. These are farther back than the timeline of the evidence you have at hand. Saying that, Su Mayan took out her cell phone again to play the video created by Su Sun. It could be said that her anger today was not only because of Su Qingsha's taking away of people's achievements, but also because of Su Qingsha's obstinacy, and also to seek justice for Su Sun. Su Mayan really had the blessing of being fortunate that she had recently focused on Su Sun. If he didn't take the lead, Xiao Sun might be in an isolated position where he couldn't make any sense of it, and he might also become the one who was victimized. She really couldn't believe what it was like to be targeted by her entire family and not be trusted. Su Qingsha looked at the documents and handwritten manuscripts in her hand, face gradually shocked. When she saw the video, Su Sun's eyes have a light look as also roughly understand what. Is it hard to be really wrong? These things that have been his since the beginning? Is he the one who's been robbing others? Suvin, what the hell is going on here? Su Qingsha was furious and ruthlessly slapped the document in her hand on the table. Her pet peeve was plagiarism and plagiarizing, and now she'd been tricked into being the kind of person she hated the most. This is totally nailing her to the pillar of shame. Fourth sister, it's not what you think. It's really not what you think. How the hell are you going to say, I've been so good to you and you actually lied to me? You can't stand me. Fourth sister, I really didn't lie to you. It's just that. Seeing this stammering look, how could Su Qingsha not understand what was going on? A sense of shame filled her heart, and her eyes filled with the fire of anger. No good. Su Qiming and his wife looked at each other and felt that the situation was not good. In order to avoid the situation from escalating, Qin Xinlan hurriedly went forward and advised, All right, it's all a small matter. Don't hurt the peace as a family. Mom. Su Qingsha lost control of her anger. How could you think this is trivial? Don't you know how I came to be back then? Don't you know what I hate? Qin Xinlan was yelled at and was a little short of reason. That, my brother probably didn't mean it. He just wanted to please you. The starting point is good. Mom, do you know what you're talking about? Seeing that Qin Xinlan couldn't suppress the situation, Su Qiming also interjected at this time. Alright, we are all family. It's just a misunderstanding. Let's just let this go. In the past, I'm the one who was cheated. I'm the one who lost face. And I'm the one who wronged everyone else. How can this be in the past? Su Qingsha asked back unwillingly, very disappointed with her parents' approach. What are you going to do? You can't sue your brother. Qin Xinlan and Dilute Mud concurred, yes Shasha. This is a misunderstanding. Are a family still divided into what each other ah? Xiaowen is only taking his brother's things to please individuals. No big deal. On what grounds? That I'm being. Mom, I really didn't lie to anyone. I really didn't lie to anyone. Suddenly, Su Wen's aggrieved vocalization attracted everyone's attention. Su Qingxia froze for a few seconds, then burst into a rage. Still talking nonsense at this time. Do you still wanna have a face? Even the faces of the two elder Dangs were a bit unnatural. As if to say, we tried to speak up for you, and you're still out to cause trouble. Being punched in the face is not scary. What's scary is that the face is crooked and still talking tough. Qin Xinlan smiled awkwardly. That Xiaowen ah. Mom is hungry. You and sister apologize. Let's go next door and start dinner. Su Wen pulled out Qin Xinlan's pull and said with a serious face. Mom, you don't need to cover for me. Being upright is not afraid of a slanting shadow. At this moment, Su Qingxia was so infuriated that she silently clenched her fists and wanted to punch someone. Su Mayan was also exasperated and wanted to laugh. Why didn't she realize before that this younger brother of hers was actually so mentally tough? The atmosphere is not right. Su Qiming had to speak again. Okay Xiaowen, who is right and who is wrong is not important anymore. Apologize to your big sister and fourth sister and this will be over. I don't. Not only Su Mayan Su Qingxia froze. Su Qiming also froze on the spot at this time. It seems to be angry at Su and how he is so unable to read faces. What's the point of calling it that? Do you have to make a big deal out of it to be satisfied? Little man. Dad, thanks for speaking up for me, but I'll say this, I'm not afraid of any gossip. At this moment, Su Wen's stance seemed to become erect, and his face was firm as if there was light. Su Qiming and Qin Xinlan looked at each other in disbelief. The two of them were almost about to believe that Su Wen actually really did not tell any lies. Ugh. There were actually some things I didn't want to say, but Mom and Dad argued for me, and I couldn't let them down. Su Wen looked at Su Qingxia and smiled bitterly. Fourth sister, in fact, I really didn't lie to you. That song belonging to was really written by me, but it wasn't January ago, but much earlier. There's no such thing as a genius. How could I write such a good song all of a sudden? In fact, those are all my hard work to sow a few years to write out. Is that I did not return to the Su family before I have already started to write? Only when I just returned to the Su family those handwritten manuscripts were lost by me. I don't know how my brother wrote the exact same song as me, let alone that he changed the title and posted my song. I always thought that song online was the work of an outsider, and if I had known it was my brother, how could I have bothered with it? But now that Mom and Dad are being blamed for me, and my fourth sister is disappointed because of me, I have to stand up and state the truth. I know people don't want to believe empty promises. That's okay. I have proof, and it's real proof. That's copyright. After the words, Su Wen took out his cell phone to show a proof to everyone's eyes. When they saw the contents of the cell phone, the few people who had just questioned it changed their faces. No one cared. The corner of Su Wen's mouth looked up slightly and turned away again. Then he sighed heavily and said helplessly, actually, I registered the copyright of this song 2.5 months ago, just in case I suddenly lost the manuscript again or forgot it one day. I didn't want to prove all this, but I couldn't let Mom and Dad suffer the blame for me. The timeline is much longer. Or is it solid evidence that everything is clear? The old couple was immensely relieved that their son was actually so stoic, even going so far as to give up his own efforts in order to look after the greater good. If they had not been forced to do so for their sake, they were afraid that they would have been kept in the dark and deceived by the miscreants. The more Su Wen understood, the more angry they became with Su Sun. Good boy. I was almost fooled by you. Qin Xinlan turned to Su Sun and said hysterically, Su Sun, it was really you who robbed little one. We've fed you and clothed you. We've worked so hard to raise you for over 10 years to actually raise you to be such a white-eyed wolf. Su Mayan retorted unconvincingly. Mom, everything is still uncertain. How can you say that? It's not like there's anything that hasn't been determined. Xiaowen said the manuscript was lost when he first arrived at Su's house. I think this white-eyed wolf stole it. Su Qingxia was still a bit giddy at this point, but with all the copyrights, that could basically be capped. She looked at Su Sun, her face full of disappointment and grief. Su Sun, is it really you? Not only did you rob Xiao Wen's endeavor, you also hit him back. When did you become so greedy and vicious? Lao Si, big sister, you still have to speak in his favor, isn't it all obvious? Su Mayan was momentarily stuck in her throat, although she was still willing to believe Su Sun. That copyright was solid evidence. For a moment, she looked helplessly at Su Sun. Xiao Sun, what's going on here? How did they get the copyright? In fact, Su Sun was also curious about where exactly Su Wen got this copyright, because he also registered the copyright 2.5 months ago and it worked. But last night he had checked on the website. Not only had the copyright belonging to him disappeared, the name of the original copyright holder belonging to him had actually changed to Su Wen. Interesting, really interesting. This Su Wen, it seems, is not that simple. Chapter 25 Ambush. Su Sun's counterattack. Alright, let's just get this over with. Since some people say that family misunderstandings don't discriminate, I won't argue with you about who's right and who's wrong. Everyone didn't expect Su Sun to actually answer like this. Su Mayan was a little disappointed. Could it really be Xiao Sun's problem today? But she had seen those evidences of Su Sun. Every one of them was painstakingly made. It was impossible to be fake. She still wanted to argue, but Su Sun suddenly dragged her down. Seeker, don't you say a word. Please watch a good show. Su Sun smiled faintly and waited for certain people to all snap. As expected, Qin Xinlan came back to her senses and immediately accused angrily. You want to turn the page? You did this kind of nasty things by what to turn over? Su Sun smiled faintly. What? Wasn't it you who said that a family should not be divided? Your good son's problem can just be dismissed as nothing, but my problem you're just holding on to? Asshole, you shut up. Seemingly having his disguise picked apart, Su Qiming angrily said. When did we say nothing happened? No matter whose problem it is, we won't condone it. Oh yeah? But it wasn't like you guys had that attitude just now, was it? Su Qiming said with a face full of anger. If it is really Xiao Wen's problem, when we get home we will punish him severely as usual. But everything has already come to light, and it is clearly your problem. In the end, it's still that we're too spoiled for you to come, making your mind so malicious. So, what do you guys want to do? Su Sun frowned slightly. What to do? Qin Xinlan snorted coldly. You are too lawless now. It is time for you to get some lessons. But we are your parents after all. You go back to receive 50 commandments to kneel for a night and this will pass. Otherwise, take the legal route. We will never protect you. Mom! Su Mayan defied the decision. Mayan, I know you're deluded. We don't blame you, but stay out of it. But, Su Sun yanked back Su Mayan and walked over to Qin Xinlan with the corners of his mouth slightly hooked up. As for that, this is not small but not big either. 50 commandments. I could be crippled, you know? You want to sue me if you don't take the punishment? You guys are trying to abolish me? Humph. I know you're trying to say we're biased, but we only recognize right and wrong. Crowning. If Su Wen is wrong today, do you still recognize right and wrong? That's natural. Su Wen stood out at this time with a kind face. Brother Seeker, if it's my problem today, even if mom and dad cover me up, I'll take the initiative to ask for forgiveness. I know you're not happy about being poked and prodded, but I didn't actually blame you. After saying that, he came straight to his parents. Mom and dad, let's forget about this. It's okay for me to suffer a little. Don't affect your family's peace. It was better if he didn't mention it, but the old couple felt even more guilty. They almost misunderstood their baby boy, and it's all because Su Sun stirred up trouble. So, no appeasement whatsoever. Xiao Wen, you've been wrongly accused like this and you're still speaking for him. You can tolerate it, but mom and dad can't swallow this. Su Sun, you get your ass home and kneel now, and we'll clean you up after we eat. Don't say we're biased. We're doing this for your own good. If it's little man's fault, we'll only be more ruthless. I hope you'll behave yourself and not make us angry again. Su Sun had undoubtedly become a target now, but what he didn't expect was that Su Baiyan came up to him at this time. Narrowing her eyes with a scowling face, Su Sun was a bit surprised. What are you looking at? Shouldn't you be on the other side looking down on us at this time? Did you really sing that? Su Baiyan spoke tentatively. What? That song belongs, really, to you? So what if it is? Hasn't it already been ruled plagiarized? Get the answer. Su Baiyan pretty face a happy. Really is you. I said that Sun pastry house so familiar. That background is not your house well. Sun Sun crisp. In reverse, is Su Sun. I'm so stupid. I should have realized it long ago. What's with the reaction? You don't mind that I'm a copycat? Su Baiyan immediately had a bang, rolled his eyes. I do not care. I only care about who sings well. So many covers did not compare to you. Su Chengxia, the so-called queen of the song, probably cannot. And I've actually always had a dream of being famous, but didn't want to bounce around as a star. You're in for it today, but I'll take you on a run later to save your dog's life, but you'll be my slave from now on, and you'll do whatever I tell you to do. Well, isn't it heartwarming? Heartbeat your ass. Su Sun nearly bounced over with a brain crash. However, he was truly surprised that Su Baiyan, who had bullied him the most since he was a child, would actually be on his side at a time like this. This is so. Are you out of your mind? Su Sun suddenly didn't want to take the blame again. Originally, he wanted to use the issue to get kicked out of the Su family, but that would be too stifling, and he really couldn't swallow that, as well as the double standard of the two forcing Den. Fulfill Su Wen and let him just take his things as a winner and go on his way. Su Sun, you're really dead set in your ways. You're really disappointing me. When it came to this, Su Qingxia was so disappointed that she was unwilling to look at Su Sun again and turned around to leave. Don't think you can get away with playing dumb? Get the hell back and wait for your punishment. One by one, the rest of the group turned around, leaving scornful glances as they went, as if they had just come over for the day to see a joke. The only ones still around were Su Mayan and Su Bainian. Su Mayan was at a loss for words. Su Bainian is still on the sidelines anxious. Quickly agree to be my slave, I saved your dog's life, and then grumble I cannot go. Quickly ha, forget about being a slave. It's not even close. With a cold snort, Su Sun shouted at the few people at the door. Hey, those guys over there, if it's really your baby boy's problem, are you sure you won't condone it? A few people were on their feet. Su Qiming turned around and frowned. What are you up to again? Just ask if you guys keep your word? Qin Shinlan subconsciously returned. Of course, a promise is a promise. Good, I hope you remember that. It's actually fine if you can't remember, but Su Sun will strike out on his own anyway. And at this time Su Wen suddenly had a bad premonition. He hurriedly opened his mouth. Mom and Dad, let's hurry to eat. But I suddenly don't want to eat Western food. Let's change the restaurant. Yoo-hoo Wendy, trying to run away are you? Qin Shinlan was immediately furious. What are you talking about? You're the one who did the wrong thing. What is Xiao Wen running for? Wendy since you wrote the song, I'm sure it has a lot of little ingenuity in it, right? The crowd was confused by the suddenness of the sentence. Su Wen's face changed slightly at this time, and he weakly said, yes, of course, those are all embedded with my good expectations. Puff. Su Sun suddenly burst out laughing. Donkey's head. Wendy you wouldn't be unaware of that, would you? You, what are you talking about? How could I not know? Su Wen forced himself to be calm. Oh, tell me then. This, what the hell can he say? The stuff was originally copied. He didn't care what other details were in it. Su Qingxia, on the other hand, realized that something was wrong at this time and looked at Su Sun in confusion. What do you mean? What do you know? What do I know? That's a lot. Why don't you read the last word of each line of the chorus in a row? Su Qingxia quickly pulled out Su Wen's handwritten manuscript to find the chorus, and when she saw the last word of each line as instructed, her face changed drastically. Sister Qingxia, the new song is a big seller. Forever Happy. What's going on? Damn, I can't believe I hid this. Su Wen's heart beat wildly, rushing out while Su Sun didn't react. Fourth sister, this is what I expected from you. I was going to wait for you to discover it on your own, but it's a pity. Su Qingxia froze. Xiao Wen, is this a hidden poem you wrote? That's for sure. It was supposed to be a song for the fourth sister. Why else would your name be on it? It's amazing that there are such brazen people in the world. Su Sun couldn't help but admire someone's cheeks that were thicker than city walls. Su Wen, your cheek is thicker than a city wall. It's not even if the copyright was gotten by you, but you actually want to grab it even though I've worked so hard to bury this one ambush in total. So why didn't you make a sound just now? Su Qingxia was just in the middle of being touched. When she heard this, she glared back fiercely. Su Sun, you're stirring up trouble again. I shouldn't have believed you. Su Wen sighed helplessly at this moment. Brother Seeker, I know you are upset, but this hidden poem was obviously left behind by me racking my brains. How can you talk about yours? Yeah, why don't you keep a few more if you're racking your brains? Is it because you can't find a place to steal them? Brother Seek, you don't understand. This one ambush is already the limit. In the case of not affecting the lyrics can only leave this one place. I can't help it. This is the lyric you've been writing for years, and there's only one ambush in the whole song? Are you sure you wrote the song at this level? Su Wen nodded and humbly said, yes, my ability is indeed weak. This one place alone has almost exhausted my brain. My level is indeed average. Yeah, and what if I find out the second ambush out? What? Su Wen blurted out. Chapter 26, the truth comes out. Su Sun's heart, realizing that he had gotten excited. It had to be said that Su Wen did panic at this point. It's not enough to get laid out with one set. It's actually one set after another. If he, the creator, couldn't even tell his own vox pops, he would be met with skepticism, even if he had a copyright. Just when he was at a loss for words, Su Sun laughed out once again, his tone hanging with undisguised sarcasm. Wendy, just kidding with you. Look at you nervous. At these words, Su Wen's heart was relieved, but there was still a fine sweat on his forehead, and he smiled awkwardly. Brother Seek is really good at joking. I told you that I wrote my own song. How can there still be something I don't know? And thanks to that I thought about pondering for half a day. Really? You wrote a song without realizing that it also has your fourth sister's debut day in it. Could it be that you are the legendary genius? Su Wen was now completely confused. It turned out that he had been in the middle of someone else's trap. He was stiff and could only watch as Su Sun took out the original manuscript. Su Sun smiled playfully at him and walked over to Su Qingxia with the lyrics in hand, pointing to a section of the lyrics on it and said, The Qingxia here refers not to the cool summer, but to your name Qingxia, and the stroke of the lyrics at the back is, that's right, fourth sister. In fact, this stroke count is your debut day. At this time, Su Wen's brain had never been so flexible. He understood what Su Sun meant and without the slightest hesitation directly jumped ahead to answer. He could only beat a dead horse now. He snatched the lyrics from Su Sun's hand, scanned the passage he just referred to, and silently counted the strokes of the next few words. October 14th. There are too many strokes in the back to count. However, he heard Qin Xinlan said, Su Qingxia is a summer talent show debut, the afternoon of the national live choice out of the champion, and that day is 1:34 p.m. On the stage, so that particular time to locate the commemoration of last year's family also celebrated for this. In just a few seconds, Su Wen thought of the wording. October 14th at 13:34, this is the time when fourth sister was on stage at that time, and the Shunsui happiness at the back is actually a wish for you, fourth sister, to have a smooth and happy career. Finishing in one breath, Su Wen couldn't help but admire his own brain. It could even be rounded back. Su Sun, after all, I am the one who is good at chess. However, he finished his sentence for a while, but didn't get the desired reaction. A wave of bad premonition came over him, and he turned his head to meet Su Sun's smiling eyes. He panicked and rushed to speak. Fourth sister, isn't your debut time 13:34? It's... Su Qingxia's face was expressionless and her tone did not fluctuate in the slightest. Scared me. I thought I had misremembered my fourth sister's big day. Su Wen's face was not red, and he felt that everything had been finalized. But who knows? A sudden inquiry made him completely shatter his illusions. Su Qingxia, now you should understand, right? What do you mean, brother seeker? Su Wen froze, and then revealed an aggrieved look towards Su Qingxia. Fourth sister, are you still unwilling to believe me after all this? If it's true that I lied, then I'm willing to have my face swollen by someone. With a slap sound, a clear slap mark appeared on Su Wen's face. Su Wen was confused and had an incredulous look on his face. Fourth sister, you actually hit me. At this time, Qin Xinlan also rushed to protect Su Wen behind her, saying in dissatisfaction, Xia, why are you hitting your brother? If you want to hit, you should also hit that lying bastard Su Sun. Su Qingxia didn't bother with Qin Xinlan, just grimaced and glared fiercely at her own brother, whom she trusted immensely. Su Wen, tell me the truth. This song, did you write it or not? Su Wen was aggrieved. Of course, I know fourth sister doesn't believe that an uneducated person like me would write such words, but I have solid evidence. I even have the copyright. I really didn't lie. Good. Su Qingxia was so angry that she laughed, suddenly feeling like a clown being toyed with. She gritted her teeth and said angrily, say that again. What is October 14th? It's your debut day, fourth sister. I even know the exact time of commemoration. Didn't you just admit it, fourth sister? Yes, the time is indeed right, but... Su Qingxia's words stuttered, then suddenly growled. October 14th isn't even my debut day. It's my birthday. What? Su Wen's entire body was instantly dumbfounded. How can it be a birthday after all this time? It's obviously the day of the birth. Just then, he heard Su Sun's soft laugh. It was a moment when he understood it all. One is screwed. Completely and utterly screwed. Every time you think you've stepped out of the trap, what you can actually see is that people are doing it on purpose. Su Wen gritted his teeth, his heart repressed beyond measure. Su Sun, what a deep mind. Enough fun. It's time for everything to end. Su Sun slowly stepped forward and smiled bashfully at everyone. Guys, is there something you're not getting? It doesn't matter. The simple fact of the matter is that Su Wen is the one who plagiarized. I don't know how you managed to copyright me all, but it doesn't matter. What's not yours isn't yours after all. Wendy in fact, count the strokes of the first two words on the line, the back of the snake to add secluded words do not know even if. How strokes can still count wrong. The key to count right is also useless because I left those two words of coined words. That Shunsui happy is peaceful and Shunsui happy birthday, because that's what I planned to give her for her birthday. Su Wen, Su Wen, you're being smart. It's funny. Well, without further ado, I've seen enough drama, and it's time for the farce to end. Su Sun turned around and took out a bunch of manuscripts from his briefcase, then walked over to Su Qingxia and dumped them directly on her. Check it out, especially every part with a clear summer, and the end of the chorus. Su Qingxia was lost in thought as she picked up those papers from the ground, and when she saw the contents inside gradually turned into shock and hard feelings. These 4 pieces of paper are actually lyrics, and they are no less than the song Belong. The 2 words after each psyche are invariably 10 and 14 strokes, and the last word of each verse of the chorus is linked to a blessing about her. When she saw the titles of the songs, all that was left in her heart was a strong sourness, because the titles of the 4 songs are Crisp, Cool Summer, Her, Bright Future. If you count the song belonging together, It's a bright future belonging to Su Qingxia. Su Qingxia fell into stagnant disorientation. The hands holding the paper trembled slightly, and a stuffy feeling came from her chest. Turns out, he was the one with the red eyes. I can't believe I was deluded enough to hurt the one person who has always been good to me. Su-wen saw the situation is not good. Once again in a hurry. Seek brother. It turns out that I lost those. Snap. The sound of Su-wen. Put away that little mind of yours. Su-mayan knew that Su-wen had been staring at him dishonestly for a long time, so she directly went forward and threw a big ear scrape to interrupt him. Su Qingxiao was also furious. Seeing someone still wanting to fish in troubled waters also gave Su-wen a slap without mercy. She glared over fiercely. She had lost all her face today, and it was all because of Su-wen. Today's various things can even be described as aiding and abetting. Su-sun has been thinking of herself, but she is making things difficult for others. She doesn't even know how to go back to face Su-sun. Su-wen covered his cheeks with an aggrieved face, and was just about to say something when another slap was thrown over. He was confused, looking at the expressionless Su Baiyan in front of him, and said in disbelief, "Fifth sister? I didn't provoke you, did I? Why are you hitting me?" At that moment, Su Baiyan's tongue lolled out and said in a somewhat quirky manner, "Sorry, watching big sister and the girls do it was a momentary smooth. He. After this incident, the crowd was not in the mood to eat. Su Qiming felt a sudden headache and took Su-wen and the rest of the people to leave in a hurry, even directly changing a hotel to eat. Su watching all transparent people, she secretly glad that she did not speak disorderly stand, or else she will have to lose face today. Before leaving, Su Qingxia glanced at Su-sun somewhat guiltily, but she didn't say anything more, but silently packed up the manuscript on the table and prepared to leave. Everyone was angry now, and when she got home she'd find a way to make up for it, and in the meantime, she wouldn't let these few songs of Su-sun's go to waste on her. But what she didn't expect was that Su-sun's determination far exceeded her imagination. "Stop, you're walking away. Who told you to take my stuff?" Su Qingxiao was stunned at his words. "But isn't this what you wrote to me?" "Oh, before, but now, you deserve it too." Chapter 27, all these years have been wasted on you. They've all left. What are you still doing here? Looking at Su Baiyan who was lingering on the side, Su-sun instantly raised a sense of vigilance. Su Baiyan just hemmed and hawed. "Of course dinner? Can't come for nothing, right? Dinner? Aren't they going to dinner too? Why don't you follow? I just love eating here. Can't I have lunch with my big sister? It's your turn to be the one to take it." Humph. The food was already served, and Su Baiyan feasted on it. Su-sun also ate with gusto. Only Su-mayan was a bit listless, and everything she ate was tasteless, because this time, she finally saw how difficult it was for Su-sun to move in this family. Originally, the sisters have a lot of neglect of Su-sun, parents and strict education. It can be said that Su-sun in this family is already difficult enough. Since Su-wen returned, that is even worse. It was also since then that Su-sun went from being originally disobedient to being what everyone called morally corrupt, a cock tease, and disliked by everyone, generally speaking, who would show up with relatives when talking about business, especially when it was about a dispute. How could she not understand what today's sudden appearance of her parents meant? The parents were enticed to come and watch the play, but the proposer was again her, the fourth sister, so that no one could see the crooked ideas, coupled with Su-wen's various greaseballs and backtracking. If not for the final key flip, I'm afraid that I won't be able to wash off that stain in this life. This brother of his heart is actually so deep. It would be fine if this kind of mind was used in the right way, but it went astray. It could be said that after everything that had just happened, Su-mayan's last trace of goodwill towards Su-wen was gone. The more she kissed her brother, the harder it was for her to accept that her brother was actually the kind of person with a corrupt character. It's not simply jealousy, it's a desire to destroy the family. Most importantly, there was also nothing at all in Su-sun that was worth being jealous of. The Su family villa. Su-sun, several people in Su Qingxia's group went home one after another back and forth. After that kind of thing happened, Su Qiming's face was a bit ugly. Although he could still pretend to be smiling when facing Su-wen, he could still see the embarrassment after seeing Su-sun and Su-mayan. And Qin Xinlan didn't seem to care about right and wrong, because of Su-wen's pitiful complaints. Instead, she felt that her son was really pitiful. For a person who has not been loved by his father and mother since childhood, it is understandable that he is afraid of losing the favor of his parents to make some coquettish behavior. Su-wen did not even cry. Hard to squeeze out a few tears while Qin Xinlan bluffed heartbroken, but also for him to Su Qingxia said good words. It was just that Su Qingxia was so infuriated that she didn't want to take care of it at all. However, it was as if everyone had an unspoken agreement that this would just go away. And as for the matter of pursuing responsibility, no one even mentioned it. However, just when Su-wen was assured of victory, Su-sun's appearance directly shattered his illusions. A few of you can't not remember what was said, can you? What about someone's harsher punishment than mine? Wouldn't think I'd just let it go without mentioning it, would you? Suwon's face changed, burying his head at Qin Shinlan's shoulder, choking his voice. Mom, I don't want to make things difficult for you guys. This time it's really my fault. You guys don't blame brother later. When Qin Shinlan heard this, she couldn't help it. She couldn't even wait to spoil her own son. How could he let a bully take over the nest? She stroked Suwen's head and comforted. Don't worry, it's not his turn to be in charge of this family. No one can bully you with mom and dad around. Ms. Qin, forgetting your words of one word so soon? But it doesn't matter. I'll do my own justice. Qin Shinlan's face changed. What are you doing? And what did you call me? You uneducated thing. Okay, I'll show you more uneducated. Just as Susun moved, Su Qiming let out a loud cry that resounded throughout the villa. Adverse son, you still don't want to make enough trouble, do you? After this is over, I'll give you tens of thousands of dollars in allowance to compensate you. Susun simply speechless. Want, in the end, who was making trouble? After that kind of thing happened, if he wasn't careful, he could lose his reputation and be caught in a lawsuit. While Suwon was able to take something that didn't belong to him and rise to the top in one step, the Su family is very big, not to mention that he is not even a few $1,000,000, tens of thousands of dollars to send a beggar. Sorry, my decision is the decision. Today, you can't stop me. Susun also no longer nonsense. Today directly in front of the whole family will Suwon beat up. He did not believe that the two old things can still endure. I must be driven myself today. I must finish the job and go home. In full view of everyone, Susun directly pulled Suwon away from Qin Shinlan's arms with one hand, a fist directly on Suwon's face to hit the stiffness. A few slaps again quickly fell to hit the control, and again pressed Suwon's head hard, knocked on the coffee table to hit the damage. Suwon was already dazed under a set of consecutive moves, and it was only a matter of seconds. The crowd was full of shock, and Qin Shinran yelled that she was going to go forward to protect it. Liu, however, it was just a slap. Susun directly slapped her to the sofa and laid her down. Sins. Su Qiming was furious, but just before he reached the front he was smacked by a smooth slap that sent him backward. At this time, Su Qiming's chest seemed to have a gushing volcano. He was feeling that Suwon did something wrong today was good, but compared to that, he was more unable to accept that his majesty was ignored by others. Besides, he had already given compensation, so what more does this sinner want? Are you guys dead? Why don't you hurry up and come forward to stop him? Su Qiming growled angrily at a few stunned women. Su Wanchang and Su Qingxia were startled and subconsciously went forward to pull someone, but Susun's body seemed to be as heavy as 1,000 pounds, actually not moving at all, just a foot on Su Wen's back, the corner of his mouth hanging like a smile. Su Qingxia, you're really you've been tricked into being a little cutie, and you're still protecting your baby brother? Su Qingxia was said to have a stiff face. She was indeed angry at Su Wen, but this was not a reason for Su Sun to take the opportunity to ridicule. Especially that sentence, "Are you worthy of it?" still reverberates in her all mind. She has never been so humiliated in her life. Su Sun, don't be so smug here. One size fits all. At least I won't take the opportunity to cause trouble. Yeah, you've forgotten so quickly what your wonderful parents said themselves? I'm just honoring a promise they made to me. Do you think I should just put up with it? Su Qingxia was suddenly stuck in her throat. Yes, in their own encounter with this kind of thing, if they do not get justice for fear that it will be more out of control. Their own blood was robbed and cannot prove it. Think of it, to feel suffocated. Seeing the oldest four silent, Su Wanqing had to come out and round the stage. Xiao Sun, you calm down first, okay? Give second sister a face. I'll compensate you for this if mom and dad don't give you an explanation. You lose your foot first. Su Sun sniffed and glanced back. You have no face to speak of with me. You barrister helping these two idiots to crusade. I haven't even looked for you to settle the score. If you hadn't not said anything at that time, I would have even beaten you together. The moment these words came out, Su Wanqing hadn't said anything yet, and Su Qiming, the father, completely exploded. Sinner, are you going to turn against heaven today? Su Sun coldly grunted. That's right, I'm just against it. Crazy, you're just crazy. Whatever you say, right now it's just my little fight. If it really comes to a time when I'm not crazy, then your entire Su family will be gone. Sins. After snarling, Su Qiming glared fiercely at both Su Mayan and Su Banian. When else are you two going to watch the show? Give me the opportunity to go forward and pull him back. Su Mayan wrapped her hands around her chest, glanced coldly and then turned her head away. If you make a mistake, you have to be punished. This is what you taught me since I was a child. Dad, asshole. Seeing that the boss couldn't say anything, Su Qiming directly stepped forward and tugged on Su Banian's arm, saying angrily, then you go. Go with your second and fourth sister to pull people away. Of course Su Banian was unwilling to stir up this mess, and while she kept struggling to back away, she revealed a pitiful look of panic. Dad, don't yank me. I don't dare. I'm afraid he'll even beat me up. Besides, what strength do I have for a weak woman? Dad, how do you not get on yourself? Su Qiming two eyes rolled, nearly back over the gas. At this time he really want to say, so many years really white pain you. Chapter 28. He himself has not been driven out of the rightful owner, has been driven out of the rightful owner. I was wrong. I'll never dare again. Please let me go. What's wrong with it? Explain to me instead how the copyrights that belong to me came into your possession. That I can think about. Not going to say it, are you? Then crack me up. The air was filled with the whistling and snapping of the ruler on the body, even if no one stood up for him. So what? Su-sun finally gave Su-wen an unforgettable punishment, and smacked Su-wen behind his back with a ruler a dozen times in front of everyone. Why was it only a dozen times? Because Su-wen directly couldn't carry it and fainted. Really can't help but hit. Su-sun was a bit unfulfilled. In fact, he didn't even exert any effort, not realizing how this one D of his couldn't help but fight. As for the consequences, they are not at all to be feared. It didn't matter even if he was taken to jail. After all, once the Su family severed their ties he could return to his original world, which was the reason he acted without fear. It's up to what the Sos should choose. Also, as he expected, this time the fuss was bigger than any other time in the past, and Su Qiming and Qin Shilan were completely in a rage. Little, are you trying to beat little one to death? I will not let you off. Qin Shilan was in a rage, holding the unconscious Su-wen while hissing at the rushing Su Qiming. Call the police for me. I want this little to pay the price. Su-sun didn't think so, and even had a disdainful look on his face. Call the police? We just lost our hands in a fight between brothers. What can you do about calling the police? Suddenly, his voice lapsed. But well, if you are willing to sever the relationship to drive me out of the Su family, then I really can't go back to heaven. But I guess you can't afford to give it up. It doesn't matter. The good days ahead are still long. Sins. Those words were undoubtedly like pouring gasoline on a barrel of dynamite. Su-sun. This bastard not only beat up their precious son, but actually said such outrageous words, when they really can't give it up. Su Qiming laughed back in anger. The gaze cast at Su-sun was full of coldness. Do you really think you are important in this family? Oh, isn't it? Su-sun asked rhetorically with a smile. Well, since you don't know what's important, I'll make you. Today. Dad, that's enough. Boss, you shut up. I don't. No one can kick Seeker out. Su-sun's eyelids fluttered. Bad. This dead woman came to spoil my good deed again. Without saying a word, he directly rushed forward to cover his mouth. But now Su-mayan still grabbed the first step to open her mouth. If you kick him out then I'll go too. There will be no one left to run the company. Woo. You give me shut up, okay? Su-sun was simply convinced, helplessly smiling stiffly at Su Qiming. Don't listen to your eldest daughter's nonsense. Hurry up if you want to do something. You won't really be able to give me up, right? But he looked at Su Qiming's sudden silence. He couldn't have really been bluffed, could he? Su-sun. And to the side, Qin Shilan was furious and yelled, Su Qiming, hurry up and kick this bastard out of the Su family. I'll see how he's still rampant. No. When these words came out, not only did Su-sun freeze, Qin Shilan also froze. Su, do you know what you're saying? I said no. Not yet. Although the Su family has so many daughters and sons, the only ones who can take on a big role are the oldest Su-mayan and the oldest three outside. The oldest three in dead and not willing to merchants. Now the heavy responsibility is on Su-mayan. Can be said that Su-wen did not come back before Su-mayan is the Su family heir to cultivate, and she is not ashamed of the attention of the people. Under her leadership to make Su once turn to safety, and even step by step towards glory. Su Qiming old. Now the big task are in Su-mayan one head. If she is gone will be no one can have his large Su and where to go. Even if we have to go, at least it's not now. Su Qiming really angry. When in order to consolidate the position of the Su family in the group has been the implementation of family control. A time cannot find a suitable candidate. Found also do not rest assured. So, today this anger can only be endured first. At least until Su-wen has a climate. Su Qiming clenched his fists. His heart vaguely had a decision. But before that, boss, are you really going to disobey your parents for him? Su-mayan couldn't speak with her mouth covered. But Su Qiming still saw the answer in her determined eyes. He knew the character of his own boss better than anyone else, being stubborn and even a bit paranoid, and never changing what he had decided. Now he understood it all. Boss, don't blame Dad for being cruel when the time comes. Fine, since you're going to give up your whole family for him alone, you two stay and we'll go. And no? Su-sun was a bit confused. What does this mean? How come the plot is a bit off? At Su Qiming's command, the crowd went back to their rooms and began to simply pack their bags. By the looks of it, I'm afraid it's really going to go. No? What do you guys mean by that? Why aren't you leaving before I do? What's wrong with you? Su Qiming gritted his teeth. Don't be complacent. You can be protected for a while but not for a lifetime. I'm not smug, am I? Do I really want to leave? Why don't you guys just say something and kick me out of the house and be done with it? The more so said to undoubtedly add fuel to the fire. Su Qiming felt that this family cannot stay, sooner or later to be angry to death. Anyway, wherever people are is home. This house will be cheap for Su Sun first. Su Qiming didn't bother to respond, but instead looked at Su Baiyan and asked, Old Five? Everyone's things are packed, don't you have anything to bring? Forget it, if you don't bring it, the big deal is to buy it again. Let's go. I wasn't planning on leaving. Well, you weren't planning on buying. No? You didn't plan on what? Su Baiyan lowered her head and snapped her fingers, weakly saying, That, I said I won't go. Su Baiyan. Su Qi's name was so angry that it was even if the boss was against him, but the oldest five was actually here to make trouble out of nothing. I don't care if you want to or not. You have to go today. I don't want. I want to stay with my big sister, the mouth said to accompany big sister, but the person hid behind Su Sun and shivered. Su Qiming was exasperated and laughed. Fine. Accompany your big sister, right? Then you'll always accompany her from now on. Nian, listen to Mom, come over here. Shut up, no shouting at her, we'll go on our own. Forced by Su Qiming's obscenity, all but the Villa 3 left the Su family, but just after leaving the house Su Qiming regretted it. This is my home. If I want to leave, it's the three of them. Why should I drag my family along? On Su Sun's side, things happened so fast and so suddenly that he didn't even react a bit. He was just trying to complete his mission and go home. How come he drove the rightful owner away instead of leaving? What a thing to call it. And it was all because of Su Mayan. Su Sun stiffened and twisted his head, literally having the urge to strangle her. What's it called? No one asks for you when you're together, but you're late before you leave? Seeing Su Sun's ugly face, Su Mayan held his hand and smiled warmly like a spring breeze. Seeker, don't feel bad. I'll get everyone to drop their preconceptions and accept you. Su Sun was laughed at by the whole thing. He decided that he really wanted to strangle this woman in front of him. Su Mayan, Chapter 29 Beauty. You don't want to be found out, right? What's wrong? Looking at Su Sun, who took the initiative to extend his hands, Su Mayan directly went forward to give a big hug. Su Sun's arm just rested on his shoulder, frozen in midair, a stiff smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, his heart breathlessly wanting to die. He's tired, is really tired of his heart. Can it be that you've got the key to the problem wrong? You have to solve Su Mayan first to achieve your goal? Ugh, I'm tired, I'll go up and rest. Su Sun went upstairs, ready to think about what to do next. After living for so many lifetimes, he would never allow anything to go wrong in this last life. Home, it's a must. Alas, if you're wrong, you won't be trusted. And if you're right, you won't be understood. Mom and Dad are so biased. It must be very hard for Xiao Sun this time. Su Baiyan, why do I get the feeling that the person he's having a hard time with is you? Big sister? What's this nonsense? Little Seeker isn't unintelligent. After all, I'm the only one who's on his side. Let's just say, could that be the reason? Nonsense. Shut the up. As things happened over and over again, Su Mayan realized again and again the horror of her parents' eccentricity, even ignoring right and wrong because of it. Just watching from the sidelines can be suffocating, while the figure leaving in front of you has been through so many years. If you could have paid some attention in the past, would you not have developed to the point where you are now? The Su family villa had so many people missing all of a sudden, and for a while it really felt a bit cold and quiet. Su Sun originally thought that the two-old den is a moment of anger away from home. It will not take 2 days, will come back. The results of people really do not come back. After all, it's not like the Su family has more than one villa to live in. So in the past few days, Su Sun cleared up a lot, but he also felt a little bit of emptiness. All day long the company home, both living that ordinary life of office workers, used to fantasize about these, but at present this is not the result he wants. Still have to mess with things. Nyan. Hey. At the dinner table, Su Sun suddenly cast a mischievous gaze to his side, and a strange laugh escaped his lips. Su Baiyan's heart thumped, and she was so scared that she dropped her bread on the table. What are you doing? I advise you not to mess around. Big sister is still watching in front of us. You think I would be afraid of her? Why don't you leave when they're all gone? Yakking all day long, don't you love to go against me? Look at my Vajra finger. In an instant, Su Baiyan only felt as if her back was being drilled by an electric drill, causing her to jump in place. You asshole, I'll fight you. After a miserable scream, Su Baiyan jumped to Su Sun as a set of crazy chaotic grab. Su Sun obediently pulled, directly set up on the leg is snapping whip down. At the same time also did not forget to cast a mocking gaze towards Su Mayan. It seems to be saying, I've punched your sister in the face, so why don't you hurry up and react a little? Well, no, why are you still smiling? Su Sun was confused. Su Mayan didn't even get angry. Why was there some gloating? What he didn't know was that not only did Su Mayan not get angry, but she felt a rapport in the two. The two who grew up with the worst of it are now getting more and more rowdy, but they're also talking more and more, and it's nice to have a bit of a fight. She realized that Su Sun's personality had changed, no longer as silent as before, becoming much more cheerful, whereas in the past you would just hold back any grievances. Nowadays you don't suffer any, which isn't really a bad thing, and she can also see that Su Sun's surface is nothing to find trouble. In fact, not at all ruthless. Last time the fifth sister was beaten to get out of bed. In fact, most of them are also pretending. What Su Sun had targeted had actually been his parents and Su Wen, his own brother. Alas, when on earth will the family unravel this knot? After a bit of fooling around, it was time to go to the office. The only one person in the family, Su Baiyan, the idle person also in the clamor for revenge along to the Su. Speaking of which, Su Baiyan also rarely came to her own company, and few people knew her. The fact that he came here and mixed with Su Sun to touch the fish immediately attracted the attention of many people, especially certain people with bad intentions. When Xiao, I saw Su Sun. Not only was he late but he also brought someone from outside into the company and is now chatting away in the lounge area. Good. Continue to keep an eye on it. It's best to find a way to head to let my sister know that I, Su, will never leave people who fish in muddy waters. Okay Suan. I will definitely find a way to have the president come over to arrest him personally. At the corner of the rest area, a middle-aged man with a bloated body was there for a long time watching. Su Sun waited for so many days and finally waited for Su Wen to make a move, but he was afraid that sending only a pig's head over wouldn't be of much use. Ugh, it's no fun. What did you say? What did I say? Did you just say it's not fun? You took advantage of me and you said it wasn't fun? I don't care. You're going to beat me back. Su Sun was speechless. The dead girl actually dared to lock his own throat. He turned around and pressed the person on his lap. I'm warning you, don't make me rule you at work, bastard. You took advantage of me and I'm going to get back at you. Don't talk nonsense here. It's okay to slander my character, but you're actually questioning my aesthetics. Su Baiyan's beautiful eyes glared at what she heard, and she fluttered to get up. You asshole, you actually dare to look down on me. You clearly are. Otherwise why don't you hit somewhere else? This you have wronged me. Do not hit the meaty place to hit your face. If there are any traces left behind, you will fight with me, or hit you in the back? You'd hate me even more if you were paralyzed? Or maybe hit you on all fours? But then I'm afraid that if you're not careful, you won't even be able to walk or hold chopsticks. Still, it's a good idea to switch it up, and you've got quite a bit of meat in certain places, so next time I'll beat that up. But don't cry when I do, said Su Sun, his thighs lurching a bit, and letting out an impish chuckle. Su Baiyan instantly understood where she was talking about, and instantly became furious with her pretty face turning red. You asshole, I'll fight you today. For this Su Sun did not think, but who knows, the next second a sharp pain came from her arm. Su Baiyan actually hugged her arm and gnawed on it. I'll go. You're a dog. Taking advantage of this gap, Su Baiyan directly had turned over to sit on the master, while Su Sun diseased to kill him, holding his shoulders on the big mouth bite down. If not for Su Sun's quick reaction, that bite would have been the neck. Su Baiyan, are you going to bite me to death? Bastard. Who told you to bully me? Su Baiyan said vaguely. Su Sun was furious. Loosen your mouth first. Don't force me to really beat you up. Come on. If you dare to make a move, I'll bite a piece of your flesh off even if I die. Just then, an unfamiliar voice with a sneer entered the ears of the two. What a passionate little couple. So pressed in public? The two of them sniffed and looked, only to see a middle-aged fat man holding a cell phone and snapping away. Su Baiyan immediately changed her face, and did not care that Su Sun went forward to seize the person's cell phone. Of course, the fat man would not be as expected, and with a sideways dodge he snatched the pull and said with an evil smile on his face, "This pretty girl, you wouldn't want your nasty business in public to be discovered, would you?" Chapter 30, Su Baiyan being bullied. Backstage competition. If not you, who? Do we know you? The fat man smiled smugly. My humble self, Xu Guliang. It's Su's department head. I didn't recognize it before, but don't I recognize it now? Upon seeing Su Baiyan's looks, a flash of amazement appeared in Zhu Guoliang's eyes. The most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life was Su Mayan, who was the president of the company. But Su Mayan didn't smile and could only be seen from afar. And this woman in front of her actually has a face value that is not similar to Su Mayan's. And the key is also quirky and not so high and cold. Wouldn't it be a waste for a woman like that to be the girlfriend of a tiny intern? Xu Guoliang heart unusually pleased. He is Su's supervisor. For this kind of unseen little girl is not a handful. Pretty girl, do you want to follow me? You'll have to worry about your life if you follow him as a small intern. But you'll have everything you want if you follow me. I see that your clothes aren't cheap. so can he bite the bullet and buy one for you that will always give you what you want? Su Baiyan was furious. Where in the world was this oddball? It's not even if this fat bastard misunderstands his relationship with Su Sun. He actually treats her as some kind of snobbish gold-digging girl. Dead fatso, I advise you to get lost. Otherwise don't force me to be rude to you. At that moment, Zhu Guliang seemed to have heard a big joke. Beauty, you come to my Su's privately would have violated the rules. Our Mr. Yan's eyes are the most intolerant of sand. You don't want your boyfriend to lose his job because of you, right? Su Sun coldly interrupted. Just to be clear, she and I are not a couple. I can't look at her. Su Sun, what do you mean? Su Baiyan heart unconvinced. Their own body to have a body, to have a face value. In the end were the poor actually be so disliked? At a time like this, even if you don't agree with each other, you're actually looking down on yourself. ING asshole. I'll get you later. Bastard. Haven't you been quite cross all this time? You now give me a beating on this pig head. In the face of the order, Su Sun directly a blank stare. What's it got to do with me? It's you they're looking at, not me. You asshole. Alright, don't act here. I can film the scene just now. It's useless to try to pretend you don't recognize him. Zhu Guliang rubbed his hands together and said excitedly, originally, I was planning to report that kid's disciplinary offense, but now I've changed my mind. Don't just need it. You just report it. Interrupting people to talk who will not. Su Baiyan do not bother to pay attention to this dead fat mouthful of threats. She would like to see, in the end, who will be the last laugh. They are just a little low profile. Actually someone dared to ride on their own head. Really forget the feat of this building last name. Zhu Guliang was stunned and said doubtfully, aren't you afraid that your boyfriend will lose his job because of you? Our Mr. Yan is very strict. I'm not really afraid. He's at least Su Baiyan suddenly turned back. That what are you doing in the company? Assistant to the president. Right, assistant to the president. Su Baiyan instantly bottomed out. He's at least a president's assistant, and you have the power to fire him even as a tiny supervisor? If normal Zhu Guliang really do not have the courage. After all, Su Sun just entered the company directly from the ordinary staff into the president's assistant, but he knows that there is no backstage he does not believe. How can dare to move the president of the people? But behind him is the president of the family's own brother. Is the young master of the Su family? In front of the Su Sun backstage again hard than the Wen Xiao? As an older sister, Mr. Yan doesn't want to help his own brother. Does he want to help this outsider? Oh little girl. So what if the president's assistant? A mistake still needs to be disciplined. I as the head of personnel have the power to eliminate the existence of all muckraking. So what if Mr. Yan knows? If I say fire this kid he'll have to get the hell out. But as long as you're willing to have dinner with me, then all of this isn't non-negotiable hee. After enduring for so long, Su Baiyan finally couldn't help herself and violently raised her hand to fling a slap on that fat pig face. Zhu Guliang himself was confused. He was beaten? Beaten by a dead girl? Asterisk. Don't you dare hit me. Su Han save me. Seeing that fat body grabbing towards her, Su Baiyan was so scared that she hurriedly hid behind Su Sun. Kid, hurry up and get out of my way, or I'll even beat you up. Alright, go ahead. Su Sun got up from the chair, smiled and made a gesture of invitation. Zhu Guliang smiled in satisfaction, the corners of his mouth hooking up in triumph. Su Baiyan heard this but she was shocked, so scared that she hugged Su Sun's arm and didn't let go of her hand, and her mouth also cursed. Quickly, you quickly help me to stop him, or I'm not finished with you. As for being so afraid, you're still afraid of your own staff? If you really can't, why don't you ask your big sister to come and treat him? I know that too, but the point is that my big sister isn't here. Come on, he's coming over. Su Baiyan then dodged around Su Sun, and Zhu Guliang just kept chasing after him. She fled, he chased, and she couldn't get away. After all, his size was limited, and Zhu Guliang was exhausted and panting in no time. Both of them are just deliberately trying to trick the old man. Asterisk. How dare you hide? I'll make you look good later. Su Baiyan gritted her teeth. Dead piggy, I'm Su Muyan's own sister. I'll make you look good when my sister comes later. Oh joke. The Su family's fifth young lady is a lady of the world who can't leave the house and is well protected by the Su family. How could it be that you're such a mouthy and incredibly spirited dead girl? Don't you dare scold me. You'll be finished when my big sister comes over. Well, you pair of dogs and girls are still pretending. Later on when Mr. Yan comes over and sees that someone in the company is causing trouble, I'll see how you'll end up. As soon as the words left his mouth, there was a pfft. Zhu Guliang was actually kicked straight out a few meters away. Su Baiyan was dumbfounded and was shocked beyond belief as he watched Su Sun's action of closing his feet. Did Su Sun kick him? A kick that could send a 200-pound fat man several meters away? Blurry eyes. It must be a blurry eye. At this moment, Zhu Guliang felt his stomach turn over, making him furious, but he could only cover his stomach and curl up on the ground cursing under his breath. As the shouting and cursing grew louder and louder, it also attracted a number of onlookers. Many people thought that Su Sun and Su Baiyan were new employees, and they could not help but show sympathetic looks to the two of them, because this Zhu Guliang was notoriously difficult to deal with, and this time, being beaten up would definitely not let up. A few of the female colleagues who knew Su Sun were startled at the sight. Su Sun, you didn't hit this, did you? Su Sun shook his head. I didn't hit him. Phew, that's good. I thought he was kicked by me. What? The few people in front of them were instantly dumbfounded, and they had the same expression as if they had seen a ghost. Xiao Sua, you are new here, may not know. He is the chief manager of the personnel department. Zhu, the deputy manager of the group, is also his own uncle. You are in trouble. There is still such a layer of relationship? Su Sun laughed, not putting it on his mind, but twisted his head to look at Su Baiyan on the side. It's fine. Everything has this one beside me to set things right for me. It's all because she moved first. Her? The crowd turned their gazes to Su Baiyan, seemingly not understanding what a little girl was capable of solving. Su Baiyan's pretty face was green for a while, but she also didn't expect Su Sun to sell herself just like that. You asshole, even if you don't help me, you're dumping it on me. I helped. Didn't I kick his ass for you? Ouch. Why are you so annoying? Not caring about the presence of bystanders, Su Baiyan was so angry that she jumped on her feet and went up to whack people. If she didn't take advantage of Su Sun today, she was afraid that she would be able to hold this breath in her stomach for the rest of her life. At this time, the most difficult than Zhu Guliang themselves have been beaten into such. These two bastards actually have two in this flirting. You too. I won't spare you. I will not let you go. Hearing this, Su Baiyan was not willing to show weakness. Come on, make it look like who's afraid of you. I'd like to see who dares to touch me in this building. Good. I'll see if I can move you. As the words fell, a cold snort accompanied by a thick voice rang in the ears of the crowd, only to see a middle-aged man with a serious face walk coldly in front of Su Baiyan. You're the one who was just mouthing off, daring to hit my nephew. Let's see if this assistant manager of mine has the power to move you today. Just when the crowd thought that everything could not be undone to hold a sympathetic gaze, another cold voice then rang out. Assistant manager Zhu, what a big bully, but you really don't have it today. The visitor was none other than Su Mayan, who had received a disturbance and hurriedly arrived. Seeing her big sister's appearance, Su Baiyan fiercely zipped into her arms as if she had seen a savior, and said pitifully, Big sister, you finally came. If you don't come today, your sister will be bullied to death. What? Big sister? The crowd was shocked. Chapter 31, being outside the scene. Su Wen, what the hell is going on? It can't be that you're bullying others based on your status, right? Su Mayan knew Su Baiyan's jumpy and bossy nature, and couldn't help but feel that she was the one making more trouble. Su Baiyan that called her wronged. Aggrieved, I did not. Obviously the dead fat first harassed me. Do not agree to still want to take action against me. Big sister, you quickly give me the lord. What? Wasn't this bullying men and women? Su Mayan would never allow such a thing to happen under her management. Her eyes angrily cast at the culprit. Supervisor Chu, won't you come out and explain? Zhu Guliang's face was ashen, and he was terrified inside. Su's is a family private enterprise. The old chairman of the board of directors, unless major decisions basically do not show up. It can be said that Su Muyan is the real boss of the company. Something chairman of the father have to listen to her opinion. This girl actually didn't lie. A moment of molestation of the woman is actually the boss's sister. If you know earlier to give him 10 guts, also dare not hit the idea. Seeing that Zhu Guliang was too scared to speak, Zhu Dahai, who was the eldest uncle, had to come out and round the stage. Mr. Yen, this might just be a misunderstanding. Supervisor Zhu also just saw an outsider entering the company and performing certain indecent acts before coming out to stop it. I didn't expect it to be Ms. Five herself. It's all a misunderstanding. Zhu Guliang froze at his words. He hadn't informed his eldest uncle either. How did he know about this? Big. Zhu Dahai interrupted. Chief Zhu, do you think I'm right? Right. How could Zhu Guliang not know that his eldest uncle was excusing himself? So he simply stopped talking. Su Mayan, however, was very dissatisfied with this answer, as it was not the answer she wanted at all. Assistant manager Zhu, I know that Supervisor Zhu is your nephew, but if you want to just find an excuse to dump the fault on someone else, it's a bit too much. Certain indecent things? Su Mayan's eyes went cold as she angrily said, Zhu Guliang, you harassed my sister first and actually slandered her honor. Have you forgotten the surname of the building under your feet? No, Mr. Yen, I didn't. I really didn't. It's true that the two of them were making love to each other in public. I was afraid of affecting the company's image before I went up to stop them. By the way, I have evidence. I have evidence here. Seeing that he was going to suffer, Xu Guliang hurriedly took out the video he had just shot. Although Su Baiyan was only a back, this back was sitting on Su Sun's lap, with an intimate look to his neck. Su Mayan's face suddenly changed, picking up Su Baiyan's ear and angrily said, "Explain to me what's going on here." Su Baiyan was aggrieved. "Big sister, I didn't. It's a fake. It must be a fake. Su Baiyan, you take me for a little cutie. What the hell is going on? It's hard to believe that you're not interested in Xiao Sun." Stop. Su Sun interrupted that unwarranted speculation and said breathlessly, "Even if she has ideas, I still can't look at her. Don't you know what kind of virtue your own sister has?" "Su Seek, what do you mean, you asshole?" Dragging the furious Su Baiyan back, Su Mayan, however, went straight forward. She just sized up Su Sun in front of her, and suddenly, without warning, directly pulled down Su Sun's collar. "All you for what?" As expected, she saw the bite marks at Su Sun's collarbone, still losing a trace of crimson. A look at the lower mouth is not light. Su Mayan turned around and frowned. "Fifth sister, what's going on? What's going on?" Su Baiyan weakly said, "It's just that I bit him a few times." "Who told him to bully me?" Su Mayan was on fire, but it was not good to have a fit with so many people, so she could only viciously point a few times. Good. I don't want to settle the score with you now. I'll deal with you later, but I'll ask you again, were you really harassed? You're not the one adding to it?" At those words, Su Baiyan's eyes widened. "Big sister, you actually don't believe me? How could I possibly lie to you about such a thing? This dead fat not only harassed me but also threatened me. A mouthful of you also do not want your boyfriend lost his job, let me accompany him to dinner. This neighborhood of surveillance do not believe you can go check yourself." "Okay, I get it." After understanding the ins and outs, Su Mayan once again resumed that cold and arrogant aura, her face full of frost. "Assistant Manager Zhu, aren't you going to give me an explanation for this?" Zhu Dahai had a difficult look on his face. But it was clearly the two of them who violated the company's rules first. But this nephew of mine should really apologize for his impulsiveness. "Guliang, you go apologize to Miss 5. Zhu Dahai, less playing dumb for me here. I'm talking about what you should do about your nephew harassing this." Zhu Dahai's cheeks stiffened a bit. As an old employee of Su's for more than 20 years, he had once even worked beside the old chairman, and had thought that Su Mayan would give herself a few points, but she did not expect to be so aggressive. "Mr. Yen, those who don't know are not guilty. My nephew also didn't know that it was Miss Fifth. Otherwise he would never do something like that. Besides, the two of them did act in a way that caused misunderstanding. Song Liang, he also did it to clean up the company's morale. Hardly a common man he has the right to harass. Besides, where is the misunderstanding? One is my sister and the other is me. Come on, what's the point of wasting words? Just open both of them." Su Sun's outburst at this time undoubtedly had the suspicion of arching fire. Zhu Dahai's face changed angrily. A small intern dared to point fingers at, simply not putting himself in his eyes. "Who are you to talk? You stinking intern." "He has. His words are also my meaning." Su Mayan swept her gaze and coldly said, "Zhu Dahai, I wanted to give you a chance to let you off the hook, but you had to be in cahoots with your nephew. If that's the case, then you leave Su." Zhu Dahai was shocked. "Mr. Yen, what do you mean? Even though he's Miss Fifth's boyfriend, I'm also a company patriarch. How can you do this to me? It's useless to play the emotional card with me. Zhu Dahai, I've given you enough face over the years, but now, you were given the chance and you didn't cherish it, so get the hell out of Su with your nephew. Better have the decency to leave, or else those infractions you two did are enough for you to go to squat for a few years." Zhu Dahai panicked. He regretted meddling in his own business. Su's treatment less welfare good. He is high position and does not need to work hard. In a few years he will be 60. Away from Su's he will never find such a good job. No, Mr. Yen, I was wrong. I don't care. It's all because of this stupid nephew of mine. Do as you wish. I'll absolutely not say a word or even help you teach him a lesson. You asshole. Hurry up and apologize to the fifth miss on your knees. Zhu Dahai kicked Zhu Guliang in the leg, causing him to muffle a grunt and fall to his knees in pain, followed by a succession of several kicks to his body. You asshole. Immediately 40 and still so do not know the importance of wanting a woman to give me early marriage. To anyone who dares to move the wrong idea, you want to die not. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Watching this uncle and nephew's acting, Su Mayan's heart has no ripples, just coldly commanded, come on, drive these two out of Su. In the future, Su's flag of this two people will never be employed. This one completely finalized the end of the two. Zhu Dahai's heart was like ashes, and his body felt like it had been drained of strength. He has worked hard for half a lifetime to get to this point, and he can't accept that he will be folded here. But subordinates are subordinates, and they can't disobey the decision of the top. He is resigned to his fate, but Zhu Guliang can't afford to part with the hard-earned paycheck for his treatment, because none of this was actually his intention today, and he had acted on orders. Mr. Yen, I didn't mean to be nosy, it's Sue. Come on you punk, get out of here and stop embarrassing yourself. But the eldest, no buts, just leave with me. In the end, the two men rolled up and left Sue. Shu Guliang is extremely unconvinced. He obviously acted according to the instructions. Why should it be his turn to lose his rice bowl? Eldest uncle, just now why don't you let me finish my sentence? I also went to take my turn in such a bad situation because of Wen Xiao's orders. On what grounds? Shu Dahai slapped him on the head and said, you idiot, even if you call Wen Xiao out, will he disregard his fifth sister's feelings because of us? Not only will he not be able to ask for leniency, he will also hold a grudge against us. We can only hope that Wen Xiao's side will speak more favorably of that Su Mayan woman, and wait for a time when we'll be pulled back into the Su clan again. There was no need for such trouble. It's all your fault, you asshole. If you hadn't had the audacity to hit on Mr. Yan's sister, there would have been room for us to turn things around. You brain-dead bastard. That's right, the two are following Su when command to act. Just did not expect to kill a halfway Su by Yan caused his own job loss. Now the two could only pin their hopes on Su Wen in an attempt to return to Su again. However, although the two had hidden Su Wen to death, Su Wen had not shown his face since the beginning. But Su Mayan had been sitting in this position full of calculations for so long, and had seen so many deep-heartedness and deceitfulness. How could she not see that something was not right in there? Go, call me Su Wen. Chapter 32, be the only one by your side. Big sister, you're looking for me? Putting down the cotton swab in her hand, Su Mayan let out a cold snort. Ha, coming quite fast. Su Wen smiled. Big sister looking for me naturally had to be quick. He, fifth sister actually came as well. Brother Seek is also here. Is there something you're looking for me for? Don't you know what you've done yourself? Upon hearing this, Su Wen immediately put on a terrified look, as if he didn't even know what was going on. The smile at the corner of his mouth retracted, and he looked innocent and aggravated. Big sister, what exactly happened? How come I can't understand what you're saying? Can't you understand? It was your idea for Zhu Guliang to find trouble, wasn't it? It must have been your idea to send someone to inform me, right? It was meant to be a question, and Su Mayan didn't hide it. Hearing this, Su Wen's first reaction was not nervousness after being broken up, but anger at Su Mayan's lack of trust. He was his own brother. How could she suspect him without any evidence? It's still because of that Su Sun. Big sister has really changed. Became no longer look like being a big sister. Why don't you say something? Are you being broken up and speechless? Suppressing his heartbreaking anger, Su Wen pretended to feel bad. No, it's just that I don't even know what happened, and I don't know why big sister suspected me. Is it because of what happened before? Su Wen, admit it or deny it. Advise you to put away those little thoughts of yours. Big sister, alright, get out, and behave yourself from now on. Su Wen clenched his fists fiercely and was unusually angry, but he realized that now was not the time to be angry and could only suppress his anger and turn away. He actually still does not know what happened. It should not be Su Sun by the big sister accountability how the accountability is instead of himself, so he immediately went to ask someone about it, but what he got almost didn't piss him off. Shu Guliang actually plotted against his fifth sister. Shu Dahai actually used his status as a patriarch to disobey his eldest sister. Aha! Wastes! It's all crap. President's office. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, Su Mayan pressed Su Sun on the sofa and reached out to take off his clothes. Su Sun startled. Broad daylight and clear sky, and Su Baiyan is still in front of actually dare to plot against themselves. What are you doing? I'll never be tempted, but if you are, I may not be able to resist. Puff! With a sound, Su Mayan lightly covered her red lips and laughed out. A rare smile bloomed on that cold and lonely face, like a spring flower scene one could fall into. Su Sun kind of have to admit that the Su family sisters fault one more than one. That face value really cannot be said. If Su Mayan used to be willing to smile at herself like this on a regular basis, I'm afraid that she could be a dog licker for the rest of her life. Phew, it's a good thing I got my memory back or this life would be over. Stop, 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 you're still tugging. I told you I can't stand the temptation. Su Mayan could only stop there and swept Su Sun a glance before helplessly saying, what are you thinking about? I was just interrupted trying to medicate you. I was trying to medicate you. What's the point of undressing me if you're just going to apply the medicine? Isn't it because I'm afraid of dirtying your clothes? Besides, your wound is under your collarbone is not easy to handle without taking it off. Su Mayan has always been an arbitrary person, and while speaking, she took advantage of Su Sun's inattention to directly lift off his short sleeves. Looking at Su Sun holding her chest shyly, she was a helpless face, and took the initiative to reach out and break it open. It's not like I'm eating you. Why are you so shy? However, upon seeing Su Sun's figure, Su Mayan was momentarily thrown into disorientation. Those full, just right pecs, that wide waistline, and those angular abs. Xiao Hu He, has he always been in such good shape? What are you looking at? Where are you looking if you're not treating a wound? At those words, Sumayan snapped back to her senses and somewhat awkwardly picked up the cotton swabs and iodine to start treating those teeth marks. Su-sun seemed to know her doubts and explained. I walk when you take the car. I work when you enjoy yourselves. I've carried big bags, worked on construction sites, and even ran takeouts with my legs. Although it was common to not get enough to eat at your Su's house, I would go to my classmates' houses and eat at my teacher's house for fear of starving at night, so I would eat until I wanted to throw up. So naturally I'm not as skinny as you think, because I know that once my body breaks down, sooner or later I'll be killed alive. Don't you see that I'm doing well now? With the food getting better and better, I've gained another dozen pounds of meat, and it's getting easier and easier to beat up people, and it's only hard to be strong in oneself. Although this was said in a snide tone, Sumayan could feel the thick heartache inside. Without realizing it, that wimpy little boy had been out in society for so long. How ridiculous it was that her Su family was so big that even her own children had to go to someone else's house to dine or they wouldn't get enough to eat. Especially that sentence that if her body collapsed, she would be beaten alive by others. Sumayan felt that her heart was being clutched, painful and suffocating. Yeah, with the kind of corporal punishment mom and dad gave me, I'm afraid I wouldn't have made it if I were thinner. A few tears fell silently at this. Feeling the piece of wetness on his chest, Su-sun suddenly froze. You're crying? This 10,000-year-old ice of yours can still shed tears because of a few jokes from me? It's really rare. Sumayan wiped her tears and forced a smile. Shao-sun, in the future, with me here, I will definitely not let you suffer any grievances. I will also find out the truth for you about the grievances you had and return justice to you. Su-sun fell into silence, not saying a word, just quietly looking at the woman in front of him with red eyes. Sumayan still thought that her words could awaken the affection that Su-sun had gradually given up. However, Su-sun's thought at this time was, why don't we punch her in the face now and put her off her scent? If she's always meddling then I'll never get home? Su-sun was dumbfounded, but in the end, he didn't make a move. He could see that Sumayan was sincere, and his actions during this time were well known. Those previous injuries were all caused by those two sisters, and Sumayan was again the least among the 5 sisters. At best, they don't care, they look the other way. If it was a few others, especially Su Bainyan, he would have really clunked up and punched them. Seeker, I know you don't believe me. I'll prove it to you later. Alas, Su-sun gently sighed, reached out and wiped away the tear stains at the corner of the eyes of the person in front of him, and said in a flat tone, Sumayan, from that day of the rainstorm the love affair between us is gone. Why do you still want to pester me? How happy I would have been to hear that before, but now it's all too late. I don't need it. I no longer have any relationship with you and your Su family. All you need to do is to open your golden mouth and say the words to throw me out of the Su family, and I will never appear in front of your eyes to get in your way. Isn't that good? No good, Sumayan said hysterically. I know you want to use my mouth to break your last lingering love, but I will never and will not allow anyone else to do such a thing. Suddenly, she softened her tone again. Okay, now stop talking so I can rub you down. Su-sun ignored it and continued. Why bother? Is it hard to believe that you will break up with your parents and sisters because of me? Since you won't, don't give me hope and disappoint me. I will. If they ever get to that point of right and wrong, I'll be the only one at your side. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Su-sun was truly surprised that Sumayan would say such words. Are you out of your mind? He knew that Sumayan thought herself to be rational and fair, but he didn't expect that for the sake of that pole of scales in his heart he could actually do so much, which I'm afraid has reached the point of pedantry. And I don't know if it's good or bad. The air is quiet for a long time, and even seems a bit depressing. Su Bainyan aside the atmosphere dare not breathe. Eventually, Sumayan finished rubbing the medicine, and it was also him who took the lead in breaking the deadlock. Well, take care not to touch it for a few days. It's not a big problem, it shouldn't leave a scar, but it's so true. You have to move there. If you bite the neck artery, you'll be in trouble. How do you know she didn't bite anywhere else? Su-sun shook his left hand, on which a row of teeth marks had clearly surfaced. Sumayan was first stunned, then she burst into a rage. Su Bainyan, are you a dog? Big sister, I'm not. He's the one who bullied first. Come here. You're so light and heavy-handed. I think you're really persuaded to discipline me. Ah, big sister, don't. I was wrong. Su Bainyan a needle, directly squeezed into the back of Su-sun, hiding, taking the opportunity to also hold Su-sun's small hand constantly mooching. Mouth muttered, what muscle? Well, it's just like that. Su Bainyan, get your ass down here. Don't force me to slap you. In the end, Su Bainyan with a good attitude to recognize the wrong to avoid some severe beating, but a lecture is certainly inevitable. However, her mind was not on getting an education, but pointing and whispering to Su-sun, when did you work out? I've been working out lately too. Let's do it together. You? Su-sun returned a blank stare and said disdainfully, I think your fitness is fake and taking advantage of me is real. right? Nonsense. Who cares about taking advantage of you? Ha, so take your hands off my waist. Chapter 33, Sue's in turmoil. A full half month had passed since the Sue family had left home. Sue family, those few people can really calm down. Said not to return, also really not come back. As time passed, Sue-sun even felt more and more bored. Fists kept itching. Some of us missed the feel of Venditti's face-off. But these days of precipitation, Sue-sun also acquired some other troubles. For example, a record company came to sign the contract, such as Sue Bainyan's constant pestering to let him sing, or Sue Mayan's various unsolicited advances. It was also at this time that he realized that Sue Mayan, who had always been as cold as ice, could also be so gentle. It's just that she's afraid that this gentleness is being used in the wrong place, because Sue-sun is planning to go after Sue Mayan. After these days of surveillance, he realized that Sue Win's side had made a move. Sue had recently released new cosmetics, which was the very project Sue Win had taken over halfway from the previous one's manager. In order to save costs, Sue Win uses inferior raw materials, resulting in trace amounts of lead, mercury and other heavy metals and toxic substances exceeding the standard. However, the first shipment of Subin was made to exacting standards, while subsequent shipments were the result of cost compression. Sue Win smart in just a trace over the standard. A moment will not happen. Even if the accident he is also a decision-making errors will not be harshly criticized by the family. Anyway, there are Sues for its aftermath. But Sue has stood for many years and has always stood for quality in Jiancheng. If the news of the health hazards of this cosmetic gets out, Sue's stock price is bound to plummet. Before Sue could react, Sue-sun released countless circulars with his hacking ability from a certain life. Soon, the matter of Sue's products harming people's lives swept across the internet. On the internet, Sue's normal products are being questioned as faulty, and faulty products are said to be a health hazard. The serious products are even said to be used with ulcers all over the body, a scourge to life. Countless masses of people spontaneously tested and found that Sue's latest product actually does have toxic substances. Sue-sun also found out Sue's previous product tests and tested out the non-toxic stuff as well. The water of the network has always been very deep, from no lack of people who fish in troubled waters. With the beginning of Sue-sun, there are a lot of people also began to accuse Sue's previous products have many problems. Whether it's true or not doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that Sue has been caught in the storm of public opinion. Mr. Yen. The market value of Sue's has evaporated $5 billion in the past few days. The return rate of the distributors under the new products is as high as 72%. And nowadays the internet is saying that we, Sue's, are a black-hearted enterprise? Mr. Yen, what are we going to do? Sue Mayan held her forehead in contemplation, her face full of fatigue. He watched the events of these days, thinking that it was a small wind and a small wave, but did not expect that it would cause such a big impact. Even though Sue spent huge amounts of money on public relations, still couldn't hide the negative news. It was like being targeted by someone. One thing leads to another. And the source of all this is because of Sue Win. Soon, the secretary called Sue Win to him. As soon as they met, Sue Mayan couldn't help but be furious. Sue Win, you explain to me what's going on here. Why are there so many problems with the products you're responsible for? Do you know that because of you now started a chain reaction? Sue became the object of public criticism. What the hell have you done? Sue Win was visibly taken aback, and once again put on his great innocence technique of asking questions. What are you talking about, big sister? What does this have to do with me? I'm a victim too. Still sophistry here. Don't let me find out what you've done, or I won't spare you. Suddenly, the door to the office was pushed open. What's all the noise about? What can't siblings say to each other calmly and nicely? The visitor was none other than Su Qiming. Now that Sue's had problems, he had to return to the company to preside over the situation. Dad, don't you know what happened in the company? There's a serious problem with the product under him, and he won't admit it when asked. So how can I say it properly? Boss. Su Qiming's gaze was icy cold as he said flatly. This matter is still undetermined. How can you be sure that it's Xiao Wen's problem? In case it's the problem of the people below him, and that's not even his problem? Since he's in this position he should be in charge. Can poor supervision be ignored? Su Mayan. I said, everything is still uncertain. Don't say these words of suspicion. Su Mayan angrily said. Dad, now you are still harboring him. I have said that he is not yet qualified. You gave him the position even if you gave him such a big project. Now you say what to do if something happens. Don't worry, I'll fix it. You can recall the products for compensation. But how do you fix the reputation Sue has accumulated over the years? I said I'll fix it. You don't have to get involved in this. With these words, Su Mayan had no other thoughts except for the extreme disappointment. In fact, it doesn't matter if Su Wen's ability is weak. People come one step at a time. However, he relied on the convenience of his status to do things that were detrimental to the company's image and interests. destroying the good reputation that the company had maintained for so many years. She didn't bring back the gradually declining Sue in the first place for someone else to destroy. Okay, since you said so, Dad, I hope you can solve it, but if you can't solve it and wait for me to make a move, don't blame me for being unforgiving. Su Qiming became furious. What do you mean? You threatened me. It's hard to believe that you still want your brother to go to the police station. Don't worry, it won't come to that, but the punishment that is due is essential. You rebellious girl, he is your younger brother. Do you have to be so aggressive? It is precisely because he is my brother that I am all the more anxious to prevent him from going astray and to make him realize his weakness. The conversation between father and daughter was uneventful. Su Qiming felt that his majesty had been provoked. Su Mayan, on the other hand, would not allow others to trample on her heart and soul. It's nice that Su was founded by her father, but Su's peak was plucked from her hands. She would never allow others to ruin her efforts. Where's Assistant Su? Why don't you see anyone else? Call him over here for a moment. It wasn't until the father and son left that Su Mayan realized that she hadn't seen Su Sun. The secretary stammered a bit, seemingly a bit bad at speaking. That, I called him earlier. He said he was still sleeping. There was a silence in the air. In the end, Su Mayan could only let out a long sigh and waved her hand to signal the secretary to leave. On the other hand, Su Sun was indeed still huffing and puffing at home without getting up. Su Mayan did not go home last night. All the morning to work without a ride. Su Sun simply did not go. Anyway, he does not need to see Su Mayan's face. Just as he was falling asleep, the door to his room opened and someone crept in on tiptoe. Just as the visitor was about to put a pillow over Su Sun's face, he suddenly opened his eyes and the quilt rolled up to roll his assailant into the quilt's firm control. The thief actually dared to steal from me. See if I beat you up or not, it's over. Su Sun rode on that wrapped quilt and pounded down punch after punch, doing little damage, insulting in the extreme. The person inside nearly gasped for air as a familiar and hushed shout came. I'm not a thief. It's me. I'm your lovely Nian Nian. What Nian Nian? I've never even heard of it. Watch the fight. Su Bainian screamed in agony and hurriedly shouted. I'm Su Bainian. Don't fight. I'm just trying to yell at you to get up. What Su Bainian? Pretend who is not good to pretend, that stupid girl. The key to pretend is not at all like. She is so spirited, which is so gentle. Not truthfully report the name. Su Bainian completely broke her defenses and desperately struggled with her body. Stinky Su Sun. What do you mean? If you don't let go of me again, I'm not finished with you. That's the right flavor. So it's really you. As soon as Su Sun's side got up, Su Bainian violently rushed out from the covers to scratch and bite. Su Sun is not spoiled. One hand backward tackles the joints to hold him down. I say, little Nian Nian, have you recently awakened some strange physique that you don't feel comfortable without being hit by me twice, right? Chapter 34, Su's Restorm. Su Mayan forced to abdicate? You're not making this up. I'm not. Yeah? Then what do you mean you've been coming over here lately? Even after being beaten up, you're not into me, are you? You asshole, stop talking nonsense here. Believe it or not, I'll scratch you. I think it's just that. After all, it's not like we can't, and I'm willing to give you that chance as long as you behave yourself from now on. Asterisk you, asshole. Su Sun pressed down on Su Bainian, who rolled over. Looking at this puffed up face, his heart couldn't help but rise a wave of bad taste. It turned out that bullying others was really quite fun. And if it was a bit too much, would it make this stupid girl who didn't know any better cry? Thinking about this, Su's eyes were mesmerized. One hand pressed Su Bainian's shoulder, one hand cupped that white jaw, and between the four eyes, he slowly bent his head down. At this time Su Bainian really panicked, heart puffing wildly, timidly said, you do not mess. We cannot. You now let go of me can be treated as nothing happened. Or big sister, no, he cannot spare you. What's not to like? Are we related by blood? Do we have the love of brother and sister? Now we're not even family. So what's not to like? Su Bainian was trembling with fear. No, don't joke about this. I'm really scared. You know you're scared now? You didn't bully me well before. Su Sen let out a gust of cold laughter, and even lifted up a smattering of hair to sniff gently at the tip of her nose. With this one simple ambiguous action, Su Bainian's face instantly turned red, only to see her pleading for mercy. Let me go. I won't dare to provoke you again. When I was young it was me who didn't know better. At that time mom and dad didn't allow me to make friends with outsiders. I only had you as a playmate. I was afraid that you didn't pay attention to me before I attracted your attention, and then grew up a bit more I wasn't. The words came to an abrupt end. Not what? Su Sun asked back in disbelief. Su Bainian averted her head to avoid her gaze. It's nothing. What the is nothing? It's irritating to talk in a roundabout way and not tell the whole story, isn't it? I guess I'll have to educate you after all. Speaking. Su Sun broke Su Bainian's head back to meet his own. Have to admit Su Bainian really got reward food. When a vase can attract countless men tend to rush. This exquisite not lose the spirit of the look. This white almost no flaws in the skin blowing. And this cherry-like red mouth. Put out a look of aggrieved Baba fear will cause people infinite pity. But also mouth-watering. But of course Su-sun didn't have that kind of mind. He just wanted to scare her. But what he didn't expect was that Su Baiyan actually didn't resist, closing her eyes with a look of letting the king take her. What do you mean by that? No more resistance? Su Baiyan didn't open her eyes, just said in a hurried tone, is it useful to resist? Hurry up and get rid of it quickly, and consider it a dog bite. For some reason, Su-sun actually detected a hint of impatience. Is it an illusion? But it doesn't seem to be an illusion. However, he was not a self-righteous person. Su Baiyan's past attitude was still fresh in his mind. Really not resisting? I don't think this is your first kiss though. You don't have much to lose by taking it away. At those words, Su Baiyan snapped her eyes open. What did you say? Who said I wasn't the first kiss? I don't even have a female friend outside, let alone a male. You actually dare to slander my innocence. I see. Wouldn't I have earned it then? For fear of embarrassment you close your eyes and I'll continue. Hearing this, Su Baiyan really did close her eyes. But after half a day of apprehension, I didn't feel anything. When he opened his eyes again, Su-sun was already changing up his clothes by the bedside. Thinking of all the humiliation just now, Su Baiyan was so angry that she took advantage of Su-sun's lack of attention to jump directly onto his back, and opened her mouth to take a bite towards her shoulder. Don't you dare bite. In the face of stopping, Su Baiyan was unimpressed. Why wouldn't I dare? Who told you to dare to treat me like that? Try biting it, and believe it or not I'll actually do something to you. Who's afraid of you? I'll bite. Su Baiyan still took a bite, but the pain Su-sun expected did not appear. It was a good bite, but it was only a slight sting. Su-sun wanted to laugh a little. It's really a dead giveaway that you're obviously scared but you're still putting your mouth on the line just to prove that you're not showing any weaknesses. Seemingly sensing Su-sun's disdain, Su Baiyan took a few more bites, living as a biting puppy. Even Su-sun was hit a couple times between the necks. It's all teeth marks and your spit. Wicked nasty nah. You actually dare to dislike this young lady. Believe it or not I will really bite you to death. Okay, you've gotten your revenge. We're even. I'm going to work too. Hurry up and get down there. I don't. You horse me, just like before. Su Baiyan, your ass is itching again, isn't it? I don't want to repeat myself a second time. Humph. With her mouth unconvinced, Su Baiyan still honestly got down from Su-sun. Su-sun didn't bother with her anymore and got dressed and prepared to head to the office. I'm sure Su-mayan was already burnt out by now, so he had to go and add some fire to the fire. Seeker, you're here. The imagined harshness did not appear. Instead Su-sun was a little disappointed. This was not the reaction he wanted. Things are getting serious at the company. Have you figured out how to deal with it? Dad said he'd take care of it and to leave me alone, so I'll just wait. Oh, that old thing actually got down and wiped his ass himself. Looks like your good brother can stop being scared. Upon hearing this, Su-mayan sighed heavily. Shao-sun, that's Dad after all. How can you call him that? What Dad? That's your dad, not mine. He's a landlord to me at best. You, ugh. Su-mayan's words lurched, as if she had discovered something. Her fingertips stroked Su-sun's neck. What's wrong with your neck? Su-sun shrugged. What else could happen? Your good sister bit it. What? This dead girl is getting more and more lawless. Alright, forget about all this nonsense. Let's just prepare for the wild storm behind us. Su-mayan somewhat didn't understand, and only felt some bad vibes. Unbeknownst to him, Su-sun wasn't letting off steam for no reason, and the show was just getting started. Over the next few days, Su was once again thrust into the spotlight by a news story. Su's group spans multiple fields, and since Su-mayan took office she has created a small selling program that is uniquely Su's. In order to get sticky customers, there is even a points and coupon system. Just the night before, there was a loophole in Su's mini program, in which the maximum amount of 200 offset coupons could be infinitely juggled by way of a card bug. In just one night, the backlog amounted to more than $1 billion in orders. Those products that didn't ship can still be stopped in time, but there is no way to recover products that have already shipped. Plus, many people top up virtual currencies, such as game coins and phone bills, which are difficult to recover. In this one night, Su has lost hundreds of millions of dollars in real terms. This is just the beginning. The chain reaction behind it is even more difficult to address. Those customers who swiped the bug to buy things didn't care about 3021. They only knew that their purchases had been taken back by a sentence about a system error. Who can stand it when the duck in the hand flies away? Many people began to boycott Su, charging Su as a fraudulent company. Combined with the toxic cosmetics incident some time ago, Su's stock plummeted in just a few days, having its market value. And all of this was Su-sun's handiwork, which could not be described as ruthless. Having experienced so many lifetimes, among them, This hacking ability was the one he felt was the most useless, as it was basically never used. I did not expect but in this big show up, although it cannot attack everything, but write a small program bug is simply to kill the chicken with a bull knife. When this bug appeared, Su Mayan was the one who suffered the most. Not only do they have to face the recriminations of a few old shareholders, but they also have to face the wrath of their father. Because this little program was made possible by her efforts, she had promised that there would never be any problems, and now there was a major omission that she could not defend. Boss, this is the guarantee you gave me? How are you going to make up for such a big loss? It's toxic cosmetics and unlimited vouchers again, and I see that your energy isn't what it used to be. You abdicate. It's time to talk about marriage. By then I'll find you a date you'll have a good time. Chapter 35, Su-sun's Confession. Su Mayan had an incredulous look on her face. It was hard to believe that this was what her father had said to her. Poisonous cosmetics is obviously Su Wen's problem, but also the family let themselves not to care about letting their brother let go of the fight. But now it is their own fault? And now is the moment of struggle. Actually let yourself leave behind the struggle to get married to marry. Su's can be to this point now without their own credit. Why should I put down everything? Dad, I'll give the company a satisfactory explanation, but I just want to consolidate my career right now, and I have no plans to get married for the time being. No need. You're not young. If you don't marry now you'll have to marry in a few years, so you'll be a rich and noble daughter in the future. Dad, there's no need to say more. My mind is made up. I'll be holding a board meeting later, so you can get some rest from now on. Su Mayan laughed, a self-deprecating smile on her lonely and beautiful face. She really felt like she was being unloaded on, or her own father, who had worked so hard for years, and was now being given up with full authority in just one wrong step. Is it really so bad? Suddenly, she felt that this was not an accident, but a pretext to show that her father had long had the intention of trying to get himself out of office, and that this incident was merely a passing fancy. But why? He had been diligent and conscientious for so many years, without a single mistake, and had taken Su to the top of Jiangcheng in one leap, so why should he be treated like this? Su Mayan's eyes reddened and choked her voice a little. Dad, then who will be the president when I get off? Didn't you say you wouldn't trust outsiders? Su Qiming frowned slightly and swept a glance at him and said indifferently, it's not an outsider, it's Xiao Wen. Anyway, he'll be on the throne sooner or later, so let him practice for a few years first. At this moment, the light called hope in Su Mayan's heart completely dimmed. Sure enough, it was Su Wen, this own brother. She had fought for years to be recognized by her father for her position, and that brother had negated all her efforts in just a few months. Su Mayan was unconvinced. She actually knew that everything in the house would be Su Wen's sooner or later, and she never wanted to fight for it. But to have her efforts taken away from her for the sake of Su Wen was not something she was willing to do. As the saying goes, you don't know pain until the fist hits you, and when it happens to you, Su Mayan realizes the pain of partiality. So that's what Seeker had been feeling all along. It's really hard to feel. Su Mayan returned to her office in a state of disorientation. Taking one last look at the place where she had been sitting for so many years, she really wanted to see Su Sun now, even if it was just to talk. She asked her secretary to go and call Su Sun here, but the secretary told her that Su Sun didn't come to work again today. Su Mayan smiled bitterly, feeling as if she had been abandoned by the world. In the past, the little boy she remembered must have found ways to amuse himself, but at some point, there's no going back. If you don't come, you don't come. I'm leaving anyway, and I can't control her from now on. The secretary tightened her pretty face and fought back. Mr. Yen, the chairman has gone too far this time. Your merits over the years are in everyone's eyes. Why should you be forced to step down? Is a daughter inferior to a son? It's not inferior to a son. It's inferior to a real son. Su Mayan shook her head and said in a serious tone to the secretary who had followed her for many years, Xiao Li, you've been working beside me since you were in college. In the future, you can't have petty emotions when you follow behind Mr. Weth, but don't let your hard work go to waste. Secretary Xiao Li's eyes contained hidden tears. Mr. Yen, I'll quit even if you leave. Without you, I wouldn't be here today. I don't care. Jolie, don't get carried away. Think about your future. Think about your parents. Don't make unnecessary moves. But Mr. Yen, obey. Don't let me down. The board of directors proceeded as usual, but Su Mayan, the person in question, was not notified, and a direct decision was made on whether she would stay or go. Because of Su Mayan's recent performance, Su Qiming was thinking of letting her abdicate. Who knows that the accident gave him the opportunity to play on the topic first. Originally, I was worried that a few shareholders would not be able to give a good account of their side, but Su's is now in trouble on all sides, and the shareholders also agree that it is Su Mayan's management that is ineffective. Su Mayan just left the place where she had fought for years. As the saying goes, the rich and powerful have no feelings, but Su Mayan did not expect her eldest daughter, Who was once the most valued, to fall into this situation? It's almost October and the weather is getting cooler. The cool evening breeze on the balcony couldn't blow away the exhaustion on Su Mayan's body, but instead left behind many sorrows. Su Sen walked out of the house and unexpectedly found Su Mayan's back. There is no such thing as coming to the infrequently visited 5th floor, so he must have something to say to himself. He slowly went forward, lying on the railing together blowing this cool autumn wind, twisted his head to look, only to see the breeze blowing through the hair. That reveals the exquisite face is how dull, the eyes are even more lost color. For a while, Su Sun had some indescribable emotions within him. Xiao Sun, it's only now that I can empathize with you, and it's also only now that I understand how strong you are inside. Su Mayan's tone was very light, looking ahead as if she was talking to herself. Su Sun faintly said, life is not as good as we want it to be, so if we get through it, it will be a new world again. Is that so? Su Mayan twisted her head, her gaze deep. So is that how you sharpened yourself to get through it? No, I kind of came to my senses, suddenly awakened a variety of memories of the previous life how is not considered to have come to their senses, or else they are still foolishly trying to curry favor with Su's family now. Su Mayan was a little unsure, but she didn't ask too many questions. She just said, you've been absent seriously these days. After all, I'm not here anymore, so if you don't pay more attention, I'm afraid that you won't be able to get the internship certificate. Su Sun instantly laughed. Your good brother is going to be on top. Do you think he'll give me a chance even if I'm meticulous about everything? So yeah, I'm not taking this class. Not going on? What about your internship? Still internship. Do you think I really care about that internship certificate? Care about that graduation certificate? Su Sun smiled coldly and spoke leisurely. My purpose has never been to graduate successfully. What do you mean? Suddenly, Su Mayan had a bad feeling. What do you mean? Now that it's come to this, Su Sun doesn't intend to hide it. Why do you think Su's wave has not yet subsided? Of course it's because there are people pushing behind it. Originally, I just wanted to reach my own goals against downward meddling, but I couldn't help it. Someone kept getting in the way, so I had to start with someone's favorite place. Su Mayan, the feeling of being abandoned. It's not pleasant, is it? Chapter 36, Su Mayan's complete relief. The atmosphere was sullen for a long time, as the evening breeze blew. Shock, doubt, until finally stagnation emerged on Su Mayan's stunningly beautiful face. She tried to digest the words she had just heard, wanting very much to deceive herself that what she had just heard was nothing more than a momentary hallucination. But Su Sun's seemingly smiling expression seemed to tell her the answer to everything. In an instant, Su Mayan's eyes were flooded with a sourness that was hard to suppress, and that face that should have been beautiful and gorgeous was all disheveled and confused. It's you. This is all you? Su's current predicament is all because of you? But why exactly? Su is your home too? No, it's not my home. My home was never here. With these words, there were still a lot of questions Su Mayan had at this moment seemed to have gotten the answer. She understood. She seemed to have found Su Sun's motive for doing this. It's not just retaliation. It's tearing down the balance maintained by both sides. He is determined to go. Don't look at me like that. You guys made me do it too. Originally, my purpose was pure. It was you guys who forced my hand. Especially you, Su Mayan. It's hard to be betrayed by someone you trusted these days, isn't it? After all, I ruined your future. How did you do it? Su Mayan suddenly said. Su Sun froze. What? How did you do it? Toxic cosmetics you can report to build momentum. And is the applet bug your handiwork too? Su Sun was a little surprised. Su Mayan is worthy of being a career-oriented strong woman. Even if she doesn't get angry at this kind of time, she actually explored the ins and outs. But what was the harm in telling? He hadn't intended to hide it. That's right. You might not believe me when I tell you. I'm a bit of a computer guy. And not only the bugs, but I'm also behind the heat you guys can't keep down. Isn't that a surprise? Isn't that a surprise? You should hate me by now, shouldn't you? Su Sun expected Su Mayan's hysteria at learning the truth about everything, but as time passed by, Su Mayan was nothing but mute. Just as he was puzzled, Su Mayan spoke, and that opening punctured all his thoughts. You, in fact, aren't taking revenge on me? You just want to be kicked out of the Su family, right? Su Mayan smiled sourly, her tone vaguely carrying a hint of relief. Su Sun froze for a moment. Don't flatter yourself. I'm just getting back at you. No, I can see a hint of intolerance in your eyes. You just want to piss me off and get kicked out of the Su family. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Where did I not endure? Su Sun was a bit unsettled. How is this Su Mayan not acting according to common sense? There's no need to explain. I know you want to use me or anyone in the family to completely cut off your thoughts and leave the Su family. As much as I don't understand it, don't worry. I'm not going to let this last holdout of yours go up in smoke. Su Sun was speechless. No, can you stop making a fool of yourself? You should be angry now. Angry, understand? I'm ruining your future. Seeker, don't be afraid, I won't blame you. On the contrary, I'm relieved instead. After all, even without you, this kind of thing would have happened sooner or later. It's just a matter of sooner or later. Mom and Dad have become more and more difficult for me to understand. But in the end, we are ultimately outcasts. In that case, let's embrace each other in the future. And in the future, let me guard you. Hey, 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 there's no mistaking it. Soo-sun's face changed greatly. Something was wrong. This Soo-mayan was simply not right. Shouldn't the normal plot be to turn against each other and hate each other? Now what the hell is this carnal scene? Soo-sun sized up Soo-mayan and suddenly probed her hand to touch that white forehead. No fever? Why are you talking nonsense? Little seeker. Soo-mayan suddenly hugged Soo-sun, the invisible corners of her mouth revealing a bland smile. Soo-sun was so scared that he raised his hands high in the air and looked at the woman in front of him in a daze. There's not going to be some guy crouching in the back, and then you yell out molestation and someone rushes over and takes firm control of me. Soo-mayan instantly pushed Soo-sun away. A hint of speechlessness showed in her eyes, and her slender nails gently poked Soo-sun on the door of his head. What nonsense! Read less of those novels. I rarely see it alright, and if I do, it's only in Root Hill novels. But how come I don't get whisked away like the protagonist in the opening of his book? Soo-mayan smiled, a smile that seemed to take away the many sorrows she had previously felt. Let go of the labor. Instead of fighting for a recognition that you won't get an answer, it's actually good to be plain. The moonlight shone on her face, setting her glittering. Soo-mayan lifted her windblown hair and raised her eyes to look at Soo-sun with a seriousness on her face that she had never seen before. Some people have a mom and a dad to spoil them and a sister to protect them. So there's no less of me and no more of me. And there are those who are ignored by everyone and become a presence that is not remembered. But my dispensability may yet bring a ray of light to him. Little seeker, let me be that light in your dark night from now on. On this day, the Soo family, who had been away for a long time, finally returned home. Along with that came the good news that the Soo family had lifted the negativity. Soo Chiming is worthy of being a businessman for decades of old oil. Do things boldly, even if you face huge losses, but also to send out those backlog of orders, just to earn back the word of mouth. Soo-won also do not know in whom the guidance to act, actually willing to pull down the face of public apology for the product to compensate for the loss, but also reduces a lot of negative publicity. The key in such a turbulent moment for Soo, actually let him pull in an order amounting to more than $1 billion. The reason is that the roadside saved an old grandpa also sent a Dan formula. And this old man is the old man of the Tang family who really stands in Zhengcheng, the city's three great families. Soo-sun was puzzled. Is it possible that this Soo-won is the son of luck? But there's no such thing as a son of luck. In fact, Soo-sun in Soo's time is not all day to fish in troubled waters, relying on their own business ability to observe the recent movements of all walks of life, with a keen sense of smell to learn that the eastern suburbs of Zhengcheng will soon be a new school and shopping malls. Originally he was planning to do nothing to engage in some investment to earn some pocket money. But a moment cannot get so much money to buy land. They thought to find someone to cooperate, and the Tang family is the best candidate, because the old man of the Tang family has been sick for many years, and he just happens to have the ability to cure it. Even the business plan and the cure formula were written, but after leaving Soo he tore up the business plan, and the Dan formula. Soo-sun suddenly realized that something was wrong. How could it be such a coincidence? And where did Soo-won come to the Dan formula? Nor is it your own Danmaku. As your own Danmaku is always in your cell phone case, it was as if Soo-won was able to foresee things, always knowing his plans in advance. It's not a problem if it happens twice. How many times has it happened? Soo-sin fell into deep thought, a bad guess lingering in his mind. If it was really what he suspected, then sooner or later the Tang family would still be looking for him. But it's not too late to think about that later. And currently, Soo-sin blackened his face. It's not whether you're annoyed or not. I'm thinking about things. Can you stop feeding? It's okay. You think about yours and I'll feed mine. Soo-mayan, what the hell are you doing? Chapter 37, The Unsuspecting Soo-bai-nyen. I just wanted to take care of some of you. Now that we're finally spending enough time together, I just want to be nice to you and make up for the responsibilities I owed before. Soo-sun was simply speechless. I don't need to, okay? Late deep love is cheaper than grass. I don't need these things anymore. I just beg you to open your mouth and get rid of me, okay? A fleeting bloom surfaced on Soo-mayan's face, but she still pursed out a smile and sent the watermelon on a toothpick into Soo-sun's mouth. I only heard her faint tone hanging with a touch of sadness as she said, "Little seeker, I know that you still hold the last vestige of hope for us, or else you wouldn't have had to let us go and drive you away. But don't worry, while I can't always change people's attitudes, I'll never give up on you, and the promises I make will never be changed." Ouch what are you doing ahaha? Soo-sun was really so helpless and wanted to cry. Do you have to say that the only way to complete the mission and go home is for you to actively drive me away? I'm not from this world. You get rid of me so I can go back to the original world. But who would believe it if I said it? I'm afraid I'd be taken for a psychopath. Which step was wrong? How come Su Mayan suddenly came to her senses? Obviously I just want to go home. Little seeker. Alright, don't talk, I need to be quiet. Su Sun shrugged off Su Mayan's touch and moved his position to keep his distance. Su Mayan wanted to stick over, but she was afraid that Su Sun would get angry. So much so that she ended up in a decisive lapse into fuming. Big sister. Ah. Just then, a sound came from her right. Su Mayan frowned at Su Bainyan, who had her mouth wide open on the side. You all what? Ah. Big sister, feed me. He doesn't know what to do. I accept. Ah. I'll eat as much as you feed me. Immediately, the fruit plate in Su Mayan's hand banged and dropped on the coffee table, and her entire face was filled with displeasure. Take it yourself if you want to eat. How grown up do you need to be fed? But why can he? Big sister, you're being biased. Su Bainyan defiantly pointed at Su Sun with a defiant look on her face. So what if I'm just biased? I haven't settled the score with you for your biting, so don't mess around here. With a cold snort, Su Mayan got up and left. Su Bai face aggrieved, feeling that Big Sister has changed. Big Sister does not love herself. What kind of ecstasy did you put in Big Sister's head? She looks like a different person since she retired. Su Sun twisted his head in confusion. You're talking to me? Nonsense. Who else if not you? Oh, then I don't know. I'm quite annoyed with her too. Su Sun's words were stuttered, then added. Also, she wasn't retired, but was dismissed. Maybe this is also the reason for her drastic change in temperament. How is it possible? Su Bainyan still didn't believe it, and even had a bold guess. You couldn't have caught the eldest sister on something and forced her to obey you, right? Nerves. Words were not enough. Su Sun simply did not make a hitch. However, Su Bainyan was still jabbering away. I thought she was fighting for her big sister. Who knew that she actually wanted Su Mayan's handle as well? Do you or don't you? Just tell me if you do. I promise I won't tell outsiders. Su Sun was speechless at the moment, wanting so badly to say what a sisterly love. However, he suddenly thought of something else, and suddenly his lips curled into a smile. Nyan ah, do you really want your big sister's handle? Actually, I'm just asking, why are you suddenly so lewd? Su Bainyan moved her position with some disgust. Su Sun also moved forward with the move. My good Nyan ah, I'll tell you the handle. Just need you to help me accomplish one thing. Oh no, it's just a sentence. How about it? Su Bainyan was on guard, her hands protecting her body. What do you want? I'm warning you not to be paranoid. Dead girl, let's read some bad comics, right? As long as you say, Su Sun, you get the hell out of the Su family. I will tell you handle how. Su Sun seduced, and Su Bainyan's heart moved. After what seemed like a lot of consideration, she finally spoke. Su Seek, you give me. Yeah, that's it. Su Sun looked forward to it. You give me. Roll. Come on, don't ink. Get the hell out of so. Yes, it's one word short. Hurry up and say it. Get the hell out of. I just won't say it. Blanche. Su Sun's smile was completely gone and he was furious. Su Bainyan, you're sick. Hurry up and finish. Hey, I'm just not going to say it. I'm just playing. Don't you want your big sister's handle anymore? Don't want it. Even if I did, I couldn't hold her. Instead, I'd be educated by her. I'm not stupid. Su Sun was speechless. What kind of madness was this Su Bainyan smoking? No, it should be the whole Su family smoking something. It was naturally impossible for him to go to Su Mayan and get the line about being driven away. Also went to find Su Wanqing, but Su Wanqing remembered Su Mayan's warning, was unwilling to be this bad guy. He also went to find Su Qingxia to go, but Su Qingxia thought he was gambling. Plus the last time the reason is not good, also has been all kinds of avoidance. Su Sun even looked for Su Wen to let him drive himself away, but Su Wen took this unusual behavior as a calculation of all kinds of caution, and looked right and left. Su Bainyan does not say much. It is more difficult to cheat and die. The two old guys, that would be a good breakthrough, but once Su Sun went up against the two, Su Mayan would definitely be on the sidelines as if she was afraid of accidents. Beaten, cursed, and epileptic. Just about to throw a turd at this family. Just couldn't wait for that repellent. Alas, the road home is a long one. Su Sun simply broke the pot, tightly next to Su Bainyan, pleading, little Nyan ah, the truth is told. Actually, I don't belong to this world. I'm a traveler who has traveled through many worlds to complete missions. This life is the longest of my adventures. I've been trapped here for over 20 years. I beg you to open your mouth and drive me away. As soon as your little mouth opens, I'll be completely relieved, and I'll fulfill whatever you want before you leave. Whether it's glory and riches, or making it right with the man of your dreams, or breaking out into your own world, I can help you with all of these. How is it? It's better to act than to be moved. If you miss this village, there won't be this store anymore. Su Bainyan's face gradually became grave. His brows locked, looking at Su Sun with a gaze full of sizing up and shock, as if he was in deep thought. Su Sun was stunned. Can it be that it really proves the saying that sincerity is the greatest surefire way to kill? Look at this. There's something going on. There's really something going on. Nien, for the sake of me being bullied by you for so many years, why don't you fulfill my wish? Can't we fulfill each other's wishes? Finally, Su Bainyan moved, kept moving his body back until he retreated to the edge of the sofa with nowhere to retreat. Looking terrified, she got up silently and whooshed upstairs, shouting as she ran. Big sister, I found the reason for Su Sun's change in temperament. He's got a nervous breakdown. Your ass. Stop right there. Su Sun shouted breathlessly and was just about to go after him when an unfamiliar voice suddenly came from the doorway. Excuse me, is little friend Su Wen here? My old husband, Tang Shanha, has taken the liberty of visiting. Chapter 38, he's just my chauffeur's son. Young man, are you a Su family member too? May I ask if Su Wen is at home? Su Wen, at home. Su Sun was ready to go upstairs after saying that, not intending to pay any attention to the two of them, but this perfunctory attitude instantly provoked the displeasure of the young girl beside Tang Shanha. What's your attitude? Didn't you hear my grandfather asking you? Shu Yu, don't be rude. It's unseemly to yell in someone else's house. Tang Shanha stopped with displeasure. But you're at least in elders. So what an attitude. He is a Su family member after all. We're here to thank people. Is this how you treat your benefactor's family? Although Su Sun went upstairs, the conversation between the two was clear to the ears. This Tang Shanhai is a person who knows what he is doing and is quite courteous, without that kind of big family temperament that looks down on everything. But this Tang Shuyu was a bit more bratty. Even if Su Bainyan is spoiled to treat strangers like that, she will put away her missy nature and treat people politely. And this Tang Shuyu was obviously spoiled by her family, treating strangers with authority. But what did that have to do with him? He was just a silent spectator watching the show. This asshole, really impolite, don't know to only family members even when guests come to the house. Looking at the disappearing back at the stairs, Tang Shuyu said unconvincingly, okay, since he said people are at home, let's find them ourselves. The two visited while knocking on the door. Su Wen did not find but found Su Qiming, who was dealing with official business in the study. Su Qiming was quite upset at first to see strangers intruding into his home, thinking that where did the old man dare to disturb his official business. But as soon as he heard the self-report, the gloom on his face dissipated, simply because in front of him this was actually the seldom seen Tang family's elder Tang. People actually brought their granddaughters to the door in person in order to thank them. They really gave birth to a good son. Elder Tang, let's go sit in the living room. I'm sorry for the delay in welcoming you. No need to be courteous, Su family master. I came this time to see little friend Su Wen. Is he at home now? In. Of course in. He's in his room right now. I'm going to call him down right now. In no time, Su Wen was shouted down. At the same time, he wasn't the only one who came down. It just so happened that the rest days all collided together, and the entire Su family could be said to have come out in force. The Tang family was in existence that far surpassed the Su family, and it was natural that the Tang family head himself could not be slowed down. Watching the Su family's daughters greet one after another, Tang Shanha was very satisfied and laughed. Su Xian nephew, these daughters of yours can be more beautiful than one another, and the key is also very capable. I've often heard of General Yan's great name. I didn't expect that big star Su Qingsha to be a member of your Su family. Not bad, really good. You taught your son well. Su Qiming's heart was immensely pleased. After all, what compliments can be more satisfying than being praised for teaching your son well? Elder Tang is flattering. It's still the girls themselves who are striving for success. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to get to this point today. But my son Su Wen is an exception. He has been out and about since he was a child. He didn't expect to show a lot of amazing talent as soon as he came back. And he even saved you, old Tang. If it wasn't for Tang Lao you saying it yourself, I would have thought that he just sent you to the hospital. I didn't realize that this kid actually gave back some kind of prescription to cure your persistent illness. It really scared me. Tang Shanha froze at his words. Really? He didn't say anything about sending me the Dan formula? No. If I had known that I would not have let him send things indiscriminately. In case you ate something wrong with your body, it would have been a disaster. Ha ha, no harm done. Little friend Su, this Dan formula is so good. Old man, I have never felt so relaxed in decades. Tang Shanha looked at the silent Su Wen, his heart growing more and more appreciative. The young man is not in a hurry and is humble and low-key, not taking credit. The younger generation nowadays has very little of this kind of heart. Little friend Su, can I ask you where that Dan formula of yours came from? Old man, I have no other purpose. I am just curious to ask. If it is inconvenient to say, you can also not say. Su Wen smiled faintly. There's nothing bad to say. In fact, that was left to me by my master. Master? The crowd froze. Yes, master. I grew up in poverty. My adoptive parents left when I was a child, and I can say I grew up on 100 meals, but troubling others for a long time will eventually get everyone else tired of it, and if no one protects me, I'm afraid I won't live to see it. And that man is the master of a far-famed magician in the 10 miles of countryside, regarded by all as a fraud. Although other people take my master as a godly man, I know he has real skills, and I've learned a few things by ear over the years, but ultimately it's not any real skills. Master was afraid that I would struggle in the future, and before he died, he left a few Dan formulas for me to sell for money to survive in the future. Except that I was found by my parents and I don't have to take it to sell anymore. So, I then thought that the treasure left behind by that master would be given to those in need, and it would not be in vain for him to do good deeds in his life. After saying a few words, Shin Shinlan was already in tears and could not help but feel sad. It turns out that baby boy is having a harder time than he thought and actually had to have such an encounter. Seo Wen, I'm all child. How come you never mentioned this? Mom is really heartbroken. Suwon held Shin Shinlan's hand and smiled bashfully. Mom, this has already passed. I don't say it because I don't want you guys to be sad for me. Let bygones be bygones. The more he communicates, the more Suwon's suffering attracts the sympathy of others. Even Su Qingsha felt that before he was not a little excessive. People also hit the gas also spread. Suwon after all is his own brother, but also time to break the ice of the relationship between the two. And Tang Shanha was getting more and more satisfied as the exchange deepened, looking at the modest and low-key young man in front of him with eyes full of appreciation. Although he did not learn the true talent of that master, but this heart is difficult to compare with ordinary people. His granddaughter, Tang Shuyu, was also heartily impressed, feeling that Suwon was completely different from the rich kids she knew, and that he could still maintain such an optimistic mindset after experiencing many trials and tribulations, and deserved to be the person she looked up to, unlike certain impolite assholes. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around. As soon as this thought came out of Tang Shuyu's mind, the next second she saw a figure come down from upstairs and walk towards the kitchen. Within a few moments the figure returned the same way, with a can of Coke in his hand and in his mouth, seemingly not even noticing the group of exchanges at the living room. Tang Shuyu snorted coldly and spoke softly. Uncle Su, is the one with the Coke also a member of your Su family? Su Qiming looked back and his face suddenly changed. This rebellious son, if he didn't come out sooner or later, he would rather disgrace himself at this time. Tang Shanha was also curious and inquired, Nephew Su Xian, what's wrong? Could that young man also be your son? No, he's just the son of my family's driver, temporarily lending a hand. Su Qiming gave a stiff smile. Su Mayan who heard this was shocked. Dad, what are you saying? You shut up. Chapter 39 Who can cure me? In that case, it turns out to be an underling's child, but as an underling who is so unscrupulous in the main house, Uncle Su will have to discipline him more. Su Qiming nodded with a smile. Niece Tang is right, we really should discipline more in the future. Su Mayan couldn't listen any longer and left the table indignantly. She now understood why Xiao Sun had no hope for this family. Who wouldn't despair at the scene just now? Seeker, let's go up. Su Mayan went to hold Su Sun, wanting to pull him upstairs and away from those hurtful cold words. Su Sun seemed to have discovered something, slightly sideways to dodge, actually directly towards the sofa. In the end, he even sat on Su Mayan's original position, and incidentally pressed the rising Su Bai Nian back. Suddenly came such a surprise that everyone instantly went cold. Su Qiming's face was as ugly as eating at this moment, and his gaze towards Su Sun was filled with anger. He was already displeased with Su Sun's sudden appearance, and now he was even more reckless in disturbing the crowd's excitement. This sinner, Seeker, let's go up, I want to talk to you. Su Mayan reached out to pull Su Sun, but the result was that the person didn't pull but instead yanked to sit beside him. It's okay, if you have anything to say you can say it here too, and you guys talk about yourselves, just pretend I don't exist. Having said that, the atmosphere in the arena today was frozen like ice. It's a problem to even open your mouth, let alone talk. Looking at the two oldens' increasingly ugly faces, Su Sun was so relieved. Let him come and he won't come, let him go and he won't go. Just kidding, he just wanted to punch Su Qiming in the face today and see if he would flip out in front of outsiders. Tang Shanha had lived for so many years, after all, he was a human being, what could he not see? He recalled the rumors that were in the wind some time ago, the news of Su's real and fake young masters at the freshman ceremony of Jian University. At that time, when the news couldn't be searched, he thought it was a rumor and didn't care, but now it seems that the news should be blocked. Ha ha, Xian nephew Su, this young man has quite a personality, since he wants to stay let him stay, but, it's okay, it's a big crowd. Elder Tang opened his mouth, signifying that the matter could already be revealed, but the atmosphere was never the same as before, so cold that the crowd didn't know what to say. Tang Shuyu disliked this kind of atmosphere very much, and especially disliked this attitude of subordinates treating themselves like masters, only to hear her cold snort. Certain people can't melt into the circle, don't squeeze hard. The host family treats you kindly, but don't ever really think of yourself as the host. That's close to naming names. Su-sun laughed and turned his head to raise an eyebrow at Su Baiyan, who was on the side. See, there are actually people in this world who are even more bratty and bossy than you. It's really a long time to live. Su Baiyan's small face was dark. Which one of me is savage and bossy? Beware of me biting you. Good. You're not bratty or bossy. Hitting is kissing and scolding is loving. That's your love for me, alright? Less nonsense. But that's pretty much what it means. Su Baiyan's small face was arrogant with some slight redness, picking up the coke in her hand and gurgling it into her mouth. Or is it iced cocoa? No? Where did I get the coke? Su-sun shrugged. It's my leftover coke. Why do I have your coke? Just slipped it into your hand as I watched you gawk. What? Doesn't that mean we drank a coke? Your spit? It's more than that. I threw up some imported water. Su Baiyan instantly broke defense. Bastard. I'm going to get you killed. Seeing that Su-sun ignored himself and even joked around, Tang Shuyu's face became more and more ugly. She hadn't been ignored like this since she was a child. No wonder it is so powerful. So it is protected by the oldest 5 of the Su family. But an outsider is still an outsider. Baiyan's sister. I heard that you have been controlled since you were a child and haven't been in love. Do you want my sister to introduce you to a boyfriend? So that you can recognize some real young talents. And later you will know that not what can all be close to you. Su Baiyan's action of pinching people gave a start, revealing a face of looking at idiots. Where are the ancient people? Who I love to play with, I'm happy to do so. Sister Binian. Some people are just close to the water. And you don't have friends of the opposite sex. That's why you guys are going to be close. But you're not from the same world after all. Hearing this, Tang Shanha brow more and more tightly knit, can't bear it. Unhappy, well Shuyu, today you what's going on? Words a little too much. No grandpa. I'm going to say it. I was afraid that Sister Baiyan would get caught up in it and wanted to warn him. At those words, Su Baiyan was speechless, and came up with an offhand remark. Nerve. Tang Shuyu was instantly confused. What did you hear? What did you get out of your good intentions but a nervousness? She didn't expect Su Baiyan to actually give herself so little face. She was doing it for her own good. Sister Baiyan, what do you mean by that? I was just trying to give you a bit of advice. How could you say that about me? Mouth scooper. But don't suggest it. Just report Su-sun's name directly. You can scold him if you want to. No need to beat around the bush. It's not like I'm going to speak for him anyway. Su-sun was simply speechless and wanted to laugh. Some people don't make a sound. He ruthlessly clasped the small hand of the bystander who still wanted to pinch, and said with a leathery smile, if you can talk, talk more. I really love to hear it. Right, there's also you. Suddenly, Su-sun turned his gaze back to Tang Shuyu, who had been aggressive. This young lady, it seems like I haven't offended you, right? As for targeting me like this, if you have the time, why don't you care about your grandpa's health? In a few hours, he's going to have a relapse. Asshole, you dare curse my grandfather. Curse or no curse, the old man knows himself. The surface pretends to be indifferent again. The body is not hidden. Between the words, Su-sun held the sneak attack of the small hand, forced 10 fingers clasped, slowly on the arm wrestle. No longer honest, I hand to you, break. Don't. I was wrong. It hurts. Big sister, help me. The two were like no one else. Tang Shanha on the opposite side of the sofa was in deep thought, because Su-sun was right. He was much less relaxed than before. His eyes did not blur and his head was not dizzy, and his body had vigor. But that feeling of weakness still comes back sometimes, and the dullness at the heart is not completely cleared up. His purpose of coming here was to see if Su-won had a method to completely cure himself of the root solution. But unfortunately Su-won had no medical attainments except for the Dan formula. Now how did this person named Su-sun know about it? Those eyes are so clear. They seem to see through everything. You, Shuyu, shut up. Tang Shanha interrupted Tang Shuyu's outburst and gave Su-sun a kind smile. Young man, when you said that just now, could it be that you know something about all my diseases? Well, sort of. Weak as hanging, heart suffocating, stabbing crack, empty body, but seems to have no soul. Su-sun faintly smiled, lazily lying on the sofa. Unfortunately, only to treat its surface, not to treat the inside. You and I are not destined. I cannot help you. Tang Shanha left Su's house somehow. Ever since he heard Su-sun's words he was in a muddle. Nothing else, just because Su-sun said it all. He suddenly rose a touch of fluke. Could it be that Su-sun could cure his illness? People were all afraid for their lives. Even Tang Shanha, who had lived for so many years. Whether it was true or not, he was going to try it. But just as he was about to ask his granddaughter to go and invite Su-sun back to the Tang family, his malady suddenly struck. Grandpa. Chapter 40, Su-sun is dead. Hey, Su-sun. You said during the day that you could cure old Master Tang. is that true? Su Baiyan came over. Curious, he asked. Su Sun was astonished. When did I say I could cure a good family? Don't talk nonsense, okay? But you, that swearing tone, but also speak so head, clearly is the chest. You in the end is not nonsense, ah? Su Sun laughed softly. Does it matter if it does or not? What you should think of now is to stay away from me, or I'll beat your ass when I get annoyed, ah? Humph, you know how to scare me, but I don't see you as someone with that kind of skill. Ha, of course he doesn't have that. Right at this moment, Su Qiming's unpleasant voice rang out, only to see him and Qin Shinran arrive in front of Su Sun, towering over him, his face full of gloom. Realizing that the situation was not right, everyone gathered around, even Su Mayan, who was still eating, put down her chopsticks and hurried over. Mom and Dad, what are you doing again? Little Seeker didn't do anything wrong this time. Su Qiming smiled coldly. Hasn't made a mistake yet. He's the one who made a big mistake this time. Usually it's fine for us to tolerate how he makes trouble at home, but now he's actually making believe to other people's Master Tang. He'll be a ing healer, and if he's wrong people will think he's got nothing to do with it, and if he's right they'll just take it as a vicious curse. In case anything happens, my Su family can't be blamed. How are we going to face the Tang family's wrath? It's not easy for Xiao Wan to make friends with people, not for the sinner to kill his goodwill like this. Su Sun stood up with a smile on his face. Qiming is right. If that's the case, then don't you just kick me out of the Su family. I promise I will never get in your way and never drag your Su family down. What did you call me? Su Qiming's eyes widened and he became furious. You asshole, you're really getting. Snap. Su Qiming was instantly slapped on the face. Su Qiming was momentarily lost in thought, his face full of shock. As he snapped out of his stupor, an unspeakably angry fire welled up in his chest. Sins. Snap. The sudden slap directly confused Su Qiming and dispersed most of the fire that had accumulated in his heart. He slowly looked up, confusion and disbelief surfacing in his eyes, as if he was wondering if everything he had just seen was an illusion or not. He was just about to say something. The corner of Su Sun's lips hooked up, snatched the next step and said, Name ah, trouble comes out of the mouth. Now that we no longer have any relationship, and you guys have recognized it, I naturally have to change my name. Originally wanted to call you the landlord. Thinking too raw they want to call you by your first name, but also feel not close enough to call you Kai name. After all, we have known each other for almost 20 years. Less distance, but since you don't like it, I'll call you by your first name from now on. These words can be said to be angry. Su Qiming was once hard to imagine that he would be a few words of anger because of other people to tremble all over the body. But now, he's seen it. I worked so hard to raise you, only to raise such a white-eyed wolf as you. Stop. Two scatterbrains are still hard at work. And you haven't worked as hard as I have as a cow. That's a true statement. In terms of hard work, he used to labor in this house far more than anyone else, not just physically, but psychologically. Qin Shinlan's anger also skyrocketed at this time. You white-eyed wolf, we gave you shelter from the wind and rain no matter what, and this is how you repay us. Ms. Qin is wrong. As far as repayment is concerned, I have long since repaid you for your meager kindness by acting as an aggravated bag for so many years. I've stayed here so far to see if you'd be willing to give up my out-of-breath sandbag, but now it seems you still can't give me up. Ugh, sometimes life is like that. I couldn't leave if I wanted to. Both soft and hard are useless. Su Sun now can only come to a bit of desire to escape. As expected, the couple's faces were grim and ugly when they heard this. Not only were they exasperated by Su Sun's rebuttal, but they couldn't accept that they were said to be sheer. An ungrateful rebellious son is not something they care about. The two looked at each other and seemed to have made a decision. But just then, Su Mayan jumped out again and again and again. Mom and Dad. No. Su Qiming coldly swept his eyes. Boss, you've been a bit out of our league lately, so stay out of this. No Dad. If you drive Xiaosun away then I won't stay in this house either. Su Mayan, you've passed. It's useless no matter who comes to plead for mercy this time. Since someone is so self-righteous, let's fulfill him. Su Qiming spoke in a cold voice. Su Sun, I announce. Dad, don't. I declare that you are now expelled from the Su family. From now on, we are severed and have no more ties. You get back to the Su family now. As the words fell, Su Mayan felt as if her heart had been struck by a heavy hammer with a thump. Obviously she could still look out for each other if she was kicked out, only losing that name, but she all just couldn't stop panicking inside. It was as if Su Sun was about to disappear completely. Suddenly, she saw the corner of Su Sun's mouth reveal a triumphant, surprised, uncontrollable smile. Just as she was lost in thought, Su Sun had already moved his pace, his footsteps quickening towards the door. Not a single word was left behind, there was only the faint back of a man who was eager to leave. No, don't! Su Mayan became more and more uneasy in her heart. Seeing that Su Sun had already walked out of the villa, She could no longer suppress that uneasiness and hurriedly chased after him. Seeker. But where was the slightest figure in the doorway at that moment? It was empty. She was shocked and confused. Standing in the doorway one could see the main entrance at a glance, and it was impossible for Susun to run to the main entrance in this short period of time. At this moment, a golden stream of light crossed the sky, and as if Sumayan could resonate with it, she unconsciously shed tears. Suddenly, she remembered the crazy words of the fifth sister during the day. Big sister, I found the reason why Susun's personality has changed drastically. Something is wrong with his brain. He actually said that he didn't belong to this world, that he was a traveler, and that he went on a mission and is now stuck in this world for a full 20 years. Do you know why he insisted we kick him out? He said he'd be relieved if we'd just ask him. You think that's funny? Sumayan thought during the day that her sister was having a seizure and talking nonsense, but now it seems that the fear is true. Little Seeker, he, really relieved. Big sister, why don't you stop chasing? Where is Susun? At this time, several people in the house also chased out. Subainyan curiously surveyed the surroundings and found that there was no figure of Susun. He's not really running away, is he? He doesn't even seem to have his cell phone with him. Fifth sister, it's true, everything is true. Sumayan was lost in thought and murmured. Subainyan froze. What's true? What's wrong with you, big sister? What you said during the day. It's true. Little Seeker didn't lie to you. What he said is true. What? Subainyan suddenly remembered the crazy words Susun had said during the day, and looking at her big sister's almost collapsed appearance, a bad feeling came over her. Big sister, Susun wouldn't be disappearing. Sumayan's emotions were completely out of control. Her tears involuntarily kept falling. Her body's strength seemed to have been drained, and she sat helplessly on the ground, muttering and choking. Relieved? He's finally relieved. Little Seeker really saw death. He'll never come back. Chapter 41, Susun is alive again. Some unknown neighborhood. Susun woke up from his drowsiness and rubbed his head. Feeling a bit drained, he leaned against the bed, surveying the familiar yet unfamiliar scene around him, a gradual flicker of excitement rising in his heart. I'm really come back? Susun got up and got out of bed, walked to the window to lift the by tree leaf curtains. When he saw the scene outside, a long-lost sense of familiarity swept through his body. It's back. I'm finally back. But why so sleepy? Is it possible that it's the aftermath of going home? He suddenly remembered the Su family, remembering the scene before he left when Sumayan lost her mind and chased out. I thought I wouldn't be able to stay after it was all over, but some people still leave a mark inside. Sumayan, never again. Why are you so sleepy? Go back and squint a little more. On the Su family's side, the people were still fretting over Susun's disappearance. Learning the news of Susun's disappearance, Subainyan did panic and checked the surveillance all night. However, neither those outside the gate nor those on the outskirts of the villa had found the figure they wanted to see, and the Su family compound happened to have no surveillance installed, so there was no way to know what was happening inside the compound. All the people knew was that Susun walked out of the villa and disappeared strangely. Qin Shinlan is a little alarmed. It is hard to believe that a supernatural event has occurred in his house, or maybe a psychic Susun was caught by a ghost, especially from Sumayan's mouth. He heard that Susun was dead. Her first reaction was not to be hurt and sad, but to be afraid that Susun would turn into a ghost and take revenge. Namo Amitba Buddha. Little Seeker, you're done with the Su family, so don't look for it, okay? Looking at Sumayan's lost in thought and silent sobbing, the sisters came forward to comfort her. To be honest, Su Wancheng and Su Qingxia didn't react. It was just too sudden. The people they spent time with suddenly disappeared out of the blue. It was hard for anyone to get used to it. The two tried to comfort them, but they were pushed away by Sumayan fiercely. She felt that everyone was to blame, that they were all accomplices to mom and dad, or else Seeker wouldn't have been able to leave everyone forever. Oh, 2 and 4, you should be happy now, shouldn't you? After all, your most hated man is dead, and no one will ever be in your way again. The two men were stabbed in the heart by the words, as if they had been poked and prodded with needles to stab their hearts. Su Wanqing didn't know how to comfort, and could only speak forlornly. Big sister, what if Shaosun didn't die? How could a good person die? Dead. He's really dead. He said he wanted to be relieved, but it turns out he had the idea of seeking death a long time ago. Sumayan still thought that Susun's words of relief meant that he wanted to end his life, and with her knowledge she simply couldn't imagine that Susun was actually returning to the original world. All she knows is that some people once lost never come back, but what she wanted most right now was not to have someone back, but to be alive. Penis, obviously you could have taken good care of him, obviously you were able to give him warmth, but not only did you not, but you did all kinds of harm instead. You're an accomplice too, an accomplice to mom and dad. You're the ones who drove Seeker to his death. What the hell is nearly 20 years of affection to you? Su Qiming was not happy when he heard this. What do you mean they forced him to die? Boss, You're getting a little emotional. You're talking nonsense. Second and fourth and fifth. Help your big sister back to her room. Don't even touch me. Su Mayan shook off the pole and said coldly to Su Qiming, Dad, I originally thought that you were just cold and biased, but now it seems that you really don't have a heart. You and Mom are the same. Both are the murderers who drove little Seeker to his death. Su Mayan, you shut up. Su Qiming bellowed. I don't. I'm going to say it. It's not only you guys. There's also you Su Wanqing, you Su Qingxia, as well as you, Su Wen. Now that you've accomplished your goal, and there's no one to compete with for your favor anymore, you won't have to pretend anymore, because this family is all yours. Snap. Su Qiming slapped Su Mayan's face. The slap made Su Mayan's hair messy, and it also made her awake for a few moments. She covered her hot cheeks, but she let out a giggle. The pain in his cheeks was not a millionth of the grief in his heart. The family was cold and uncaring, and she had lost all hope. Living in this temperatureless family was the real despair, and she suddenly felt that it would be kind of nice for Su Sun to just leave. Disappointed more. Also do not hold any illusions, but once the pain is a moment difficult to eliminate. Su Mayan stumbled back to the house, like a walking corpse with a zombie soul, and muttered the words, It's good to be dead. It's good to be dead. Now you won't get hurt later. It was hard for the sisters to watch the stumbling back. Is this still their big sister who was so spirited and unperturbed by everything? A few people whispered, and for a moment they didn't know how to comfort them. In the end, it was only possible for Su Baiyan to go forward and pacify them. The crowd only thought of Su Baiyan to calm down Mu Yan's emotions, but no one knew that a piece of her heart was missing as well. Late night, the door to Su Mayan's bedroom was knocked on, and her parents' familiar voices came from outside the door. Boss, are you asleep? Mu Yan, how are you doing? Yan, you must take care of your big sister. Don't let her continue to be upset. When the words fell, the two of them heard a voice like a ghost ringing in their ears. Don't continue to be sad as well. I won't be sad if you guys return Xiao Sun. Su Qiming immediately rose in anger. You still have to finish. That sinner just disappeared dead or not yet no. Why are you chasing after him like this? Am I the one chasing after it? It's you guys, isn't it? You're the ones who forced him to die. So give him back to me. Su Mayan, you've really had enough. Not enough. Not enough at all. Unless you take back what you said before right now, or I'll keep messing with you guys. Su Qiming instantly laughed back in anger, feeling that Su Mayan was not lightly ill, and simply sneered along with the words, Good, I take it back now. I won't drive Su Sun away. It was just my joke before. Now you're satisfied. Only a cold grunt was heard, and there was no more movement at the door. After returning to calm, Su Mayan once again fell into a state of sadness, leaning against the head of the bed in a stagnant state of disorientation. Her pupils as if they had lost focus like a blur. The dim table lamp illuminated the splash of fragmentation. Su Baiyan looked at a burst of hard, arching into his arms to embrace each other tightly. Big sister, go to sleep. It's not early in the day. Sleep, how can I sleep? Am I too cowardly, or am I too cowardly? Su Mayan lowered her head and glanced godlessly, murmuring like a dream. Su Baiyan became even more uncomfortable and wanted to do something. So she said, Big sister, why don't we call the police to find someone? Maybe he's not dead, he just disappeared? Su Mayan shook her head. Is there a difference? Besides, is it useful to call the police for this kind of thing? You've also checked the surveillance. Who would believe that someone disappeared out of thin air? The two had nothing to say and fell into a long silence, just snuggling up to each other. Not knowing, Su Mayan asked again, Fifth sister, are you sad? If you want to cry you don't have to hold it back for me. I'm not as fragile as you think. Su Baiyan didn't say anything, just silently retracted back into the covers and reached out to turn off the table lamp on the nightstand. But the moment everything was plunged into darkness, two clear tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. The red sun appeared and the sky lit up with its first brightness, bringing with it a scarlet haze. At this time, inside the fountain pool of the Su family compound, a wet arm was suddenly lifted from the pool, followed by a wet and muddy figure that climbed up from the pool, driving a large amount of water splashes. Su Sun shook off his dazed head and looked at his watery body suspiciously, surveying everything around him. What the hell? Why am I lying in a pool? It's so uncomfortable. And why does this surrounding look so familiar? Not right. Isn't this the Su family? Why am I back again? Chapter 42, The Su Family's Desperation. The Su family's oldest third sudden return. Su Sun had a sentence in his mind that he didn't know whether to say or not to say. It's hard to go back, but it turns out to be back again. It's hard to go home with a retraction? Jesus Christ, do you want to play me like that or not? Su Sun walked into the villa with a despondent face, wanting to say how no one was at Su's house in the evening, but then he inadvertently glanced at the cell phone he had left on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Looking at the time, combined with the fact that it's still light or not even up yet, Su Sun was speechless, messing around with the fact that he had only disappeared for a few hours. I just left in the first place and came back in the second. The Su family would die of laughter if they knew about it, especially those two old things. They might have to taunt. The journey home was put on hold for a while to hide from him for a while. So, Su-sun went back to his room and found his ID card and then directly left Su's house. And just a few hours after he left, the wave of cleansing that came to his room. This night, Su Mayan slept very tired and very groggy, and only managed to wake up at more than 9 in the morning. For someone like her, who had been waking up early for several years, this lazy nap was not as comfortable as she thought it would be, but rather draining. Su Baiyan actually woke up early, but was worried that her big sister never left. Both of them had matters of the heart on their minds, and both of them coincidentally didn't mention last night's events, so as not to stir up bad memories, but the two choose to endure it. But there are those who don't seem to want them to get out of the experience anytime soon. Fifth sister, what's the commotion outside? Why is it so noisy? Although the soundproofing of the room was good, the noisy sound of someone going up and down the stairs outside still attracted Su Mayan's attention. It was also at this time that Su Baiyan paid attention to the movement outside and changed her clothes to go out to check. But this time, when I opened the door, I saw unfamiliar workers carrying various objects. What's going on? Instantly, her brow furrowed and she hurried toward the stairs. Only Su-sun's room was being emptied by large bags of various things. Seeing this, Su Baiyan hurriedly went downstairs to report the news. Big sister, it's not good. Su-sun's room is about to be emptied. What? Su Mayan instantly sat up straight. Big sister, Su-sun's room has been emptied. Even the closet has been demolished. This time Su Mayan could no longer remain calm and hurriedly got out of bed and went out to stop those porters. Who are you guys? Why are you moving my family's stuff? The few porters who were blocked stopped and looked at each other. One of them said, we were approached by the owner of this house about redecorating the room and told us to destroy everything in the room. What did you say? An unprecedented anger lingered in Su Mayan's heart, even involving a hint of hatred. It's not enough that your parents are so desperate, they can't even tolerate a little relic. Is it really necessary to be so eager to destroy the traces when you know the talent has just left? Su's son had lived in this home for so long that he hadn't even left a few photographs. So if those items that were tainted with his scent disappeared, what was the difference between them and not having existed in this world? Su Mayan's heart was unwilling. Were mom and dad going to completely cut off everyone's thoughts? Never allow it. No way. No one can touch his stuff. Put it all down. Su Mayan stepped forward and went to grab the things in those people's hands. But apart from some mural ornaments, there were some out-of-season clothes, but none of them belonged to Su Sun. How come? Little Seeker's clothes, Little Seeker's shoes. How come none of Little Seeker's things are there? Su Mayan rushed into Su Sun's room. The whole room could already be described as empty, except for the half-demolished closet. There were only a few miscellaneous items and clothes piled up by the family. Su Sun's clothes were gone. Su Sun's awards were gone. Even the computer she had bought Su Sun some time ago was gone. There is also Su Sun's ID card. From childhood to the student card graduation certificate are all gone. Where's the stuff? How come it's all gone? Where did all his stuff go? Su Mayan fell into a muttering disorientation. And seeing this, the porters looked puzzled. Still, someone told the truth. Miss, you mean those boys' things in the house, don't you? There are very few things about boys in this house. Just a few pieces of clothing, the first batch of which was taken away, and now I'm afraid they've long been pulled away and disposed of. Look, we're just here to wrap things up. We're all just ordinary workmen, so don't give us a hard time, will you? Several people saw that Su Mayan didn't react. The end, move the move, and left with the things in flames. Looking at the empty room, Su Mayan's mind went blank, only knowing that everything was all gone. Everything about Su Sun had all completely disappeared. Why do you have to be so mean? Do you really dislike it that much? But why did you bring him back in the first place? There is no worse punishment in the world than to give hope and then let it be disappointed. Fifth sister, what do you think? Exactly, that little seeker is in the eyes of mom and dad? The sudden inquiry caused Su Baiyan to be momentarily stunned. She honestly didn't know the answer, and even if she did, she didn't want to irritate her big sister by saying it. Suddenly, she thought of something and changed the topic. Big sister, Su Sun's cell phone is still on the coffee table in the living room. I know the password to his cell phone, and there might even be some pictures of him inside. At that moment, Su Mayan's eyes lit up. Cell phone. I almost forgot my cell phone. Let's go get it. The two hurried down the stairs with the last expectation of getting that last thought, but when I got to the coffee table, I realized where there was a cell phone on it. Qin Xinlan was sitting on the sofa knitting a sweater, waiting for winter to come to show her mother's love for her son. Her movements were rusty, but the corners of her mouth were smiling and obviously enjoying herself. Su Mayan jerked her head up. Mom, where's the cell phone on the table? Qin Xinran moved. Mayan, are you better now? I asked for your cell phone. What cell phone? Seeker's cell phone. Where did you put it? How would I know about his cell phone? I guess your dad dropped it by the way. At this moment, Su Mayan was struck by lightning. Late afternoon. First floor dining room. Qin Xilan's repeated calls for dinner to no avail caused her minor dissatisfaction. Boss is really something too. I haven't seen him care about that white-eyed wolf before, and now he's making it so sad. Mom, will you shut up? Big sister is already having a hard enough time. Su Baiyan was speechless. Hey you dead girl, how dare you talk to your mom like that? Are you going to revolt? Mom, if you say so I really revolt. There are some things I have to say. Su Sun well at least. Suddenly, a snickering voice interrupted Su Baiyan's indignation. Yo, my Nian Nian will actually rebel as well. It seems that certain people have gotten a lot bolder during this time. As the words fell, a woman dragging a suitcase appeared in front of the crowd. She was mesmerizingly beautiful. A white dress like the first snow of winter. The light fabric fit her delicate body. With her every move, seems to have a breeze gently swaying. Her eyes were just like a clear spring, clear and bright, and her smile was simply the most delicate flower blooming in the spring, reflecting the white and delicate face. The whole person with a sentence of gentle like water is not too much. Third sister. Chapter 43. I said, he's dead. Jiangcheng First Hospital. Inside the ICU, an old man was unconscious in his bed, while a group of grieving men, women and children were gathered around him. Tang Shuyu was holding her grandfather Tang Shanha's hand, her heart infinite self-reproach. If she did not pull her grandfather around, her grandfather could not have had a sudden outbreak of old illness. Shuyu, go back and rest a bit. I'll just keep watch here. The person speaking was Tang Shuyu's father, Tang Changye, who was also Tang Shanha's second son and the current head of the Tang clan group. As for the group around them, they were the core clansmen of the Tang family. Some of them even came from out of town overnight, so one could imagine Tang Shanha's prestige in the family. Tang Xingye then asked, Shu Yu, didn't your grandfather already take the prescription sent by the master? He was alive and well 2 days ago. Why did he suddenly relapse again? Did something happen in this? Tang Shuyu shook her head woodenly. I don't know. We were just on our way home when Grandpa suddenly had an attack. I don't know why. At this time, a young male voice said, that must be because you didn't take good care of your cousin. Why did you bring Grandpa to run around blindly for nothing? Don't you know that his old man can't stand up to being tossed around? Tang Xingjuan, don't you dare fan the flames here. It was Grandpa who wanted to go and thank his benefactor. I accompanied him out. Suddenly, Tang Shuyu thought of something. Benefactor. The Su family. Su Sun. Dad. I know how Grandpa suddenly relapsed. It must be that bastard's curse. Tang Changye wrinkled his eyebrows slightly. What do you mean, Dad? The Su family has a chauffeur's son named Su Sun. He said yesterday that Grandpa would have a relapse in a few hours and said a bunch of unintelligible things to him. Who would have thought that Grandpa would fall ill on the way home? It must be him. At those words, everyone in the room froze. Although Tang Xingye wasn't happy that someone had cursed his old man, he was a realist and simply didn't believe that there were any of these bullish tricks in the world. Probably just a coincidence. Or, maybe that So-Seeker really does see something. Shu Yu, what was your grandfather's reaction at that time? Did he get angry? Angry? Tang Shuyu froze and fought back for a moment. It doesn't seem like it. Instead, he was a bit shocked, and he's been distracted ever since. But I think he's just intentionally trying to scare Grandpa. Tang Chengye shook his head. I'm afraid there's something else going on with this matter. That kid is afraid he sees something. Dad, what are you babbling about? He's just a chauffeur's son, what can he see? You mustn't let him off the hook. I'll see who dares. Just then, a weak gulp caught the attention of the crowd. Only then did the crowd realize that somehow Elder Tang had actually woken up. Dad, Grandpa, okay, stop yelling, I can't die. Help me up. Tang Shanha half leaned on the head of the bed and twisted his head to look at the crowd. I've heard all of your words. No one is allowed to look for trouble with that young man. Grandpa, why? He actually dared to curse you. Shu Yu, you shut up. Tang Xingye sat on the edge of the bed, supporting the old man. Dad, is that Susu's name able to tell what's wrong with you? Tang Shanha nodded slightly. Oh, eldest, you're still as smart and sensible as ever. Indeed, that young man was able to name my illness in sentences with just a glance, and was also able to predict the time of my onset, which is something that Dan formula was unable to do. Not only must you not trouble him, but you must do your best to please him. Understand? The words have come to this. Although the people present do not believe that the young man in the mouth of their own old master has that much ability, but they also dare not comment on it. Tang Xingye was the only one who nodded his head solemnly as if he had received an order. Dad, I get it. With the passage of time, the traces about Su Sun were fading away, but the impression left in Su Mayan's heart was gradually worsening. Su Mayan closed herself off for a day and thought back to the past, realizing that the memories about Su Sun were still many years ago. At that time, Su Sun was still young and followed her ass all day long. When she was happy, she would take Susun out to have some fun, but most of the time she was busy with her studies and career. And this recent 7 or 8 years, actually cannot find any point about the good memories of Susun, but also the recent days. Due to Susun's temperament change, two people gradually become more and more exchanges, and that was the last time the two crossed paths. Su Mayan didn't want to completely forget about Susun's existence. She remembered that her parents' side should have pictures of everyone when they were young. Susun hadn't left any photos in the last few years, so it would be an excellent comfort if she could find a reminder of her childhood. But she learned from her mother that the photo about Susun was lost many years ago. Su Mayan finally realized that it would no longer be possible to find proof of Susun's existence in the Su family. When she woke up in the morning, she had actually had the luxury of expecting a miracle, because last night she had forced her father to retract his order. But the miracle didn't happen after all. At night, Su Mayan was alone in Susun's room carving a wooden board she got from somewhere as Susun's spirit tablet. Meanwhile, the crowd downstairs had finished dinner. Su Xian Ro's sudden return home could be said to have eliminated most of the dullness in the house. At least that's what Su Qiming and Qin Xinlan thought. Mom, I'm not a kid anymore. I'll pour my own water. But, is something wrong at home? Why is everyone moping around? Fifth sister, aren't you glad I'm back? I could be bringing you a limited edition patty dog yet. If it was in the past, Su Baiyan would definitely jump 3 feet in the air. But now, she felt that the so-called gift didn't seem that appealing. Just an echoing smile. Happy. I'm happy. Su Xinru couldn't help but furrow her willow brows. She was pretty sure that something was going on at home. Although her parents couldn't see anything strange, the reactions of her sisters were really out of place, especially her fifth sister, who was usually the most rowdy. Mom, Dad, where's big sister? Qin Xinlan laughed. Your big sister is upstairs. She is a little. Now, well, something's come up, so I'll leave her alone. But where is little Seeker? I heard fifth sister mention him when I came back. Has he been disobedient again lately? The atmosphere instantly froze, and the smile at the corner of Qin Xinran's mouth was filled with stiffness. What's going on? What's that look on your faces? By the way, I actually came back this time because of Xiaosun. It's just right to say it together. Nian Nian, go and call Xiaosun here for a moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, until 10 seconds had passed. Su Baiyan sat on the sofa without moving a bit, just silently hung his head, his unseen face looking sad. Su Xinru snickered. Good, can't call you anymore, can you? Then Xia, you go call. Like Su Baiyan, Su Chengxia did not move. Helplessly, Su Xinru could only go and call it herself. But just as he got up and didn't take 2 steps, a breathless voice came from behind him. Third sister, you don't have to go. You'll never see him again in your life. Su Xinru's footsteps lurched, turning back in disbelief. What do you mean? He ran away from home? It's fine. Since he was a child, he listened to me the most. He'll come back. No, he's dead. What did you say? Su Xinru's face changed slightly, thinking she had heard wrong. I said, he's dead. He's gone from this world forever. What? No one noticed that Su Xinru's body trembled slightly. Chapter 44. Little Seeker. I'm late after all. Fifth sister, this joke is not funny. Returning to her senses from the brief shock, Su Xinru's tone also changed, carrying a faint hint of coldness. She hadn't been home for just 2 months. How could someone who was usually in good health suddenly die? It must be something Mom and Dad did. So, she turned her gaze to her parents again. Mom and Dad, is it possible that Xiaosun committed something and you drove him away? I have time later. When he comes back, I will be sure to discipline him severely. With that, Su Xinru took out her cell phone and wanted to make a call. However, a small white hand covered her palm. Third sister, you don't think I'm joking with you, do you? He's really dead. He'll never come back. Everything about him was destroyed by Mom and Dad. Even the room was torn down. What's the point of calling now? Su Xinru's face was unchanged, only to eliminate that last trace of a smile at the corner of her mouth. She turned her head to look at her parents and said flatly, Mom and Dad, is what Nian Nian said true? Su Qiming pressed out the cigarette in his hand and nodded with a grave expression. Yes, what's going on? When did it happen? Su Xinru asked again. Last night. This sinner was not helped up anyway, so the family will pretend that there is no such person in the future. Dad, it was clearly you and Mom who drove him to his death. If you hadn't done it for Suwin. Third sister. Hearing this, Suwin was instantly startled. No longer caring about maintaining good behavior and understanding, hurriedly jumped out. With a face of heartache. It's me who's sorry for my brother. My brother couldn't stand the fact that Mom and Dad were spoiling me, so he went astray, which also led to his drastic change in temperament and even dared to hit Mom and Dad. If I hadn't returned, the family wouldn't have gotten into such a mess. In the end, it's still my fault. Suwin, you dead green tea still here backwards. Obviously. Su Qiming bellowed. Old 5, you shut up. This is not Xiao Wen's fault. I'll stay closed. This is all a consequence of your favoritism. As a parent, there is nothing wrong with strict discipline. It is he himself who is too weak. Indiscriminate suppression isn't a problem. So what is? Dad, you're really getting old. At that moment, Su Qiming's eyes widened. Is he or she being scolded? Or was he scolded by his favorite little cotton girl? Su Qiming's face turned blue, and he was just about to open his mouth, but someone else grabbed him and spoke back. Fifth sister, that's enough. How can you talk to mom and dad like that? Su Baiyan was incredulous. Third sister, you actually speak for them? Do you know what they have done? That Su Wen in particular has a belly full of bad intentions. Enough. Whatever is not a reason for you to contradict your parents. And mom and dad said it's not little man's brother's problem. It really hurts your heart to talk like that, you know? Su Baiyan smiled, a fleeting sadness crossing his eyes. The family is afraid of Su Wen's sadness, but no one cares about Su Sun, who is already dead, and no one cares about the sad older sister or himself. It turns out that the vast majority of the people in this family have been blind from the beginning. It's also true that you, third sister, have been disciplining Su Sun in all sorts of ways since you were a child. Incomparably strict. You don't let him make friends. You don't let him go out to play. He has to be chastised by you if he comes home a few minutes late. You're nothing but oppressive and harsh with him. It won't make any difference to you if he dies. Instead, you can be left in peace. After all, no one will ever come to bother you again. In a flash, Su Shinru silently clenched her fists. However, the face still did not look any different, nor did it make any retort, but turned to leave after glancing at the crowd. Nian, you need to calm down. I'm going to go up and check on big sister first. Su Shinru remembered that someone in the sister group had said that Su Sun had moved back to the 5th floor, so she came to the 5th floor and arrived at the door of the room she was once incomparably familiar with. There was no movement inside, and her hand gripped the doorknob, actually having a twinge of apprehension just the moment she opened the door. It seemed to be afraid to see the scene inside, but eventually, the door opened, into the eyes of an empty piece. Really, as the 5th sister just said, that there is nothing. The empty room also had only one figure with its back to it, and that figure was carving something with creaking force. She took a few steps forward. Finally, she could see it. It was a spirit tablet. Big sister, old third, you're back. Su Mayan's tired tone didn't seem to have any surprise. She just silently placed the spirit tablet in her hand smoothly. Big sister, Xiao Sun He. Well, you should be happy that he's dead. No one will ever piss you off again. The air was silent for a long time. Su Shinru didn't retort, but just kept staring at the wooden board and stood silently for a long time. The two looked at each other without words. No one broke the silence, as if they were both digesting the emotions in their hearts. After a long silence, it was Su Shinru who took the lead to break the deadlock. What the hell is going on here? There was another moment of silence, followed by a soft chuckle. Su Mayan got up and turned back, walking over to Su Shinru to survey the gentle, watery face. But she understood that this third sister of hers was the one Su Sun feared the most among the sisters. What's the point of getting to the bottom of it now that the person is dead when they've been ignored in every way? Oldest, ask our good parents. Ask your good brother. Su Xin Ro didn't get the answer she wanted from Su Muyen, but she did get everything answered from Su Baiyan. I'll talk if you don't want to. Big sister. Su Baiyan suddenly barged in, with a laptop in her hand, and directly played multiple videos. And during this time, Su Baiyan recounted the changes in the family during this period of time, recounting how Su Sun had now helped the family through many times, even dodging life and death. It also tells of Su Sun's drastic change of temperament, Su Wen's various calculations, especially that plagiarism smear incident. The family's unclear right and wrong is simply suffocating. The more Su Baiyan said, the more angry she became, catching whoever bites who. A few of them are also even if Su Qingxia is simply brainless. By Su Wen poorly pretending a few times actually do not care about it. Really a stupid. Looking at the surveillance in the computer, Su Shinru looked like she was caught up in it and couldn't move out of the way. This was all beyond her knowledge, and in terms of what she had heard and the video in front of her, wouldn't it mean that Su Sun had disappeared in a bizarre way? Nian, is this video sure it hasn't been touched? Sure. Su Sun disappeared in the front foot and we checked the surveillance in the back foot. Besides, big sister chased out at that time, and in just a few seconds the person was so gone. Su Shinru asked again, then how are you sure he's dead and not disappeared? Upon hearing this, Su Baiyan's expression dimmed. Because, he's been forcing us to drive him away. I've always thought that he wanted to break off his thoughts. As a result, the day before, he said a bunch of inexplicable words, and he said that if he finished his mission, he could complete relief. It was only later that my big sister and I realized why Su Sun wanted to be superfluous. Obviously can go but had to ask us to open our mouths. It turned out that he had long since lost the idea of life. Also change us as Su Sun. afraid is already committed suicide, right? Dying is indeed a relief. But the good thing is, his big sister and I have been standing firmly by his side during his last moments. I can tell he doesn't hate us anymore. And during this time, he should be able to feel that he's not alone, right? This last sentence was intentionally said by Su Baiyan. It was best if she could irritate the third sister. And it didn't matter if she couldn't. She just wanted to add to people's hearts anyway. However, she was still disappointed. Su Xianro did not show any sadness, and simply left a sentence of knowing in turn to leave. Big sister. She's also too cold. Su Baiyan was disgruntled. Su Mayan re-squatted down and rubbed the spirit tablet, the corners of her mouth curling into a reminiscent smile. Hasn't she always been like this? Early the following morning, Susan beautifully woke up from the hotel's large bedroom, stretched, opened the curtains and looked out the window at the traffic. Feeling a little hungry, he picked up his cell phone on the small table by the window and prepared to order a takeout. Tapping the screen, a sender he hadn't seen in a long time instantly caused him to frown. Seeker, I'm late after all. Chapter 45. You're too late. Su Sun is already dead. What the hell? Is it hard for Su Shinru to come back? Among the 5 sisters, the one Su Sun was most unwilling to face was Su Xianro. A woman who was gentle on the surface but poisonous on the inside. Is an individual to see Su Xianro is afraid to be her all gentle folded. But other people do not know the true face of this woman. He still cannot be clear? Su Qingxiao was the one who liked to lecture him the most, but it was just a lecture. But Su Shinru is different. The pipe does not care. Should not care, that is really everything. Dressing control, making friends control, even going out, proper control freak. As long as Su Shinru was at home, Su Sun was absolutely not allowed to go out. And as long as he came home a few minutes late, he would be hounded and confined. The most important thing is that a person off even if. But Su Shinru every time will not leave the body aside staring, afraid of him to engage in what small movements as if. Thinking back to all the old days, it was a stressful experience. Su Sun also remembers just went to high school that will be in their own female classmate relationship is quite good. Once because the study group 2 people review each other stayed a long time. And that is also the only time after school did not immediately go home. It happened that Su Shinru passed by the school to pick him up. The surface as gentle and watery did not lose his temper, but closed him the longest time of a confinement. He didn't even go to school the next day, and Su Shinru was pretty much always on the sidelines. By the time he went to school again, his female classmates had changed places and wouldn't even talk to him. Su Sun didn't know why, but he didn't care too much about it, just some small loss. Then there were a few more times when he went back a little late, and that's when he didn't have any more friends around him, male or female. Su Sun was deep in it at the time and didn't notice anything wrong with it, but now he seems to be afraid that it was all Su Shinru's interference. This serpentine woman. Sooner or later I'll find you to settle the score. Dropping his cell phone, he put on his clothes and started to wash up. Everything is ready. Su Sun also do not order takeout, simply go to the store to eat, just to buy a few change of clothes. After a simple breakfast, Su Sun ran towards the men's clothing area, and just before passing by a luxury store, an anxious call came into his ears. Someone. My grandfather has fainted. Is there anyone to save him? Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Su Sun did not hesitate to squeeze through the crowd and squatted in front of the old man who fell to the ground, just going out the door and meeting an old grandpa to save himself. It seems there is some chance, but why does this old man look so familiar? If it isn't Tang Shanha, is he dizzy again? No matter who it was, Su Sun was still prepared to step in and save the day. But just then, came Tang Shuyu's familiar yet overbearing voice. It's you! It's you! The liar who cursed my grandfather. Oh, then I won't cure it. Su Sun wasn't spoiling for a fight and got up to leave. Seeing that the person just left, Tang Shuyu realized that she had said the wrong thing. They came to the mall today is to buy things ready to go to ask Su Sun's cure. In case he really has some skills, then they will not delay the grandfather's condition. Wait, don't you go. I told you to stand still. Are you deaf? Seeing the people getting farther and farther away, Tang Shuyu panicked, and now she could only beat a dead horse. If he can make Grandpa wake up, that means he does have some skills. If not, then there is no need to come to the door and ask for help. She quickly chased after him, tugged on Su Sun's coat, and her tone softened a few points. Su Sun, wait, it was me who said something wrong just now. Save my grandfather. Su Sun glanced back and frowned, puzzled in his eyes. Who are you, Baron Thin? What did you say? Tang Shuyu's pupils quaked, as if it was hard to believe that she would be insulted like this. I said, who are you, Baron? You're asking me to save my life? Don't I want to lose face? As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. But as the saying goes, you have to have it when it's meant to be, and you can't force it when it's not. Tang Shanha has such a granddaughter as his one robbery. Really think he likes to rush to save people? Stand still. I can give you money. Give you a few $100,000. You help me save my grandfather. Che, your grandfather's life is so worthless? Give me $100 million and I'll consider it. Su Sun just disappeared in front of her eyes. It was also at this time that Tang Xingye, who had gone shopping, came over with a large bag of things. Dad, what's wrong with you? Shu Yu, what's going on here? Why did your grandfather faint again? In fact, by this time Tang Shanha had already woken up, and this time he was not suffering from an attack of an old disease, but from low blood sugar caused by not eating properly all the time he was hospitalized. It's okay, just hungry and black-eyed. I'll eat something and I'll be fine. Dad, I told you to wait in the car. Why did you have to come over? Luckily nothing happened. What would I have done if something had happened? Well, it's all right already. Take me to have a bite to eat and go to Su's house later. The Su family villa. Su Qimingqin Xinlan as well as Su Wen were constantly looking at the gate. They had just learned that the news of the Tang family's re-entry was not very easy. His own precious son was really powerful, and was actually so highly regarded by the Tang family. With this trend, their Su family borrowed the Tang family's east wind to go up another level for fear that it would not be a problem. Mom and Dad, what are you doing at the front door? Su Qiming laughed. You just came home and don't know that your brother saved the old man of the Tang family, and they are about to make a second visit to the door. Yeah, well, brother is really good. In that case, I'll have to reward my brother. It just so happens that I haven't gotten out my gifts for everyone yet. So Mom and Dad, why don't you go back to the cottage and wait? There's a gift for you too. Su Mayan has no feeling for jewelry and luxury goods, and cares more about her heart. So Su Shinru gave Su Mayan a silk nightgown. She was a clothing designer, and almost all of Su Mayan's intimate clothing came from her. But this time the gift did not get a single smile from Su Mayan. The crowd all got their own gifts, and Su Baiyan got a limited edition Patty Puppy pillow. While rummaging through Su Wen's gifts, Su Shinru suddenly frowned. How come it's not there? Is it hard to put it in the wrong box? Unable to do so, Su Shinru smiled apologetically at Su Wen. Brother, I may have put the wrong box. You go to my house to get it yourself. It's in the suitcase. I heard that you lost your watch some time ago, and I bought the Chanda Jade specifically for you. Su Wen sniffed and rushed up the stairs with gusto, and Su Shinru was still rummaging around, frowning slightly again. Nian, I bought you a watch too. I probably put it in the wrong box too. I'll take you to get it later. As he spoke, footsteps came from the doorway. The Don family has arrived. Su Xian nephew, the old man has come to the door once again. I'm sorry to bother you. No nuisance. No nuisance. Master Tang Tang's niece is quick to get close. And, Tang Dong, Su Qiming was shocked, not expecting the day-to-day Tang Xingye to actually come. Getting a boost from the Tang family was feared to be the nail in the coffin. A few of you wait a moment. I'll go shout down my son Su Wen. Tang Xingye froze. Su Wen? What's the point of calling out to him? Ha, aren't you here to see my son? Tang Shanha smiled and simply opened the door. Xian nephew, truth be told, this time we are here to look for little friend Su Sun. What? Su Yung? Su Qiming hadn't had time to inquire. Su Baiyan had already grabbed in front of him to take the lead. You guys are too late. Su Sun is already dead. Chapter 46. Su Wen was caught in public. What? Dead? Su Baiyan, you shut up. Su Qiming was afraid that Su Baiyan's mouth would not be able to speak, and hurriedly stood out to explain. In fact, there was some accident. The day before yesterday, Su Sun was killed in a car accident, and you are afraid that you can't see him. This time, the few members of the Tang family were all dumbfounded. They came with a big bag with a lot of hope to hire someone, and the person is already dead? Tang Shanha's expression suddenly fell into frustration. My life is over. It's just that I've lived long enough to die. Tang Changye, on the other hand, was a bit displeased that he had put off his many trips to come personally, and this current result was not what he wanted at all. Su Dong, what's going on? How did Su Sun suddenly have a car accident? Most of the big families are ruthless. He heard his father tell the scene when he came to the Su family last time. Some doubt whether it is because the Su family see what the end. Afraid of Su Sun hitching a ride on their Tang family a leap to turn over. So early start. If that was the case, then it was simply unforgivable that this Su family had cut off his father's hope for life. Su Qiming piled up smiles and said, Tang Dong, I don't know specifically, but it is true that the car accident rescue failed. People have been pulled away by his family. Tang Xingye couldn't see the clues for a moment, but looking at the reactions of the Su family's several daughters didn't seem fake. That is, Su Sun appears to be really dead. Tang Xingye was still thinking of going back and finding out what was going on. Who knows that his own daughter suddenly voiced out at this time? How can that be? I even saw him when I was at the mall before? The mall? Before? Su Qiming froze for a moment. You mean a few days ago? Right, he wasn't in trouble then? What? Obviously. Shu, you shut up. Don't mention it again when people are dead. Don't embarrass your elders. But Dad, Tang Shuyu still wanted to say something, but when she saw her father's serious eyes, she simply stopped talking. It was thought that the matter would end there, but one of Tang Xingye's actions surprised everyone. Excuse me, can you guys give me Su Sun's contact information? He actually went to ask for Su Sun's contact information. What's the point of a dead man asking for his contact information? Seemingly knowing what the crowd was thinking, Tang Xingye explained, don't get me wrong. I just want to check out the relevant people around him through his contact information. After all, my father said that Su Sun still has some skills. Maybe he still has some hidden masters. If we find any worldly masters, we might be able to save my father's life. Oh, so, the contact information can be given to you, but you guys are afraid to be disappointed, because we know his experience very well, and he doesn't know many people out there at all. With those words, Su Qiming flipped out Su Sun's number for Tang Xingye to shoot. The Tang family had no success in this matter and were also ready to return home. It so happened that Su Baiyan, who had just gone upstairs at that moment, went and returned. Third sister, I just went to your room to look for it. There's no watch as you said. I didn't even see a box. Su Xinru frowned slightly. It can't be. It should be there. Go look again. I'm not looking for it. I don't often carry any watch anyway, so if it's gone, it's gone. Su Baiyan went straight to the sofa. If she didn't want to disappoint her third sister, she didn't care about any watch. Just as she was about to sit down, suddenly, her eyes sank, as if she had discovered something. Sabin, what's that in your pocket? What thing? Suwon was still playing with his newly acquired watch, not caring at all about the wrongness in Su Baiyan's tone. However, Su Baiyan had already walked in front of him, aiming at the purple cloth of that suit pocket and yanked it out. And with it, a watch was also brought out. What is this? Mom, that looks like your. Qin Xinlan froze for a moment at the words, her eyes almost glazed over when she reacted, and then she snatched it up in embarrassment. Su Baiyan gloated. Suwon, you really aren't a good thing. Do you still want to lose face? No, I didn't. I really didn't. I've caught you in the act, and you're still trying to weasel out of it? Ha! Su Xinru got up from Suwon's side and slightly squatted down to pick up the watch. This watch, isn't it the one I gave to Nian Nian? Su Baiyan instantly rose up in anger. Good. I told you how my stuff is gone, so someone stole it. Not only are you shameless, you actually dared to steal even my things. Suwon, you obviously got everything. Why do you have to rob others? I'm not spoiling you when they do. Su Baiyan looked around, pulled out the ruler from under the coffee table, and directly jerked it up. Go to hell for this young lady. What's all the noise over there? The guests haven't left yet. At the doorway, Su Qiming turned around and rebuked unhappily. Suwon was shameless in public and stole my watch, which I caught in the act. Looking at the chickens flying in the back, the three members of the Tang clan looked embarrassed. Tang Xingye smiled awkwardly. Su Dong, we will leave first. No need to send. You go back to deal with family matters first. Ha! Well, you guys take care. Su Qiming has always been a person who wants to save face, especially in front of outsiders, but at this time, he felt incomparably humiliated, or in front of the Tang family. It could be said that this was only second to the last time he was beaten by Su Sun in front of the whole school, and this time it was still a silent humiliation, more humiliating in a sense. You two assholes, do you want your old man to lose face in front of your honored guests? Outside the villa, the three members of the Tang family were ready to hit the road. As soon as she got into the car, Tang Shuyu couldn't wait to ask, Dad, why didn't you let me go on just now when it was clear that Su Sun wasn't dead? Chapter 47, Suwon's unforgettable shame. Shuyu, what did you mean just now at Su's house? Are you sure Su Sun isn't dead? Tang Xingye asked in a deep voice, actually already having some guesses in his heart. Yeah, Dad, So-seek isn't dead. I was just about to say it, but you interrupted me. What the hell is going on? You speak clearly now. Dad, actually I just ran into Su Sun when I was at the mall. When Grandpa fainted, I asked him to save Grandpa and he just walked away. There really isn't any kindness. So that's how it is. But are you sure he didn't save rather than being pissed off by you? Suddenly, Tang Xingye's tone was a bit gloomy. Tang Shuyu thumped. How could? I don't have anything to do to anger others. Humph, it better be. If your grandfather's condition is delayed because of you, I'll make you look good. Since the daughter of what virtues of Tang Xingye or no, although not domineering, but extremely high-minded and proud of people, to see the eyes of the people will not give any good face. He could only hope that Tang Shuyu hadn't completely offended the young man named Su Sun to death. Eldest, have you discovered something? Just now, you didn't let Shuyu open her mouth for fear that there was a reason, right? Suddenly, Tang Shanha, who had been silent all this time, voiced his inquiry. Tang Chunye nodded. Well, the Su family is too perverse, like they can't wait for Su Sun to die. I guess they don't want Su Sun to hitch a ride on our Tang family. thus they deliberately lied to us. If Su-sun doesn't have any skills, it's fine. If he does, with our Tang family's help, Su family is afraid that they can't suppress this dragon in the pool anymore. After all, an underling riding on his master's head is something no one wants to see. Tang Shanha smiled faintly. So that's how it is, but I think Su-sun's identity is doubtful. He doesn't seem to be an underling of the Su family. None of that matters. What matters is whether he can cure you. Tang Shuyu then realized afterward and said, Dad, it turns out that you are afraid that the Su family is concealing Su-sun's whereabouts, so you won't let me tell the truth yet. You asked for Su-sun's number. You're trying to contact me directly. Not bad for a bit of brains, but Shuyu, I'll give you a warning first. No matter if Su-sun is capable or not, you're not allowed to offend him until he cures your grandfather. Ah, but he doesn't seem to be as powerful as you guys say he is, or else why did he see death and save him? Tang Shuyu was a bit unconvinced. I'm not discussing, I'm ordering, do you hear me? Okay Dad, I got it. On the other hand, the Su family villa. Su Bainian and Su Wen are fighting it out. To be precise, it was Su Bainian's one-sided beating. Su Wen's heart is about to explode with resentment, but he can't do it at the moment. Once he does it to Su Bainian, the fifth sister, the other sisters are afraid that they will lower their imprint on him. He had no choice but to take the beating unilaterally and then pretend to be aggrieved to win the sympathy of the rest of the people. Mom and Dad, you have to believe me. I really didn't steal anything. Qin Xinlan stepped forward to protect her with a heartbroken face. Nian, it's just a watch, isn't it? If it's a big deal, can't Mom just buy you another one? Get out of the way, Mom, or I won't be blamed for smoking you. I won't let you. Your brother's old wounds aren't healed yet. He can't withstand a beating like that. Mom! Su Bainian looked embarrassed and yelled, do you think it's the watch I care about? I'm fighting for you. He actually stole something like that, and it's yours. It's just treasonous. Okay Nian, Mom knows you're doing what's best for Mom, but the fight is almost over, so it's time to stop, right? No way. I have to make him learn a lesson, otherwise he might go down some crooked path in the future. Saying that, Su Bainian once again wielded the ruler. Qin Xinlan's face was horrified, and she even directly took her body to protect it. She counted to see that old five just wanted to take advantage of the situation today, but this precious son of hers had just come back for a few months and had suffered so many times. This time she mustn't let her son be hurt. Enough! I see you just want to take the opportunity to beat your brother. From now on you want to touch a hair on his head, unless you even beat me up. Good, then I'll even beat you up. When the words fell, the crowd was really taken aback. What kind of treacherous statement was this? But Su Bainian was just talking. How could she possibly take action against her mother? She was just trying to scare her away. But the others obviously took it seriously. Rebellious daughter, you've gone rogue. Su Qiming snatched the ruler and threw it towards the ground. But even after losing his weapon, Su Bainian was still staring indignantly, his eyes full of stupidity. Su Wen gritted his teeth in hatred, and his drooping face was filled with a gloomy color. He actually understood everything. Su Bainian was taking it out on Su-sun. Since entering this home, Su Bainian's surface has been smiling, but there has been a sense of distance. Although a mouthful of a small text brother shouted, but Su Wen always felt that there is like a block of transparent glass between the two people, separating the distance between the two people. On the contrary, Su Bainian would often play with him, which was really enviable for him who grew up without a woman's touch. Why Su-sun, swollen your ass, you are not angry? Their own move you a piece of the watch to be beaten and punished. On the basis of what? The bottom line is that he didn't actually take those two items in his pocket. He was wrongly accused, but he was already certain that the odds were that it was Su Bainian's handiwork. Why else would you suddenly go through your pockets and poke at them in front of outsiders? If not to discredit yourself? It seems that this fifth sister can already give up. Since you look down on me, don't blame me, Mom and Dad. Since fifth sister says it's my fault, then it's my fault. I'm willing to be punished. Su Bainian instantly became energized upon hearing this. What do you mean by saying it's your fault? Is it not your fault? Fifth sister, I know that checking the surveillance now won't clear my name, but as long as you can take the heat off, I'm willing to be at your disposal. All you dead green tea. Su Bainian began to look around again, searching for an object to take advantage of, and hearing those words just now, there was only one thought in Qin Xinran's mind at that moment. His own son was so understanding that he was willing to take a hard line even when it wasn't his fault in order to take the heat off his sister. But she, as a mom, couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Yeah, and there's surveillance in the house, so we'll find out as soon as we check. Check it. But how can you check it if you can check it outside with no surveillance in the bedroom? The two sides are locked in a standoff, not backing down from each other. And at that moment, Su Xinru, who had been silent for a long time, stepped forward to stop the dispute between the two sides. Well, what else does a family check for surveillance? Fifth sister, you too, you've been beaten and scolded, just take it for what it's worth. Don't make things difficult for mom and dad. However, Su Xin slowly walked up to Su Wen, her tone vaguely disappointed. Little one, if you want something you can totally say it. Why did you go and steal your fifth sister's things? Third sister, I didn't. Xiao Wen, make a mistake is not terrible. The terrible thing is to know the wrong and not change. Su Xin's voice gave a start. Seems to be a little difficult to speak. Also, some of your fetishes should be restrained. At home we can tolerate you. Outside if it is found out that it is a disgrace to my Su family's face, you are good for yourself. Su Xinru's voice seemed to have a magic power that calmed everyone down. Su Wen's face flushed red, and he felt even more humiliated like never before. This was also the first time he experienced what it was like to be wronged and misunderstood, and it turned out to be so difficult. What do you think, big sister? Can this be over? Inexplicably called. Su Mayan suddenly wanted to laugh. You shouldn't ask me. I'm not qualified to care about him right now. You should go ask our parents. Okay, then mom and dad. How about letting little one apologize to fifth sister and letting this go? Alas, according to you. Su Qiming suddenly felt a big head. Also do not want to care. Put down such a sentence and went to the study. In the end, even though Su Wen was no matter how clever and soft and pitiful he was, he still took the blame and uttered that apology. This moment was by far the most humiliating one for him, especially the strange and complicated eyes of his several sisters, which he could hardly forget in his life. Evening, Starlight Hotel. Su Sun was eating takeout and watching a video when several strange phone calls in succession interrupted his pleasure. Who is it? No massage, no house, no insurance, no need to set up any cell phone service. Stop calling. Hello, young mister. Su Sun. I'm Tang Chengye, Tang Shuyu's father. What Tang Shuyu? Don't recognize, hang up. There was a drop and the phone hung up straight away. Chapter 48. He turned and walked away, as if he had made up his mind of some sort. Dad, how's it going? Over there. It hung up straight away. What Tang Shuyu Li Shuyu? To Su Sun no one can disturb his meal. The Tang family side was also quite good at reading faces, seemingly knowing that Su Sun was eating, and it took a long time before they called again. It so happened that Su Sun had also finished his bath, and anyway, he had nothing to do, so he came to meet this Tang family. This one call after another. It seems that Master Tang is in a bad situation. Su Sun picked up the phone and said in a lazy tone, Hello, who is it? What's the matter? Mr. Su, I'm Tang Xingye who just called you, and I'm Tang Shuyu's father. Su Sun interrupted. Alright, stop mentioning people I don't know here and get to the point. Mr. Su, I'm Tang Shanha's second son. I'd like to ask you to save my father. Well, how did you guys get my number? And why do you think I'm capable of healing? There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment. It was only after a long time that Tang Xingye's slightly humble voice resounded once more. Your phone number was given by Su Qiming. As for why I think you're capable, it's because my father believes in you. Got it. So, Mr. Su is willing to make a move? No. A word to the wise, teaching you how to talk the day away. Tang Xingye on the other end of the phone was vaguely displeased. He had been running the Zheng city for many years, and it was even if he took the initiative to lower his voice to a junior. But the other party actually dared to tease him. If he hadn't had a request and his father's life was at stake, he would have flipped out a long time ago. What? Upset? So a few words can upset you rich people, but when you are so domineering and look down on others, have you not thought about why others should be angry with you for no reason? Tang Chengye instantly understood what Su Sun meant. This was a nod to his own pretentious daughter, so he glared fiercely to one side and whispered, I'll fix you later. Tang Shuyu was confused. What's about to clean me up? What did I do? Shut up. Suppressing the displeasure in his heart, Tang Chengye tried his best to make his tone not sound different. Mr. Su, I apologize to you for my daughter's disrespect. Please make a move to save my father. No matter whether it's a success or a failure, we'll admit it. You're still smart enough to know that everything piles up a smiley face to meet later. But begging people with just their mouths without a return? You're saying yes? Tang Chengye slammed his head. Look at me. I forgot to say the remuneration in a moment of haste. As long as you can cure my father, my Tang family will surely give you both hands as much as we can. Good. Let's make it $100 million then. Plus you Tangs canceling your cooperation with Su Wen. Joking aside, how is it possible to let Su Wen traitorous luck steamroll through the Tang family? Su Sin reckoned that he couldn't go back for a short time, and that definitely didn't make Su Wen smooth. Now the opportunity is delivered to the eye, by the hand. The Su family, it's better to be in decline. What? $100 million is a drop in the bucket for your Tang family. I'm afraid? Elder Tang's life isn't worth that price? No. 100 million natural useless question. Just my father heavy commitment. That cooperation is things afraid is a little difficult. Just when Su Sun thought that it won't work, Tang Chengye turned his voice again. However, Tang's everything is handled by me at the moment. The big deal is to be scolded by my father. Life and credibility, I choose the former. In fact, 100 million is still out of Tang Qingye's expectations. He thought Susun wanted 10 or 20 million has been the top day, but as he said, as long as the cure 100 million is nothing at all, and that breaking the contract is really difficult for him. Unilaterally breaking his father's promise will certainly be pursued afterward, but he does not matter. After all, it wasn't like that Suwon had been completely cured, and the rewards he received were far greater than what he had paid. The two hit it off. Susun door-to-door treatment. Tang Qingye give money and break the appointment. The treatment is scheduled for the next morning. Especially Susun's confident tone that promised to solve the disease in half an hour made Tang Qingye's confidence grow. The following day, 9 a.m. Susun slept until he woke up naturally, and only then did he get up lazily. Since he didn't know what time he slept in, Susun didn't let the Tang family send someone to pick him up, and after getting up, he casually ate breakfast outside before heading to the Tang family. The Tang family's location was in Zhengcheng No. 1, the most expensive villa area in Zhengcheng. The Su family is at best a luxurious detached villa, while the Tang family is an entire villa estate, the kind that money cannot buy. The Tang family was very conspicuous, and Susun quickly arrived at the entrance of the Tang family's manor. There seemed to be people already stationed at the entrance of the manor waiting, and Susun would have thought that he was here to greet himself if he hadn't seen the disdainful expressions of a few people looking at him. "You're the con man who's going to cure my grandfather." A youth with a bratty look stopped Susun, his gaze full of sizing up. Upon noticing that Susun is so young and ordinary, he is even more certain that the second uncle's family has been tricked. "But this does look better than me." "Nope, got the emphasis wrong. Kid, people should be self-aware. My second uncle and grandfather were desperate and messy begging, but it doesn't mean that anyone can woo my Tang family." Susun let out a light laugh and didn't respond. Instead, he playfully looked at Tang Shuyu, who was silently watching the show from the side. "Tang Shuyu, is that how you greet your guests? I'm the one your father lowered himself to beg to come. Are you sure you don't want to explain?" "Explain? Of course." However, she looked at Susun with extreme displeasure, so it wouldn't hurt to give a bit of a downward spiral. "Susun, I didn't think you'd really dare to ask for $100 million. What a lion's mouth. Have you thought about the consequences of taking the money and not being able to cure it?" Susun faintly said, "I'm a person who eats based on my ability. Do the job first and get the money later. Don't want the money if you don't succeed. My patience is average. I'll ask you one last time. Are you sure you won't let it? You kid, you're even pretending. Xingjuan, don't do it. After all, he's invited by my dad and grandpa. It's not easy to explain if he's hurt." "Oh, then what does cousin want?" Tang Xingjuan had an expectant look on his face. "Nothing, naturally, to verify someone's ability. This cousin of mine has some problems in the body. If you can see that, I will respectfully invite you in. If not, then, nerves." Tang Shuyu was stunned and her face turned ugly. "What did you say? Remember, you don't have a chance. Your father begged me to come. You go back and figure out how you're going to deliver. Don't ever come crying to me." The corners of Susun's mouth revealed a touch of sarcasm. Then he turned around and walked away, as if he had made some sort of determination. Tang Shuyu was confused. She didn't expect Susun to flip out when he said he would. She saw Susun walking towards another manor not far away. That was the Gu family, one of the 3 big families in Zhengcheng. For some reason, she suddenly panicked. Her body unconsciously chilled, and a bad feeling surfaced in her heart. Chapter 49, I went, but was thrown out. "Mr. Su, it's me." Inside the large manor, Susun just walked into the villa in a dignified manner, surprisingly not being stopped in any way. The beautiful and graceful woman got up and went out to meet her, with a slight look of surprise on her face. Generally learned Chinese medicine are old and old-fashioned type. Susun not only did not have his imagination old but very sunny and handsome. "Hello Mr. Su, I'm Gu Qingwan who contacted you last night. I thought you wouldn't come. I didn't expect to come so early. It's really a lost cause. I can't help it. I was going to go next door to your house, but certain people won't even let me in, so I can't make a trip for nothing." "Ha ha, then it's really true that they have no eyes." Susun curiously surveyed the woman in front of him who was filled with flavor. "You trust me that much? But I'm curious as to how you guys know about me." Gu Qingwan smiled and said, "I learned about it when I followed my father to visit Elder Tang in the hospital, and Elder Tang said that you were able to penetrate his illnesses with a single glance. And since Elder Tang's illnesses are almost unknown to outsiders, I believe that having such abilities is not mundane. And you have actually come, confirming my suspicions even more. Oh, you have a big heart." Susun casually found a seat and took the tea handed over by Gu Qingwan. "But how did you know my contact information again? From the Tang family?" Gu Qingwan gently shook her head. the corners of her lips with a smile. No, the Tang family's girl said that you are from Jiangcheng University. I went to ask the university for it. I'm really sorry for having no choice but to do so. It's okay, just asking. Well, let's get right to the point. Where's the patient? Okay, you come with me. Following that swaying figure, Su-sun came to an open study room. What came into view was an old man with reddish blood, but with ailing legs, sitting comfortably in a wheelchair and listening to the opera played in a huge outro. This is your dad? So old? Gu Qingwan nodded slightly. My father will soon be 80. He is indeed getting old. What the? 80? And how old are you? 39. Su-sun was a bit dumbfounded for a moment. He thought that the woman in front of him would be 2089 at the end, slightly older than Su Mayan, because of that ripe flavor, which is not at all something that a young girl can have. I didn't expect to be so old. What kind of age-defying secret technique is this? Xiaowan, who is this young man? It's not your boyfriend, is it? You've finally gotten the hang of it. Su-sun inwardly froze. What? Still single? Gu Qingwan helplessly stepped forward and gently squatted down, her one-piece long dress outlining her perfect curves. Dad, don't talk nonsense. This is the one I specifically invited to treat your leg. The old man was a bit gloomy. So that's how it is, causing me to be happy for nothing. But my leg has been paralyzed for so many years. It can't be cured. Dad, it never hurts to try. This is the one Uncle Don said was capable. Oh, really? Gu Tianwei's eyes lit up, but when he thought of his situation these many years he instantly dimmed again. Forget it, I've run to as many hospitals as I can with this leg. It's useless. It's better not to torment people. Xiaowan, treat people well. Don't let them make a trip for nothing. Old master, don't you believe me seeing as I'm young? Su-sun suddenly voiced out. Gu Tianwei laughed. That's not true. It's my legs I don't trust. If I say it can be healed, I'm going to get on it next and it might hurt a little. Pain? I can't feel my legs anymore. I wouldn't even cringe if I cut them. Pain. Gu Tianwei was shocked, looking at Su-sun who was holding his head down with a face full of incredulity. I can feel my legs? Xiaowan, I can feel my legs. Gu Qingwan instantly had tears in her beautiful eyes. Dad, I heard you. You were screaming very loudly. You child, don't mention such things. Don't I want to lose face? Gu Tianwei's old face reddened, his voice getting smaller and smaller. Su-sun was somewhat fond of this old man's character, being straightforward and not pretentious, to his nature. Master, you suffered a gunshot wound to your leg when you were young, right? Was it not treated in time and kept dragging on? Procrastination is not taken seriously. Hidden problems accumulate, accompanied by perennial rheumatism and bone pain. Legs and feet are not as sharp as a year. Look at you, both legs that have had the traces of open cuts, slightly deformed. Should have been in a car accident resulting in a fracture, and later, although the connection is good but the old disease added to the body also led to complete paralysis of the legs. Gu Tianwei's eyes gradually brightened with every word Su said. Oh tall man, all said and done. I did serve as a soldier for many years in my youth. Alas, it was a miserable. Old man, I'm here to heal, not to listen to your bragging. Oh, you kid are the first one to dare talk to me like that. It's really no big deal, but I like it. Su-sun returned a smile. Alright, no more selling. It can be cured. The root cause of your paralyzed leg is the blockage of the meridians caused by the stagnation of qi in blood. The problem is not in the injured calf but in the waist, and the dark injury there coupled with the atrophy of the muscles is the key to your complete inability to move. Just stimulate some blood. Su-sun pulled out the silver needle set that was $9 in 9 packages online. The key to come up with cheap silver needles even the express package are opened on the spot. The scene to take the needle. Take a lighter to burn a little bit ready to cast the needle. The corner of Gu Tianji's mouth could not help but twitch a little. Some suddenly began to suspect just now is not their own hallucinations. How does this look a little unreliable? But Su-sun didn't let him down. When those needles were stuck out, a warm heat flowed up his leg. His knee was suddenly tapped and he actually had a knee-jerk reaction. Gu Tianwei was instantly delighted. In about the middle of 20 minutes, he was actually able to stand up with someone holding him up. I can stand. I'm going to. Su-sun had thought that Master Gu was trying to come up with a sentence to run and jump. He also wanted to comfort him to be at ease. As a result, the person came to say, I want to send a friend circle. Xiaowan, bring me my cell phone. Seeker. Just when he was speechless, his cell phone suddenly rang, and it was Tang Xingye. Mr. Su, where are you now? I'm healing. Ha, I've been waiting in front of the villa and I haven't seen you? It's at your neighbor's house. Neighbors? Tang Xingye froze. The closest neighbors of his family were the Gu family. You're in the Gu family? Aren't you coming to my Tang family? Well, I've been there, but I was shooed away by your daughter and that curly-haired what's-his-name Hingjun. Tang Xingye was like a lightning strike. What did you say? Earnings broke 100. Continue to add a chapter. Everyone point and click to urge more bookshelves. Free small gifts. More support. Chapter 50, Tang Xingye's anger. I say, your Tang family blocked me at the gate to make things difficult. So since you don't trust me, what am I going to cure? That's all. Without waiting for Tang Xingye to respond, the other end of the phone had already hung up. Mr. Su first. Holding the cell phone that was hung up, Tang Xingye froze on the spot. His heart seemed to have completely lost something at this moment, and when he came back to his senses, after digesting the words he had just heard, he was completely enraged. Tang Shuyu, Tang Xingjuan, someone get these two assholes over here for me. He was afraid of slowing down his honored guests, so he personally waited in the manor early in the morning, and as long as someone came over he definitely saw them at a glance. Even ordered the subordinate today, no matter who comes to the Tang family are not allowed to block, but also have to respectfully welcome. Is afraid of a moment of absence? No one reception, but also in order to give Su-sun a good impression so that he let go of preconceptions to focus on healing. Even if he didn't know what Su-sun was capable of, he was willing to show the utmost courtesy just to fight for that slim hope, but he could never have imagined that those two assholes would actually run outside the manor to block people. The rebel daughter, reverse daughter, I've been told everything, still don't remember. Oh penis, look what I've found. Just as Tang Xingye was sitting on the sofa with a gloomy face, Tang Shanha slowly walked from the direction of the study with a rare face. Your Uncle Gu posted another friend circle. Do you know what he posted this time? He can actually stand up. His legs that have been paralyzed for years can actually stand up. It says that the high person who cured his legs let his legs regain consciousness in 20 minutes. If there is no method when Su-sun arrives later, we will beg your Uncle Gu to visit that divine doctor. At those words, Tang Xingye was greatly shocked, while his face became even more ugly. Su-sun really has the ability. Just 20 minutes even that paralyzed legs for many years can be cured. That father's disease is not. And this kind of high-profile person was whisked away by a couple of assholes from his own family. Raoul, what's wrong with you? Why does your face look so ugly? Tang Xingye wailed. Dad, I can't be happy. I'm afraid Su-sun won't be able to cure you. What? Tang Shanha frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. Why? Don't you think the pay is enough? Or are you unsure and don't dare to come? No, neither. He's afraid that he really does have some skills, because he's the one who cured Uncle Gu's leg. Really? Then wouldn't I have hope? Tang Shanha was overjoyed, but he was whisked away by your grandchildren before he went to the Gu family. What? Tang Shanha was instantly confused, his brain nearly short-circuiting. Tang Xingye also looked despondent at this time, not knowing what to do. Second uncle, you wanted to see me? Dad, is something wrong? Coincidentally, that's when the two culprits arrived. Tang Shuyu, in particular, had a look of weakness on her face at this time. Seeing the two, Tang Xingye's fire churned. No longer able to suppress the anger in his heart, he drew out the belt on his waist and lashed out at the two men. You two assholes! Tang Xingjuan and Tang Shuyu were whipped and wailed all over the place, screaming in agony. Tang Xingye didn't keep his hands off. Both of them were viciously whipped a few times on their bodies, even though Tang Shuyu was a woman or his own daughter. Second uncle, why are you hitting me? It hurts. You two assholes kneel down for me. Forced by their obscenity, the two men dared not obey. Tang Xingye angrily jerked his belt hard towards the ground with a crackling pop. What the hell did you two do? Why did Su-sun come and go? Sohan? Which one? Tang Xingjuan was dumbfounded. Tang Xingye was suddenly furious. Tang Shuyu, you come and say it. If you dare to tell a single lie, I will whip you to death today. Dad, you've never hit me before, have you? You shut the up. Answer my question. Tang Shuyu's heart was unwilling, but she could only condescend to say, we don't know. It's just a chance encounter outside the manor. After saying a few words he suddenly left. How dare you argue? With a snap, Tang Xingye whipped out another belt. Ah! Tang Xingjuan screamed in pain. Cousin talk. Second uncle, why are you hitting me? Shuyu, I'm going to ask you again. Why did Su-sun really leave? Tang Shuyu stubbornly held back her tears. It's just what I said. We just suspected him twice. Who knows he actually left? Okay, just skeptical huh? From now on, for every false statement you make, I'll smack your cousin for every one. What? Tang Xingjuan's eyes widened with a look of fear. Cousin, what's going on? You explain it clearly to second uncle. That's what I'm talking about. Good. I'll see if it's your mouth that's hard, or Tang Xingjuan's skin that's tougher. Seeing the belt fall again, Tang Xingjuan was completely dumbfounded and hurriedly opened his mouth. Wait, let me rationalize. That Su-sun wouldn't be the one who cured Grandpa, right? Cousin, I only went up to stop people at your words. I had nothing to do with all this. Second uncle, don't fight. I was wrong. It was Sister Tang who said that boy was a liar. and I was afraid that Grandpa would be deceived before I went to embarrass Su-sun. I was going to let him in after damaging him a few times. After all, how dare I really stop someone who was a guest of yours and Grandpa's? It's Cousin. It was Cousin who had to force people to prove their abilities or else she wouldn't let him go to save Grandpa, and that Su-sun just left in a moment of anger. It had nothing to do with me. You two assholes. The little bit of fire that Tang Xingye had managed to suppress was ignited again, and he copied the belt and swung it down a few times. Tang Shanha used to favor Tang Shuyu the most as a granddaughter who could please people, but now that Tang Shuyu had been beaten to the point of red marks all over her body, he just sat on the sidelines and silently closed his eyes. Grandpa, help me, please make my dad stop. Tang Shanha didn't have any reaction. All there was just a strong disappointment. The shall not two were not helped by their grandfather, but they were stopped by others. Ergo, what do you mean by that? The person who came was none other than Tang Xingjuan's father and the third oldest member of the Tang family, Tang Zhanye. He received the message of the subordinate will bring his wife hurriedly rushed to see his son was beaten into the couple's eyes are full of heartache. They when the parents cannot afford to beat, actually beaten by others. Second brother, if there is something wrong with Xingjun you can talk to me? Do you give me, your younger brother, any face when you do it privately and hit him so hard? I'll give your whole family face. This side of the commotion is not small. The rest of the Tang family are basically stopping to watch. See Tang Xingye, this attitude of the crowd is also slightly dissatisfied. Xingye, even though you're in charge of the Tang clan now, we old ones are still here, and the Tang clan is still not your one word. Yeah, ergo this is really over the top. You can't hit a kid no matter what. Yes, second brother, you can educate the child to make a mistake. Why do you hit so hard? Look at Shuyu was beaten by you, and Xingjun, even if he has a mistake, should not you to do it? All shut up. Tang Xingye completely lost control. The people around him don't know anything and they're still talking nonsense here. Do you really think he has a good temper? What do you know? These two assholes whisked away the high-ranking person I begged for in a low voice. Do you know how difficult it was to invite him? These two assholes are afraid that Grandpa will live too long, aren't they? Tang Liye's wife hugged her son with a look of heartache, her eyes brimming with tears, defiantly said, second brother, I know you're pinning the old man's hopes on a godly man, but isn't it clear what kind of condition the old man has? You are deceiving yourself and others. I don't care. My son was beaten up like this by you. I'll fight you all if your second house doesn't give me an explanation today. Asterisk 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 you. Don't you dare curse Dad, Tang Liye said angrily at this time. Second brother, if you don't give me an explanation today, don't blame my younger brother for me turning against you. That surname Su is just a guess by you and Grandpa. Brat one can't possibly have any medical skills. Xingjuan drove away and that's it. That's not a reason for you to make a move. Impossible? Just now, Su-sun cured Elder Gu's leg, and in 20 minutes people were able to make a paralyzed handicapped for years stand up again. You're telling me it's impossible? I'll ing smoke you. Saying that, Tang Xingye had already thrown a belt over, and at that moment, all the people who heard this were shocked. Chapter 51, 3 times down. Not saved. Tang Xingye, you're not finished are you? Don't think I'll put up with you just because you're my second brother. It was so close, that just now the blow almost smacked Tang Liye's face. So much so that he was still doing the dodge pose, which was quite comical. However, he had also heard the words that Tang Xingye had just said. In order to justify the beating, he even said such nonsense as the old paralyzed being cured by someone. Do you really think he is that easy to fool? Tang Lao you're really confused in the head. You can say any nonsense in order to praise that kid. You really think that the guys are little cuties? Do you really think everyone is a little cutie? So you're calling me a cutie? Suddenly, Tang Shanha's cold voice caught everyone's attention. Tang Liye's face changed, but he was still unforgiving. Dad, what are you blindly getting involved in? This has nothing to do with you. I must have a statement from Lao. It's okay? Your stupid son drove away my lifesaver, and you say it's nothing to do with me. Tang Shanha pounded his cane, so angry that he nearly vomited blood. Tang Liye said unconvincingly, Dad, how can you also believe Lao's bull asterisk 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 asterisk? How can I believe it? I saw it with my own eyes. How do you think I believe it? Don't you guys have old man Goose circle of friends? You won't go see for yourselves. If you can't see it, why don't you go to Goose house and take a look? The crowd was alarmed. Tang family elder Tang Jianya immediately opened his cell phone, and indeed saw the friend circle that Elder Gu's friend circle filled with joy. Isn't Uncle Gu's leg completely necrotic? How can he stand up? The crowd was not blind. The old man Gu in the video was not being held up, but was actively holding up someone else, and moved 2 steps. This is nothing short of a miracle for someone who has been paralyzed for over 20 years. No way. How is this possible? I don't believe it. Unbelievable. Tang Liye ran straight to the Gu family to confirm the situation. A few Tang family members also hurriedly followed over, fearing that Tang Liye would contradict the Gu family. 10 minutes later, a few Tang family members went and returned, but in the same breath, their faces were filled with shock. Grandpa Gu's leg can really move. He can barely stand up by himself by holding the wall. It's really divine. Yes, with this progress, Gubo's leg is afraid that it won't take more than a few months before he can walk. By the way, I also saw the high-ranking person who cured his leg. He is actually a young handsome boy. The more a few people gabbled, the colder Tang Shanha's heart became. Tall people, really tall people. Such a high-ranking person had been repeatedly made difficult by a few of his own juniors and driven away recklessly. What a sin you've created for yourself. Old 3, do you still want an argument now? Your precious son has victimized your old man. I suddenly feel that Lao Er still struck lightly just now, and should have smacked that rebellious son of yours to death. If you persist, then you too, along with your son, will wait for your punishment. Feeling the chill in this tone, Tang Liye knew that his father was moving to true anger. He panicked and no longer dared to ask for any argument, but went forward to peel off his wife, and kicked out a foot at Tang Xingjuan. You rebellious son, I'll beat you to death. You sinner. Dad, I'm your son. I'm also my father's son. If you won't let my father live, then I won't let you live either. Aha. Wrong. Dad, I'm really wrong. Don't hit The scene was in chaos, and no one dared to speak for Tang Liye's family anymore, except for Tang Liye's wife's heartfelt protection, but she was also indiscriminately swept a few slaps. At this moment, Tang Shuyu was trembling all over, and her brain was already blank. She finally realized why she had a jittery feeling when she saw Su-sun heading to the Gu family's home, and she panicked, completely and utterly panicked, because Su-sun was afraid that he could really cure Grandpa, and Grandpa's best hope for survival was actually pissed off by himself. Shuyu what else do you have to say? Hearing this voice full of disappointment from her father, fluttering, Tang Shuyu fell straight to the ground. Dad, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean it, I really didn't mean it. Tang Shuyu knew his father's character and was filial to the core, and it was not too much to say that he was foolishly filial, and people are stubborn and stereotypical, will recognize the dead reason, but also do things thunderously, no mercy. Even if she was her father's only daughter, she was afraid that it would be hard to escape, and the key to all of this is Grandpa. Right, if only Grandpa had asked, Dad, he would have forgiven me. Tang Shuyu crawled to Tang Shanha in a panic, tugging at his pants leg, tears streaming down his face. Grandpa, I didn't do it on purpose. I really didn't do it on purpose. I just amused him for a few moments, and I didn't know that he had such a weak mental capacity. Tang Shanha towered over him and shook his head in disappointment. Shuyu, you still haven't realized your mistake. I'm sure everyone knows that you're my most favored child in the Tang family, but you know what? I'm even interested in giving you the entire Tang family. Discussed with your father many times for this, because even though you have a proud character, you are intelligent and do things with a thunderous voice, and can hold down the field. So even if you are a daughter, I am willing to commit the entire Tang clan group to you, but it's me who spoiled you too much and raised your character of having no one in your sight. In the future, everything in the Tang family will no longer be relevant to you, and I will let you marry out as soon as possible. Tang Shuyu was confused. Leading the Tang clan was something she only dared to fantasize about in her dreams, and Grandpa was actually willing to give the Tang clan to himself? No, I'm young, I haven't made it big yet, I don't want to marry someone I don't like. Grandpa, I was wrong, I cannot want Tangs, but you do not marry me off. My mind is made up. Unless little friend Su-sun is willing to continue to help me save my life, then go abroad after you get married and never come back again. With those words, Tang Shanha rushed at Tang Chunye and instructed, Eldest, contact him again. I'll speak to him personally. Good. Tang Shanha dialed the phone, but instead of suffering setbacks as expected, he got through once. At once, his face was delighted. Mr. Su, Don's family? What's the matter again? Mr. Su, I already know the ins and outs of the matter, and I've already severely punished the two disrespectful people. I also hope that you will give me another chance. My Tang family is willing to invite you for $10 billion. $10 billion? How heartwarming. A cold laugh suddenly pierced out from the other end of the phone. But I won't save it, because I've already given you guys the chance 3 times. Do you guys want me to go over there and give me another downer? Chapter 52 Tang Shuyu, abandoned daughter of the Tang family. 3 times? Tang Chengye was a bit puzzled. Yes, 3 times. You've been given 3 chances, but it's a pity that none of you cherish them. I do things depending on fate. For the first time, in the Su family I saw the Tang old man's body is sick. See each other, that is the fate of the thought to help. The results of your Tang family lady to me mocking dark, so I dispelled the intention to help. This person also warm-hearted, like to help people to help in the end. The second time, The mall I unintentionally bumped into the Tang old man fainted. Want to go up to save the treatment. Since out of the natural will not be on the Tang old man's hidden disease sit idly by. But it is a pity that you Tang family lady scolded me. Cheaters do not let me save. The most important thing is, I this person especially respect the fate of others. And this third time, I come to rescue with your benefit exchange. The result is that you Tang family lady know that I am you beg to bring people to me to block the difficult situation. I have repeatedly requested to no avail. From this we can see, you Tang family and I have no destiny now, and I, for one, will never give a helping hand to someone who is not meant to be. Since it's not meant to be, I'll leave you here and hope that Master Tang can find another good doctor. The phone was hung up just like that, and Tang Shanha didn't even have time to say anything, but the outgoing sound from the cell phone was just clearly audible to the crowd. And those words were just murderous. To kill Tang Shuyu's heart is also to kill Elder Tang's heart. It turned out that his own old man had long been able to obtain a healthy body to live another 10 or 20 years, only to encounter a roadblock. And the roadblock is the good granddaughter that the old man favors so much. Tang Shuyu, look what you've done. Tang Chengye couldn't bear it anymore, and a few slaps were thrown out so heavily. This time, not only did Tang Shuyu not get everyone's sympathy, but instead became the target of verbal attacks. Cousin, so you wanted to harm Grandpa, but why did you want to implicate me? This is so uncharacteristic of the oldest two's family. The old master favors her so much, and she actually did something like this. Yes, even if one suspects people again and again, the old master and second brother have warned again and again that they should be more restrained, but they are still making things difficult for people. Clearly they are not taking her grandfather seriously. 3 times? The second girl actually stopped people 3 times. What kind of sin did Big Brother create to have such a granddaughter? Listening to the accusations of the crowd, Tang Shuyu only felt that the magic sound was wrapped around her ears and her brain was dizzy. She covered her ears with her hands to death and kept shaking her head helplessly while shedding tears, muttering, "No, I didn't. I really didn't want to harm Grandpa." Alas, Tang Shanha sighed heavily. Nowadays whenever he saw this granddaughter that he loved so much it was like sticking needles into his heart. It's just that maybe this is my destiny. Tang Shanha waved his hand at Tang Qingye and said bitterly with the corner of his mouth, "Lao that kid from your driver Lao Lu's family and Shu you were classmates from high school to college, right?" "Yes, Dad." Tang Chengye nodded. "I heard you say before, the old Lu family's child seems to have some interest in Shu Yu. It just so happens that the two are also considered childhood sweethearts. Shu Yu has also reached the age of marriage. Marry her off." The Tang family members were stunned, not expecting the old master to be so heartless to marry his 1000 granddaughter to the driver's son to be his daughter-in-law. Would the second family agree? However, what the crowd did not expect was that Tang Chengye, who was the father of the person in question, not only did not have any opinions, but was full of seriousness. "Okay, Dad, I'll go to old Lu to discuss it, and the 2 children will be considered to be cultivated." "Penis, don't you blame me for being so condescending to this only precious daughter of yours?" "No blame, she deserved it for causing father to this point. I wouldn't have spared her even if you hadn't opened your mouth." "Dad, besides, marrying the old Lu family I must not be a kind of condemnation." Tang Shanha smiled with satisfaction. "Eldest, as always, you delight me. All right, hurry up and let them try to consummate their marriage, and after that let them emigrate abroad. After being a golden girl for so long, it's time to experience the life of an ordinary person, and in the future, just honestly keep that little home of yours. There is nothing more cruel to a posh kid than to fall from the clouds into the mud overnight." This decision of Elder Tang could not be described as ruthless. It was a complete attempt to drive Tang Shuyu out of the Tang family. Tang Shuyu was completely stupefied at this point, a look of disbelief on her face. It's okay for Grandpa to marry himself off, but to marry the chauffeur's son? Even though they had grown up together, Tang Shuyu had never looked down on a chauffeur's son. One's son is nothing but a good student. Licking dogs for people makes her sick, and the key person is ugly. She Tang Shuyu even if she wants to marry is also rich and powerful, top high-flying handsome. How can she in this kind of subordinate to go to the days of suffering? "No, Grandpa, you can't do this to me. I don't want to marry. I don't want to marry into the Wang family. Take her down, get someone to watch, and release her when the marriage is finalized." Tang Shanha waved his hand and commanded. Just like that, Tang Shuyu was dragged back to her room amidst her struggles, but she was not convinced, not willing to end up like this, and she kept screaming before she disappeared. "Grandpa, I don't want to marry anyone. I don't want to marry a man named Wang. I can go and beg Su-sun to cure you. I will be able to bring him to cure you. Believe my grandfather." The crowd just took it as a momentary jest without paying any attention to it. Even if he went to beg Su-sun, there was no way he could get Tang Shuyu involved in anything again. Tang Shuyu had completely become the abandoned daughter of the Tang family. Tang Liye thought his son could escape, but Tang Xingjuan was also duly punished. He was transferred to be stationed in Africa and was not allowed to return home without a family summons. The day rushes by. At this time, Susun still didn't know that these things had happened to the Tang family. After settling the Gu family, he returned directly to the hotel. No other way. Old man Gu was too enthusiastic, called him brother and said he wanted to worship. He couldn't stand it and slipped away directly. It's that when he left, he even forgot to take the bank card given by the Gu family. What a shame. I still don't know how much money is in there. But he was more curious about the meaning of this message that had just been sent on his cell phone than about such extraneous things as money. Because this night, he received another inexplicable message from someone. Seeker, I was wrong. I should have come back earlier. I shouldn't have left you alone. Chapter 53, Gu Qingwan's invitation. What the hell? Why are you sending me these weird messages again? Susun only thought that Su Shinru had a brain fart, and the cell phone was thrown away and ignored. However, he could be sure that Su Xinro was afraid that she had really gone home. Fortunately, she didn't go back at that time, otherwise she would have to see that hypocritical face again. Susun fell back to sleep and slept until the next day, waking up again, or being awakened by a gentle but regular knock on the door. Who? Susun bare a bladder sleepy eyes before going to open the door. The door to open. Into the eyes is a rhyme full of mature beauty. Mature beauty, to be precise. MS. Gu, what brings you here? No, how did you know I was here? Gu Qingwan guffawed. The old man said you're in this hotel, so as long as you have money, you'll naturally know which room you're in. No wonder your old man keeps asking about where I live. I should have known I'd give a random address in a nook or cranny. Mister, Su is joking. My father doesn't mean any harm. He just wants to do something for you. Susun waved his hand. There's no need to be like this. It's fate to get together. Besides, your Gu family has already given payment. Yeah, what about the payoff? Gu Qingwan asked back. Payment? Susun froze, then remembered that the payment was still in the Gu family and hadn't been taken back yet. And at that moment, Gu Qingwan covered her mouth and laughed softly, then spread out her palm to hand out a bank card. Mr. Su, this is the bank card you forgot. You are really indifferent to fame and fortune. You actually left directly without even taking the payment. The old man was furious with me and scolded me for my poor hospitality. I see. Then I'll help you educate him next review. Gu Qingwan smiled. Her smile as assaulting as the spring breeze. Susun smiled back and reached for the bank card, just glancing at it before tossing it towards the bed behind him. For a moment, a silence fell into the air. The two of them just stared at each other wide-eyed. Seeing that Gu Qingwan had no intention of leaving, Susun weakly tried. Why don't you come in for a glass of water? Okay, then thank you, Mr. Su. With that, Gu Qingwan walked into the house. Susun was a bit speechless. Together with not going is really for drinking water. This is a hotel and I don't have much hospitality, so I'll have to let you have a glass of water. Receiving the cup of water, Gu Qing smiled faintly. It's fine, Mr. Su, your cup of water is sufficient. You'd better call me by my name. I'm really a bit uncomfortable with a mouthful of you. Mr. Su, I always feel old-fashioned. Gu Qingwan nodded slightly, her eyebrows smiling. Good, then can I call you Little Seeker Brother from now on? As you wish. Su-sun nodded. Since I've changed my name, then Brother Little Seeker shouldn't call me Miss Gu in one breath. It's too much of a burden. That's fine, then I'll call you Auntie Gu from now on. Gu Qingwan's movement of drinking water was lurched, obviously surprised by these words. She didn't know whether Su-sun was intentional or careless, but in any case, this little Sun brother was really unintelligent. Seeing that Gu Qingwan didn't respond, Su-sun was a bit embarrassed. I was just joking, don't take it seriously. From now on, I'll call you Sister Qingwan. Hiss, calling you that will remind me of someone. It feels weird. Calling Sister Shawan again doesn't feel like it's overly respectful, so I'll call you Sister Wan Air from now on. Gu Qingwan smiled gently. It's all up to you. I'm really an old aunt at my age. It's okay to be a human being and belittle others, but never belittle yourself. Instead of self-reflection, look for problems that others have to deal with. Just like you. Who can tell how old you really are? Not only do you have the appearance of a young man, but you also have the maturity and poise that a young man doesn't have. And the two complement each other so well that it's simply unbeatable. For a while, Gu Qingwan was a bit lost in thought. After spending so much time in that house full of boring people, you can't afford to lose your temper by being polite and respectful to each other with anyone you meet. Now that someone had suddenly said such things to him, it was quite something else. She could tell that Su-sun had a great personality, optimistic and cheerful and spontaneous, and also possessed an extraordinary skill. But someone with such a good temper could actually be forced away by the Tang family. What had this Tang girl done? It's also really unappreciated. Sister Wan, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly dazed? Gu Qingwan smiled faintly at Su-sun. It's fine, I was just thinking that little brother Sun is still really unpretentious. At those words, Su Sun glanced at himself. Bare bladder, big flower pants, feet stepped on personal slippers, good body like words, otherwise it is a typical beggar standard. Harm, I just woke up from a nap, so I'm a bit casual, but you reminded me, so I'd better pay attention. In fact, Su Sun doesn't care about any shape or image. It's normal for men to be naked, and he's not ashamed of it, but after all, outsiders are present, and if you don't think about yourself you still have to think about others. Little brother seeker, are you into fitness? Gu Qingwan suddenly voiced her inquiry. Fitness? I used to be so poor that I even relied on donations for my tuition, so where did I get the money for fitness? It's all from me working part-time, dabbling around, and eating bitterly all at once, and it just so happens that I've been eating a little better this month, and I've gained a dozen or so pounds, which makes me look a little contoured. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingwan frowned slightly. She only knew that Su Sun was a student of Jiangchang University. The rest of the background is not known. Respect for privacy did not go to check. So it turned out that previously lived in this kind of days? Little brother seeker, where is your family? Gu Qingwan regretted as soon as she opened her mouth. She shouldn't have bothered to ask such a sensitive question. I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn. Su Sun just smiled. It's fine, there's nothing that can't be asked. I'm an orphan. My family died out a long time ago. I didn't care a long time ago. Gu Qingwan was shocked. It turns out that behind every optimistic and cheerful person there is really a period of past events that they don't want to recall. Xiao Sun's younger brother comes from a prestigious university, is handsome and cheerful, and has an unbelievable medical skill. How proud his parents would be if they were still alive. Little brother seeker, come home with me. Su Sun froze. What do you mean? You have to pay for a room when you stay here, and the environment is not good and the service is not good, so you are aggrieved. I have a lot of rooms in Gu's house, so you'll stay in my Gu's house from now on, and we'll be able to take care of each other a bit more if there's anything. Su Sun, it's not good for me to be an outsider, right? It's fine little seeker. The entire Gu family is spoken for by my father and my big brother, and they all listen to me. No one dares to have a problem with you with me around. Most of all, my Gu family's family style is strict. There will never be anything like the Tang family's girl. If there is, the old man will definitely take it out for you. Once upon a time you were all alone, but in the future my Gu family will be your solid backing. Su Sun is actually not happy to go to any Gu family. It's quite good to be free alone. Besides, he still has a mission to complete. Seemingly aware of Su Sun's hesitation, Gu Qingwan spoke up again. Little brother Sun, don't you have to give the old man needles many times during this period of time? Consider it for the sake of the old master to live in the Gu family first, and save you the trouble of running back and forth. What do you think? This proposal is not bad. In the next month Su Sun will have to apply needles every 5 days, and it will be more convenient to be closer. Anyway, there was nowhere to go for the time being, so it wasn't impossible to find a temporary place to stay. Okay, then go stay for a while. Gu family. Elder Gu performed holding the wall and getting up in front of a bunch of Gu family members. It couldn't be helped. His legs were feeling now, and he just couldn't resist the desire to stand up. Even if it was a lot of work, he was happy to try. The Gu family had frozen at this point, and many of them had returned home upon hearing the news. The Gu family boss, Gu Pingsheng, even flew back from abroad overnight just to make sure his father's health was okay. But when he saw the old man panting with exhaustion but standing up with a happy face, all the doubts in his heart disappeared, and all he had was a warm feeling in his chest. He knew that those disabled legs were his father's lifelong heart disease. The old man so cheerful people are often depressed because of the legs, and the leg was his heartache. If his father hadn't pushed him out of the way back then, he would have been the one disabled in the crash, if not already dead. Now that such an amazing change had occurred, he was more excited than anyone else. Dad, you can really stand up. You're blind. Can't you see if you're standing up or not? Gu Tianwei cursed. Gu Pingsheng was speechless. His own old man was good at everything, but this mouth was just too annoying. Chapter 54, The Gu Family of the Differing Generations. Dad, seeing as you're in a good mood I'm not going to fight with you. I just want to know where you guys found a high-ranking person that's actually that powerful. Gu Pingsheng was full of curiosity. It's your little sister who found it. That's a truly capable person. Thinking back to the scene of the leg treatment, Gu Tianwei still has an excited look on his face. 20 minutes, and I was given a miracle. He's a god. Gu Pingsheng was puzzled. Wan Air, where does she get the connections if she's not sociable? Someone else that cut off. What the hell? Gu Tianwei recounted his visit to Elder Tang and what happened between Su Sun and the Tang family. Gu Pingsheng couldn't help but feel fire in his heart after hearing that someone as powerful as Su Sun was actually being made to walk away by a few juniors from the Tang family. He was also aware of Elder Tang's body, which was getting worse by the year. It was so hard to find a high-ranking person and then they were just thrown out? Simply illiterate. Deception is too much. Tang Shuyu, that girl is high-minded and arrogant. Empty-eyed. I've long since disapproved of her. Dad, you even wanted her to enter my Gu family in the first place. Luckily, I didn't agree back then. If you agreed, would that Mr. Su still be able to treat your leg? I'm afraid it's all been thrown out by her. Gu Tianwei's old face darkened. What old scores are you rehashing now? It's not like he didn't enter our house. It's not me who stopped it. As soon as I think of that thing 2 years ago, Gu Pingsheng cannot help but come to anger. Dissatisfaction, at the time how I refused, are useless. You even went directly to the Tang family to discuss the marriage to go. If I did not find one heir to persuade you, you do not say to stand up. After the doctor to treat you for fear of that the Tang girl will have to pull out your oxygen tube. You brat! Dare to talk to your old man like that. Gu Tianwei was holding onto the wall while swaying to sit back in his wheelchair, still waving his cane in his hand, yelling, quickly help me sit down. I have to smack you bastard kid to death today. Dad, you're being a jerk again. So stop before you hurt yourself. It won't stop unless you come over here and whip me twice. That won't work. Gu Tianwei's eyes glared. Quick, someone push me over. I'll have to split him today. No big deal. Gu old master's temper is stubborn. Said to whip people, that is really whip. Even if Gu Pingsheng immediately 60 people still often get stick. The crowd was so accustomed to it that they were helpless, leaving the old man cursing and swearing with no one to care. And they were so angry that Gu Tianwei drove his own wheelchair into Gu Pingsheng. Run you over, you son of a. Gu Tianwei's wheelchair is a high-end imported electric wheelchair with full horsepower, combined with his stubborn temperament, which can catch on at any point. It's true when he says he's crashing. Watching the wheel rush towards him, Gu Pingsheng was startled and dodged, but after ducking here, the wheelchair turned a corner and rushed past again. He fled. He chased after him in his wheelchair, and the scene was a mixed bag. Dad, what's the point? I'm just exposing you to the world. That's why I'm so angry. As for that, you asked for it by putting your old man on the spot in front of so many people. The entire first floor of the villa was filled with the silhouettes of the two men chasing and fleeing, and the wang chirping of the motorized wheelchairs echoed in the ears of the crowd. Gu Pingsheng is really convinced. He is unattainable outside, but at home he is being chased around the house by the old man with a wheelchair. What's all this about? Dad, it's never going to end, is it? And you guys, why are you still staring? Quickly stop him. The crowd, as an afterthought, sniffed and rushed forward to stop the man. Grandpa, calm down. We didn't hear anything just now. Yes, Dad. Big brother at least represents the image of our family. It would be a disaster if anything bad happened. With the rest of the people's discouragement, Gu Pingsheng also took the opportunity to say, can't I apologize to you? It's me being talkative. I shouldn't have uncovered your old secrets. And you say? Wrong. By the way, where's one heir? Why isn't she here? I'll go look for her. With that, Gu Pingsheng was about to leave. He didn't want to continue to be entangled here. However, Gu Tianwei called out to him, okay, I won't bother with you, but your little sister isn't home, so you don't have to go looking for her. Not at home? Gu Pingsheng's footsteps lurched. Then where did she go? Went to deliver my brother's payment. My brother Su is indifferent to fame and fortune, but I can't let him heal my leg for nothing. Gu Pingsheng was truly speechless. No, Dad, where did you get this brother from again? I recognize it unilaterally. Gu Pingsheng's mouth pursed, and was truly speechless. Good lord, even if you recognize a son's generation as a brother, it's still one-sided. Inside him at this point, what's going on? Why is everyone getting together? Suddenly, Gu Qingwan's voice, which was like a fresh breeze on the face, sounded in the ears of the crowd. The crowd only saw Gu Qingwan walk over with an unfamiliar youth. Big brother, why have you suddenly returned? Seeing Gu Pingsheng, Gu Qingwan spoke with some surprise. How could I not come back to see Dad with this leg cured? But who is this? Gu Pingsheng looked at Su Sun suspiciously, thinking that it was a junior from some family. Gu Qingwan hadn't had time to reply. Only hearing a motor turning sound, Gu Tianwei drove his wheelchair nearly adrift, has gone forward to excitedly hold Su Sun's hand. Brother Su, what brings you here? What? Brothers? The crowd was shocked, thinking to themselves that this couldn't be the tall man the old man was talking about. Could it? Gu Tiansheng whispered. Dad, this won't be. That's right. This is the high-ranking person who helped me heal my leg. Brother Su Sun. If you dare to disrespect him in the future, don't blame me for cleaning you up. The crowd was confused, had been listening to the old man's mouth, a mouthful of Haiman Godman called, not to say that it is the immortal style of the elderly old man, that is also 40 or 50 years of age, of the calm middle-aged, but they could not have imagined that the one who helped the old man's leg was actually a young man in his early 20s. However, on second thought, there was a frozen age-like existence in his own family, and it shouldn't be a problem for this high-ranking person with godly medical skills to stay young, right? Adhering to this thought, Gu Pingsheng stepped forward and shook hands respectfully. How are you, senior? Thank you for curing my father's leg, and relieving my Gu family of one of their regrets na. Su Sun quietly withdrew his palm. That, no need to thank, help each other, but I really can't understand your Gu family's name-calling. In terms of age, I'm only 21 too, but the oldest of your family calls me brother, your daughter calls me brother, and here's another one who calls me senior. You guys, isn't this the difference in generations? Chapter 55 Elder Gu's Obscene Plans. The crowd began to whisper. Hopefully, the guys guessed wrong and it turned out to be a real young man. Gu Pingsheng was a bit surprised, but didn't dispel the respect in his heart. Good, then I'll call you little brother Su. It's not that I can't, it's just that your dad calls me brother Su, and you calling me little brother Su kind of rides on his hands. Gu Pingsheng's face stiffened and he looked at his father breathlessly. Dad, don't fool around at your age. Won't this break someone's life? Hey you brat, how do you talk? Gu Qingwan laughed softly. Yes dad, I've been calling people Xiao Sun's younger brother. What's wrong with you having a mouthful of brother? Gu Tianwei snorted stubbornly, but he still took in his daughter's words. Okay, I'm not going to scream okay. Is little friend Su here to cure me this time? Didn't you say that the needles need to be applied again only after 5 days? Can it be that there is something wrong with my body? Gu Tianwei welcomed Su Sun's doorstep, but the special nature of Su Sun's identity made him particularly afraid of his sudden doorstep. After all, the doctors suddenly visited either an accident or aggravation of the condition. They have not been happy for 2 days. Do not tell yourself what is wrong with this leg out ah. Seeing the old man's apprehension, Su Sun smiled faintly. Don't be afraid. There's nothing wrong with your leg. I'm here by invitation. Invited? Father and son were a little puzzled. Yes, invited. Gu Qingwan smiled faintly and stepped forward to explain. It's me who let little Seeker's younger brother live in my Gu family. He has no one to depend on but also has a caretaker, and it just so happens that he doesn't have to go back and forth, and it's also convenient to treat dad's leg, so there should be no objections to that, right? No. Who the hell dares to have a problem with that? Gu Tianwei's old face was about to crack with laughter. Not to mention opinions, he was now all excited and happy. My daughter is still great. Sending a bank card to abduct someone straight to her home. It would be a blessing for his Gu family if someone as capable as Su Su entered the Gu family. There were quite a few young and beautiful juniors in the clan, and he had already begun to calculate which one he would marry to Su Sun, and which type Su Sun preferred. The oldest two are nice, good-looking and capable, but just have cold personalities. The third girl's family is fine, quirky and sweet mouth, just a little too jumpy. Su Xiaoyu should not like. The only granddaughter of the eldest sister's family is also very good, only that she has stayed abroad for a long time and doesn't miss her home a bit. If she gets married and often runs abroad and doesn't come back, won't it be Su Xiaoyu who has to stay alone in the empty room? Hiss, how come my big Gu family can't even find a decent girl? Suddenly, Gu Tianwei's eyes lit up. This idiot. Isn't there a perfect candidate right in front of him? Although Xiaowan was a bit older, her appearance was absolutely unrivaled, and she was definitely the type that made men swoon, and the two seemed to be on such good terms. If you are willing, it is not impossible for this brother to be replaced by a son-in-law. That's it. Gu Tianwei just started to dish it out right in front of the person in question, his eyes lost in thought, his mouth smiling, an impish look on his face. Holy, why is this old man so lewd all of a sudden? Although the voice was small, Su Sun's little mutter happened to be heard by Gu Qingwan who was on the side. Gu Qingwan's willow brows furrowed and her gaze snapped to her father who was giggling. Dad, what are you doing? Gu Tianwei's brain instantly cleared. Nothing, just thought of something happy. I don't care what you came up with. Don't get any bad ideas and don't make things difficult for little brother Seeker. See what you're saying, am I that kind of person? Your father? Not the best. The Gu family manor is so big that the entire mountainside in the back is the Gu family's territory, with several villas, and Su Sun is staying in this villa where he is currently staying. The rest of the Gu family have become families, and there is no one else in this villa except Master Gu and Gu Qingwan, who has not yet become a family. But starting today, Su Sun will be staying here temporarily for a while, and after all, the Tang and Gu families have dealings, and the news between the juniors is even better informed. And the news of Su Sun living in the Gu family soon reached the ears of the nearby Tang family, especially Tang Shuyu's ears. Get out of the way. Let me out. I'm sorry miss, don't give us a hard time. The old man said you're not allowed to go out. I'm not going far. Can't I just go around the neighborhood? I'm sorry miss, it's getting dark. Please go back. Since Tang Shanha's order, Tang Shuyu had been immediately confined, and was not even allowed to step out of the villa. Tang Shuyu knew that what she was waiting for by sitting around would only result in marrying the driver's son, and she wasn't willing to do that. looking at the bodyguard in front of her who dared to stop her. She was really angry, but she knew that today was not the time to get angry, or all she would get would only be a harsher control. Helplessly, she forced down the fire in her heart and said in as even a tone as she could, "Grandpa shut me down because he's afraid that I'll run away. But I just want to make a trip to the Goo family, so you guys can accompany me, and I definitely won't run away." "Sorry, no." Tang Shuyu's eyes glared. "Are you deaf? I'm talking about going to the Goo family, the closest neighbor to the Tang family. The Goo family, and it's not okay for you guys to watch. No way. You can't come out of this villa." "Aha. Can you guys not be so rigid? Can't I even just visit the Goo family?" "No." Tang Shuyu was hating this bodyguard at this point. Where did such a rigid wood come from? He couldn't even understand human language, but there was no way. She couldn't even leave the door without these two bodyguards in front of her. "No, I can't just sit around and wait for death. I'm going to find Su soon. I must go find Su soon." Meanwhile, the Gu family side. Su Sun did not know that he had been missed. At this time he had just sent off Gu Qingwan and was looking at the message in his cell phone in his room with a grave face. Yes, another inexplicable message came through tonight. "Little Seeker, if only you were still around. If you were still around, you would be willing to scold me even every day." And this time, Su Sun couldn't hold back any longer. "This is crazy every night, and she's looking for a scolding, so how can we let her get away with it?" A voice just dialed back. Chapter 56, Su Sun who entrusted me with a dream. "Hey, little Seeker, are you finally willing to give me a dream? I came back late, but a day earlier, even just a few hours. You wouldn't have. Wouldn't. Woohoo." As soon as the voice was connected it was Su Shinru talking to herself repeatedly. Su Sun was a bit confused. What the hell is that supposed to mean? What do you mean by giving her a dream? Your own self is not dead yet. Su Xin Ro, trust in your grandpa's dream. What kind of nerves do you have every night? Have nothing to do, go pamper your good brother. Don't send me some messy stuff. Creepy. Ha, Seeker, you never used to talk to me much. It used to be before, that is, when you weren't in front of me, or else you'd see the end of it if I slapped you or not. Fine, slap me. I'll do whatever you want as long as you can show up in my dreams every day. I was so hard on you before. Don't you want revenge? Come on, I'm waiting for your revenge. You mustn't let me go. Oh, what the hell kind of mush are you talking about? You've been drinking? Su Sun was a little confused as to what Su Shinru was up to, which didn't match her usual calm and smiling persona, but by the tone of voice, it looks like he's been drinking, and drinking a lot and being sad. Su Shinru, who didn't drink a drop of alcohol, actually drank? One must know that she not only doesn't drink herself, but also doesn't let others drink. Su Sun remembers a part-time job ended and colleagues outside to drink some beer to go home to be sniffed out by her. That night Su Shinliu so expressionless sitting on the side of the bed. Do not play the phone, also do not speak. The whole night. What a strain this was on the once young Su Sun. It's just horrible. Okay, don't want to talk more nonsense with you. I'll directly pull you black if you send any more nonsense messages in the future. The caller panicked a bit. Don't pull the plug. Come visit me in my dreams often from now on and I'll leave you alone. Dream you sister. I'm not dead, how can I give you a dream? Not dead? It would be nice to be really not dead. What's the difference between disappearing and being dead? Wait, Su Sun suddenly grasped the point. You think I'm dead? Who the hell is so unethical to rumor that I'm dead? It's Dad. And, good. I knew it was Su Qiming and Qin Xinlan. These two old things. Su Sun's fists tightened and he said angrily, anyway, we'll meet again sooner or later. And since these two old things are so eager for me to die, let's see how I'm going to stir up the world when I go back. My slap. It's already hungry and thirsty. Seeker, can you show your face? I want to see what you look like. Do your ass and hang up. The call ended abruptly. The Su family at this time. Su Shinru wrenched her cell phone with a panicked look on her face, so drunk and agitated that the bottle of wine in her hand banged and slid to the ground. She panicked, a wave of fear that she had never felt before filling her heart, because the voice was suddenly gone. The voice that had come out so easily from the heart just disappeared. No, where's the voice? Where's Seeker's voice? Seek, don't be like this. I don't want to see you. Will you come out and talk to me? At this moment, Su Shinru seemed to fall into an endless abyss, surrounded by emptiness and helplessness. She held the cell phone tightly in her arms in grief, her eyes pooling with tears of sadness, her mouth praying in anticipation of a miracle. Yet instead of waiting for a miracle, all that was waiting was the dizziness of the brain and the onset of a drowsy sleep. Sniff. Third sister, have you been drinking? Why do you smell like alcohol? On the dining table, the Su family members were gathering to eat breakfast. Su Shinru faintly said, I never drink. Yes? Can it be that I smelled it wrong? Su Baiyan, who was on the side, was a bit puzzled. Just went to the kitchen. Probably got it from the yellow wine in the kitchen. So, several days had passed since Su Sun's death. and the entire Su family was still somewhat dead to this day. Even Su Wen had expressed his grief in public. However, for the duo of Su Qiming and Qin Xinlan, it was as if they didn't even realize that there was one less person in their house. Due to Su Sun's disappearance is too bizarre, the investigation to the end of the biggest suspicion will fall on the head of the Su family for fear of affecting the reputation of their own family. Su Qiming implementation of the delay again and again, and so on a few months to disappearance reported. For this reason, Su Mayan was deeply disappointed. When people die, they don't even deserve a grave. Come alone and go as the wind rolls in the dust. What did you get out of coming to Su's house in this life to take such a walk? Little seeker, I won't let you be forgotten. I'm done eating. With the bowls and chopsticks thrown away, Su Mayan got up and left. Su Qiming was greatly displeased. How much longer are you going to make a scene? If a bastard dies, you can still be angry with your parents for the rest of your life. Su Mayan sneered. Mom and Dad, honestly, I'm really afraid that one day you'll do the same to us. Asshole, what did you say? I don't need to repeat myself if I hear you. I'm leaving. You don't have to work right now. Where are you going this early in the morning? There was no response, just a determined departing back. Su Qiming was infuriated. Certain sinners are dead, but the impact left behind is deepening. This rebellious daughter, I see her going the way of that little white wolf too. Dad, how can you say that about big sister? Su Sun left the big sister is difficult enough. You now also dismissed her job. She is difficult, no place to vent. Now this muddled look is not to blame you. Su Qiming's eyes glared. Su Baiyan, you've hardened your wings, haven't you? Daring to talk to your old man like this. Is this the same thing? I dismissed Su Sun first before he died later. What does this have to do with me? Does the order before and after matter? Big sister has worked so hard for Su for so many years, and you just say down. You're unloading. Su Baiyan, you're itching, aren't you? Dad, calm down. Seeing his father angry, Su Wen knew that his chance to show his performance had come. With a look of embarrassment, fifth sister didn't do it on purpose. She was just thinking about big sister. In fact, I also feel that I am not capable enough. Dad, why don't I not become this president? Su Qiming had not yet spoken, but Qin Xinlan took the lead and jumped out. Io-san, you really know too much, but you don't need to be embarrassed by this. You honestly do it on the line. No ability, we can come one step at a time. Your big sister is going to get married anyway. Su's future is still going to fall in your hands. Yeah, your mom's right. Don't be a burden. Just do a good job. Su Baiyan really cannot be angry. This parent's bias to the navel to go. Su's if not the big sister was afraid of a long time ago, where there are nowadays achievements. Now, the company has grown, and it's a shame that it's been given to a man who can't do anything. You guys just spoil him. I'd like to see how many times you guys can wipe his ass. Su Baiyan angrily left the table. She really missed the days when Su Sun was still around. At least she could cure a certain dead green tea. I think you're really going to rebel today. Yeah, fifth sister, don't make Dad mad. Everything is my fault. At those words, Su Baiyan's footsteps lurched, and she suddenly fell back in place in full view of everyone. Walked to Su Wen and snapped a slap and threw it out. Then advanced the same way, without uttering a word. Su Baiyan, seeing her father's anger, Su Xinru hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. Okay, Dad. Fifth sister is still young and doesn't know any better. Don't bother with her. Let's eat properly. She's small. My ass. The older she gets, the more she doesn't know. She's so spoiled. Someone stepped in and stopped a dispute that was about to happen as well. Su Xinru seems to be born to come out to soothe the emotions of the good medicine. In her 3 words under the stalemate of the atmosphere is very dissipated. But just when everyone thought that the breakfast would pass without incident, the accident happened again. Su Wanqing, who was sitting on Su Wen's right-hand side, inadvertently seemed to have discovered something, and coldly reached out and yanked out a silver glittering necklace from Su Wen's pants pocket. This necklace, why does it look so familiar? Chapter 57, Su Wen caught stealing again. What necklace? Looking at the shiny silver necklace, Su Wen was a bit confused. What necklace are you talking about that you yanked out of your pocket? This style looks like a woman's model. How can a man have a woman's necklace? And how does this look familiar? In the middle of her thoughts, Su Wanqing's eyes sank. I remember. Isn't this the necklace that big sister gave to fourth sister when she made her debut? The jewelry on it is called the Star of Tomorrow. It is the diamond that big sister repolished and planted on it from her own bar mitzvah, containing her expectations for fourth sister. Fourth sister, weren't you looking for a necklace the other day? Is it this one? Su Qingxia, who was lowering her head and drying her rice, jerked her head up. When she saw the necklace in Su Wanqing's hand, her pupils suddenly shrunk. She put down her chopsticks and slowly walked over to Su Wanqing to take the necklace, her face grim and ugly. What's going on? Why is my necklace here? Su Wen, you better explain to me what the hell is going on. Su Wen's face changed greatly. What necklace? I don't know. I really don't know. How dare you argue? Su Qingxia slammed the table and said angrily, "You don't know why the necklace is in your pocket. You must not say that you picked it up. This necklace has been placed in the display cabinet of my house and never taken out. If not 2 days ago I purposely counted the jewelry. I really didn't know that something was missing. You stole other things, but also forget about it. You actually dared to steal this big sister sent me. You're really good." "No, I really don't know what's going on, fourth sister. I was wrongly accused." Su Wen could not cry. This has nothing to do with him. Who knows how this necklace appeared in his pocket? Obviously never seen it. Okay? But the stuff was on him and he couldn't say anything about it. Who in the world would be so unethical as to set someone up? Suddenly, Su Wen's eyes lit up and a figure appeared in his mind. Again, what's with the coincidence? Last time it was this time too. Su White reads, "Fourth sister, it's really not me. I haven't even seen this necklace of yours." Right, fifth sister. Last time, fifth sister misunderstood me. This time could it be her? Su Wen, you still have the face to mention it. Su Qingxiao was incomparably disappointed. Last time, you let the matter fool you. I thought you really didn't mean it. But this time, do you still want to say you were wrongly accused? You want to talk about your fifth sister shaking you off in those 2 seconds and being able to stand and shove something into your sitting pants pocket when everyone couldn't see it? You're being someone else's little cutie. Yeah, I wasn't even going to bother with you about the plagiarism incident last time, but you gave me this again. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Qin Xilan was completely unable to sit still. Could there be some kind of misunderstanding? Mom, you're still defending him. Su Qingxiao looked puzzled. Is it hard to believe that you also think that fifth sister planted him? Is it hard to believe that you can slander your other child for his sake? Qin Xinran blushed. I didn't say that either. I mean, could it really be that you lost something and then Xiaowen picked it up? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That necklace has been in my jewelry closet and I usually can't wear it, so how could I have lost it? Right. 2 days ago I saw the news about that Star of Tomorrow on the internet. That gemstone was specifically given to my big sister back when Grandpa spent more than $10 million to auction it off. And then my big sister made it into a necklace and gave it to me. I was still chanting to my third sister that this gemstone turned out to be so valuable, but unfortunately it's in my jewelry cabinet now. And I remember that Su Wen was sitting on the opposite couch at the time, so he must have heard it. I don't know when he stole it, but I remember that necklace disappearing that night, and it turned out to really be you. Su Wen, what news? What gems? Su Wen was dumbfounded. He simply couldn't understand what Su Qingxiao was saying. He was only focusing on playing with his cell phone and didn't care that someone was talking next to him. I'm really impressed that this is even relevant to me. Mom and Dad, believe me, I really didn't steal fourth sister's necklace. Su Qiming's face was a bit ugly. Su Wen stealing things once or twice was not even a problem. Now he was actually caught again. He doesn't understand how 1 or 2 of them like to steal chickens and dogs when the family doesn't worry about food and clothing. Xiao Wen, tell the truth. This thing, is it you who took it or not? Dad, am I that kind of person? Su Qiming, don't you guys get it? Is it hard to be caught in the act the last few times or is it someone else? Little one, you're still a good boy if you know you're wrong. Apologize to your fourth sister. What? Su Wen was shocked, but I really didn't. Dad, you have to believe me. Believe you a hammer. Su Qiming really has some hatred. How can this stupid son not understand the human language? Go down the slope. Seeing that his parents were also suspicious of him, Su Wen was extremely unwilling. Why should I be blamed for something I clearly didn't take? Mom and Dad, check the surveillance. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance. I'll prove my innocence. Seeing Su Wen so serious, the couple was also a bit skeptical. Is it possible that their son really did not do it? In an effort to help clear their son's name, several people got out their laptops and checked the surveillance. Shockingly, the local storage is empty and none of the home surveillance is even on. Su Wen was alarmed. What's going on? Where's the local video? Why aren't the monitors on? Su Qingxia sneered. I can kind of see. No wonder you're not afraid to check the surveillance. The original surveillance has long been handled by you. No wonder you're not afraid. No, I didn't. I didn't move the monitor at all. Are you sure you didn't move it? Yesterday you said you lost your watch and wanted to check the surveillance, and you dare to say you didn't move it? Su Wen's heart thumped. Not bad. I do seem to have moved myself, but I did check my watch at the time and did nothing else. I really just checked the surveillance, found the watch and left. I didn't delete the video. Oh, you're a man who loses his watch every day. At some point, Su Baiyan went and returned with a gloating look on his face. You lost your watch twice in 3 days when Su Sun was around, and you still lose it when he's not. And something always happens to you every time you lose your watch. What a coincidence. Mom and Dad, isn't it obvious? It's all stolen. I remember Su Sun stealing, can't find enough evidence. You guys are directly convicted. This little one brother was caught in flagrante delicto several times. This time you guys shouldn't harbor it, right? Su Qiming's face was unsightly, rather like riding a tiger. He had already harbored Su Wen a few times. If he turned a blind eye this time, then he, as a father, was afraid that he would no longer have any prestige in the family. You bastard! Apologize to your fourth sister, and then receive 10 strokes of the ruler. Chapter 58. Su Wen was miserably drawn 10 times. Su Wen froze in place, his heart unconvinced. He felt it wasn't even his fault. Why should he take the blame? Even mom and dad didn't believe him. All because someone planted it. Su Baiyan, you wait for me. But in the end, even though he was no longer convinced, Su Wen still lowered his stubborn head. I'm sorry, fourth sister. Since you want to punish me, I'm willing, as long as you're happy. Su Qingxiao was stunned. I'm going to punish you? If you have done nothing wrong, why would I punish you? It seems you haven't realized your mistake. Alright, xia. Little one didn't mean it. Right at this moment, Su Xinru stood out to ease the atmosphere, and said to Su Wen with a gentle face, Little one, are you very short of money recently? The crowd sniffed. Su Wen was also stunned, with a hint of weakness in his tone. Third sister, I don't understand what you mean. Su Xianro smiled gently. Xiao Wen, you don't need to hide it. I know all about it. I know you're selling gifts for money. How did you know? Su Wen's face changed. I saw the receipt you dropped on the floor and went back to the store to ask about it, which is how I learned that you sold quite a few of the gifts people gave you, especially the watches. But don't panic. What's given to you is yours. What you do with it is your freedom. And I think it's really good that you have this idea of selling things for money. However, since you are short of money, you can absolutely ask for it from your family. Can it be that your family will not give it to you? It's fine for you to sell things to make money, but you shouldn't sell other people's things. Moreover, you shouldn't steal your fourth sister's necklace. It's nice that the necklace is worth a lot of money, but even more money can't buy a person's cherishedness. You shouldn't disregard your fourth sister's feelings for the sake of the money. And this time, it's you who are wrong. Wrong is not terrible. Know the wrong and change on the line. You properly apologize to your fourth sister, and then receive a fine. This matter is even in the past. Su Qingxiao's face sank. Together Su Wen was trying to take his own things to sell them for money. Simply outrageous. Even Su Qiming Qin Xinlan did not expect his son to steal because of the sale of money. It is hard not to give enough pocket money at home. It seems to have to rise pocket money. Always selling things is not a thing. And Su Wen was deeply touched by the insights he heard. It turns out that there are still people in this family who have always been toward themselves. And it's true that it's still the third sister who is gentle and looks out for herself in all things. Even if he sold the gifts he got from her, he still thinks about whether he has enough money. Su Wen's heart was flooded with warmth. Now even if the things were not stolen by him, he had to take the blame. We can't let the third sister's hard work go to waste. So, he directly bowed 90 degrees to Su Qingxia. His tone was sincere. Fourth sister, I'm sorry. I also want to start a business for a moment to make something in urgent need of money. But I don't want to rely on my family, so I've gone astray. But I'll never do it again in the future. Mom and Dad, I'll take the 10 commandments. Who's going to do it? Come directly. After the words were spoken, he turned and knelt towards the ground, with that resolute attitude as if he was generously going to his death. I'll do it. Just then, Su Baiyan yelled. Su Wen instantly shriveled up. In fact, it doesn't matter who comes to beat him, only can't Su Baiyan. He has already seen Su Baiyan targeting his own mind. If she comes to make a move, will she not be smoked to death? Mom and Dad, how about? Just as he was at a loss for words, Su Xianro seemed like a beam of light once again blocking in front of him. Nian, it's better if I do it. You're not doing it lightly. No, just me. I won't hit too hard. Su Qiming's face was grim as he said, give the ruler to your third sister. You go down. I won't. My third sister has such a soft nature that she definitely won't exert herself. So what kind of punishment is this? You rebellious daughter. Alright. Su Xianro stopped the duo and directly grabbed the ruler, coaxing at Su Baiyan. Give third sister a face. It's better for me to do it. But don't worry, I'll use a little bit of strength. Su Baiyan, typical eat soft but not hard, was so begged, but also can only obediently give up the position of the executioner. Su Wen finally let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it is the third sister, not Su Baiyan the one, or today he has to be no. Su Qiming took a call and left in a hurry. Qin Xilan couldn't see her son being beaten, also went back to her room to avoid it. However, there were still 4 sisters in the field, so Su Wen couldn't escape if he wanted to. Su Xianro squatted down and whispered, Xiao Wen, your 4th and 5th sisters are staring. I can't show too much mercy, so bear with me. It's okay, third sister. You did your best. Okay, then, little man, turn your head. I'm going to do it. Su Wen did not think so. The third sister so gentle people hands, and then the pain can hurt where? However, this first drawdown hurt so much that his eyes nearly glazed over. Aha! Why does it hurt so much? Su Baiyan said unhappily. Less pretending here. Third sister didn't even make an effort. You're hurting like hell. Su went inside a burst of numbness by batch. Did not make efforts, how can be so painful? Suddenly, he realized that this was hitting the old wound from the last time he was smacked by Su Sun. Third sister, don't fight. Little man, bear with me, I'll give you a hard time. Snap, snap. With a series of 9 lashes, Suwon cried out in pain and rolled on the spot, unable to even say a complete sentence, simply because those 10 swipes all hit in one spot. It hurt so much that he only felt that his back was almost about to split open, and I don't know if it was an illusion or what, but he felt like the foot was doing twice as much damage as the other. Su Qingxia Su Baiyan looked on the side and frowned. Even Su Wanqing felt that Suwon's play was a bit too much. Su Sun could not even say a word for a few times when he was being beaten by Su Sun. How come Lao San, who was so soft and weak, kept screaming so heartbreakingly? I'm sorry little one, I hit too hard. Are you alright? After the beating, Su Xianro had a guilty look on her face and went up to assist Su Wen. It's okay third sister, thank you for being merciful. It's okay, I should. While speaking, Su Shinru accidentally touched Su Wen's back, causing another yell. Su Wen grimaced in pain, tears streaming down his face. He is now considered to understand. Fortunately did not let Su Baiyan hands. Even the third sister is playing so painful. If that hand down today is not to die in this. On the other hand, Su Shinru's excessive concern also attracted Su Baiyan's dissatisfaction. This dead green tea is obviously pretending. How come third sister can't see it? I should have known I shouldn't have let it, so that he wouldn't even have the strength to pretend. Su Wen, just pretend. Your brother Seeker gave me a dream last night. He said he wouldn't let you go even if he was a ghost. Now this is your retribution for planting evidence in the past. Dream? Su Shinru was violently stunned. A wave of memories thus surfaced in her mind. Last night's was a dream? No. Cell phone. Where is my cell phone? Only then did Su Shinru understand where this empty feeling came from this morning, and hurriedly found the cell phone that was thrown on the sofa. Upon seeing the 2.5-minute long voice call, a gradual wave of excitement welled up in his heart, and his entire being fell into a state of disorientation. So, it wasn't a dream. Chapter 59, Shocking Words. Old Man Gu. Gu family. 2 days had passed since Su Sun came to the Gu family. I don't know if he had been specifically instructed or what, but no one from the Gu family had come to disturb him, and he had spent the past 2 days quite comfortably. After all, what's uncomfortable about being a host is that people are curious and ogling you, and as long as no one cares, it's no different than staying in a hotel. Little brother Seeker, are you used to these 2 days in the Gu family? Habit is habit, and I'm happy to be quiet, but what the hell is your Gu family running away when they see me? Making it sound like I'm some kind of bad guy. Gu Qingwan covered her mouth and smiled. This is not for fear of you being uncomfortable. After all, I can't notice everyone all the time. Directly letting my family keep a distance from you can also prevent them from rushing you. It's not really necessary. My fists will do me justice. It was midday, and it would soon be time for dinner. The two of them sat on the living room couch and talked eloquently as they waited for dinner to begin. Gu Tianwei also slipped back from outside, followed by Gu Pingsheng, who was pushing a wheelchair. Brother Su. Su Sun smiled and responded. Gu Dong didn't go to work today? People still need a proper rest. There's a party today, so you'll be at home during the day. Humph. Except for the big things and don't need you to do it yourself. I think you're just lazy and don't want to go to work. At those words, Gu Pingsheng was speechless. Dad, I'm taking this one break in a month and you still want to read about it. You're letting me die of exhaustion. What are you tired of sitting in the office all day? I was found at Gu's time but running around all over the place stalls. At that time, strict control. I have dared to sell pornographic discs in the downtown area. Was law enforcement chased? Ouch Dad, I beg you to shut up. Gu Pingsheng smiled awkwardly at Su Sun. Sorry brother Su, my dad's mouth is not guarded. Don't believe anything strange he says to you. Haha, it's fine. But the old man's experience when he was young, it can be somewhat wonderful. Gu Pingsheng some helpless, alas, do not look at him before as a soldier. But when he was young can be completely no military temperament. With the gangster like almost what hooks are dry. Near the 10 miles of the townships can be said to be a sentence near and far. I was a child did not dare to say that he is my father. You brat, dare to rumor about your old man. Just your father. I retired for many years and was called into the army. This determination is enough for you to learn for a lifetime. At that time I was really in the life and death. Come on Dad, I'm tired of hearing about it. I'm going to find Wayner to discuss the party. After saying that, without the ugly face of his own master, he walked over to Gu Qingwan's side to discuss important matters. You brat! Gu Tianwei was furious. If not for the fact that his legs and feet were still not well he would have had to go up with a kick. Whenever he remembers those heroic events his family thinks he's blowing smoke. Which is outrageous. When has one ever told a lie? Little friend, I tell you do not look at my ear was discharged after more than 10 years to be recalled, but my hands but more than ever before. Remember once our platoon out of ammunition and food, facing the enemy's pursuit of the blockade. I only have a shovel around, but I a sliding shovel. Geez old man, dinner's ready. Don't go. I'm not done yet. I was breakfast is so hearty every day. I'm afraid my stomach is getting spoiled. There is nothing worse in the world than having your speech interrupted, especially if you are bragging. Gu Tianwei was screaming, but thinking that no one should love to hear about his stale things, he switched directions again. Little friend, do you know what I just did? Su Sun froze. The meat porridge in his spoon went into his mouth and shook his head. I don't know, nor do I want to know. Gu Tianwei's old face stiffened. You're so direct in your speech, but it's okay, I'll tell you. As he spoke, he slowly approached Su Sun's side and whispered, I'm going to find you a daughter-in-law. What the hell? Su Sun nearly spat out a mouthful of porridge. What's gotten into this old man? What made him create the illusion that he was looking for a daughter-in-law? Gramps, don't mess around. I'm not in the mood for a relationship. What relationship? Directly married, right? Gu Tianwei squinted his eyes, full of attentiveness and excitement. I've actually been examining my family's juniors over the past 2 days, and I've finalized a few good candidates for you, ensuring that all of them are beautiful and have good personalities. Moreover, how many of them still like you? People see your face value at a glance. Have a good feeling. You guys are still afraid of not getting along, hee. I go. Su Sun simply sighed at this old man, feeling that he was getting more and more lewd. Master, are you serious this time? You don't want to mess around with it. What messed up point? Isn't this asking for your opinion? Get out of here. I'm not going to be a door-to-door son-in-law. Little friend is wrong. I never said I wanted you to come as a son-in-law. On the contrary, my Gu family will still strongly support you, and support a new Su family in Jiangcheng that only belongs to you. Damn old man, you roll. In this way I will turn my face with you. Gu Tianwei's face changed. Little friend, I'm thinking about your lifelong matters. Sooner or later you'll have to start a family. Pick from my Gu family first, okay? No good. I'll be a bachelor for the rest of my life. What? Could you be? I'll go. Where did you learn that word? You're the one. Since it's not, then what are you afraid of? Just pick one. My Gu family's girls will never let you down. No picking. Pick one. Not picking. Pick one. At this moment, Su Sun's heart had 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past, really annoyed enough by this old man. He didn't belong to this world. How could he start a family in this world? Wouldn't that harm the girl? Just when he was speechless, suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind, and this figure was a candidate that old man Gu would never agree to. Yeah, this is a candidate that you could never agree to. Alright, don't rush it. Marry Sister Wanner to me if you're capable, or don't mention this later. Wanda? As expected, Gu Tianwei's face changed and became all gloomy. Su Sun smiled with satisfaction at the sight. What? Can't give up? Wasn't it optional just now? It's okay to choose someone else's baby girl, but not your own? Gu Tianwei frowned. You really want to choose Shawan? It's not a joke? Sure, I'm a man who loves to tell the truth, but Shawan is quite a bit older than you after all. Why don't we just switch? What do you mean? True love is priceless. True love can't be measured by superficial things like age and appearance. In that instant, Gu Tianwei sank his head without a word. Seeing this difficult look, Su Sun patted his shoulder with satisfaction. It's fine. I'm not a person who makes things difficult. You don't have to make things difficult. Just don't mention it again in the future. Alas, I am ashamed. Little friend, a seat is as good as a hearing. That's an understatement. Little friend, I didn't expect you to be so enlightened. In the end it's instead the old man I'm shallow. Both so. Not right? Su Sun suddenly felt a bad feeling. In his shocked gaze, Gu Tianwei's eyes suddenly locked onto Gu Qingwan, who was speaking across the room, and again, in his horrified gaze, that old mouth with a few gold teeth opened. Wanda, you, give, close, mouth. Su Sun subconsciously put out his hand to cover his mouth, but he was still a step too late, and Gu Tianwei's astonishing remarks were like a thunderbolt exploding in everyone's ears. Shawan, little friend Su, he wants to marry you. Chapter 60, the Tang family comes to the door begging for help. Tell them to get lost. Gu Qingwan was momentarily in a daze, and Gu Pingsheng, with whom he was speaking, also fell into a daze. As for Su Sun himself, he was even more clueless, so embarrassed that he could pick out a Barbie dream castle with his 10 toes. What a thing to call it. No wonder his own son doesn't like to talk to his old man. Whoever touches this broken mouth with him will be unlucky. Only Gu Tianwei, at this time full of excitement and eagerness to look at Gu Qingwan, looking forward to their own this baby daughter, can give a satisfactory answer. Finally, Gu Qingwan let out a long sigh, her tone thick with helplessness. Dad, can you stop talking nonsense? Have you ever considered people's feelings when you talk nonsense? Who's talking nonsense? It's Su Xiaoyu who said he likes you. Su Sun's face changed. Don't be ridiculous, dead old man. I didn't say that. You kid. You just said that true love has nothing to do with age and appearance, and that you want to marry my family's Xiaowan. Why are you embarrassed now? I'm sorry, my ass. Su Sun didn't care about the quality of the situation and said loudly, it's not because you insisted on finding me a daughter-in-law, so I didn't just say that I hoped that you would give up on the idea. I didn't know that you even sold your own daughter. This is not a good thing to say. I've been waiting for Xiaowan to get married for decades, and now it's hard to wait for a virtuous son-in-law, so how can I call it a sale? Good. You're awesome. I admire that. But what's the point of you agreeing? Did the person himself agree? Besides, Mr. Gu wouldn't want his sister to find a brat as her future partner. Would you say I'm right? Mr. Gu Pingsheng, who was inexplicably called back to his senses, actually carried a hint of earnestness as well. Brother Su, you are unaware that I've been wishing for Wanner to have a family for a long time now. Besides, how can you be a brat? You are truly the proud son of heaven. How could I possibly disagree? Don't worry, with me and my dad around, no one would dare to disagree. Oops, what are you doing? What are you doing? Su Sun intended to let Gu Pingxing come out to relieve himself, but it turned out that not only did he not understand what he meant, but he was desperate to get on. What's all this about? Helpless, Su Sun also lazy to continue to break the story, simply open the door. Sorry, I currently have no intention of starting a family. People in this life young only so long. I still want to go out to break into the world. The family, it will only become an obstacle to my way forward. And Sister Wan Air, you don't have to worry. I don't have any improper thoughts about you. Don't listen to your old man's nonsense here. The words have been spoken, and those who should understand and those who shouldn't can hear them. Gu Tianwei felt immense pity. Although it was a great pity that Su Sun couldn't be his son-in-law, he couldn't force it. He could only say that there was no destiny between the two. After all, his own Xiaowan couldn't afford to wait any longer. And if he waited a few more years, he wouldn't necessarily be as young and beautiful as this. That's all. It's better to go and meet my Gu family juniors. Maybe you'll like one of them? Su Sun instantly darkened his face. Dead old man, if you do this again, I'm going to give up my job and leave off. Hey, just kidding, don't be angry. Little friend, a meal was spent in such a frightening way. Gu Tianwei, this old man also no longer open up what to find a daughter-in-law. Just Gu Qingwan since the beginning has not said a word again. Although Gu Qingwan had lived for more than 10 years, Su Sun knew that a woman's skin was still much thinner than a man's, and she was afraid of being embarrassed by her own master's coaxing than herself. Alas, this old man Gu's leg couldn't have been broken because he was talking nonsense back then, could it? Gu family garden. Gu Qingwan was mostly at home, and on weekdays when she had nothing to do, she would plant some flowers and plants to cultivate her mood, and this garden became the best place to soothe her mood in her life. At this time she took the spray can, one after another, slowly and methodically watering the flowers and plants she planted, lips with a smile, and the whole flower garden into one, just like a beautiful scene. Gu Pingxing quietly came to the side and watched the back of that watering flowers for a while, sighing. What is it that makes Big Brother so worried? Even without turning around, Gu Qingwan knew who was behind her. Gu Pingxing sighed again. Wan Air, why didn't you say anything just now? You haven't touched any men since you were a child, and now with the exception of Su Sun, don't you have the slightest idea? Ideas? Gu Qingwan smiled faintly. I'm not on the same page as him. What ideas can I have? Don't pretend. You can fool others. Can you fool your big brother me? You've never been this attached to a man before, and now you're being so considerate to Su Sun. Do you really not feel anything at all? No, I just think of him as a benefactor. You are deceiving yourself and others, Gu Pingxing said with some hatred. What exactly are you afraid of? Are you afraid of the comments of outsiders? Or are you afraid that you'll be disliked because of the age difference? Since you intend to, why do you have to pretend that you don't care? Do you really want to be single for the rest of your life? Even if you can continue to look young and beautiful for another 10 years or so on the outside, is your body still up to it? Remember how you used to love Xiaotong and Xiaozhao so much? Don't you want a child of your own before it's too late? Gu Qingwan did not reply, just lowered her head and watered silently, seemingly too lazy to respond. Gu Pingxing felt angry every time he saw his sister's appearance, and when something happened, he avoided all kinds of things and never listened to his family's advice, which was a big headache. He had no choice but to leave a sentence. Su Sun is not a superficial person. He is a person full of enigmas. The world is afraid that in his eyes it is nothing at all. I will fight for you, but the back is up to you. Seeing that there was still no response, Gu Pingxing could only leave with a cold snort. Nowadays, the only regrets of the Gu family were his father's leg and his sister's marriage, and no matter what, he would understand all of the Gu family's regrets. It's just that he alone can't do it. and it's going to take some people on their own as well. He could only pin his hopes on Gu Qingwan to take his words in. Ping Sheng, Xiaowan. Just then, the sudden arrival of a guest brought the two, who had just disagreed, together again. Uncle Don, Tang Shanha and the two sons and a few old men flanked down to the Gu family. This sudden visit, what purpose in fact everyone knows. After all, the elders are personally present. Gu Pingsheng is not good to be slow, but he has also heard a little about the Tang family and Su Sun. If he takes the risk to bring it, he is afraid that it will cause Su Sun to be displeased. Uncle Tang, old Tang, we're all acquaintances now, so I won't sell the story. Are you guys here to look for Su Sun today? Tang Chunye nodded. Yes, Lao Gu. Since Mr. Su is at your house, please also take us to meet him. It's fine to take you guys, but I have to go ask first. I know what's going on between you guys, and I have to warn you to be prepared for the fact that you're probably going to come back without any success. Soon, Gu Qingwan informed Su Sun of the news of the Tang family's arrival. However, Su Sun is not a person who eats back the grass. To the Tang family is considered to be benevolent and righteous. Now come to beg, so what? If you say you won't save them, you won't save them. Tell them to off. Chapter 61, Su Qiming, watch me savagely charge. He said to tell you guys to off. At those words, several members of the Tang clan froze in place, and hearing this, Gu Pingsheng's mouth nearly twitched, whispering, Wan er aren't you usually the most delicate and watertight? How come today? You should at least be a bit more euphemistic, right? You this, big brother, to avoid entanglements on both sides. Some words are better to be direct. Besides, Little Seeker's brother is really unwilling to see them. Saying that, Gu Qingwan looked at the Tang family again. Uncle Tang, second brother Tang, don't blame me for being direct in my speech. People are already unwilling to pay attention to the Tang family, so it's better to give up. Put yourself in your family's shoes and think about it. As far as your family shoe you did those things, any who will not be chilled? Once a person's disappointment is at the end, it will not generate any trust. Uncle Tang, it's better to go abroad to look for opportunities. Tang Shanha was instantly petrified. Those words just now were undoubtedly sticking needles into his heart, causing him to recall the various behaviors of Tang Shuyu, the roadblocker. If it weren't for her, I'm afraid I'd already be in the process of recovering. Unconsciously, a trace of wetness flooded his old eyes, and his face was tinged with remorse. Xiaowan, I know that Shuyu did too much, but I was also kept in the dark. I came here this time because I want to return an apology to him, so you can take me over to meet him. Gu Qingwan slowly shook her head. I'm sorry, you guys better go back. Big brother, what words to waste with them? Let's directly find the line. A few juniors still dare to stop us, a few old guys not. Just then, an old crone behind Tang Shanha stepped forward to push and shove, trying to force back the two people blocking the way by virtue of her weak body. Gu Pingxing's face was a bit ugly. No wonder he brought a few old ones over. He was waiting here, but you don't say. He didn't dare to stop. When he saw the old woman slamming into him, he hastily dodged, fearing that he would give a bone to break. Gu Pingxing's face gradually became gloomy. Uncle Tang, you guys are passing here. Is it possible that you still want to force your way in? I'm sorry, Pingsheng. I just want to see Su Sun for a while. Please help us out for the sake of the two families. If I help, then what if Su Sun is angry with my family for not helping my dad with his leg? No, I can see that he's a big fan of love and wouldn't take it out on you guys for such a small thing. You guys? Alright. Gu Qingwan stood out and straddled the middle of the two sides, her pretty face icy cold. Uncle Tang, do you really want to make it so embarrassing that you have to force me to call the security guards to evict them? For a while, the two sides were at a standstill. In the end, it was Tang Shanha who stepped back. Alright, we won't force it, but please pass on another message for me. As long as he's willing to meet me, I'm willing to give the prescription away. He should be interested. Give me the prescription? Su Sun remembered the prescription that he had forgotten about. The one given by the Tang family couldn't be that, could it? There's just one thing I need to confirm. Not that I can't give it a shot. It's just a meet and greet. Anyway, Sister Wan Er, please run one more time and say that I agree to their request. Meet them, soon. The Tang family was led into the villa. Tang Shanha's face was delighted to see Su Sun and immediately arched his hand respectfully. Sorry little friend Su, my grandson. Cut the crap. The prescription. Tang Shanha was stunned, then hurriedly ordered Tang Xingye to take out the prescription. Su Sun cocked his head and pinched the yellowed paper, throwing the prescription onto the coffee table in front of him with just a quick glance. Alright, you guys can go now? This prescription can also be taken away. Ha! The Tang family members were stunned. Tang Shanha was puzzled. Little friend Su, is the prescription unsatisfactory? Satisfied. Very satisfied. If you are satisfied, then why? Why? Su Sun let out a cold laugh. Taking my things to please me. You're also the only one in the Tang family, but you're also being cheated. This prescription can indeed cure you, but it has to be coupled with my spellbinding acupuncture therapy. Otherwise this would just be a pair of painkillers for a couple of times. That's right, the prescription. The Dan prescription to be precise is indeed something of his. Soo-sun really wondered how something he never left his body was stolen by Soo-won. The previous planner, lyrics, copyrights, and now the Dan formula. Could it be that there's something weird about this kid that can directly steal other people's achievements? Interesting, really interesting. Alright, since we've met, why don't you leave? Sister Won-air sends off the guests. Tang's family is silly. This is really seeing one side. Do not give a little chance to talk? Tang Shanha is not a little cutie. Also understood the meaning in those words just now. No wonder Soo-won only had the prescription but couldn't cure the disease. So he stole it. It's also true that both of them lived in Soo's house before. So wouldn't it be easy to steal something? One worships a charlatan but ignores the truly capable. Should have thought of that one. What a shame. Seeing that he was being driven away, Tang Chengye hurriedly shouted at this time. Mr. Soo, please give me some time. I'll just say a few words. No need to say, I can't save it. You taught your son poorly, implicating his father. This is originally your life, and also the life of your Tang family. Recognize the reality. Mr. Soo, Mr. Soo. Soo-sun just turned around and went upstairs, not leaving the Tang family with any hope. Several clansmen were all disheartened, not to mention Tang Shanha, who was a party to the incident, and at this time, his face was even more like ashes, and the last flicker of fire in his heart was about to be extinguished. Only Tang Qingye's hope rose in despair, and he looked at Gu Qingwan with the last trace of luck. Sister Qingwan, our families have known each other for so many years. I beg you to help us? I beg you to help us. Gu Qingwan shook her head. I can't help. No, you can help. You call Mr. Soo your brother, and Mr. Soo calls you Sister Won-air. You must be on good terms. I beg you to intercede with Mr. Soo and help my father, or else he doesn't have much time left. Gu Qingwan sighed helplessly. Second brother Tang, I can't help. I can't offend people because of you guys. My father's health, I'm still counting on him. Please forgive me for being selfish. Alright old Tang, let's go. No good staying longer. Think of something else while there's still time. But, what's the use of just pestering? All you'll get is more boredom. So go back. Gu Pingxing finally sent the Tang family away, and several people returned to the Tang family in disappointment. Some people are upset. Some people are at a loss. And some people are as if their hearts are dead. Some, moreover, thundered with rage. Come on people, bring me those two assholes, Tang Shuyu and Tang Xingjuan. What happened during the day was a small episode, and Soo-sun didn't care too much about it. In the evening, due to Gu Pingxing's temporary commitments, the party turned into Gu Qingwan coming to attend, while Soo-sun was requested to accompany him to the party together. The party banquet thing, Soo-sun don't know how many times he has been there. It's no different from drinking water. But it's Gu Qingwan who is a bit surprised and thinks that Soo-sun is really too calm. Calm to the point of being like no one else. Sight unseen, because Soo-sun, hiding alone in the corner, was eating pastries, blowing on a whole bottle of red wine, and playing a game in his hand, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. To both choose auxiliary even if, Yao riding vegetable text chicken head on you also want to sit shaking car. Soo-dong, I heard that your Soo's president has changed. What a great vigor. Where? My family boss is going to prepare for the wedding. Naturally I have to replace someone to succeed me, just so that I can also let my son experience the experience. So that's how it is. But I've heard that you seem to have two sons coming up. Is that true? Where are the rumors coming from? They're all rumors. Mr. Soo, you're even hiding it from an old friend like me? My son is a student of Jian University. Even though what happened on campus was blocked by you, my son still filmed it. Can you tell me what's going on? It's, alas, a sinner. I'm afraid to make people laugh by saying it, but since Wang Dong all know I also don't hide it. Is my family kindly took in the orphan? But he usually steals chickens and dogs. Misbehavior, or we are too good to him to lead to raise a white-eyed wolf, raised such a devouring of the master. Fist itchy? Soo-sun felt his blood rush, and at the sound of the voice, he looked around and saw that familiar undersized figure. Martyr weekdays privately is so making up my right. Lousy can spoil you. The bottle was dropped and the cell phone was pocketed. In an instant, a human-sized cannonball just rushed out. Asterisk in Su Chiming. Watch me savage charge. Chapter 62. No injuries. A shocked Su Chiming. This familiar voice. This familiar stance. It's him. It's the man who's back. The moment Su Chiming turned around, time seemed to freeze. He was shocked. He saw a nightmare-like man flying towards him. Was flying. He was on alert and subconsciously tried to dodge. But his feet were like lead. It was hard to move a bit, so he just watched the humanoid cannonball turn toward him. Everything around him was surprisingly slow at this moment, as muddy as the damping brought on by a cloud of slime. At the moment Su Sun crashed into himself, Su Qiming's brain searched rapidly, surfacing countless whys. Who am I and where am I? Isn't this dead? Why would it appear in front of us? Can't it be that it's alive? But why does living happen to be here? He shouldn't be entering such an occasion in his position, right? No, he had disappeared, and it appeared that his death had not been established since the beginning. This is really back. Aha! You asshole! A loud, pig-killing squeal rang out abruptly on this solemn occasion, quickly attracting the attention of many people. In everyone's astonished gaze, only to see a 20-something-year-old handsome guy riding on a middle-aged man slapping down slap after slap, the crowd was shocked. The public actually committed murder. This is how rampant. But the crowd didn't make a move for a while. After all, theater isn't something you bump into all the time. Old thing, think you can make up stories about me behind my back just because I'm not here? Watch the fight. A few slaps descended, and Su Qiming only felt that his brain was going to be thrown out. But he was more concerned about the naked stares coming from those around him than the pain in his face. When he was in school he could have paid to block the news and minimize the impact of everything. But the group of people around him were celebrities from all sides. And even if the news was blocked, he would be completely and utterly reduced to a joke in the circle. What a shame this is. You animal. Bastard. Look at my palm cyclone. Snap. Pop. I told you to scold me. I told you to cricket me behind my back. I told you to rumorize about me in private. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you're rich? Then you haven't met me. With those words, Susan fiercely straightened his arms and raised his palms high, storing power in his wrists. Give me. Crack. This palm. In the eyes of the crowd as if endless power, and even heard a hint of hidden wind. Without mercy heavy fall. With just this slap, Su Qiming directly rolled his eyes and fainted. The crowd was breathless and dumbfounded. Some were curious as to the identity of the youth. Others were surprised as to who it was that took the beating. Suddenly, someone recognized the fainting man. Su Dong. He's Su Qiming of the Su group. Actually Su Dong? How could a well-known old Dong be beaten to death? Did not hear? Su Dong behind the back cursing was caught by the main owner. Can make people angry like this? May have said something. Yes, this Su Dong is also. Trouble comes out of the mouth. This reason do not understand. At least can not talk nonsense in public, right? But who is this young man? Say do it and do it. Really bold. That's when the security guard arrived late. Seeing this, Su Sun slapped him again. Don't pretend. But I didn't use any strength. I didn't even use any strength. Su Qiming instantly turned on. His head did not hurt and his brain was not dizzy. And he was actually surprisingly awake. But before he could be happy, the anger in his body had filled his entire chest. You little beast. Pop. You animal. Pop. Small animal. Snap. Snap. This scene was a bit hard to watch even for the group of spectators around them. Not I say Su Dong. All this is still scolding. Must people beat you again not? Yes Su Dong. Swearing was caught bagged even if. Was caught bagged also dare to continue to swear is really not a few. Now the young people are not life. Be careful of people's wrath of blood corpses thousands of miles off. Mr. Han, you're being serious. Nowadays it's a legalized society. Where are there such people? But a whole family of blood corpses is not unlikely. Su Qiming was about to go mad when he heard these people's remarks. Obviously it is this hands to hit people. How to turn it is their own fault. Eyes like needles. Arguments added. Su Qiming only felt naked humiliation coming towards him, and his entire being was filled with the focus of losing his face. No way. Must make this kid go to jail. Gotta make him pay. At this time, Su Qiming's face flushed red. No longer able to care about anything, gritted his teeth and said, You and out. Out. Su Sun. You wait. I'll make sure you're in jail today. And sit through it? It was clearly you who cursed. I was just angry for a moment. Su Sun was unimpressed. Su Qiming smiled coldly. I cursed? Do you have any evidence? It's clearly you who intentionally hurt people. So you have proof that I hit someone? You're the one who deliberately started the fight. These people around are the witnesses, and the surveillance in the video is the physical evidence. You can't escape today. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to make you go to jail for the rest of your life. So powerful? But we were just having a small fight, and you weren't hurt. So what reason do you have to sue me? Just then, Ku Qingwan came over with a grave face and said something. At those words, the smile on Su Sun's face grew even wider. No wonder just now Ku Qingwan has not been moving. Together with the first time to find someone to hack the monitoring. Now it's even more fearless. Qiming, I'm afraid your calculations are going to come to naught. Subsequently, Su Qiming said to do, immediately reported to the police. Law enforcement officers quickly came to the scene. Listening to Su Qiming's various accusations are also quickly looking for evidence. As a result, the sudden damage to the surveillance caught everyone off guard. saying that there was a malfunction in the server room and that all the surveillance from the last few days had disappeared. Su Qiming was greatly shocked. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could it be such a coincidence? This is a deliberate trick by him. And this he, naturally, meant Su Sun. Su Sun shrugged. He just said that I'd been hitting him, but then he ended up saying that I moved the surveillance. Can't it be that I have a doppelganger? Originally many witnesses who proved that Su Sun had beaten people now became his alibi. Su Qiming was furious, but he couldn't refute it. He had no choice but to find the hotel management to ask what was going on, and the hotel people told him that the monitoring room had just tripped, and indeed nothing had been captured. Su Qiming was screaming that he was suffocating. The police cannot decide a case on the basis of one-sided words alone, and several law enforcement officers have heard the talk around them as a conflict unfolding from a verbal clash. Without definitive proof, they couldn't judge the specifics of what was going on from the descriptions of those around them. After all, certain exaggerations had to be avoided, and that final judgment can only be placed on the injury assessment. Eventually, the two were taken for an injury evaluation. Although Su Qinian looks alive and well on the surface, but he also said he was brutally beaten. The police suspect and cannot be ignored, can only wait for the results to appear. Su Qiming did a full examination, and a few hours later, the appraisal also expedited the results. The result, nothing different. Even though Su Qiming kept saying that he was dizzy, no injuries were detected, not to mention any bruises, not even the slightest abrasion was detected. Su Qi celebrities are stupid. Pinching the report are trembling. Impossible. It's never possible. I almost saw my two milk. How could there be no injuries at all? A few law enforcers were speechless. They recalled that Su Qiming had previously said that he had been pressed to the ground and swung a slap, and then said that he had been beaten to the point of fainting, and that his brain had almost been slapped out, and now he said that he had almost seen the two milk. But if he was really that ruthless, he wouldn't even have a slap mark on his face. This is clearly borrowing from the topic. Uncle Policeman, I'm just a poor orphan. If he hadn't insulted me to my face, how would I have dared to take a swing at a big boss like him? He's obviously fine, but he's acting like he's not. I think he's deliberately trying to make me pay for it, trying to take away the last of my savings to make my life worse. Since he wants money, I'll just give it to him. Chapter 63, Dispute Settled by $20,000. Su Qiming was greatly shocked. He really didn't expect Su Sun to do bad things and still be so shameless that he didn't dare to admit it. At that moment, his eyes widened. No, you guys don't believe him. He's lying to you. If he's really a poor boy, how can he come into such a high-class party? Because I brought him in. Just then, Gu Qingwan stepped forward. Which one is it if not you? Su Qiming was simply convinced. He had actually long wanted to ask who this woman who had been following Su Sun was. How come she was everywhere? It doesn't matter who I am, but I brought Su Sun's brother into the banquet, and I can prove that he is a poor orphan. Just a short while ago brother Su Sun did my father a great favor and we became acquainted as a result. And since I'm attending the party alone today for fear of encountering something, I asked him to accompany me. This Su Sun brother of mine was originally out of place. He entered the party and was not sociable, hiding in a corner by himself drinking drinks and eating cake. He would not have messed with anyone, but it was so good-tempered that he suddenly made a move. So you can imagine that he must have heard something. Mr. Police Officer, I believe you also heard the onlookers at the time say that this Su Dong wantonly insulted the matter. If it was not for his prior insults, how could this brother of mine possibly strike? I know some people have money and they're eyeballing everything, but that's no reason for them to look down on people. Upon hearing this, the faces of several law enforcement officers gradually began to stare. They remembered the testimonies of those eyewitnesses. Su Sun was indeed hiding in the corner alone and gorging himself. According to those people's descriptions, it was as if he had never eaten something so good. Unsurprisingly, this Su Dong thinks that people's country bumpkins can't make it to the Hall of Honor, and then starts to do insulting things. And at that time also someone said that this Su Dong a mouth a small call people, to a stranger to a person to such great malice? Of course, there are some things that they can only think about in their minds. After all, they are law enforcement officers and they cannot carry personal emotions. But the flash of contempt in his eyes was still perfectly captured by Su Qiming. He was confused. No, I'm the victim? What kind of look are you guys giving me? A leading police officer said with a serious face. Su Dong, you don't have any problem with the injury appraisal, except for the headache and fever that you claimed. Therefore, we can't comply with your claim to detain the person. We can only try our best to ask for compensation for you. How much amount of money do you see that you need to compensate the other party? Compensation? Su Qiming's fists unconsciously clenched, simply about to laugh in anger. You're almost beaten to death yourself? And to come with such a glib compensation? What a reparation! Seeing that Su Qiming had been silent, Gu Qingwan directly pulled out $20,000 from her bag. Su Dong, people should learn to be tolerant. Is it possible that you still want to drive a helpless orphan to death? After all, you're not hurt, and here's $20,000 to cover your losses, so I hope you'll take it as it comes." At that moment, Su Chiming laughed, was truly exasperated. He didn't think he'd be humiliated with money one day, or that he'd be dismissed for a mere $20,000, but right now, he really had no other recourse but to accept the $20,000. Eventually, the parties signed a settlement agreement for $20,000 to resolve the dispute. However, Su Chiming's heart was afire that had never been there before, and it was more suffocating than being beaten. "Dad, what the hell is going on?" The people who came were none other than Su Wanqing, who had suddenly received the news, as well as Su Xinru, who happened to be in a piece at the time and heard the news. The two heard their father into the bureau immediately rushed over. "But look at this, afraid to come a step too late. The second, and the third are here too. It's okay, let's go back." Su Wanqing was puzzled. "Dad, what's going on? What do you mean by coming alive and calling me here? Who did you have a conflict with?" "Who?" Su Chinian propped up his forehead and laughed. "Aside from that sinner, who else could there be?" "What did you mean?" "That's right, it's that little Su Sun." Su Wanqing's face changed. "But isn't Xiao Sun already dead? How could he be?" "He's dead my ass. This little is alive and well." Iron fist of justice. With a whoosh, a figure just rushed straight over and punched Su Chiming's old face. "Old thing, I'm not leaving yet." The crowd was shocked. No one had expected Su Sun to appear so watery. There was shock, excitement, and anger. And the angry one was naturally Su Chiming, who had just received a punch. "Su Sun, what the hell are you doing? Don't forget that we're still in the law enforcement bureau." Su Sun looked disdainful. "So what? Do you still want to spend a few more hours with me to get $20,000 in compensation from me? You what you? I'm still young enough to wear out. I don't know how many nights your old bones can make it through." The two just started fighting and looking at each other again. Although Su Wanqing didn't understand what was going on, but when she thought of Su Sun's behavior some time ago, she also took it as a small fight between the two. So she stepped forward to act as a peacemaker. "Seeker, how could you do that to Dad? You apologize and we'll go back. Back to you. That's your dad, not mine. I'm an orphan." Su Wanqing frowned. "Su Sun, how much longer are you going to make a scene? Do you know that you disappeared that day and everyone thought you were dead? Do you know how sad big sister is for you these days? Hurry up and give in. Let's go home." He goes back to his ass. "Do you want him to turn our house upside down?" "Oh Dad, what conflicts can't be said calmly and properly? Do you have to make it to such a point of death? Can't calm down. You know what he did." Well, let's sing and sing here." Su Sun interrupted the two of them and said with a flat face, "You don't need to beg me here. I want to go back to my own, will go back. Don't want to go back to your 10 cows to pull, also useless." "Su Wanqing, don't force me to slap you." Just as the atmosphere was deadlocked, a woman dressed in an elegant black ornate dress walked out from within the law enforcement bureau and came to Su Sun's side with a smile in her eyes. "Little brother Seeker, there are no more problems back there. Let's go back." "Okay, thank you for today, Sister Weiner." Between jokes, the two of them turned around and left, not caring at all about the unsightly faces of several people. When he thought that this matter could end just like that tonight, Su Xinru, who had been silent all this time, indifferently spoke out at this time. "Seeker, you're really getting out of line now." Chapter 64, Su Sun's Return. Complete madness. Su Sun's footsteps lurched and slowly turned back. "Who's barking? Who is that woman beside you?" Su Xinru's willow brows frowned slightly. "None of your business. Su Xinru, don't think you can still control me like before, right?" At that moment, Su Xinru's brows wrinkled. She had always heard her family say that Su Sun's temperament had changed drastically, but only after she experienced it in person did she realize that Su Sun had really changed, and was no longer the same obedient, coy little Sun of the past. "Little Seeker, come home with me. I won't let you suffer any more in the future, whether it's before or what happened tonight. I promise I won't let you be judged harshly in any way, as long as you come back with me." Su Sun's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the woman who spoke in front of him, suspecting for a moment that there was something wrong with his ears. This was something Su Xinru could say? Is this the kind of treatment one can get in her presence? But, once humble you love to ignore. Now I am completely crazy who still care about your bull ****** promise. Sorry, not rare. Su Xinru's face was stunned. What did you say? I said, I don't care. But Su Xianro, you are really hypocritical. I'm afraid you want to trick me back to make things difficult for me, right? Only have you ever thought that if I go back, the ones who will be embarrassed will be you guys? Gu Qingwan was listening to the clouds from the side, but she also found some clues on both sides. One is the well-known Su family in Jiangcheng, and the other is another obscure but enigmatic man. The two, rather, can collide in unexpected ways. Little brother seeker, you know these people well? Sort of, they were my last landlords and do look slightly familiar. So it's just the landlord, but those two girls are quite taken with you. No good chat? Uptight? That's all an illusion, and I don't want to bother with them. Let's go. Su-sun is really lazy to take care of those people. There is this space, might as well go to bed earlier, but before he could take 2 steps, he felt his arm being pulled. Looking back, it was Su Shinru who had a grave face. Little seeker, come back with me, and I can make the family forgive you for what happened before. Su Shinru, are you sure your brain isn't broken? Do I need you to be fake nice here? I'm not. I really want to help you and only I can. Su-sun sneered. I'm sorry, the only thing that can help me is my fists. Besides, what did you do earlier? Now you're here acting like a big-tailed wolf? Behave. Don't lose your temper. Do you want to stay at someone else's house in the middle of the night? Listen to your grandmother. It's none of your business who I stay with. I'm telling you, times have changed. Do you still want to discipline me like before? I'll slap you or not. Then slap me. Yes. With a snap, Su-sun said slap. Time seemed to stand still. Su-xin Ro side of the head stiff, only the brain buzzing and a burst of stinging pain on the face. Oh, really beat up. It could be said that at this moment, everyone present was confused. Su Qiming and Su Wanqing rushed forward to check the situation, not expecting Su-sun to be so unforgiving at all. Even Gu Qingwan was stunned for a while, seemingly not expecting Su-sun to be so unsympathetic. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm just fulfilling her request. That's an exasperating statement. Su Qiming was close to cursing furiously, but he was able to close his mouth in time because he felt the sudden fist intent, as if he would suffer a heavy blow on his face as soon as he opened his mouth. Su Wanqing, on the other hand, didn't have that much to worry about and spoke angrily. Su-sun, you've gone too far. It's fine if you disown us, but how can you do it to a woman? What woman? Men and women are equal in my place. Su-sun raised his head to look at the moon with a serious expression. In my place, there is no gender difference, only opponents. An opponent worthy of my seriousness, do you understand? Su-sun, how did you become like this? It's not because you guys forced me to. Su-sun suddenly yelled. You're the only one who can yell, aren't you? I can too. Do you want to compare who has a louder voice? Against the unreasonable, it's better to defeat magic with magic. By Su-sun's voice, the scene was deathly silent. Except for the rustling of the leaves, there was only the gentle whistling of the breeze. When the world is quiet, Su-young turns around 3 times. However, the hand on his wrist remained in a death grip. How? Still have something to say? Third sister. Su Wanqing saw this and anxiously said on the side, just let him go, lest he does it to you again. No. What? A ghostly voice came and everyone froze, only to see Su Shinru slowly raise her head with an expressionless face, her eyes reddening. I can forget about the slap I just gave you, but you must go back with me today. You tell me again? Su-sun's eyes narrowed. I said, you have to go back today. Otherwise, when I get someone to invite you back later, I won't be as nice as I am now. The atmosphere was stagnant, and the words were filled with thick threats. Everyone hadn't expected Su Shinru to come out of nowhere and be so insistent. Su Wanqing, besides scared, swallowed his saliva. After all, nowadays Su-sun's mood is extremely unstable, looked like the edge of the outbreak. But unexpectedly, Su-sun suddenly laughed, covering his face and laughing wildly. Good. Want me to go back, huh? I hope you won't regret it. Su Qiming's heart thumped, and he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Su-xin Ro then smiled contentedly and held Su-sun's arm intimately. I knew that little Sun listens to me the most. Don't worry, I'll protect you when we go back. He. I hope you're true to your word. A flash of madness crossed Su-sun's eyes. Sister Wan Air, you go back first. I'll take care of some things on my side. Okay, you go and come back soon. Gu Qingwan went home alone, but the moment she turned around, a voice came into her ears. He's not going back. For some reason, she actually sensed a hint of unexplained hostility in those words. This Su Shinru seems a bit off. After seeing Gu Qingwan get into the car and leave, Su-sun then got into Su Wanqing's car. Along the way, Su Qiming's heart was full of reluctance, but he understands that the current situation is useless even if he is against it. He can only endure all the way, silently calculating how to go back to pack Su-sun. Su Wanqing was optimistic about Su-sun's return because not only did Su-sun not die but he also came back, so big sister would be able to get out of the haze. Since it was 2 a.m. When we got back to the Su's house, everyone was asleep. The news of Su-sun's return home was kept quiet for the time being, waiting for dawn. And this night Su-sun was arranged to go into Su Shinru's bedroom, while Su Shinru herself went next door to Su Wanqing's room. But it didn't matter to Su-sun. Anyway, when he was sleepy, he fell asleep. What was he afraid of as a big man? However, It wasn't until the next morning that he finally realized why he wasn't allowed to go back to sleep in his previous room. 5th floor. Scanning the empty surrounding and pinching the spirit card in his hand, Soo-sun's face was full of gloom and was completely on fire. No wonder I'm not allowed to go back to my room. It's been demolished. I don't care if I dismantle it. The two old things actually got a spirit tablet. And the key is so ugly. Splat. The wooden sign split in two. With that, Sue searched for a baseball bat and came to the 1st floor with a face full of gloom, sweeping everything around her icily. Didn't you want me to come back? Then I'll turn this house upside down. Clang! There were several loud bangs. The shattering of the coffee table was the beginning of his return, and the battered furniture around him was proof of his existence. Sue family, your king has returned. Completely insane. Chapter 65, making a scene in the Sue family. Shinlan, is there construction in the house today? But this person came too early. The thumping noise makes it hard to sleep. What construction? The construction team won't be here until 2 days from now. Shinlan sat up with a puzzled expression. Besides, the construction is on the 5th floor. We're on the 2nd floor, so how can we possibly hear such a big commotion? So what's going on here? How should I know? But it sounds like it's coming from downstairs. Downstairs? It's been done. It's that sinner. It's that bastard. Su Qiming just ran away, with a terrified look on his face, and didn't even have time to change his pajamas. What do you mean? Where are you going? Shinran, on the other hand, had a puzzled look on her face, but she also descended the stairs along with them. However, when the two of them went downstairs, they instantly fell into a stupor when they saw the scene in front of them, for the good living room was now full of destruction, and what could be smashed that was smashed to pieces? Sohan? Isn't he dead? Sinner, what the hell are you doing? It was too late. An elbowed figure just rushed forward. Man! Su Qiming was directly toppled to the point where his nose blood splattered and he fell to the ground in a sorry state, covering his nose in pain. After such a disturbance, both downstairs and upstairs, Su's family members all gathered in the living room. Looking at the scene in front of them, it could be said that everyone was incomparably dumbfounded. That is to say, it is stupid to look at the sores of the living room, but also stupid to look at the youth sitting in the middle of a pile of ruins with his legs crossed and his face full of arrogance. Little seeker. Su Mayan's eyes were moist and full of excitement, seemingly forgetting everything around her, with only the man who came back from the dead in her eyes. She moved her vapid steps, as if stepping into the clouds floating uncertainly, as if she felt still in a dream. Is so false. Was it a dream? She came to her heels and reached out her trembling fingertips to touch the handsome face. Feeling the happiness in those fingers, realizing it was not a dream, she hugged her tightly in a hug. Seeker, you're not dead, are you? Susan pushed the embrace in front of him away, picking up the baseball bat next to him and slamming it down heavily towards the floor. Who the hell said I'm dead? Step forward. Looking at the cracked floor, the crowd's hearts jumped, and none of them dared to respond to this. Only Su-won, remembering Su Mayan's hostile behavior some time ago, evoked some thoughts of revenge in his heart. Seek, no one said you died. It's all speculation. But it's your uncle. Su-sun took off with a catapult, and a flying whip in the air directly slapped Su-won in the face. When did a worm dare to talk in front of me? I knew it was your family of 3 that did this. No, it's the big. I'll turn it up big for you now. After a few slaps went down, half of Su-won's face was already swollen beyond recognition, and the whole person was dazed. And on the side, Su Qiming was greatly shocked and angered. Why didn't he have a mark on his face last night? Or this little man would have been squatting in the bureau long ago. But now that he saw his son being beaten, he didn't dare to squeak, because Su-sun is really crazy now. He was afraid he'd have to take another elbow for opening his mouth. Su-sun didn't stop and started the furniture removal operation again. The baseball bat in his hand that was swung. Su Qiming saw his precious teapot, expensive antiques, treasured spears one after another was smashed. That heart as if dripping blood generally difficult. Reverse, it's really revolting. This ungrateful white-eyed wolf is really going to devour the Lord. What are you guys waiting for? Go and stop him. He's going to tear our house apart. Stop right there, all of you. Being yelled at like that, the few people who had just made some movements instantly froze in place. Su Qiming was so infuriated that his chest was stuffy and he screamed in agony. Sins! What exactly did my Su family do to deserve this kind of punishment? The speaker has no intention of listening. In fact, the guys more or less know. Su-sun, now epileptic into this, is not a little bit of your fault. Shinlan had just regained her senses from the shock at this time, and couldn't help but speak in a trembling voice. Old Su, what the hell is going on here? Isn't this kid dead? How did he suddenly come back? He's dead my ass. Well. As for why did you come back? Su Qiming looked at Su Shinru with a bitter expression. You have to go ask your good daughter. You ask her what the hell is she so crazy about that she had to bring this living king of hell back. It's clear that people don't want to come back. Who? Lao-san? Qin Shinlan's face was shocked, and the gaze she cast at Su Shinru was filled with surprise and incomprehension. In her impression, her own eldest was the one who would be the least nosy, and the one who was the most critical of Su Sun since she was a child. And now what was going on here? Su Shinru secretly clenched her pink fists, some unspeakable emotions in her heart, but more than anything else, it was displeasure and embarrassment. In fact, she didn't expect Su Sun to be able to go crazy to this extent, so crazy that he did whatever he wanted. Was this his real face after his temperament had changed so much? Not right. Not. She suddenly thought of Su Sun's words with sarcasm and threats last night. Now it seems that the fear is a deliberate attempt to embarrass himself, a deliberate demonstration to himself. Su Shinru's face sank. She disliked this feeling of things being out of her control, and she also disliked this feeling of being questioned. Why do you have to do this when you can just be good and everything will go away? Seeker, you passed. You stop now. Oh, I'll be fine if I stop now, right? Su Sun threw the baseball bat towards the ground, spreading out his hands with an amiable smile at the corners of his mouth. Then I'll call it quits now. I remember someone said she'd bail me out, right? I hope she's true to her word. You. Su Shinru's silver teeth clenched as she tried to calm her emotions. Good. As long as you don't just do anything behind you, I'll bail you out. That's for sure. I'm a man of letters, not a man of hands. Suddenly, Su Sun smiled coldly, but I'm a person who is easily possessed by ghosts, and if I'm messed with by someone for no reason I'm likely to be unable to control myself. If it comes to that time, I begged you to stop me. Some are silent, some are emboldened, but the guys know who that unwarranted invocation refers to, and as soon as the parent side is resolved, all conflicts will cease to exist. Good. I promise. Su Xin nodded her head in agreement. She would tell her parents not to mess with Su Sun. Even if the two of them ignored him, it would be better than messing with Su Sun to get high and strong. However, Su Qiming and his wife were confused at this point. What did you promise to promise? We haven't promised yet. Mom and Dad. Little Seeker is like this nowadays because you guys forced him to be like this. Of course, we are also responsible. If that's the case, then we all need to work together to break him into the right track. I don't ask you to be more kind to him. I just ask that you ignore him and don't mess with him. As soon as the words fell, Su Mayan nodded her head in agreement. I agree with Lao San's decision. As long as you guys don't mess with him he won't lash out for no reason. Su Baiyan also said at this time, yes Mom and Dad, don't mess with Su Sun in the future, or else we're afraid that we won't really be able to pull him out once he has a seizure. Su Qiming and his wife were shocked. So we're in our own house and we have to go and look at other people's faces? Who is really the head of the family in this house? We don't agree. Don't even think about it. Disagreement is invalid, and a few people decide things without expecting their parents' opinions at all. Su Shinru even changed her usual docile and well-behaved manner, and said in an icy tone, it's fine if you guys don't agree, provided that you guys really have the ability to drive him away. Otherwise, just believe me for once. The two olden hearts jumped as they looked at each other. Yes, if Su Sun really wants to rely on it, they are afraid that they really can't drive people away for a while, but instead they will become the object of others' teasing. In order to avoid unnecessary risks, the two could only bite the bullet and agree in the end. However, the two believe that as long as the cold violence is practiced on Su Sun, I believe that sooner or later Su Sun will not be able to accept the initiative to leave. Chapter 66, Su Wen's Slander? The Su Qiming Qin Shinlan duo were surprisingly quiet these 2 days. It was so quiet that Su Sun felt a little weird. He was really surprised that some people can still endure so much even when their homes are about to be torn down by others, belonging to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? But what's the use of being able to hold back? It's just the calm before the storm. Su Sun laughed coldly. The world is unpredictable. Don't you just pretend to be calm? I'd like to see how long I can pretend. Little Seeker, why don't you move in on the 4th floor today? It just so happens that there's another bedroom on the 4th floor, and there's only 2 of us on the 4th floor, 5th sister and I, so it'll be more lively if you come. Little Seeker, let me get it for you. You sit there and rest. Seeker, I'll help you with the sheets. Do you want some water? I have freshly squeezed juice there. I'll be later. Geez, you're so annoying. I'm not bedridden yet. I don't need you to do everything. Su Sun was really speechless. Everything was fine since he came back. It was Su Mayan's excessive enthusiasm that made him extremely uncomfortable. He really wants Su Mayan to go to work. Who can stand it if she doesn't go to work and hang around all day? The key was that everyone else could be shocked by his intimidation. But only Su Mayan didn't bring any fear at all, but instead became more and more attentive. Annoying. Okay, I know you mean well, but you really don't have to do this. I'm just trying to be nice to you. You don't know how hard it was for me to find out you were dead in the first place. And you don't know the thrill I got from seeing you lost and found again. And now that I've got nothing better to do, naturally, I have to do something worthwhile. What is meaningful? What's really meaningful is for you to make it big on your own and continue to gallop in the business world. What's the point of following me around all day? Sumayan smiled faintly. That was my previous thoughts. I used to desire to prove myself but neglected the more precious things, and now I won't. Nowadays I just want to cherish the people around me. Ugh, whatever you say, I don't care. Just be happy. Sumayan added, that's good. You used to live on the 4th floor. That room on the 5th floor was demolished anyway, simply not used, but the things inside still need to go and pack up. I forgot about it for the past 2 days. At that moment, Susan frowned. If you don't say it, I almost forgot. Those 2 old things erected a spirit tablet for me and haven't settled the score with them yet. The key to that spirit tablet is still so ugly. It was really cheap of me to leave my hand last time. Sumayan. That. I'll go cut up some fruit for you and see if dinner's open. So wait for me for a while. Sumayan left, and the 4 surroundings were finally clear. But instead of enjoying this moment of tranquility, Susun went downstairs with it a few moments later. But instead of going to the 1st floor, he stopped at the 2nd. Some people love to make false accusations and rumors, so he will take practical actions to facilitate the false accusations to be true. The door to the room. Susun was twisting the door handle, and Su Wen, who was still in dreamland at that moment, had no idea what was about to happen next. A few turns revealed that the door was actually locked. However, Susun smiled coldly. Not only did he not give up, but he violently raised his foot and kicked out. Check the room. Accompanying the sound of checking the room was a huge boom, giving the still sleeping Su Wen a fright that almost made him jump up. Seeking. Brother Seek. Su Wen covered the quilt. When he saw the figure in the doorway that was shocked and angry, but on the surface he put on a scared look, and Susun didn't care, directly went forward and threw him a slap, grabbed his wrist with both eyes narrowed. Where's the stuff? Martyr, quickly hand over the watch. Want me to run for nothing? Suwon hadn't even reacted to the fact that the most beloved watch under his pillow had just been touched away. He choked back a sob and begged Susun to give him back his watch, the first gift his mom and dad had ever given him. Susun didn't even return his head and threw out a backhanded forced bucket. What a gift! What I pick up is mine. Suwon was nearly exasperated and cried by this robber logic, realizing that the watch was not just a watch, but more of a watch given by his parents. The main thing is that it's expensive. How can he not be upset when millions of dollars go out at once? But in just a moment, that heartache and exasperation turned to smugness. He was worried that he couldn't catch Susun recently, and now that Susun was so reckless, he was afraid that his big sister and the others wouldn't be able to protect him. Susun, you're still too young to fight with me. Seek, eat your fruit. After the fruit, it was also time for breakfast. The crowd came to the table to eat one after another, and with so many people at once, it really seemed a bit lively. Soon, though, what should have been a harmonious breakfast was shattered by a shriek. Why is your face swollen again? The crowd sniffed and looked, and they saw the red marks on the side of Suwen's face. Mom, I'm fine, I knocked myself out. Having said that, the look of horror that subconsciously glanced at Susun and quickly dodged it still revealed everything. Qin Xinlan was instantly furious. How could she not understand what her son was afraid of? Susun haunted their two old bones actually, even their own precious son is not spared. Simply outrageous. She had been harboring a fire for the past 2 days, but now she was just not pretending. Susun, you're still finished. What did Xiaowen do to offend you? Suwen was horrified and hurriedly said, Mom, this is not about Brother Seek. This must be some kind of misunderstanding. Otherwise he wouldn't have come early in the morning and kicked the door and slapped me, and I gave him that watch. So you guys don't blame your brother. What? Not only did he beat you but he took your watch? Suwen was so scared that he hastily covered his mouth. No, I said the wrong thing. There's no watch. Seeing her son like this, Qin Xinlan was heartbroken. What kind of sin is this? Even if I was beaten, I was actually robbed. Is there any law in the world? Xiaowen na, tell mom the truth. It's not the watch your dad and I gave you that he robbed, is it? Suwen didn't reply, but that weak nodding head already said it all. Qin Xinlan's heart was so aggrieved that she looked at her several daughters so angry that her eyes were tearing up. This is the person you are protecting. He is becoming more and more lawless. Xiaowen is your own brother. How long are you going to be biased? Cut. At that moment, Qin Xinlan's eyes glazed over. Susun, you still have the face to cut? What the hell are you doing? Chapter 67, Susun's Undying Heart. Don't push it. Check the surveillance. Confirm that I did it and just kick him out. Do you see me hesitate for a second? Well. You're really getting more and more lawless. Qin Xinlan was so angry that her body trembled, and she laughed back in anger. We don't bother with you and you still stomped on your face. Just because you destroyed those things 2 days ago, tens of millions of dollars would be enough for you to sit in the bottom of the jail. Do you really think that we don't dare to touch you? Mom, boss, shut up. You still want to harbor him. Mom, it's not that I'm harboring, it's that you don't think the scene is déjà vu? Su Mayan was calm and eloquent. Every time Su Wen says something, you believe it, and you don't go to make sure. Xiao Sun has dared to check the surveillance. Surely he didn't do it. Maybe it's Su Wen deliberately slandering again? Su Sun snapped. No, what are you self-associating with again? I really did it this time. Don't worry, I won't subject you to slander. Not slandering me or anything. You don't understand human language, do you? Alright Xiao Sun, don't gamble. I'll help you prove it. Then, Su Mayan looked at Qin Xilan with a solemn face. Mom, I think you should ask Su Wen what's going on instead of just blaming others here. Qin Xilan, who heard these words, nearly laughed in anger again. If you don't trust your own son, you can't trust an outsider. She found that the boss was really getting blind, and it was so disappointing that he didn't even bother to trust his own brother. Mu Yen, people have admitted it themselves and you're still sophomoric. Can't it be that the slap marks on Xiao Wen's face can't be fake? Yes, the slap marks aren't fake, but they can be self-inflicted. What did you say? It's hard to believe that your brother would still mutilate himself. Oh Mom, you don't say it's really possible. Su Baiyan at this time with a face of speechless interjected. You also do not think, Su Sun if he beat him directly face to face beat, how can the back beat? This is not superfluous it? Especially this watch. Su Wen didn't lose it sooner or later, but Su Sun lost it again as soon as he came back. That's too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Can't you do something different? Did you forget about the last time so quickly? Last time? Which time? Nope, got the emphasis wrong. A watch? Su Sun was suddenly delighted, almost forgetting about this looted loot. With all the witnesses and material evidence, no one will be able to clear his name. So, with a snap, he took the watch out of his pocket and slapped it down on the table in front of everyone. Don't argue. I beat the man I robbed the watch. I admit it, but who knows? Again, Su Baiyan slapped the table, pointing at Su Wen's nose and cursing. Good, good. I said you dead green tea how dare to plant stolen goods to frame it is already the stolen goods successfully framed you really shameless. Su Mayan was also displeased at this time, her eyes not icy cold as she stared at Su Wen. Su Wen, how did my Su family come to have such a morally corrupt existence as you? How many times are you going to use the same trick? Ouch, what the hell are you guys doing? Su Sun said breathlessly. Both of them said in unison. Don't worry, no one can blame you for this today. Su Sun was really very suffocating at this time. But there were others in the field who were even more suffocating than him. At this moment, Su Wen was on the verge of crying in aggravation. It's not enough that no one believes a lie, but how come no one believes the truth? Unconsciously, his eyes were moist and he innocently looked at Qin Xilan. Mom, I really didn't lie this time, but let's forget about this. I don't want to make things difficult for everyone. Count on what counts. It has to be investigated to the end. Let's check the surveillance. Su Baiyan this time sucked a mouthful of rice porridge, and said, do not need to check. The last time the monitor is closed after has not been opened. Su Wen is also expected to this point to dare to continue to slander. No evidence. He may not say what is what well. This time it was Su Wen's turn to shout out that sentence in his heart. Aya, what are you doing? At this moment, Su Wen had never looked forward so much to the monitoring being up and running, nor had he ever been so much saddened by the shutdown of the monitoring. What the hell is going on? Could I really not prove myself? Have I suffered in vain? Don't say that Su Wen really couldn't prove himself for a while. Once you've played the wolf game too many times, no one will ever continue to trust you. Even Su Qiming felt that this time it was Su Wen who was again looking for trouble over nothing. His face was gloomy and ugly. Alright, eat. It was so lightly covered. Anyway, Su Wen's even bigger mistakes would at most only get a few words of education. Su Mayan no longer expects her parents to do any justice, nor do they make useless efforts to continue to pursue the matter. And at this time, Su Sun was called melancholy. That's what's gonna get me off the hook? How did things go this way? And what was wrong with it? Undeterred, he decided to strike twice. As it happened, Su Wen had the same idea. No one trusts himself, he actually holds his aggression in fire. So, he was going to come down hard, even if it was planted. I believe no one would joke with their lives. And he, for one, bets on such a wave. Breakfast over, Su Wen waited for his chance. Finally, he saw Su Sun move, so he immediately went upstairs and stepped on the steps. But it was with a thoughtful look his footsteps slowed down. As long as Su Sun stepped forward before him, he would deliberately fall down. And then even if Su Mayan, the stupid big sister, wanted to protect it, she would definitely not be able to find a reason to do so. After all, no one would joke about their lives. But the further up Su Wen went, the more he panicked a little. By now he had already gone down a dozen or so steps, and the height was more frightening than expected. But Su Sun had already come over, and it was too late for him to back up. He cheered himself up in his mind. Su Wen, you can do it. as long as you find a good angle. There's absolutely nothing wrong with these dozen steps. Between puffs of air, Su-sun had come behind him, passed by his side again, and finally walked in front of him. Looking at the figure that was 2 steps ahead of him, Su-won coldly smiled, and his body had tilted backwards. As long as the railing is loose, later on, you will roll down yourself, and you will not be able to defend yourself by Su-sun. But who knows? The figure in front of him suddenly turned back, and the corner of that mouth actually carried a cold smile as well. At that moment, Su-won's heart alarm bells rang loudly, and a bad premonition filled his entire body. And his hunch was right. Su-sun suddenly turned around, holding on to the handrails on both sides. He jumped on the spot, and then kicked out with a kick full of power. Give me away you! Chapter 68, Su-mayan being evicted? Su-won just flew out. That's right, fly. It flew down the stairs in his horrified eyes. He even felt a stagnant sensation for a good while, one that was ethereal and vague, but also frightening and alarming, because he was really afraid. In just a few seconds it was as if he had penetrated the truth of the universe and had found his future home after death. How could he not have imagined that he was just trying to put on an act? But he was actually really pushed by Su-sun, was kicked down the stairs. How in the world can anyone be so vicious? Plop! Su-won closed his eyes in despair, seemingly waiting for death to come. But apart from the intense pain, he accidentally realized that he actually didn't die, and he didn't even faint. At this time, he had a belly full of anger and aggression, and he didn't care about calculating or not calculating. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to sue. Let the crowd know how miserable they are today. With a mournful howl, the villa, which had just recently regained its calm, once again clamored. The culprit at that moment, Su-sun, was sitting on the steps, watching the scene below with interest. In fact, he had long guessed that Su-won must have some kind of luck added to his body, and this kind of accident would never kill him. I just didn't expect to be kicked down from such a high place, but actually nothing serious, not even a few broken arms or legs, and even still have the strength to yell here. This bone, it's still really hard. Little man, what's wrong with you? Don't you scare mom? The crowd rushed at the sound and gathered around Su-won, who was curled up on the ground in pain. Seeing his son's hideous appearance, Qin Shinlan Su Chiming and the two of them were worried. The pain in the body of the child hurt in the heart of the mother. Qin Shinlan didn't even need to ask, and was sure at a glance that it was Su-sun who had done such a poisonous thing. What the hell are you white-eyed wolves up to? Do you have to force Xiaowin to die before you're willing to give up? Slowly, Su-won grabbed Qin Shinlan's arm. Mom, don't blame brother. I accidentally fell down. Brother shouldn't have done it on purpose. Familiar words of tea. Familiar words in plain sight. However, Qin Shinlan could not think carefully. Only her son's miserable condition. Pointing at Su-sun's nose, she screamed and cursed. Good. It's really you. How can you be so vicious? Mom, I really don't blame my brother. Don't give him a hard time. Little one, you're just too kind. Otherwise you wouldn't have been bullied like this. Mom, I'm fine. As long as everyone is at peace I'm satisfied. This aggravation of mine is nothing. Son, don't worry. Mom will get you justice. Seeing this mother and son's 1-2 punch, the crowd was honestly a little speechless in their hearts. After all, Su-won did what everyone knows clearly. He does not go to mess with others and wear the crime to suffer. Su Baiyan even directly a blank stare. Interrupted, mom. In the end you want to be cheated by him how many times? Isn't it obvious that this is another trick that failed to work? Look at Su-wen's dark poke. It's better to just say that he was kicked off by Su-sun to make sense. I was really kicked off by him. Su-wen subconsciously spoke. Su Baiyan was immediately happy. Look, give him a pole and really climb down. This is not premeditated? Enough! Su Chiming roared, stopping the crowd from arguing. He really didn't want to know exactly what was going on. He just wanted to know if it was true or not, so he directly asked, Xiaowin, you tell me the truth. What's going on? Dad, I just said the wrong thing. I'm fine. Su Chiming immediately yelled. I'm asking you what's going on. Don't give me anything else. Yes, it's... This time Su-won really wasn't green tea, but his brain was a bit down from being yelled at. Seeing that her husband wasn't even on her and her son's side, Qin Shinlan was instantly displeased. Su Chiming, what are you yelling for? Your son was bullied like this and you don't help him. So what's the point of being mean to him? I just want to know the truth. If it's true I'll do it for him. After all, he did it before. What did he do? Qin Shinlan was like a shrew screaming and cursing. I think you're really old and blind. Your own son does not help to help outsiders. Is it possible that Xiaowin made some small mistakes before you can use prejudice to look at him for the rest of his life? Are you still a father? You're not a father anymore. Qin Shinlan, you're less of a troublemaker. I naturally believe in little one, but every time I help him, I get slapped in the face miserably. So what's wrong with me confirming it now? After the words were spoken, Su Qiming fiercely looked at Su Wen. Tell me the truth. What is going on in the end? Was it Su Sun who pushed you or not? At this point, Su Wen also understands that with today's situation he cannot continue to be pretentious. Everything is the truth anyway, and now the time has come to tell the truth. He immediately put on an aggrieved face and said, Dad, I really didn't lie to you this time. It's brother Sun. He really kicked me down. Just now I felt like I almost died. I really don't dare to joke with my life, but I think brother Sun shouldn't have meant to do it. There might be some kind of misunderstanding. Qin Shinlan burst into a rage at his words. Look, I knew it was this little guy of his, but you as a father actually even. Whirlwind shadowless leg. In a flash, a figure suddenly kicked down the 20 or so steps just like that. That bent left leg, that straight and powerful right leg. It's hard to imagine what it would feel like to kick someone from that high up. Duck! Qin Shinlan is still stupidly frozen in place, but Su Qiming seems to have some conditioned reflexes, and the alarm bells were already ringing when that little just rang, and it was not surprising to see that suddenly riotous figure. When it was too late, he pushed so hard that Qin Shinlan was pushed to sit on her but on the ground, causing her to curse in pain. Qin Shinlan had just gotten up and was ready to throw a tantrum when she heard a bang. When she heard bang, a figure fell heavily in the middle of the two, and the floor under the figure's feet actually spread cracks. At this moment, everyone's jaws dropped. If that kick hit a person, I'm afraid that the whole person kicked into two halves would be considered light. What was even more horrifying was what kind of physique Su Sun had. Jumping down from such a high place actually didn't do anything at all. It was simply appalling. Little seeker. Su Mayan was shocked at the situation and rushed forward to check the situation. Only after seeing that Su Sun was unharmed did her heart settle down. With that, she looked to her outraged parents, not about to let the situation continue to escalate. This was supposed to be Su Wen's way of making something out of nothing, but every time Su Wen slandered a rumor, someone else had to bear the consequences, especially his parents, who did it for him, and now, she can no longer sit back and watch this behavior. Su Wen, you're not done yet. How many more times are you going to use the same trick? Why do you have to go and target people when you clearly have everything? Do you have to make a mess of this family before you'll give up? Mom and Dad are yours. Su's is also your family. The future of the Su family is still yours. What in the world are you not satisfied with? I can kind of see through you. From now on, you get the hell out of the Su family. Never come back. The crowd was shocked at this statement. Everyone was surprised that Su Mayan would say such words, knowing that Su Wen was now the heart of his parents. As expected, Qin Shinlan was immediately furious. Su Mayan, you've turned against the heavens. If you want to leave, it's you who should leave. Who are you to kick my son out? Chapter 69, Su Wen who lost his trust. For a moment, the air was dead silent. Su Mayan's pupils trembled with incomprehensible wetness, as if it was hard to believe that this was what her mother had told her. He himself has grown up to be incredibly obedient, going along with his family's schedule and following the rules, perfectly conforming to his parents' fantasies of other people's children, and even making a mark. But in the end, it's amazing that 20 years of living together can't even compare to a scumbag of mediocre ability and moral turpitude who's only been living for a few months. She was genuinely hurt by that. Beyond chilling, Su Mayan's sadness was hard to describe, but as her most loyal fangirl since childhood, Su Baiyan couldn't hold back this anger. Mom, your words are too heartbreaking. For the sake of a Su when you actually said that about Big Sister. I tell you, if Big Sister leaves I'll leave with her. This family has changed. I don't care about it anymore. You. Qin Shinlan was so angry that she was shivering. Su Baiyan, you've grown capable, haven't you? You dare to threaten your mom. That's not a threat I'm making. It's a reminder. Because I'm really afraid that one day I'll be poisoned by Su Wen and you guys are still there caring about Su Wen's thirst and hunger. In that case then I have to make plans for myself in advance. You. Okay Mom. At this time, Su Wanqing also stood out rather helplessly. Mom, what you just said is indeed too chilling. Besides, this is all because of Su Wen. You don't go to correct Su Wen but instead talk about Big Sister that way. You're so spoiled, sooner or later something will happen, you know? Against the grain. One and two of you have gone against it. I've raised you all for nothing for so many years. Qin Shinlan's eyes widened as she pointed her finger at one after another, saying angrily, if you want to leave, then all of you leave. I only want my precious son. At those words, the crowd had a shocked look on their faces. Now it's not just one or two daughters who are disappointed and chilled. It's become everyone. And Qin Shinran had a serious face, just as if she didn't care. It stung everyone deeply. Su Sun looked on the side and was confused. How did this matter deviate more and more from the trajectory? This is not the result he wanted at all. He was just about to open his mouth when Su Shinru suddenly spoke out at this time. Mom and Dad, this was caused by nothing more than little man today, so let's start with him and talk less about family discord. Brother, I believe you. but you don't want to see your family in a mess because of you, do you? As long as you tell the truth, I will definitely protect you no matter if it's right or wrong. How about it? Suwon was touched. Sure enough, he had to rely on third sister at the critical moment. Third sister, I will answer truthfully. Su Shinru nodded her head in satisfaction. Good, then let me ask you. You said that you were kicked down by your brother Seeker. Do you have any proof? Supervisor. No. Then I'll ask you again. Your brother Seek's strength has just been seen. If you were kicked so far from the steps, why are you not only uninjured now, but instead, your face is not black and you don't gasp for breath, and you don't even need to be assisted when you're standing? I don't know, but I've really been. Stop. I'm not done asking. When you said earlier that you didn't want to count because you didn't want conflict in the family, did you mean it or not? True. Of course it's true words. After asking the question, Su Shinrue scanned the crowd. Well, the result is already obvious. Xiao Wen's younger brother doesn't have evidence that can prove that he was pushed down the stairs, and even if he was pushed, for the sake of family harmony he is willing to not go to the trouble. And nowadays the noise has become like this is definitely something he doesn't want to see, and each other are backing up a step. Suwon was instantly confused. But third sister, I really didn't lie. Well, small text. Su Xian Ro interrupted the speech. A gentle smile. Third sister believes in you, but after all, you have no evidence. And then make trouble will only make mom and dad embarrassed. And you seek brother is I brought back. No evidence. I'm not good to harshly blame him, or else it is to hit me in my own face. Do you understand? Suwon certainly understood, and because of this, his heart was warmed. It turns out that there are still people who will believe in themselves unconditionally. It's just a shame that they don't have enough evidence. And Su Sun is the third sister brought back. If there is a problem, the third sister certainly cannot escape the responsibility. The third sister is so good to himself, he cannot let her difficult. Suwon said helplessly, okay, let's forget about this. In fact, this was originally a misunderstanding. Little one, third sister really didn't misjudge you. Wait, I haven't spoken yet. Susan suddenly raised his hand high in the air and looked around at the crowd. I'm the one who kicked the person. I don't need you guys to explain for me. Suwon are confused. This is what operation. Their own are not counting you instead jumped out. Play it. Shin Shinlan's face was delighted. He admitted it. He admitted it. However, her excitement was not reciprocated by the crowd. The women were silent and no one responded. Even Su Qiming held his forehead inside. His own stupid. Only Su Baiyan, at this time a face of speechless, ran out to make up for the knife. May not admit it? Which of the recent events did he not admit? But which of them is his doing? This is a complete disappointment after the swing. Why else would Suwon dare to keep slandering him? Isn't it because you're willing to trust him unconditionally? Mom, you dead girl. I think you really have itchy skin today. Why are you irritated? I'm telling the truth. Don't even think about it. Someone who even dares to beat up his dad in public and really beat up someone needs to be smart behind his back. Enough. Let's all stop arguing. This is over. Su Qiming yelled. No, how did it go over again? Didn't I turn myself in? Su Sun was dying of speechlessness. At this time, Su Qiming felt a sense of shame, especially by the daughter of the public to poke through the scandal. However, he also felt that Su Baiyan's words just now were right. A certain asshole said to make a move and then made a move, where there was still a need to play these small smarts. Looks like another play by the stupid son, but one size does not fit all, and someone's behavior is getting more and more licentious, and a few of the daughters' hearts are starting to go out of joint, which is not a good thing. Boss, since you're trying to protect, keep someone in line for me, otherwise, you'll take him with you and get the hell out of the Su family. Su Sun, not rolling what? You rather let me roll. Big sister rolls me too. Su Baiyan's beautiful eyes glared. That's fine, then you get out too. Su Qiming was so angry that he turned around and went back to his room. Su Mayan smiled to herself at the sight. It turns out that not only her mother alone has changed, but even her father, who had high hopes for her, has begun to change, becoming blind in the eyes and mind. To this point can be said to be the point of all people do not want to see. Originally Su Sun and Su Wen's problems inexplicably evolved into the Su family's two factions of conflict. A good family gradually fall apart. Everyone is into a thick sadness, dark sadness. However, Sohan is still going out of his way to report his own incriminating evidence. Don't go away. I kicked the man. I kicked him with a Rio flying kick. You guys are judging me instead. Su Mayan slowly stepped forward. Alright little seeker. The people are gone. No need to continue taunting them. I'm not the one mocking anyone, am I? I'm telling the truth. How come no one believes me yet? I'm telling the truth. Xiao Sun, I know you're still gambling, but don't worry. You don't need to gamble and admit when things go wrong in the future. I won't let you be tainted by the things you didn't do. Su Xianro also said at this time. I said, As long as you are obedient, I won't let you be wronged. So come over to me when you encounter things. Don't take matters into your own hands. Su-sun completely convinced. I can't go back, must imprison the two of you and let you go meddling every day. Chapter 70, Su Shinru's advice. Mom, Seek dropped my cell phone. Mom, Seeker burned my hair with a lighter. Dad, I can't take it anymore. Sahan, he's gagging me with a toilet plug. Mom and Dad, I really didn't lie to you this time. Just now Susan, he stole my bank card and even messed around with my hard-earned money right in front of me. I really can't take it anymore. This pile, piece by piece, fully demonstrated Susan's violent behavior, which was simply outrageous. Su Baiyan happened to be on the side, listening to the extremely speechless. I say you're not finished, right? These days in order to frame you for a full change of 6 or 7 tricks. You're not boring. Get lost, you dead girl. I don't need you here to talk smack. Get lost. Who cares about your sons? Shin Shinlan was furious, hugged her son and cried, and glared at Su Qiming with aggression. Surname Su, you still don't give, not to give your son to do the Lord, in the end, but also want us to endure until when? If you continue like this, your son will be bullied to death. Su Qiming had a despondent look on his face and just faintly said, Su-sun stole your card and spent your money? Su-wen nodded his head repeatedly, no longer in green tea disguise, and said with a face full of indignation, he didn't call that stealing. Rather, it's an open and above-board robbery. The savings in my cell phone are almost spent by him. I've never seen such a brazen person. Okay, you give me your cell phone first. Cell phone? Su-wen briefly froze, and subconsciously handed over his cell phone. Password, 594,250. Su Qiming clicked on Su-wen's shopping platform and flipped through his bank card billing records again. Super realistic tank dolls, comparable to 280 pounds. Looking at this purchase record after purchase record, Su Qiming's face became more and more ugly. Let's just forget about these recent unsavory purchases. His previous spending history was even more incendiary. Like what heaven and earth? Underground silver room. There's also transfer records of Shaoli and Shaowan and so on. Good. These he endured. There's actually a record of several hundreds of thousands of dollars in transfers to people named Wei Chang. This is clearly a man that he can still tolerate. But he actually saw the spending records of the Oman Wong's casino. You rebellious son, how dare you go gambling? Without saying anything, Su Qiming slapped him across the face. Su-wen covered his cheeks in aggravation and was dumbfounded. Shin Shinlan, on the other hand, was heartbroken and protected her child, screaming and cursing. Su Qiming, you're sick. What are you doing hitting your son when he's aggrieved? He suffered a load of aggravation. The spending records are still there. He spent the money himself. Just spend it. Why are you hitting the kid? Do you want to see what he bought before you say anything? And he gambled. You hear me? This bastard dares to gamble. Shin Shinlan took the cell phone in surprise. When he saw those consumption records in his hand after the originally angry face was surprisingly ugly. This, how did this? Xiaowen, you. Xiaowen, who is this Wei Chang? You don't scare Mom. Could it be that you're bent? Su-wen was also instantly jolted. Mom, what are you talking about? This Wei Chang is my partner. I said I wanted to start my own business, so I invested in him. Oh, so that's what happened. It really scared Mom. Just be sexually normal. Shin Shinlan. Su Qiming was really a bit unable to stand this stupid of his and yelled, there's no rush to bring up that kind of thing later. The key is that he went gambling. Gambling, you know what it means. Gambling? Shin Shinlan realized the point and her face couldn't help but sink. Xiao-wen, did you really go gambling? You can't get into that kind of vice. Mom, I don't have. And lying. It's hard not to believe that this record of several $1 million is a fake. Or do you have a cooperative friend who happens to be called the Huang family casino? Su-wen had already panicked at this point. Shouldn't we be discussing Su-sun's guilt? Why did you start counting your own behavior instead? Under this massive pressure, for a moment he was stuck in his throat, not knowing how to explain it all. And just as he was despairing, the woman who was like light to him suddenly appeared. Mom and Dad, there's no need to be so nervous. It's just a small bet. No big deal as long as it's not excessive. Third sister. Su-wen was delighted. Indeed, the key still depended on the third sister. Su Qiming didn't agree. But he's already lost a few $1 million. And looking at that record, he's still a regular. So it's still not too much? Dad, a few $1 million is nothing to our family. Now that we found out early, it's not too late. And I'm sure my brother will be able to warn himself over this. But Fumi, so you sold your gifts because you went gambling. If you were selling gifts to save money or to make money, third sister would definitely support you. But you're wasting everyone's thoughts on gambling. And that really breaks my sister's hearts. You know? Third sister, I didn't. I just using it on that. A very small part on. Su-wen's voice was getting smaller and smaller, so small that he himself was too weak to speak up. Su Shinru just smiled faintly and continued. Xiao-wen, It's not scary to do something wrong. It's scary to know that you're wrong and not change. I know you've been under a lot of stress lately and are very worried about losing something, causing you to do a lot of wrong things. But it's okay. Everyone, including mom and dad, will forgive you as long as you actively admit your mistake. Soo-won was delighted. Really, third sister? Mom and dad will forgive me? Of course. Or why didn't mom and dad speak out against it at this point? At those words, Soo-won glanced at his parents in fear, and the two of them were really silent. But unbeknownst to them, Soo Chiming and his wife were not using Soo Shinru to give Soo-won a step down. Little man, I'll call everyone down later, and you'll apologize to mom and dad in person and promise that those vices will never be repeated in the future. Fine, I definitely will. Soo-won laughed. Then, apologize to your sisters again for the gift and cherish any gifts you get in the future. No problem. I'll never sell gifts for money again. I knew little one knew best. So in the end, you apologize to your brother's seeker again. Okay, that's easy. Who did you say? Soo-won was confused. Chapter 71, why should he apologize to me? The culprit, for suffering all day long? What's the matter, little man? Not happy about it? No, it's just that I really didn't lie about those things. Let me go to the aggravation. Okay, little man, I know you're disconcerted, but you don't have proof after all. Even if you've brought it out once, you've already consumed your sister's trust, you know? But, seeing Soo-won's silence, Soo-yin-ro threw a reassuring smile, and said in a good way, actually, sisters have always believed in you, but anyone who plays the game of the wolf too much will not be trusted. Your recent planting schemes are just too frequent, not to mention big sister. Even second sister and your fourth sister feel that you are maliciously stirring up trouble. Is this what you want to see? Sisters can actually tolerate those little thoughts of yours. Once or twice is harmless, but more often the nature changes. Little one, you don't want your image to completely collapse in front of your sisters, do you? So give your brother's seeker an apology, prove that you're open-minded, and take the opportunity to turn an enemy into a friend. So if he does something to you again, it won't be your problem, it'll be his. Besides, he's the one who came back in a moment of brainstorming, when I assured him that he wouldn't suffer from targeting when he came back. And now it's hit me so often that I'm even a little bit ashamed to be in front of him. Xiao-won, give third sister a face, bow your head and let these things pass. He won't be able to sneer at me so often because of these things, and then I won't have to be wary of him because of my promise, and I'll be able to stand on your side better, won't I? At this time, Soo-won was really incomparably despondent. He could actually hear all this reasoning just now, but he just couldn't keep his head down. Obviously it wasn't himself who planted the evidence. Obviously it was that bastard Soo-sun's evil deeds, but no one believed it. Even the most trusting third sister felt that it was her own fault. Is there any justice at all? Why should he, the one who was beaten, apologize to the one who hit him, when he is clearly the victim? But third sister, lately I really haven't. It's really all brother. Xiao-won. Soo Shinruo's tone was suddenly a bit stern. Don't continue to be stubborn. It's not scary to admit your mistake. I'm asking you to apologize, not to admit your fault to Soo-sun, but to do it to show your several sisters understand. But I really... Soo-won's words were a beat, and his heart was 100 times more reluctant. But those words just now kept pouring into his mind like a magic voice, filling his thoughts. Not to apologize to Soo-sun, but to a few sisters. Yes, as long as Soo-sun was in this family for a day, he himself could not completely gain access to get everything in the Soo family. And for the moment, one must have the support of most of the sisters, and must not allow them to microaggressions against them. Qin Shinlan listened with great reluctance. Who is his own precious son to apologize to that white wolf? He deserves it. Soo Chiming, on the other hand, felt that Soo Shinru had a point in her words. Xiaowen's recent image plummeted, must not be disgusted by the sisters, or in the future with his ability to manage Soo's lack of support from his sisters fear that it will be difficult to walk alone. The oldest is hopeless and the fifth is a problem child, but the second and fourth must be fought over. Nowadays, it really needs a great time to refresh the impression. Little one, listen to your third sister. It's just an apology. Besides, your presence has really been too strong in the past 2 days. You need to change your impression. Qin Shinlan, on the other hand, had a reluctant look on her face. No way. Small diploma what to that little beast? Savage. You shut up. Soo Chiming quickly covered his mouth and looked around in horror. That was close. Luckily no one was there. But did I just hallucinate? It was only at this moment that Soo Chiming realized that he had cast a shadow over Soo-sun, making him feel quite ashamed. His own $10 billion enterprise, Soo's old director. Now he was actually scared out of his shadow by a brat? No, it can't go on like this. Under his anger, he was cursing loudly at Qin Shinlan. You stupid woman. Can't you stop thinking with your straw worm mind? What's wrong with Xiaowen apologizing? If Xiaowen is completely loathed in front of his sisters, then what will he do in the past? And what will my Su family do in the future? Who will assist him? Is that the same thing? Little man, he can do it himself. You stupid. Calling you stupid even compliments you. Su Qiming was so angry that his face turned blue, and he said angrily, fine, then you can continue to let little one make it. Let him be completely hated by everyone. The oldest has outstanding ability. Originally she was enough, but now there is a suspicion that cannot be counted on. The oldest 5 is now waiting for death, and can give up even if they don't have any use for it. But the second and fourth can't. Behind the oldest 2 is the Heavenly King law firm, a team of the top lawyers in the country. So in case Su has any serious disputes or a blowout, she's still counting on her side of the relationship. And the oldest 4 is a hot big star, year after year bursting into flames, is a free gold sign. Even if Xiaowen mismanagement in the future, with her as a money-sucking tree, can also surpass the vast majority of enterprises. If you don't let him bow down today, when we die later let him fight alone. I'll see how many years he can hold Su. Qin Shinlan was greatly shocked. Thinking only of her son, she had never considered so many twists and turns. But after all, she is also from a rich family. Know the stakes, even if there is still reluctance, but also know what happens in isolation. Mom and Dad, don't fight over me. I do. And after some struggle, Suwon was finally willing to lower his head and apologize for his latest crime. Qin Shinlan heard that a heartache and relief. The son is still too understanding and too kind. Otherwise it will not be subjected to this kind of nuisance. Damn you, you little wolves. If you try anything later, I'll never let you go. 4th floor, Su Sun's new bedroom. Little seeker, what happened when you suddenly disappeared that day? What exactly did the 5th sister mean when she said you were being driven away to be freed? Can it be that you really aren't from this world? How can it be? That day I wanted to go. Who knows, it was too dark. A foot stepped into the fountain pool. Who had thought directly fainted hard inside, lying all night. What? The fountain pool? But we looked. At that time, suddenly, Su Mayan reacted to the fact that she had indeed searched everywhere at the time, but she just hadn't gone to look inside the fountain pool. Yes, fell into the water. Fortunately it was summer, did not freeze to death. You or do not know how uncomfortable it was wet. And then I got my cell phone in the living room and left. Who would have thought that your good parents have the nerve to blackmail me to death? Su Mai and Su Baiyan duo. At this time, Su Baiyan grabbed the cell phone from Su Sun's hand and found that it was really the one he couldn't find in the living room before. Big sister, it really is that cell phone, so it wasn't thrown away by mom and dad. Su Mayan nodded. So, it was an oops then? Or else? Su Sun sneered. Otherwise you think I have superpowers and world travel? Su Baiyan asked at this time. Then why did you run away from home instead of talking to everyone at that time? What's the point of running away from home? I can't be kicked out in front of me and come back later. I'm not going to lose face if I'm not pretending to be a pussy. If it wasn't for Su Xin Ro pestering me, who cares to go back to your Thai home? Too, however, Su Baiyan still felt that something was wrong. Since she had returned, why did she still want to make things happen every day? Could it be that she really just didn't want to suffer a little bit of aggravation? In the midst of his thoughts, there was a knock at the door at that moment. Su Shinru directly opened the door and walked in. All of them? That's just right. Go down together. Seeker, you go down as well. Man said he wanted to apologize to everyone, especially to you for the recent events. Su Sun was stunned. What the hell? What is he apologizing to me? The culprit? For being the one who suffers all day? Chapter 72, Su Sun. I've finally met you. Mom and Dad. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so unintelligent. I will absolutely regulate myself from now on and never let you down. Sisters, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have sold the gift you gave me. Now I understand that it's not just a gift. It's your heart. I really shouldn't have trampled on your heart. In the future I'll definitely treasure the little bits and pieces that my sisters gave me extraordinarily. And brother Seek, I also want to say sorry to you. I shouldn't have smeared you during this time. I was wrong. I'll never do it again. I hope we can live in peace and work together hand in hand, trying to move into the future. Su Sun inwardly, Ward Law. Is this Suwon out of his mind or something? What do you mean by smearing? Is it hard to be abused out of some strange fetish? Even the others were now confused, not understanding what Suwon meant by this set of operations. The women looked at each other, hoping to get answers from each other's eyes, but all they got was the same puzzlement that Su Baiyan muttered in a low voice. Big sister, what does this Suwon want to do again? He won't be holding back anything bad, right? Well, it's possible. Let's see first. Even Su Wancheng and Su Qingxia were talking to each other. It was really because this sudden move of Su Wen's was too abnormal. So abnormal that it didn't seem like something he could do at all. With his kind of nature, he could willingly apologize to Su Sun? There is no way. Recently there are too many moths Even if Su-won sincerely apologized, will be taken as someone who was calculating something. Su-won noticed the difference in his sister's gazes and couldn't help but feel resentful. He was obviously bowing his head and apologizing, but what was the meaning of this measuring gaze? How did it make it seem like he was going to kill someone? He silently clenched his fists and swallowed back the resentment that was coursing through his body. Now is not the time to regenerate, and this head must not be allowed to go down in vain. Suddenly, Su-won just knelt down, clunking his head one after another. This sudden move startled everyone. Even Su Shinru was very surprised. After all, this was not within her vision at all. My son Shin Shinlan knelt beside Su-won in heartache, holding her head to prevent him from continuing to knock down. Su Chiming also half squatted aside. A hand on his shoulder said in a serious manner, Xiao-won, a man of honor. There is a mistake to change, but a man's knees have gold. Not allowed to kneel. Dad, Mom. Su-won looked self-condemnation, choked and swept around. And sisters, I know I've let you down lately, but I'll definitely come back to you. Oh, you be positive and become a Su-won that satisfies you. As long as everyone is willing to forgive me, as long as brother. Where's brother Seeker? The crowd sniffed. It turned out that at some point Su-sun had already left the scene. Su Shinru's face immediately changed. Where is he? Where did he go? He seems to have gone out. Su Bainyan weakly said something. Out? Who gave him permission to go out? Why didn't you stop him? How can I stop this? I can't even let you out of the door. Can I? Third sister, why are you so excited? Yeah, just go out. What are you so excited about? Su Mayan was also looking puzzled at this time. I'm agitated? Upon hearing this, Su Shinru instantly suppressed the irritation in her heart and slowly said, Little one is now apologizing to him, and even if he doesn't make a gesture, what's the point of walking away without saying a word? It seems that he still lacks too much discipline. Su Bainyan was speechless. Messing up half of the day was afraid of Su-win's hard time. Even though she liked Su Xin-ro, the third sister, the most besides her big sister, she now silently despised it in her heart. And discipline, can you control him nowadays? If I don't give you 2 slaps in the face, I'm afraid I won't know how erratic he is. At this time, several people had their own thoughts, but only Su-won was touched for a moment in his heart. It's true that it's still the third sister. It's so nice to think of yourself all the time. Gu family. Su-sun left the house and went straight to Gu's house. Counting the time, it was time to give Elder Gu the needle again. Rather than listening to Su-win's hypocrisy there, it would be better to finish the business earlier. Under the consumption of his withered wood and spring tonic soup, Gu Tianwei's legs and feet had obviously gotten much better in the past few days, and the time it took to get up by holding onto the wall was obviously much sharper than before, and it was also no longer so painful. Su-sun's subsequent application of needles was to stimulate musculoskeletal development and speed up the recovery of the legs and feet. The second application of the needle went down with remarkable results, and he was already able to gallop a distance of 20 centimeters or so with human assistance. Divine! It's divine! Gu Tianwei's heart was overjoyed. Seeing that his legs and feet were getting better day by day, it would be a lie to say that he was not excited in his heart. He had even begun to fantasize about climbing and diving before his leg healed to make up for years of regret. Gramps, this last shot today might tickle a bit. Itchy? I'm not even afraid of pain but still afraid of itching. I brown. Su-sun instantly laughed, holding the needle in one hand while teasing. Aren't you not afraid? Why are you screaming so loudly? No, little friend. What kind of needlework is this? There's a billion points of pain. This needle of mine is also known as exploding thunder drill. As the name suggests, the general pain of being drilled by a lightning explosion, but the effect is naturally excellent. Drops. Was afraid that you could not stand it. Since it is only a little pain, then I will add a few more needles to help you restore your meridians. What? There's more to add. Of course. I'm coming. No. I think it's better to do it another time. Mad Cascade Za. Aha. I #@ Yuan. Gu Tianwei wailed as he was stabbed. It was painful and shocking. The surprise was that I didn't expect it to hurt so much. Joyfully, the more pain meant the more feeling he had in his legs, and he'd rather be able to hurt as opposed to the numbness he'd felt before. Of course, it's okay to be in pain for a while, but if you're in pain for the rest of your life, then it's better to remain paralyzed. Gu Qingwan was extremely helpless and reminded, Dad, how old are you? Can't you pay attention to your words and behavior? What does cursing look like? Daughter, I'd love to, but this ing hurts too much. There. Doesn't hurt anymore? Gu Tianwei instantly looked disdainful. Just this prick and scratch. It's not worth mentioning. This change of face is more than turning over books to the two people speechless. Su-sun had to admire this old man's thick skin, and he was even more certain that Gu Tianwei's leg was definitely paralyzed when he was young because of this off-key mouth. Gu Qingwan smiled helplessly. Little brother son, I'll let you see the joke. So, let's go out for a walk. Good. It's good to go out for some fresh air. Then you continue to lie down to regain your energy. Old man. And we'll go out. Fine. You guys go ahead. Outside the Gu family home, the two chatted all the way from Gu's house to outside. The age of status seemed to be a falsehood, bringing no generation gap between the two men, and there was nothing to talk about. The longer they got along, the more Gu Qingwan became interested in Su Sun, especially being deeply impressed by those unorthodox brain circuits. Little brother seeker, just now you administered the needles, wouldn't be intentionally messing with my father, right? It didn't hurt this much last time. Don't be ridiculous, that's proper healing for me. Is that so? I think you're just mad at my father for his nonsense a while back and are using the opportunity to get even. But he did let a little bit of suffering grow on him. Gu, I really didn't. Am I that kind of person? If I were, I'd be haunted by an evil spirit right now. Suddenly, a voice suddenly rang out. Su Sun, I finally see you. Chapter 73, Tang Shuyu pleads for mercy again. Gotta. The evil spirit is really here now. Su Sun's smiling face was withdrawn and he looked at the woman in front of him indifferently. The visitor was none other than Tang Shuyu, who had always wanted to see Su Sun to salvage everything. The family had been gradually loosening their grip on her over the past few days, and she understood what that meant. It meant that her grandfather had failed in his begging, and it meant that she was really going to be married off to an underling, so she mustn't sit around and wait for death. And she found a gap and snuck out, except that Su Sun had already left the last time she came to Gu's house, and this time, she received the news as soon as Su Sun arrived at the Gu family, and would definitely not give up this opportunity. As long as Su Sun cured his grandfather, then not only would the family not be punished but he would also become a meritocracy. The more Tang Shuyu thought about it, the more excited she became, as if she had already seen the scene of being complimented by her entire family. Su Sun, what are you giggling about? Tang Shuyu snapped back to her senses and rushed forward. Su Sun, you go and help my grandfather heal. Funny. Su Sun almost didn't hold back his laughter. What kind of weirdo is this? How can you be so high and mighty when you're begging? No save. Putting down two short words, Su Sun returned the same way. And these two words instantly shattered Tang Shuyu's illusions. You stop right there. I told you to stop. Didn't I hear you? Who are you, Baron? Su Sun didn't even look back. Su Sun, why are you so vulgar? Tang Shuyu was so angry that she stomped her feet and hurriedly chased after him. Gu old man's leg. She also often heard the news. Just a few days qualitative change. Su Sun certainly also have the ability to save his grandfather's disease. If so, why not save? Su Sun, you stop right there. I can give you money. As much as you want. Okay then. 50 billion. What? Tang Shuyu's eyes widened in horror. Then why don't you go grab it? What's the best way to get money out of a robbery? In just a few short sentences, Tang Shuyu was so infuriated that she was trembling. Who dared to treat her with disrespect since she was a child? And who dared to talk to her like that? And she had never seen anyone with such a sharp tongue. She could see that Su Sun was just Leonizing herself and deliberately teasing herself. Su Sun, don't you want $100 million? As long as you save my grandfather, he's willing to give you $1 billion. Oh, and what about you? Have you begged me without a sign? What more do I need to show? Is it any wonder that my grandfather's or my father's remuneration doesn't satisfy you? Su Sun nodded slowly with deep meaning. So, you're using other people's money to take my favor? What difference does it make? Are you going to cure it or not? Said $50 billion to save the day. You dream. Then you dream too. Thumping, Tang Shuyu's heart suddenly felt like it was missing a piece. Foolishly frozen in place, that vanished sense of crisis swept through his body again, and that bad feeling of foreboding followed. Gu Qingwan slowly stepped forward at this time, looking at Tang Shuyu with a disappointed expression. Shuyu, you're really spoiled. Who taught you to beg people with such a commanding tone? Do you know that your grandfather even needed to lower his voice to beg people? At this moment, Tang Shuyu began to panic, and understood where that panic came from. Once again, one's own arrogance had replaced one's reasoning, and once again, one was so brash as to offend people. Yes, one is here to plead for mercy, so why be so high-minded? No, I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing for a moment. Su Sun, I beg you to help cure my grandfather. $50 billion. I'm sure Grandpa and the others will consider it. I beg you. I'll kneel down for you. As long as you're willing to go for the cure, you can beat me and scold me any way you want to take out your anger. With that, Tang Shuyu slowly knelt down, and Su Sun just glanced at it indifferently, not moved at all, just standing with his arms folded, looking into the distance. He faintly said, "Scholar, you and I are not destined to be together." W.H. What? Tang Shuyu's eyes widened as she looked up in disbelief, but he didn't see a single expression of willingness to help, except for that cold figure in the sun. No, you can't not save. Can't not save. Tang Shuyu knelt and crawled to Su Sun's feet, hugging his thigh tightly. Mr. Su-sun, I was wrong. Please do it. I'm willing to promise you anything. Give me away you. Su-sun toppled off with a kick and continued to walk aside unperturbed. You want him to do it? Dreams have everything. In fact, he's a man who knows some shallow destinies. Tang Shuyu is the face of the bogeyman, which will involve his loved ones, and the old man Tang would have been affected by its life soon. He saw the Tang old man big blessed face before kindly help. The result is that people do not appreciate, and Tang Shuyu this bogeyman and are all spoiled by the Tang family, can be said to be the source of all the end of the day, once the indulgence of the endangerment of their own lives, which would have been the life of the Tang family, but also the life of the Tang Shanha. Now he is just following his destiny. Seeing Su-sun being so ruthless, Tang Shuyu was in a panic. If Su-sun didn't go back today, then her life would be ruined, and she couldn't accept this result. So she crawled to Gu Qingwan's feet again and begged, Auntie Wan, I know you and Su-sun are close. I beg you to intercede. Will you help me persuade him? If he doesn't cure Grandpa, then I'll have to marry the son of an underling, and my life will be ruined. Tang Shuyu, Gu Qingwan said with incomparable disappointment. What do you mean marrying a subordinate your life is ruined? You are not nobler than anyone understand. If it wasn't for your pretentiousness, how would you have offended people? I can't help you, Auntie Wan. Alas, go back, don't make a pointless struggle, or you'll only be speeding up the severing of your grandfather's hopes. After a long time, Tang Shuyu remained kneeling in place in despair. Seeing this, the two of them didn't care much and turned to leave. Su-sun has never been a person who is overflowing with the heart of a saint. He is a person who says one thing and does not say another. The opportunity to give will definitely help. If not to give that heavenly king to come also useless. Moreover, the Tang family's forward-looking style he is very unhappy, and Su-win's cooperation has not been withdrawn until now. Really think that he does not know the Tang family's small mind? Sister Wan I won't go in. I'll come back in a few days. Don't live here anymore? Is it because of that Su Shinro? Su-sun let out a cold laugh. She counts for nothing. I have something unfinished. Don't worry, I'll come over more often. How about some lunch? Lunch will be ready soon. No, I'll go first. Su-sun left, but after leaving Gu's house he didn't go directly back to Su's house, but went to an internet cafe. The cooperation between the Tang family and Su-won was still in full swing, and Su would use it to turn around. Could he tolerate this? However, what he didn't expect was that from the information he had found out, this Tang family hadn't cancelled their cooperation even if they had, and had actually made a few additional investments. Well, but unfortunately, your Tang family bet on the wrong person. Su-won doesn't have the kind of ability you think he does. In the evening, the Su family, back home Su-sun is really a little hungry. After eating breakfast out of the door, the back is not hungry has not eaten anything. This is not just arrived at home to open the meal. On time on the table. Su Chiming Chin Shinlan two people face are green. Especially that wolf swallowing look. Simply do not put them in the eyes. Little seeker, where did you go during the day? Did you go looking for that woman? None of your business. Don't bother me dry rice. Su-sun lowered his head to dry rice. Not bothering. I'm doing this for your sake so you don't get ripped off you know. These chicken thighs are so flavorful and this lobster is good. Su-seek, scream for your sister. Su-sun was already furious at being disturbed from his meal. And then Chin Shinlan came out with a good-natured sneer. What a hungry man. How come you can't afford to eat on a trip out? In an instant, Su-sun's face changed. Without saying a word his hands against the table. The solid wood table of more than 500 pounds was lifted up so hard, and finally was violently overturned in the crowd's shocked and horrified gazes. Blanche, don't let me eat. Then don't eat. Chapter 74, Your district's parents. Don't want them. The crowd was dumbfounded, and there was dead silence in the arena. Everyone didn't expect such a sudden change. Not only Su's sudden rage, but also the fact that he was able to flip that 500-pound table just by saying so. You know that's over 500 pounds. A normal person would struggle to even lift it, let alone this in-place flip and seemingly effortless situation. What kind of freak is this Su-sun? Su Chiming was even more horrified, thinking that in the past, Su-sun had definitely stayed his hand, or else he would have been slapped to death long ago. I can't. This son has become more and more uncontrollable. He can't be allowed to remain in the Su family any longer. This son must not be kept. At this point the restaurant was a pin drop and the floor was a mess. Chin Shinran still had a piece of braised pork on her chopsticks, and the sound of the red oil on the meat dripping down her chopsticks clearly broke into everyone's ears. The crowd looked at the lost mother and then at the broken pieces on the floor, and a wave of speechlessness and helplessness washed over them. Can't you keep your mouth shut for a good meal first? Now it's good. People can't eat. And now what's the end of it? Blanche, mute. Speak to me. All of you. Su-sun's roar was undoubtedly a thunderbolt at this moment, scaring the crowd back to reality from their daze. Didn't 1 and 2 just talk too much? Why are you shutting up now? Talk. Ah. All said don't bother me to eat less ing pussy. 1 2 non-listening. Then tonight I'm this hungry ghost can't eat. I'll see which one of you can still eat. With a click, Su Sun broke the table leg with a hand knife, then grabbed the half of the table leg and threw it towards Qin Shinlan. Qin Shinlan's pupils contracted in horror as she watched the thing with the whistling come towards her, and when the wind whistle grazed her face, it was as if she saw death, or even saw her dead Taeyuji beckoning towards her. With a thud, Qin Shinlan's body went limp and lay backward, and her entire body fell directly down the chair with insufficient force. Mom! Su Lianqing Su Qingxiao on the side was so frightened that she hurriedly went forward to pull someone, and Su Wen also came around to his mother's side from the other side to take her hand, showing a face of heartache. Mom, how are you doing? Don't scare me. Son, I'm fine, just a little weak in the arms and legs. Mom, it's all my fault. I didn't protect you and let you suffer. Son, how can you be blamed for this? It's clearly. The words came to an abrupt end. Qin Shinlan was no longer as high and mighty as she was before, and the words that came out of her mouth were stifled by Su Sun's look. It couldn't be helped. The afterglow of that fear she had just felt was still there, and she was really afraid that she would really be accounted for here today. But while she was afraid to speak up for a moment, someone couldn't just sit back and watch. A good meal into this, Su Qiming already have a stomach of anger. Now Su Sun is more and more unscrupulous. He cannot continue to tolerate even if the scruples. Lao San, this is the guarantee you gave me. I think it's time for you to give the family a satisfactory answer, or this family won't have to live. Dad, I repeated my advice before. This is clearly Mom, and Lao San deliberately stirring up trouble. Suddenly, Su Mayan snatched back with an angry look. It's obvious that you just need to shut up. Why do you have to go and show your condescension? Old 3, can't you curb your disciplinarian nature? Why don't you stop even when you're eating? Don't you understand the principle of not eating, not speaking, not sleeping? Su Shinro, I didn't. Whether or not you do or not, you know in your heart. I know you never felt that Seeker was worthy of being under the same roof as you, but you shouldn't show it too obviously. And Mom, you're really hard not to show off some tongue? Why do you have to criticize and ridicule people at the dinner table? Is that really necessary? You guys know that little Seeker is harboring a fire but still have to run into the gun. I think your previous promises are all bull ********. You have no intention to live a good life. You can't wait to kick him out of the house. Su Sun was overjoyed. Yes, that's a good suggestion. Su Baiyan at this time also spoke out and agreed. Yes. Originally do not speak, everyone can be peaceful. Have to find nothing to do. I have not eaten a few mouths of rice. Qin Shinlan was going crazy when she heard those words. What kind of sin have I created? My own mother has been wronged and the 2 unfilial daughters are still turning to outsiders. Let me die. Mom, can't you stop messing around? Su Mayan said in dissatisfaction. I'm messing around? Su Mayan, I see that you really don't have me as your mom in your eyes. I actually think big sister. Su Baiyan, you shut up. Qin Shinlan twisted her head and yelled, grimly saying, dead girl, all these years have hurt you for nothing. I should have drowned you in the toilet in the first place. Che, drowning is drowning. Anyway, since childhood with me to play is not you guys, education me for me to go to the parent-teacher conference is not you guys. One all day long does not go home. One every day shopping and playing mahjong. Su Baiyan had actually long since stopped caring about what her parents thought. Being her parents, they were almost rarely present in her childhood except for giving her money and buying her gifts. But it doesn't care about what should be regulated, and it's very harsh where it shouldn't be. For example, one must follow the path arranged by the family. One must get the expected grades in exams, and one must study to get into the designated school. She was not even allowed to make friends, and even if she did, she was divided into 3, 6, 9 classes, so that she lost so many friends, and there was no one else besides Su Sun who was her longtime playmate. She used to be happy for days if she got a smile from her parents, but as she grew older, she cared less about that. Anyway, growing up she grew up behind her sisters' asses, and nowadays her mom and dad are long gone from being a father and mother. District parents don't want it. Su Baiyan can be said to be born with a rebel bone. In the past there was no ability and no excuse to reverse the Big Dipper. Now all the conditions are in place. She has long been ready to leave home, because she understood that with Su Wen around, she would sooner or later become a victim on Su Wen's way forward. In that case, it's a good idea to plan ahead. Anyway, soon to be graduated from college also have the ability to fly solo. The family of any punishment, she is fearless. It's against it. I see that you guys have gone against it too. Qin Shinlan was truly infuriated by the duo, especially Su Baiyan's untamed appearance, but Su Baiyan didn't bring any fear at all, holding her head high with a disdainful face. I'm just against it today. You, Su Qiming, look at the good daughter you raised. What a treachery. Su Chiming ahead of Blackline. In the past, I managed the oldest 2, oldest 3. The oldest 4, oldest 5 is not you have been managed. What do you mean? It's hard to believe that you're not a little bit responsible for what she's doing now. Yes, but you can't blame it all on me. I was so busy some years ago. We agreed that one person would take care of 3. The older ones would go to me, and the younger ones would go to you. And now you're the one to blame for her behavior. Su Baiyan instantly smiled and joked. My mother used to be good to me. Said good take me to dinner she ran to play mahjong. Take me to the amusement park she ran to play mahjong. I was hospitalized with a high fever she was still playing mahjong. Can be awesome. What? And how come I didn't know about all this? Su Chiming's face suddenly changed. You dead girl. So it's because of these little things that you're holding a grudge. I should have thrown you out on the street in the first place. Qin Shinlan, answer me. What the hell is going on? What are you yelling about? Don't I need to relax when you used to stay out of the house all day? Don't I need to make money to support my family? Is it easy for me to support the huge Su clan all by myself? Su Chiming stretched his neck and said angrily, I know you love to play, but you actually ignored your child for the sake of playing mahjong. Are you still a mom? I didn't. Then you have. Come back once a week. Are you keeping a mistress outside? Don't you fart for me here. Inexplicably, the accident that no one cared about just now turned into a hysterical mutual revelation of Su Chiming Qin Shinlan, the old couple. Su's son looked at the arguing two breathlessly. No, what about me? Am I just forgotten? Chapter 75, Su Mayan's forced marriage. There's a fight going on over there, and the sisters over here are suspected of being at each other's throats. Su Qingxiao walked up to Su Baiyan and frowned. Fifth sister, you're a bit too much. That's at least mom and dad. You actually talk to mom and dad like that. Che, who are you? I don't want you to care. Su Baiyan, I'm your fourth sister. What kind of attitude is that? I haven't had this attitude for more than a day or two, and now that times have changed. Do you still think I'm going to put up with you like I used to? Inside Soin, isn't that my line? Su Baiyan, Su Qingxia. Well, you're really drifting, and I think you're really in need of discipline. How dare you make a move? You dead vase. I could spoil you. And so the conflict unfolded again. Parents arguing in the front, sisters fighting in the back. Susun suddenly felt that this family was a little difficult to understand even for him. What a thing to call it. The next day, the debris at the dining room on the first floor has been cleaned up and the table refreshed with a heavier one. Su Chiming Qin Shinlan two people quarrel, but just one night will be as good as new. Once again united front. After a discussion between the two, certain destabilizing factors will be removed completely. While Su Sun was still sleeping early in the morning, the two rushed to gather the crowd. Lao San, no matter what method you have, must get Su Sun away from me. Boss, you have been preparing lately. Your mom and I have arranged a marriage for you, so be at ease and get married. As for old 5, you can go wherever you like after graduation. We can't control you anyway. Su Baiyan snorted coldly. I don't care if I don't care, but what does it mean for big sister to get married? You guys want big sister to get married? So what if I am? Su Chiming shot back with a cold face. Is it hard for you not to let your big sister get married? You want her to be a bachelor for the rest of her life? Did big sister agree to this? You are in an arranged marriage. I boycott arranged marriages. The boycott is ineffective. Dead girl, get off to the side and cool off. Qin Shinlan pushed away. And what if I do? This inquiry from Su Mayan caused the atmosphere to fall into a momentary stalemate. In fact, Su Chiming Qin Shinlan did not intend to ask her opinion at all. In their hearts, parents' orders, matchmakers' words, the family's arrangements will always be the best, and cannot allow Su Mayan to refuse. A moment later, Su Chiming spoke in a deep voice. Boss, you've also reached the age of marriage. It's time to live a life of your own. This time the one who arranged for you is the Han family's son from the next city. You'll be satisfied. Satisfied? When did I say I was getting married? Then do you plan to remain unmarried for the rest of your life? Su Chiming said angrily. So what if it is? I won't accept your arrangement anyway, and you can't force me. Su Mayan, you have to go against the family, don't you? You have to tie this marriage even if you do or don't. The big family survives, and it's time to give back to the family. What I owe my family was paid off long ago. Isn't it enough that I've grown Su's from a company with a market capitalization of less than $1 billion to more than 10 billion today? For a while, the atmosphere once again dropped to freezing point. The sisters had never seen their eldest sister get so angry, especially at their father. So it seemed that this time the matter had really touched her bottom line. Su Chiming was full of fire, but it was also like a fish in his throat. Yes, it was hard for him to refute that Su did indeed flourish in the hands of this eldest daughter of his family. Su Mayan had been in the Su clan since college. It was her step-by-step decision-making. It was her thunderous tactics time and time again that made the name Su clan renowned throughout Jiangcheng and even the province. Su Chiming's only bottom line in front of Su Mayan in his life was here. He simply couldn't ignore those great contributions Su Mayan had made. However, success is also Su Mayan and failure is also Su Mayan. Su's current decline also comes from this eldest daughter of his. For a moment, his bottom line was a few points stronger. Boss, you have made great contributions over the years, but you also have equally great faults. Su's current predicament is caused by you. You need to make amends. The Su family needs the Han family's help. Puff. Su Mayan laughed, an extremely sarcastic smile. She did not expect her father to be so brazen. Who actually caused today's predicament? Don't you have any idea in your heart? If you hadn't been so eager to put your precious son on the throne, would you have created this situation? Dad, we all know whose problem it is. I don't care to argue with you, but even if Su's market capitalization is half today, it's still far more than what Su once was, so you can't morally kidnap me. Su Mayan, don't you really think about your family? Su Qiming's voice gradually became suppressed. Su Mayan sneered. Consideration? I considered too much to the point of being liquidated and backstabbed by my family. What else do you want me to consider? Dad, have you really considered my feelings? Good. Good for you, but your objection is invalid. The Han family you must marry, and Su soon, although she was brought back by Lao San. It's mainly all you protecting her. I advise you to hurry up and get him out of the Su family for me. Don't force my hand. Dad, what do you mean? Su Mayan was disturbed. What do you mean you know? Now that he has completely torn his face from us, if it really comes to the point of intolerance, I will no longer care about face or no face. Anyway, he must disappear from my Su family. A conversation just didn't go well. It could be said that until this point, Su Mayan did not know her father's ruthlessness or even viciousness. It's not enough to suppress and humiliate, but to cross the line? No, it can't go on like this. Su Mayan had already made her decision. Whether it was for herself or for Su Sun, this on home could not stay. Seeker, wake up. I'm taking you on a trip. What a tour. I'm not going. Don't disturb my sleep. Why don't you stay up and sleep in the car later? We have to leave today. Leave what leave? It's not that Su Qiming wants to deal with me. It's not that he wants to force you to marry. What's the panic? Su Mayan's face was stunned. You, how did you know? Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Su Sun yawned and said, I heard it this morning when I went downstairs to get a drink. And I didn't have the heart to disturb you guys when I saw you guys chatting happily. Su Mayan was shocked. She thought Su Sun didn't know anything, and wanted to not let him feel bad and directly take him far away from the high. And it turns out that people know everything and they seem to be full of it? But the more so she heart instead the more uneasy. After all, with the nature of Su Sun nowadays, afraid to know the risk, in case the fathers decide to do it in advance, she didn't dare continue to think about going back. No, now that you know, all the more reason to leave. Don't worry. I'll take you to a less personal place, away from the chaos of the Su family, and I'll take care of you. Never mind. I'll just keep squinting for a while. After the words were spoken, Su Sun went down again like a soft bone. Su Mayan was even more anxious. Shao Sun, don't gamble. Listen to me and let's leave, okay? As long as we leave, no one will talk about you anymore, and we can live in peace, right? Geez, don't be a pain in the ass. What's the point of me just leaving? Running away from home? The old man can't even kick me out. So what's the point of me leaving? Why do you have to be obsessed with this? Big deal. Can't I just kick you out? You? Su Sun opened one eye and glanced at it with a disdainful face. I don't believe. Okay. Then I'll take you to move your account book. Okay. Su Sun instantly switched on, bounced violently from the bed, put on a slipper and walked out the door. Come on, don't hold up the staff for lunch. Chapter 76 Moving the Household. The move out of the account went surprisingly well. This is because Su Sun's account has never been on the Su family's account book since the beginning, but on the account of Su Qiming's former driver. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. No wonder the two old things cover up every time the school asks for the account book, and every time they send that driver over to take care of it, hoping that he hadn't even been a fake young master all these years. Looking at the hand that belongs to their own account book, Su Sun's heart has a kind of indescribable to the taste, as if married for many years only to find out that his wife is not their own. There is a kind of feeling of being cattle. Su Mayan, did you already know about this? It's fun to tease me, isn't it? Seeing Su Sun's black face, Su Mayan shook her head. No, I only knew about this after I became an adult. I was really very shocked at that time, but you were still young and I was afraid that you would be sad, so I asked everyone to hide it from you. And I didn't think that mom and dad would actually do this. But even without that, so what? Haven't we come through all these years as family? Your sister. Su Sun was so angry that he cursed. I've been your Su family's son, brother and grandson for so many years for nothing. I've been acting like a grandson all day long. But in the end, I actually didn't even get on your family's account. If I had known this, I might have awakened a long time ago. I would have been able to take this kind of anger from you thoroughly. Suddenly, a warm embrace stopped Su Sun's rising fire. Su Mayan blamed herself. It's our fault. It's mom and dad's fault. But everyone treats you like family. Are you sure? Su Mayan was stunned. Two, at least, the fifth sister and I are. Blanche, you guys are having a load of fun. I still have to be crazy. Seeker, it's useless for you to scream. I'll go back later and turn the Su family upside down. I'll let certain people know the price of deceiving me. Little Seeker, call it off. Isn't it good for us to just leave? No good. Then I've been a grandson all these years for nothing. I can make it up to you. Whatever you ask for. Really? Then I want you to say Su Sing you are now expelled from the Su family and never allowed to come back. Then I will quickly run away. You don't come chasing me when you see it. If I don't see it, then that means I really don't want to have anything to do with your Su family. You also don't come looking for me, okay? Okay. But it's a little long for me to hear. There was a silence in the room. Su Mayan's brain was a bit short-circuited under this set of wonderful words, and she didn't hear what was being said at all. Su Sun then said, it means that if you kick me out of the Su family now, I'll leave when I've completely broken my mind, and you won't come looking for me after I'm gone. Understand? What? Su Mayan was confused. Although it was indeed her intention to let Su Sun leave, it was not to let him leave alone. What? You're so worried about my safety that you can't do it if you really have to? No. But who's going to take care of you if you're gone alone? Haven't I been alone since I was a kid? I need someone else to take care of me? But, Su Mayan, if you really care about me, cut me off completely. As long as I taste that feeling of heartache I won't be able to stay. From now on it's not good to stay away from your Su family. Su Mayan was a little teary-eyed. Little Seeker, is that really what you think? I'm tired. I beg you to leave me alone. Chapter 77, Get a license and run away. Finally, Su Mayan saw the fatigue and determination in Su Sun's eyes, and was finally able to understand that true love is not control, but fulfillment. Okay, I promise you, if you think of me in the future, contact me, I'm always here. Thank you, Su Mayan. Su Sun's gaze was suddenly flooded with a touch of deepness. In the end, it was actually Su Mayan, the woman who was least likely to say those words, who helped him out. It's also really not worth just pretending for so long. Su Sun was getting excited at this moment. On the surface he was cold, but in his heart he was laughing. How long had it been? He couldn't recall how long the ordeal had been going on. Su Mayan had finally fallen for it. One can finally go home. Seeker, do I have something on my face? You're suddenly looking at me like that. Su Sin excitement a collection. Eyes deep love. Tone deep said. No, just thinking about recognizing and then finally help you do something. Civil Affairs Bureau. The bustle of passers-by around them all show full of excitement and anticipation. Whether they walk in or out, all represent the beginning of a family. Looking at the entrance with several big golden glittering words, as well as those joyful people around, Su Mayan seemed to understand something. You're, trying to help me escape my engagement? Su Sun nodded. Yes, the big families value their reputation, and there are definitely some scruples about accepting a married woman. After all, no one likes the rumors. Even if Su Qiming ends up forcing you, they don't necessarily want you. As long as you're willing to let go of your hand, it's the safest way to go. Su Mayan understood. So this was the pre-departure gift. It is indeed a good idea to block the persecution from home and the outside world with the marriage of a vanished man. Yeah, so you're planning on having you and me. That's right. I won't hold you up or affect you. You'll be relieved when the time comes, and that's the last thing I can do to help you. But I don't have my account book. Don't procrastinate. But I saw the account book in your bag. In fact, you've already thought of a way back. So let me help you realize it. Su Qiming has already become dissatisfied with you nowadays. You know his character. He will never stop until he achieves his goal. This is the simplest and most brutal way. Well then, after some thought, Su Mayan still compromised and walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau together. In fact, she wanted to leave Su Sun behind, but she understood that Su Sun's intention to go had been decided, so she couldn't force it. It would be a nice memory to have a proof of two people. In the end, the two walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau with a red book in each hand. There was no joy, no excitement on the faces of the two, only the sadness of parting, a stark contrast to the men and women around them, for both knew what would happen next. Although there is a certificate representing the destiny, it is the beginning of the break of their destiny. Su Mayan looked at the book in her hands, some trance. Suddenly feel this world is so unreal. Since childhood, she is not without fantasies of this scene, but never thought in Su Sun to this step. And Su Sun smiled faintly and shoved the book in his hand into Su Mayan's palm. With the person gone, this book would be useless to him, and staying in Su Mayan's hands would be the best place for it to go. 2 years, just 2 years for you to file for divorce, at which point you can pursue your happiness. And now it's time to make good on your promise. What promise? Su Mayan was puzzled. Speak the words that drive me away. And cut me off. Did you? Did I say that? At that moment, Su Sun's eyes snapped wide open. No way? You wouldn't have been acting with me all along, right? Puffing, Su Mayan laughed. Obviously that smile like a flower, but the ensuing is a thick sadness. Just kidding, look how scared you are. Su Sun slapped her violently heaving chest and narrowed her eyes. How naughty. I didn't realize you could joke around too. It really scared me. Little seeker, are you really leaving? Su Sun sighed softly. To go, not go you raise me ah? Yes, I can support you for the rest of your life. That's a good thing. What the hell? Let's just forget it. Life comes and goes. Our destiny ends here. Come on. At this moment, an extremely strong sense of severance filled Su Mayan's heart. She already had a premonition, and she understood that there was no avoiding it now. And for a moment her eyes were moist and her gaze lingered, as if she wanted to keep this last big boy in her mind. I don't know how long it took, but Su Mayan finally suppressed the reluctance in her heart and opened her mouth with a trembling voice. Su Sun, I declare that you are now expelled from the Su family, and never come back in the future. Chapter 78, you guys, going to elope? Well, I'll see you later Su Mayan. He turned and walked away, like he had long since looked away from everything. That back is decisive, determined, and so depressed, as if a flatboat in the sea, drowned in the sea of people. Unconsciously, Su Mayan burst into tears, her heart stunned like it was torn, and she just stood there stupidly, watching that back disappear around the corner. I didn't mean that, you really do want to leave after all. On the other hand, as soon as Su Sun disappeared around the corner he immediately withdrew his calmness and violently ran wildly, quickly finding an alley where no one cared to shrink. Finally waiting for this day, Su Sun reached out and screamed into the air, that whatchamacallit hurry up and send me back. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds, until 2 minutes have passed. Everything winds down and nothing happens. Su Sun fell into a daze, greatly puzzled. Why wasn't that familiar warmth there? Shouldn't you be going back yourself? Why are you still here? What went wrong when you were evicted? The play was not seen, and you quickly found a place to hide? Shouldn't I? At that moment, the conversation of a couple approached from a distance from the side path. Baby, now that we've gotten a license, from now on you're my person. From now on you'll be a member of the Wang family, and others will have to call you Mrs. Wang. I am nasty. I'll marry you if I marry you, but my last name is Li. I'm obviously a Li. A married daughter splashing out water. You are living in your husband's family in the future. Isn't this my Wang family? Li is your surname. Wang is your ultimate life. Ah ha 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 ha. Dead beat. Look at you being so proud of yourself. Who cares whose family he is? As long as you're good to me then I'll be yours for the rest of my life. That's for sure. You're my guy. You're my guy. Married daughters splash out. Splash out. You are my people. You are my people. For a while, these two words kept hitting Su Sun's brain, surprising him, making him sluggish, and sending him into shock. Suddenly, his pupils shrank and he awoke suddenly. Blanche. Bad. Good intentions. At this moment, if there are words that can describe Su Sun's mood today it is bound to be tearful, mixed feelings, and shocked. He got it. All of it. Su Mayan has now received a certificate with herself is also equal to the water that has been poured out, and she has not been a part of the Su family since the beginning, which means that Su Mayan is no longer judged as a member of the Su family from this moment on, but is her own person. That means she can no longer deport herself on the basis of her status as a member of the Su family? Blanche, 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 this also works. Is there any justice in the world? Su Sun ah Su Sun, you have nothing better to do than meddle with chicken feathers. It's not like that's the only way to settle someone's marriage contract anyway. What are you talking about? Su Sun nearly burst into tears. A chance to go home with great difficulty ended up being buried again due to a moment of weakness. He now seriously suspected that Su Mayan was the stumbling block in his life path. Otherwise why did he give up halfway every time because of her? Su Sun was so angry that he raised his arm and slapped himself in the face. But he stopped violently just as he was about to touch his cheek. No, you can't be so ruthless as to even smoke yourself. You still have to think of other countermeasures. Your sister Su Mayan. I hate you. You're really my nemesis. Lost in thought, Su Sun drilled out of the small dark alley, covered in what looked like a lump of mud as he walked down the sidewalk. Seeker? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind him. Su Mayan went forward with a surprised face. With a hint of excitement and fluke in her eyes, she subconsciously pulled Su Sun's arm, as if the person would disappear if she let go. Her eyes were like brilliant stars. The moment she lifted her eyes they glittered in the sunlight, just staring unblinkingly at the boy in front of her. And suddenly her face was tinged with a hint of timidity, because she wanted to inquire, but she was afraid that it would not come out as the answer she wanted. Still, after struggling a bit she spoke weakly, for she realized that those who were going away could not be kept. Seeker, you haven't left yet? Why don't you go eat first? Ha ha, do you believe me when I say I can't spare you? Su-sun said breathlessly. In an instant, the apprehension in Su-mayan's eyes turned into thick excitement and joy. She hugged Su-sun, her eyes flushed with moisture, and with a choked sob, she said, I believe it, then don't leave. If there are any problems, we'll overcome them together. But who knew? Su-sun suddenly laughed out loud, and reached out his hand to slap her shoulder. Muyen na. In fact, the matter of getting a license was just a little joke I played. Now it's almost time. Let's go and get divorced. What? Su-mayan was stunned at his words, somewhat failing to understand what exactly Su-sun meant. She cast a puzzled gaze and found that Su-sun actually had a serious face with a hint of anticipation, which didn't seem like a fake. A wave of speechlessness flooded her mind. Is a marriage contract a child's play? Is it something that can be tied up and divorced at the drop of a hat? Besides, this is the most direct connection between the two, and since Su-sun won't go away, she still needs to tie Su-sun up with this certificate, and also solve the pestering of her family's marriage urgency in the meantime. Not away. What? Su-sun's eyes widened in disbelief. We're just being spontaneous. We can't do anything. Can we leave first? No. Why? Didn't you say you would promise me anything? This is all I'm asking for now. Count me as begging you, okay? One size doesn't fit all. It's too much of a child's play to leave right after the collar. And there's still a cooling off period, so we'll talk about this later. Later is later. So let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau first to start the cooling off period, and then it's easier to just divorce then, isn't it? No, go eat first. You haven't eaten since this morning, you must be hungry. Who's hungry? Go to the Civil Affairs Bureau first. I'm telling you, this restaurant is especially good. Especially his Buddha jumping wall. Su-mayan, are you listening to me or not? Su-sun ultimately did not divorce the marriage, and his attempt to get through the divorce card bug completely fizzled out. After the divorce, Su-mayan would become a member of the Su family again, and then he would be able to go back successfully. Nay, Su-mayan kept avoiding the question, making him rather helpless. Su-sun seriously doubted that Su-mayan knew something, so she was deliberately dragging her feet. Otherwise, why did she die without letting go? But it doesn't look like that, does it? After eating, the two returned to Su's house. It was really Su-sun who had to come back, and Su-mayan couldn't be persuaded at all. Having no choice, the two of them went back together, just so they could pack their bags as well. Fearing that the worries in her heart would turn into reality, Su-mayan still planned to leave the Su family with Su-sun. Although she didn't know where Su-sun's bottom line came from, she really couldn't let Su-sun go against the entire capital alone. So when she got home, she started packing, not only her own, but Su-sun's as well. And no matter what, by the next day she would be leaving with Su-sun. What's with the luggage in your room? Big sister, are you going out of town? Su-muyen rummaged through Su-sun's closet while staring back. Fifth sister, we're going out for a while. In the future you listen well at home. If mom and dad force you to do something, be sure to go to your second sister. She'll protect you. And if you really can't, you just run away. The further away the better. What are you saying? Big sister, are you leaving? And what do you mean by us? Don't ask. And remember, from now on, no matter what happens, you have to live for yourself. And you don't have to repay anyone's favors. The more Su Baiyan heard, the more she panicked. Her eyes couldn't help but sour. Big sister, is it because of mom and dad? In the end, what happened? You do not scare me. It doesn't do any good to ask too many questions. If you don't see me in the morning, that means I'm gone. Try to panic a bit so they don't keep after you. But, gee, ask. What's there to ask? Your big sister is going to take me to elope. Are you satisfied with this answer? Finally, Su-sun couldn't hold back, and the moment she heard this, the uneasiness that filled Su Baiyan's face gradually turned into shock and stupefaction. You guys, going to elope? Chapter 79, Late Chang, I've actually liked you since I was a child. Big sister, is it true what Su-sun said? You guys, eloped? Su-mayan turned around helplessly, frowning and holding her forehead. Pretty much, we intend to leave the Su family and start a new life. After all, this family can't stay any longer. Su-sun joked at this point. See, I told you we eloped, right? I'll tell you again. We not only eloped but also got a license. Asterisk. You. Big sis will get a license with you? Delusional you. Alas, no one believes in telling the truth these days. Believe you. Su Baiyan did not think. In her opinion, the big sister does not even have a boyfriend. How can I get a license? And besides, and who can not, and is Su-sun? Simply a joke. Big sister, then you take me to run together. She didn't bother with Su-sun and begged Su-mayan to take her and run away together. This home had changed anyway. She also wanted to go out and feel the new life. Most of all, she thought this running away from home was really cool. She wanted to be so rebellious for once a long time ago. Su-mayan really didn't want to bring a burden. but couldn't withstand Su Baiyan's pitiful pleas, and finally could only decide to take her away. It's just as well. More people are lively. Okay, stop tugging. Hurry back and pack. We'll leave first thing in the morning. Okay, little big sister. Tomorrow we will run away together. Time flew by and the day rushed by. The day was surprisingly calm, surprisingly peaceful, and nothing happened. Even the meeting of the crowd at dinner was without any friction, as if they had coincidentally reached a tacit understanding not to intrude on each other. It was reasonable to say that everyone being at peace with each other was a thing to be happy about, but Su Mayan always felt uneasy in her heart, feeling that this was just too abnormal, especially as we get closer to the end of the trip. The feeling grows stronger, because Su Sun was just too cooperative, so cooperative that she didn't even bother with more words. Su Mayan wanted to take Su Sun and leave directly when she was outside, but Su Sun had to come back, and now that she was so persuaded, she actually agreed to leave together. But agreed, why did you have to come back then? The next day, Su Mayan had woken up early before Su Sun even appeared. It was good that he had promised Su Mayan to leave the Su family, but it was not his style to leave so quietly. Walking is walking, but the Sus must be made to say the words. Seeker, are you awake? We're ready to go. Seeker, Seeker? Knocking on the door and inquiring many times to no avail, Su Mayan felt bad and directly pushed the door in. The room was empty, except for the suitcase she had packed yesterday. Where was anyone else? Third floor. Su Sun stood in the doorway of one of the bedrooms and twisted the doorknob to go in silently. The room was green and fresh, while the figure under the clean white quilt was still breathing regularly, obviously still asleep. Su Sun's face was expressionless, slowly stepping forward and leaning over the bed, one hand just pressed down. Feeling the strangeness at the tip of his nose, feeling the difficulty in breathing, the figure on the bed snapped his eyes open, and was instantly greeted by a familiar yet oozing face. Su Qingxia was terrified and kept shaking her head with wide eyes in horror. Su Sun put his index finger against his lips and shushed. Don't resist. As long as you agree to my demands, I won't do anything to you. When that big hand loosened, Su Qingxia gasped violently and tugged at the quilt to keep backing away, as if she had encountered some man-eating devil. You, what the hell are you doing? No need to be nervous, said promised I wouldn't do anything to you on my request. Otherwise, you're in trouble today. What? Su Qingxia's heart thumped and she said in fear. What do you want me to do? Simple. I want you to kick me out of the Su family. Now. What kind of request is this? I'm not rushing. I'm not going to be this bad guy. I know you're still angry about the lyrics. I can apologize to you. You don't have to gamble on leaving. Besides, if Big Sister knew about it she would definitely scold me to death. Su Sun yelled. You must hurry. She won't know either. Hurry up, or don't blame me for being rude. No, you're gambling. You didn't have to. Can't understand human language, can you? Don't make me do it. I won't say. I don't want to be the villain. That's good. Then don't blame me for being hot. Aha. Su Sun had just grimly stepped forward when Su Qingxia's eyes rolled over in both directions and she was no longer moving. No? You're so timid that you're scared out of your wits? Su Hanxiang shook him twice and found that Su Qingxia had really fainted from fear. Breathless, extremely breathless, pulling over the quilt and covering Su Qingxia's head, Su Sun turned around and left the house. This one is too timid to be scared, so let's change it. Anyway, Su Wanqing, Su Xinru, Su Qingxia and these people all live on the third floor, so Su Sun went to the closest Su Wanqing's room. As soon as he opened the door to his room, he saw Su Wanqing sitting in front of the dresser in her pajamas. Su Wanqing turned back when she heard the commotion and was also slightly surprised. Seeker, what can I do for you? Something. Of course something, huh? Su Sun walked behind her without saying a word and put his hands on her shoulders with a slight force, feeling the dissimilarity in her shoulder. Su Wanqing stiffened and looked up with a shocked and displeased face. It was the first time a man had touched her body, or without her consent. What are you doing? Get the hell off me. What if I don't let go? Su Sun sneered. Su Sun, don't you go too far. Over? I just wanted to get close to you. After all, I've been drooling over you for a long time. In a flash, Su Wanqing's brain was like a lightning strike. Su Sun, what are you mad about in the morning? You are what? Su Sun coldly interrupted, with a gangly face. Don't forget, I'm not your Su family from the beginning. I'm just an orphan adopted by the driver, aren't I? Su Wanqing's pupils shrunk. You know all about it? She wondered how Su Sun knew about this secret that had obviously been hidden for almost 20 years. Couldn't it be that coming over here this morning and going crazy was the reason for this? She suddenly had a bad guess. What? Surprised? Your Su family has kept me in the dark for a long time, but it doesn't matter, because this doesn't seem to be a bad thing for me, but a good thing. After all, some people I wish for a long time but there are many taboos, and even cannot pass their own conscience. But now, I am not afraid of anything, because I am just an outsider. I just want to pursue their favorite women. And what is wrong? Su-sun knew that Su Wanqing resisted men, so he purposely said this kind of words to disgust her. Especially with his status, to say this kind of words thought the impact must be even more amazing. If you go any further, you'll be able to scare someone's soul out of them, won't you? Even if he didn't have to remind himself, I'm afraid that he could make him talk of his own accord. Unconsciously, the smile on Su-sun's face became more and more horrifying, his fingers gently rubbing Su Wanqing's neck. Evening Chang, you know what? I've actually liked you since I was a kid, and this day has made me wait for a long time. Chapter 80, The Uncompromising Sisters. Su Wanqing was immediately petrified. A chill with shock went all the way from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. At this point her brain was a little congested and dizzy, and she couldn't believe what she had just heard. She was afraid of just this kind of thing happening, and she didn't expect the bad feeling she just had to turn true so quickly. Seeing Su Evening Ching dumbfounded, Su-sun was very satisfied. After all, this was the result he wanted. But he wanted more than that. He wanted Su Wanqing to be completely and utterly furious. So, Su-sun continued to arch the fire. Why don't you respond to me? Why don't you respond to me? I won't be able to stay in the Su family for much longer anyway, so if I can have some encounters before I leave, then I'll have no regrets in my life. No, you can't be like this. Su Wanqing grabbed the big hand on her neck and said in a trembling voice, Xiao Sun, you're a bit bewitched. You leave now today. This is something I can treat as if it didn't happen. You first go back and calm down. Don't go astray because of a momentary impulse. What a misstep. I don't care. Su-sun cupped Su Wanqing's polished chin and twisted her head again, forcing her to look straight at herself. When the two of them looked at each other, Su Wanqing realized that Su-sun seemed to have lost his mind, and only greed and lust remained in his eyes. She panicked and wanted to resist, but she was stunned in place by Su-sun's appearance, and she didn't even have the courage to resist. Only her eyes revealed that hint of tenacity. The two just stood there for a long time. Gradually, Su-sun was all a bit tired, and he was convinced. Why don't you say something? Where's your old aggressive stance? Seeing that Su Evening Ching had been silent, Su-sun could only take the initiative. Su Wanqing, I still like to be more proactive, but this look of you preferring to die has piqued my interest. Since you don't squeak, I mean you've acquiesced. I'll be gentle. No way! Su Wanqing exclaimed. Xiao Sun, you can't go on like this. You'll harm yourself. I don't care. Look, you can't even get rid of me even at this point. It seems like you have me, so I'll be polite. Wait. Su-sun moved. What are you doing again? Don't worry, little seeker. I won't kick you out, and as long as you can stop, I'll never tell anyone about this today. I promise you. Blanco, after half an act am I here to hear you move your heart? Su-sun simply stopped pretending and growled lowly. You will expel me from the Su family now. Otherwise, I'll put you on the spot and make you live in remorse for the rest of your life. I know you're angry with me. After all, I'm the one who neglected you all these years, but you really can't. This will ruin you. Don't be so hypocritical. Can't you understand human language? Do as I say. Su Wanqing fell into silence. Didn't you hear me when I told you to talk? Su Wanqing stubbornly turned her head away, her eyes containing hidden tears, seeing that the pajamas were caught, but Su Wanqing remained motionless. Su searched that call us speechless. Things now you still tenacious, what strength not just a word of things, but he is not a real beast. Naturally, it is impossible to really do it. Put down a knocking. Nima turned around and left. Seeker, I knew you wouldn't do it. The words were so small that Su-sun had left without hearing them. If he knew that Su Wanqing was betting that he wouldn't make a move, he would definitely be furious and curse his mother, and would definitely turn his head back to his old tricks. And at this moment, he left Su Wanqing's bedroom and then started his next plan, going to Su Shinru's room across the street. Come sit down at. Su Shinru was lying on the bed playing with her cell phone, and for Su-sun, who intruded rashly, she only patted the seat beside her to indicate to sit down, her face bland as usual. I do not know why. Su Shinru more this kind of calm as water attitude. Su-sun more cannot stop to come to the gas, without saying anything, to go up to the quill to lift. Sit, you sister, sit. You get the up. You must now. The words came to an abrupt end. Su-sun regretted rushing to make a move, because he saw something he shouldn't have seen, and the scene became a bit awkward. However, he didn't expect Su Shinru to be so bold underneath this gentle and watery exterior, and it didn't match her persona at all. But in just a moment, Su-sun recovered his hideousness. I say you do. You now say the words that I, Su Shinru, expelled Su-sun from the Su family. Do you hear me? Don't make me stop being human if you don't listen. I don't even recognize myself when I'm mad now. He, breaking into my house in the morning just to joke with me? Su Xinro covered her mouth and laughed lightly, not doing anything to cover up, like she didn't mind at all that she was seen by Su-sun. Su-sun sighed a sentence of female madman's shamelessness and continued, cut the crap, or I'll do you today. Good, then you do it. Saying that, Su Xin Ro embraced into Su Sun's arms with a fragrant breeze. Don't be polite, I will never resist, and I will never look for you to settle the score afterwards. Suddenly, Su Sin felt a warm and cool touch coming from his neck, and all of a sudden, his body was like a lightning stroke. He cursed, asterisk 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 asterisk. You really are a crazy. What madness, am I not catering to you? Pandering your ass off. Give me a buzz. A hand knife. Su Shinru fainted. Su Sun wrapped her into the quilt and turned around, cursing under his breath. I knew this poisonous woman was not in her right mind. I should have known not to look for her. Waste of time. Helplessly Su Sun switched targets again and walked straight down to the second floor. Anyway, there are still a couple of so's left. Big deal. One by one. When they reached the second floor, the closest thing was Suwon's room. Su Sun without saying anything vigorously kicked, but such a big movement Suwon still sleeps like a dead pig. At that moment, the fire in his heart was rising outward, striding forward, picking the person up was snapping a few slaps. Sleep sleep sleep, sleepy muddy beep up and get high. Chapter 81, Suwon who knows everything. Aha, who sneaked up on me? Me, your father. My father? It's you. Hearing this familiar voice, Suwon suddenly sobered up, but even though he was furious, he had to continue pretending to be a grandson. Seek, brother Sun, how did I offend you? Can't you just let me go? Can't, because you're being a little too disrespectful. Disrespect? How can I disrespect you when I slept well and didn't even wake up? It's that you didn't react when I kicked the door in. It was really disrespectful. I'm going to have to teach you how to write the word respect. What? Looking at Su Sun with a smile at the corner of his mouth, Suwon went cold. You, what are you doing? Be a man and leave a thread to meet in the future. Isn't it good for us to coexist peacefully? Peace? The old me you planted. Now I'm the one you can't reach. I'll fight. The covers were pulled. His head was blinded, and Su Sun threw a set of continuous combinations at the covers. At this time Suwon was like a sandbag, wrapped in a quilt and unable to break free, only able to meet the successive righteous iron fists one after another. It's a set that involves not only physical pain, but also poor breathing. If it had gone on for another 10 seconds or so, it would have been close to suffocating if it hadn't been beaten to death. Finally, Iron Fist ends. When Suwon breathed fresh air again, he only felt how wonderful it was to be alive. It's nice to have survived another tough day after all, but what followed after the respite was full of hatred and anger, and at this moment, he completely removed his disguise. Su Sun, what else do you have besides more strength? Even if you beat me up all day long, Mom, Dad, and my sisters are on my side, and with me around, you'll always be nothing more than a worm in the sewer. Pa! Su Sun threw over a forced bucket. I called you a bug. I'll slap you into a bug now. Snap, snap. Su Sun, don't you go too far. Suwon was completely enraged and kept struggling. Seeing this, another fist slammed over. Su Sun looked disdainful. I'm just going overboard. What can you do with me? Su Seek, call your sister I'll call. Give me to go you. Pa! Suwon completely convinced, also did not dare to scream, curled up his body to cover his cheeks with a face of fear looking at the man in front of him who looked like a devil. Seeing this, Su Sun smiled with satisfaction. Early so honest not on the line, have to force me to do it. Come on. I say you do it. Now you say the words kick me out of the Su family, and I'll let you off the hook if you say it well. What? What is this request? Suwon was astonished. Never mind the demands. Just do it. I'm not doing it. You dare to resist me? Said the man, and a few more forced buckets were pumped out, but even though he was beaten again, Suwon covered his red and swollen cheeks and still looked resistant. I won't say anything. You can just die. Good, good. Su Sun also laughed wholeheartedly at this sudden backbone, but I'd like to see how long you can hold out. As the words left his mouth, Suwon's collar was yanked by someone, followed by a heavy punch to the face. Ah! Suwon wailed in pain and covered his mouth and nose, but at this time he did not have no half a point of fear. There is only full of hatred and full of anger. Suddenly, he wiped his nosebleed and laughed loudly. The crimson flowed into the corner of his mouth and seeped into the gap between his teeth, adding a few points of wretchedness in vain. But together with that continuous laughter gave people a sense of a few points of bizarre madness. Su Sun are confused, a face of surprise. Could it be that this kid has been beaten silly? Ha ha ha. Su Sun, I got it all. At those words, Su Sun was a bit speechless. What do you understand? Understand that a stiff upper lip will get you beaten up, right? Ha ha, you fight. I won't do what you want even if you beat me to death today. Fine, then I'll beat you to death. Another set of human body dredging. Suwon except for the hard mouth all over the body is breathless. You say no. I won't say it. I just won't say it. But what Su Sun did not expect is that Suwon is to really, that all the soft bones actually really become iron bones. Ha 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 ha. I am enlightened. I am completely enlightened. You are counting. You are counting. Soo-won coughed twice, covering his stomach and curled up in the corner of the bed with a sneer on his face, while the corner of that grinning mouth carried a hint of an insightful arc. Soo-sun, aren't you just trying to lay a trap on me? As long as I open my mouth, I'll be the evil one in everyone's eyes. That way you'll have a chance to turn on me, and even if the family goes after you it'll still be for a reason, and I'll be the one who did it for no reason at all. The most important thing is that you know that the second, third and fourth sisters are all still on my side, and you're trying to wear down the last of their goodwill towards me, so that you, the poor victim, will be sympathized with by them, and then everyone but mom and dad will be on your side. I finally understand why you had to force me to go against you all this time. You're trying to mold me into the wolf from the wolf, so that no matter what I say no one will believe it, and you've been laying the groundwork all this time for today, to force me to say the words to expel you. At that time, I'll become a complete villain. My previous performance of apologizing will also be undone, and third sister and the others will be greatly disappointed in me. Soo-sun, you have a deep heart. No wonder even dad thinks that I'm the one causing trouble for no reason. So this is all in your plan. But I'm telling you, today, I'll die before I let you catch a chance to capitalize on this. This kid, what kind of nonsense is he talking? Soo-sun immediately felt a wave of speechlessness. One said one. He was really convinced by this brain circuit. After half a day this Soo-won himself gave himself a reverie on, but also fantasized a bunch of things that are not necessary. He doesn't think he's smart, does he? Seeing Soo-sun's silence, Soo-won was even more certain of his guess, and his laughter became even more sarcastic and confident, as if he had everything under control. The fist itches. Seeing this underhanded look, Soo-sun really itched his fists and longed for a fight. Still, he gave Soo-won a chance to speak on, wanting to see what other farts he could hold back. Ah ha ha ha, Soo-hun, it's hard being poked through my purpose, isn't it? Are you annoyed? But don't worry, even if you beat me to death today, I won't open my mouth and say those words. Not only will I not say it, I won't let mom and dad say it. You just turn this house upside down and make as much fun as you can. Don't worry, I'll try to keep you in front of my sisters and say all sorts of nice things about you, and then I'll be the well-behaved, understanding brother just like I was before, and you'll be nothing but a hysterical, violent maniac. When you've made more of a fuss, when I've persuaded you more again, I'd like to see who will remain on your side. Angry? Angry? Resigned? You are not destined to be my match. Soo-sun, I'm the only true young master in this family. Alright young master, watch my slaps descend. Saying that, Soo-sun directly slapped with a set of consecutive slaps. Ah! Soo-sun, 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. Today's revenge will be returned later. Snap, snap, I'm still not deceiving the elderly and the dead. If you don't tell me, you'll suffer today. Ah, you don't think so? I'll die before I say anything. Well, let's see how thick you can get with that cheek. Ah, asshole, shoot me if you dare. You unwanted orphan. You won't have a good life as long as I'm around. I won't let you go. I want you to live a life worse than death. Right at this moment, a call suddenly rang out, giving Soo-won a ray of hope. Stop it, little seeker. It was Soo-mayan and Soo-banian, who barged in with panicked faces. Soo-won actually did not know how long he could hold out. After all, someone's forced bucket and loud and painful. Once or twice is okay, but if dozens of down he really dare not imagine. Now that someone's evil behavior had finally been caught in public, his own beating had been worth it. At that moment, Soo-won's acting skills were so great that he wanted to cry and put on a heartbreakingly aggravated look. Big sister, fifth sister, you finally come. One step later, I'm afraid I won't be able to see you guys in this life, but who knows? Before he could cry a couple of times, Soo-mayan directly stepped forward and flung him a slap. As this slap went down, Soo-won's eyes widened and he was directly confused. No, I seem to be the victim, right? Chapter 82, Future Husband's Family. The Han family's doorstep. Big sister, did you hit the wrong person? I'm the victim here, Soo-sun also said at this time. Yeah, why are you hitting him? He's taking a beating. Ha, don't you know in your heart why I hit you? Soo-mayan stared at Soo-won, her pretty face chilled. Soo-won, I've really endured you for a long time. We're all about to leave and you still can't let go of those little thoughts of yours. Tricking people over to insult them in the morning. How could I have a brother like you? Soo-seeker, what the hell? I was tricked into insulting you? How come I don't know? Soo-won was also confused at this time. What do you mean by tricking someone over to insult them? Obviously, he was still asleep when he was woken up by someone. Okay, who tricked someone? Ah, big sister. I didn't, obviously. That's enough, Soo-won. I've really had enough of you. We'll leave the Soo family soon, so you can let go of your resentment and dissatisfaction. No one will be in your way anymore. What are you talking about? Big sister, I'm the victim, okay? It was clearly Su Sun who was beating me up. Shut up you, Su Baiyan suddenly chided, despising, still trying to pretend. We heard all those vicious words of yours just now. Still pretending. Wicked words? Su Sun froze for a while before reacting to what it meant. It couldn't be that angry word when he was beaten up, right? Su Wen was speechless. This is also good. Coincidentally, he heard this last sentence. Will not he die unjustly? That's actually. Su Baiyan interrupted again. Still arguing. Su Wen, you really make me sick. Do you want to say that it was Su Sun who woke you up in the morning and beat you up? He's sick of doing that. Su search. Su Wen was all excited. Yeah, that's what he did. You're shameless. You don't even know how to make a draft when you lie. Big sister went to his room early in the morning to look for people. The result is that he is not there. This person loves to sleep who do not know. A sleepy early wake up. This shows what? It means that there is a reason for what happened. He never stays on the second floor, let alone your room. And now he shows up here early in the morning and beats you up so angrily. How dare you argue that you didn't do anything? I heard what I just said. Let me guess. Do you want to deliberately go to stimulate Su Sun? Wait for him to do it. You can shoot the evidence of his beating. Compared to the previous many times of mouth to mouth, this time you have solid evidence. You can take advantage of the issue. Right. Well, you have such an evil mind. Luckily we bumped into you. Or else Su Sun would have jumped into the Yellow River today and wouldn't have been able to wash himself off. Let me find where the camera is. I'm going to poke holes in your schemes today. After talking to himself for a bit, Su Baiyan started looking around for the whereabouts of the camera. And at this time Su Wen is almost mad. This big smart Su Baiyan in the end chaotic speculation something. Simply dog. One is the victim. It's obvious that you're the victim yourself. Say, where's the camera hidden? There's no camera. I told you I'm the one who got hit. Okay. You're still being tough, aren't you? Let's see how you'll explain it when we get all the evidence. Su Baiyan wanted to continue searching, but suddenly a large hand tugged her. Come on, cut the self-association here. I initiated everything. Stinking Su Sun, what are you pretending for? I know you don't care about your reputation anymore, but I can't stand to see that thieving look on his face. What do you mean I don't care about my reputation? Su Sun's lips pursed, and for a moment, he was speechless. And at this time, Su Mayan also pulled back the stupid Su Baiyan. Alright, don't waste time here. Anyway, later on, no matter what, it has nothing to do with us. Let's get ready to go. Upon hearing this, Su Baiyan did not continue to dwell on it, and Su Sun gave Su Wen a meaningful look, and after a long sigh, he also turned to leave along with the two of them. In the empty house, only Su Wen was still alone on the bed, pounding the bedboard, tears of humiliation flowing from the corners of his eyes. Woohoo! What's going on here? Is there any justice left? Su Sun, and you too. I won't let you go. Absolutely not. Su Mayan's few people were very quick and went upstairs to get their luggage and left directly. Su Sun also thought of going to find Su Qiming and Qin Xinlan to try to find out, only to be told that both of them were not at home today. I have to say he was really tired, and his mind was far more exhausted than his body was laboring. Sometimes people's thoughts can often change radically in a split second. Su Sun actually has a vague premonition, belonging to their own at home. This life is afraid that cannot return. Whenever everything is about to work out, either a roadblock comes along or something unexpected happens and just doesn't give you what you want. That obsession of his was dissipated in an instant. His brain empty, no longer wanting to do that hopeless struggle. Forget it. If you can't go back, you can't go back. You're just passing through wherever you are anyway. So maybe that's your ultimate destiny. Stop right there. You guys, where are you going? A few people were passing through the living room when a loud shout suddenly disturbed the crowd. Su Mayan was surprised, only to see that her parents, who shouldn't be in the house, were now actually sitting in the living room. Mom and Dad, didn't you guys go to an event? Why haven't you left yet? What activity? Later there will be a noble guest door not to go, but you if you carry a big bag, what do you mean? Anyway, having been caught, Su Mayan simply didn't hide it. Didn't you all wish for Xiao Sun to leave? I'm taking him away now. Isn't this fulfilling your wishes? Leave? Su Qiming's heart was delighted, but immediately said in a deep voice, it's okay for him to leave. Then what do you and old five mean? Don't say that these 3 boxes are all his luggage. Naturally not. And anyway, I have no need to exist in this house any longer, and I am leaving together. What? You still want to leave? Delusional. Dad, the gap between us can't be repaired anymore. What's the point of keeping me around? I have no value anymore, and the company has been given to Su Wen. Are you still not satisfied? Su Qiming was furious. No way. It's okay for him to go. You and old five must stay for me. Dad, don't be too aggressive. You can't stop me if I want to go. Unbridled. I'll see if you can walk away. The Han family will be here later, so you'll have to wait to see your future husband's family. Su Mayan was stunned at his words. The Han family? The Han family that you forced to marry? Chapter 83. They ran off with their suitcases in tow. I said, I'm not marrying. No one can force me to marry someone I don't like. Su Mayan, this is not up to you. It's about the rise and fall of the family. You must contribute to the family. Stagnant, dead silent, frozen. Su Mayan couldn't have imagined that the father in front of her actually didn't even pretend anymore, and opened her mouth to this kind of rhetoric of selling her daughter. She wondered what she had gotten out of all those years of hard work and dedication. Is it possible to obey your family and end up sacrificing your future for it? At this moment, she was flooded with strong disappointment towards Su Qiming and even Qin Xinlan. She becomes the perfect daughter to her parents, while the parents in front of her do not become the ideal parents in her mind. She doesn't really ask for much, just an ounce of love and respect, but even that small request was not met by the two parents. Su Mayan's face was grim as she once again voiced her attitude. I said, I won't marry. None of you can sway me. Let's go. But just as the few people reached the door, they were surrounded by oncoming black-clothed people. Su Mayan's pretty face sank, because the men in suits in front of them were bodyguards, well-trained-looking bodyguards. To know the Su family has never been very few bodyguards underlings such as these roles. The family has only 2 aunts contained cooking and health, and after the work will basically leave directly, only because of the Su Qiming Qin Xinlan do not like outsiders at home. But now, there were actually 7 or 8 strong bodyguards in the house. Purpose, self-evident. It was to prevent her from going AWOL. Su Mayan was very angry, as a parent actually guarded their daughter to such an extent, for the sake of the so-called interests, and now even the freedom of their own daughter to restrict. She suddenly felt that being born in this kind of family is simply a kind of sadness. It turns out that the big families being ruthless really isn't all talk. Dad, do we really have to go this far? This is your life. Isn't it good to be your rich wife in peace? Why do you have to struggle? Mrs. Broad, is that really what I want? Su Mayan smiled coldly. Dad, you still don't understand me. Even if we can't leave today, I also have 10,000 ways to stir up this marriage, and even make the Han family loathe the Su family. Su Qiming's face suddenly changed. Rebellious daughter, how dare you? See if I dare. Since you all don't treat me as a human being, then why should I have any regard for you? You'll definitely regret if you don't let us leave today. Su Qiming's heart was huffy, but he had to pay attention to the seemingly threatening words. What he wanted was for Su Mayan to marry into the Han family peacefully and gain the support of the Han family. If she didn't cooperate and was even detested by the Han family, that was something he definitely didn't want to see. Without coming to the final moment, he had hoped that Su Mayan would cooperate properly. Helpless, he spoke again. I said Su Sun could go. I never said I would stop him. Su Mayan's eyes sank. Who will take care of him if he leaves? If we have to go together, I will never let him be alone. Su Mayan, don't you go too far. What's wrong with me just going overboard? You can continue to stop it, but if I won't speak up and offend the Han family when they come later, then don't blame me. You're threatening me. So what if it is? Either you give up the Han family, or you offend the Han family. You choose one. The atmosphere was once again at a standstill, with both sides not budging. Seeing that the situation was not right, Qin Xinlan rushed out to speak. Mom, shut up. In an instant, Qin Xinlan's face was as ugly as a fish in her throat. At this point in time, Su Qiming also saw Su Mayan's determination, and although he was displeased, he still made what he thought was the biggest concession in order to be able to make him cooperate. Alright, you may go. Old Five left with him to take care of him, but you must stay. In an instant, Su Bainyan fell into a daze, obviously truly hurt by these words. Surely, she was inferior to her sisters, and even more so, she hadn't shown much talent, so she was going to be the first one to be given up? She was a little sad, and a little glad that she had prepared herself for this early on, so that it wouldn't be so hard. Che, I'll just go. No way. It's not certain who will take care of who if they both go. It has to be all 3 of them. At this moment, Su Qiming's patience was completely exhausted. Alright then, I'd like to see if you guys can leave today. With that, he turned around and sat back down on the couch. His posture with his back to a few people was proof enough of his confidence. So what if Su Sun can fight? Can he still beat 8 professional bodyguards at the same time? Expectedly, a few people did make their move after all. Su Qiming heard a scuffle and a cry of alarm, and he knew that this was Su Mayan's few people forcing their way out. The 2 of them couldn't see the situation at the door from where they were, and Qin Xinlan asked with some uneasiness, Old Su, what if things get out of hand? Make a fuss? It's nothing more than laying a hard hand on that Su Sun kid. As for those 2 rebellious girls, those bodyguards have their hearts in the right place. In a few short seconds, the commotion outside the door subsided, and also finally came a howl of pain. Su Qiming snorted coldly with confidence, feeling that Su Sun was just making a mole crashing into a tree. How can one man fight 8? It's a fool's errand. You see, It's only been a few seconds and that sinner is screaming so hard they're taking their lives. As soon as the words left his mouth, a bodyguard hurriedly ran over. Su Chiming shook his head and sipped his tea, not even lifting his head. How is it outside? Has it subsided? Su Dong, subside, discontinue. It's good that it's subsided. So bring the people in. That, I'm afraid I can't bring in. What do you mean? Do those two rebellious girls still want to resist? No, it's the brethren who were all beaten down by that Su Sun. They've run off with their suitcases. Bam! The teacup fell to the ground. Su Chiming violently got up with a shocked face. What did you say? Chapter 84, My boss she ran away. On the road, an S-Class Mercedes kept chugging along in the traffic. Su Mayan drove the car with Su Sun and Su Baiyan, aimlessly traveling alone. Although several people have made plans to leave home, and have expected this situation, but the sisters do not know where to go after leaving the home where they have lived for many years. Big sister, are we leaving Jiangchang? I don't know. So are we going to stay in a hotel or buy our own house to live in? I don't know. Actually, I still want to stay in Jiangcheng. As long as I can avoid some of my family, I can still continue to stay and live here. I don't know. You don't know why you are driving so fast. Su Sun was speechless and yelled from the main car. You don't even know where you're going and you're still taking me on a road trip. Find a place to stop and think about where you're going first. The car stopped on the side of the road and a few people got out to get some air. Su Mayan had a despondent look on her face on this journey. She had become silent since she left home and had lost the confidence and stubbornness she had at home. Su Sun know that this is hurt. In order to that home diligently pay for many years. In the end, but by their most respected parents as goods sold, anyone will be difficult. Su Mayan still had to practice. She had to learn the thick skin of Su Baiyan. After all, it's heartless for someone to be thrown out of their home like garbage and not see any sadness. Ah Yan. Su Baiyan's brows wrinkled as she looked around. Who's bad-mouthing me? Is it you? Something's wrong. Lazy to take care of Su Baiyan. Su Sun twisted his head to look at Su Mu Yen on the side. Comforted, okay, early to see through early relief. Just as if there is no parents. Anyway, that so-called nurturing grace you have already paid back. Su Mayan smiled bitterly. Yes, it's good to see through. I thought I would be strong, but I still can't help but feel bad after the real showdown. I'm sorry, originally thought of taking everyone to the field, but now I don't know exactly where to go. It doesn't make any difference where you go. It doesn't make any difference to me anyway, but you really need to learn from Su Baiyan. The front foot has just been thrown away by the family as useless. The back foot has already begun to shop and consume with gusto. This resistance to pressure, simply invincible. Su Baiyan was not happy when she heard this. What do you mean? Are you complimenting me or damaging me? Of course I'm complimenting you. How could I possibly want to undermine you? Don't fart. You must be undermining me. If you know, why are you asking me and making a fool of yourself? Bastard. I'll tickle you to death. The words didn't come out right, and the two of them just inexplicably fought. But even though Su Baiyan had the upper hand, how could that meager strength be a match for a grown man, let alone that opponent being Su Sun? Su Sun merely sidestepped and dodged, and with a bump on his back, Su Baiyan was directly squeezed against the car window glass and could not move. Aha, get up off me. I can't breathe. Isn't this able to talk? It's better to be honest. Aw, you asshole. Give me a rise. Ah ha ha ha. Where the hell did you get so much strength from? I'm sorry, okay? Su Mayan held her forehead on the side and felt a sudden headache. The two of them were now considered stragglers, and they actually had the leisure to make a scene here. To be honest, she really didn't know whether putting Su Sun and Su Baiyan together was good or bad. I'm afraid that I won't be able to avoid a lot of drama in my future life. You two stop messing around and think about where the hell we're going. Where to go? Su Sun thought for a moment and returned. It's better to stay in Jiangcheng. I have a patient on my side. Although he can recover even if I don't go nowadays, he can speed up his recovery if I go. And besides, I have promised someone. Su Baiyan was skeptical. You heal? Aren't you studying finance? Where are the patients? Mind your own business, my lord. Che, beckoning. But I also support staying in Jiangcheng first. After all, the graduation certificate has not yet been taken, and the school will sometimes call us back. Staying in Jiangcheng is also more convenient. In fact, Su Mayan also do not want to leave. People are after all nostalgic. If it can naturally do not want to go to an unfamiliar place to start again. Although in Jiangcheng will inevitably be subjected to the intrusion of the Su family. But the Su family is not a handful. As long as pay attention to some, life can still go on peacefully. After some thought, Su Mayan agreed to the duo's proposal. Alright, since we all want to stay then we'll stay. So let's go find a new home now. Su Chiming was still furious about Su Mayan's running away. Immediately the Han family will arrive. But the protagonist of the day has suddenly run away. Opportunities are never to be met. Su Mayan's marriage is still the initiative of the Han family side. the young master of the Han family and Su Mayan had a one-sided relationship. Then the cold female president was full of interest, but has been rejected. Coupled with the Han family has no industry in Jiangcheng cannot be too much contact. Until Su's recent major accidents, that Han Young understand the opportunity to take the initiative to express the will of the parents. Contact Su family. And Su Qiming for this is like snow, and the charcoal behavior is undoubtedly full of joy. After all, the Tang group side of the attitude he could not figure out. Although the cooperation seems to be close, but the right to speak all in the Tang side. In case of an accident there he sues back to the liberation of the night. So he had to capture the Han family. He was more willing to trust the Han family, his future in-laws, than his partners. Old Su, the Han family will be arriving soon. But Mu Yan has already run away. How should we explain then? There's no rush. There's still time. As long as we find her whereabouts then there's still a chance. Let's stall for a while. Suddenly, the sound of several honking sirens came into the villa. Su Qiming's face turned white. It's over. I'm afraid it's too late. People have already arrived. Not long after, a couple with extraordinary temperaments stepped into Su's house, followed by a young man in a suit with an imposing appearance. Su Qiming brought Qin Xinlan forward to greet this long-awaited honored guest. Mr. Han, Mrs. Han, haha Su Dong, we finally meet. The two sides were polite to each other and heaped smiles on each other. Upon this entrance, that young master of the Han family slipped a small box into Qin Xinlan's hands. Auntie, this is a gift for you called the Immortal Star Chain. May you always be young and beautiful. Inside the box was a very gorgeous necklace. At a glance it was worth a lot of money. Qin Xinlan, who received the gift, was ecstatic. The smile at the corner of her mouth was almost grinning to the heel of her head. The key thing was that Han Mingyu's demeanor was generous, and he personally took out the necklace and put it on for him, his eyes full of appreciation. Auntie, it suits you so well. Looking at the young man with a straight posture in front of her, Qin Xinlan was satisfied in a million ways. Polite, gentle, generous, handsome, humble and unassuming, and sweet-mouthed. A wise son-in-law. Simply a wise son-in-law. Qin Xinlan was secretly annoyed at Su Mayan's ignorance. Obviously such a good man actually ran away without even seeing him. She really didn't know what to do. However, she felt that if this boss of her family was still around, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to run away from the idea. Right? The two families began to take their seats and make small talk. Marriage is a big deal. Who do not want to be that too much initiative party? And this is exactly Su Qiming's intention. All kinds of pull east and west. The Han family is also the same. After all, the marriage is his Han family initiative. If too much haste will inevitably let the Su family get an inch. And Han Mingyu was not arrogant, silent aside, and did not rush to meet Su Mayan, the object of the marriage. But as time passed, the marriage between the two families had even been brought up for discussion. But the heroine of the day never appeared. Han Myung-woo, finally, couldn't sit still. Uncle and auntie, where's Mu Yan? Is she resisting this marriage, so she doesn't want to come out to see me? No, Mingyu, don't think too much. Qin Xinlan waved her hands in denial. So why didn't Mayan show up? Not at home? For a moment, Qin Xinlan did not know how to respond. Han's father and mother also noticed something wrong on Su Qiming's two faces. At that moment, Han's father frowned. Su Dong, we're all in-laws soon. It's time to meet your family's boss, right? Now, Su Qiming also knows that it is impossible to hide again. Simply truthful. Sorry, my boss, she ran away. What? Chapter 85, Three Sisters Looking for Su Sun. Su Dong, we will stay in Jiangcheng for a few days. I hope that during this period of time you can get the person back for me. The sudden accident made the Han family extremely unhappy and caused the discussions between the two families to break down. The Han family prides itself on being a prestigious family, and marrying into his family is a blessing that many people can only dream of. But now the Su family's daughter has actually run away. So isn't this a disdain for his Han family, and a slap in the face of his Han family? This is a disgrace to the Han family and a slap in the face. It is simply outrageous. Su Qiming also had a very hard time, and it was definitely not something he wanted to happen. He also wanted to continue to hide, but was afraid of accidents cannot be found. Dragged to the end of the more offended by the Han family, and even once rose the idea of simply withdraw directly from the marriage. Timely stop-loss, or better than the frequent occurrence of accidents. But Qin Xinlan was unwilling. Han Mingyu she really liked too much and must adopt him as her son-in-law. Auntie, it's fine. My parents were just up in arms for a moment. Just go and find Mu Yan at ease. I'll wait for your news. Especially this voice of care. It warmed her heart and made her like this future son-in-law more and more. What a great kid. If I had a son like that it would be worth it in this life. Although Su Wen was her precious son, in some ways, he really couldn't compare to this aura of Han Mingyu. However, her own son was just staying in the countryside for a long time, and she believed that it wouldn't be long before Soo-won would become this confident and high-spirited as well. Oomph. The 8 characters haven't even glimpsed yet. Let's get the man back first. Dad. It's only a matter of time before Mayan and I do it. Besides, Mayan will be back. Right, uncle and aunt? Su Chiming-chin Shinlan nodded her head with a continuous smile. Yes, don't worry. She will definitely come home. Well then, auntie and uncle will leave first. Suddenly, a cry of alarm reached the ears of the crowd. Mom and Dad. Soo-sun. He's crazy. He's really crazy. Just see Su Qingsha panicked and ran downstairs. Although just an ordinary suit, but it is difficult to hide the beautiful posture. A body cape hair with white jade skin, just like a beautiful youth. Old 4, pay attention. There are guests here. Su Chiming frowned and reminded. Han Mingyu's footsteps lurched, obviously a little surprised by Su Qingsha's appearance. He looked toward Su Chiming and said in confusion, Uncle, this is Su Qingsha. Is also your Su family member? Haha, that's right. This is my 4th daughter. Just a small star. Not worth mentioning. Qin Shinran grabbed the first reply. Her words modest but full of complacency. Auntie is modest. Miss Su is a hot big star at the moment. I didn't expect that she is actually a member of Su's family. That's awesome. In fact, not only Han Mingyu did not expect, even Han's father and mother were also very surprised. They have heard a little about Su Qingsha. I did not expect that this hot singer is actually also the daughter of the Su family. Mom and Dad, where's Little Seeker? Have you guys seen Little Seeker? Suddenly on. A professional dress Su Wanqing also frowned and hurried downstairs. That gentle temperament. That extremely extraordinary appearance. At this moment, there was only one thought in Han Mingyu's mind. This Su family's daughters are really all stunning. Uncle and auntie, since you have something to do then we'll leave first and catch up next time. Han Mingyu did not look at more. Not to mention the initiative to accost. Just like a gentleman style, along with his parents then directly left the Su family. Su Wanqing was a bit puzzled about the origins of a few people, but she didn't ask too many questions, but said, Dad, have you seen Xiaosun? I'm looking for him for something, and I haven't seen anyone else in my house after looking around. Su-san? Su Chiming snorted coldly. He's dead. Why are you looking for that asshole? Geez, Dad, I really need to talk to him. Have you seen him? Oomph. Saw? Of course I saw him and, the words came to an abrupt end as another searching voice came. Mom and Dad, where did Su-sun go? Have you guys seen him? The crowd turned their heads to look. Su Xin covered her neck and frowned as she walked slowly, her mouth also chanting about Su-sun's whereabouts. Su Chiming felt a sudden surge of fire. People, and even if people are not actually have such a strong sense of presence, shouting, one by one, they're all like the ones who don't have a tutor. They can't see that there's an honored guest at the door and they're still yelling, that is not in is not in. What is there to look for? Usually do not see you, and he said a few words. Now looking for what to look for. Su Shinru's neck-rubbing movement was given a beat, genuinely puzzled by these words. Dad, what guest? I'm just asking about Su-sun's whereabouts. Why are you so angry? Guests? The guests are gone. Or can I not be angry if I'm pissed off? Su Shinru felt puzzled, but she didn't bother to argue with it. She is now more concerned about the whereabouts of Su-sun. After all, she has just been knocked out. What consciousness? Su-sun in the end did not know. She needs to ask a clear, so as to make the next step. Dad, I'm not going to argue with you. Have you seen Su-sun? If you have, just say so. If you haven't, forget it. So seek. Again, does he have magic in him? 1 or 2 of them are looking for him every day. Never mind. I won't ask. You'd better calm down. With a dark sigh, Su Shinru turned to leave, but after she left, Su Wanqing and Su Qingxia were still there, and the two continued to ask questions, asked more. Su Chiming was also annoyed. The cup slammed, yelled, find what to find. That little has already left the Su family. He won't come back in this life. Instantly, Su Shinru's footsteps lurched and she turned back violently. Dad, you drove Xiaosun away? Didn't we agree not to interfere with each other and coexist peacefully? You should at least ask my opinion before you make a decision. Chapter 86, A New Home in a Misconstructed Situation. What's the point of asking your opinion? Do you still want to keep him? No, at least he is the one I brought back. The family really can't accommodate him. I can send him away. Why did you kick him out without saying a word? Our big Su family, is this all we have? Enough. It's none of my business that he left on his own. Haven't I put up with him long enough to be angry? What? Going off on your own? The atmosphere went quiet. Not only was Su Xin astonished, even Su Wanqing and Su Qingxiao looked at each other with great surprise. Several people were puzzled as to how Su-sun, who had been doing well lately, would suddenly leave without warning. Is it hard to believe that it's because of Su-won? But hasn't Su-win's planting been exposed time and time again? And they were all favoring Su-sun's side, so there was no reason for Su-sun to suddenly leave, right? No, It wasn't without warning. Several people coincidentally thought of the morning's events. Could that be the problem with Su-sun's departure? Su Wanqing suddenly said, "Dad, what's going on? How did he suddenly leave? How should I know? I can't wait for him to leave." Not only did he leave, but your big sister and fifth sister left with him early in the morning. They all ran away. What? Big sister and fifth sister also left? Su Wanqing was shocked. No, what are the two of them leaving for? Suddenly, she remembered her parents' incredibly chilling words that day, and also the forced marriage of her eldest sister. Everything clues were strung together at this moment, and Su Wanqing instantly understood something. So Dad, those guests just now were the ones you arranged for Big Sis to marry? Big sister refused in vain, so she left with Su Sun, who had long wanted to leave, and fifth sister also ran away along with her, right? Although he did not get the affirmation, but seeing his father's displeased look, Su Wanqing had already gotten the answer he wanted. His oldest and fifth sisters, whom he had spent many years with, were actually forced to leave by the family, and his brother, whom he had harshly neglected for many years, also left in a state of disillusionment. This family, how did it come to this? There was occasional friction in the family, but that shouldn't have been the result, should it? For a while, Su Wanqing felt empty in her heart, and also felt that this home was empty. There was even the slightest hint of strangeness about the family and a strong suspicion of the parents. The parents in front of me. Are they still the parents they thought they were? Why else would they be so strange? By the way, old four, what was all that about you just running down here in a panic saying that Su Sun was crazy? Su Qiming's sudden inquiry pulled the silent Su Qingsha back to reality. She gave an ah before returning. No, nothing. It's just that Su Sun's morning, ran to my door and scolded me. It's actually nothing. Su Qiming was furious and snorted coldly. This asshole. He's gone and still has to show off his power of speech. That's all he's got in his life. Oh yeah. Su Qingsha ultimately did not tell the truth. Anyway, the people had left. She did not want to keep this family clamoring. And it seems that Su Sun didn't do anything excessive after he fainted in fear. And now it seems that it was probably just a prank before he left. But wouldn't it be a normal routine to force yourself to say the words before you leave? Why did he leave without saying it? Is it really too late to stay? Mom and Dad, you guys have to do right by me. I've just been Su. Brother's son. He beat me up. Second sister. Third sister. Fourth sister. I really didn't lie this time. Look at my face being beaten. There's even blood in my mouth. There was another shout, only to see Su Wen running down the stairs in a state of disarray. Qin Xinlan was shocked at the sight, and her heart ached as she cradled him in her arms. My son, how could this happen? What's going on? What's going on? Mom, it was Brother Seeker who hit me. This time it was really him. After all, I couldn't have hit myself that hard. Since being unblocked, Su Wen laid down for a long time before he could slow down. But when he was able to move, in addition to the red and swollen right side of his face, he couldn't see any other injuries at all. But in order to show off his pathetic appearance, he directly bit his tongue, beat out the nosebleed, and even scratched his cheeks with his nails, as miserable as he wanted to be. And he didn't believe that he was all like this, and a few blind sisters still didn't move, just as he expected. Seeing his son's current miserable state and hearing about that heinous act, Su Qiming was greatly enraged. This little actually laid such a poisonous hand. When did he move his hand? Wouldn't you have looked for us for help then? Just now. Just now. Look at this blood still lingering in my mouth. Brother Seek really wants me to die this time. Unbeknownst to me, a sentence is directly botched. At that moment, everyone except Qin Xinran froze. Su Wen instantly froze and said in his heart, what the hell? How come it's such a reaction? Is it not pathetic enough? Thinking of this, he wailed even more vigorously. That painful appearance, that aggrieved look, if it is unknown to the truth, will absolutely sympathize deeply. However, Su Qiming just let out a long sigh. Alright, take him to rub some medicine on him, otherwise the wound will heal later. Su Wen was directly confused. What kind of reaction is that? What about the hysteria you just had? Your son is going to be killed off. And sisters, what's with the looks on your faces? Are you giving me a hard time? What's the meaning of this flat face? In the end, Su Wen was taken to be medicated, while Su Qiming left home directly for the company. Su Wanqing shook her head with some hatred inside heavily. This younger brother of ours, it seems that he really can't hold up the wall. Su Qingsha concurred. Yeah, he's afraid that he doesn't know that Su's son left early in the morning. And just now, alas, Su Wen's planting of evidence the crowd has been accustomed to, lazy to care more. The sisters are more concerned about the ones who left home. Su Wanqing added, big sister fifth sister left in a momentary sulk. Want to come back can come back at any time. But Xiaosun left this time for fear that really can't come back. Third sister, do you have any ideas? Thoughts? I think it's great that he's gone. Some people have places they can't fit into for the rest of their lives. And it's best if they don't come back for the rest of their lives. What? Is that what you've been thinking, third sister? Then why did you bring Xiaosun back? It's just that I don't want him to embarrass himself out there. Since I can't discipline him, simply give up. At this moment, Su Wanqing looked shocked, seemingly having a hard time believing that this was the words spoken by his always gentle and elegant third sister. It was also at this moment that she seemed to have reacquainted herself with Su Xinru. Third sister her. When did she become so cold and heartless? Su Qingxia obviously had a similar opinion. Come to think of it, your third sister, she, seems to have always been like that to Little Seeker. The other side. After a day of twists and turns, Su Sun's few people also managed to find a new landing spot. A large 300+ square foot bungalow. But it's renting, not buying. Several people understand that Jiangcheng is not necessarily able to stay for a long time. For the time being there is no need to buy a house. Moving into a new home meant the start of a new life. And even Su Mayan's worries were swept away. However, Su Sun suddenly has some minor troubles because the neighbors of this new home are actually Tang family members. And this Tang family member should be in Africa digging for minerals at this time. And appearing here at this juncture really disturbed his mood. Su Sun, are you that arrogant? I'm the young master of the Tang family. I've never seen anyone dare to refute my face all the time. Ah, my face. Face? Ha? Is my slap enough to give you face? With that, Su Sun threw out another slap. Pussy face. Crack it for me. Chapter 87, Su Sun's little joke. Su Sun, how dare you? I'm a member of the Tang family. How dare you do this to me? Go you. Pop. Su Seek. Snap. A few slaps down. Tang Xingjuan like a dead dog paralyzed against the wall. The swollen cheeks. The bright red palm prints. Extremely woeful. He could kind of see that this Su Sun was just a little cutie. He is a little cutie. Through and through. Otherwise, they wouldn't have heard the name of his Tang family and been indifferent. He must not know what kind of weight his Tang family had in Jiangcheng. Su Hun, you're finished. You hurt me like this. The Tang family won't let you go. Just you. Are you worthy? Su Sun laughed disdainfully, even as he flung another backhand. After a miserable scream, Tang Xingjuan completely lost control. My face. Surname Su. Are you trying to make an enemy of my Tang family? Just you? You can represent the Tang family? You're the one who almost got your grandfather killed. And your family would care about you? You're lucky you weren't immediately dispatched to Wakanda. Good. You have guts. But I am after all the Tang family's first-line young master. If I tell my family about today's incident, you see if the Tang family will come after you. That's fine. Su Sun spread his hands in disbelief. You can sue, but do you believe that I will make your family's third house removed from the Tang family with a single word? After all, I can save your grandfathers. At those words, Tang Xingjuan's heart thumped and his face was horrified. Although he is a bit of dude, but not absolutely stupid people, instantly clear up a lot of curves and roundabouts. He wasn't afraid that his grandfather would turn on his third house, but he was afraid of that second uncle who controlled half of the Tang family's power. With the degree of filial piety of the second uncle that can be called foolish filial piety, even if grandpa does not agree, but as long as it can save grandpa's life, fear is really will make a move on his third house. In an instant, Tang Xingjuan didn't dare to be in a frenzy, and a stiff smile pulled at the corner of his mouth. He wanted to beg for peace. Even if he got beaten up today for nothing, it was better than losing the identity of the Tang family's young master. But who knows? Before he could open his mouth, Su Sun suddenly grabbed his cell phone. What are you doing? Tang Xingjuan's face changed drastically as a wave of panic hit him. Su Sun coldly smiled, grabbed his finger and pressed the fingerprint unlock, and then quickly opened the address book to find the contact with the note of grandfather. Su Sun flipped the screen in front of Tang Xingjuan and sneered. I'm going to dial O. Let's see if your grandfather wants his own life or your useless grandson. Dropping. A music came from the cell phone. A short while later, an aged and stern voice came from inside. Xingjuan, what do you mean by calling me? Don't ever tell me that you're causing trouble outside again. Hello, Gramps. The caller was visibly stunned, and a few seconds later came a surprised. It's you, Dad. What's wrong? Wasn't it Tang Xingjuan who called? At that moment another voice rang on the phone. When Tang Xingjuan heard it, his face suddenly changed, and the fluke in his heart was gone. Uncle Junior? Why is Uncle Junior at home? It's over? It's all over. Dad, I was wrong. Please hang up. Tang Xingjuan blurted out, no longer caring about dignity or not. Su Sun called his grandfather, he could still accept it. After all, with his grandfather's character he wouldn't give up his clan for himself. But the second uncle is completely different. If Su Sun conditions to tempt that his third house can really be finished. Tang Xingjuan, who are you calling father? Did you get into trouble again? Tang Xingye's disgruntled voice came, and Tang Xingjuan was too intimidated to squeak. Su Sun looked at the goon in front of him was also a burst of laughter. To the telephone end of the feint, naturally, I shouted to me father, Tang Don don't come back you're Su Sun? At this moment, Tang Qingye finally understood why his old man was so surprised. Okay, let's get right to the point. This third young man of your family provoked me, ran to my house in broad daylight to yell at me and threaten me. I am very angry. The consequences are very serious. But, I'm a magnanimous person. Not only do I not hold a grudge against you, instead I will cure Master Tang, as long as you can expel his entire third house family from the Tang family. How about a reasonable deal? Dad, quickly agree. Tang Qingye's exclamation of surprise immediately came from the phone, as Tang Xingjuan had expected that the second uncle really didn't care about his family's death. However, Tang Shanha was obviously hesitant. Little friend, Tang Xingjuan will soon be stationed in Africa, and the expulsion of all the 3 houses from the Tang family is too much. Can we change the request? If you don't change, I won't say more. I'll give you 5 seconds to think. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After reporting the 4 numbers in an instant, Su Sun sighed. Since Master Tang values love and justice, I respect your choice, but I hope that your Tang family can restrain your offspring, or else it won't be as simple as being taught a lesson. So I won't see you again. Little friend, wait. There was a snap and the phone hung up. To be precise, it was the cell phone that was directly smashed in half on the ground by Su Sun. Seeing Tang Xingjuan's 6-headed appearance, Su Sun slowly squatted down and said with a kind smile, "Don't be afraid. In fact, I'm just playing a small joke with you. I won't save your grandfather. Don't worry, but your grandfather is really sentimental. He would rather die than give up on you. So you can continue to be your Tang family's young master, but you have to stay away from me in the future. Do you understand?" Understood. Tang Xingjuan nodded frantically. Good to know. Good to know. Take your junk away and neatly disappear for me. Yes, yes. Picking up the pieces of his cell phone, Tang Xingjuan rolled and disappeared. Su Mayan and Su Banian both looked dumbfounded. According to the description just now, that youth should be the young master of the Tang family, and it was still that Tang family of the 3 great families. But this young master of the Tang clan was actually so afraid of Su Sun, and the Tang family's family head, who also seemed to be incredibly respectful to Su Sun. Little seeker, when you said that you cured people before, it can't be true, right? Su Mayan opened her mouth in disbelief. Su Sun nodded bashfully. Of course, I'm a person who loves to tell the truth. On the other hand, Tang Xingjuan went back to his house with his ass in the air, which was the side opposite of Su Sun's big bungalow. But from today onwards, he was afraid that he would never dare to live here again, because he was afraid to make Su Sun unhappy, and then Su Sun blackmailed the second uncle with the cure. Then he would really harm himself and his parents. Oh, it was nice of Grandpa to never give up on him as his oldest grandson, but what he doesn't know is that, in the Tang family, Tang Chengye was angrily and helplessly questioning Tang Shanha, his father. Dad, what the hell were you thinking? You're dying and you're still thinking about some bull affection. You think about people, but they are the ones who caused you to be without medical help. What did Tang Xingjuan do that you have forgotten so quickly? Besides, Lao San has been uneducated since he was a child, enjoying himself all day long, and her daughter-in-law is also a snobbish gold-digging shrew, which is why she raised such an incompetent son as Tang Xingjuan. If Lao San's family is gone, it's not like they're going to die, so why are you protecting them? Tang Xingye was really angry. It was obvious that he was dying, and he was considering a family of useless losers, wasting his hopes for once. This old man of my own family is really old and confused. Although the words are hard to hear, Tang Shanha actually understands this reasoning, just that he also did not expect Su Sun to be so direct. After all, I'm the Tang family's spokesperson. How can I abandon my clan and abandon my interests? At least, I also have to maneuver a bit. Who knows? He hung up before I could finish my sentence. In a flash, Tang Xingye's eyes gradually widened. So, Dad, you actually agree? You're just too embarrassed to be too direct? Tang Xingye is really convinced, and engaged in half a day is afraid of being criticized. Want a roundabout tactic? But they can't wait if you try to be pedantic. Tang Xingye can be counted on to understand what that sentence of dead-face living suffer in the end means. His own old man is not this way? Second, you'll contact him again, with full authority to represent my opinion. Dad, I've called. That Tang Xingjuan kid's phone is off. Shut down? Tang Shanha's face instantly changed. This sinner, at the loss of me just thinking about him. He turned his head and ignored me. He really wants me to die. Tang Chengye was already angry, and when he heard this, he instantly went to his head and shouted, "Come on people, bring Tang Xingjuan back to me, and Tang Shuyu, bring both of these assholes over to me." Chapter 88. Sure enough, it was still because he had rejected his confession. On the second day of the stay, after another day of tidying up, the house had gradually taken on a hint of home. This is mainly due to Su Baiyan's various purchases on the internet, and various objects to decorate the house in a cozy and full. On top of that, there was no shortage of 3 people working together. 1 to buy, one to pack, and one to do the hard work. The one who tidied up and cleaned up was naturally Soo Mayan, and the one who did the hard work was also naturally Soo Sun. For the various big bags and small bags and even tables, chairs, and cabinets that Soo Bainyan bought, Soo Sun got to exert all his strength. Nowadays, Soo Sun had entered the realm of emptiness and selflessness, and it could be said that at this point, he had completely fallen into numbness. After 2 days of struggling with his thoughts, he finally overcame that obsession in his heart. Since you can't go back, you don't go back, you take one step at a time, and you don't continue to force yourself. Now it's kind of the beginning of a new life, so it's better to enjoy this new life ahead. And one of the things he figured out was to swing for the fences. Completely and utterly swing for the fences, lie down and sleep when he had nothing better to do, and have his food and water delivered to him. A proper wasted life. In the evening, a video ringtone disturbed the peace of several people. Big sister, second sister came to video. The video was of Soo Evening Ching. She just came over to inquire about the situation. She didn't need to raise a fuss at all. That fifth sister, no need to disturb big sister. I'll just talk to you. It's okay, big sister is right across the hall from me. It's okay, I'll have a chat with my big sister. Lao Air, receiving the cell phone. Familiar faces, familiar people. Now it is a different environment. Soo Mayan is quite emotional. How is it at home? Nothing happened right. When are you planning to come back? Big sister? The video lights are dim, but can clearly see Soo Wanqing dressed in uniform, sitting upright. Obviously has not washed up and went to sleep. It is the dim lights. The worry between her eyebrows reflect deeper. Soo Mayan gently sighed. There is no intention to go back for the time being. At least, not for these few months. A few months? Is it hard to believe that you guys are really going to abandon this family? What home? Home in name only? But is it still my home? But after all, okay Dick, I know you're worried, but we're having a good time over here. If you miss us just phone video more often. As for the rest, we'll see later. Invisibly, it was as if there was a barrier between the sisters. The once wordless became now few words. Once no matter how to turn the face of the Cold War did not affect each other's feelings, but now just separated 2 days is to become so strange. Both sides knew that it was each other on different teams, and it was only a thought that created the present result. Soo Wanqing now really very difficult. The family just less 3 people as if people empty, become so cold. But obviously before the sisters have their own business often not in. But once upon a time there is no such feeling of vacancy. After a moment of silence, Soo Wanqing spoke again. Big sister, where is Xiao Sun? How is he now? Xiao Sun? Soo Mayan seemed to be surprised that Soo Wanqing would take the initiative to care about Soo Sun, and paused for a moment and said, he's very good. He just seems to have changed back to his old silent self. Changed back to the old days? For some reason, Soo Wanqing thought of Soo Sun's words yesterday. Could it be that it was because of her refusal? Can I talk to him? Forget it. Better next time. Who do I think it is? If it isn't second Miss Soo? As soon as she remembered yesterday's events, Soo Wanqing felt embarrassed. So much so that she didn't have the courage to talk to Soo Sun for a moment. But she didn't realize that Soo Sun was right next to Soo Mayan, and took over the cell phone as soon as she could. I can't help it. I'll take it. But when she saw Soo Sin in the video, she was violently stunned. Because at this time Soo Sun looks incomparably disheveled. Hairstyle disheveled. Short-sleeved exposed belly. The collar was yanked to slender drag, also incomparable wrinkles. And there is even a broken hole in the left shoulder. It was especially disheveled when he was lying on the couch with potato chips stuffed in his mouth and giggling with a fat happy water. And the cell phone camera just happened to catch a pile of garbage next to him. And the corners of the mouth actually grew a circle of stubble. The squinting eyes are more like 8 lifetimes without a good night's sleep. The whole thing was as shriveled as it could be. Soo Wanqing covered her red lips in shock, her beautiful eyes trembling, her heart incomparably shocked. You should know that Soo Sun was able to maintain a decent appearance even if he went crazy before. And he had never been so unkempt even before that difficult time. In just 2 days. How did you end up like this? Say something. I'll hang up if you don't. Hiccup. I still have to watch TV. Lin Lan's Revenge. Hiccups are so good. You've been drinking? Soo Wanqing furrowed her willow brows. Soo Sun hummed. Had some. A small sip. Soo Sun, how did you become like this? Where did your previous spiritedness go? Intentionality? Soo Sun gave a cut and said disdainfully, can that thing be eaten? I can't even get what I want. What's the use of being spirited? So you just gave up on yourself? Being a bum who eats and dies? Soo Sun immediately frowned, thinking that Soo Wanqing was probably sick. How does eating chips and drinking a drink make me a deadbeat? Is going out in the middle of the night to move bricks the only way to get ahead? Stay out of this. I don't care to talk to you much. I'm going to watch TV. Wait, you don't hang up yet. Soo Sun was puzzled. What's wrong again? So Seek? Aren't you the one who didn't get what you wanted? But you were perfectly capable of picking up where you left off. but now you're halfway there. Is giving up on yourself going to get you everything you want? After pouring a large mouthful of Coke and burping loudly, Soo-sun rubbed his stomach and lazily said, "Don't lecture me here. If you promised me in the first place, there wouldn't be so many things to do. Then you should have promised me otherwise you can still educate me here?" "Just kidding." At that moment, Su Wanqing's brain shook and a buzzing rang in her ears. Sure enough, it's still because I rejected his confession, isn't it? Chapter 89, Su Wanqing's final decision. Seeker, you know I can't possibly promise you that, right? Well no, so I've given up. It's fine to just live with it from now on. It doesn't matter. The more Su Wanqing heard, the angrier she became. Because of a woman? The woman is still herself. But losing hope for the future over a woman is just plain unproductive. Her impression of Su-sun should be undaunted by difficulties. The courage to forge ahead is right, although recently crazy a little, but that fearless strength is better than turning into a puddle of mud. Any more of this and you'll either be a complete wreck, and even if you finally make it out of the shadows you've wasted a couple of years of the most perfect time you've ever had. Either way it's not a positive solution. Shao Sun, some things are impossible. Is it really worth it to be so persistent? Even if I promise you, how are you going to deal with the gossip and the naysaying of outsiders in the future? Don't you want your own reputation? Fame? Su-sun froze. What does this have to do with reputation? Suddenly, it dawned on him that this should refer to his own treachery. So he said, "It doesn't matter. I saw through it a long time ago or I wouldn't have done those things. I just want to go back to that home where I belong again. What's wrong with me?" The more Su Wanqing heard, the more angry she became. She felt that Su-sun had already reached the point of madness and bewilderment. And go back to that home where you belong? The two of them? Not to mention the matter came to fruition. Even if the family alone knew about it, someone would never want to return to the Su family again. No way. I can't promise you that. Since you want to go home, you have to stay within bounds. You can't go over the line again, you know? I don't know, but don't worry. I've laid back and just want to swing for the fences at the moment. You've been beaten and scolded, and now you're telling yourself to keep a sense of proportion? Where have you been? What are you doing? Su-sun immediately felt funny, although his own hands did overstep the bounds. But which time was it not those two old guys who were looking for trouble? He was just forced to fight back, so it's not really overstepping, is it? Okay, don't ever contact me again. I don't want to talk to you. Wait, not you, and what for? Su-sun breathlessly changed his posture, helplessly said, "Have something to say quickly. This is the last time you see me. Don't worry, won't get in your way in the future." A wave of panic struck Su Wanqing, and she actually felt a hint of nonchalance. What is this? Is this a final goodbye to myself? Do we have to break that boundary? What's wrong with getting along now and then? The big thing is to treat you better in the future. It's hard to talk to you. Hang up. I still have 2 bottles of wine left here or I'll run the taste tomorrow. Wait, I promise. There was a beep and the phone had hung up. At that moment, Su Wanqing violently covered her red lips, and she realized with horror that she actually faltered. If the video hadn't hung up so fast, she had just almost agreed to Su-sun's request. How did this happen? Su Wanqing couldn't believe that she actually had this kind of thought, which made her feel ashamed, angry, and groundless. It was fine for her, Su Wanqing, to have that kind of mind towards anyone, but definitely not towards Su-sun, whom she only treated as her brother. But then again, Su-sun's decadence was something she was extremely ashamed of. Moreover, Su-sun is at least a famous university student with a bright future. It would be a pity if he is ruined here. After all those years of living together, she couldn't just let it go. You have to know that Su-sun usually never drinks. Now a few cups of wine to ease his sorrows, even if 2 bottles at once? Whether it's white or red. This is for a non-drinker who is afraid that something will happen, right? Su Wanqing was distracted for a while. No, something has to be done. He can't be made to last. He has to be reorganized. Suddenly, an idea came to her mind. Seeker wants nothing more than long-lasting companionship. And besides lovers, family can do that too. Su Wanqing understood that she could give Su-sun a chance to live together, but would not admit the relationship between the two, nor would she let the two behave excessively. She believed that Su-sun was not so shallow, and also respected herself, or else with that out-of-control look at that time was afraid that he would have been impulsive. Besides, she couldn't contact any male since she was a child. The male around her besides her father was Su-sun. The men outside made her sick. She avoided them. Although she was quite annoyed with Su-sun at times, it was by no means the bone-crushing loathing of an outsider. Su Wanqing actually understood that she was going to be a bachelor for the rest of her life, but she was not someone who could endure loneliness. Her parents would grow old, her sisters would marry, and eventually she would be the only one left. If Su-sun could really endure that kind of rule-based life all the time, she was willing to accompany along and spend her whole life taking care of making up for this big boy who lacked care. It's kind of a hug between two people who have no one to turn to and work together. Thinking of this, Su Wanqing immediately dialed Su Sun. Seek, I can answer. Pressed it wrong. Pressed it to answer. The phone hung up with a drop. Su Wanqing's arm holding up the cell phone suddenly froze in midair. Her expression frozen. You've given up on yourself? A small home for three on the other side. Su Baiyan curiously stepped forward, frowned and asked, who is it? Why do I hear a woman's voice? Su Wanqing. What a sicko. I guess she's trying to educate me again. But why do I hear her trying to promise me something? Twice now. Su Sin fell into thought. That's so. The second sister is also really. People are gone and still can't change the problem of preaching. Or the big sister is good. Ha! She's simply wonderful. Okay, pass me my pineapple beer. Receiving the drink, Su Sun couldn't help but spit it out. It's awful. The wine isn't wine and the drink isn't drink. I honestly don't want to drink either of these cans. What the hell did you buy? Su Baiyan rolled her eyes. It's good enough to buy you a drink, but you're still picking and choosing. What do you mean pick and choose? This is your compensation, okay? Look at how my collar has been ripped by you. It's become a big V-neck, and the hole on my shoulder that you bit out. People who don't know would think I can't afford to buy clothes. So-hun, you've grown a beard, yeah? Don't get off the subject. Being that you're annoyed every day, don't blame me. It's obviously you who is unkempt. Look at your cocktail head and beard, and this garbage all around you. Do you know what you look like right now? You look and feel smelly right now. Su Sun could no longer bear it. Suddenly yanked over Su Baiyan knee frame, followed by his arm raised high. You don't like me, do you? You ripped the clothes, you threw out all the garbage, and you actually dislike me? Look at the poem. Chapter 90. Su Qingxia couldn't endure, no need to endure anymore. Another plain and simple day. Warm sunlight through the window, reflected in the bed. Su Sun's face, hazy, he subconsciously covered the sun, and rubbed his sleepy eyes. Listless got up. Today's season has gradually into the fall, but the climate is still hot. Homa short-sleeved shorts are hot. Su Sun also did not care that there were still two women in the house, wearing the short sleeve that was torn into an undershirt by Su Baiyan last night, a pair of fiery red floral pants, breathlessly went up to the table to eat, stepped 1 foot towards the chair, and extremely uninhibitedly ate the delicious breakfast. Nowadays, the three of them were all considered hobos, and Su Mayan was used to being busy, so she took care of breakfast. After living together for so many years, Su Sun really didn't know that Su Mayan actually had such a hand. After all, the previous Su Mayan, not to mention cooking for others to eat, sometimes it is also the youngest of him to take care of its appetite, all kinds of trouble. Su Sun, it's not that I'm talking about you. Can't you clean up your act? You are about to become a beggar, you know? Too lazy to clean up. Image is the most useless thing to me. Su Sun silently dry rice, but that originally round eyes are as if they cannot open. A glance at the half-asleep half-awake. Su Baiyan was disgusted and took out her cell phone to secretly take an ugly picture of him nowadays, intending to send a circle of friends to mock him. Suddenly a pair of chopsticks knocked on the back of her hand. Su Baiyan stifled a grunt of pain, and met her big sister's serious gaze head-on. You're not even honest when you eat a meal. You want to get beaten up again, don't you? Don't come to me to take over for you if you get beaten up later. At those words, Su Baiyan could only put down her cell phone resentfully. Except she didn't make this friend circle, but sent a photo to the small group of only 5 sisters. Meanwhile, several people from the Su family were having breakfast. Su Qingxia was playing with her cell phone and was the first to see that picture. Seeing the scene where Su Sun was secretly photographed, suffice it to say that the moment she clicked on the photo she was momentarily confused, subconsciously wondering which one it was. After taking another look she realized that it was actually Su Sun. It's that Su Sun who was a great rebel against the Big Dipper. It's just that Su Sun's now this shriveled up appearance was a world away from the wild energy he had before. Second sister, look at this. I'm not looking, and don't play with your cell phone during dinner. Just forget it if you don't look at it. But Su Sun, nowadays with this appearance you're afraid you don't want to see it. Similar to a beggar. In an instant, Su Qingxia's cell phone was snatched by Su Wanqing. And my phone? I'm not playing just yet. How? More haggard. Ha? What did you say? Second sister? Nothing. Putting down such a sentence, Su Wanqing got up and left. Su Qingxia felt puzzled at once, but did not continue to care, just silently took back the cell phone. However, she had just retrieved the phone before she could warm it up, when it was snatched from her palm again. Third sister? It's okay, I'm just looking. Su Xinru returned the phone after merely scanning it, not showing any surprise, but just saying with a smile on her face, Xia, I heard that you're about to release a new album? How's the hit song coming along? Not to mention okay. I mentioned Su Qingxia straight guilty of melancholy. Alas, originally confident, but since listening to Su Sun's songs, I realized that my songs are all some garbage. I have not been able to find once that kind of self-confidence feeling. How could I? You're the first place winner in a singing contest. You're more than capable of writing a song. At those words, Su Qingsha felt even more ashamed. Writing is able to write, but Su San's song has already pulled up my and even the public's tastes. Am I still going to write a song that's even better than that? The audience is already not buying it. So, I heard that little seeker wrote you a lot of songs. You can go to him for help? He's still remembering what happened last time. He won't help me. The more Su Qingsha thought about it, the more angry she became. And she remembered the scene when she was tricked by Su Wen. But if he hadn't listened to Su Wen's bull and acted impulsively in the first place, he wouldn't have gotten into such a stalemate with Su Sun, and he wouldn't have lost so many divine songs. For a while, the anger that had been easily suppressed surged up again. If not for the fact that her parents were still around, she really wanted to go up and give Su Wen, the liar, a few slaps. But nowadays, one can only endure. By the way, Xia, I heard that Xiao Wen also wrote a song for you, so if you really can't do it, you can go find our brother, he will definitely help you. Instantly, Su Qingsha's face turned ugly. Third sister, you're afraid that you didn't hear the whole news. The song Su Wen wrote for me was stolen from Su Sun. I was cheated by him at that time and almost went to Su Sun, and that's why Su Sun has been holding a grudge against me. Su Wen is a liar with no strengths who goes around swindling people. What? Actually is this? Su Xin rose willow brows knit, her face deep, but one size fits all. Xiao Sun is also really a bit stingy. The misunderstanding is lifted on the line, but also has been calculating. Don't you know the importance of this first album to you? Su Qingsha was a bit dumbfounded. She was happy to have someone to speak up for her, but the more she said it, the more groundless she felt. In fact, she all understood that although she was indeed cheated in the first place, but put herself in the shoes of anyone who encountered that kind of thing would be very angry. After all, they gave you a gift out of the goodness of their heart, and you took another person's loaner instead of biting back at the one who actually gave the gift. Anyone would get chills, right? Third sister, this actually really can't be blamed on Su Sun. I wouldn't be able to forgive that kind of thing in my place, and I'm very ashamed of myself for being the person I hate the most. If you want to blame, you can only blame that good brother of ours. Knowing that plagiarism is my biggest pet peeve, he lets me be the villain myself. Although Su Qingsha's voice was small, the gnashing of teeth could not hide her anger. Su Xinru's face slowed down, and she raised her eyes again to look at Su Wen across the table, helplessly saying, then according to what you said, little one has indeed gone too far. This is not just a plagiarism matter, it's pushing you towards the fire pit. It's a good thing things were caught early. If it had been later there would have been a million eyes watching you staring at your mistakes when your new album was actually released. Top stream little flower plagiarism. If this name is planted on you, then you won't be able to continue to chase your dreams in this life, and even your future life will be a nightmare. The gossip, the slurs, the cynicism, the disdainful disdain, or the unstoppable cyberstorms. It's suffocating to think about. When it came to this last sentence, Su Xinru's heart would thump with every paragraph Su Qingsha said, and her face would instantly become a few points harder to see. Just saying it with her mouth felt horrible, and if it actually happened to her, she didn't dare to think about it anymore. However, Su Xianro patted her shoulder and added with a smile, now that this matter has passed, I'm sure that Xiao Wen also knows that he's wrong, so you mustn't go back to bothering with him, ever. After all, he is our younger brother. Look, Xiao Wen is smiling so happily. I think he must have already stepped out of that shadow, so don't go reminding him of that bad experience. Let him live every day happily or even heartlessly. How good is that? At this time, Su Qingsha's brain gradually blanked out, and these exhortations kept echoing in her ears. But she couldn't listen, really couldn't listen at all. Not only could she not listen, when she saw Su Wen smiling with a spring in his step, her heart became even more angry and unwilling for no reason. Mom, see how good I am. The pig farm I spent $2 million to invest in made money. It made a full $2,000 in one day. Dad, I feel like I'm becoming more and more of a president, and I'm going to work on a few more side businesses to add some income to the family. By the way, I'm also planning to go to the university to give a speech about my entrepreneurial journey, so I'm sure I'll be able to earn a lot of face for our family then. At this moment, it was as if the beast in Su Qingsha's heart had broken free. That incident in the beginning was obviously started by Su Wen. Why can he be so happy and complacent now? He himself was still living in the haze of what had happened, and what made him so quick to put it behind him. Xia, what's wrong with you? Don't be impulsive. Xia Wen is the apple of mom and dad's eye, so you can't hit him or scold him. I can't scold him. If you can't bear it anymore, you don't need to bear it anymore. What do you mean? You can't beat the flesh of your heart? Su Qingsha, doesn't believe in this. In an instant, a small bowl with some hot porridge was just thrown towards Su Wen. Who attacked me? Chapter 91, Third Sister, this family is lucky to have you. Lao Si, what are you doing? Why are you smashing your brother? Yes, Xia. What did your brother do to offend you? How can you hurt someone on purpose? What if something bad happens? The couple painfully protected Su Wen, their precious son, one glaring angrily, the other constantly wiping the remnants of the rice porridge from their faces filled with concern. Seeing this, Su Qingxia became even more angry, as if there was a flame in her heart with nowhere to vent it. Mom and Dad, it's okay, I don't think fourth sister meant it. When these words came out, Su Qingxia felt a sense of déjà vu. Wasn't this what Su Wen used to say all the time when Su Sun made a mistake? Turns out, this feeling is so annoying. Su Qingxia truly appreciated the disgustingness of Su Wen's green tea, and it was only at this time that she could have a trace of empathy for Su Sun. She suppressed her voice. Su Wen, why is it that I'm still fretting over my new song while you, the culprit who caused my new album to fizzle out, can be so happy? You don't want to be happy if I'm not happy. For a moment, all three people on the opposite side were confused. Is this a rehash of old scores? Su Wen was extremely speechless in his heart. When did this happen? And he still took it out to talk about it after such a long time. There is no end to it, right? He could see that Su Qingxia was emotionally out of control due to an imbalance in her heart. Therefore, he didn't retaliate head-on, but instead said pitifully, I'm sorry, fourth sister. I was the one who got carried away in the first place. I was the one who wanted to attract your attention too much, because you're the one I've always idolized. A beam of light in that time when I was poor and downtrodden. I really, confused for a moment. It's all because of me that fourth sister is like this now. If it wasn't for me, Brother Sun would have written you so many new songs. It's only right for you to blame me. As long as you're happy, even if you hit me and scold me, it's fine. Su Wen is worthy of being a natural tea study, and the ability to take the open retreat in Dark Arch is perfect. These words Su Qingxia sounded like a guilty apology, and if an outsider heard it they would only feel that he was so pitiful. But Su Qiming Qin Xinlan two people is another feeling. Here is Su Qingxia's nothing to do. Is she an aggressive? Also her ability is not able to hysterical. First the inexplicable rehashing of old scores, and then the unforgiving emotional outburst. What's this all about? Isn't it all because you're mad because you didn't get Su Sun's new song? The two of them were a little disappointed, and it was simply uncharacteristic for them to spawn on their own brother just because they couldn't get someone else's stuff. Alright, it's all old news. Don't worry about this chicken scratch. Lao Si, turn around and I'll find a musician to help you out with your new song. At those words, Su Qingxia was shocked. Dad, old stories? Chicken scratch? She said incredulously, how long has it been since that incident nearly ruined my life? And you're making light of it? Then what are you going to do? If you don't make an issue out of it sooner or later, and only think of accountability after so long has passed, aren't you purely looking for trouble? Su Qingxia instantly became furious. It's not because you guys were protecting him plus so many things happened behind him. Otherwise how could I possibly settle the score with him only now? Look at his playful face. How does he look like he's paying for a mistake? Enough. Not enough. What gives him the right to spend all day enjoying all the benefits like nobody's business while others have to bear the brunt of the problems he's caused? It's not fair. In fact, strictly speaking, Su Qingxia is the one with the straightest temper among the five sisters. A little bit on the spot. Originally, she just wanted to give Su Wen a bowl of rice to vent her anger, but her parents' favoritism really chilled her and made her completely lose control. Either Su Wen gives her back a new song again or go get the punishment she deserves. Su Wen has done so many bad things lately. I think Dad you should unload his position in the company and cut off his allowance. Otherwise he won't make any progress in his life. Damn it, what is this Su Qingxia mad about in the morning? Undoubtedly noticing, the corner of Su Wen's mouth flashed with an arc of indignation. Su Qingxia's seizure in the morning was not even a problem. She actually wanted to target herself. It seems that in the future, she will have to make this fourth sister suffer. Su Wen didn't reply. He didn't want to continue to softly arch the fire because Su Xin was still on the side. He didn't want this third sister who was the best to him to notice the difference and produce even the slightest bit of antipathy. But if he doesn't speak up, there are those who speak up for him. Qin Xinran immediately stood out with a dark face, a displeased look on her face. Old fourth, I know you feel unbalanced because Su Sun didn't write a song for you, but you can't take it out on your brother, can you? Instantly, Su Qingxia's pair of beautiful eyes snapped wide. Mom, is that how you originally saw me? You think that I have nowhere to spread my fire so that's why I'm angry at Su Wen? Or else, isn't it? In one sentence, Su Qingxia completely collapsed. She immediately lifted the chair and raised it high above her head, but after all, she didn't have the kind of guts that Su Sun had, and was so scared by Su Qiming's cold stare that her hands went limp and the chair clattered to the ground. Just like that, she had a belly full of grievances with nowhere to vent them and didn't dare to vent them, wiping her tears and running straight away. It's a good thing Su Sun isn't here, or else the high and low would have to say, what a waste. But although the person ran away, but today's scene she firmly remembered in her heart, disappointed in her parents to the extreme, but also hated Su-eun. Sha. Su Xin-ro's face was sad. Her words were hesitant to speak. Xia is also really. This kind of small matter is actually so calculating. It's really too unintelligent. Yes, one by one, they're getting less and less like that. If only everyone was as steady as you. Lao-san. Su Qiming grunted in anger. Yes. If we all had our Xin-ro being so understanding and looking after the big picture, this family wouldn't have become what it is today. For her parents' compliments, Su Shinru merely returned a smile. They are also just impulsive. Sooner or later they will come to their senses. Well, I'm full too, so I'm going to go check on Natsu before she messes up again. Well, you go ahead. Su Qiming nodded. Upstairs, Su Qingxia's bedroom. As soon as she entered the door, Su Shinru held Su Qingxia in her arms. Xia, you are aggrieved. Mom and Dad, they are just too much. It's obviously Xiao Wen's fault. They are actually blaming you. Third sister is incapable, just now didn't dare to speak for you. Don't blame third sister. At these words, Su Qingxia shrank in Su Shinrue's arms with tears falling like rain. Third sister, this family is lucky to have you. You don't have to blame yourself. Everyone knows that you are soft in nature. How can I let you accompany me to suffer? I only hate myself for having empty resentment but not enough guts. I suddenly envy Su-sun for being able to make decisions for herself. Chapter 92, The Scrapper. Su-sun. Seeker, are you okay now? Which one of you is it? Which one are you again? Never mind the garbage phone, I'm hanging up. Su Shinro. Who? I don't recognize it. It's really a spam call. The call ended with a drop. Su Shinru dumbly holding the cell phone. The expression gradually fell into a stupor, and the pair of gorgeous eyes as if losing focus as dull and godless. Just mute straight ahead. On the other hand, Su-sun hung up the phone and then lazily lay on the sofa drinking soda and watching TV, and on that bare belly, he put half a bag of potato chips that he had left over. Su-sun had drifted all his life, and only then did he realize that being an invalid turned out to be so cool. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to think about anything. You have to be clothed and fed. A cool word. Alright, second sister. Don't ask. Big sister won't let me talk. At the same time, Su Baiyan was also making a phone call, but this careful look of stealing sense. Fifth sister. It's fine. It's me you're telling and no one else. I'm your second sister. It's hard to think I'd still harm you, isn't it? I just want to go and see you guys. I really can't. In case I leak the secret, big sister will kill me. Listening to this whispered conversation, Su-sun was quite curious and spoke breathlessly. Who is it? I'm done with my water. Pass me the drink in front of you. Su Baiyan said impatiently. No time. Can't you see it's busy? Just take it. It's right next to you. You won't move it yourself. Don't take it. I'm too lazy to move. Count me in. I feel like I'm already oxygen deprived. I need to get some fattening water to pump up my oxygen. Are you bored? You do nothing but eat, drink, and sleep all day long, and I have to do everything. I'm getting tired of you. What? Has it come to this? Su-sun's voice was breathless, and the other end of the phone could only pick up intermittent messages, but what Su Wanqing heard alone was enough to send a shock through her body. Eating, drinking, and sleeping, to the point where you can't get out of bed or move, and even need oxygen? How serious is this? Su-sun sensed the temperament change after the whole person. What appearance she is clear. The whole person can be used incomparably stubborn, never bowed down to describe, but even so, now actually also so humble, begging for the help of the fifth sister. I am afraid that is really out of the question. Fifth sister? What's wrong? How is little Seeker now? Him? Su Baiyan subconsciously glanced to his side, only to see Su-sun had just finished his drink, patting his stomach and burping with satisfaction, then grabbing the chips and stuffing them into his mouth with a handful of them. That mouth full of grease, the chip crumbs at the corner of his mouth, and the sound of crunching and chewing, as well as that hefty giggle and cold lick of the corners of his mouth. A vicious chill came over him. Su Baiyan was extremely contemptuous. He is now ruined. Even getting up is difficult. A proper invalid. If it wasn't for big sister forcing me to take care of him, I wouldn't even want to take care of him. Bam! It was like a heavy hammer hitting the brain. There is only one voice in Su Wanqing's head. Wasted? Can't even get up? It turns out that the old book is true, that worrying about your thoughts makes you sick. But she hadn't hurt her feelings for a few moments before she was then enraged, because she remembered Su Baiyan's voice of extreme dislike just now, treating a patient who actually dared to be so disliked, and even insulted so much in front of her face. How hard it must be for Xiao-sun to hear it. Su Baiyan, where is your tutor? How can you talk about him like that? What? Su Baiyan was scolded and confused, but she was never one to keep her mouth shut, so she gambled back. He's a wreck right now. If you were here you would also dislike him. You would even call him disgusting to his face. I won't. You will. Second sister. You already hate men. I don't believe you won't be disgusted when you see Su-sun in this dead state. Ha! Su-sun froze. Was he scolding himself? A cold eye was cast. Su-bai-nian was so frightened that he let out a sarcastic laugh and explained in a small voice. Haha, slip of the tongue. I said the wrong name. What I said was Su-won. Receiving the explanation, Su-sun nodded his head in satisfaction and continued to hold his fat house happy water and gulped it down. Burp. Powerful. Su-wanqing still continued to question, and Su-bai-nian muddle through once again to restore the momentum. The two of you back and forth without giving in. Anyway, the one who cursed was Su-wen. So what's wrong with her cursing a few more times? Su-wanqing was really pissed off by Su-bai-nian, Su-sin because of their own problems. Su-bai-nian, this sister, does not take care of it even if it actually dare to dislike the abuse. The guilt she already felt was getting the better of her, and her mind was even more desperate to see a few people. And the scene of the two quarreling on the phone was also bumped into by Su-mayan, who had just finished washing her clothes. Just a phone call? Who are you arguing with again? Su-mayan subconsciously thought it was Su-chingsha. After all, these two oldest five pinched each other since childhood. But when I took the phone, it was actually my penis? What's going on? What are you two arguing about? Su-wanqing couldn't wait to say. Fifth sister said that Xiao-sun is an invalid. Big sister, tell me that's not true. Su-mayan frowned, twisted her head and glanced at Su-sun. Looking at the huge pile of snacks on his stomach, there were only 6 points in her heart. It's a waste to waste a hard-earned body like this. What's the matter? Big sister, speak up. Su-mayan, Xiao-sun is like this nowadays. In a way, it's not lying to you. You see? Second sister is still being stubborn with me, and says she doesn't mind seeing it. Just kidding. Who doesn't know she has a cleanliness fetish? Su-wanqing was completely in a daze, no longer able to calm down. After a long while, she hung up after leaving a reminder in a cold tone. You guys pay attention. Dad's running out of patience when he can't reach you. He says he's going to get you back. This concludes the call. Su-mayan put down her cell phone with a puzzled look. Why do you feel that your second sister is weird? Did something happen? Su-bai-nian was also dumbfounded. I don't tao. Chapter 93, Kim Young, do you think I don't exist? Another day. Su-sin wanted to swing bad by the sisters dragged to go shopping. The beautiful name of the ventilation. Dissipate his moldy gas. A few people mall-hopped, ate, drank and shopped, with big bags in hand. In the end, it was Su-sun who couldn't hold out any longer and clamored to go home before ending the outing. There's no way. Su-bai-nian wants to look at everything, and it's really torturous to walk and stop. Anyway, he couldn't hold out. It was almost more tiring than moving bricks at a construction site. The time was approaching 11 p.m. and it was also time for lunch. Su-mayan stopped at the supermarket outside when she returned to the neighborhood, ready to buy some ingredients to go back and cook. But she just got off the car. Not far from the entrance of the neighborhood, a black big labor instantly attracted her attention. That car was really familiar, and I'm afraid that not many people in the entire Jiangqing city owned this level of luxury car. And it appeared in her surroundings again. With all the signs, Su-mayan was vaguely uneasy in her heart. Due to the distance the car was on its side, the license plate was not visible at all, but she already had a bad guess in her mind. As it turned out, her hunch was right, because she saw a few figures coming out of the small area. A few figures that were incredibly familiar. Fiercely, her face changed and she immediately opened the back seat and questioned, Su-bai-nian, did you tell this side of the address to the family? At this moment, Su-bai-nian was still playfully playing around with Su-sun. Her movements instantly froze after hearing this, and she was also suddenly puzzled by Su-muyan's sudden temper tantrum. How can you blame yourself for this when you've obviously kept your mouth shut? Asked you? Mute. No. Although second sister has been asking me about my whereabouts, I swear to God that I have in no way spoken out of turn. Saying that, Su-bai-nian also did not forget to raise her hand and stretch out 4 fingers. Seeing this, Su-sun broke off a finger for him and mocked, swear it's 3 fingers together, not 4 fingers apart. To be in charge of you. You're the smart one. Hey my grumpy ass. Alright, stop arguing for now. We have to leave here first. Su-mayan subconsciously wanted to hide, so she prepared to leave this place of wrongdoing first, but just as she got into the car on her side, the voice coming from behind her made her suddenly stunned. There's no need to go. They're already coming. Su-sun glanced out the window, his tone flat. He had long known that he couldn't hide for long by hiding, so he had long waited for this day to come. He just didn't expect it to be so soon. Now that the person has been found, it's good to get things sorted out, and then we can get another license. And is that Slim Hope just going to die? Yes, he wants to go back again. Them? Who? At this moment, Su-bai-nian was still confused, but when she looked along the line of sight, when she saw the raging several people, she instantly realized, and that bellyful of good mood also instantly dissipated. After all, The two women didn't have the kind of mentality that Su Sun had to face it openly, and the first meeting after falling out with the family was bound to be the beginning of displeasure. Su Sun was the first to get out of the car to meet the enemy head-on, and the two women could only follow after seeing this. Sometimes just hiding isn't the answer. You still have to strike head-on. Upon hearing this, the two women gradually gained some momentum, and just bluntly met the oncoming gazes of displeasure. The visitors were none other than Su Qiming and Qin Xinlan, as well as Su Wen, a family of three. As soon as they met, Qin Xinlan pointed at them with a shrewish face and scolded, "You two rebellious girls are really against the law. You're really running away from home? Look at what you all look like now. Can't you save the family some trouble? Humph, going back so you can force big sister to marry her? If that's the case, we'd rather not go back." Qin Xinlan's eyes glared. "Old five, you dead girl. You've really turned over a new leaf now, haven't you? How dare you talk to your mom like that? Did I treat you too politely and spoil you too much in the past? I've been too polite to you in the past. Have I spoiled you too much? So what if it is? We won't be at your mercy anymore anyway. Reverse, reverse, reverse. Su Baiyan, you're really against it. Look at me. Enough." Su Qiming chortled coldly and said unhappily, "What's it like to quarrel as soon as you meet? And now you're still on the street, don't you mind being humiliated? Boss old five. These days you've made a mess and run away. Not even answering the phone without any news. But the capriciousness should come to an end. Now go back with us. No return." A word that goes straight to the death of the conversation. This time the one who opened her mouth was not Su Baiyan, but Su Muyen. With that serious look, that decisive tone, and that determined look, Su Qiming froze for a moment, and then more dissatisfaction welled up. He had always thought that Su Mayan was concerned about the overall situation. Even if there was a momentary resistance, but after calming down, she would also understand what should be done and what should not be done. All he gave Su Mayan a few days of buffer time, in order to let her calmly digest. "But I never thought that it would still be so stubborn. Su Mayan, do you really want to disobey your parents?" The moment she came up and directly deducted a big hat. If it was the previous Su Mayan would definitely reflect on herself, but today's Su Mayan was no longer the Su family's eldest daughter who blindly complied. She said coldly, "If refusing an arrangement that disgusts me is called disobedience, then yes it is. Su Mayan, Dad, it's no use screaming as loud as you can. I won't agree to the union even if I die. Egu Mu Yen, why are you so stubborn?" Su Qiming forced the order to fail. Qin Xinlan immediately launched her soft policy. "Think about it. You're not young anymore. Mom and Dad just want you to live a richer life in the future. What exactly are you resisting? Do you want to stay unmarried for the rest of your life?" Su Mayan coldly responded, "If there's no favorite, it's not impossible to remain unmarried for the rest of your life." "Mu Yen, what kind of foolishness are you talking about? Do you want to follow Lao Er's example? Lao Er has no choice but to be single. Why don't you get married if you don't have any physical or mental problems? It's not like we're letting you suffer. We're letting you enjoy your life. Otherwise how could we have gotten you such a big mansion? We're doing this for your own good." Qin Xinlan spoke in a heartfelt and bitter manner, making the couple look magnificent, all for the sake of happiness. But even though she spoke dryly and wonderfully, Su Mayan just wasn't moved, as if she would fall into the wolf's den if she agreed. The two men were called that. In the end, Qin Xinlan even felt her throat almost smoking, and she was angry from the heart for a while. "I don't care. You have to agree even if you don't. Today's meal with the Han family has already been scheduled. You have to go over there with us." Su Mayan's face dimmed. After wasting half a day's effort, "It's really for the Han family." She laughed, as if she had been disappointed long ago, and there was a faint irony hanging in that laugh. "So you've already made an appointment with someone. So what's the big deal? My opinion doesn't matter anyway. So why act like it's for my benefit here?" The two men's faces suddenly turned ugly. However, Su Mayan didn't give the two a chance to have an attack and once again made her attitude clear. "I'll say it one last time. This marriage, I'm not getting married. I think you're really against it." With a loud shout, Su Qiming couldn't bear it and was so angry that he subconsciously slapped his face. Seeing that the slap was already only centimeters away from her cheek, Su Mayan had also closed her eyes in agony waiting for the pain to hit her. But suddenly, a large hand firmly clamped down on the wrist of that slap, and before Su Qiming could react, he only saw Su Sun sneer, and kicked out with his backhand. Only heard an ah sound. A figure just flew out. "Qiming ah, dare to touch my people. Pretend I don't exist, right?" Chapter 94, They both abandoned me. "Little how dare you. Shut the up you. Pop. Aha." When Qin Xinlan slumped next to Su Qiming, she realized how scary this slap from Su Sun was. She felt like she almost died in that moment just now as she clearly perceived herself flying. Yes, flying. Slapping someone away with a slap? What kind of terrifying power is that? Qin Xinlan suddenly felt that she was truly blessed with a great life for not being slapped to death. "Mom, how are you doing?" Seeing her mother being beaten, Su Mai and Su Baiyan subconsciously went forward to assist her. However, Qin Shinran pushed the two down and said indignantly, "Two white-eyed wolves, get out of here. If you still have me as your mother, go back with me. Honestly, listen to the family's arrangements." At those words, the worry in the hearts of the two quickly dissipated, and all that was left was a bone-chilling chill. As daughters, it's not even if they're not treated well when they go up to care, but they're actually being morally abducted at a time like this. Is there really any love in your eyes other than profit? Is this really something a mother could do? Before the duo had a chance to grieve, they felt their entire being float away, only to see Susan yanking on the collars of the two, and picking them up one by one as if they were little chickens. People don't even care about you guys anymore. Why do you still come up to them? There was a moment of silence from the sisters. Seeing the situation, Qin Shilan, even more fire, small, almost blurted out again. Good at the sight of Su Qiming, scared and hurriedly covered her mouth. As expected, after the after the sound, he saw Su Sun's eyes flash sternly. That was close. I'm glad I didn't let the talk. However, what the two did not expect was that Su Sun flew up and kicked the two together. Su Qiming is actually implicated. If he is not too close to Qin Shinlan, would not be rolling on the ground. The key to the scene was also seen by many passers-by. At that moment, a wave of humiliation hit his face, and Su Qiming nearly lost control. Su Sun, what the hell are you doing? She's already stopped cursing. Why are you still doing it? I didn't do it? How dare you argue? Now you don't even have the courage to act like a man of honor? I move my feet. Upon seeing this innocent and sincere expression, Su Qiming almost spat out blood, covering his chest only to feel a blockage hit his heart. However, Su Sun added, "Who said she didn't curse? I've already heard the sound of crickets cricketing me in her heart. It's a reflex on my part. Don't blame me, ha." The voice of the heart? Conditioning? At that instant, Su Qiming's brows were furrowed. His face was grim. The choking pain at his heart became more and more obvious, and he felt that he appeared to be really pissed off and had a heart attack. "Dad, what's wrong with you? Mom, are you okay?" Suddenly, Suwon looked nervous and came to the front of the two, assisting the two people full of heartache and aggression, eyes hidden tears. Suddenly, he looked up at Su Sun again, looking sad and righteous. "Brother Sun, how could you do it to Mom and Dad? This big public you have to consider." "Considering what?" "Considering that I almost forgot about you and didn't beat you up." "Ha!" Strong hands crack skulls. After saying that, a large hand directly pressed Suwen's head and then knocked down heavily. "I told you to mind your own business. I told you to be a smart ass. The swelling on your face hasn't gone down yet. How dare you play these little tricks in front of me? Are you deliberately giving me heads? Then I'll take it with a smile. Drive me." Being pressed on his head and knocked on the ground 7 or 8 times in a row, Suwon only felt his brain dizziness, and his entire body almost floated. The most serious is his forehead, like knocking the ground, even if, in favor of knocking a small stone, impartial directly in the middle of the forehead, opened a heavenly eye. "Son, my son, Su Sun, you quickly stop. You're going to kill someone." Relieved, Suvan drifted off into a trance and struggled to live through another day. When he subconsciously touched the center of his forehead, not only did he feel a crimson patch, but he also touched a hard one in the center of his forehead. A stone actually got stuck in his swollen forehead. Aha! After a miserable scream, Suwon felt another wave of dizziness, but this side just 2 eyes rolled over. Su Qiming to others in the middle of the fierce pinch. "Don't sleep, son. I'm taking you to the hospital." Suwon really fast to their own, this father speechless dead, fainted, at least nothing to feel. To pinch themselves awake is to let themselves be painful death. "Open your third eye, Suvan, you've got me to thank for that, but a black dog would be more in keeping with your image today. Su Sun, I will make you pay." Su Sun's cold mockery completely ignited Su Qiming's anger. Su Sun didn't think so. The old thing had been farting for not a day or two now. There was no threat at all, but he was fearless, and Su Mayan immediately changed her face. Now in public, if Su Sun's actions were to be accused to the police station, the consequences would be extremely serious. In a flash, she made her choice. "Wait, I'll go back with you, provided you don't." Shut the up, you. Having guessed that Su Mayan would have a brain fart, Su Sun directly covered his mouth and came up with a small banning technique. Su Mayan kept struggling, but how could her strength compare to Su Sun? Not only did she not free herself but suffocated even more. Unable to do so, she twisted her head to show a begging look. She didn't want anything to happen to Su Sun and hoped that Su Sun would be on point, but Su Sun just looked around, not responding to the gaze she cast. At this time Su Qiming that call a gas Su Mayan, if he can go back with him, is not a loss, but the Su's search out of the wrong thing. He was just about to open his mouth when Su Sun said something he could never have imagined. "Just take me to rub my nose in it, and I'll take the initiative to bring Su Mayan to meet the Han family." When the words fell, Su Mayan felt 2 knocks coming from the large hand on her face. At that moment, She understood that this was the intention to directly showdown and take out the last card between the two. Somehow, underneath this cynical exterior, she could feel reassured in a way she had never felt before. It was as if everything was solved as long as Su Sun was there. And at this time, Su Qiming Qin Xinlan was in a daze. This condition of Su Sun's was really counterintuitive, and the two of them subconsciously thought that Su Sun was trying to go and stir up the marriage between the two sides. But on second thought, with Su Sun's six-parent character fearing that he wouldn't mind his own business, and his own boss was there to discuss a major life event, what qualifications and status did he have to stop him? Although Su Sun's presence upset the two of them, the greater good was at stake, and they had to go to this meal at the Han family at noon. Okay, I promise. I hope you don't screw up. Don't worry. I swear to God I'll never do it, or else I'll never be born. After hearing this, the two of them are more at ease. After all, Su Sun's greatest skill is to do it. All dare to take such a poisonous oath and still afraid of him messing things up? Can't he use his mouth? The two hearts disdain. Su Sun this mouth gas people can be, but if really to the point of the mouth will not be a word on the hands to hurt people. The marriage seems to be secure today. Alright, you guys send me the location. We'll go up and get something and go over right away. Su Mayan suddenly opened her mouth. Take something? Su Qiming's face sank. No, you don't need to take anything, just follow us directly. Don't worry, since I promised I won't run. If you don't believe me just hold the fifth sister as a hostage at your place. Steeply, Su Baiyan's neck shrank, pointing at herself in confusion and doubt. Me? Hostage? In the end, Su Baiyan was still held as a hostage. Su Mayan's character is something they naturally understand as parents. She is serious and stubborn, and will not go back on her words, not to mention that she is willing to leave a hostage behind. Su Qiming is also an extremely confident person. Leaving the address and then Qin Xinlan took Su Wen to the hospital to treat his wounds first. Su Baiyan was naturally pulled away together. Su Wen's injuries were not light to say the least, but not heavy either, and after he was cured, he was sent straight back home, while Su Qiming Qin Xinlan took Su Baiyan to continue to the banquet, and reported the news to the Han family. The Han family is satisfied. Their son is about to marry the woman of his choice. They as parents are naturally happy. The key Su Mayan outstanding ability will be an extremely outstanding virtuous wife. But as the minutes ticked by, the two families went from enthusiastic at first to silent. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and a full hour or so had passed since the appointed time. Finally, the Han family couldn't sit still and raised their voices to question what was going on. Su Qiming's phone still couldn't reach Su Mayan, so he had an ugly face and asked Su Baiyan to contact what was going on over there. As a result, the news obtained not only made the rest of the people rise up in anger, but also made Su Baiyan dumbfounded on the spot. They abandoned me. Chapter 95, giving the Han family a blowout opening. Su Sin and his duo went out of the house immediately after they returned home. As for what they took, naturally, it was the marriage license for both of them. Now that it had reached a point where it was unavoidable, the most direct way was to let that Han family die. And these two red books could not only discourage the Han family, but also put an end to Su Qiming's various similar intentions in the future. Once and for all. Of course, that doesn't rule out the real kind of shamelessness, but if it really came to that point, Su Sun could only break it with his strength. Seeker, if we're all here, why don't we go in? This is late. Work for many years, making Su Mayan time concept is extremely strong, but over can give Su Sun speechless. A brain crash just popped over. If we're late, we're late. Why do we have to be on time just because they tell us to be on time? It's so humiliating. Besides, are you in such a hurry to sell yourself? Su Mayan rubbed her brain. Isn't there you? I believe you will help me solve this trouble. Ha, so what if I can't? Then we'll just keep running. The world's so big anyway. Sooner or later there'll be a place for us to live. That's a pretty good mindset you have. But you don't want your hostage sister? Su Mayan smiled at his words. Don't worry, she's not stupid. If there's a problem she'll definitely run away the first time. That's not really. Yo, speak of the devil. The moment the phone rang, Su Sun reached out and took the cell phone in front of Su Mayan's desk and hung it up directly. A short while later, his own phone rang, but it still hung right up on him. So, Su Mayan's phone rang again, repeated several times where Su Sun hung up. Even if the message is not returned, Su Mayan was puzzled. There must be something wrong with fifth sister's call. Why don't we go in? Who knows that Su Sun not only didn't listen to her, but instead pulled Su Baiyan's phone into the blacklist and then sent another text message. Fifth sister, the family forced to forgive me difficult to follow. I have the right to choose happiness. Death will not accept that so-called marriage. So I am now with the small search has been on the way out of Jiangcheng. If the situation is serious or have the intention to go abroad, I am afraid that it is difficult to see each other again in the future. Today is the big sister sorry for you. If there is a next life and then make up for you as an ox. This life our sisterhood has been exhausted. Do not miss. Sumayan only saw Susun holding her cell phone for a while, and when she took it back to take a look, her heart jumped. Why did you send a fake message? If she sees this text message from you, she'll die of embarrassment. Susun smiled faintly. It's fine, she's heartless and scared to death. At most she feels abandoned, feels betrayed, and then feels she's been sold. Oops, it's fine. Sumayan felt a sickening chill, thinking that Susun was really too malicious, but fortunately it wasn't true. Otherwise she was afraid that she could blame herself for the rest of her life if she really encountered such a situation. Okay, a little joke. Now it's our turn to play. Inside the box, there had just been a long silence. A growl was the first to break the silence. What did you say? I said, they both left me behind and sold me out. I just messaged and called my big sister and never answered. And in the end, I was even directly blacked out. Then, I received a message from my big sister. She said she wouldn't join forces. Now she has left Jiangcheng. The people present were dumbfounded. A dead silence once again fell over the large box. This was followed by a roar of thunderous rage. This rebellious daughter. Su Qiming's face was so gloomy that it was nearly dripping. He really didn't expect that he trusted Sumayan so much, but this good daughter of his had set him up once again. Obviously it wasn't like this before. How did you become like this now? Su Dong, do you want to give me a reasonable explanation? Why is this different from what you said? At this time, the Han family is even more angry. Just a mouthful of in-laws called. Now simply cold face. Su Qiming is like a fish in the throat. Really did not know that this kind of accident will happen. Can only say, obviously she said good. I also did not expect. Su Qiming, are you playing our Han family like a clown? How many times has this happened? I'm sorry in-laws. This was really an accident. But don't worry, I'll get her back. Enough. There's going to be a few more times to make a scene. Even though it's my son who has a crush on your girl, it doesn't mean your Su family can tease us like this. No, really. I don't care if you guys have it or not. You must call your daughter over to me today, or suffer the consequences. Su Qiming had never been so humble to anyone. Even when facing a big family like the Tang family, he had never been pointed at and scolded like he was today. He was full of resentment, but he had to compromise reality, simply because he needed the Han family's help. Just then, seemingly aware of her husband's humiliation, Qin Shinlan anxiously said on the side, "It's Su Sun. It must be Su Sun. As long as we find him, we can find Muyen." So Han? Which one? Han Bogij looked puzzled. Sohan is my family's call. The driver's son. Recently, he has lost my Mayan's mind in some unknown way, making my Mayan defend him in all kinds of ways, and he must be the one who urged my Mayan to run away. What? There's such a thing? Han Bogij was furious. Doesn't this mean that the relationship between the two is not ordinary? A driver's son dares to steal a woman from my son? That's not possible. Su Qiming reminded in a small voice. What's impossible? Hasn't this already run off with your girl, and you still speak for him? This is one size fits all, and the two of them really aren't what you think they are. But this fling, old Su, what else are you saying for him? It must have been Su's son who flirted with him, if it wasn't for that little. Boom! With a loud bang, the door of the compartment was suddenly kicked open, and a figure rushed in with lightning speed, leaping at Qin Shinlan in a forced fight in the air. Qiankuan collects the Devil's Palm. Chapter 96, Su Sun is a mistress. It happened so suddenly that Qin Shinlan didn't even react, subconsciously covering her cheeks and hissing angrily, "Who dares to hit me?" But when she looked up, the figure in front of her silenced her and infuriated him to no end. Su Young, it's Sohan again. Somehow Qin Shinlan even felt a hint of reasoning. After all, apart from Su Sun, I'm afraid no one else could do such a thing. In an instant, panic, anger and the embarrassment of being caught in the act surfaced in his mind together. But more than that, it was the anger that gradually overflowed her chest. Actually being beaten up like this in front of her in-laws, how could she raise her head in the future? How can she hold her head up in the future? In the future, whenever the in-laws recall this important day, it will be this humiliating scene of their own. Won't they be reduced to a laughingstock for the rest of their lives? Su Sun, you out. Don't curse, I'll fight. As soon as the words started, there was another jumping forced fight, and Qin Shinlan, who had managed to stand up, was slapped to the ground again. Su Qiming panicked and went up to assist. As a man, he couldn't even protect his own woman. His heart was ashamed and angry. He knew that Su Sun's degree of insanity did not dare to make a move, but the anger in his heart could not be stopped, and he could only stare angrily at Su Sun. Su Sun, what the hell are you doing? Didn't you say you wouldn't do it? It's hard to believe that you're going to go back on your word. It can't be helped. Who told someone to provoke me? I'm a person with sensitive muscles who can't take a little anger. Su Sun, don't forget that you swore a poisonous oath. Beware of bad karma. Well, then what? Then what? At that moment, Su Qiming's eyes glared round with disbelief. You have made the most vicious poisonous oath. You break your promise, beware of the curse of no good death. So what? I'm an atheist. Any poisonous oaths, curses and such don't work on me. I bounce back. The words out of the two, nearly a white I fainted. Especially Qin Shinlan, chest trembling violently, really angry, nearly suffered. They knew that Su Sun was crazy and didn't follow common sense, but they didn't expect that he could actually be crazy enough to ignore even the poisonous oath he had taken. They really regretted believing Su Sun's bull *******. A person who is not even a normal person nowadays. Are the words he said still human words? On this side, a few people passionately confronted each other. On the other side, Su Baiyan came to Su Muyan's side in surprise. Big sister? Didn't you two run away? Silly girl, am I that kind of person? Your big sister? How could I possibly leave you behind and run away? So what was that message you sent me? It scared the out of me. What do you think? That was just a joke seeker played on you. Su Baiyan's pretty face darkened. Fine. This damn stinking Su Sun, to actually use this kind of thing to scare me. Big sister, you don't know how desperate I was the moment I saw the news. Today this is something I will definitely return. Well, what's to give back? Don't come crying to me then. Just as the two were whispering, a sudden roar interrupted them. Why don't you two rebellious daughters hurry over here? Look at how your mom has been beaten up. At those words, the sisters' faces changed and they subconsciously stepped forward. However, Su Sun reached out and stopped the two, turning back with a cold look on his face. What? You want to get scolded for sticking your hot face up your cold ass again, don't you? But that is, after all, get lost. I don't want these two rebellious girls to care. Get the hell out of here as far as they want to go. Wide-eyed wolves through and through. In an instant, the words came to an abrupt end, and the trace of sympathy that had just risen in Su Mayan vanished. Qin Shinran didn't even realize that every time she made a demon, she would wear down the mother-daughter bond between the two sides, and when the number of times was too many, the last trace of kinship would completely die out. But not only did she not realize it, her heart was nothing but anger. As if today, not only was she angry at Su Sun for doing it, but she was even more dissatisfied with her two daughters for not standing on her side. In her opinion, no matter what she, as a mom, did, as a daughter she had to do whatever she was told and stand by her side unconditionally. And this repeated disobedience of Su Baiyan was regarded by her as treasonous, and she doesn't need such a treacherous daughter. Su Sun's sudden appearance brought about a good deal of clamor, and the Han family, who had been watching from the sidelines for a long time and had been silent, finally sorted out the relationship between the two sides. It turned out that the man who made the move was Su Sun, the son of that Su family chauffeur, and the man who compelled Su Mayan, for this kind of existence that didn't know the sky and the earth. They, the Han family, were extremely disdainful. It's not even if a subordinate's son is delusional, but he actually dares to be so rampant. It's simply lawless. You're Su Sun? Su Sun raised an eyebrow and looked at the man who spoke in confusion. Which one of you? My name is Han Boj. I'm the chairman of the Han group in the next city. You who or a foreign name? Hamburger? Your name is Hamburger? What did you say? Han Boj's face suddenly changed. He actually always knew that his name would produce ambiguity, but with his status no one ever dared to make such a comment. But now he was actually insulted to his face? Kid, do you want to die? Instantly, Su Sun's eyes turned cold. So, you're a very overbearing person? I've always treated people kindly, but if they mess with me, I won't stop. So what? What did I provoke you to do? Just because I called out your name? How can you be so precious? You don't even let others call out your own name? Then why do you even have a name? Han Boj was furious. Kid, how dare you mention this? Then, he laughed back in anger. Fine. I can let this matter go with you, but you actually dare to snatch a woman from my Han family. You've got a lot of guts. What? Su Sun put on a puzzled face. Robbing your Han family of a woman? How come I didn't know there was such a thing? Kid is still pretending. If it wasn't for you Su Mayan, how could you have repeatedly refuted my Han family's face 3 times? With a hiss, Su Sun touched his chin and became even more puzzled. When? Su Mayan is your Han family's woman. Does she know it herself? Parents' orders, matchmakers' orders, this is her destiny. It's also the result of the two families' deliberations. She can't escape it. Oh, so you guys are planning to force people? The two families have been married for a long time. What kind of coercion is this? Instead, it's you, the interloper. Aren't you ashamed of destroying the future couple's beautiful affair? Han Boj did not come up to use the background power to press people, because he understands the youthfulness of today's young people. Some people just like to rise to the challenge, even if it is hard. Even some of these exciting behaviors can be complacent by considering themselves defiant. So he used moral condemnation to force Su Sun to compromise, so that Su Sun knew what to do. After all, but anyone with a little bit of face would not do that kind of unethical thing to ruin a marriage. It's just that he didn't even realize that Su-sun didn't accept moral attacks at all. As soon as he finished speaking on his side, Su-sun on the other side laughed out loud as if he had heard some kind of joke. The smile was full of sarcasm. The laugh was full of contempt. Han Bo-gij became furious. Kid, what are you laughing at? Is it honorable to be a mistress? Junior? With what qualification do you call me a junior? With a snap, Su-sun's laughter withdrew and violently slapped the 2 red books on the table. Watch this, we are the legal couple. The real junior is your Han family. This precious son of yours. Now it's my turn. Hamburger, your family is mistresses. Is it honorable? Chapter 97, The Han Family's Undying Heart. My name is Han Bo-gi. I know, Hamburger. I said my Chinese name is Han Bo-gij. Nonsense. The Chinese for hamburger is obviously hamburger. I'm a 211 finance student. This English class is still not difficult for me. Kid, are you looking for nothing? What do you mean there's nothing to worry about? I just call your name and call it nothing to do? Is it not possible for people like you can only bite a certain dong boss flattery? Kid, you're rampant. What's there to roar about? You're the only one who can yell. What's wrong with me calling you names? You middle-aged hamburger. Su-sun, you bastard. How dare you speak to Mr. Han like that? In a flash, the Palman tents suddenly appeared. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, Su-sun catapulted backward, jumping and tottering turn, fiercely slapped on Su Chiming's face. Since when is an adult conversation a worm worthy of interrupting? How dare you speak out of turn? It seems you've forgotten how much my slap hurts. Su Chiming roared in anger. Su-sun, this is what you forced me to do. I won't let you go. Ha, how? Do you want to use the entire Su clan to suppress and target me? So what if it is? Use that line of yours. So what? With a loud snap, Su-sun shot out directly. What? I call you that what? I told you to do that. Then what? Su Chiming roared. Snap. So what? So what? Snap. What the hell? Keep on whacking. Snap. Su-sun just slapped a howdy-do, pumping Su Chiming to stiffen up in a row. Shin Shinlan on the side were scared silly. The heart that called a dare not say anything, can only silently look at their long years of old partner suffered some face massage. Su Mu Yen and Su Bai Nian at this time in the heart of mixed feelings. Su Chiming is, after all, their father. As a daughter is so, eyeballs watching her father was beaten more or less a little treasonous, but the duo didn't step forward to stop them, because they didn't want to endure another hot-faced to cold-ass experience. Big sister, are we considered unfilial daughters? Dad is being slapped and we're doing nothing. I feel like we're being a little bit ungrateful now. Su Mayan comforted with a slight bitterness. It's alright, they are the ones who disowned the 6 relatives first. Can't it be that you still want to be disliked and abused for helping with good intentions once again? The sound of the sisters' conversation was not too loud and not too small, and it just happened to reach Su Chiming's ears, making him want to vomit blood in depression. Obviously dislike has been your mom, not me. You guys come to help me pull this little away, ah. At least you can also get a few less slaps, ah. Yet no one could hear the call of his heart, nor did he get his 2 daughters to come up and stop him. At this moment, Su Chiming really hoped that Su-sun could make some strength. After all, after fainting, he would not know anything. But Su-sun did not make much effort. Just moderate strength. Just one after another on his face. Extremely humiliating. But just when he was in despair and couldn't stand it anymore, a miracle actually happened. A suit cuff suddenly appeared, and the palm that repair grabbed Su-sun's wrist. Su-sun froze. What? You also want to try my exclusive massage? Enough is enough. See it through. What did you say? I say, just leave it as it is. Uncle Su is an elder after all. It's too much for you, a junior, to make a move on an elder. That's fine. How about you take the beating for him and let go on my end? At once, Han Mingyu froze for a moment. He had thought that it was just a joke, but after he saw Su-sun's serious and expectant eyes, he realized that the man in front of him was actually for real. Ha ha ha, just kidding, don't mind it. Su-sun patted Han Mingyu's shoulder, then drew out a chair and sat down on his own. Ignoring the strange looks around him, Han Mingyu's gaze sank, realizing that Su-sun wasn't a reckless person, as if he had some kind of backbone behind him. But seeing Su-sun so arrogant, Han Bo-gij, who was his father, almost didn't hold back, but Han Mingyu reached out in time to stop him. Alright, let's all calm down first. The focus right now should be on what's on the table. This brother Su-sun seems to have given us some great surprises. Only then did the crowd move their attention back to the 2 marriage licenses on the table. Shin Shinlan climbed up from the ground. When she saw the 2 red books, instantly her face changed drastically. She grabbed them and surveyed them in horror. Upon confirming the contents inside, her entire being was instantly dumbfounded. How can this be? How could you 2 have gotten a license? No way. This must be a fake. It must be a fake. Immediately afterward, Su Chiming also grabbed the red book to check it out, and was instantly met with a black face. Then there was Han's father, Han's mother, and even Han Mingyu. Suffice it to say, almost everyone was shocked, especially Su Qiming and Qin Xinlan felt that the heavens had played a huge joke on them, and both felt that this was just a fake, a ploy used by Su Mayan to escape the wedding. But no matter how much one denies it, the contents of the book look like they're true no matter what. Han Bogij became angry. Su Dong, do you want to give me an explanation? Why did the two of them get me the license first? I don't know. It's impossible. It's possible for anyone but these two. No way. What? The evidence is in front of you and you're still equivocating. With this move, it completely caught everyone off guard. As expected, Han's father and mother immediately withdrew from the marriage. No matter what, their Han family could not marry a married woman. It's just that they didn't expect their son to be more determined than they thought. Mom and Dad, it's okay, they're just getting a license as a means of escaping marriage. I don't mind. No, how can you marry a married woman? Dad, it's fine, as long as the people present today don't say that outsiders won't know. Even if they do, it doesn't matter. Is our Han family still afraid of that little bit of gossip? But this Su Mayan is determined to refuse the marriage. So what's the point of you marrying such a woman back? It's fine. Feelings can be cultivated slowly. But Mu Yen did go overboard this time, and should really ask for a reasonable statement. At this moment, Su did not make a move and just watched the whispers of the Han family's few people. This Han family is a little more difficult than he imagined. It is reasonable to say that after seeing the certificate, they will immediately state their position. And now they do not state their position shows that they are definitely still not dead. But this is no longer dead. Heart is useless. With him and the Han family today will not be able to achieve the purpose. How's it going? Have you discussed it yet? Is it going to be an annulment? A few of you from the Han family, you don't want your own son's knowledge of 3 is 3 to get out, do you? Chapter 98, Extremely Calm. Han Mingyu, famous family. The most taboo is to be others behind the back of chewing the root of the tongue. More cannot allow others to slander. If their own son passed out this kind of reputation, then in the future the circle can still hold up their heads? Han Bogij retorted with a cold face. Don't you dare argue here. So what if you got your license first? It's our two families that had the marriage contract first. You're still a third-party interloper. I have a license. The two families agreed that the door is right for the family. Everyone knows this. Even if you make rumors others won't believe your bull. I have a license. You're just an ordinary person. You're not even in the same world as the Su family's young lady. So if you know what you're doing, you should take the initiative to leave, so as not to make others laugh. Well, I have a license, kid. Han Bogij was truly infuriated. His face grim. What do you have besides this one card? I advise you not to be ungrateful. Oh, then I'll have more. Saying that, Su Sun got up and walked over to Su Mayan, wrapping an arm around her thin waist. Now, then I'm going to start. We're a good match. We know each other, and we love each other. We've known each other since we were kids and grew up together. And we're kind of like childhood sweethearts, spending time together and knowing each other cold and hot. Now we're out on the road, sharing the same pain and suffering, still sharing the same room and supporting each other. All that alone. Does your son have it? I'm afraid the two of them haven't even spoken to each other more than a few times, and are only at the point where they know their names, right? Don't ever say anything about money or background. Doesn't that feel shallow? Do you, the Han family, think you can get everything just because you have money? Think that my Mayan can be bought away with money? Yen look at the husband your good parents chose for you. People think you're a gold-digging woman and want to buy you with money. Su Mayan's cheeks burned at this intimate address and gesture, but she understood that today was not the time to be shy, so she went along with the words. I, Su Mayan, will not care about those false ones. I only need the ones that are good to me as well as the ones that I like, and nothing else matters. Two uncles and aunts. I don't know your son and I can't be that gold-worshipping daughter-in-law in your hearts. Han Bogij's face changed. Don't listen to him. I didn't say that. It doesn't matter anymore if you say it or not. I can already see your intentions very clearly. A strong twisted melon is not sweet, so I hope this is the end of it. The Han family is all gloomy. Su Qiming Qin Xilan's two faces were also very ugly. How could they not accept that Su Mayan and Su Sun had done such a strange and humiliating thing? Even if Su Mayan wanted to repent the marriage, even if she went to a beggar, whoever it was couldn't be Su Sun anyway. Qin Xilan pointed at Su Mayan trembling. Mayan, do you know what you've done? How could you do? What? Su Mayan disgraced you guys by being with an ordinary person like me? Su Seek, you know full well that's not what I'm referring to. What's that? I'm just a driver's son, the account book kind. Mu Yen and I have been spending time with each other and coming together is considered to be the right thing to do. Speaking of which, I still have to thank the two of you for giving me a chance. The Su Qin duo's faces changed drastically. Su Sun actually knew about the account? But when you think about it, it's true. Both of them got their licenses, so they definitely can't hide it. The two men were so remorseful. They saw whoever said that Su-sun was the driver's son and ended up giving Su-sun a suitable reason instead. Now that the two of them have taken the license again, and there are outsiders around, they can't even poke the two of them even if they want to. After all, that would be a disgrace to the Su family. It's suffocating. It's really suffocating. Okay guys, now that that's out of the way, we're going to pull out. I'm sure the name mistress isn't everyone's cup of tea, and I hope some people don't end up with their reputations ruined because of a woman they don't really know well. After saying that, Su-sun tucked away the red book on the table and led Su-mayan to leave straight away, leaving behind a dashing back. However, the two had just disappeared into the doorway when Su-sun immediately turned back. Idiot, what are you still standing there for? Let's go. As soon as he yanked over Su-bainyan, Su-sun once again left a sprightly back. At this moment, the people in the box looked at each other with a dead silence. It can be said that Han's father and mother were on the verge of an outbreak, but in the end, Han Bogi held back. Su-sun was right. He couldn't let his son's reputation be ruined because of a woman he wasn't familiar with, or even affect the family's reputation. A woman don't want it. Mingyu, this Su-mayan doesn't deserve to be in my Han family. Turn around and mom and dad will find you someone prettier than her. Han Mingyu smiled faintly. Dad, do you think I'm that shallow? Since Mayan and I are not meant to be, forget it. Han's father and mother were suddenly relieved, but also felt heartbroken by their son's understanding. Obviously his own son's looks, body, education, ability and background are all impeccable, so such a good man is actually still disliked? It's so ungrateful. That, Han Dong, Su Dong, there's no need to say some words. Let's stop here between our two families. You'd better go mind your daughter more. Highway. After quite a bit of time to digest, Su-bainyan still had a hard time believing the fact that her big sister and Su-sun had gotten the license. Even though Su-sun had already informed that it was a fake marriage, she always had a feeling that there was something wrong with her big sister somewhere, seemingly resisting the issue. Stinky Su-sun, are you guys really married under false pretenses? It's not going to lie to me, is it? Egg, why are you so annoying? How many times do you want me to say it? Are you afraid that I'm going to do something bad to your big sister? Even if I could see her, she can't see me. That's not necessarily true, Su-bainyan muttered in a small voice. What did you say? Wait, something's not right. This car behind us has been following us for a long time. Suddenly, Su-sun realized something was wrong. Hurry, speed up, turn right at the intersection ahead. Don't ask why. Come on. The black sedan in which the three people were riding quickly turned and accelerated, and roared all the way, while the two silver subs behind them were in hot pursuit. Su-mayan also gradually realized the seriousness of the matter, and silently drove the car towards the small road under Su-sun's instructions, heading into the suburbs. Stop the car. The car jerked to a halt as it passed an artificial forest, and without saying a word, Su-sun dragged the two of them out of the car and rushed them into the narrow, dense forest. Go back down inside the woods. Before the two had a chance to reply, they saw Su-sun return to the driver's side and drive away, and the sisters could only watch them leave from the shadows. But not for a while. There was a loud explosion in the distance, and then the sisters saw a burst of fire in the direction of the distant sky. Chapter 99, One Move in a Second. Boss, they stopped. Looks like they know there's nowhere to run. Everyone out of the car. Something's wrong with the boss. Why did that car turn around? Not good. He seems to have accelerated. The leading big man sniffed and looked over. His face instantly shocked. Just now was also chased by their own car around now actually turned around, but also accelerated towards this side, which is obviously do not want a life intends to come to a life for a life. Quickly, everyone on board, turn around. On the other side, Su-sun drove the speeding sedan with an expressionless face, as if the car he was driving wasn't crashing into anyone, but just accelerating normally. Yet as bland as his appearance was, the flash of excitement in his eyes fully revealed his thoughts. He's serious. Since some people didn't want him to have a good time, then he was going to see who was more life-thirsty. Let's see if this group of people had the sense to sacrifice their lives in order to accomplish their mission or not. Just as that group of car chasers fell back in terror, suddenly, Su-sun's speeding car actually slowed down. The two silver SUVs had been scared back to a safe distance, and seeing the crashing car come to a stop instantly gave them the feeling that they were being teased. The leading man burst into a rage. He felt that the opposite side is playing a psychological game with himself, and he is at least a knife-mouth licking blood-like existence. Actually being scared by this kind of mundane routine is simply a strange shame. So, he stopped escaping and commanded his men to crash head-on at once. He'd like to see who had the bigger balls. But what I didn't expect was that just as his order was about to exit, the car in front of him that should have slowed down actually accelerated again, faster and fiercer than before. More suddenly, duck! At that instant, the big man cried out in terror, and subconsciously was backing up to avoid not caring about what hit his face or not, because it was as if he felt the god of death beckoning to him. Before he even had time to be afraid, he heard a loud bang, and another SUV that reacted a little late was hit head-on, sending up a burst of fire. Shocked, horrified, terrified, several people got out of the car and looked at the scene of the explosion not far away. Their hearts poofed wildly and a chill ran down their spines. 10 members working together, and just all of a sudden half of them are gone straight away? Although they had come with the purpose of collecting their lives, they still lamented that the other side was truly a bunch of crazy people when they saw such a scene of their own brothers being killed back. Otherwise it wouldn't have taken 2 women to fight to the death. Boss, what should we do? We've lost 5 brothers at once, and the key 2 women are also dead. How are we going to deliver? The purpose of this group of people from the beginning was a man named Su-sun. As for the 2 women around them, there was no intention to see blood at all. It came out of nowhere, and instantly disrupted their plans. That kid is tough enough, let's just tell it like it is. But, there were 1,000 instructions over there not to hurt those 2 women, but they're all dead. Will we still get paid? And now you're thinking about your crappy payoff. It's gotten too big this time, and we still need that side to clean up our mess for us, so we'll just have to tell it like it is. Who's going to take care of your aftermath? Can you tell me about it? Suddenly, a ghostly voice rang out from behind the crowd. Such a tense situation suddenly came to such an end that several people stood in sweat and turned back violently. Only a youth in his 20s seemed to smile as he slowly stepped forward. That smile was flat, that laugh disdainful. Who are you? The leading big man's face changed, and at that moment, the junior brother beside him appeared to recognize the youth's identity. Old boss, he seems to be our target today. Su-sun. What? At these words, the 5 people beside the silver SUV were instantly alert, and even a wave of uneasiness vaguely rose in their hearts. The leading big man even saw a hint of threat in Su-sun. Su-sun's appearance was too weird, and he shouldn't be alive. Everyone saw the 2 cars collide. Even half of his men were gone. Why is this Su-sun still alive? Are you a human or a ghost? Su-sun revealed an amiable smile. Of course I'm human, but thanks to your blessings, I almost died. The leader asked again. What about the 2 women? They're dead, and you should be happy that you've succeeded in your goal. Dead. Something even more unacceptable to several people happened. Their target for today didn't die. Instead, the 2 who shouldn't have died. The leading big man continued. Then why are you still alive? Obviously everyone is dead. It's only right that you shouldn't be alive. Oops. I just let go and suddenly reversed myself. So I jumped out of the car. So I survived. I'm so lucky to be alive. Several big men were all confused. So it was the young man's idea to fight to the death. But at the critical moment he left the 2 women and jumped out of the car himself? How can there be such a brazen person in this world? The leading man's face was gloomy. More and more felt that the youth in front of him was not right. This calm appearance, this calm demeanor, it was not at all like a young man in his 20s as they had received information. The leading big man was enraged. Why are you so vicious? It was clearly your bad idea, but you abandoned your companions to live on alone. Are you still a human being? How can you still laugh out loud? Do you still have some humanity? Isn't it all because you guys forced it out? I also have no choice in the matter. So as long as I solve you guys to avenge him, then they didn't die unjustly. What did you say? In the next second, the crowd saw Su-sun move. That leisurely pace, that always calm demeanor, everything was so in control. The big man was in a state of shock and disbelief, but on second thought he was laughed at by his own cowardly thoughts. It's just a brat, not to mention him alone, but they have 5 other trained professional fighters at the moment. What's a little youth to fight with? Kid, obviously you run just fine. Have to come out to find what existence. Then you give me another death. However, before he finished his harsh words, he only saw Su-sun snatch the iron rod in the hands of one of them, and as he flung it in a seemingly smooth manner, almost simultaneously, the heads of the 4 men all suffered a heavy blow, and they all fell to the ground in unison without a sound. At that moment, the leading big man looked horrified, and a monstrous fear swept through his body. Seconds. Chapter 100 Car Accident Explosion. Big Sister's license plate. At this point, the big man was already completely filled with fear throughout his body. This time the operation counted himself as a full 10 well trained to 1 against the existence of the crowd. But the other party was so glib, and even just slightly out of the way to make him a lightweight all of a sudden. This level of ruthlessness and decisiveness was unheard of in his life. To know that he never intended to play any cat and mouse game, come up as directly to move the reel. In the moment of seeing Su-sun appeared has been instructed to go down manpower and iron bar ready to go. And even he himself will also be personally out to solve the battle of the lightning fast and furious. The lion's fight with the hare is also with all his strength is interpreted by him in the best way. He simply didn't believe that Su-sun could take even a single move from them. However, the truth is just so unbelievable. With just one move, In turn, the 4 people on his side fell to the ground at the same time. Seeing this horrifying scene, the big man froze in place, his hands holding the iron rod trembling slightly. Watching Soo-sun slowly walk towards himself, the big man even felt a fear he had never felt in his life. It was simply unimaginable for him, a person who often licked blood from the knife's mouth. He stammered, what are you doing? You've already succeeded in your revenge. Do you still want to drive out the whole world? Of course not. The corner of Soo-sun's mouth was playful. As long as you are willing to tell me the mastermind behind it, I will let you go. After all, I've already gotten my revenge, haven't I? The big man hesitated for just a second before Soo-sun let out a long sigh right after. Alas, I knew that your kind is most credible preferring to die. Never mind, I won't ask. I'd better give you an honorable departure. What? As that iron rod was raised, the big man's pupils shrunk. How could he not imagine that someone would actually be so unorthodox, not even giving a chance to react? If he asked, he might still be able to talk tough and maneuver a wave, but it's the first time he's seen one that doesn't give a reaction and directly strikes, and he's really afraid. Wait, I said. I don't know who's behind it. Then you'd better be on your way. Wait. But I know the one who contacted us was Brother Tiger in the north of the city. The Tiger who is known as the Underground Emperor. One of the 3 big families in Zhengcheng. The Wu family. I think you also know. That Wu family is the underground to make a fortune. And that Tiger is the 2nd youngest person in the Wu family. I really didn't lie to you. Other than that, I really don't know anything else. The big man's legs went weak and he fell to his knees in supplication, looking up with eyes full of hope and compliments that longed for a way out of life. He was truly regretting taking the job. In front of him, this is a real madman, the kind that doesn't say anything to karma people. He has never seen this kind of ruthless person in his life. He really wants to live. He had thought that he would get Soo-sun's forgiveness if he took off with his plate. After all, if you do a good job, you will meet in the future. And he had already exposed the name of Tiger and the Wu family, so he thought that Soo-sun would be afraid of 2 points. However, he once again saw Soo-sun's disappointed sigh. His eyes gradually began to panic. Don't you come over. Alas, though you have told the truth, it is as good as nothing. You had better accompany your brothers down. Wait, I can take you to Tiger. With a muffled sound, the last lone member of this 10-man squad went on the road with them. Looking at the mess on the ground and the fire not far away, Soo-sun's eyes were ghostly, and his heart actually retrieved the fervor and impulse that hadn't appeared for a long time. After playing a lot of small talk, it's time to get real. The Wu family? That's interesting. I just don't know if it's the handiwork of the Su family, the Tang family, or that Han family, but whoever it is, find you in 3 days. Afterwards, Soo-sun left the scene. He didn't bother to deal with those bodies at the scene because some people were definitely more anxious than him. Certain people sit back and think they are in control and definitely don't want to see an accident of this magnitude happen. And he favors the opposite. So Su-seeker ran to the law enforcement office to call the police and voluntarily confess, because he was merely driving in a car that was robbed and then forced to stop for murder by the thugs. He got scared, so he drove and forced his way out of the car and accidentally got into a car accident. There is no surveillance on that road. 2 silver cars directly blocking the left and right dual carriageway, and his car was driving normally on the right, so he can't be blamed for the accident. As for the dead people, it had even less to do with him. It was the group that had a disagreement and killed each other. Plus, how could he, an ordinary college student, kill 5 strong men with 1 blow? Moreover, 2 of them are still fugitive wanted criminals who have actually had human lives. The police have suspicions, but there is no evidence, nor have they found any fingerprints of Soo-sun on the bodies of the several people who died. So Soo-sun had his case temporarily closed for self-defense against murder for money. After all, a handless college student and the evil group of fugitive wanted criminals. Naturally, a harmless ordinary youth like Soo-sun is more likely to be trusted. But a new suspect was also implicated from the several people who died there. Several people did not kill each other, but were killed in a single blow. The leader of that group and another had been a mercenary abroad for many years, and those who could possess the ability to kill many people with 1 blow or even kill such mercenaries in seconds were definitely similar characters, even those who were professional killers. For a moment, a non-existent professional assassin came into the attention of the law enforcement agency and even the rest of the world. Soo-sun left the law enforcement bureau after making a statement, saying that he had to wait for notification, but in fact there would be no more opportunities to come over here without any surprises. Now that it's okay, it's time to get down to business. But before that there was still a trip home, and I don't know if the 2 went back yet. Coming to the side of the road, Soo-sun took a cab and headed for home. After arriving home, she realized that the 2 women did not come back, which made him a little strange. It is reasonable to say that Su Mayan's car destroyed her, as the owner of the car will certainly receive the police notification. Why the delay in the appearance of the 2 women? And now why did not come back? He called Su Mayan, but Su Mayan's phone had actually been unreachable. Then he called Su Baiyan again, only to get the news that they went back to the Su family to question Su's house half an hour ago. Su family people each ended their busyness have returned home. The only few people left at home although gathered in the living room, but the atmosphere is surprisingly depressing. Everyone actually understood why, but everyone unanimously chose not to poke at it. But there are always accidents, and a news item suddenly inserted on the TV directly broke the tranquility. The latest news is that a vicious incident has occurred on Taimei Road near the Chinai Forest Park. According to reliable information, 2 silver SUV chased and robbed a tail number 6688 black car, which there are 2 criminals for the fugitive murder of the most wanted criminals. Criminals vicious. After forcing a stop in the black sedan is up to the idea of murder. Black sedan owners fled in panic. Due to the thugs blocking too much lead to the sedan crashed into one of the SUV, a violent explosion. Rumor has it that the accident casualties have reached at least 5 people. Follow-up casualties are still being counted. The Su family members who heard this news were confused, and some even stood up immediately in shock. Qin Xinlan didn't understand why Lao Er was so agitated and was still wondering, "What are you doing, Evening Chang?" Staggering and scaring Xiaowen. At this moment, it could be said that the faces of everyone else except Qin Xinran and Su Wen were very ugly, including Su Qiming, who also had a shocked look on his face. Su Wanqing looked at her mother, her heart clenched violently, and hoarsely asked, "Mom, do you know whose license plate 6688 is? Who's that?" "How would I know?" Qin Xinlan looked puzzled. For some reason, Su Wanqing, who heard this, inexplicably smiled, her tone thick with apprehension and disappointment. "It's Big Sister. This is Big Sister's license plate." Chapter 101, Cutting it off completely and returning everything to the Su family. "What? Your big sister? How is that possible? I even met up with her at lunchtime, so it was probably just a license plate collision." "Mom, do you want to see the charred outline of the car on the TV? And the small print underneath about the sedan's license plate? There? Let me take a look." Qin Xinlan's eyes narrowed, and when she saw what was inside she suddenly let out a joyful laugh. "Big Ben, it's not worth much money." "Mom!" Su Wanqing yelled out of control. "Do you know that Big Sister is also driving this car? The license plate, the car model and the time all match. This is clearly Big Sister." It wasn't until then that Qin Xinlan grasped the point and realized the seriousness of the matter. However, she was still unwilling to believe that Su Mayan had died just like that. So she said, "Coincidence? Your big sister was still so proud to leave at that moment at noon. How could something happen this time?" Hearing this retort, Su Wanqing's heart at this moment could be described as shocked beyond words. It's reasonable to say that a mother would be anxious to hear even the slightest trace of her daughter's accident. But what was her own mother doing? Has she ever been the least bit worried? Don't even know what kind of car their kids drive or what license plate. "No, I'm going to call my big sister. Don't let anything happen. Don't let anything happen." Su Wanqing panicked and dialed Su Mayan, but invariably it didn't connect. Hearing the reminder that the phone had been turned off, Su Wanqing became even more desperate. All these signs indicated that something had really happened to her big sister. The sudden bad news threw her into confusion and made it hard for her to think, so much so that she forgot that there was a Su Baiyan to contact. Just as she was grieving, a sudden roar came from the doorway, once again breaking the silence that had been maintained for a short while, and pulling her back from her sadness. "Dad, did you do it?" Only to see Su Mayan burst into the crowd's field of vision in a furious manner. As the saying goes that there must be hope after despair, Su Wanqing really didn't expect hope to come so quickly, and her big sister actually didn't die. "Big sister, you're okay, get out of my way." As soon as she pushed away the ushering sisters and several people, Su Mayan came straight to Su Qiming, her eyes red and full of resentment. "Dad, why are you so cruel? Why do you have to kill him? Can't you stand him?" "Big sister, what do you mean?" Su Wanqing suddenly had a bad feeling rising again. Su Mayan's eyes moistened as she said, "You'll have to ask our good father what he's done." "Dad, what does big sister mean?" Su Wanqing was terrified, and probably already had a guess in her heart that it wouldn't be. At this time, Su Qiming had a puzzled look on his face and was also infuriated by the questioning of his 2 daughters. He didn't bother to respond, just grunted coldly, but the more this attitude intensified the speculations of the two. At that moment, tears fell from Su Mayan's eyes and her face was filled with disappointment and grief. She went to the scene of the accident at that time, and when she saw the skyrocketing flames and the several charred corpses, she was actually in a state of collapse. It was one of the worst accidents she had ever seen, and the hero of the accident was actually someone close to her. Why is this happening? She couldn't believe it and thought it was a huge joke from God. At that moment she rushed straight into the scene despite the fire, but the police came fast and immediately surrounded the scene, stopping her outside. She just waited and waited and waited until the finishing touches of the scene were complete and she was told she could leave with the police later. However, she flinched away from facing the dead Su Sun. Then she thought of her father's threat and it dawned on her. Muddled, she silently returns home against the summons of law enforcement, seeking only one answer, and now she had confirmed the answer she wanted. Shoo, the answer, however, is a little too harsh. Dad, you're so mean. You're really mean. That's a life, and one that's been with you for more than 10 years. How can you bear to lay your hands on it? Dad, this is the last time I'm going to call you Dad, and even though I can't make you pay with your life, I'm going to avenge him, unless you kill me as well. You will surely pay for what happened today. Su Qiming slammed the table and rose up, bursting into a rage. Rebellious daughter, for an outsider to actually dare to speak to your father like this. He. Su Mayan smiled miserably. Outsiders? If I am surrounded by ruthless people like you, then I would rather choose those so-called outsiders. Reverse, you're so against it. So what if I am? Don't forget that fifth sister and I were in the car when you made your move. If it wasn't for Little Seeker's advance warning to drive us off, we would have been among those who died. Since you're so desperate, then we won't show you any more mercy in the future. Big sister, it's useless to talk more with them. We'll go our separate ways in the future. Su Baiyan tucked back her cell phone and tugged Su Muyen to turn around and leave, while also muttering in a low voice, "Right, big sister, we seem to be in a hurry." Su Sun, he seems to be. What do you mean? At this time, Su Qiming was so angry. The two rebellious women came back and left in a dignified manner, really treating his Su family as a vegetable market that comes and goes as it pleases. Stop right there. You too. Su Mayan's face sank as she said unwillingly, "What? Can't help but want to make a move on us so soon? Assholes. You guys have to look at me like that, don't you? Well then, I'll draw a line with you today. From today onwards, everything you have on you concerning the Su family will be returned to me, especially the money. That's the Su family's money. You're not qualified to use it. By what right? That's my big sister's own hard work." Su Baiyan still wanted to argue something, but Su Muyen directly stopped her. Anyway, now that the cards have been laid out, she doesn't care to take anything from the Su family anymore, and she won't have any further involvement with them. Okay, I don't want all these years of hard work. I'll give you everything back. Good. Is that what you said? Never take a dime from the Su family again. As long as you are still in Jiangcheng, I won't let you get a job in Jiangcheng either. The moment these words came out, the face of the several people who were silently anxious on the side, Su Wanqing, suddenly changed. Dad, how could you be so cruel? Right, Dad, you cut off big sister and fifth sister's financial resources and even blocked them. How do you want them to live in the future? Are you going to drive them out of Jiangcheng? The sisters' pleas for mercy had no effect, and with one of Su Qiming's phone calls dialed out, a transfer message had already come from Su Mayan and Su Baiyan's cell phones. They know that it won't be long before the money they have on them will be recovered by the Su family. Su Baiyan is still a little heartbroken, but Su Muyen doesn't care at all, and she only wants to completely sever her relationship with the Su family. What was done was done. What was returned, and the two men lingered no longer. When they left, the three Su Wanqing sisters followed, looking sad and kept asking Su Sun what was going on. But Su Mayan just returned a cold look at these inquiries, as if she wanted to completely sever the bond between the sisters. Su Wanqing was incomparably heartbroken. This was a look she had never seen in her big sister's eyes. How cold, determined. Su Xinru was also very panicked, full of the news of Su Sun's accident, like a magic sound around the ears. Unbearable. Big sister, what's going on? Did something really happen to Little Seeker? Why don't you say something? Su Mayan smiled coldly. Lao San, does it make any difference to you whether something happens or not? You never cared about him anyway. Only leaving such an indifferent reply. Su Mayan left the Su family with Su Baiyan, and this departure was also a true farewell to the Su family. Looking at the departing back, Su Xianro froze in place, lost in thought. Her ears kept surfacing that sentence. You never cared about him, but did I really not care? Jiangcheng, Emperor Jin Hotel. The Han family came to Jiangcheng this time. In addition to the marriage is also considered to be with the task of inspection in Jiangcheng. The hotel is naturally not a secret. Waiting for the two girls to go home in between, Su Sun did not idle, but took this time to go to the Han family to ask something to promote communication. With a creak, the door to the room opened and light filled the dimly lit room. The suited figure in the doorway unbuttoned and hung up his coat as soon as he entered, not noticing that an uninvited guest was sitting on the couch by the window. Hello, young Master Han. Chapter 102. Only suspicion, not proof, is needed. The sudden sound caused Han Myungwoo's movements of hanging up his clothes to freeze, and he slowly turned back to find a figure that shouldn't be here. But he was only slightly surprised for a moment before quickly regaining his composure. Calm and collected. This was the first evaluation Su Sun gave to the man in front of him. With the current reaction, this Han Mingyu has no suspicion for the time being, but the person has a few interesting points. So Han, why did you show up here? No, I should ask if there's something wrong with you showing up here? Susan smiled faintly and opened the door. Yes, there is something. Just after we met and left at noon, I encountered an intentional murder. 10 burly and strong men acted together. It really scared me to death. I don't know if you have any clues to appease my wounded and fragile heart? What? There's actually such a thing? Han Mingyu's brows furrowed as he said with a serious expression. Brother Su-sun, I'm sorry that such a thing happened, but what do you mean by running to ask me now? Thinking that I did it? Don't be nervous, it's just a little bit of a suspicion. After all, it's just a little too sudden for something like this to happen at this point in time. As he spoke, Su-sun surveyed Han Mingyu's expression. Doubt, surprise, and that hint of exasperation. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't see even the slightest hint of weakness on his face. With that, he lazily lay down and looked at the ceiling and then said, how can I put it? I've only had disputes with 3 people or forces so far. A to me cannot tolerate 100 resentment, but also to me also have some fear. The probability is not the courage of this, and they have not yet to the point of the dog anxious to jump over the wall, especially someone extremely love feather. Will never be so fanfare to stir up the fire, and early do not do it late, but this time to do it, it really should not be. There's another one with an even deeper background. They had begged me but were rejected by me. They might have a grudge because of that, but judging from the way they're beating a dead horse at the moment they should still have their hearts in the right place, and they shouldn't be able to touch me, who might be their only lifesaver. Of course, nothing is absolute. I'm not some kind of prophet, it's impossible to guess everything, but compared to this last suspect object, the suspicion of the first 2 is really very, very small. As for this last one, he took the initiative to climb the family, but was given the go-ahead. But he didn't make things difficult for everyone when he encountered this kind of thing, and at first glance, he was a sensible and well-spoken master. But it so happened that just as the matter was settled on the front foot, I, who had been safe and sound, was inexplicably attacked on the back foot. It's too coincidental. It's just too coincidental. Young Master Han, could it be you, or your Han family's handiwork? A silence fell on both sides of the table. Han Mingyu's face was bland the entire time, hanging silk, faintly puzzled, as if he was just listening to a heavenly story. But suddenly, a burst of laughter from him broke the silence. A laughter that carried sarcasm and a hint of disdain. So how did this connect with me? Simply because of your suspicions? I've never met you before, so why would I want to go after you? Because you're jealous. With one word, the smile on Han Mingyu's face froze. Su-sun continued, if it were normal, suspecting you would indeed be a bit far-fetched, but you're just too calm. Not at all like the style of a person who has taken the initiative to ask for a relative 3 times. First, the connection between the Han and Su families was first mentioned by your Han family and so eagerly. This too, general luxury families have their own arrogance. The Han family is much stronger than the Su family. In fact, only need to take the initiative to put a wind to the Su family's recent successive turmoil will certainly tend to be like a rush. But on the contrary, your family of 3 in person to the door, invisible shaped your Han family's weak side, which can be, and I understand that the cloud city of a hegemony of the Han family is too big a difference. This third, to your kind of family if you personally invite marriage was rejected on will be incomparable humiliation. And my family Yen Yen repeatedly refused even put you Han family pigeon you can endure. Shows that you this Han family young master to her desire for a long time. And even don't care about the family dignity of the kind. But on the contrary, show down when you are too calm. Calm unlike words. Originally, I thought that I had met a really cultured and understanding of the rights and wrongs of the rich and powerful. But it is still too coincidental that an accident happened just after we left. It's not like I don't have anyone to hold a grudge against. And it's just that I've been hit with this since your Han family arrived. It reminds me of the old saying that a dog that bites doesn't bark because you don't even know when you've been bitten. Young Han, can you explain it to me clearly? I'm all ears. Upon hearing this, Han Mingyu only sighed softly, the corner of his mouth pulling out an even more disdainful and contemptuous arc. He remained silent, but instead took out a bottle of red wine from the cabinet and poured it into a glass, shaking the glass and walking over to Su-sun and handing it over. Drink some? It tastes good. Su-sun didn't hitch a ride, just silently looking at the smiling tiger in front of him, measuring and gazing. Seeing this, Han Mingyu smiled helplessly and could only bring back the wine glass and take a couple sips himself, saying faintly, I don't know what you're talking about, but this is all just baseless speculation on your part, and I'm not going to go along with your wild suspicions without evidence. Yes, but you didn't deny it either. Su-sun said coldly, what difference does it make? It doesn't matter whether I deny it or not, what matters is whether you have proof. Of course there's a difference, because I'm a person who only needs suspicion, not evidence. Su-sun's voice lurched, slowly rising, Han Mingyu, but you're still too confident. I've already gotten the answer I wanted. So what? Han Mingyu shook his red wine, his face full of disbelief. Do you dare to act recklessly without evidence? then be careful that you not only don't get justice, but instead, you'll be deeply involved and lose more than you gain. Young Han, is that a threat? Han Mingyu nodded slightly. Well, it can also be taken as a small warning from me. People, only when you're strong enough can you make decisions for yourself. Otherwise, you're just a toy to be teased. At this time, the laughter in Han Mingyu's eyes was even greater, and although he didn't directly admit it, the sneer in his smile was already completely disdainful of covering it up. He boldly to the bed to sit heavily, while drinking red wine, while the window seems to mumble, people or need to know the difference between the class, but also need to know that is not yours is not your after all, the wisdom to retreat, in order to get a new world, or one day in the darkness do not know Well, that's a good point, next time don't say it again. Don't worry, there won't be a next time. I believe Brother Su is a smart man and won't give others a chance next time. No, you misunderstood. What I just meant was not concession, but offense. Han Myung-woo froze for a moment, and before he could react to what that meant, he felt his shoulders being grabbed in the next second. Su Sun sneered, his palm gently pinched, only to hear a click of bone cracking. A hiss of pain also rang out immediately. I've said that I'm a person who only needs suspicion and not evidence to do things, and if you dare to be so confident in front of me, then you're afraid that you don't know my character yet. In that case, keep your arms and legs. Chapter 103 Han Mingyu's shock. Su Sun, are you crazy or not? You're trying to send me to my death, so it's not too much to ask that I break one of your arms? Is it? Crazy? You're crazy. The intense pain made Han Mingyu unable to calm down a bit more, eliminating his all-around calmness. In fact, he is no different from ordinary people. He will also be hideous and also woeful, will also be hysterical, just as he is now in this appearance. Su Sun's move was too sudden. He had never seen a capricious person in his life. Whoever does something will have some scruples before doing it, and even if they do it, they will have some signs. But this person in front of them is not at all in line with common sense. How could Han Mingyu not have imagined that his lofty, strategizing stance would have no effect on Su Sun? But instead he suffered first. He was indignant and upset, but he also realized that Su Sun was not a lord to be messed with and had to explain. You misunderstand. I never said it was me who dealt with you. You're being deliberately hurtful. Su Sun shrugged his shoulders with an innocent face. Then what did you just pretend? If you want to blame it, you can only blame yourself for making me misunderstand what you said. It's your own bad luck. Han Mingyu's pupils quaked at his words. Su Sun, don't be too wild. What are you screaming for? There's still a leg to go. You'll be screaming in no time. What? What else do you want? Han Mingyu was once again startled, looking at Su Sun's face full of cold smiles. A wave of fear covered his once unperturbed heart. Su Sun ignored him and instead made a swinging motion at his thigh, followed by raising his arm high. At that moment, a never-before-seen fear instantly struck his entire body, and Han Mingyu hissed, "What the hell are you doing? I can overlook it if you stop now. Don't go too far. Said I'd waste an arm and a leg on you, so naturally I had to finish the job. I said it," Han Mingyu yelled. "I'm not the mastermind behind this. What's the point of you getting back at me here? As I said, you can only be blamed for your own words leading to misunderstandings. Besides, whether you did it or not you know in your heart." The words were cold, and Su Sun moved. Han Mingyu was filled with fear, and subconsciously used his other intact arm to go forward to block. But it turned out that Su Sun's hand was a fake. As Su Sun violently kicked out, there was a crunching sound of bone cracking. Han Mingyu was shocked beyond belief at this moment, and the pain nearly choked him. After living for more than 20 years, not to mention this kind of pain, even the kind of small wounds that broke the skin were extremely rare, but now his legs and arms were actually wasted. Crazy. You are a madman. I won't let you go. Don't worry. I don't intend to let you off the hook either. This time it's just an appetizer. I'll find out the truth within 3 days. It's best if it's not you, but if it's even remotely related to you, then I'm sorry. You'll be expelled from this world. LOL. If Han Mingyu was in shock from the pain all over his body before, he was now in shocked chills, because he could see that the man in front of him wasn't joking, and with Su Sun's current actions, it appeared that he could really do it. Han Mingyu was incredulous. How did he dare? How on earth did Su Sun dare? Who gave him this kind of confidence? Is there some big power behind him? But to Han Mingyu at this moment, even if Su Sun had any background, the thought of his current miserable state and the threat he had just made caused a monstrous hatred to rise in him. He was going to make Su Sun pay no matter what. Ignoring the face of resentment, Su Sun turned his head to leave. He knew that Han Mingyu must be thinking of waiting for an opportunity to retaliate, but he was not afraid at all. Even if the surface pretends to be how much planning, it is still a flower in the greenhouse. What can be done? This kind of pretentious person doesn't deserve to be his opponent. If you want to make a scene, it won't be as simple as a right arm and a left leg when the time comes. Into the night, Sun went home when it was already dark, coupled with eating out and hanging out for a while. When he waited for home, the night was already deep. Yet there were two others at home who had been waiting for him to return. As soon as they entered, the two men immediately surrounded them. Sumayan looked haggard and her eyes were red. Sun was quite embarrassed to see this. He seemed to have forgotten about these two people. At this time the atmosphere is sentimental. After all, it is also considered to have experienced a life and death parting. As a result, an untimely remark directly broke the atmosphere at this moment. Sun, you're alive again. Instantly, Sun passed with a blank stare. You're the one who's alive. When have I ever died? Su Bainian continued. Last time, and this time. You don't know how sad Big Sister looked when she saw the accident scene. It just scared me. What about you? Aren't you sad for me? Su Bainian cut a disdainful sound. What am I sad about you for? You're not dead. But didn't you all think I was dead then? Why aren't you sad? Humph, what do I have to be sad about? If you're dead, you're dead. Well, you heartless one. If I'd known to leave then I wouldn't have dragged you away. Che, I can run by myself without you. The two actually managed to argue in this situation. If it was usual, Sumayan would definitely sternly stop the two. But now she felt a familiar sense of happiness. As long as the people are okay, the little bickering every day is actually a taste of life. Now that the three of them are dependent on each other, anything less would be a major blow to anyone. Alright, you guys stop arguing. Little seeker, you haven't eaten yet, right? I'll go cook for you. Rubbing her red and swollen eyes, Sumayan turned around and walked towards the kitchen. Sun stepped in and called out to her. No, I've eaten out. Now Su Bainian was not happy. Did you eat and come back? Do you know that we didn't eat at all just to wait for you to come back? I see. So I'll buy you guys takeout. Is that okay? What? Takeout? Then we still need you to order it. Okay then, order your own. One sentence ignited Su Bainian's struggle once again. Sumayan looked at this scene, eliminating the last of the sorrow in her heart, and even almost laughed out loud, because this blandness feels so good. The takeout arrived and Sun chose to serve it together even though he had eaten. The three of them ate and chatted. That pleasant atmosphere. As if all the various scares and unpleasantness of the day had never happened. The two didn't ask where Sun had returned to, but they were curious about how Sun was safe and sound after that kind of thing happened. Being asked this way, Sun didn't care to hide it, and naturally answered truthfully. You don't know how exciting it was. Two cars were chasing one of me, and I did a U-turn and crashed into them, and they were scared less of me. And then I jumped out of the car at the critical moment, but I still had a collision with one of them and caused an explosion. Although I killed 5 people at once, but the other car still has 5. I came down and directly a iron stick to tease down 4, and then a stick swung that the leader of the original rise to the sky. Just a few seconds to end the fight. I'm great, right? I'm great, right? Ha, how did you become so self-absorbed? The two listened in silence, but Su Bainian still couldn't hold back her contemptuous outburst. Sun knew he was being treated like he was blowing awesome by the two. Ugh, it's so hard. No one believes you when you tell the truth these days. The night passed in a hurry, except that none of the three went back to their rooms this night, but instead they all lay on the sofa and chatted freely all the way to midnight, until they gradually closed their eyes. Early the next morning, everyone was still asleep when the peace in this home was once again shattered with the ringing of a cell phone. Mr. Sun, this is the Jeoncheon Law Enforcement Bureau. Someone is accusing you of maliciously injuring someone. Please take the initiative to come over and cooperate with the investigation. Otherwise we will take coercive measures. Chapter 104, Sun, do you think I'm Superman? Mr. Su Young, where were you at 6 o'clock yesterday evening? 6 o'clock? I was just home from your law enforcement office shortly after that time. At home. What about 7 o'clock? Any alibis? Also at home. Does evidence surveillance count? What's the point of looking at the surveillance? My son has already identified himself. He's the one who ruined my son's arm and leg. Why don't you all hurry up and put him on the spot? This gentleman, please calm down. Don't jump to conclusions before the results are in. Calm down. How can you tell me to calm down? It's my son who's wasted, not yours, right? My son has a bright future ahead of him, but now that he's a wreck, how can you ask me to calm down? Han Dong, although you're not a small person, but this is Jeong City, not your Yoon City. We only talk about evidence in our work, and from all the surveillance videos, Mr. Sun has nothing to do with this incident. Han Bogij became furious. What? How is it possible? Can't it be that my son was injured by a ghost? That's how you do things. Han Dong, please watch what you say. All of us have rewatched the surveillance 3 times for this. Not only the video from the defendant's home, but also the surveillance video from his neighborhood and the hotel where the incident took place. But no matter how you verify it, you can confirm that Mr. Sun was at home at that time, and although the neighborhood he lives in has some surveillance dead spots, It's almost impossible for him, an ordinary person, to try to completely circumvent it. And the hotel where the incident happened didn't capture any of Mr. Soo-sun's figure, so all the evidence suggests that Mr. Son has a good alibi and that this matter has nothing to do with him. The Han family's identity and background will be treated favorably by others wherever they go, because they can drive the development of a place. So the Jiangcheng Law Enforcement Bureau will attach great importance to the report as soon as it is accepted, and even verified many times for this purpose. But all the signs indicate that this matter has nothing to do with Soo-sun. And even shortly before the incident, Soo-sun was in the Law Enforcement Bureau due to a car accident. And a number of peers can still prove it. The crowd didn't understand why the couple had to insist that Soo-sun, an ordinary college student, had done it. Having an empty bottom but failing to produce any actual evidence makes them really speechless. Between the stalemate in the atmosphere, Soo-sun's opened his mouth to break the current deadlock. Mr. Constable, I've been shouted at for so long. I still don't know what happened to this young master of the Han family. So tell me specifically, at least to let me die with a clear understanding of the situation. Right? Heavy words. It has been proven that this matter has nothing to do with you, but you have the right to know what happened. The lead enforcer put away the record and slowly said, this Han Dong's son was wasted his right arm and left leg. He was in a coma for a whole night. Early in the morning we received a call to the police, so we shouted for you to come over to verify. I'm sorry for delaying your time. It's fine. This is what I should do as a law-abiding citizen. Soo-sun waved his hand and said with a curious face, but, to what extent is this young Master Han injured? If it's a normal fracture, I do have some good bone-setting medicine here. Kid, stop crying cat and mouse here. Chairman Han Bo-gi, please be quiet. Only after the cold voice, that law enforcer continued. Thank you for your kindness, but it's no use. The victim's arm was powder fractured, the real powder kind, and the entire calf bone was shattered into fragments, so I'm afraid it's very difficult to repair it. And we didn't find the tools of the trade at the scene. According to the victim's description, he was pinched hard to break his shoulder and kicking calf. Hiss. Soo-sun stroked his chin with a look of astonishment. So, I'm an ordinary person with no hands, and I pinched someone's shoulder into powder with the palm of my own hand, and it wasn't even a single fracture, and even used my calf, which is harder than iron, to kick and shatter someone else's leg? No, Han Dong, what do you take me for? Superman? Think this is humanly possible? Pinch it into powder so rip. You think my hands are hydraulic tongs? I won't mention this. If I really kicked your son's leg to pieces, do you think I can still stand here intact myself? Do you know about the interaction of forces? I know I intercepted the woman your son had his eye on, but you wouldn't go so far as to slander me like this, would you? If you leave me with some kind of record, then how can I work hard in the future? Kid, how dare you argue? Han Bo-gi's face turned blue, but the law enforcement officers present didn't give him a chance to seize, and then turned to Soo-sun. What did you mean by that just now? What do you mean you cut people off? Egu comrades, I get angry when I say this. Actually, that's not called a cut-off. My wife and I have known each other since we were young and grew up together. We were already in love for life, but it turned out that this young master of the Han family saw my wife's beauty and even pressured her mother's family. So my wife secretly got a license with me to try to make them completely dead. Originally we were planning to have a grand wedding, just because of this accident, causing us to tie the knot. Have to be sneaky. You guys say this is like it? I don't call that an interception, because the two of us were originally a pair, but we're just ordinary people after all. Even if we dodged this bullet, I'm afraid there will still be other accidents waiting for me. Alas. A long sigh went into the hearts of the crowd. The crowd knew the brutality of the gentry and expressed deep sympathy and indignation towards Soo-sun. And everyone present can understand why the Han family insisted on suing Soo-sun. It is clearly a kind of revenge for not being able to get what they want, but after all, they couldn't do anything to the Han family in this matter, and could only cast a look of contempt towards the Han Bo-gi couple. Don't listen to that brat's nonsense. Our two families are joined in marriage, and it was clearly him who brought people to run away in the first place. Han Bo-gi almost exploded in anger at this time. Did not expect Soo-sun at this time actually bit back. But this kind of rhetoric not only did not meet with the approval of the crowd but even more certain Soo-sun's claim. In the end, Sohan released without incident, and Han Bo-gi's angry roar still echoed within the law enforcement bureau. Of course, it was none of his business how angry the old guy got. All he had to do was throw a provocative smile at him and it was enough to piss him off. Soo-seek, Chapter 105, Big Sister. What's wrong with Little Seeker? Han Bo-gi, you are suspected of intentional nuisance. We will take coercive measures against you. That's how you guys do things. Why don't you arrest him? Arrest me for being a whistleblower. Why are you arresting me as a whistleblower? Hearing the commotion behind him, Soo-sun was instantly happy. This Han Bo-gi really took this as his home. Give you some face, you are Han Dong. Do not give you face even if your identity is big. Send you to squat for a few days is not impossible. Just as Su Sun was about to walk out of the enforcement bureau, a sudden call came from behind him. Mr. Sohan, please wait. Officer Liu? Anything else? Don't take that the wrong way. Just something to remind you of. Last night at about 10 o'clock, 3 women with the name Su came to claim your body. Ha? Su Sun was stunned, thinking that it couldn't be Su Wanqing and the 3 of them, right? So he said, then what did you say? Tell them I'm not dead? No. Yesterday's accident was too serious. The top was furious and ordered us not to disclose any news of the follow-up to the outside. So we didn't tell those people truthfully. But I see they are quite anxious and keep saying that they are your family members. But this is a little inconsistent with your information. So they let them go and contact the owner of your accidental car, so that it doesn't bother you. But if there are any problems, there is also a middleman who can solve them. Oh, that's right. Thank you then. You're welcome. This Officer Liu handled the situation very appropriately and took good care of some unknown situations. It's just that Su Sun hadn't planned to play dead. Even if he told the truth, it's nothing. He's not afraid of those women anyway. Little Seeker, you're finally out. What took you so long? Just after walking out of the law enforcement bureau's gate, Su Mayan and Su Baiyan walked head-on. Su Sun was a bit surprised. Didn't I tell you guys to wait at home? Why did you come over? Su Baiyan jumped the gun and said, it's not that big sister is worried about you since you haven't come back for such a long time, so she came over to take a look. So, but it's okay, I'm out. Well, it's good to be out. Let's go home. At this moment, Su Mayan finally had a reassuring smile on her face. Su Mayan's car was gone, so the 3 could only take a taxi home. On the way, Su Baiyan also read the car was burned. Too much of a pity. Even if it is taken to sell, money can also sell a few million. Su Sun thought it was a good thing that the car was gone, because the car had a locator on it. How did you know? Su Baiyan was shocked. At that, Su Sun clenched his fists. Punching your old man at noon yesterday forced it out. Sisters. After returning home, Su Mayan, who was a home cook, immediately started cooking. Due to the suddenness of the incident in the morning, Su Sun didn't even eat breakfast when he left, and the sisters also forgot to eat due to their worries, so the lunch was enjoyed by several people. At the dinner table, Su Baiyan spoke curiously. Stinking Su Sun, why in the world were you called to make a statement? Intentional injury, that morning I heard right? Su Mayan's movement to clip the food was lulled, silently raising her eyes to cast a puzzled look. There are some words that she has actually been pressing in the bottom of her heart, but for fear that Su Sun did not want to say so, she did not say much. It was just that Su Sun didn't cover up as much as she wanted to, and told the truth very frankly. The sisters listened in amazement. Han Mingyu was wasted? You know, they just saw the intact Han Myungwoo the day before and he was wasted at night? The Han family is basically not involved in Jiangcheng. Han Mingyu also came to Jiangcheng for the first time not long ago. It is reasonable to say that there is no enemy. Who would lay such a cruel hand? Isn't it a bit too scary? Having your shoulder crushed and your calf kicked off. Is that the extent of what one can do? Big sister, you're so ignorant. There are a lot of things in this world that science can't explain. Besides, isn't there one beside us? Su Baiyan glanced towards Su Sun, narrowed his eyes, full of measure. Someone's 500-pound table said to lift it. More than 20 floors of steps said to jump. People not only find, the floor was also cracked by him. I doubt. Well, yes, I did it. Am I awesome? Su Sun sometimes really admired Su Baiyan's brain circuit, always being skewed by her. Hiss, this stupid old 5 can't be as smart as a fool, right? But hearing him admit it, Su Baiyan's suspicions just now instantly dissipated. Che, just you. Do you have the guts to do such a thing? You're a bit stronger, but you're a hydraulic press. Can you crush bones into powder with one hand? Su Sun shrugged. It can't be helped. The Han family really thought it was me. They thought I was so powerful and invisible that they decided I was the culprit. With a snap, Su Baiyan slammed her chopsticks on the table. They are clearly taking advantage of the opportunity to take revenge. Anyway, that Han Mingyu is already ruined. And if they can't find any evidence, they'll just dump the pot and take revenge on you. This family is really vicious. Well, they are really vicious. Actually trying to plant evidence on me? An innocent ordinary youth. It's really vicious. Yeah. The two of them counted the crimes of the Han family with righteous indignation, while Su Mayan on the side was amused and helpless. Suddenly, the phone rang and her smile faded when she saw the caller on it, because this caller light had called no less than 7 or 8 times this morning, and she even had the intention of blacking him out. What are you doing again, Lao San? Big sister, what happened to little Seeker? Did something really happen to him? How many times do you really need me to say this? You've watched the news. You've been to law enforcement. What answer do you really want? Yes. All signs point to the fact that he is indeed dead, but neither side has personally admitted that he is dead, and even if he is, I want to see his body. Good then I'll give you a clear answer. He's dead. He was burned beyond recognition and was dragged off to be cremated right then and there. Don't ask again. There was an instant silence on the other end of the line. Just as Su Mayan was about to hang up the phone, a breathless voice came from the other end. Where are the ashes? What? There should be ashes for cremation. I want his ashes. Su Shinru, are you finished or not? Su Mayan didn't want to tell the truth because she wanted to take the opportunity to let Su Sun completely leave the Su family's field of vision. But as a result, this third sister of hers is here aggressively instead. In the end, what kind of trick is she up to? I said, I want his ashes. For a moment, Su Mayan thought she had misheard that sentence just now, but this one she was sure she hadn't heard wrong. His own three sisters are not asking to see the ashes. But the ashes? Su Mayan was instantly furious. A person who grew up with all kinds of harshness, how is he qualified to come towards himself to ask for any ashes? Nope, he loved the sea and scattered him in it. Big sister, you can't fool me. I can't believe he just died. I'll find him. Su Shinru, what the hell is wrong with you today? I advise you not to disturb his peace. You don't get to say, I'll find him. There was a drop and the phone hung up straight away. Looking at the black screen phone, Su Mayan suddenly had the urge to laugh. It was the first time since she was a little girl that she was pissed off by Su Shinru, and she was still pissed off. Instead of trying to make up for it when he had the chance, he was obsessed with that so-called blood brother, and now that he's gone he's obsessed with it. Who is it? Big sister? Your third sister. I don't know what's wrong with her. She insisted on seeing Xiao Sun. I said he died and became ashes, but she asked me for ashes? You say angry. Hey, I'm not dead yet. What do you mean ashes? Chapter 106, Su Bainian's treasure chest. I'm sorry, I was just trying to get Su's side of the family to never bother you again. I just didn't realize Lao-san was so persistent. Su-san helplessly shook his head. What's so hard to figure out? She has been in charge of me since I was a child and I suddenly lost it. It's normal for her to be uncomfortable. It's just like when you carefully cultivate a person. No matter if he succeeds or not, at least there are some expectations. But if he dies halfway, it's not hard to change who he is. And that's pretty much the mentality she has. Like that? But with the kind of character Lao-san has, it does seem that way. Of course, I've sort of grown up under her tutelage, and to put it mildly, her soft and gentle demeanor is nothing more than the barest of appearances. In fact, her heart is harder than anyone else's, and it wouldn't take more than a few days for her not to annoy you. Well, that makes sense too. Listening to the conversation between the two, Su Bainian, however, frowned at this moment and fell into thought. How does this I feel? Doesn't seem to be what you guys are talking about? Oh, what's that like? Su-sun opened his mouth curiously. I feel it's rather like a kind of possessiveness. Thinking back, the third sister seems to have always had this kind of possessiveness towards you. Even when I stayed with you for a long time she would get upset. According to you, it's true that it does, but controlling would be a more appropriate word. After all, that's how I've been controlled by her. But that unhappiness of hers isn't directed at you. It's directed at me. Because even a little bit of happiness on my part would be devastating to her. Is it like this? But it always feels weird. OMG, scalp itchy. Feels like I'm going to grow a brain. Su Bainian scratched her hair haphazardly, rather annoyed because she always felt that something was wrong, but couldn't figure it out. Forget it, don't think about it, don't want this brain. Su-sun nodded in relief. Right, a brainless old 5 is a good old 5. There is no need to have so many brains for you. Su-sun, you actually dare to mock me. I'll strangle you. The Imperial City PK again. Su Bainian recently diligent exercise. A move will be chopped under the horse. Can only be racked on the knees and even begged for help. Su Mayan ignored the cries for help and instead left the table to count her remaining assets. Now that all the money she had on her had been recovered by the Su family, the family still had a lot of expenses and had to sell something to maintain their living expenses. As a result, the assets after counting disappointed her greatly. When she left home she didn't bring anything at all. And yesterday she went to the Su family, so a mess. Even the jewelry on her body were returned to the Su family. Now, the most valuable thing on her body is the bag in her hand and a few pieces of clothing, which will not last long. She must find a job. However, Su's side of the family let out another word that the three of her would be blocked. For a while, Su Mayan was a bit worried. Is it really hard to leave this place where you've lived for decades? What's wrong? On the other side, the two ended the fight. Su-sun came to the living room and sat next to Su Mayan. Seeing this sad face could not help but ask, "We, out of money?" Su-sun froze. What do you mean? Yesterday when we went back to the Su family, all the money we had on us was taken back, and as long as we're in Jiangqing for a day, they're going to shut us down and not give us work. Nowadays I only have a bag and a few clothes on hand that are still worth some money, but if it lasts I must leave Jiangqing. Su-sun smiled in disbelief. He thought it was something big, but it was just this small thing. Anyway, he still had that bank card given by the Gu family here, so it came in handy. He went back to his room to take down and return again, and the card in his hand was just about to be handed out, when he saw Su Bainyan carrying a box out and couldn't wait to open it immediately. Don't panic, big sister. I don't have any money, but I have a lot of stuff. I've brought all my treasures with me. Just see a suitcase of all kinds of jewelry, souvenirs, dolls and expensive bags, and even a few limited edition watches. At a glance is worth a lot. Just the contents of this suitcase alone add up to tens of millions. I'm afraid. This little vault of yours can be all are some limited edition. How much can it be sold, right? Su Sun also did not expect Su Bainyan to come to such a hand, which is a random thing that he once did not even dare to think about. Su Mayan was also quite surprised. At that time when she left home, Su Bainyan was dragging 2 boxes and she still thought it was in the way. Now on the contrary, it is a solution to the family's urgent needs. However, she was a very stubborn person. The thought that this was the Su family's money made her feel bad, but thinking about the current situation, she couldn't do it for the sake of the discomfort in her heart, so that she didn't care about the deaths of the people around her. Seemingly seeing her entanglement, Su Bainyan explained, "Big sister, although I am very heartbroken, but special times for special things you don't have a burden. Most of the things in here are what you gave me." "I gave it to you?" Su Mayan was a bit surprised. "Yeah, Mom and Dad only give gifts at certain times. Usually they give money, but now the money's been taken back, so none of the gifts in here are from them. This bracelet was given to me by you when I came third in the exams, big sister. That watch was also something I had been dying to beg you to buy me in the first place, as well as that limited edition doll that you gave me on my birthday. There's also the bag and cosmetics given to me by second sister, the necklace stamps given to me by third sister, and yes, there's also the oil painting and championship trophy that I stole from Su Qingxia. I stole from Su Qingxia the oil painting and the championship trophy, especially this trophy. The base is pure gold. It must be worth a lot of money." Su Bainyan in this as if counting with the name of the dish. Su Sun suddenly for the previous self a burst of heart imbalance. What's all this about? Obviously, we grew up under the same roof, but how can our lives be so different? Su Bainyan has enough to clothe and feed him just by picking things out of his teeth. Sometimes the differences between people can be really jealous, but it wasn't all unbalanced. With the extent of Su Qiming's 2 old things doting on their son, in case they raised Su in that way, wouldn't they be finished with their own life? Fortunately, if I had these things before, I'm afraid I'd have played with them long ago, wouldn't I? Although the voice was small, this muttering from Su Sun was still heard by Su Mayan. At once, she blushed, because she heard it as envy. If I had these things before, I'm afraid I would have died of envy. For a moment, thick guilt assailed his body. The moment she thought of the kind of days Su Bainyan had lived, and the moment she thought of the kind of days Su Sun used to live, Su Mayan thought of all the things she had been, and also felt a moment of extremely unbalanced fall. "Put this crap of yours away. I don't want to see them again." Slamming the box shut, Su Mayan returned to the room without looking back with a face full of anger. Su Sun was instantly confused and looked to the side in confusion. "No, what is your big sister smoking?" Su Bainyan was still carrying a crooked-necked dog in her hand, and shook her head in confusion at the words. "I don't know how to could it be that big sister doesn't look at these treasures of mine?" Chapter 107, Young Master Han. "We meet again. Are you asleep?" "No sleep and I'm coming in." "Nope, you come in." As soon as he entered the door, Su Sun saw that pretty face with reddened eyes. He knew that Su Mayan should have just cried. Su Sun has roughly guessed some. Too many things have happened recently, leading to Su Mayan's mind becoming more and more sensitive. Perhaps some thoughtless words will make her revoke those bad echoes. Su Sun gently sighed, came straight to her side and sat down, calmly said, "Some things are over when they're over. It's okay to stick to the past, but you shouldn't be sad about it. It's better to think about other people's problems compared to blaming yourself." "What are you saying? Why can't I understand?" Su Mayan puffed and laughed, but the laugh was forced. Seeing that she did not want to dwell on this topic, Su Sun stopped talking and went straight to the point of shoving the bank card in his hand into her hand. Su Mayan froze at this, somewhat not reacting to what this meant, but when she surveyed the bank card in her hand, she realized that it was actually a supreme black card, and this kind of bank card could only be handled if the verified assets exceeded 10 billion, and you can't have an empty card in there. You have to store at least hundreds of millions. In other words, Su Sun has a bank card of hundreds of millions of dollars today. Su Mayan was shocked. What does this mean? For you, since you don't want to use the Su family's money, then use this. There should be quite a lot in there. Even if you mingle for the rest of your life, it will be enough. Seeing Su Sun speak so frankly, Su Mayan was even more shocked. She opened her mouth in disbelief, even with a hint of uneasiness. Where did this card come from? There aren't many that can handle this card in the entire Jiangchang. The only 3 major. Suddenly, Su Mayan remembered the joke Su Sun had said at that time. Take care of your family and cure your illness. Wasn't that a joke? She was shocked beyond belief. Little seeker, when you said you cured Elder Gu, it can't be true, right? Su-sun nodded calmly. Of course, I'm a person who never tells lies. This is the payment from the Gu family. Relax. But, no buts. If you believe in me, don't be burdened. Let you take care of this and that. Don't you want to let our family drink the northwest wind? Unbeknownst to him, this casual family of three deeply touched Su Mayan's heart. Su Mayan's heart rippled with emotion, melancholy, and happiness. It turned out that the three of them had become a real family long ago in Little Seeker's heart. But Su-sun wishes to be like this. Su Mayan heart is more and more not taste. The more can recall once all kinds of inaction. Little Seeker, obviously I used to neglect you so much. In the end everything still depends on you. Don't you hate? Want some compensation? That hate she didn't dare to say out loud. She was afraid that she would actually hear that word hate, even if it was a joke. And she didn't want to taste that inner stabbing feeling again. Upon hearing this, Su-sun, who had walked to the doorway, had his footsteps stumbled, and said with a hint of a joke, compensation? You've already given me a replacement. What compensation do you need? I only hope that you can be obedient in the future, and do what I say. Then I'll thank God. After all, I'm still expecting a divorce, and it's not a good idea to keep dragging it out. So I'll go and get it over with in a couple of days. Su Seeker is back on the divorce program. Su Mayan, on the other hand, was in a trance at this time, and the words she had just said kept echoing in her mind. Because the compensation Su-sun wanted was just too simple, so simple that she was even a little ashamed, and if that was all it was, then she was willing to give that compensation. I will, and I will spend the rest of my life making this amends. What the hell? Why does it feel weird? Doubtfully glancing back, seeing Su Mayan's expression as usual, Su-sun turned around and left without further thought. It was this night that the gears of both men's destinies quietly began to turn. The next day, Suhan left the house on the pretext of going to work. Su Bainyan thought that he was going out to have fun yelling to follow, but the result was a spanking down suddenly honest at home. After leaving home, Su-sun first went to the Gu family to treat Elder Gu's leg. After many treatments and medicinal prescriptions, Gu Tianwei went from being able to originally gallop 20 centimeters to a few meters today. Originally, this progress would have taken at least 4 or 5 more months, thanks to Su-sun's recovery therapy to be so swift. After the treatment of the leg, Su-sun did not stay too much, but inquired about some news of the Black Tiger Gang and borrowed a car to drive to the so-called Black Tiger Gang. Han Mingyu was smart enough that Su-sun didn't find any clues from his cell phone that night, not even a single doubtful contact. This point alone is enough to prove that Han Mingyu was very cautious. Although he didn't find any direct evidence from Han Mingyu's side, he did check the cell phone of the head of the hire on the day of the accident and found a highly suspicious Jianqing number. Su-sun quickly locked the location of that machine owner in a restaurant in the territory of the Black Tiger Gang, waiting for him to go to the toilet gap directly sneak attack a set of human body sparing. I can only say that it is worthy of the Black Tiger Gang origin. The mouth is very hard. A half-dead are not willing to open their mouths. There is no way. Su-sun also can only repeat the same technique to check his cell phone. The result is empty in the phone. Haha boy. You look for it. You look for the sky, you can't find who it is. The fat man known as the Downhill Tiger let out a weak scoff, while his smile instantly froze in the next second. For some reason, the call records and messages that he had originally deleted cleanly now actually all appeared inside his cell phone. Su-sun did some more searching and also found one of the Cloud City numbers, and Han Mingyu was from Cloud City. With this, Su-sun already had an answer in his mind. After leaving the restaurant, he found another gaming hotel and used the computer there to hack directly into that Cloud City number. That number was an ordinary bar owner who couldn't be any more ordinary. Not to mention him, even the relationships around him didn't have anything to do with Han's group, and he didn't have anything to do with the underground forces in Yunchang. And the question arises that such an ordinary person can contact the underground forces in the next city. Is it really just an ordinary person? After having a clue, Su-sun immediately drove to Cloud City next door. This time he didn't get rough, but chose to reason things out and just let it out that there were violations in the bar owner's bar, especially certain erotic dealings. The bar owner was indeed not an ordinary person, but a high-ranking member of the Sang Black Tiger Gang who had washed his hands in gold for many years, and the current leader of the Black Tiger Gang was none other than his former companion. Through this boss, Su searches for an old man named Uncle Fu, who, in turn, was the former butler of the Han family, but it wasn't Han Mingyu who contacted Uncle Fu, but Han Mingyu's current secretary. Su-sun smiled, going round and round. This Han Mingyu was really cautious, but what's the point of being more cautious? The connection is still checked. Su-sun actually understood what Han Mingyu was going through so much trouble for, because if anything happened, he could dump the blame on the secretary's head. After all, he never gave orders. But Han Mingyu doesn't understand Su-sun, because Su-sun never cared about that when he did anything. It's getting cooler and it's time for certain people to drift away with the falling leaves. Late at night, the first hospital in Zhangcheng. At this time, Han Mingyu is still lying in the intensive care unit, although the person has been awake, but the body is still weak. He only had to wait 2 more days for observation before he could transfer Yuncheng to his Han family's private hospital. But the arrival of an unexpected guest late at night completely cuts off his hopes. Young Master Han, we meet again. Chapter 108, Han Mingyu's death. Who's there? Young Han, it's only been 2 days since I've seen, and you've forgotten me? Han Mingyu heart alarm bells. A chill instantly attacked the whole body. He followed the sound of the effort to look at the window. I do not know when the tightly closed window was actually wide open, the cool wind whistling into the window, and that the moonlight illuminated the window. Actually appeared a black silhouette of the figure cannot be seen. Unease instantly filled his heart, although he couldn't see the black shadow's face, but listening to the slightly familiar voice and tone, he knew. Su-sun had come. You, what the hell are you doing? Su-sun relied on the window, admiring the traffic outside, seemingly muttering to himself, this VIP ward has a nice view. It's just that there's no protection around the window. It's very convenient for others to jump out of the window to do their business. Han Mingyu's heart thumped and his tone was tense. Brother Su, we have no cause or enmity. There's no need for you to affect yourself because of a momentary impulse. Isn't it good for us to live in peace? The ghost-like voice came again. You also know that we have no grievances, so why do you want to put me to death? No, I didn't. You're mistaken. Su-sun was unimpressed. Besides, even if I am impulsive, will it affect me? Do you think I dare to come without the certainty of getting out in one piece? It's like 2 days ago when I obviously wasted you with my own hands. But did I catch any of my handles? Su-sun, with a low roar, Han Mingyu's psychological defense was instantly shattered. He gritted his teeth and said, I know you're a bit capable, but don't go too far. This is a complete misunderstanding. It wasn't me who moved you at all. If you stop here, I can forget about it. But if I'm hurt in the slightest, my Han family will surely chase you to the ends of the earth. Really, do you think I'll be afraid? Su-sun moved. His footsteps were like the ringing bells of the god of death, pounding Han Mingyu's heart step by step, slowly approaching. It really wasn't you? You're Han family's former housekeeper. You're Han Mingyu's current secretary. I have to say that you've circled around in a big circle very cautiously, but do you really think you're doing a seamless job? In an instant, Han Myungwoo's heart instantly rose to his throat. He did not understand that he has always been careful and cautious. Even when contacting his own secretary, did not even use his own contact information, but also after all kinds of turnover to find the person who made the move. As long as there was a slip up in the middle, it would be impossible to find it on him, so why was Su-sun able to find it in just 2 days? At this time, Su-sun looked at the bed with interest. The man is quite a mess. Even if Han Mingyu how to pretend to be calm, the bottom of the eyes of the flash of panic is how cannot hide. Su-sun moved, but just by finding a chair and sitting down, Han Mingyu was already babbling in fear. Don't do it. It's really a misunderstanding. We can sit down and talk it over. Han Mingyu pretentious, thinking that everything can be mastered. But when the real death came, he had to admit that he was really afraid. Su-sun puffed and laughed, her eyes playful. Sit down and talk. Haven't I already sat down? Yes. Han Mingyu revealed a pleasing face that he had never seen before, and struggled to pile up smiles to explain. You're mistaken. You're really mistaken. It really wasn't me who moved you. I don't know what's going on either. And how does your secretary explain that? It's him who's been trespassing. It must be him who's been trespassing. I haven't had any contact with the Cloud City side in these days since I came to Jiangcheng. How could I possibly contact him? Su-sun raised his eyebrows. But that's your secretary. We don't know each other. And why would he do such a poisonous thing to someone he's never met before? Oh, I get it. If it's not you, then it's your parents who did it. What? Han Mingyu hadn't even reacted yet, and Su-sun had already led the culprits towards his parents. Well then, since you didn't do it, I can let you off the hook. However, that mom and dad of yours will have to bear the corresponding price. Now you say, did your parents do it? Maybe, it's possible. My dad has always had sand in his eyes, so maybe he really did give the order. Hearing this, Su-sun laughed heartily. He guessed that Han Mingyu might panic in a crisis, but he really didn't expect that Han Mingyu was actually a great filial son. Dumping his parents actually didn't bring any hesitation at all, but anyone with a shred of conscience would not transfer the scourge to his family. Would he? Han Mingyu, would you like to contact your secretary? What do you mean? Suddenly, a bad premonition grew again, and while the cell phone was clearly by the nightstand on his left hand, Han Mingyu didn't dare to reach for it. Seeing this, Su-sun ignored his thoughts of escaping and directly picked up the cell phone and dialed back for him. However, no one answered on the other side. At this moment, Han Mingyu seemed to understand something. No, how did you know my cell phone password? It doesn't matter. Susun then dialed the other secretaries around Han Mingyu, and as soon as this call was answered, there was a sound of surprise with a hint of horror inside. Mr. Han, you're finally awake. Something happened to Assistant Lee. He fell off that mall overpass near the office and died instantly. Instantly, like a thunderbolt exploding in his ears, the cell phone that had just been delivered to Han Mingyu's hand was softened by his hand and fell to the ground. Special Assistant Lee is dead. Your most trusted secretary is dead? Sohan. It must be Sohan. Susun's decisiveness far exceeded his imagination, and Han Mingyu suddenly began to regret his impulsive behavior, because this time he actually kicked a brick wall. But there was also a hint of fluke in his various panics, because that secretary is dead. That means that there is no evidence of death. As long as it is determined that he did not do it, Susun will have no evidence to take himself. After all, verbal transactions are the hardest to criminalize. Susun, it wasn't me. It really wasn't me. Why did Special Assistant Lee die? Who's going to prove my innocence if he's dead? Brother Su, you can't lay your hands on me without evidence. Otherwise you yourself will definitely suffer from the implication. There is a deception in this. Both of us losing will only allow the black hand behind the scene to reap the benefits. Susun laughed. Are your parents the ones behind this? You are really a great filial son. You can even dump your parents in order to stay alive. No, that's not necessarily true. My Han family has made a lot of enemies. It could have been planted by someone else. Not necessarily my parents. Han Mingyu, are you afraid? Ha? The sudden turn of phrase caused Han Mingyu to freeze, and for a moment he didn't understand why Susun asked this. Do you know why I keep listening to your explanation? Because it would be too cheap to do it directly. And the only way to make you realize what kind of person you've really offended is to make you feel fear step by step. It's almost time to send you on your way. No, you can't move me. Han Myungwoo struggled laboriously, but the pain all over his body made him powerless to resist at all. It wasn't me. That was my secretary taking matters into her own hands. You can't do anything to me. Han Mingyu, what's true can't be false. You think that the so-called evidence can save your dog's life, but to me, it's just a ridiculous excuse. Come on. Send you on your way. A large hand silently attacked, slowly reaching for that mouth and nose. Han Mingyu panic suddenly felt a sense of suffocation attacked. He wanted to resist, but that intact left hand is how to peel off the face of the palm. Can only feel the gradual dissipation of sanity. The VIP ward comes in late at night, and Han Myungwoo's parents come with a midnight snack to take care of their son. The two didn't disturb their son when they saw him sleeping, but sat around gossiping in whispers, angry at the unknown culprit. Gradually, the two found out that something is wrong. The wards of the needle can be heard actually not accustomed to not a hint of breathing, and even a little bit of the body to move the sound are not. The couple slowly moved forward, only to have a sound of glass shattering at their feet. The two picked it up and it was actually a cell phone. The two were uneasy in their hearts, and slowly uncovered the quilt, and under the moonlight, a rather hideous face emerged in front of the two. Two mournful wails followed. Son, Chapter 109, Tang Shanha re-embarks on the Su family. Mr. Susun. May I ask why you went to Cloud City yesterday? The Magic Cloud Mall in Cloud City is offering a limited edition patty dog on sale, and I'm grabbing the dog. Then where did you get your car? According to the vehicle information, that seems to be the Gu family's car, right? It's the Gu family's. Mr. Gu wants to take me as his son-in-law, so what's wrong with me using his car? Then may I ask, why did you go to Jiangcheng No. 1 hospital again yesterday? Susun held up his bandaged hand. The broken car autopilot drove me into a ditch and nearly caused me to break a bone. So of course I went to get it bandaged. Speaking, Susun got a little impatient. No, what do you guys mean by calling me over early in the morning again? Is it possible that Han Mingyu has been beaten up again? No, Han Mingyu is dead. What? Dead? Susun was shocked. That's right. According to the hospital's preliminary judgment, it was asphyxiation due to pain-induced respiratory distress. You scared me. So you're the one who's in pain. What's that got to do with me? I can't be blamed for this, can I? Is that hamburger ever going to end? The lead interrogator's face sank. Susun, does this really have nothing to do with you? Isn't it a bit too coincidental? Susun looked innocent. What do you mean? That Han has been making false police reports all day long, causing me to run here for 3 days. But why is the victim still guilty? At those words, the two police officers also looked stunned. Generally speaking, they are looking for evidence to determine the suspect's guilt, but to Susun this is completely the opposite. But all kinds of help him off the suspicion. Susun's appearance was indeed too coincidental, but both his reaction and the physical evidence found proved that Susun was innocent. At that moment, a police officer walked into the interview room. Team Wang, those two girls asked out too. Oh, how? It's consistent with what Susun said. And according to our door-to-door raid, One of the little girls named Su Bainyan does have a habit of collecting those patty dog dolls, and many of them are limited editions. There's also the Gu family side that we visited, and Elder Gu did have the intention of having Su Sun as a door-to-door son-in-law, except that the age difference between the one he wants to marry and Su Sun is a bit big, but that's not the point. The Gu family's car did have an autopilot failure at that time, and the failure was reported into the cloud control platform at that time, and the car driving into the ditch at that time was indeed an accident. As for Su Sun's visit to hospital, no. 1. It was purely coincidental because he didn't go there of his own accord, he was sent there by the crane driver. Moreover, there was no sign of Su Sun outside the victim's hospital room, and everything indicates that Su Sun had nothing to do with the matter. Upon hearing this, Team Wang fell into deep thought. What about the 2/10 of seconds of surveillance missing from the hospital? Is there a way to fix them? It can't be helped. It was a momentary power outage caused by a hospital maintenance worker's overhaul malfunction, but even if it had been restored, there's no way an unusual person could have perfectly dodged all the surveillance in the corridor in just a few dozen seconds. One team, must be the last thing you also know. This Han Dong in the absence of evidence only based on speculation in the case of arbitrarily accusing others, this would have been out of order. This Su Sin and just an ordinary to be by young people, if so continued to entangle. Team Wang let out a long sigh and waved his hand. Alright, I know, I'll explain to the Han family. He can go, but he still needs to stay away from a background like the Han family in the future. After all, he can't afford to offend an ordinary person. At the end of the tense and exciting questioning process, the trio immediately returned home. Staying in that kind of place for one more second is a kind of torture. Even if there is no crime being asked so much it feels like you have committed something. Su Bainyan still encountered this kind of situation for the first time. Her heart was even more nervous, and she almost started babbling. Instead, though, there was a small thrill of excitement inside her when it was over, rather like a sinking feeling. Although it was true that she hadn't committed any crime, she was just inexplicably agitated. Scared the hell out of me. I almost stuttered when I was talking, so I'm glad I strung together a confession ahead of time. But stinking Su Sun, you obviously came back late that day. Why did you want us to lie and say you were home all the time? I almost let it slip, no? Then thank you so much for luckily not saying anything. Su Sun sipped his drink and said lightly, if I hadn't said that, they would have kept digging deeper, because that night Han Mingyu had an accident. Even if I only went out for a few minutes I would have become the object of suspicion. So some things can't be said honestly, but of course I have a clear conscience. Su Bainyan also understood some of what she heard, and immediately said angrily, this Han family is really not a thing. When something happens, they rely on you, causing me and my big sister to be questioned. So annoying. Yeah, they've been looking for a backstabber, and now that Han Mingyu is dead, they might already be thinking of how to plant evidence on me behind my back. What? Han Mingyu is dead? The two women were shocked. Yeah, dead. I even ran out of town yesterday and he still managed to dump the pot on my head. So yeah, you guys have to say what I tell you or there will be endless trouble. This time, even the two women couldn't see through it, because it was too coincidental that Su Sun was not at home for 2 nights, and something happened on both nights. A bold idea surfaced in the minds of the two men at once. Shouldn't, Shubini, and you shut up. If you dare to think nonsense, beware, I will beat your ass. I am a good man, a great good man. Do you understand? Meanwhile, the Su family villa. The Su family, which had recently suffered a series of setbacks, had welcomed several distinguished guests just today. That is the Tang family. Tang Shanha visited the Su family with his 2 sons, Tang Jianye and Tang Qingye, as well as Tang Shuyu. This time, he came to the Su family to meet Su Wen, and Tang Shanha planned to fight for a chance at Su Wen. And Tang Shuyu was able to come over because she had quite a few exchanges with Su Wen last time, and it was a chance for her to make up for her mistakes. I wonder what Elder Tang is here for this time. Is it to look for Su Sun? I won't hide it from you all. Su Sun was accidentally killed in a car accident 2 days ago, so you all are afraid that you won't be able to find him. At once, Tang Shanha and Tang Qingye's cheeks stiffened. The last time they came over, Su Qiming also used this excuse to lie to them that Su Sun was not here. This time it is actually still. The key is also used in the car accident. Su Qiming also realized the change in the two faces. Thumped, hurriedly explained, this time I really did not lie to you. Su Sun this time seems to be really dead. 2 days ago he drove my boss's car out racing. Car accident also on the news. Do not believe that you can go to check. At those words, Tang Shanha's heart felt a pang of bad taste. Although Su Sun was unwilling to save him, there was still a sense of regret in hearing that Su Sun had died. That's just it. It's probably just not meant to be. Ha? What did you say, Elder Tang? Su Qiming froze at his words. Haha, it's nothing. I didn't come here to look for Su Sun this time, but to look for your son, little friend Su Wen. Chapter 110, Probing Oddities. Su Sun's Experiment. Su Qiming was a bit surprised. He thought that when the Tang family came to look for their own son, people came to look for Su Sun. He thought that people came to look for Su Sun, as a result they looked for their own son again. Of course, he was very happy for Su Wen to have more contact with the Tang family. After all, Su Wen or the entire Su family really needed the Tang family as a network. Master Tang, wait a moment. I'll call that kid down. Fine, but if little friend Su Wen has something to do, there's no rush for us to wait a little while. Nothing. What could he be up to? He's been idle lately. Soon Su Wen was called to the living room. In fact, he was very surprised when he heard that the Tang family had come to look for him. He realized that his usefulness to the Tang family was gone. And now the Tang family was coming back to him for what? It couldn't be that they were still looking for a cure for themselves, could it? Hello Grandpa Tang, and the two uncles, and hello Sister Shuyu. Good, good. Little friends, sit down. This is your home, you don't need to be formal. Begging people to do things, subconsciously will have a good feeling about that person's heart. Tang Shan has several people even forget for a moment the last time to break through the Su Wen theft scandal, and now see him so polite and humble instead of feeling like a child can be taught. Su Wen sat down obediently, but before that knew how to serve tea and water for each person. Su Qiming and Qin Xinlan were shocked. They have not taught the son, actually, so will come to things. It seems that the aspects of human affairs since the son really self-taught. Ah, Grandpa Tang, is there something you guys came to see me about this time? After all, Tang Shanhe was a person who valued face, especially since he had chosen Su Sun last time, thus refuting Su Wen's face, and being asked this question. It was in turn a bit difficult to speak. Seeing this, Tang Shuyu knew that her chance to perform had come, so she immediately sat down next to Su Wen, revealing an amiable smile to draw the two closer. Brother Wen, we came here this time to ask you if you have any solutions for my grandfather's illness? Still really looking for my cure? Su Wen was incomparably surprised. Brother Man, is there a problem? Or are you not willing to help us? You've seen the performance of the Tang family, and even stepped up your efforts to help your Su clan get through the hard times. You can't forget how good we are. Su Wen face skin taut. No, Shuyu sister, you misunderstand. If I can help me, of course, as a horse first. Just you all know, the last time the prescription is I take my search, brother. I actually can't do anything. If there is no law who do not want to admit their incompetence, but for Su Wen at this time, it is always impossible to pull the scalp in hard. Now that Su Sun was dead again, he really had no way to help Elder Tang cure this whatever it was. A wave of disappointment ran through Tang Shanhe's heart. Sometimes really good things thrown in the crowd instead of no one to recognize the goods. And Su Wen in the first place can take Su Sun's prescription to fill the number should be to understand a little doorway. He had thought that Su Wen would be able to answer questions slightly even if he couldn't cure. But he didn't think that he really didn't know anything. Tang Qingye and his father had the same idea. After hearing Su Wen's incompetence, he was instantly anxious. Little brother Su Wen, when you were able to see at a glance the extraordinary nature of that prescription, you must have known some pharmacology. Is there really no way at all? I'm sorry, I really can't do anything. Su Wen had a difficult look on his face and regretfully said, if my brother Seeker was still alive, I would have gotten a way to save Grandpa Tang from him no matter what. But he's dead, so I can't do anything about it. What do you mean? What do you mean you can cure Su Sun if he's alive? Tang Chengye didn't understand. Because I was sure I could convince him to help Grandpa Tang cure his illness, but no one expected him to. Alas, the Tang family isn't stupid. There's no such thing as the last name Suvan's Bull *********. I'm afraid the real way to convince is to steal it, right? If Su Sun was alive, maybe Su Wen could really steal some life-saving method. But today, there is no hope. Seeking to no avail, Tang Xingye's last vestige of goodwill towards Su Wen vanished. He is really more and more disgusted Su Wen this kind of cock and bullies. No skill, all rely on stealing. On this also want to take the benefits of his Tang family is simply a fool's errand. A meeting that was supposed to be a happy one went sour. The Tang family came with full expectations and ended up leaving in ashes. Su Qiming didn't expect to end up in a situation where he was embarrassed to leave the scene, and he could see that Tang's family was clearly unhappy. At that moment, he became displeased with Su Wen in his heart as well. Little one, didn't you say that you followed some high-ranking person? You really don't have a clue about Master Tang's illness? Even if you don't, you can't refuse so bluntly, right? Su Wen looked helpless. Dad, what am I supposed to do? Do you want me to practice medicine indiscriminately, and then who's to blame for the deaths? Su Qiming had a lump in his throat. Indeed, even no treatment was better than treating a dead man's high power. In case the Tang family was angered, that would be bad. It was just that he didn't understand why this Tang family thought Su Sun could cure Elder Tang's illness. It was clear that Su Sun had never even touched any medical stuff before. At most she knew a little massage. How could she give the Tang family this illusion? Is it possible that this kid is out and about? Late night, three-man hut. The night was already late. Su Mayan and Su Baiyan had already fallen into a deep sleep, while Su Sun was at this time writing something in his room. At dinner he learned from Su Bainian and Su Wanqing's call that the Tang family had visited their home to seek medical treatment, and that it was Su Wen who was begging. It reminded him of the oddities in Su Wen. Now he would have to do some experiments to figure out the quirks. He wrote a whole bunch of herbs and proportions of preparation on a piece of paper, and a whole bunch of stimulation therapies for acupuncture points. However, he had just written a whole course of treatment and then burned it in a single fire straight away. Looking at the burning ashes on the ground, Su Sin frowned and thought, he would like to see if news of Elder Tang's physical recovery would be rumored in a few days. Meanwhile, the Su family. Regular breathing sounds came from the darkened room against the silence, and beyond that there was only the mopping sound of the figure on the bed as it rolled unconsciously. But suddenly, the figure that should have been sleeping sat up, and then a sound of surprise suddenly came from the room that was out of reach. He's not dead. Chapter 111, Little Seeker, I was wrong. Time passes. According to Susan, 3 people moved to the new home has been a period of time. Living is quite adaptable. Compared with the Su family, at least do not have that kind of depressing feeling. Instead, Su Bainian was the one who was the most happy to be exposed to a new life, because she didn't have to put up with certain obnoxious people anymore, nor did she have to accept her parents' blind behavior that was biased to the bone. Compared to her sister's lack of understanding of hardships, Su Mayan considered a lot more and was more troubled. She is not a person who can be idle. All day at home doing nothing is not her style. Although Susan gave a bank card with at least hundreds of millions of dollars is enough to feed and clothe everyone, but she still wants to improve the current situation with her own efforts. So, she keeps putting in resumes and applying for jobs these days, thinking of getting a second wind with her work. Originally, with her education, qualifications, ability, where to go or other people grab their heads cannot be snatched talent, but days of running around trying to get in, but not a single entry notice. She understood that this was the Su family striking out. The Su family still had some power in Jiangcheng. Apart from the 3 great families, that was one of the most important existences. Wanting to seal a person couldn't be simpler, probably long expected. Su Mayan was not even too angry, just a kind of disappointed helplessness. It was something her so-called father could do, something that could not be questioned, could not be challenged for authority, or even his own daughter would be targeted. What's wrong? Why do you look sad again after a trip out? Seeing this sad face, Su Sun came straight to sit beside her, feeling the air conditioning slightly cool. He then draped the blanket behind him over the two, tugging at the blanket on her body. Su Mayan twisted her head to reveal a reluctant smile. It's fine, it's just that job searching has failed again, so I'll try again tomorrow. Just? For Su Mayan, disability qualifications are not missing and in charge of the big picture for many years. The failure of the job search is undoubtedly a major blow. Although there are people behind the target, but still inevitably will hit a part of the self-confidence. Su Sun was a bit helpless. Why do you have to try when you know that certain people won't let you have a good time? It's not like we don't have money. No, it's not the same. Su Mayan sighed, her tone serious. I'm really ashamed. You've been caring for us in life when you're incapable. And when you're capable, you still have to rely on you to solve the current difficulties. Fifth sister doesn't know how hard life is, but I do understand it. So I want to do something for this family. And I want to do something for you, by my own efforts. Oh, so how do you want to work your way out? As long as you're in Jiangcheng there's no way out. Is it hard for you to go out of town? Su Mayan slowly shook her head. It's not to that point. I can go to the Gu family, Wu family. The hands of the Su family behind these families shouldn't be able to reach out. Then again I'll just go and do those most basic jobs. I'm sure that cashiers, waitresses and these jobs I can still find. Tang's group, due to the relationship between the Su family and Su Mayan, does not want a contact with it. But Wu's and Gu's she has not yet gone. She feels that she should be able to fill one of the positions that are still acceptable. If it really came to a point where there was nothing else to do, she would let go of the condescension in her heart and do those ordinary tasks. Either way she didn't want to be a loser with nothing to offer. Unbeknownst to her, this thought of hers was extremely ridiculous to Su Sun. So you'd just rather give up all that knowledge you've learned, even if it means going to work as a factory girl waitress, then spend my money because you don't want to be beneath me? Su Mayan's face changed, and she hurriedly explained, I didn't mean that. So what do you mean? Are you looking down on me? You think my money is of unknown origin and you don't dare to use it? Xiao Sun, I really didn't. Su Mayan subconsciously held Su Sun's palm and said in a panicked tone, don't think too much. I just don't want you to feel pressurized. I also want to pay something for this family. I said before that I will make it up to you in the future. But if I keep having to ask you to pay, what kind of making up is that for me? Su Sun smiled at his words. What pressure do I have? Money automatically comes to my pocket when I move my hands for things. Need you to go out and run around? In case something happens, do you want to help me share the pressure or add to my mess? At once, the smile on that pretty face froze. Su Sun then continued, Su Mayan, in front of me, Put down your pride. You don't want to be lower than me. Why don't you feel unbalanced about me being stronger than you today? You have such thoughts. In the end, you still don't treat me as an equal to you. You don't feel good in your heart when I help you, but you take care of me as a matter of course. Or do you think I'm 3 years old? Su Mayan, you disappoint me too much. Since you think my kindness to you is a burden, then this family can live if you want to, and if you can't, forget it. I'm quite fine being free alone anyway. After saying that, Susan shook off the white jade hand in his palm and resolutely got up. Seeker, wait. However, just as he had gotten up, his arm was grabbed in a death grip. Susan turned back with a cold face, only to see that familiar pretty face full of fear and self-reproach. Yes, after the conversation just now, Su Mayan also understood her problem. She had been treating herself as the stronger party, thus ignoring Susun's dedication. And how was this not a repeat of the same mistake? Just like Susun's previous shushing, the previous stomach-nourishing porridge, or the fatigue massage. In the past, she would always have various reasons to forget about Susun's contribution, and even feel burdened. Now for Susun's help feel a kind of burden, is not the same reason? Su Mayan then realized that she had been playing the role of that big sister, unaware that Susun was no longer the same Susun she once was. The current Susun is stubborn and tenacious, but underneath that seemingly casual surface is full of commitment and seriousness. Now that the three of them are dependent on each other, why would one feel that being cared for is a burden? Would a real family feel that way? Su Mayan came to the realization that what she had been wanting to give was actually hurting the person who was giving to her. Maybe it's not such a bad thing to try and be taken care of. What? It's fun to call me out and not say anything, isn't it? Hurry up and pack your bags, and then we'll split the money in that card in half, as my last favor to you. Right at this moment, a hug with a fragrant breeze just embraced Susun's arms. Seeker, I was wrong. Chapter 112, Invincible Rescue Technique. Susun froze and asked rhetorically, wrong? Then where are you wrong? I was wrong not to be raw. I was wrong to reject your kindness, and I was wrong to still put myself on the strong side, thus ignoring your feelings. I realize now that if I wanted to be unconditionally good to someone and that person kept trying to give me back my goodness, would that be the outcome I wanted? Xiao Sun, don't go, okay? Our family is just getting on track. Do you really want to tear this little family apart? At those words, Susun's face was flat, seemingly unmoved, and she just wanted to push away the embrace in front of her. However, the figure in front of him hugged harder and harder, the eyes with stubbornness snapped up, and for a moment, the two of them stared at each other. In the end, it was Susun who sighed softly and took the lead in breaking the deadlock. It's too late. What's the point of you realizing it now? We can't go back. No, it's not too late. Haven't I come to my senses in time? Don't you want to give me a chance? Alas, what's the point of waking up? It can't make up for this broken heart of mine anymore. Ah, it's better to fall apart. No way. I don't agree. Su Mayan directly took Susun's arm to play a rogue. Since it does not make sense, drag also want to drag people to stay. Susun frowned. Su Mayan, what do you mean by this? Do you still want to force me to stay? So what if I am? I figured out that I used to think about respecting and understanding each other no matter what I did. But now, I see nothing wrong with being selfish. And anyway, you can't leave. What the hell are you doing? Do you have to make a scene to make everyone unhappy? Susun said angrily, looking very unhappy. But Su Mayan was a rogue that she had never seen before. It's useless for you to make faces at me. Unless you make a move on me today so that I can't move, I will definitely stop you. Really? I'm a man whose strength is that I don't hit women, but my weakness is that I don't distinguish between men and women. So don't force me to really do it. Then you do it. For a moment, Su Mayan revealed a stubborn and serious look. This led to a good while of silence between the two. Susun seemed helpless and still made a compromise, but he also made a small request. It's fine if I don't leave, but can you put down your so-called condescension? Stop being so forceful in the future and try to accept other people's opinions? Better yet, listen to me? Yes, I won't make that mistake again. Okay, then can you stop treating me like an outsider and hanging around all day making amends or not making amends? I never treated you like an outsider. Very well, then the last one. So can you be gentle? Don't put on a cold face all day? Of course, to that stupid girl Su Baiyan you can continue to show your big sister's majesty with a cold face. That's naturally fine. Good, let's hug it out then. I'm not leaving. The two embraced each other, and right in the unseen corner, the corner of Susun's mouth suddenly grinned with a flickering arc. Su Mayan's natural invisibility was just a feeling that this familiar figure in front of her was so reassuring. Nowadays, this home is also considered to be completely free of problems. As long as Susun doesn't leave, then the future can be created by everyone's hands step by step, until they create an ideal little home that belongs to them. You guys, what's this all about? Suddenly, a voice like a ghost rang out coldly. extraordinarily abrupt in this silent living room, startling the two. Su-mayan subconsciously pushed Su-sun away and hung her head with a sheepish look. Su-sun hate iron is not steel, the heart is not extremely speechless, and did not do anything bad. As for So-vain? So, he directly put his upper hand on Su-mayan's shoulder and rushed at Su-bai-nyen and said faintly, "Can't you see? We were hugging just now." Hugging? Su-bai-nyen was puzzled. What are you two suddenly hugging for in the middle of the night? I'm planning to venture out of the country, so let's hug it out and say our final goodbyes. No? What? Su-bai-nyen's expression froze. But then again, your big sister has just convinced me that I feel too tired to go out and hustle, and that it's better to stay home and eat soft food. It's just that I see you're usually pretty bad for me, so you must be itching for me to get out, right? I think it's better to leave. Humph, I didn't think so, Su-bai-nyen muttered in a small voice. Ah, what did you say? You want me to get out? Roll immediately? Then I'll go pack my bags later. When did I say that? Su-bai-nyen instantly glared and huffed. If you want to get out, hurry up and get out. Who cares if you stay? Humph. Looking at the puffed up back, Su-mayan on the side shook her head helplessly. This girl, obviously can't bear to let you go, but this mouth has to be so hard. I don't know who it follows. Ha, if her mouth wasn't hard then it wouldn't be called Su-bai-nyen. Forget it, I'm going back to my room to sleep too. See you tomorrow. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. After Su-sun returned to his room, the empty living room was only Su-mayan. Instead of leaving, though, she crouched on the couch and pondered the conversation she'd just had. She was reflecting, correcting, warning herself not to make similar mistakes. She felt the need to change the perception regarding the relationship between the two. Now they are both no longer members of the Su family. They are both independent individuals, and there is a bond between them that locks their relationship. That former status no longer suits the two. After thinking through, Su-mayan was enlightened, so much so that her mood was much better, as if the tangled knot in her heart was completely unraveled, peeling away the clouds to see the sky, all in one easy. Perhaps living on in this new way might be the best way to end up. Drinking the cup of tea, Su-mayan got up and went back to her room, going back to her room with a good mood to fall asleep. But just as she passed Su-bai-nyen's doorway she suddenly stopped in her tracks, only to see her yell out at the door of the room. "Fifth sister, little seeker is gone. Are you really not going to see him off one last time?" As soon as the words fell, Su-bai-nyen rushed straight out holding a doll dog. What? He actually did leave. The Don family. At this moment, a bunch of people gathered in the Tang family hall. Not only the curious Tang family members, but also the Gu family members who had heard of the news and ran to join in the fun, just to come and observe this rumored holy hand wandering doctor. Tang family master. Today this last injection has been completed. Tomorrow another course of treatment will end. Is there any discomfort in your body? God's wonderful hands. God's wonderful hands. Tang Shanha laughed out loud, his face full of chi returning to spring. A total of 3 treatments in 3 days. Now it's only 2 days. I feel soothed all over. It's simply divine. The Tang family master is overstating things. I'm just borrowing a flower. What's really powerful is this soul-snatching needle and this Yellow Springs great tonic soup. The stitches and remedies on that formula are simply divine, and I'm thankful to have such an opportunity to practice them. Well, today's treatment has been completed, so I'll leave first, and wait until tomorrow to give you one last treatment. Good. Tang Shanha smiled and arched his hand. If Mr. Liao has something to do, go ahead and get busy. Take care. As soon as this Mr. Liao left, the Tang family members immediately gathered around, each face filled with excitement. Dad, are you okay? Big brother, what do you feel today? Grandpa, how are you doing? Fine. Don't worry about me everyone. It's fine. I'm fine. Tang's family gathered together, the face full of joy, the full of care, causing Tang Shanha to laugh. It was safe to say that he had never been happier in his life, and this time it wasn't like the empty recovery of the last time. This time he was actually feeling the changes in his body. My chest was soothed, my body was energized, my ears were clear, and even my mind was much clearer. It simply takes over heaven and earth. Even Gu Tianwei, who was watching the show from the sidelines, was shocked and couldn't help but open his mouth. Old Tang, where did you invite this Mr. Liao Fengchun Liao? He's really a high-ranking person. Tang Shanha laughed out loud. Yes, indeed. He's a tall man. He can be regarded as a holy wandering doctor by many people. However, he can't cure me of this disease. What can really cure me is the invincible rescue technique that little friend Suwin sent me. Chapter 113, Suwin's highlighted moment. What the hell? Invincible rescue technique? Why is that name kind of random? Hey, old Gu, you don't understand. Real treasures are often plain and simple. Tang Shanha reached out and beckoned for a pot of tea, pouring it as he said. This invincible rescue technique covers a set of needles and a prescription within it, and you've seen the state I'm in nowadays. A real miracle. Hiss. That's true, but why does the name Su-won sound so familiar? It seems like the one who gave you the prescription last time was also this young man named Su-wen, right? Yes, him too. At once, Gu Tianwei was worried. Old Tang Ah, you're still in too much of a hurry. The last time this Su-wen gave you a prescription there was a problem, and this time it's his stuff again. How did you dare to use it directly? Tang Shanha laughed. It's fine. I believe in little friend Su-won. Besides, I can't fake my current state, can I? Gu Tianwei wanted to say something else, but seeing how happy Tang Shanha was he couldn't bear to hit him. However, he always felt that the name Su-won was still familiar, and it seemed that he had heard it somewhere else besides about that prescription. Just then, Gu Chengwon, who had been silent, opened her mouth to help him answer the doubts in his heart. Uncle Tang, this Su-won wouldn't be the same Su-won who stole my brother Su-sun's prescription, right? At those words, Tang Shanha's smiling face froze. Seeing this, Gu Qingwan knew that she had guessed correctly and kindly reminded, Uncle Tang, this Su-won steals from others to take credit for himself. One can only imagine how low his character is, and he has already cheated you once last time, and now he doesn't know where to take a so-called life-saving formula from. Uncle Tang, you shouldn't trust him so easily. Why didn't Tang Shanha know this? But Su-won was his lifesaver nowadays, so he was naturally willing to help him rebut a bit. One size does not fit all. This time he shouldn't be stealing. After all, the Su-sun he could have stolen from has died in a car accident, and he has no place to steal from. This time it should be the real thing. When these words came out, not only did Gu Qingwan look puzzled, but Gu Tianwei on the side also looked confused. No, who told you that my brother Su-sun died in a car accident? He even treated my leg 2 days ago. What? Tang Shanha snapped. He's not dead? Then why did the Su family say he was dead? Then why hasn't he gone to your Gu family during this period of time? Gu Qingwan explained. Su-sun's younger brother did have a car accident some time ago, but he was lucky that nothing happened to him, and he's come to my Gu family recently, only that he just left straight away after each errand without lingering too much. Uncle Tang, you guys have been to the Su family, you must know something about the relationship between Su-sun's brother and the Su family, so there are some things I won't say. Since Uncle Tang, you also know that Su-won has a bad character. The origin of the things he gave is doubtful. After all, not everyone is as full of mysteries and extraordinary abilities as Su-sun's brother. This time I'm afraid it's the same as last time. This, Auntie Wan, what does this mean? Do you want my grandfather to give up his treatment? Just as Tang Shanha was momentarily speechless, Tang Shuyu suddenly spoke out in retort. The last time she begged Gu Qingwan for help and was rejected, she still remembered it. Now that Grandpa was about to get well, someone actually dared to jump out and oppose it. She would never allow it. And one, Su-won is the one I personally begged to come back to cure Grandpa. And the one who can cure the disease in this world is not only the one you are talking about. Su-wen's family has been drifting around since childhood and practiced with high-profile people, so naturally, he has real skills. I know at one that you and Su-sun are on good terms, but you can't let my grandfather go untreated because of some wild speculations, can you? I didn't mean that. It should be cured, but you have to be wary of certain villains taking advantage of the situation, lest your grandfather be deceived. And one, you've gone too far with this. Tang Shuyu snorted coldly, and said with a cold face of contempt, not everyone is like Su-sun who sees death and saves lives. No matter what Su-won saved Grandpa, it's a favor to my Tang family. Or do you think that Grandpa is old and dim-eyed and short-sighted? Aunt Wan? I didn't mean that. Gu Qingwan frowned slightly. No, then don't interfere in my Tang family's affairs. In case certain bad words reach my brother Arwen and break someone's heart, then won't my Tang family lose their manners? Upon hearing this, Gu Qingwan gently shook her head, only feeling that Tang Shuyu was not shallowly poisoned. Obviously, she grew up as a cheerful and optimistic little girl, so delightful, but now she is so narrow-minded and jealous. As you wish. I'm just kindly reminding you. Since you don't want to listen, then forget it. But why Su-sun didn't help Uncle Tang with his treatment? I believe no one knows better than you. What did you say? Shuyu, how do you talk to elders? But Grandpa, shut up. Tang Shuyu is still young, thinking that he has the upper hand in words, not realizing that a single word from someone else can knock him back to his original form. Furious, seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Gu Tianwei hurriedly laughed out to ease the atmosphere. Sorry, old Tang, my little one talked a bit too much today. Don't blame me. It's fine. It's Shuyu who's not big enough. Besides, Shawan is also looking out for me. Ha ha, as long as you don't get angry, don't affect the peace between the two families. It won't. Naturally not. The Tang family side cheered, and it was natural for them to be happy without the Su family's favor. In the evening, the Su family members were having their dinner. The table was dead. No one talking, not the same buzz as before. Except for Su Wen and Qin Xinlan, the rest of the people seemed like two pictures. Qin Xinlan hated the situation more and more. A few girls made it look like who owed them money, or the son was good and knew how to please his mother. Just as mother and son were engrossed in conversation, a loud, hearty laugh came through the door, from far away. Ha ha ha, little one, you are truly worthy of being my son, worthy of being my Su Chiming's son. Su Chiming directly picked Su Wen up from the dining table and gave him a big hug. If not for the fact that both of them were male, he was afraid that he would have kissed him. Shin Shinran pulled the two apart with a disgusted face and said in disbelief, Su Chiming, what are you mad about again? What's so exciting? Excited? How can I not be excited? Su Chiming grabbed the red wine on the table and gulped it down, with an excited look on his face. 2 days ago, the Tang family withdrew their capital, but as a result, yesterday Xiaowen went to the Tang family, and guess what? I'm not guessing. Without guessing I'd say that this afternoon, the Tang family not only resumed their investment, but also gave us 2 parcels of land. That's an open lot in the center of the city. It's an inch of land. I didn't believe little man yesterday, but he really gave me a big surprise. Ha 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 ha, Su can now not only turn the corner, but even go to the next level. What Han family? I don't need it anymore. Come on little man, tell dad how you did it. How on earth did you convince the Tang family? For a while, everyone threw puzzled and curious looks towards Su Wen. This moment of attention, Su Wen grinned, confident and calm. It's nothing really. Didn't dad ask me to cure Elder Tang last time? So for the sake of the Su family, I directly used all my skills. Who knows? I was actually cured. Snow Leopard has been lost. Cannot uncover your false mask. The sudden ringing of the phone interrupted his excitement. Seeing that it was a call from the Tang family, Su Wen directly turned on the speakerphone and waited for the words of thanks from the Tang family. As a result, a frightened voice actually came from inside. Brother man, my grandfather is vomiting blood. Chapter 114 Accidentally Suddenly Su Wen personally saves the day. It's okay sister Shuyu. I'll go to the Tang family right away to take a look. After the phone hung up, surprisingly Su Wen actually had a calm face. You have to know that it was Donald Trump. All the treatments were due to him. If something really went wrong he could not absolve himself of the blame. But now he had this clouded look as if he had expected it. However, Su Chiming wasn't in as good a frame of mind as he was at the moment, and was shocked to hear the contents of the phone call. The Tang family had just invested in themselves on the front foot, and then something happened to Elder Tang on the back foot. Little one, what's going on? Didn't you say that old Master Tang has been cured by you? Dad, don't worry, I've got everything. It's just that I don't feel at ease with you. Su Chiming secretly grumbled in his heart. Su Wen didn't explain too much, still had a calm and relaxed face, as if everything was under control, and directly left the house in a dashing manner. For a while, Su Chiming was in a bit of a trance, because he saw something in his son that was in control and strategizing, something he had wanted to see but couldn't. Did my son really grow up through the trials and tribulations? Su Chiming, what are you waiting for? Why don't you accompany your son? Shin Shinlan can't think of so many twists and turns, only afraid that her son will be implicated by the Tang family, so she wants to let Su Chiming to go around. Su Chiming naturally ignored it and just shook his head slowly at her, because he had a premonition that his son would make a world for him in the future. Don't worry, we have to trust little one. I believe he will give us a big surprise. The main entrance of the Tang family. At this time, Su Wen had already arrived at the Tang family, holding a medicinal pot in his arms, his face filled with confidence. Brother man, you're finally here. Tang Shuyu received the news early, stood at the door to meet, because Su Wen is considered to be her introduction, and Su family cooperation is also her to facilitate. If Su Wen's side of what happened to her will not be good, it was not easy for her grandfather's side to show signs of relief on the marriage matter and was willing to postpone the marriage for the time being. She did not want to have a change of heart at this time. Today's Tang Shanhai is pale and depressed, lying on the bed unable to move, obviously suffering a lot of crime. As soon as he came to Tang Shanha's room, Su Wen immediately gestured with his hands in a stylish manner, frowning and sighing, scaring the hearts of the people around him. When Tang Qingye saw that he looked rather like he was pretending to be a god, he was furious. After all, Su Wen had lied to them once last time, and now he had lied again, and this time it was even more serious than the last time. He was just about to open his mouth when he saw a smirk suddenly appear on Su Wen's stony face. So it is. As these inexplicable words rang out, Su Wen immediately greeted the people around him to go get him a bowl. Concerned about his father's safety, Tang Chengye dared not obey, and ran to the kitchen in a hurry to get a dinner bowl. Receiving the porcelain bowl, Su Wen immediately opened the medicine jar he had carried and poured out a bowl of black medicinal liquid with a pungent herbal odor. Seeing this light-hearted appearance, Tang Chengye froze for a moment. Could it be that he had really misjudged him? Don't worry everyone, Grandpa Tang is a sign of healing. It's only when it's broken that it's replaced with a new life. This is the light returning spirit herb liquid that I purposely boiled down. just waiting for this moment to happen. With this bowl, along with tomorrow's treatment, Grandpa Tang will be completely cured. After saying that, Su-wen handed the bowl of medicinal liquid to Tang Shuyu. Shuyu, go feed Grandpa Tang the medicine. Remember, not a single bit should be wasted. Tang Shuyu smiled gratefully, because she knew that this was Su-wen purposely giving her this chance to perform, so that she could re-establish a good image in front of everyone. When Grandpa woke up, he would be able to know that she, his granddaughter, had contributed to this critical situation. Even the slightest good impression today would be invaluable to her today. Tang Shuyu was careful and serious, feeding her grandfather the medicine one spoonful at a time. That bowl of medicinal liquid could be said to have an immediate effect, and just after drinking it on the front foot, Tang Shanha violently coughed on the back foot. But it didn't last long. As the coughing got more intense, he actually spat out a mouthful of black blood. The crowd was alarmed. Su-wen, what did you feed my father? Why is he vomiting black blood? Tang Chunye was furious. Before, the old man, no matter how serious, has never vomited black blood. Now this scene must be that there is something wrong in the medicine. Is it hard to believe that it's poisonous? Tang Chunye, who thought of this, immediately grimaced. Dad, take it easy for a second. It's not what you think. Tang Shuyu, you shut up. I should have never listened to you and let him come over to treat your grandfather. For his daughter's discouragement, Tang Xingye didn't care. He swore that but if anything went wrong with the old man today, he would make Su-wen pay the price. And this daughter, with her repeated mistakes, can be dispensed with. But in the face of Tang Xingye's anger, Su-wen not only didn't have any fear, but instead, a strong disappointment arose. It was as if it wasn't him who had done something wrong, but Tang Xingye. Uncle Tang, I didn't want to get more involved in karma, but I saw Sister Shuyu's face and was willing to come over and help Grandpa Tang. If you don't trust it, then why have you come to me? Is there not even that much trust? The old master has become such a demeanor. How do you ask us to trust you? Tang Xingye's face turned blue. Alas, the practice of medicine most avoids not being trusted and looking ahead in everything. How do you expect me to heal better? This black blood is Grandpa Tang's heart blood that has been stagnating for many years, and is also the root cause of his many years of hidden illnesses, which has led to Grandpa Tang's pulsating weakness and heart-strangling and suffocating sensation. It's also because of the weak blood supply in old age that the blood can't fall back throughout the body and supply the brain, which is what causes Grandpa Tang's thoughts to drift away every day, disheveled and powerless, with a wilted look. Now that I'm just removing the source, I didn't expect you guys to react so strongly and actually believe me so little. Since you don't believe me, then forget it. This time consider me to be charitable, and we'll have nothing more to do with each other in the future. Instantly, Tang Xingye's face changed. He had always thought that Su-wen was just foxing around on the basis of other people's stuff, and this speech just now seemed to really be something. Though clouded, he didn't understand, but he still grasped the point, which was that he had misunderstood someone else. The most crucial thing was that he saw his own old man's face become visibly rosy and his breathing gradually calmed down. Su-wen, he doesn't seem to be lying. Chapter 115, Su Mayan's possessiveness. Dad, what are you waiting for? Brother man is leaving. How can you talk about him like that? At those words, Tang Chengye instantly returned to his senses, and only then did he see the back that had gradually left. At once he blushed with guilt, and with haste and heaps of smiles went up to stop the departing figure. Little brother Su-wen, just now it was me who spoke nonsense in my haste. You don't mind. I am willing to make amends for this matter and apologize. I only ask that you don't take it personally with me. Tang Dong, there's no need. This time to help you was originally me going against the teacher's training. In the future let's pretend we don't know each other. No. Brother Su-wen, don't say that. We haven't repaid the favor you've done to my Tang family. How can we pretend we don't know each other? Yes. At this moment, Tang Shuyu also couldn't help but come out to concur. Brother Awen, you've done my Tang family a great favor. My Tang family can't thank you enough. Just now it's just a momentary rush of emotion from my dad. So you can just forgive him, okay? What? My father really knows he's wrong. I'll make sure he makes it up to you, so please forgive him, okay? Seeing Su-wen in a tangle, Tang Xingye couldn't help but be pleased. So this stupid daughter of his was still somewhat useful. So, he immediately took out his chips. Brother Su-wen, Tang Group is willing to form an exclusive strategic partnership with you, Su, and is willing to tilt its resources unconditionally towards Su. What do you think? It's all said and done, and any more pretentious drama would be overkill. Thus, Su-wen sighed. Alright. This is over, but forget about this. What strategic partner? Your Tang family has already helped my Su family enough. I can't be greedy anymore. Su, little brother, you say this. We are a win-win cooperation, and with your kindness to my Tang family this return is nothing. It's settled. That's good. Seemingly calm surface without waves. In fact, the hidden depths of Su-wen are about to go crazy with joy. With one move to retreat, he held the Tang family to death. He was simply a genius. In fact, those literary words were all memorized from his healing prescription. This was because the healing formula had long predicted that Master Tang would experience this kind of breakthrough, and the solution was written on it. Even the so-called elixir was something he had gone to the herb store to have someone else boil. It could be said that he had done nothing as a whole, and had gained the esteem of the Tang family with just a mouth. Su Sun. Ah, Su Sun. All your chances belong to me. Little seeker, have you heard the news from the Su family side? What's the matter? Is it hard to believe that Su is going bankrupt? No, not only is it not bankrupt, but I'm afraid it's going to go even higher in the future. Oh yeah? Fine. Thus, Su Mayan sat down next to Su Sun and slowly said, "Tonight, the Su family will be hosting a joint banquet with the Tang family, announcing the cooperation between the two families as well as the future development of the two families, which to put it bluntly, is an alliance, and this Tang family is laying out a clear intention to support the Su family. Originally I thought it was just a rumor, but I just asked my second, and it's true, they're holding it at the Imperial Ding Hotel. It said that Su Wen personally saved Elder Tang, so the Tang family is going to vigorously support Su Wen. So, this banquet is not only on a business level, but also a celebration of Elder Tang's physical healing, as well as a networking banquet conducted specifically for Su Wen." In fact, halfway through the sentence Su Sun roughly guessed the end. It can be said that he very much did not want but somehow expected things still happened. Su Wen how many kilograms he still knows, sooner or later, but at this time to cure the old man Tang. Isn't that a bit of a coincidence? However, he was willing for Su Wen to keep it up. After all, the higher you stand the harder you fall. Some people think that the moment of highlight in the limelight, but I do not know that the smugness of the early, but they are all illusory illusion. Next is when the really good stuff happens. I'm going out. I won't be back for dinner tonight, don't wait for me. Wait. Su Mayan rushed to the front and stretched out her arms to stop Su Sun with a nervous face. What are you going to do? Are you going to the banquet? What party? Why would I go there? To see Suvan get his kicks? Then why don't you come back at night? Now that the Su family thinks you're dead, you'd better not have anything more to do with them. Su Sun helplessly pressed back those two slender arms and said in a serious tone, "Don't worry, I don't have the time to get involved in their idle business. I really have something to do." "What's the matter with you? Then you take me with you." "Su Mayan, you're being a bit annoying. Don't I have any personal space? If you could have in the past I wouldn't have asked, but not today, especially not tonight at this particular time. Don't ask. I'm going on a date with someone, okay? I've recently met a new girl, and I want to go and grow my relationship with her. So are you going to be a light bulb? What? Don't bother talking to you. Let's go." With a bang, Su Sun closed the door, and Su Mayan stupidly froze in place, her expression mute and her eyes empty. She couldn't understand why her heart was clogged up when it was clear that Seeker had a love life of his own and she should be happy about that, or even, actually felt a twinge of betrayal, knowing that the two had been licensed and shouldn't have at least gone to another woman before their marriage was dissolved. For a moment, a possessiveness that had never existed before crept in. Su Mayan herself didn't realize that her silver teeth were clenched nowadays, and that cold and proud face presented a face full of unwillingness. "Big sister, what are you gawking at the door for?" Well, a familiar call brought her thoughts back to reality. Su Mayan instantly returned to her senses and smiled awkwardly. "Fifth sister, what's the matter? What is it?" Su Baiyan had a puzzled look on her face as she surveyed. "Rather, what's the matter with you, big sister? Why do you look so sullen, and you're still standing there staring? It's a good thing it's daytime and not nighttime, otherwise how frightening." "Haha, have you?" "Yes, big sister, do you know what you look like now?" Like what?" Su Mayan froze. "You're acting like a whiny woman whose husband doesn't come home, and it's creepy." "What did you say?" Across the road, a building called Wuxi Lending stands out. Su Sun was sitting in a cafe across the street from the building, sipping afternoon tea and leisurely surveying the building not far away. In this age of the internet, the public's privacy for some people is completely virtual. The surface of this Wuxi Lending boss named Wu Shi, in fact, the real owner of this lending company named Gao Li. Not only is this company not as interest-free as it appears, but it is indeed a real loan shark like the real owner's name suggests. And this company is inextricably linked to Jiangqing's infamous underground force, the Black Tiger Gang. It's not too much to say that it's the headquarters of the Black Tiger Gang. Cow Knight, Tiger, Wu 11, Wu family. Interesting, boss, thanks for the computer. It's okay, welcome to the next one. Putting down the coffee in his hand, Su Sun left the store and went straight to the Black Rolls Phantom across the street. Obviously there is a suit driver is leaning on the front of the car waiting, and Su Sun in the back of it's as if with no see like so opened the back seat to sit in the grandiose. Chapter 116, you don't want anything to happen to your wife, do you? Wu Dong, Party B's side has been waiting for a long time. We still go to. Well, don't go. Go meet the client first. Yeah, it's going to. The suited driver attentively opened the car door, but the moment he opened the door, his face suddenly changed and his movements froze. This car that should have belonged to the boss actually appeared to be a strange man. Who are you? Why are you in our boss's car? Wu Shi, Wu Dong. Let's talk, kid. Talking to you can't hear you? You know who our Wu Dong is and you dare to be so wild. Susan smiled disdainfully. I know, that's why I came over. Toast to the world. Just as the driver was about to make a move, Wu Shi beside him suddenly stopped him. This young man's calmness was not like an ordinary rash. Knowing his identity and still daring to come over, either he was in possession of skills, or he had a strong background behind him. It's not impossible to talk about it since there's no malicious intent visible at the moment anyway. Wu Shi winked at the driver and then stepped into the car with one foot. Just as she entered the car, the driver returned to the seat, while a suited bodyguard got into the passenger seat. The car drove on, heading into the unknown, the duo in the front seat occasionally watching the movement behind them through the rearview mirror. As a party, Wu Shi is not as nervous as her subordinates, but instead hitching a leg against her chin and sizing up Su Sun with interest. It was reasonable to say that the person who had requested her would definitely be the first to speak, but the youth beside her didn't say a word and didn't care where they were going, which piqued her interest. Little brother, I wonder what you're looking for from me. Do you want to ask for cooperation, or are you looking for a job? Not many people are as bold as you. Interesting. Su Sun slowly shook his head. Neither. None of them? Then is it possible that I was approached to borrow money? Seeing as you're so interesting, I'm willing to lower the interest rate for you, as long as you can afford to pay it back. Neither? Then what's the point of you barging into my car all of a sudden? Is it possible that you have a crush on? I've come to find someone named Tiger. Almost instantly, the smile at the corner of Wu Shi's mouth came to an abrupt end. The playfulness in his heart towards Su Sun no longer existed, and there was only a strong vigilance. This company of hers had no relationship with the Black Tiger gang on the surface, and there were even fewer people who could know about her relationship with Tiger. So why would this young man in front of her know? Wu Shi smiled faintly and pretended to be puzzled. What are you talking about, handsome? We don't have anyone named Tiger in our lending company now. Are you looking in the wrong place? Su Sun swept a glance at her, and the next moment the words he uttered were like thunderbolts directly exploding in her ears. Yes, his name is Gao Li, the real boss of this company of yours, and also the husband of your Wu Shi's, the licensed kind. In an instant, Wu Shi had the idea of making a move. She had been through all kinds of fights for so many years and was considered to have learned by heart, so she naturally knew quite a lot of boxing and kung fu. No matter what the origin of this young man in front of him was, he had to be taken down first. However, before she could make a move, she heard Su Sun coldly say, "Don't make a move. Making a move won't do you any good." But Wu Shi still didn't care, holding her fingers into claws and attacking Su Sun's neck. Su Sun has never been a being who upholds equality between men and women, ignores gender, and only has opponents in his eyes. Just saw him backhand fling. That grabbed the white bone claw will hear click sound. With that, his big hand reached out and directly pinched Wu Shi's neck. With a seemingly random upward lift, Wu Shi's head hit the roof of the car directly with a burst of dizziness. The bodyguard in the passenger seat was just about to make a move when Su Sun slapped him over and directly slapped him in both eyes. The driver immediately braked when he saw the situation was bad, but as soon as he turned around, an uppercut came, and the whole person was stuck in the gap between the main passenger side of the car and fainted to death. In less than 5 seconds, all 3 people in the car were surrounded by Su Sun alone. Wu Shi's head was dazed, but she was also shocked in her heart. How terrifying to be able to control 3 men of extraordinary skill in a few seconds in such a small space. Who is this young man in front of me? What, exactly, are you doing? I told you I'm looking for Goliath. Don't my ears work? I'm not going to tell you, and besides, he's not in the country right now. I didn't expect you to say that, and I can't believe he won't show up when I've wasted his wife. What? Wu Shi was horrified in his heart. This unorthodox outburst was really beyond his expectations. Wouldn't a normal person have to keep asking questions back and forth a few times? How come the guy in front of me didn't even try? Just thinking about it, Su Sun's palm had already begun to make a force. Not too strong, just in time to be confused. Wu Shi only felt a suffocating sensation instantly surging through her entire body, and all of a sudden, she was incomparably terrified. This youth in front of him was not at all trying to waste himself. Looking at this situation, he was afraid that he would directly kill himself, and I don't know what a two-timer's mouth is about. He's a boss-like character who needs you, a woman, to protect him. Isn't that a joke? Do you know why I'm looking for him? A bunch of ungrateful ones ran to kill me because of him, and you think you can take the heat for him? I didn't want to spill the beans, but you two were deeply in love, so I'm sure he would have come looking when he got the news that you were dead, right? No, don't. Suddenly, the shackles around her neck completely disappeared, and Wuxi gasped for air, looking at the man in front of her in horror. She was really scared. Not only was she scared of this careless behavior of Su Sun, but she was also scared that her husband had messed with such a man. I'll contact him for you. But, what's going on? Is it convenient to talk about it? Wuxi gasped. It's really quite simple. He helped some rich young master find someone to hunt me down, and I'm very upset. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. We can discuss it. It doesn't matter. Just go ahead and call the guy for me, or I'll find him myself. Just not much of a talker at that point. With that said, and especially with the threat of death, Wuxi had to contact Gao Li. She wanted to tell Gao Li that there was a strong enemy coming by means of hints, and told Gao Li to take precautions early. Just before the words were spoken, Su Sun snatched the cell phone and said in a cold voice, "Tiger, right? You don't want your wife to have any kind of accident, do you?" Chapter 117, Suwon, the star of tomorrow. Who are you? The phone caller was instantly furious. He had never been threatened by anyone in his entire life, especially with his own wife. Seeing that the opposite side was a young voice, Gao Li subconsciously thought that it must be the henchman of some enemy, so he was not polite at all in his tone and said viciously, "Kid, I advise you not to move the woman beside you, or else you can't afford the consequences." Yoo-hoo! Who knew that only heard a yoo-hoo sound? Su Sun slapped at Wuxi, and the loud and clear sound of a slap and a cry of pain followed. Gao Li was furious. "Kid, are you looking for death?" There was another pop, this time harder and louder than before. Gao Li was completely enraged. "You seek death? Pop, boy, snap, wait for me, I'll never spare you." Su Sun heaved a sigh and gave Wuxi a sympathetic look, as if to say, how could you have such a stupid man? Wuxi's heart thumped as a wave of panic instantly struck her, and in the next second, she felt a fiery pain once again on her face. "Aha, boy, you really pissed off, Goliath. You shut the up. We'll get a divorce if you say that crap again. Sissy, shut up." Gao Li was furious and had a mouthful to say, but Wuxi had spoken, so he simply could only keep his mouth shut. Seeing this, Su Sun nodded his head in satisfaction and spoke out faintly. "Isn't this right? Your wife is my hostage and still dares to threaten like this? Afraid that your wife is too comfortable, right? You, Goliath, can't understand human language, can you? Do you intentionally want to see me being killed alive by him?" Fearing that the person on the other end of the phone would speak out again, Wuxi hurriedly spoke out to stop him. "No." Gao Li tensed. "No, then shut the up and get a clue. You're not the hostage, are you? It's not you who's a hostage, is it?" Su Sun was instantly happy. Before he could make a move on his side, these two were arguing first. It seems that when it comes to life and death, husband and wife are not always on the same page. This what, Tiger? Learn more from your wife. See how smart people are. We'll avoid the front for the time being. Thanks to your encounter today as me. Otherwise you just those words your wife is afraid of long gone. Young man, don't go too far. Gao Li forced down his anger and said, "After all, this is a hatred between me and your boss. There's no need for you, a little brother, to make enemies all around. Like this, how about you come to work by my side, and I'll give you a few times the pay you had before." Is there a misunderstanding or something? Where did I get a boss? Just me? What? You alone? Yeah, it's just me. Your men ran after me the other day. I'm just here today to make a claim. Give you half an hour to ransom your wife or you know what? Gao Li was a bit confused. His own people running after people? How can you go after someone and not know it when you haven't done anything over the line for more than half a year on your own hand? Little brother, isn't it a misunderstanding of something? To say smashing and fighting and whatnot is naturally there, but going to kill someone I'm sure there isn't. No? Su Sun's eyes sank as he said meaningfully, "Can it be that those two wanted criminals and 7 or 8 thugs didn't appear out of thin air? What wanted man?" Suddenly, Gao Li's heart thumped. He remembered. It couldn't be the group that died in a car accident a while back, could it? At that time, he received an order from above to find a group of people to deal with a brat. Shouldn't. Inside an unknown office somewhere in Jiangchang, Gao Li's face was gloomy and ugly. At that time, he merely received the order and casually ordered it down, not caring at all who the kid to deal with was, only knowing that the top was also entrusted by someone else, the young master of the Han family in the next Cloud City. It appears that this was the source of the accident. He was a little remorseful that he shouldn't have gotten involved in a fight like this one between the rich and powerful. All 10 hitmen sent out are dead, while the target is unharmed, and has even kidnapped his wife. This time I'm afraid I've kicked the bucket. 5 minutes past the hour. 25 minutes to go. Speed up. Without giving room for rebuttal, Su Sun directly gave to command, "Tell her to give me the address." Gao Li didn't say much, put on his clothes and hurriedly left. He felt that the opposite side should not dare to do too much. Now to find himself is nothing more than want to talk about compensation. Then he gave his. Meanwhile, the Su family. At this time, Suwon is gradually becoming a nobleman and is being cleaned up by his parents. He was dressed up to show off in front of people tonight, just to give the Su family a chance to win, and tonight was a turning point in his life. Suwon used to be a spiritual boy. Due to malnutrition resulting in a weak body, it is good that the genes of the Su family are good. Otherwise there would not be so beautiful 5 daughters. Customized suits with the face that has not grown crooked, adding a few points of temperament. Looking at her masterpiece, Jin Shinlan patted Suwon's shoulder with satisfaction and straightened his collar again, proudly saying, "My son is just handsome. Today is the beginning of my son's fame in Zhangcheng." For boasting, Suwon is naturally happy to accept. After all, he also feels so. He feels that he is different. Not at all the crooked dates outside can be compared. Tonight, he is the first noble young man in Zhangcheng. Su Qiming was also on the sidelines with eyes full of relief, looking forward to the evening when the banquet would begin, because after this night, his Su family would step into a new level. However, some people were happy and some people were sad, for Su Wen's various behaviors. Some people were naturally unwilling to believe it. That was Su Wansheng and Su Qingsha who was anxious because of Su Wen. Just as if before they would have turned a blind eye to Su Wen's manifested aura due to him being their brother, or even silently agreeing with it. Now after witnessing so many of Su Wen's pitfalls, it was hard for them to believe and unwilling to believe that Su Wen had any ability. To put it bluntly, Su Wen used to be that sneak. He didn't even finish his studies, and the little half year he came back didn't show any talent in some areas. So what was he going to do to cure others of Master Tang? The two of them always felt uneasy in their hearts, always feeling that something would happen. And seeing their parents' complacent appearance now, they knew what kind of result it would be if they were to poke fun at them. So, it was only possible to swallow certain words back in silence. But the sisters didn't seem to be on the same page, and the suspicions of the two of her didn't seem to affect Su Shinru in the slightest. Second sister. Why do you think third sister is so nice to Su Wen? Normally she's such a smart person. How come she's starting to be blind just like mom and dad? Alas, I don't know. But how is your third sister's behavior not fueling Su Wen's arrogance? With mom, dad and your third sister protecting him, I'm afraid Su Wen will be even more talkative in the future. It's so unpleasant. I now realize why big sister and old five left. Is this home still a place for people to stay these days? Yes, little Seeker is dead now, but it seems as if it's taken for granted to them, and this family really doesn't have any human feelings at all. As soon as they talked about Susan, two people began to hurt, although the previous they occasionally friction, but after all, that is a living person. Live together for more than 10 years of people just die. Say not sad natural is false. Just they did not expect as parents and as sisters of some people on Su's son's death regardless, did not show sadness even if, and even day by day happy. This family, never to be whole again. Alright second sister, don't be sad. When we go back to beg big sister to let her tell us the whereabouts of Su's son's grave, let's go and see him then. With a beat of her voice, Su Qingxia pointed at the opposite side of the room again. Guess what third sister gave Su Wen this time? That small box can't be a ring, right? No. As soon as the words fell, suddenly, Su Qingxia's face suddenly changed. That looks like a brooch. Like it's my brooch. Chapter 118, there are still experts behind? What do you mean? Third sister? Why did you take my brooch? Su Qingxia rushed over and grabbed the brooch, clutching it in her hand, her pretty face full of anger. Although the one in her hand was just a small brooch, it had a different meaning to her. Her third sister actually gave her own thing to someone else without her consent, and the key to give it away was Su Wen? Doesn't she realize how badly Su Wen fooled himself? Xia, it's just a brooch. I gave it to Xiao Wen since he said he liked it. Just a brooch? Su Qingxia laughed in exasperation and disbelief. It's a brooch made by my idol Biza himself. It's his recognition of me and my motivation to move forward. And you actually say it's just a little brooch? Do you know what a brooch represents? He only gave this kind of brooch to 3 people in his life. And everyone who receives this pin represents his recognition, which is sometimes more convincing than those so-called music awards, an honor that every musician begs for. You actually took something of mine and gave it to him? I'll put up with anything else, but it's this brooch. Third sister, you've gone too far. Upon hearing this, Su Shinru's face changed, obviously surprised by this, and hurriedly stepped forward to calm her agitated sister. She held Su Qingxia's hand with a guilty face. I'm sorry Xia, I didn't know that this tiny bra was so significant to you. I thought it was just an ordinary decoration, and when I saw Xiaowen keep chanting about it I took it to him. However, I've given away all my things. Xia, can you bear with me? I see that little one likes it quite a bit. How about third sister giving you other compensation then? No way. Su Qingxia yelled. Why should I take my most precious thing to please Su Wen? He is your son, your brother. Am I not your daughter and sister? The crowd's faces changed. That's pretty close to stating that they're biased. And Su Qiming Qin Xinlan hated it when people said they were biased, even when the duo's hearts were already biased to their throats. Compared to the black face of the two, Su Xin Ro was still apologetic, even coaxed and said, "Okay xia, things you take back, don't be angry. This time is the third sister's wrong. In a few days the third sister will definitely give you a satisfactory compensation." "I don't want any compensation," Su Qingxia said hysterically, "and it's also true that it's your fault, but listening to you that you were also fooled. You must be saying that Su Wen secretly instigated you." "Su Wen, what's so disgusting?" Su Wen was speechless. Why did he pull on himself? He didn't say anything himself, although it was true that he had taken the initiative to mention things, but it was only a mention. What was the meaning of third sister's words just now? Make it look like you're flirting with her to get something and causing misunderstandings. However, as soon as this suspicion came out of him, it was completely dispelled by Su Xinru's next words. Xia, you misunderstand. Just now is my slip of the tongue. This thing is my initiative to give Xiuwen. I see that he is very suitable for this brooch. Thinking to let him bring this brooch tonight to our family to fight. When these words came out, Su Wen's heart was touched for a moment. It's true that it's still third sister who's good, but I actually doubted her myself. I'm really not a thing. But the more he said this, the more Su Qingxia was certain that these words were an excuse to absolve Su Wen, because she knew the character of this third sister of hers, acting carefully and treating people thoughtfully. If it wasn't for Su Wen's urging, how could he take his own things and give them to Su Wen? For a while, her disgust for Su Wen once again added a few points. Right at this moment, Qin Xinlan suddenly opened her mouth with a face full of disbelief. "What master gift? Isn't it just a brooch? What's wrong with giving it to your brother? If it's a big deal, I'll give it back to you when I come back tonight. Why are you so stingy?" Su Qingxia's eyes widened. "Mom, do you mean I don't know enough? Is it really because I don't let him wear it? It's obviously because none of you have considered my feelings when doing things. We're all family. Why care about so many details?" Qin Xinlan skimmed her mouth, feeling that Su Qingxia was making a big deal out of it. Su Qiming also said at this time, "Old fourth, no matter what, masters are more important than family members. If you have any opinions you can completely say them in private. Do you have any regard for your brother's feelings when you make a fuss here?" Su Qingxia instantly laughed. It is clear that one's cherished values are being ignored, but in the end it is all one's fault instead. For a while, her eyes were sour, her eyes contained hidden tears, and finally she couldn't hold back the grievances in her heart and ran out. "Xia." Su Xinru glanced towards Su Wen and the others in a difficult manner, then chased out without looking back. Su Wanqing also turned a cold face to the family of three in front of her at this time, full of indignation. "Mom and Dad, you guys are really too much. That's fourth sister's honor, and you guys are actually making her honor sound so worthless. No wonder big. Never mind, I'm going after the fourth sister." Just before she left, Su Wanqing had another footstep, turned back and rushed at Su Wen with cold eyes and warned, "Put away those little thoughts of yours, or I won't let you go." Just as she left in front of her, Su Wen wiped her tears with a face of grievance in the back. "Mom, what did I do wrong? I'd better leave this home." "No son, it's not you that's wrong, it's the world." North of the city, a tavern box. The two of them sat across from each other at the narrow table, Su's son sipping a small drink and eating small dishes, while across from him sat a burly man with a face full of pits and a face of implacable anger. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Gao Li would have a hard time imagining that this brat in front of him, who looked to be in his early 20s, was actually the rightful owner of the threat against him. He lived more than 40 years for the first time he encountered such a thing. If he spread out this tiger's name is afraid to be laughed off by others. "Young man, where is that woman beside you? She went to talk business. I said my target is you," Su Sun said as he chucked a small dish. "Okay then, so tell me straight, what exactly is your agenda?" "Simple. I just want to know why you sent someone against someone I don't even know? Or, there are still experts behind you?" Gao Li's face was stunned. "There's no point in talking about this anymore. Tell me, what compensation do you want?" "Ugh, another tough talker. But don't you know that people's subconscious reactions are often the truest opposite?" "What?" Susan put down his chopsticks and crossed his fingers. "It means that I've gotten the answer I wanted. If it were you, you would have just admitted it, but your scruples indicate that there is someone else behind it. The Wu family. Wu Ershao, right?" Chapter 119, the Su family is going to produce a true dragon. In an instant, Gao Li's pupils shrunk, and his entire body began to be on guard. "Who the hell are you? The Wu family is not something you can afford to offend." Knowing that the Wu family was again so unimpressed, the young man in front of him must have come from a great place, or else a rash young man would not have been able to be so cloudy and talk to himself. This man must have a great pedigree. "Well, without further ado, it's time to talk about your compensation." "My compensation? What do you want?" "Naturally, the matter of your men killing me can't be settled so easily. Those guys aren't my men. At best they know each other for a game. Gao Li corrected. It doesn't matter. It matters because you have people coming to kill me. So drink this first. Gao Li froze. What? Can it be that you still want to poison me? Having said that, Gao Li still drank it down, obviously not thinking that the young man in front of him would do anything with the wine. As a result, the next words that rang out nearly made him cough. You guessed it. I did poison it. What? Cough cough. Cough cough cough. Gao Li nearly choked to death from a mouthful of wine, but then he sensed something was wrong and felt the pain in his stomach as if it was being stirred by a knife. In an instant, Gao Li's pupils trembled violently. He then realized that the man in front of him wasn't actually joking. You, how dare you? Su Sun shrugged his shoulders with an innocent expression. I'm avenging an enemy. An eye for an eye. Not too much, right? But you shouldn't. Talk about deliveries first? Goliath struggled to speak. Talked about it? Didn't I ask who was behind you? But you had to talk tough, so I had to get real. With a wow sound, a mouthful of blood spurted out violently. It was good that Su Sun dodged in time. Otherwise that mouthful would have sprayed directly onto his face. So close to being hit. Seeing this cloudy appearance, seeing this playful attitude, Gao Li's heart was horrified and depressed to the extreme. The young man in front of him was doing things without any rules, and he simply couldn't predict his opponent's next move. Shouldn't a normal person be circumspect? Why did the man in front of me go straight for it? The key is also playing dirty. You don't speak. Woo do. Leaving these last dying words, Gao Li knocked his head on the table and fell asleep forever. At the same time, there was a clamor from downstairs in the tavern. A man in an overcoat with a menacing face led a bunch of henchmen to surround the tavern, eventually coming straight upstairs. Bang! The door to the box room was just kicked open. Hi night. Finally we found a time to fall on our asses. Ha, ma, it's really getting out of sight. I'm here and you're still sleeping. Hiss. What is this? Why does this look like blood? Blanche. I'll do it, Brother Panther. Saying that, a junior brother carrying an iron bar directly smashed towards Gao Li's head. Wait. And this reminder from the leader was obviously too late. The stick had already struck Gao Li's head solidly, and immediately, it was a crimson red. Blanche, you dumbass. That's ing blood. We've been set up. Young master, on whose side? Something seems to have happened. What's going on? Didn't I tell him to be careful lately? Originally, but I don't know why. Tiger he went to a tavern, and as a result, he met Siki Must Panther Group, and their two sides had a dispute over the territory there some time ago. Cut the crap and tell us the results. Tiger he was killed by a stick to the head. Emperor Ding Hotel, as one of the most prosperous hotels in Zhangchang, due to its unique location in the city center, makes it that most brilliant street scene every night. In conjunction with the surrounding buildings and the collection of luxury cars, it stands for paper, gold and drunkenness. And Su Sun came to the venue tonight, just hiding in a corner by himself, eating cupcakes and drinking red wine. After all, there was a show on tonight, and naturally he wasn't going to miss the fun. Su Wen actually had the guts to steal from him, even without even changing his name, so how could he allow Su Wen to continue on his high? No Wanda, did you call out for So-seek tonight? No? What's wrong Dad? So how did I see that kid? Just walked past with a plate full of pastries? Upon hearing this, Gu Qingwan looked around, but did not find the figure that her father had mentioned. Dad, you're blind, aren't you? Little Seeker's brother has some bad blood with the Su family. How could he possibly come over? So, that might be. Suddenly, a loud, cheerful laugh interrupted his doubts. Old Gu, I thought you weren't coming tonight. Old man Tang, you say this. The two of us are considered to be difficult brothers for so many years. How could I not come to such a celebratory moment? Yeah, I used to be weak from heart attacks and you were lame and paralyzed. But now we're both getting better. Gu Tianwei laughed. Yes, I thought it was my leg that could get well first, but I didn't realize it was you who got well first. Looks like we can be old friends for another 10 or 20 years. Yeah, we're blessed by fate. The dinner was held as normal. The people didn't know exactly what kind of disease Donald Trump had. They only knew that Donald Trump was now cured, and they only had good words to bless him. So that one piece of gift, that one sound of congratulations, all made Tang Shanha smile widely. In fact, he didn't care about these so-called expensive gifts, but he was very satisfied with these people's congratulations. Every thrill of a compliment meant that he had now become a man of good health, which was a delight to a frail and sickly man. This night Tang Shanha greeted all around, as if to prove that he was a normal person nowadays, walking without wheezing or getting tired, and how such a small request was out of reach for him at one time. But today, it feels good to be a normal person. Due to Tang Shanha's various proactive greetings, the crowd had an easygoing impression of Elder Tang, and the crowd also noticed that he had been followed by a young man, whom Elder Tang was very jovial and even respectful of. There were many people who were unfamiliar with the young man, though a number of people recognized the couple beside the young man. Isn't this Mr. Su of the Su group? I remember. He's that son of the Su family who was just recently recovered. So that's how it is. No wonder Mr. and Mrs. Su have been following along. It looks like the Su family is going to produce a real dragon. Chapter 120. Being hit by a chauffeur's brother is just a little bit. Brother man, soon you'll be on stage with my dad and grandpa. Don't be nervous, I'll always be behind you. Well, don't worry. I'll make the socialites of Jiangcheng remember my Su Wen's name on this night. Good. There's ambition, worthy of being someone I, Tang Shuyu, look up to. Su Wen now can come to this step in addition to parents. The most happy than Tang Shuyu. The two can be said to be a glory, a loss. Su Wen was kind of the one she forcefully sought out. Now that Su Wen had cured his grandfather's strange disease, he thought that his grandfather and father would never again marry themselves to a chauffeur's son because of their previous mistake. Even if Su Sun didn't make a move. So what? He's not the only one in this world who can heal and save people. Her Tang Shuyu's vision could never be wrong. It's just that he pities his stupid cousin, who he was going to take with him to make up for his mistakes. But he's already been sent to Wakanda. Tang Xingjuan Tang Xingjuan. To blame can only blame your bad luck. Learn from me to save for a rainy day is not good. Have to run to provoke Su Sun again. What an idiot. Shu Yu, come here for a moment. Okay dad, here we go. At this time, the other side of the venue. Su Qiming and Qin Xinlan temporarily left Su Wen's side and came to the hotel entrance anxiously waiting for something. The two men frowned and paced back and forth in the doorway, looking outside every now and then, but sighing in annoyance whenever the figure they wanted to see didn't appear in their vision. According to reason this night Su Qiming should have been the happiest one. However at this time his face was gloomy and unsightly. Several daughters one more than one flipped, the oldest 5 even if, in the future, as if there is no these 2 daughters. But nowadays, even the oldest 4 don't listen to him as a father anymore. Call Lao Si, tell her to get her ass over here. Called so many times, finally just turned it off. Su Qiming became furious. This rebellious daughter, she doesn't know how to take the big picture into consideration. Why should she be so concerned about a small matter? The Su family, besides the Su group, was most proud of Su Qingsha, the big star. What an exaggeration of celebrity influence. With the help of the Tang and Su families Su Wen can stand in Jiangcheng. If there is Su Qingsha, the daughter of a big star, Su Wen is not only the object of discussion in high society, but also the focus of attention of ordinary people. He wants to make Su Wen an all-around talent. To put it bluntly, with those brainwashed fans of Su Qingsha, no matter what Su Wen did in the future, he would have his own great Confucian to defend him. And Su Qingsha's appearance tonight could also act as a signature endorsement for the future cooperation between the Tang and Su families. The benefits of all these things added up were fermented by public opinion, and a star of tomorrow was born. But on the contrary, Su Qingsha, the daughter, didn't listen to orders. If he didn't come, the effect he wanted would be greatly reduced. So how could he not be angry? Old Su, what should we do then? Why don't we ask Evening Qing to drag her here? Penis? Oomph, she's kind of flipping out now too. Calling her the third is more like it. It's just that old 3 is too soft-natured and can't necessarily shout down that rebellious daughter of old 4. Besides, it's too late now. At this moment, Su Wen went up to the stage surrounded by the Tang family, which meant that the end of the day was coming. Let's go. The Tang family's side is going to make a speech. We as parents are going to stand up for our son. I'm sure everyone is curious about this young man beside me, right? Well then, now the time has come to clear up everyone's confusion. This young man next to me is named Su Wen. He comes from the Jiangcheng Su group. I'm sure you don't know him well, but you should know Su very well. However, he can stand here not because of his Su origin, but because he is a true young talent. Little friend Su Wen has been lost since he was a child. Once his family was poor and penniless. In the past, although he didn't have any strong background or intelligent learning, he had a tenacious and hard-working heart and a charitable character. A lot of people wonder what disease I have. Others wondered how I got better. Then now I'll tell you all that my illness, which I've been searching for doctors for decades with no results, and which has plagued countless experts for years, has now been completely cured by little friend Su Wen. So little friend Su Wen is not only a young talent, but also a benefactor of my Tang family. Little friend Su Wen has been wandering around for these years, following his master to sharpen himself, possessing a proud heart, and has also learned some extraordinary skills, which can solve difficult and miscellaneous illnesses. And likewise he is also an outstanding business genius, and will later become a bridge of communication between the two major corporations of my Tang and Su. I announced that the Su Group will become my Tang Group's exclusive strategic partner, with its resources prioritized for it. The Tang-Su alliance is officially established tonight. A few words blew Su Wen out of the water, and the corners of Su Wen's smiling mouth almost grinned to the heel of his head. A million eyes and a halo. Yes, that's what he wanted. He was finally able to be as proud and dominant as the fictional heroes he saw in TV dramas. Unbeknownst to him, at this moment when he was enjoying the light of 10,000 suns, the two Tang family fathers and sons on the side were whispering and muttering something. "Dad, aren't you exaggerating a bit? You're making Su Wen sound flawless. He's clearly..." "Don't mention the past again. Now that Su Wen is my Tang family's benefactor, it's only natural that I have to put in some good words for him. But this is too fake of you, isn't it? In case his abilities don't match or his character is exposed in the future, how will the outside world look at my Tang family?" Tang Shanha's face sank as he said meaningfully, "So, it's up to you guys to be on top of things. You have to urge him forward and not let him make mistakes." Tang Shengye was really speechless, so he was planning to throw the mess to himself. Although Su Wen was his father's savior, but one size does not fit all. It was really hard to agree with Su Wen's character, but what could he say when his father had said so? "I just hope that Su Wen will be able to match his virtue with his position in the future, so he won't make any trouble. Young Su is really young and talented. Even the famous doctors can't do anything about the hidden disease. The future can't be measured. Yes, with such a handful of skills and a business wizard, I'm afraid that Jiangcheng is going to carve this stroke of his in thick ink in the future." Mr. Li, you are wrong. Su Xiao has now carved his name in the book of Jiangcheng. Originally people are from Su's family, and now with the support of the Tang family, how many young people in Jiangcheng can compare to Su Xiao? These are some businessmen present, never stingy with their praise. After all, words are an art. We'll speak often to reap the benefits. Su Wen was complimented with smugness and joy. It could be said that he had never been so happy in his life. The bigwigs in front of him were existences he once couldn't even meet, and now they were all flattering themselves. This feeling, it's awesome. By the way, young Su, is your face allergic? Our company produces a face cream that specializes in treating all kinds of sensitive skin. Would you like to try it, young Su? No, young Su's face doesn't seem to be allergic. How come it looks like a bruise left after being beaten? Just kidding. Who is Su Xiao? How could he be beaten up? It's a joke. Hearing the discussion from the stage, even Tang Shuyu, who was on the sidelines, became curious, because Su Wen not only had those inexplicable marks on his face, but even on his hands and arms. She had been curious for a long time, only she hadn't had the heart to ask, and now was an appropriate opportunity to inquire. "Brother Arwen, I'm also curious as to what exactly these are on your face, but if it's not convenient to tell, then forget it." At those words, not only did Su Wen not feel disgusted, but he instead revealed a resigned expression and heaved a sigh. At the sight of the crowd, they all understood that there must be something strange about this matter, and the curiosity in their hearts became more and more intense. Su Wen also did not hide it, but put on a soft and pitiful look of frustration and said, "It's nothing really, just a little beating from a chauffeur's brother." Chapter 121. Su Wen slandered and was caught, forcing his face to crack for me. What? Beaten? Or by the driver's son? Even an underling dares to hit his master these days? This underling who devours his master doesn't dare to be wanted. The crowd was greatly puzzled and sympathetic. After all, in the eyes of those of them, the underlings could not lay hands on their masters no matter what. It was a big no-no. But in front of this, Su Young actually beaten by the subordinate, and this is a look of aggression. Could it be that there is something unknown hidden in this? Why else would it look like that? Su Wen continued, "Originally, there were some things that I didn't want to mention more, but since everyone was so righteously angry because of me, it was not good for me to continue to hide it from everyone. The one who hit me is the son of my family's driver. My parents saw him as a pitiful single parent, so they took care of him, even treating him as a family during the years I was away, even raising him as a young master. Everything was fine, but who knows? I'm back. I don't want to conflict with him, I just want to live in peace, but he's always looking at me differently. I know he's unbalanced and I've never bothered with him, but he's so aggressive. I was hated by my sisters because of his choices. Mom and Dad also fell out with him because he forced them to choose, losing a talent they had nurtured for years. Even, he sabotaged my eldest sister's marriage union for his own selfish reasons. Obviously I've never wanted to compete with him. I don't understand why he's so jealous. We're perfectly capable of coexisting peacefully. Do we have to fight to the death? Everyone has treated him like family all these years too. But why can't he just be quiet and feel how good his family has been to him? Have to go and be this ungrateful, white-eyed wolf." By this point, the crowd was furious at this son of the driver's family, obviously just a subordinate origin. To put it bluntly, that is just a dog, the result of the master of his good, but he got an inch really take himself seriously. It's really not a thing. Tang Shuyu, who was on the side, also sympathized deeply and was filled with righteous indignation after hearing this. She knew Su Wen better than these people present, and could instantly guess who the person Su Wen was talking about was. It's definitely So Seek. In the past, she heard Su Wen say that Su Sun had once bullied him, and she didn't expect that he would be so shameless as to try to take over the nest. and it was really too kind of his own brother Arwen to be beaten up like this and not take it out on him. Instead he was all about him. Brother Owen, don't be sad, that Su-sun is no good. Nowadays you and him are one heaven and one earth. He won't be able to catch up with you in this lifetime. This is the price he pays for bullying you. Su-won rubbed his reddened eyes and said in a despondent tone, Sister Shu-yu, it's not what you think. There might just be some kind of misunderstanding between us. I still hope that we can sit down and have a good talk about it, and it's best to clear up this misunderstanding. Su-won, Tang Shu-yu was instantly anxious. Stop being so sanctimonious. He bullies you all day long, why are you still speaking up for him? He's at best just an underling of your family. It's fine if he gets an inch. Why do you as the young master of the main family have to put up with his evil behavior? It's okay Sister Shu-yu. If it's possible, I still hope that we can put aside our differences. As long as he can let go of the hatred in his heart, even if he bullies me all day long, I'll be able to tolerate it. After all, he's miserable too, isn't he? These are the fallout from the status gap. If it wasn't for my appearance, his life would have been wonderful, and I'm the one who made him unbalanced in his heart. What the crowd felt at this moment was not the Madonna's heart overflowing in Su-won, but the greatness that was revealed under that single thin body. As a young master of a powerful family, he actually considered so meticulously for an underling, even going so far as to risk his own life just to awaken that rare conscience. This is truly the implementation of equality for all to the end. This kind of broad-mindedness, why worry about not being able to do great things in the future? Young Su, you are so kind. The openness of your heart is simply rare in the world. We admire it. That's right Su Xiao. It's his good fortune to have a main family like you. Otherwise if he dared to offend the main family like that, he would have been packed up long ago. Yes, Su Young misses the love of master and servant, but people don't miss it. Sometimes too good to people, not necessarily get all the return. Raw rice. He is taking himself as the Su family's real young master. The crowd murmured. Some praised, some belittled, and some were indignant, but without exception, the implication in the words were all in favor of Su-won. Su-won was delighted in his heart. The effect he wanted had been achieved. Sometimes being strong isn't the only way to get approval from others, and being appropriately soft is the only way to be more sympathetic to you. An underdog will always be pitted by others, and the contrast created by an underdog from an extraordinary background will be felt even more strongly and be recognized even more. Seeing that these people under the stage were getting more and more agitated, Su-won knew that it was time to end it, so he started to show his broadness and stopped it. Thank you all for speaking out in support of me, but as I just said, I don't want to count anything. What I want is always an opportunity to clear up misunderstandings, always a result of wanting him to lose his way. After all, I don't want to see him go poking around, see him kill and set fire to people, or see him get carried away by jealousy and do more wrong. If I could, I'd like him to be normal and not a wreck, fantasizing about something he's begging for. Generous, really generous. This was another reaction from the crowd that struck a chord of admiration. To be bullied all the time and still be willing to be so considerate is truly a kind-hearted person. Yet the crowd had not yet had time to raise their voices in praise again, only to see a figure like a cannonball pouncing on Su-won amidst everyone's jaw-dropping stares. Pussy face, give me the crack. Chapter 122, Old Man Tang. You won't be spitting blood from anger with one sentence, right? Su-sun. This familiar sudden fright, this familiar riotous figure. Su-won was startled. How did Su-won end up here? It's hard to believe that he's been here the whole time. Wouldn't he have heard everything he just said? Su-won completely panicked. The pain in his body as if he had been knocked apart could not suppress the tension in his heart. He smiled awkwardly and was about to open his mouth when an oncoming slap with a wine came his way. Normal people, right? Clear up the misunderstanding, right? So that's how you're making me up when you get the chance. Then I, the abnormal person, will have to show you what it means to have a misunderstanding that can't be undone. Don't. Brother Seeker, I was wrong. Snap. Aha. I told you to start rumors. I told you to make trouble out of nothing. You've just recovered some of your pussy face and you've forgotten the pain, haven't you? I'll teach you a lesson then. Don't. Snap. Aha. The large venue was silent. The only thing that rang out was the loud gusts of slaps. Su-sun, aren't you dead? Su Chiming-chin Shinlan was greatly shocked. The sudden appearance of Su-sun, who had risen from the dead, was not even a problem. He actually dared to beat their precious son in public. Stop it, you little. Don't curse. Rohan demon shattering fist. My teeth. Seemingly as a reflex, Su-sun subconsciously threw a punch. With just one punch, Chin Shinlan had two of her teeth dry and shattered, covering her mouth as she fell to the ground and curled up, struggling in pain. Su Chiming regretted it. He should have covered this stupid woman's mouth just now. He helped Chin Shinlan up, his eyes filled with the flames of indignation. But even before he opened his mouth, an increasingly large soul had already surfaced in front of his eyes. War trample. My face. The couple just fell to the ground in unison. Disgraced in front of so many socialites, Su Chiming realized a terrible truth. That's when Sosik evolved. Sometimes no longer needing a verbal command, just a look to put it into action. After the two old ones fell to the ground, Su Sun was not idle, and continued to drag up Su Wen's collar, slapping one after another. It was also at this time that the crowd finally reacted, and the scene was instantly enraged. Where did this kid come from to be so bold? How dare he even offend someone the Tang family has their eyes on? The young man is so bold. It's not even a matter of the younger ones hitting, it's a conflict between their juniors, but he actually dared to hit even the elders. It's outrageous. No, why does this young man look so familiar? Isn't this the same person who was caught red-handed cursing at Su Dong last time? Su Chiming's last beating had caused a lot of jokes. A few of those who were present at the time recognized Su Sun, but the rest were more likely to issue accusations against Su Sun. They didn't care who got beaten or not. They only knew to perform well in front of the Tang family. As expected, someone immediately went up to block it. With a cold sweep, Su Sun slammed his fist heavily on the ground, and immediately, a fist-sized crater appeared. The crowd was shocked. Although the floor of this long platform was a wooden structure, a normal person would need to exert quite a bit of effort to even hit it with a hammer. But this young man in front of him directly created a large hole with a single punch. What kind of weird power is this? As expected, force is the best deterrent. No one dares to go forward again after being scared by Su Sun. Su Sun coldly said, "I am the son of the driver he talked about. He made rumors and slandered me behind my back. Do you guys think I should be beaten? He twisted the facts to lead public opinion to criticize me. You guys say again, should I be beaten? Anyone who dares to take another step forward, don't blame me for showing no mercy. And when the time comes to exchange the cost of me going in for your lifelong paralysis in half, I'll see who gets the better deal." Threats. Naked threats. Everyone here is a man of honor. When have they ever been threatened like this? But although these people were furious, no one dared to make a move. At the same time, there were also gloating comments from some of the people who had nothing to do with the food. Both sides in the end, whose words are true and who is false is not yet known. But this Su family is also really unlucky. Twice behind the back of the choreography of others, twice caught. What luck! Ah! Yes. The last time Su Dong scolded this young man to his face we could not persuade. The result was beaten, that called a miserable his son's son to follow his father's example. The result was also caught in the bag. Really unlucky, ha. Su Chiming was lying not far from that, discussing several people at this time. And when he heard this, he was so ashamed and angry that he nearly fainted from anger. Even if such a humiliating thing happened once, it actually happened again. God, are you kidding me? At the moment, the whole field was Su Sun's home field. Su Wen's mouth was swollen, and as a result, no one dared to come forward to help. He tried to beg for mercy, but he didn't even have a chance to open his mouth. Only the sound of snapping ears surrounded him. He was desperate. Could it be that he was going to be beaten to death here by Su Sun today? Just as the fire of hope in his heart was about to be extinguished, a figure with the light of hope suddenly appeared. It's Tang Shuyu. Su Seek. You asshole, give me. I'll you. In a blink of an eye, that last glimmer of light in Su Wen's eyes was completely extinguished, because Tang Shuyu didn't even get a full sentence out before Su Sun slapped him away. Shuyu/granddaughter. Tang Shanha Tang Chengye was shocked. Just this slap a few meters away from the force. His own girl is not hanging it. Luckily, the two men tried to breathe and realized that they had only passed out, and the person didn't seem to be in any serious condition. However, Su Sun's faceless behavior still angered the duo. Su Sun, it's fine if you come to smash the scene. After all, it's the Su family that has a reason for what happened. But aren't you giving my Tang family too little face by laying such a heavy hand on a girl? Su Sun was unimpressed and said seriously to the exasperated Tang Xingye's eyes, "There's no gender here with me. Only opponents worthy of my strikes. Opponents worthy of my seriousness. You're just messing around." Tang Xingye was shocked beyond belief. Besides, what do you mean that laying such a heavy hand on a girl doesn't give your Tang family face? No one would dare to say you're protective even if you directly say I touched your daughter? Su Sun, don't you go too far. Zip buzz. At that moment a loud motor revving sound stood out in the ravening silence. Gu Tianwei drove his wheelchair to a sharp braking stop beside Su Sun, twisting the gas pedal with a stupid posture, as if a disobedience would rush out. "Elder Tang, how did my brother Su Sun go overboard? It wasn't your daughter who cursed first. The grudge between my brother and the Su family, that's between them. What does it have to do with your daughter? In what capacity is she meddling? She deserves it." Tang Chengye was angry and speechless. "Uncle Gu, you're being unreasonable. It's fine for him to educate Shuyu, but he shouldn't have laid his hands on him so harshly. What's so tough about it? It looks scary, but it's just a fainting spell, isn't it? Do you want to see what kind of asshole is lying across from you? Uncle Gu, I don't care. Dare to touch my brother first, drag me off the top of this wheelchair. Dad, What's with all the name calling? It's making people old. Gu Qingwan arrived late, her face full of helplessness as she pulled her father's wheelchair back. Then her gaze turned to Tang Qingye. Second brother Tang, my brother Su Sun has a measured hand, or else your family's Shu wouldn't be as simple as fainting. What you should control is your family's Shuyu's temper. This time it's my brother Su Sun who doesn't bother with him, but if it were someone else, it wouldn't be the same. It's not once that your family's Shuyu's character has misplaced a major event. It's better to pay attention. You guys. Alas, Tang Qingye flung his arms out, was truly speechless, turning back to Tang Shanha. Dad, I can't talk to them. You talk to this old friend of yours. What? The big one can't say no to the old one? Old man Tang, what are you going to do to my brother? Tang Shanha's face turned cold. Old Gu, are you really going to indulge him in such a way that he doesn't give face to my Tang family? What do you mean by indulgence? People have their reasons, right? If he is still tolerating the wrongdoing, then I will look down on him. Well. Put. As he said that, Tang Shanha sprayed out a mouthful of old blood. Gu Tianwei immediately changed his face. I'm going to old man Tang. You can't be that fragile, right? 2 words and you're vomiting blood? No, not. It's like an old illness. It's coming back. Chapter 123, Tang Shanha's potential overdraft. This sudden scene once again caused a furor. Master Tang is actually vomiting blood when he's well. What's going on? It is not that has been cured by Su Xiao, but now there is an accident. In case something goes wrong, this Su Xiao will probably become Su Beggar tomorrow. Dad, how are you doing? Ask. Your father or vomiting blood cannot see. Hurry up and take your dad to the hospital. What's the point of dawdling? Being rebuked by Gu Tianwei in such a way. Tang Qingye could only leave behind the worries and panic in his heart and hurriedly greeted people to send Tang Shanha to the hospital. With the departure of the organizer, a good dinner party came to an end, and it could be said that it was a farce. The Su family's several people were confused by this sudden situation. Things happened too fast. Just more than 10 seconds a lively old man was carried to the hospital as seriously ill. But hasn't Master Tang been cured by his own son? At this moment, Su Wen was dumbfounded, and his heart was flustered. Why is this happening when it's clearly all cured and we do see results? The therapy doesn't say anything about this kind of accident, does it? What the hell is going on? Su Wen disliked the feeling that things were out of control, and he also had a bad feeling that if something really happened to the old man today, it would usher in the Tang family's even more furious rage. Son, what's going on here? Su Qiming asked anxiously from the side. Originally a good time to create momentum in front of people, suddenly beaten into the Su family's disgraceful moments even if, and now the old man Tang also accident. This time the Su family is afraid to really become the focus of the whole city. I don't know. Mom and Dad, let's go back first. Su Wen's brain was blank at the moment. He didn't know what was going on. He subconsciously wanted to run away, so he dragged up his painful body and prepared to leave. As a result, just as the person's side climbed up, Tang Qingye's side went and returned. Su Wen, come with me to the hospital to see my father. What? Me too? You cured my father's accident. If you don't go, who will? Tang Qingye was in the middle of an emergency. He didn't care if Su Wen agreed or not, and dragged him away. Su Wen wanted to cry. He went to the top of the useless in case nothing cannot be seen will not be questioned again or even take the blame. He wanted to refuse, but they didn't give him a chance to refuse, and several bodyguards came up to control him. Su Qiming and his wife saw their son being forcibly taken away, and they followed along with them under the worry of their hearts. When he left the hotel, he could still hear Tang Shuyu's comforting voice coming from the side. Don't be nervous, brother On. When the time comes, you just use your superior medical skills to cure my grandfather. I believe in you. Su Wen's heart fell into tears and a grass mud horse galloped past, but I don't even believe in myself. In the next few moments, the guests present retired. Gu Qingwan pushed Gu Tianwei and prepared to leave as well, while Su Sun followed the two. Little friend, it turns out that it wasn't my eyes that were blurry at first. The one I saw was really you. Oh, the old man saw me? Gu Qingwan smiled and said, yes, my father said he saw a young man carrying a large plate of pastries and said that was you. I didn't believe him at the time. Then in that case, the old man has a pretty good eye. Humph, that's for sure. I'm not old enough to be blind. Gu Tianwei had a smug look on his face, then added, but you kid didn't tell us about coming. What if you were thrown out by certain people looking for a fight? How humiliating that would be. Su Sun smiled at his words. Isn't there, you guys? When the time comes, I'll just say that I'm coming with you guys. Ha ha, you kid is really nonchalant. I like your straightforward character. However, your sudden appearance tonight can't really be to dabble in a meal, right? Well, more or less. Mainly because I heard that Master Tang's illness has been cured. I came over to see which one of them is the masterpiece, but I didn't expect it to be an external strength. Master Tang is afraid that he is guilty. He didn't believe it when other people said this, but when Su-sun said this, it must be not far from the truth. At once, Gu Tianwei's face sank. Two people have known each other for many years, as the top families in Jiangcheng mutual neighbors, and two people for the end of the world, are suffering from hidden diseases. Old friends suddenly accident he is unwilling to see. Above all, he can very much empathize with what it's like to gain hope and fall back into despair. How hard it would be for old man Tang to know that he wasn't cured at all. Turn around and go to the hospital. After the car turned around, Gu Tianwei turned to Su-sun by his side again and said, "Little friend, can you accompany me to the hospital?" Su-sun nodded. "It's fine to accompany you, but I won't make a move. You should know that. Don't worry, I won't make it difficult for you, but you are after all a superb healer." Even just mentioning a little bit of tiny advice might be a chance for old man Tang to turn his life around. Well, if it really comes down to it, I'm still willing to give a little reminder. But, I'm afraid I don't need to do more than that at all. "Doctor, how is my father?" As soon as the door to the operating room opened, Tang Xingye couldn't wait to welcome him. At the same time, some of Tang's family members who received the message also rushed to the hospital, all looking nervous. In the face of so many expectant gazes, the doctor took off his mask and just sighed heavily. Seeing this, a bad premonition arose, as if Tang Xingye had already guessed the outcome. His expression instantly dimmed by a few points. "Don't worry, family, the person is not life-threatening and has been resuscitated. Really, don't get too happy though. The patient's condition is very strange and we can't check the root cause of the problem. But what we can see is that he's getting weaker and weaker in this short hour, and his heartbeat is obviously weakening a lot. As for the family's claim that the patient would have been alive and kicking, it is very much like a scene of some old people coming back to life, where the patient overdraws his potential and is afraid that he will no longer have the strength to act in the future. What? Tang Xingye was like a lightning strike, his ears buzzing. The doctor shook his head helplessly and continued, "If I remember correctly, this patient has come to our hospital many times, and now that his adrenaline is severely overloaded, I'd like to ask you if you've given him any certain medicines or foods that contain stimulants? If so, it's best to stop immediately, otherwise you're draining his life force, and once the potential is completely overdrawn, even just lying in bed might be a luxury." The doctor left, but those words kept echoing in Tang Xingye's ears. A flashback? Serious adrenaline overload? I see. No wonder a dying old man suddenly became alive. It turned out to be a forced overdraft of potential. Tang Xingye was remorseful. He had been foolish and had finally made a stupid mistake. For the sake of that little bit of slim hope, listen to the slanderous words of the villain. Su-wen is a falsehood. Chicken and dog thief. They know it well. Why would they believe him? A low, angry roar resounded steeply through the empty corridor. Su-wen, I won't let you go. Chapter 124, The prescription was stolen by me. I was tricked by Su-sun. A hospital room. Son, eat more fruit for vitamins and I'm sure your face will heal faster. Geez mom, I don't want any fruit. Good, then mom will pour you some water to drink. Hurry up and lie down and don't move, in case you pull the wound. It's a disaster. It's okay, all my injuries are on my face. I can still move. Don't move even if you can. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to injure your bones. Hurry up and lie down and get some rest. Bang! The door of the room was kicked open heavily, and a few people in the room were startled. Qin Shinlan subconsciously cursed. Which ungrateful thing, upon seeing the visitor. However, her exasperation ceased and her subsequent words were instantly swallowed back into her stomach. Su-wen, get your ass out here, because the one who kicked the door was Tang Xingye, full of anger. Seeing this scene of motherly kindness and filial piety inside the house, Tang Xingye could be said to be furious. His own father is still out of breath in the operating room, and these guys in the room are putting on a show of mother-son bonding in family harmony. Snacks, fruit, juice, and even a flat screen with a movie playing. Why should his own father suffer for no reason? And the culprits, instead of trying to figure out a solution, not even to the point of immobilization, have a hospital room here to cozy up in. Is this coming on vacation? Tang Dong, why are you here? You stupid woman. Shut up, bellowing. Su Qiming was all smiles. Tang Dong, how is the old man doing? If there's anything you need help with, just order. Help? Ha! Your son has harmed my father to such an extent that he naturally has to help. But can you help with this favor? My father is there resuscitating and your son is here enjoying himself. What a good deed. Su-wen, shouldn't you give me an explanation? A cold eye swept, and Su-wen jolted with a sharp jolt. There are times when it's not that he doesn't want to give an account, but that he can't give an account. And he's thought about it all the way to the left and right and he just can't figure out what the problem is. Obviously, the people were already alive and kicking, which meant that they had already eaten well. But why did this happen? Could it be that Su-sun had undermined him? No, it was impossible for his secret Su-sun to know. Something must still have gone wrong. Just as he was dumbfounded, Qin Xinlan spoke out in embarrassment. We are also very sorry about the old man's matter, but this really has nothing to do with my family. Xiaowen. Ming was angry by that old man to spit out blood. This is clearly an undeserved disaster. What did you say? Tang Qingye's face darkened. I say, you've seen what's going on with the old man these days. If it wasn't for that family meddling, this wouldn't have happened, would it? Mrs. Su, you treat me like a little cutie. And Tang Qingye became furious. My father wasn't cured at all. Even if he was pissed off, how could he be so pissed off that his old illness returned? It was your son who overdrew my father's potential, creating the illusion of his recovery. As he spoke, Tang Qingye took a big step forward and yanked Su-won off the bed. You'd better give me a satisfactory answer. Otherwise I won't be able to spare you. Don, Uncle Don, you calm down first. Take it easy. How do you expect me to take it easy? It's not your father who's in trouble, is it? No, I didn't mean that. If it doesn't mean that, then what does it mean? Or did you do this to my father on purpose? No, how could I? It's just that the situation is special and my ability is weak, so I can't solve it for a while, but my master definitely can. Master, again! Tang Qingye was furious and laughed on his back, not expecting that at this moment, Su-won was actually still full of nonsense. For a moment, he could no longer hide the riot in his heart and slammed his fist over. And ing lied to me. What kind of bull **** master is this? You think I don't know what you're like? I told you to lie. I'm telling you to cheat. Don't fight. I'm not lying. Give me time, I can fix it. If you could really fix it, you wouldn't be here doing nothing. Sohan didn't crack your lying mouth open. So I'll do it. No, Mom and Dad, help me. Tang Dong, anyone who dares to take a step forward, your Su family will be removed from Jiancheng tomorrow. Dad, what are you doing? Just in the nick of time, only Tang Shuyu hurried over and pulled Tang Xingye back in time. Dad, let's take things slow. Why are you hitting people here? I didn't hit you, did I? Saying that, Tang Xingye threw a backhanded slap at Tang Shuyu's face. Although this was his daughter in front of him, he was already disappointed in Tang Shuyu. This stupid daughter is just like a life beggar, repeatedly causing her grandfather to have accidents. He really feels that it is really lucky that his own old man can still live until now, or else sooner or later he would have to be killed by this granddaughter. Tang Shuyu was also dumbfounded by the slap, with a look of disbelief. Dad, you actually, Pa. Another slap was thrown over. Tang Chengye angrily said, if you still want to be beaten like the previous times, you go ahead and bowl **********. Tang Shuyu had a lump in her throat, and could only reveal an aggrieved and dissatisfied look as she glared fiercely at Tang Chengye, her father. However, as soon as Tang Chengye's arm was raised, Tang Shuyu shrank her neck in fear and closed her eyes in horror. Sure enough, a slap in the face speaks louder than anything else. Seeing Tang Shuyu subdued just like that, Su-won was furious. Tang Shuyu appeared at critical moments every time, but it was just that every time. It didn't help at all. As he had feared, after Tang Shuyu was settled, his collar was once again pulled up. Looking at the eyes that were full of hatred and anger, Su-won believed that, but if the old man really didn't have it today, he was afraid that he would have to go to his death on the spot. Tang, Uncle Tang, shut the up. Who are you to call me that? Well, then Tang, Mr. Tang, I have a solution. Give me some time. Do you think I'm stupid? You can't even tell me a reason why you have a ***king solution? I think you're trying to escape. No, I really didn't. I really did. So tell me what your solution is? Tell me now. My master, he is very powerful. He must be able to solve it. Just that he is closed for many years and does not come out easily. Rough. Tang Chengye finally couldn't hold back his foul mouth. Then what the hell are you talking about? If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll waste you now. I don't know. Then you're just like my father, lying in bed for the rest of your life, looking at the raised chair. In an instant, Su-won's pupils quaked, his heart was filled with fear, and he hurriedly shouted, Su-sun, it's Su-sun, what do you mean? What does this have to do with Su-sun? The chair had been raised above his head, and Tang Xingye's movements froze. Because I stole that therapy from Sohan. What? Then why did you say it was yours before? Besides, you're trying to dump on someone else when you're stealing someone else's stuff that's gone wrong. You take me for a cutie. Saying that, the chair swung down again. Wait. It was Su-sun who deliberately tricked me into stealing that healing formula. I was tricked too. That chair once again froze in midair, and Tang Xingye's face was full of cold color. You'd better explain it to me. Fine, I'll explain. Su-sun knew that I would steal from him, so he intentionally left me a cure so that if something happened to Elder Tang, your Tang family would retaliate against me and his scheme would succeed. Ah yes. Qin Xinlan was listening to the clouds, but she also went along with the talking stick and agreed. It must be Su-sun. He's always looked at my family's little one with displeasure and thought. Suddenly, Su Qiming frowned and had a flash of light. What's going on? Why is the heart suddenly beating so fast? It must be the trap he left behind. It's him who lied to my son about being retaliated against by your Tang family. It must be that little bad. At this moment, the surrounding scene seemed to fall into retardation. Su Qiming did not even have time to stop Qin Xinlan from opening her mouth, subconsciously twisting her head to look at the doorway, her pupils gradually dilating. As expected, bang! The loud bang, the door of the room that had just been closed, was once again kicked open. Damn it, Qin Xinlan, watch me swing my giant palm at the pig's brain. Chapter 125, Su Wen being dismantled. Tang family's revenge. Aha! A wail resounded through the ward. At this moment, the whole room was silent. Everyone was surprised and stunned by Su Sun's sudden appearance. Even Su Qiming, who was already accustomed to it, couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. Angry and fearful, Qin Xinlan was so dizzy that she hadn't even reacted to what had happened. And when she rose from the ground and saw the visitor, she was jolted and her head cleared for a few moments. Su Sun, she wondered. What kind of luck is this? Why does this little suddenly appear every time she curses? You, don't be arrogant. I'm going to call the police to arrest you. Go to court and sue you. I'm going to make you go to jail. Su Sun was unimpressed. Then I'd like to see if it's serious for me to hurt someone with my hands, or if it's serious for your rumors and smears to deliberately slander. As he spoke, Su Sun didn't forget to give Su Wen beside him a few slaps. Su Wen's cheeks stung greatly, speechless. I didn't mess with you, why are you hitting me? Sorry, by the way. Short 5 words, Su Wen nearly depressed vomit blood. If not Qin Xinlan help him, afraid of really have 2 eyes rolled over, backward a fall. At the same time, he was starting to get scared because Su Sun suddenly appeared, and he didn't dare to guarantee whether Su Sun heard what he just said or not. In case he heard it, Su Sun would likely become suspicious, but if he didn't hear it, then what he had just said to Tang Qingye wouldn't be easy to explain. For a moment, he was in a dilemma. Uncle Gu, Sister Qingwan, what brings you here? Tang Qingye temporarily put down the hostility in his heart and politely went forward to greet him. Gu Tianwei sighed softly and said, we just went to see your father, and came over to see you when we heard you were over here. Qingye, it's not easy for you to come this far. Doing things is to think about the consequences. Don't ruin yourself for people who don't deserve it. Thank you for reminding Uncle Gu, but I know in my heart. Okay, there's a number, then I'll stay out of it and you work it out. Gu Tianwei's appearance made it bad for Tang Qingye to continue losing his temper, but the fire in his heart remained. Just now Su Wen's words had been echoing in his ears, and now that Su Sun was present, he felt the need to ask for clarification. Little brother Su, I have a few words to ask you. Su Sun frowned slightly. What? You want to take the lead for them? Just now. But this old woman started to curse first. I was forced to fight back. Gu Tianwei echoed. Yes, old man, I can testify. That dirty word almost made her say it. Fortunately my little friend Su Sun did something decisive, which strangled all the dirty words in the cradle. Qin Xinran's face turned green when she heard this, and she wanted to scold the dead old man for asking you to mind your own business. However, he was the head of the Gu family. She didn't dare, and she could only hold her anger silently. Tang Qingye didn't care about the grudges between the two sides. He only wanted to know if Su Wen was telling the truth or not. Little brother Su Sun, I just want to ask you one question. Does the healing formula in Su Wen's hand have anything to do with you or not? What the heck healing formula? Su Sun looked puzzled. Is it hard to believe that Su Wen picked up something to help cure your old man again? Isn't it your Tang family that can be fooled by the same trick twice? One sentence nearly caused Tang Qingye to explode out of his mouth again. He stoically continued. Su Wen said that the prescription for my father's cure was stolen from you, and he said that you deliberately guided him to steal the prescription so that my Tang family could take revenge on him if the cure went wrong. I don't care about the grudge between you guys, and I don't care that you counted on him to cause my father to have an accident, but I know that you must have a way to save my father, and I'm asking you to make a move, and I'm sure that my Tang family will be able to do it. Wait, stop for a second. Su Sun hissed with a stony face. He's saying that I guided him to steal my formulas? The problem is that I do have many formulas, but he can't steal them. First of all, I've been away from the Su family for quite some time now, and secondly, the Su family thought I was dead. And the first thing they did when they saw me at the dinner party, have you forgotten that so quickly? This couple was surprised that I was still alive. Imagine how they're going to steal from me when they all think I'm dead? Tang Dong, this kind of nonsense you also believe? It's a good thing I'm here today, or else I'd really be taking the blame for this. You lied. Su Wen's eyes widened and he subconsciously said, it's obviously yours. Why don't you admit it? What am I admitting? I did write out a prescription in a moment of kindness thinking of saving Master Tang's life. but after I wrote it out I realized that there were too many problems in it and immediately burned it again. So it's hard to believe that you can still steal what I burned? Soo-won shut up instantly. This is good. Dumping Soo-sun. He cannot explain where his healing formula came from, but will cause Soo-sun's suspicion. But if he didn't dump the pot, then he was going to be finished, and the Tang family would never let himself go. He really regretted being redundant. Tang Dong, Soo-won, what kind of virtue you have been in contact with for such a long time, don't you understand? He is a liar. How can you trust him? No, dare to make me take the blame and beat him up. When all was said and done, Soo-won was directly pinned to the bed and received a severe beating. Aha! As the meal went on, he felt like his soul was going to float out of him. Qin Shinlan. Su Chiming watched from the sidelines with his heart like a knife. Qin Shinlan said angrily, Su-sun, I will not let you go. I will definitely sue you. Che, do you have the energy to sue me? Think about how to fix this mess with your son first. Su-sun just inexplicably appeared, made a move at the drop of a hat, and then left in a dignified manner. Qin Shinlan still thought that Su-sun was a fool, thinking that she would take her son to the examination of the injury, and she must make Su-sun squat in the prison. However, she had completely forgotten about Tang Qingye's anger. Ha ha ha, it turns out that soul-snatching needle isn't snatching souls from the hands of Ghostbusters, but hooking people's souls and snatching their lives. The key to the Yellow Spring tonic soup is not the tonic either, but the word Yellow Spring for stepping into the Yellow Spring. Returning light spirit herb liquid. It also just means returning light. So, there was a sign for all this. Tang Changye regretted everything. After hearing Su-sun's explanation and Su-win's reaction, he had actually understood everything. Himself finally fell for it. Just then, a group of black-clad bodyguards appeared at the entrance of the ward. Tang Changye turned around and sighed, coldly saying, take that little one away. But before that, let's waste him. Chapter 126, Bad. He's coming. Old Su, think of something. It's been 2 days and there's still no news of little one. Go beg the Tang family and ask them to return little one. Cry, cry, cry. All day long you know how to cry. Do you think I don't want to? But that stupid bastard actually dared to go and cheat the Tang family. Thanks to me trusting him so much before. Now he's the one to blame. Su-wen is Qin Shinlan's heart, but also her regret for many years. See, her husband actually said so. Suddenly fire from the heart. Hysterical. In her opinion, Su-wen had to understand whatever they as parents had done. It was something they owed their son, and she would never allow someone to talk about her son like that. Su Chiming, he is our son. It's our son that we need to care for, protect, and make amends for. And you're actually talking like this. What do you mean by blame? It's still not for you, the Su family, or else how would Xiaowen do such a thing? Su Chiming's face reddened at these words. What do you mean for my Su family? Did I tell him to cheat people? I should have known how much he weighed. Had I known that he was cheating, I would have died before I would have allowed him to contact the Tang family. Surname Su. He's your son. I know. That's why I'm so guilty right now. But is it any use for you to just cry here? That's the Tang family. He's not an ordinary family. Thanks to the fact that nothing happened to Elder Tang. Thanks to Tang Chengye, he's still rational. Otherwise little one wouldn't have been invalidated but would have gone straight to his grave. And this is all because you spoiled him. Qin Shinlan was greatly shocked. Obviously everything was for the sake of the Su family, and her son's contact with the Tang family was also for the sake of Su's future. But now it has turned out to be the fault of both mother and son? What do you mean I spoiled him? It wasn't your bad idea back then that caused him to wander around and develop this kind of temperament. It's not for the sake of your Su family's future. Shut up. Didn't we say we weren't allowed to talk about this for the rest of our lives? Being yelled at like this, Qin Shinlan closed her mouth, but her eyes were scarlet with hatred in them. Remember, Xiaowen is like this now because you owe him. If it wasn't for your Su family, he would be a wealthy young man with outstanding abilities and clothes. But if anything happens, I won't forgive you. An unforgivable past gradually surfaced in his mind. Although he was very angry at Qin Shinlan's blaming and threatening, Su Qiming was indeed difficult to refute. His Su family is by the nobleman guidance to develop today's point, but also because of that nobleman to let their son drifted away for more than 10 years. Also, therefore, his Su family year by year prosperity. But today, things are completely off course from where they should be. Su Qiming sighed helplessly. We can't wait any longer. Wait for the Tang family to let go of the remote. Go find him. Qin Shinlan was stunned. Looking for him? But he has already disappeared for more than 10 years. Where are we supposed to look for him? In fact, he left me something back then. If the Su family is in trouble, you can follow the token to find him. Now, it can only be a dead horse. There was a moment of silence. Who would want to pin their hopes on someone so remote and unseen if they didn't have to? But the thought of their son still suffering in the Tang family, and even the scene of being tortured, the two of them were heartbroken. At least, there is hope when one lives. Mom and Dad, did something happen to Su recently? Why hasn't little man been home for a few days? He's only how old? Why make him work so hard? Right at this moment, Su Shinru, who was dressed in pajamas, slowly walked down from upstairs and came before the duo with a face of annoyance. At the same time, Su Wancheng and Su Qingxia followed closely behind, also having these doubts in their hearts. Su's wind rumors ultimately can't be hidden, even if a few people don't care about the home industry, but inevitably there is some information flowing into the ears. Mom and Dad, is there something wrong with Su? Why is it that my law firm side has received so many cases about Su's lawsuit violation termination? Hearing Su Wancheng's words, Su Shinru once again opened her mouth in a grave manner. Yes, Dad, my team cancelled all the cooperation about Su, and the higher-ups even demanded to ban any contact with Su in the future. Otherwise, even I, the main designer, will be kicked out. What's going on at home? Su Qingxia had actually received the news that all the artists under the agency she belonged to were not allowed to have any cooperation with the Jiangqing Su clan, even if she was the daughter of the Su clan. If Su Qingxia had been in the past, she definitely would not have been able to accept this unreasonable request, but nowadays, she was already disappointed in this family, and the request issued at this time gave her a suitable reason to reject her family. Seeing that his daughters had opened their mouths, coupled with the fact that things would be exposed sooner or later anyway, Su Qiming didn't intend to keep it under wraps and could only tell the truth. Of course, Su Wen's fault was minimized by them, only saying that it was a mistake in the medicine that Elder Tang accidentally misused, and Su Wen was also invited to the Tang family for treatment due to his negligence. The sisters were silent. This brother of theirs, a few people still know clearly. Really just negligence was invited to treatment? He hasn't come back for 2 days. I'm afraid something has happened. Only Su Shinru, a face of relief. I knew that Xiaowen is a responsible person. This kind of mess are willing to take over. In the future, why ever can not do great things? Qin Xinlan gave a stiff smile. Yes, it's obvious that it's not your brother's fault, and he's still brave enough to admit it. There are a few people in this society who are as responsible as he is. Su Qingxia was on the verge of vomiting from listening to this, especially when she heard these words from her parents who were mindlessly bragging about Su Wen. A piece of and still blowing it out of proportion. Don't want to dismantle it and end up getting more and more aggressive. What courage to admit. I think it's being held back by the Tang family, isn't it? Qin Xinlan's face changed. Dead girl, how do you talk? What? Did I honestly poke a sore spot? Su Qingxia, you're really getting less and less domesticated? No tutelage? Ridiculous. He cheated and stole from me 2 times and you turned a blind eye to him, and even harbored him, and now I'm being uneducated by telling the truth? You guys are too biased. Su Qingxia, do you have to be so catty over such trivial matters? Then I'm just saying it. And I'm a little bit of a dick, then why are you being so hysterical and catty? Seeing that the mother and daughter were quarreling, Su Shinru blocked in front of the two at this time and pulled Su Qingxia away. Xia, Xiao Wen is at least our brother. Even if you don't wish him well, you can't curse him, right? Third sister, do you know what you look like now? Su Shinru froze. What? Like a roundworm in Su Wen's belly. Like you know him so well that you have to speak for him and everything? Third sister, you've really become unrecognizable to me. Okay, fourth sister, almost on the line. Su Wanqing was afraid that the two sisters would quarrel again, changed the topic and said, Su Wen's matter is not mentioned for the time being. The company's matter still has to be solved early. The Tang family is a behemoth. If there is no way to solve the problem, then we have to be ready for bankruptcy at an early date. The words directly brought the crowd back to reality. The huge Su family is at least $10 billion, but it is also so unbearable in front of the Tang family. Su Qiming sighed and fumed glumly. When Qin Xinlan thought that her son would be ruined in the future and her family would go bankrupt, she was even more furious in her heart and couldn't stop venting her anger on Su Sun. Blame it on that little Su Sun. The words came to an abrupt end, and Su Qiming's eyes widened in an instant, his pupils trembling. The two of them just looked around, both terrified and fearful, as if someone had suddenly appeared out of nowhere from all around them. And this half-said behavior caused a few of the sisters to be puzzled. Su Shinru's heart trembled, and she had a vague premonition in her heart. Mom, you just mentioned Xiao Sun? What does this have to do with Xiao Sun? Isn't Xiao Sun already dead? Qin Xinlan looked around or looked worried and carefully said, Old Su, there should be no one nearby, right? Is the gate closed? No one. The gate to the yard is locked, and I'm going to close the gate to the cottage right now as well. Su Qiming looked at the door for a while. Only then did he feel relieved to close the door of the villa. Then he pulled the curtains of the living room. Everything was ready before he sat back on the sofa. Seeing that everything was in place, Qin Xinran patted her chest to show that she was relieved and could finally openly complain. Su Sun isn't dead at all. If it wasn't for that, Qin Xinlan swept around again, before she incomparably whispered, if it wasn't for that little crows and airplanes. In an instant, the couple should be stimulated to get up. Pupils earthquake, full of panic in unison. Bad. He's coming. Chapter 127, Su Wanqing's invitation. You guys, what's going on here? The too sneaky even if inexplicably jump up can really scare the sisters of few people. Su Qingxia picked up the remote control that fell on the ground, but also could not help but complain. Originally also wanted to find a TV to look at it, but the result was that the two people so messed up also did not have the heart. Facing the strange gazes of his several daughters, Su Qimingqin Xinlan froze in place, his face full of embarrassment. The two of them looked at each other and saw the word embarrassment in each other's eyes, and it was only then that the two of them realized that their fear of Su Sun had already been engraved deep within their hearts. The atmosphere was eerily silent for a moment. The two of them had managed to slow down, but when they thought about how they had been so humiliated in front of their daughter, Qin Xinlan couldn't help but be furious, and that cathartic outlet was naturally Su Qingxia, who turned on the TV. Su Qingxia, you're going to die. Nothing to watch on TV? What's wrong with watching TV? You guys have to control even watching TV. Su Qingxia was full of defiance. Look, go back to your room if you want to look. What are you looking at here? I'm still here to watch today. Let's see if any of you can stop me. As soon as the words left his mouth, a yell came from the TV again. Tornado destroys parking lot. Su Qimingqin Xinlan subconsciously heart-thumped. It couldn't be helped. Su Sun would give a warning before each move, and they couldn't help but associate those strange and weird move names with those sudden riotous figures as soon as they heard them. Seeing Su Qingxia not listening to herself, Qin Xinlan directly snatched the remote control and slammed it on the ground. Look at it! What are you looking at? Get the hell back inside! For a while, Su Qingxia's eyes were moist and full of aggression. Her kind belongs to the typical and vegetables and fun-loving. Neither Su Sun's fearlessness nor Su Bainian's thicker than the city wall skin. Being so aggressive, he once again ran back to his room in aggravation. This time no one chased after her to comfort her. Su Wanqing and Su Xinru were more concerned about the information about Su Sun. After hearing that Su Sun died, Su Wanqing was once haunted by this matter, because Su Sun's period of time before his death was so disheveled, so vicissitudes, just like a look of loss of meaning to life. She wondered at the time why Su Sun could be caught up after leaving her big sister and fifth sister behind and driving herself instead. Obviously, a person driving alone is more carefree. The big deal is to make a desperate run for it. So why did they get caught up in a car accident by two large vehicles? At that time, she felt that Su Sun was afraid that he had already stored the will to seek death, and that's why he was planning to leave everything behind and welcome death. Now, hearing the news of Su Sun's return from the dead once again, how could she not be excited? Su Wanqing said somewhat eagerly, Mom, don't sell the story. What exactly does this have to do with Xiao Sun? Qin Xinlan frowned. Speaking of this white-eyed wolf makes me angry. The dinner party was going well. Who knew that he suddenly ran out to stir up trouble? That dead old man from the Gu family argued with Master Tang in defense of that white-eyed wolf, and as a result, Master Tang vomited blood in anger. What do you think he had to do with it? So, little Seeker isn't dead at all? A touch of joy gradually surged in Su Wanqing's heart. I wish he was dead. This kid's life is tougher than an asshole. I've heard him die several times, but he didn't die once. This asshole even beat me and your father down in public. If I didn't have time to bother with him right now, I'd sue him and send him to jail. What are you doing? Su Wanqing did not return her head. It's getting late. I'm going upstairs to sleep. Humph. Strange. I think it's because that kid didn't die secretly happy to go. It's still Xinru who's smart. She could tell that kid was eating out of the palm of her hand and had been treating him badly since she was a child. For these words that she didn't know whether they were complimentary or demeaning, Su Xinro laughed bitterly in her heart, revealing a faint smile. Mom, anyway, he's already an outsider. We don't care about him, and you guys should go and think about how to get your brother back when you have the time. What fished back? What nonsense is this child talking about? Qin Xinlan frowned, her face somewhat unnatural. Mom, what are you hiding from me? I know that something has happened to little one. Don't worry, I'll find a way to save him with you guys. The couple was moved and relieved for a moment. Sure enough, the only one of the 5 daughters who could ultimately be counted on was the oldest, and the other ones but half as understanding as this one. The hearts and minds of this family were not united. Upstairs, bedroom. Su Wanqing was still digesting the information she had just received, and she was really happy from the bottom of her heart after confirming the news that Su Sun was still alive. Originally, she for Su Sun's confession is with resistance, and even anger, thinking to give Su Sun a chance to communicate, if it can dispel his mind the best, not to dispel later. But when she heard the news of Su Sun's death, she realized that she actually didn't hate Su Sun's initiative that much, but just couldn't get over her own hurdle in her heart. He himself could correct it step by step, but Su Sun obviously couldn't wait that long. At that time, she swore that if Su Sun was fine, she would be willing to give Su Sun an explanation even if it was on the spot. and also as an explanation for herself in the future. Therefore, after going back to her room and struggling a bit, Su Wanqing immediately called the video to the best deceiver. Su Baiyan, second sister? What's the matter at night? Fifth sister, we haven't seen each other in a while. I want to go to dinner with you. Early the next morning, Su Baiyan woke up early, humming a little song, in a good mood, ready to go to the appointment. This time, the main reason for agreeing to Su Wanqing's meeting was to see if he could get some money over from her side. She still didn't know that Su Sun had given her big sister a bank card with hundreds of millions of dollars, and it would take a while for her to sell those treasures of her own. And now if she could have some extra income, it would be considered as a solution to the family's urgent needs. Fifth sister, what are you doing? Big sister? You got up so early? Su Mayan's sudden outburst startled Su Baiyan. Isn't it normal for me to get up this early? Besides, it's already 8 o'clock. So what's early about it? Where are you going so early? Haha that. Would you believe me when I say I went to get breakfast? Buying breakfast dressed up like that? You're not going to meet up with your second sister, are you? I heard you guys chatting yesterday. Chapter 128. What do you mean? Big sister? Why is it that if I dress up pretty I'm going to see second sister? Can't I just be in love and be going on a date with my boyfriend? Su Baiyan twisted and turned, but her face wore a face of stubbornness. Seeing this, Su Mayan smiled. That's good. Then you don't need to secretly date. Call your boyfriend to the house now, so that I can have a long look. What? Su Baiyan's face changed slightly. No. In case I bring someone back and you're not satisfied, won't that break my marriage in advance? I still have to try what sweet love feels like. Don't worry. I'll agree even if you lead back a beggar, but only if you call the person over to me now. That. It's better not to meet the parents so early. Hey, my cell phone. Without paying attention, the cell phone in Su Baiyan's hand was snatched by a hand. Tapping the screen and skillfully entering the password, Su Mayan flipped out the chat messages between the two and coldly said, your boyfriend's name is Su Evening Ching? How is this a woman's name? Seeing things exposed, Su Baiyan simply didn't pretend anymore. A big sister. Just going out for a meal is nothing to be afraid of. Su Mayan reached out and viciously poked Su Baiyan's brain. Just this pig brain of yours. In case one of you doesn't pay attention and your second sister finds out our address, do we still have peaceful days? What's to be afraid of? Mom and Dad can find us in this neighborhood, and sooner or later they won't be able to hide it from them, and just find our neighborhood. Besides, with their character, they've already fallen out with us and will never find us again. And do you think I'm simply afraid of Mom and Dad? I'm afraid of Little Seeker and them getting into trouble again. Little Seeker has passed away in their eyes now, so let's continue to give them such an impression. What if you get both sides involved again and both sides get into trouble again? Su Baiyan was unimpressed. It's not that serious, is it? Use your pig brain. Su Mayan poked her finger harder and harder. Why did your second sister secretly contact you without telling me? Don't you understand what she's trying to do? She's not trying to catch up with you. She's clearly trying to trap you. But second sister is already waiting for me. Is it hard to stand her up? Su Baiyan was worried. Of course not. I'm going to see. What the hell is she up to? Center Cafe. Su Wanqing leisurely sipped her coffee and waited for her sister's arrival. Her intention is to first take Su Baiyan to go shopping to relax the vigilance, and then take Su Baiyan to go to eat a big meal. Step-by-step strategy. Step-by-step set of words. The only way she could find where a few people lived and meet them in a dignified manner. I'm here. Looking at the message in her cell phone, Su Wanqing's mouth revealed a smile, and she stood up to greet the figure outside the open store. However, her face gradually changed as a cold and arrogant figure approached from afar. Big sister. Eldest, didn't you say catching up? And fifth sister can renew. Why do you have such a face when you see me? This side of the little family of three. Su Baiyan was left at home and did not dampen her intention to leave home. While Su Sun was still sleeping, she sneaked into Su Sun's room and took away the charging cell phone. Just as she got her cell phone and was secretly pleased with herself, suddenly a big hand grabbed her wrist and her whole body was yanked onto the bed. For a moment, the two of them looked at each other. Looking at the cold eyes in front of them, Su Baiyan's heart panicked to death. You're awake, running to steal my cell phone in the morning. This is called invasion of other people's privacy. Do you know that? Su Baiyan shook her head in panic. No, I definitely don't have such thoughts. My cell phone was taken away by my big sister. I just wanted to make a call. Phone call? To whom? This, I can't say. Can't talk? Then take your punishment Wait, I said. It's the supermarket phone. Su Sun froze. Supermarket phone? Are you applying for a cashier job? Off you. It's third sister. She's sending me her new design of silk pajamas. I'm asking if the supermarket got my stuff. In fact, Su Baiyan left today mainly for two things. One was to meet Su Wanqing, and the second was to get the things that Su Shinru had sent. However, she didn't reveal her location, but asked Su Shinru to send the stuff to a nearby supermarket. If anything happened, the Su family's side wouldn't know her specific address nowadays. What the hell? A pajama where you can't buy it and you need people to give it to you. Su Sun had a look of contempt, thinking that these sisters were really idle. Su Baiyan was instantly unconvinced. You know nothing. Our sister's intimate apparel has always been tailored by third sister. No matter the material workmanship is first class, the comfort level of wearing it is not comparable to those goods outside. Speaking of this, Su Sun seems to have remembered something. Hiss. Su Xin Ro seems to have given me those things as well, but they were so ugly that even I didn't really want to wear them before. Besides, they were all tight and didn't fit. Where was the comfort? Nonsense. Everyone used to think you were skinny. Who knew you were so strong? And third sister couldn't customize it for you like we could. She could only look at the look and do it, so naturally things wouldn't be to your liking. So, in the end, you're still not attentive. After pushing Su Baiyan away, Su Sun rolled over and continued to fall asleep. Take your delivery. Don't disturb my sleep if there's nothing else. Hey, don't worry. I'm off then. Holding the cell phone, Su Baiyan left with satisfaction, weighing the things in his hand, but also could not stop secretly pleased. Stinky Su Sun, Stinky Su Sun. Originally just wanted to make a phone call. Since you neglected your cell phone, don't even want it. Then I would like to see what secrets you have in your cell phone. But when he clicked on Su Sun's cell phone, only then did he realize that Su Sun's cell phone was clean and out of shape. Except for the college class group and the contact information of the 5 of their sisters, there were no other friends. How? To not be so withdrawn. I can't believe I don't have a single other contact. Unbeknownst to her, Su Sun's cell phone can be so clean, thanks in large part to her good third sister, Su Shinru. At the supermarket outside the neighborhood, Su Baiyan has returned home holding a small box. Not far from her, a black-skirted figure watched in unhurried silence. Finally found you. Yunnan Province. 10,000 miles deep in the mountains. After a day of airplanes and drives and all kinds of running around, Su Qiming and Qin Xinlan finally followed the instructions to a deserted and dilapidated Taoist temple. Surrounded by rare people, dense forests, if not actually appeared in front of the two simply do not believe that there is actually a building here exists. It was just that even when the two of them arrived here, they got a feeling that they had been cheated. This place had been deserted for many years, and it didn't look like a place inhabited at all. Su Qiming frowned as he surveyed the surroundings and pondered for a while, but he still brought Qin Xinlan to arch his hand respectfully. Su Qiming of the Jiangcheng Su family, bringing a token to see a high-ranking person. Chapter 129, The Beginning of Tang Chengye's Anger. Su Qiming of the Su family in Jiangcheng, with the instructions of the higher power many years ago, seeks to see the higher power. Jiangcheng Su Qiming, seeking an audience with a high-ranking person. Su Qi name, seeking an audience with a higher power. Seeing that there was no movement, Su Qiming repeated it a second time, a third time, and even a fourth time, yet there was never any reply. All there was just the insects and birds chirping around. Qin Xinlan was immediately upset. Originally she came to this deep mountainous forest with a belly full of anger. It was not easy to find the place, but it turned out that no one was there. Is not it a wasted trip? Old Su, we're not being cheated, are we? What kind of person is this? He didn't show up even after shouting for half a day. I'm afraid he's just a godly man. Upon hearing this, Su Qiming hurriedly covered her mouth, his face full of annoyance. You'd better mind your damn mouth. Don't piss off the higher power. Qin Xinlan was not happy. Immediately struggled to shake off Su Qiming. Did not show weakness. What do you mean? Control my broken mouth? What do you mean by keep my mouth shut? Is there something wrong that you can blame on me again? You're still a high-ranking person. I think it is a liar is more or less. So many years have passed. I guess it has long run away. Stupid. Shut up. Su Qiming was really pissed off. The more he saw Qin Xinlan's shrewish appearance, the more he felt angry. If I had known that this dead was like this, I wouldn't have brought her here even if I had come alone. I'm warning you, shut the up. If your son can't come back because you've offended them, it's all your problem. Her son had always been Qin Xinlan's life, and when she was spoken to like this, even though she was full of displeasure, she obediently shut her mouth after hearing this. Su Qiming went on to say, what is the situation of our family in these years you also see? You have to say that he is a liar. He did not take a penny of our family. He lied to us what? What did he lie to us? He was even able to predict more than 10 years ago that something would happen to little one, and that something would happen to my Su family. Is this something that an ordinary person can do? You better show some respect. This is our last hope. If you want your precious son to come back alive, then you'll shut the up. Qin Xinlan finally chose to shut up. Even though her heart was unconvinced in 100 ways, she was willing to hold back for the sake of her son. Even if the dead horse is a living horse, Dr. Hart a fluke, but also better than her son really accident. After all, she also understand that this so-called high man may be the key to his son to save him. Subsequently, Su Chiming asked for a meeting one after another, only to remain greatly disappointed and unanswered. Unable to do so, he brought Qin Shinran to kowtow to that main observatory hall as a sign of respect, and simply went straight into the observatory to look for someone. However, it was only after going inside that the two realized that it was covered in dust and had obviously not been lived in for a long time. Gradually, even Su Chiming couldn't help but feel despair and even doubt, but when he thought of that old Taoist's advice back then, he felt that there was still hope in this matter, because that old Taoist said, if something happens to the Su family in the future, they will follow the instructions to find someone, and if they are honest in heart, they will come to meet each other in 3 days. Old Su, what should we do? There's really no one here now. Xiao Wen is afraid that he really can't come back. Su Chiming frowned and looked grave. The high man won't lie to us. In the end, it's still our heart that's not working. Liu Bei also invited Zhuge Liang in 3 visits. We only came for half a day and we want to find someone? Why would a high person hitch a ride with us? So, what do we do? Come once a day. First come to him for 3 days. Sincerity is the key to success. The higher power will definitely be touched by our sincerity. Underground warehouse of a factory building. Inside the dark room, a ragged as a beggar-like figure was in it, surrounded by not only darkness and no light, but also airtight, emitting a disgusting odor. Su Wednesdays were pretty bad these days. He was locked up here ever since his limbs were broken by the Tang family. No freedom or food, and only a bag of nutrient solution every day to maintain his vitality. Even the most basic urination and defecation had to be done on the spot. In just a few short days, he had become a man without a ghost, and this was the punishment that the Tang family had given him, the price for his deception. This was still the case when Elder Tang was still alive. If Elder Tang really left the world, he couldn't even have the chance to live meticulously. Crunch! The iron door of the dark room was opened by someone. A light came from it, and a big man endured the stench and stuffed the water bag in his hand into Su Wen's mouth, then quickly left. As the house was once again plunged into darkness, Su Wen despaired once more. At this time Su Wen was experiencing the most desperate moment of his life. No one helped. No one asked for help. No one even responded. He wanted to live, and the group out there didn't give a damn what he wanted. He tried to run, but the broken body became a liability again, leaving him nowhere to run. He didn't understand why he was repeatedly thwarted when by all rights he should be doing everything smoothly. He hated Su Sun. If it wasn't for Su Sun's things not being complete enough, how could he have been victimized and reduced to this? He also hated the Tang family for flipping out at every turn, causing him to be reduced to an invalid, living like a dog. He also hated those sisters. Obviously he hadn't gone back for some days, but as a result, none of them came over to look for him. Even his parents have also produced a slight word. Think Su Chiming, Qin Shinlan, but where not so waste has long saved him out, not to let him in this living suffering. Are you willing to die like this? I'm not willing to die like this. Well then, if it costs you something, are you willing to? I'm willing, just to be alive. I'm willing to pay the price. The sanction for Su Wen was far from the end of Tang Xingye's anger, and he naturally didn't let go of certain people who encouraged and guided him. In the hall of the Tang family's main villa, in the presence of many Tang family members, Tang Shuyu ushered in the most severe punishment in history. It's not scolding or beating, because those are no longer relevant. In the presence of the crowd, she was directly married on the spot to the one she detested and disliked the most, the chauffeur's son. Dad, I'm not wearing any wedding clothes. I don't want to marry this pig of a man. Lu Shi barge. I don't want to. Tang Qingye's face was cold. It's not up to you. Today you have to marry even if you don't. No, I'm not marrying. I'm going to my mother's, and I'm going to say that you're forcing me to marry an underling. Tang Shuyu, don't forget that your mom was pissed off by you in the first place. Even if you complain to her, what's the point? Do you think she can sway my opinion? Dad, you can't be so cruel to me. Yelling, Tang Shuyu ran to a greasy young man, his face full of excitement. Ji Bao, true love is to learn to fulfill. You won't marry me, right? You definitely won't marry me, right? Being said so, the plump youth was obviously in a dilemma, turning his head to look at Tang Qingye. Uncle Tang, since Shuyu isn't happy about it, then, Tang Shuyu's eyes revealed a light of hope. Sure enough, this dead-licking dog did listen to himself. However, Tang Qingye slammed the table and walked up to the youth with a body that was a head taller than the youth, condescendingly, exuding the pressure of a superior. Lu Shi barge, one can be a man with no money, no ambition and no guts, but one can never lose one's dignity. Did you hear what she called you? She called you a pig's head. She called you an underling. And behind your back she called you a dog licker. She treats you with disdain from on high. And what do you have to defend for her? Lu Barge frowned, but a strong twisted melon is not sweet. Lu Barge, you don't even dare to take what was sent to you. Where did your guts go? Anyway, she'll have to marry someone else if she doesn't marry you, and since a twisted melon isn't sweet, it's just as well that I find a random beggar and marry him off. What? Lu barged his eyes and instantly changed his tone. Then it's better to marry me. At least I'll be good to Shuyu. In a flash, Tang Shuyu's face was ashen. Chapter 130 Forced Marriage. Expulsion. Tang Shuyu falls to the clouds. Someone, take the young lady to change her clothes now. Even if you knock her out, you have to make her change her wedding clothes for me. Otherwise you can all stop working. At these words, the maids looked nervous and began to move. Even as a sweeper in the Tang family is several times the salary outside. And Tang Xingye is half the head of the Tang family. And now it's for real. They don't dare to disobey. Therefore, even though they used to be coy to Tang Shuyu, today's crowd didn't care and dragged Tang Shuyu, $1,000 lady, back to her room. You guys let go of me. I said I'm not wearing it. Miss, if you resist again, don't blame us for using coercive measures. It's better to be obedient so as not to make the second master angry again. After 20 minutes of dawdling, Tang Shuyu was eventually brought down in a red dress. Originally, the maids wanted to make up for her, but since makeup is not as controllable as dressing, and the slightest mistake on the face is like a car accident, they gave up the idea. However, with Tang Shuyu's posture, even with a plain face, wearing that red shohao also has a unique flavor. Lu barged are going to look dumbfounded. Today's Tang Shuyu quite a feeling of fragmentation. The thought of how many years of begging for the goddess finally want to become their wives. He cannot help but be excited in his heart. Old Lu, Ji Bao. Nowadays what is the situation of my Tang family you have seen? It is not suitable to organize a wedding ceremony. If you want to make a big event, when you go back you can feel free to feast guests. Now, serve the wine. Ji Bao, bring your new wife over here to toast me. Okay. Lu barge excitedly went to pull Tang Shuyu, but she was stubbornly shrugged off by Tang Shuyu. Seeing this, Tang Chengye directly made a wink, and several maids directly set up Tang Shuyu to accompany Lu barged over to toast. Lu barge is naive on the surface, but in fact, he is quick-witted in the heart. He knew that he was now the son-in-law of the Tang family, and even more so, he directly called out that dad to Tang Chengye. However, Tang Chengye rejected the title in front of everyone. You don't have to call me dad. I'll never be your dad in my life. When these words came out, not only did Lu's father and son freeze, even the crowd of Tang family members were filled with puzzlement. What's that supposed to mean? You look down on Lu gang? Then why did you marry your daughter to him? But who knew that what Tang Chengye said next was the heavy bomb? Shibuya. I didn't mean to look down on you. What I mean is that I sever the father-daughter relationship with Tang Shuyu from this moment onwards, and declare that Tang Shuyu is forever expelled from the Tang family, and shall not be allowed to act in any way outside as a member of the Tang family in the future. So, I won't let you call dad because Tang Shuyu isn't my daughter. She's an orphan now, and from now on, she's a member of your Lu family, and has nothing more to do with my Tang family. These words were undoubtedly a thunderbolt blowing in the ears of the crowd. Even Tang's family didn't expect Tang Chengye to be so ruthless that he didn't even want his daughter. It's bad enough that your daughter married a driver, but to cut off your relationship is just breaking people's backs. Now the crowd finally understood why Tang Chengye insisted that Tang Shuyu put on her wedding clothes to toast him. This was clearly to be the last time for Tang Shuyu to be the mother's family, and also the breaking of the wine between the two of them. Tang Shuyu had been dumbfounded and was filled with stupefaction. When she managed to snap out of her shock, a wave of abandoned anger instantly welled up in her heart. Obviously, she is the daughter of the Tang family. Why is she not a child of the Tang family if she marries someone else? I'm not convinced. I am resolutely unconvinced. I'm not a member of the Lu family. I'm a member of the Tang family. I'm a member of the Tang family. Tang Chengye's face was expressionless. The toasting ceremony between your husband and wife has been completed, so you are now a member of the Lu family. No! What a bull ***** ritual. It's futile. We're not a couple yet without a license. As soon as the words left her mouth, 2 red books were thrown in front of her. At that instant, Tang Shuyu's pupils quaked, trembling as she picked up the red book with the large gilt letters. A marriage license? How is that possible? How can I have a marriage license with him when I obviously didn't get a license with him? Tang Chengye's fingertips knocked on the wooden chair armrests. Looking majestic, my Tang family is the top family in Jiangcheng. If I can't do this on behalf of a small marriage license, then what face do I have to sit in this position? Finally, Tang Shuyu panicked. A panic that was even more intense than the previous few times instantly struck. The father is for real this time. The marriage license has been taken. It is true that he does not give himself away back. At once, her legs went limp, and she rolled and crawled to Tang Chengye's feet, hugging her thighs, full of remorse. Dad, I was wrong. Don't drive me away. Don't drive me away. will you? Tang, please behave yourself. I'm not your father anymore. Besides, with what you've done you don't deserve my forgiveness. No, Dad. I was wrong. I'm willing to marry into the Lu family. Just please don't kick me out. I'm still a member of the Tang family. Still a member of the Tang family. Lu Shi Barge, take your wife down to live a good life later. Remember, restrain your wife. Don't come to places you shouldn't. Yes, Uncle Tang. I'll take Shuyu back home and never set foot in Jiangcheng again. No, Dad. I was wrong. Lu Shi barged to the side of the middle-aged man, anxious. Dad. Do not freeze. Quickly with me to take people away. Oh, well. The once-spirited Tang Shuyu had been taken away by the Lu family's father and son just like that, and that mournful wail still echoed in the ears of the Tang family's crowd. Tang Qingye was the number 2 person in this family after the old master. Many people were dissatisfied with Tang Qingye's decision, but they didn't dare to bring it up at this point so as not to touch the mold. Suddenly, Tang Qingye's gaze coldly swept towards his family's oldest. Tang Liye and his wife were immediately shocked to their core. It's a good thing that Tang Qingye, the second brother, didn't say anything, or else they would have been afraid of suffering today. 2 people are really glad that their son ran fast. Lu Shi barged at least is also a brand name university graduates. If their own son was also randomly find a person to marry, I am afraid that can only be recruited to a spirit of the little sister-in-law. In contrast, fighting lions and tigers in Wakanda is quite nice. What? Tang Shuyu was really married off? And expelled from the Tang family? Yes. Second brother Tang witnessed the marriage on the spot to sever the father-daughter relationship on the spot. Shuyu, that girl left the Tang family. I'm afraid she'll be mediocre for the rest of her life. Hiss. It is also regarded as self-inflicted. But this Tang Lao heir for ancient times is also a lord. The daughter said don't admire. It also can't be helped is that one is the father and the other is the daughter. Either side he has a hard time choosing. But there is one side with too many wrongdoings. He can only choose to abandon the wrong side. But little brother Seeker, don't worry about it. It has nothing to do with you. Susan instantly raised his eyebrows. What am I bothered about? It wasn't related to me in the first place. Alright, I don't have the problem of actively taking the blame. Chapter 131, the master appears? Who are you talking to on the phone? Holy, that scared me. Susun was shocked and jolted for a moment, breathlessly looking at Su Mayan behind him. It's not enough to walk without a sound, but to talk suddenly behind your back at night can scare people to death, right? Susun glanced breathlessly again, only to realize that Su Mayan's brows were slightly furrowed, seemingly a bit unhappy. Can't it be that Su Baiyan pissed her off again and came to me to vent? Who were you just talking to? It seems like a woman? Su Mayan asked again with an expressionless face. Su Sun nodded, not as if. Indeed, Su Mayan didn't expect Su Sun to be so frank and asked again. Who is that woman? A friend. A friend would call you little seeking brother so intimately? It's not because. The words snapped. Su Sun turned back once again, a face of speechlessness. Why am I explaining so much to you? You ask less. The more this attitude, the more Su Mayan felt that Su Sun had a ghost in his heart. It couldn't help but remind her of the incident 2 days ago when Su Sun went out to meet his girlfriend. It couldn't be that the woman she just talked to was the new girlfriend, right? Some bad reveries arose in Su Mayan's mind, listening to the caller on the phone. The woman was addressing her younger seeking brother, who should be older, but listening to that voice, she shouldn't be much older, at most about the same as herself. Seeker's life used to be so monotonous, and now he's out on a date and chatting so gleefully in the middle of the night. Is it possible that they've already expressed their feelings for each other? Otherwise they wouldn't be chatting so vigorously here at night. Su Mayan's heart messed up. If it was just hard to hear Susan go out on a date last time, then this time it was undeniable worry. She felt selfish, but she didn't want Susun to have an outside girlfriend from the bottom of her heart. It's like having your stuff taken away from you in the middle of the day. With a tangled and curious attitude, Su Mayan finally opened her mouth. How long have you been with that woman? Ha? What the hell? Susun froze. Su Mayan gave a somewhat stiff smile. I mean, how long have you guys known each other? How is that woman? Is her personality good? Oh, you mean that? It's been almost a month since we met. As for her character, she is gentle, sensible, and treats people with a dripping sense of humor, and is very comfortable with her. Su Mayan's heart thumped. That feeling of something being snatched grew stronger. So, is she pretty then? Beautiful. Let's just say, the type that countless men have been haunted by at first glance. So she and I. Who's prettier than my fifth sister? Su Baiyan? Susan instantly smiled disdainfully. I dare not say if it's more than the face, but in terms of the whole, that little brat Su Baiyan takes the head comparison. What did you say? Who are you calling a brat? And who are you comparing me to? How am I inferior to her? I don't know when. Su Baiyan actually appeared behind the two. Coincidentally heard those words just now. A small temper on this head. However, Spare being caught by the party. Su-sun also does not bring panic. Continue to disdain. Look at you, this spirited look. Whoever marries you in the future will have 8 lives of bad luck. Bastard. I'll bite you to death. Look. Say you're a brat and you won't admit it. Who but a child would have nothing better to bite? I'll fight you. Feet flung. Slippers split. Su Baiyan a vertical leap. Jumped to Su-sun body and pinched and bit. Get the hell out of my way. You're dripping your harlotry all over my face. Su Baiyan, where are you grabbing at? Let's see if I don't educate you properly today. The fight between the two. Su Mayan did not intervene. At this time she was full of those words just now. In other words, not much better looking than the 5th sister. Just attractive in temperament. Su Mayan felt a sense of relief in her heart. I don't know exactly what that overall aura refers to, but as long as you don't have that unusual face value then you don't need to worry too much. Although the 5 sisters are all very beautiful, they are the kind of eye-catching, but to really distinguish a high and low, it must be her big sister when the first, bathed in face value. She didn't carry a face in her name for nothing. Having grown up with the face value of several of their sisters, she believed that Su-sun shouldn't be so easily mesmerized by beauty. Big sister. Su-sun, he's playing a hooligan. I'm going to go. You don't want to slander me for being a decent guy. You're the one who put the pajamas on my head. Upon hearing this, Su Mayan then turned her gaze to the two who were fighting in a white-hot battle, and seeing the scene in front of her instantly became furious. Su Baiyan used her clothes to cover Su-sun's face, and then her 2 arms held Su-sun's head to death, with a stance of wanting to smother him to death. Su-sun also just subconsciously put his hands on her waist. Was said to be a hooligan, and for a time, it also made him angry. Brute charge. Su-sun's head was pushed hard. Su Baiyan was directly knocked to lie on the sofa, and for a moment, the situation was reversed, but the loose hand was still stuck on Su-sun's head. The scene was as awkward as it could be. Su Mayan was instantly enraged. Su Baiyan, do you still have the appearance of a girl? By the way, Seeker, can you bring her back for me to meet? Go, I'm going to go. Your change of wind is too fast, isn't it? A slightly dull voice spread out. I just wanted to meet her to see if the girlfriend you made, is she right for you? Instantly, Su Baiyan's beautiful eyes widened. What? Stinky Su-sun has a girlfriend? Su-sun drew his head out and was also confused. What? I have a girlfriend? For a moment, 3 faces were confused, miles deep. According to Su Qiming and Qin Xinlan, it was already the 4th day since they arrived here. The 2 of them had been bowing 3 times and worshipping for 4 days at least, but they still had nothing to show for it. Gradually, Su Qiming also lost confidence in that so-called instructions. After all, it said that 3 days to see people, and now this is the 4th day, or no trace. Do they have to stay here and kowtow for 3 days and 3 nights in a row to be considered sincere? There is no food and no water here. If you really continue to kowtow for 3 days and 3 nights, I'm afraid that people do not see their own first kowtow to death. Su Qiming, I told you it was a liar. You still don't believe me. Running around for the past few days has given me blisters on my feet. We've been played like a dog. Enough. The master may be out for a while, so we'll come back another time if we can't. Going out my ass. This place is broken down to what you blind. We've been tricked. Shut up. Don't you dare insult the master. Su Qiming, I think you're really. Suddenly, the wind rolled over the fallen leaves, and a languid voice with an air of power reached the ears of the two. Congratulations, Taoist Su, for successfully passing my test. Ah, there's a ghost. Su Qiming slapped Qin Xinlan on the side of her head. Ghost your mother's head. It's the master. It's the master who has appeared. Just then, a rustling sound of feet stepping on fallen leaves rang out, followed by a bark, and a black and white dog wagging its tongue woofed and ran to the duo. The most crucial thing was that the two actually saw a strong disdain from the intelligent blue eyes. At once, the two were confused. Grand Master? Chapter 132, The True Master. Old Su, am I seeing things right? Master is actually a dog. I don't think so. It's not possible for both of them to be all blurry-eyed. So, the master we're looking for is a dog? How did the master turn into a dog? The 2 men were shocked. They had gone through a lot of hard work to wait for the master to come out of the mountain. It turned out that this so-called high person was actually a dog. How could finding a dog back help them save their son? Master. A master? So let's. Now. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. Qin Xinlan was confused by the barking. Old Su, what is the master saying? I don't understand. I don't know. Su Qiming slowly squatted down and looked at the dog with a puzzled face. Master, can you speak human language? We don't understand dog language. Unbridled. Suddenly, a roaring perimeter with anger rang out, and the 2 men were scared and alerted in all directions. Who's there? Come out to me. Where did Xiao Xiao dare to haunt this place? You 2 assholes. Got a brain problem, is that it? Qin Xinlan held Su Qiming's arm in horror. Old Su, he cursed us. He actually cursed us. Quickly let the master go up and bite. No. It's quickly go up and collect him. Collect him. I think you two are really sick. Can't you hear me? His heart thumped. Su Qiming then reacted to the fact that this was not the voice of the master. Thus, Su Qiming subconsciously bent down and stroked the dog's head. Qin Xinlan, it seems that we have misunderstood. Two dumbasses. I'm really going to be pissed off at you guys. Turn back for me. Upon hearing this, the two of them turned their attention behind them, only to realize that a white-bearded old man was staring at them aggressively. Su Qiming's pupils shrunk. This white-bearded old Taoist in front of him overlapped completely with the figure he had seen many years ago. Wasn't this the same high person who had left him guidance and guided his Su family's wealth many years ago? Master, you finally showed up. Qin Xinlan also had a look of astonishment at this time. This is the master. Then who is this husky next to him? Two brainiacs. Go cure your brain disease first. The white-bearded old Taoist knocked the two men hard on the head with the handle of his duster, full of displeasure. Where is this dog from? How could you guys treat a dog as if it was mine? Have you two never seen me before? As he spoke, the husky ran to the white-bearded old Taoist and spun around again, resulting in the old Taoist lifting his leg and kicking. Watching the husky grunt and run off without a trace, the two were confused at this point. Yeah, how did we ever think a dog was a master? Su Qiming then realized that because of all that had happened recently both of them had become nervous. Like what appeared out of thin air panacea. Like what never heard of miracle doctors present. Especially Su Sun's strength, copper body and iron arm. Jumping more than 20 layers of steps people are fine floor cracking bizarre strange things. Combined with all the things, not to mention the master turned into a dog. As long as they can save their son even if they say there are immortals they will believe. Su Qiming smiled awkwardly. Sorry master. Made a joke. This is more than a joke. You too. Ugh, forget it. Let's just get to the specifics. Seeing that the two were so stupid, although the white-bearded old Taoist was furious, he didn't bother to continue pursuing the matter and directly cut to the chase. The two men then remembered the main event and told each other everything that had happened recently. And after listening to the two, the master's face gradually became grave. You guys are saying that Su Wen's kid hasn't been doing well since he came home, and he's been frustrated in his endeavors instead? And now he's even in a life-threatening situation? Su Qiming nodded his head repeatedly. Yes master, didn't you say that my son would be on a level playing field when he came back, and that my Su family would be on the upswing? But why is it different from what you predicted? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This kind of thing can't reasonably go wrong. Su Qiming said helplessly. Master, everything I said is true. My son was quite normal when he first came back, but somehow, everything has quietly changed, all in a bad direction, especially from the beginning of that Su Sun's drastic change in temperament. The Su family has repeatedly had accidents. Until nowadays it's in danger. Master, you have to help my Su family and save my son. The maestro lapsed into silence, his brows wrinkled beyond recognition. He had never made a mistake with his strikes, and since Su Wen's game was the one he had set up for the longest time, it was unlikely that anyone would be able to break it, even if the end is discovered. It is not at all possible to detect exactly what the problem is. What went wrong? You said that Sohan had a change in temperament. Be specific? Su Qiming was first stunned, then slowly said one by one. He is simply a Superman. The master's face grew more and more grave as he went through the narrative. You mean, he's as strong as an ox, as bold as a tiger, as treacherous in his movements, as cut off from love and desire? Su Qiming, it's almost the same, but the vocabulary is a bit inaccurate. He is not a tiger's courage and ambition. It is purely a life-threatening playfulness, and it is not appropriate to cut off love and desire. It is purely a lack of recognition of all 6 relatives, but the other 2 descriptions are accurate, especially this treacherous movement. Between words, Su Qiming subconsciously looked around for a moment. You are not aware of, but where we curse him now, I'm really afraid that he will suddenly appear to give me a punch, just as if I were to shout at him now. Enough! I'm not listening to your bull ***** here. The Grandmaster clearly thought that Su Qiming was talking nonsense, and his heart grew more and more dissatisfied. Have come to such a crisis point, still do not tell the whole story, but also in this nonsense. In the end do not know the priorities. You say he can directly overturn a table of more than 500 pounds and crack the ground with 1 foot. Do you take me for a little cutie? Say such words to fool me. That's why I said, he's simply a super. Enough. I don't want to hear your bull ***** here. All I want to know right now is why he turned out to be the great rebel you say he is. Did you guys ever treat him badly? Hearing this, Su Qiming and his wife subconsciously glanced at each other, obviously a little weak. However, Su Qiming was thick-skinned and said without blushing, no, we are very good to him, and we respond to his requests. Is that really so? The Grandmaster's face sank. Qin Xinlan, with a smile on her face, also chimed in. Yes, we've been good to that white-eyed wolf for a long time. but he's just ungrateful when he grows up, and there's nothing we can do about it. Still farting here. If you guys are going to be nice to him, how can he beat you up like sandbags? He's got nothing better to do. Since you're not willing to tell the truth, I can't help you, so be good. With that, the master turned to leave. Now the two men were panicking. It's hard to find someone. There is still a son waiting to be saved. If the person is just gone, not to mention his son, his Su family is also finished. Master, I confess, I'll do it all. About the son, Qin Shinlan is always the most anxious. Immediately will be on Su Sun wants all sorts of things to tell out. We took him home. No matter what. 500 pocket money a month. He went to school, expenses are dependent on classmates to raise funds, and at home even have no food. I heard that he would run to the home of his classmates and teachers to rub food, and the fact that he was often beaten and scolded, and the money he earned was confiscated, and we would take it out on him whenever we had a bad day, especially since little man came back. He's been stealing repeatedly, and we've been even tougher on him. Is it really stealing? The Grandmaster's tone was cold. At that moment, Su Qiming lowered his head somewhat awkwardly. That one was stolen, but there has been no evidence over. Isn't this a pure and simple false accusation? The Grandmaster was completely enraged. I didn't help you find such a candidate. I didn't ask you to abuse him. I asked you to cultivate him properly. What the hell are you doing? Qin Shinlan was dissatisfied, but letting him eat and drink as an orphan is already cheap enough. Don't you ever talk without thinking? You just said he can't get enough to eat. You two are really stupid. Do you know why this 10 years worth of innings was laid down? It wasn't for the sake of your Su family's soaring success. Su Sun has an extraordinary destiny. The better he is, then the better your son Su Wen will be. The more the Su family gets in return. You guys are good. Even if you don't cultivate them properly, you actually raise people to become enemies. These 10 years of innings are all ruined. The Su family and that son of yours are also ruined. This is all due to your stupidity. For a moment, the two of them were like lightning strikes. Su Qiming was in a trance. What do you mean? When you asked us to cultivate him properly back then, it wasn't because of his pitiful words of sympathy? Chapter 133, Stolen Success. How did I meet you two? Old me's reputation for a lifetime is going to be ruined in your hands. Don't you understand the principle that you have to give something to get something? Do you think your son can come back from his suffering and be promoted to the next level? Your son's fate is not worthy of him. Only when someone bears the burden of loss will your son receive the so-called favor. I went through so much effort to switch the two's destinies. The better Su Sun is, the more chance your precious son will get from him. It can be said that your son is robbing him of his future. Result: instead of raising Su Sun properly, you guys raised him to the point of turning against him. Then whose future will your son rob in the future? Rob you too. The two were confused. Was this some kind of pie in the sky? Does this fate refer to destiny? Can a person's destiny still be switched? Does that mean a son who wants to be successful actually needs to steal someone else's destiny? This kind of words undoubtedly subverted the two men's cognition. The two men at best thought that it carried a bit of metaphysical elements, but this had completely exceeded the understanding of ordinary people. Su Qiming was in a trance. Master, then why didn't you say it earlier back then? If you had said earlier, we would have cultivated Su Sun properly. You don't understand the principle that heaven's secrets cannot be divulged. Once I say it, there will be a change in the underworld, and then it will be uncontrollable. Understand? Understand? Then how can we say it now? Qin Shinlan suddenly came to the rescue. Instantly, the master's face turned blue. It's not because the bureau was broken. What effect does it have nowadays if you say it or not? After a few words, the two were silent. That is to say, their years of plans were ruined, and their own son was afraid that he would never be able to become successful again? Suddenly, Qin Shinlan seemed to have thought of something, and her face lit up with joy. Master, truthfully, no. Look, although Su Sun has turned against us, didn't you say that their destinies have been swapped? If Su Sun achieves anything in the future, won't my son still be able to enjoy the benefits? Upon hearing this, the master immediately became enraged. But once he thought that it wasn't worth it to get angry with the two idiots in front of him, that full-blooded anger turned into a heavy sigh. The reasoning is so reasonable. But Su Sun must bind the Su family, your son, in order to obtain the complete chi. But now there is no room to turn between you and Su Sun, even if there is an effect. I'm afraid that only part of it, until it gradually disappears. What? Then so Su Sun won't be able to leave the Su family for a while? Qin Shinlan was shocked. Well, at least, no words of severance can emerge from the mouths of the two of you, but I'm afraid it's too late for that now. But you must remember that you must not continue to target him, or else this luck exchange technique will be completely ineffective, and my path to renewing my life will also be completely cut off. Ha! What did you say, master? As he spoke, the Grandmaster's voice grew fainter and fainter. and neither of them heard what the Grandmaster muttered in the last sentence. The Grandmaster just coldly swept a glance at the duo and coldly grunted. "Take me to that Tang family. Let's get that stupid son of yours back first. And that Sohan. It's about time I met this unstable element. Ah, Chi, who's reading me? Why is it so cold? Who turned the air conditioner down so low? Subai. Thinking with his toes that this must be Subai Nian's prank, Su-sun subconsciously went to pull the blanket on his body, but the result was that the touch that came from him was not right, and he realized that he was actually straddling someone. When he opened his eyes, the stunning sleeping face in front of him scared him and made him giggle. Su-mayan. No wonder when I fell asleep, I felt like a ghost was pressing on my bed and couldn't breathe, but it was the people who were pressing on me. Su-mayan. Su-mayan? Mu-yen. Yen-yen? Are you awake? Get up. My feet are numb. Wife. Daughter-in-law? Do you hear me? Wake up later. As if receiving instructions, Su-mayan's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. For a moment, the two men looked at each other, and the atmosphere fell into an embarrassed stillness. Su-sun just pulled his hand away from that waist. That half-empty position was quite a bit of being caught in the bag, so he put his hand back. This one was rather more wrong. Su-sun smiled awkwardly. I just want to leave. Don't misunderstand. Well, I know. Now that I know you're out of the way, my legs are numb. After the two of them separated, thanks to the city wall-like face skin, Su-sun's face did not look different, but it was Su-mayan who sat on the side, silently helping him to knead his tingling ankles. Suddenly subjected to this kind of treatment, Su-sun was still a bit unaccustomed to it for a while, so he asked without words, "Why are you next to me? If someone sees you, she'll definitely think I'm taking advantage of you and fight me." Su-mayan laughed softly. "I was here first. I vaguely remember someone coming over and tugging on my blanket while I was asleep." Hearing that said, Su-sun remembered something. At that time, Su-mayan was resting on the sofa while he was sitting on the other end playing with his cell phone, and as a result, he also fell asleep while playing. In the process of falling asleep he felt that the temperature was not right, and in a daze he squeezed into the other end to cover the blanket. At that time he was feeling hugged, but he completely forgot about Su-mayan's existence, thinking that it was Su-bain who was playing some kind of mischief again, and since he was too sleepy at that time he didn't pay any attention to it. Now that I think back on it, it looks like I really did go rogue. No, what kind of hooliganism is a legal couple? What's a legal couple doing? Ha ha, I'm a little sleepy. We're at least a licensed couple. You shouldn't be offended by a little physical contact, right? Well, not only no, but it's down to earth. This answer could give Su-sun a whole lot of trouble. He thought about Su-mayan being angry, ashamed, or silent, but how could he not expect to be so honest? I had thought of preconceived ideas to make Su-mayan speechless, but how should I answer now? Ghostly, Su-sun came up with. Well, why don't you, go back to sleep? Well, if it doesn't matter to you, then it doesn't matter to me. I go. Su-sun was so shocked that he almost jumped up in place, reaching out his hand to touch Su-mayan's forehead. That's not right. There's no fever either? Are you serious? Shouldn't you lose your temper? Why the tantrum? With your character, shouldn't you be impervious to profanity? You're not even a little offended that I'm being so flippant? Not mad because it's you, so you don't get mad at me for what I do. Su-mayan slowly raised her head, her red lips hooked in a smile, her eyes playing with the flavor. Of course, after all, you've called me your wife. We're husband and wife. Chapter 134 Intimacy Through Mischief. Well then, let's go back to sleep. What? Wait, I thought you said let me do whatever I want. Then what's the wait? In Su-mayan's astonished eyes, Su-sun directly hugged and reclined back to the sofa. The two embraced across from each other, squeezed into the still spacious couch. At this time, Su-mayan's cloudy appearance finally changed, and began to resist the struggle and also became shy and twisted. Looking at the cheeks that were red through in front of him, Su-sun smiled disdainfully. Dare to poke fun at yourself. You really can't tell the difference between a big and a small king. He'd like to see who ends up embarrassed when it continues. Seeker, wait, I was just kidding. Su-mayan feebly pushed and shoved the chest in front of her. Su-sun coldly smiled, and with one hand, he imprisoned her hands, and with his other hand, he pulled over the wide blanket. Seeing that the blanket covered her torso and even her head, Su-mayan finally began to panic. Don't seek small. I'm not sleepy. You get some rest and I'll leave you alone. This is a good time for us to bond. After all, we're a couple. Su-mayan instantly blushed. Seeing this, Su-sun continued. Don't worry, we only sleep vegetarian. If you feel cramped tell me. I'll move outward, but don't aggravate yourself. After all, I can't aggravate my own wife, can I? I can't let my wife down after all, can I? At this moment, Su-mayan was ashamed and annoyed. She could sort of see that Su-sun was just getting back at herself for the jab she just made. But you're the one who said wife first. I can't even joke about it. For a moment, a wave of stubbornness surged into her heart. Su Mayan raised her head and viciously said, "Are you letting me or not?" "No." "Good. Then I'll go out on a limb too. I'm not the one who's disgraced anyway." The two of them just barreled into each other, and Su Mayan, who was on the inside, pushed out as hard as she could, trying to squeeze Su Sun off the sofa. Su Sun has already retreated to the edge, a posture that is about to fall down, but no matter how the back squeezed, the body in front of her did not move in the slightest, as if an iron block erected in front of her, and she could not escape. Su Mu Yen, how stubborn. Squeeze cannot be pushed, push cannot be that on the hands and feet. It can be said that she made every effort, but the figure in front of her still does not move. In the end, it seems that the fight is tired, that eyelids are heavy, gradually fainted. Su Sun slowly opened his eyes and straightened the somewhat messy broken hair in front of him. It turns out that women who have always been strong can be childish. Evening. Ah! What are you guys doing? The two were awakened by a scream that pierced their eardrums. Su Sun rubbed his ears with some annoyance, breathlessly opening his eyes. He saw the face in front of him that was filled with panic. Su Baiyan had wanted to see Su Sun's sorry state of being frozen into a dog, but she came out to find a scene that shocked her. Su Sun is not only wrapped in a blanket, but also holding a big sister in his arms, not to mention being frozen. Now the two here are afraid to be covered in enthusiasm. "You guys, why are you guys sleeping together?" Su Sun smiled disdainfully. "Legal couple. What's wrong with sleeping together? What? You guys are obviously fake. How could you? So what? Can't a fake become real? I'm not getting divorced for the rest of my life. I haven't had a single friend of the opposite sex in all my life, so I might as well make do with what I've got." Su Baiyan was greatly shocked, and Su Mayan believed it. Is this what seeker really means? Does he have the same idea as himself? To support together and live like this? Su Mayan immediately stopped Su Baiyan splashing and rolling around, and said in a stern tone, "Did you adjust the temperature? Did you hide the air conditioner remote control? Su Baiyan, do you have nothing better to do? Big sister, your focus is wrong, right? The focus is Su Sun. He wants to take advantage of you. What's wrong with him? There's nothing wrong with him at all. Do you know that he slept so hard that his body was stiff? If I hadn't wrapped the blanket around him to warm him up, what would have happened to him? What if something had happened to him if I hadn't wrapped the blanket around him and warmed him up? That, exaggerated," Su Sun warned in a small voice. "It's not an exaggeration at all. Su Baiyan, don't blame me for messing around with these pranks in the future. Don't blame me for really taking care of it with the family law. But big sister," Su Sun just, "How dare you talk back? Get your ass back to your room and no dinner tonight." Su Mayan, this hand of anti-client can be described as powerful. Su Baiyan was ruled submissive, although there is not convinced but also do not dare to say anything, and is full of the problem of tonight's dinner. Seeing Su Baiyan being forcibly repatriated, Su Sun had to show her a thumbs up. That's 3 words of diversion, and it's really night admiration. And don't you laugh. I haven't gotten to you yet about this afternoon. So what do you want? Not let me eat either? Haven't thought about it yet. Let's talk about it later. With a vicious glare, Su Mayan turned around and entered the kitchen. The next day, the Tang family. As soon as Su Qiming and the others returned to Jiangcheng, they immediately brought the master to the Tang family without stopping. A few people brought a very fighting spirit with them, yet it was a bad start, and they couldn't even enter the Tang family's door. How many times have I told you guys? You liars are not welcome in the Tang family. Get the hell out of here as far away as you can. Who are you? What qualifications do you have to stop me? I want to see Tang Dong. I want to see my son. Who am I? My name is Tang Liye, the third oldest of the Tang family. Hurry up and get as far away as you can. Don't force me to call someone to evict you. Qin Xinlan interjected unhappily. We came here with a master to save Master Tang. Time is life. Do you want to delay Master Tang's condition? I'll you. Tang Liye threw a slap at Qin Xinlan's face and said angrily, "The old man is my own father. How dare you put such a big hat on me? And a master? You Su family wants to come anew and on my father again, is that it? Give me a beating on this couple." For a while, a group of bodyguards swarmed up, and Su Qiming Qin Xinlan was pressed on the ground and rubbed in various ways. The masters that the two had brought with them stood calmly, shaking their heads and sighing in an air of superiority. Immeasurable Heavenly Father, fellow Daoist, the people have been scolded and the anger has been taken out. Can you let me see your family's principal? Tang Liye's eyelids flicked up. Forgot about you Nubizi, didn't I? Someone come, give me a good treat for him. Without saying a word, the master turned his head and ran. And at this moment, the two of them, Su Qiming, were completely confused. Master, this is running away? Chapter 135, The Tang Family's Choice. The Grandmaster's sudden run was unexpected by everyone. Even Su Qiming didn't expect it. He had thought that the master would come and solve the fight in a profound way, and then enter the Tang family in a dignified manner. but the person just ran away. Where was a bit of the highbrow demeanor in this? Tang Li, yes, see this scene, people are laughing silly. Originally saw the old man a mysterious and unpredictable look, also thought it was really what Master's cell phone are put on the hand situation is not right, immediately call for support. Together really is a magician. But this leg is really sharp. 70 or 80 years old appearance of this physical quality is afraid to have a fight with the horse master. He didn't call for anyone to go after them because there was simply no need. Right now it was better to beat up this couple first. If it wasn't for the Su family, his own son wouldn't have been sent out to the prairie to fight with lions and tigers. Everything is the fault of these two couples. Tang Li, yes, smiled coldly. Is this your bottom line for coming to my Tang family today? It's a pity. Your backbone ran straight out the door. Looking at the unsuspecting group of people, Su Qiming, Qin Xinlan and the two of them immediately panicked. Now they are lambs to the slaughter. This really was beaten out of what, good or bad, with the Tang family's attitude towards them is afraid to really call the sky, call the earth. Qin Xinlan was incomparably panicked. Old Su, quickly think of a way. We won't need a liar, right? How did the master run away? How do I know? There must be a reason why the master ran away. We have to trust him. If he's a liar, why did he come all the way back with us? Besides, we didn't give him any favors, but the master asked me for $1 million in exit fees. What? Su Qiming's pupils shrank. You said he asked you for money? Then did you give it? Gave. At this moment, Su Qiming's face was like ashes. His body's strength seemed to have been drained through and through in an instant. It's over. We're afraid that we've really been cheated. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off, two idiots. Seeing as how you've been conned as well. Let's beat you guys a little bit harder. Give it to me. What? In that instant, the light in the eyes of the two men completely dissipated, followed by a mingled wail that resounded at the entrance of the Tang family estate. Meanwhile, inside the Tang family estate, a white-bearded old Taoist paraded around the Tang clan in a dignified manner, and from time to time, people around him cast puzzled glances at him. However, the old Taoist not only didn't hide in the face of the survey, but instead took the initiative to ask questions to the people around him from time to time. That calm demeanor, that casual gesture, making many people in the Tang family think that this was to cure their own old man. In the end, under such a chain of asking for directions, the white-bearded old Taoist managed to arrive at the villa where Tang Shanha was staying. Of course, his arrival also caught Tang Xingye's attention. Because of his father's accident, Tang Xingye was unmotivated by the company's affairs, and he was actually at home in a state of flux when he received a message from his subordinates that the invited master had gotten lost in the manor. The Highlander is lost? But a high-ranking person had come, so how could he, the half-head of the Tang family, not know about it? He had thought that this was another list of what the Su family had been up to, but after arriving at the scene, he realized that the visitor was merely a person. The old man was full of confidence, his crane hair and white beard, and he had the air of a tall man like in a TV series. Tang Xingye's face sank. Who are you? It seems like my Tang family hasn't invited you, right? The white-bearded old Taoist stroked his beard and laughed. Old Taoist Wusho. You can call me Master Wusho or Taoist Wusho. Master without ribbon? Tang Xingye pondered for a moment. The name was very unfamiliar. Many rumored masters in his memory did not match it. He was just about to make a drive, but what he heard next shook him. Tang Xingye, the second son of the Tang family, built into the three sons of the three sons. You are not ashamed of this word, Chang. The Tang family started by your father, looking to your brother to build, and hope that your family to become, hoping that your brother to establish. But your brother does not have the ability to build change, and your brother does not have the ability to stabilize the family business. Only you. Take over the responsibility of both sides, so that the Tang family can truly move towards success. Changye, the key lies in this word Chang, both success and failure. It can be said that the success or failure of the Tang family is in your hands. Your father, Tang Shanha, with his mountainous aura, should have had the image of expansive gulping, and combined with what he has done over the years, it is a phase of great blessing. However, the problem arises in you, a Chang character. Although through your hands the Tang family has been a great success, but the real root of the Tang family is the accumulation of your father for many years, and when I look at your face, I see that you have the aura of the Furies around you, and the fact that your Furies are not you yourself means that there are unfavorable presences around you that are detrimental to this family. To put it bluntly, there's a roadblock beside you that will block your Tang family's chi, but I just surveyed your Tang family's layout, and the gap in the 8 points of the place of gathering blessings is now being gradually restored, which indicates that you've recently made some major choices to eliminate this bogeyman. Poor, can you say wrong? Tang Xingye was greatly shocked, and at this point his mind only had one constantly repeating exclamation. God's voice, it's just divine. Combined with the words he had just said, the first thing that popped into his head was Tang Shuyu. Before, he didn't know all these twists and turns, and only felt that his stupid daughter had harmed his grandfather. But now so it seems that this old Taoist in front of him was right on the money. His own daughter was the roadblock, and the most important choice he had made recently was to kick Tang Shuyu out of the Tang family. Otherwise, it was likely that something else would happen to his father, and the Tang family would be completely devastated. So it is said that the success of the Tang family lies in one's own thoughts. Now the appearance of this mysterious old Taoist monk, does it mean that God is giving himself one last choice? And this last choice is the difference between success and failure? Master No Ribbon, so what are you here for this time? Actually, you understand that I'm here to save your old man. Tang Qingye's heart gradually surfaced a touch of hope. Really, is to make their own choice again, and this choice is not only the father's life and death decision, but also the future of the Tang family's choice. It was just that, although the old Taoist counted very accurately, after all, he had experienced Su Wen's repeated destruction, and he still maintained the most basic skepticism towards outsiders. He didn't want anything to happen to his father again, and he preferred his father to be alive rather than in an accident, so at least there was a chance of survival. I won't help you for no reason. I need $1 billion of veneration money to build the Taoist temple, and this will be considered a good karma between us. As the saying goes, you don't get paid for what you don't get. What Tang Qingye was worried about before was that this old Taoist taking the initiative to come to the door was just too much of an anomaly. Where in the world there is no desire for people. The old road if really do not want anything he rather dare not let the old road. If the old road also have selfishness, that means that it is an exchange of interests. That will also certainly go all out. The most important thing is that the old path is so confident. Okay, I promise you. Chapter 136, The Small Minds of the Gu Family's Father and Son. Gu Family. Su Sun was applying needles to Elder Gu, and after this time, he only needed to come back one last time. Then all the treatments would be finished, and it wouldn't be long before Elder Gu could walk like a normal person. Pulling off the silver needles, Gu Tianwei only felt a hot current hovering over his legs, a sensation that was metaphysical and extremely comfortable for him. This time was the most effective since the first leg treatment, and he wanted to try to see if he could walk independently without holding on to anything. So he braced his hands on his wheelchair and tried to get up on his own accord, and when he got up shakily, sweating profusely and took a step, he felt only as if a shackle had broken through, and he took this long overdue and crucial step. I can finally walk. I can finally walk. Seeing his father struggling to walk, Gu Pingsheng looked both excited and happy and teased. Dad, haven't you been able to stand up for a long time? Why didn't I see you so happy before? Asterisk 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 you. Less knowingly here. Now I can already go without holding things up. When I'm normal see if I kick you or not it's over. Gu Pingsheng did not think so. That is estimated to be early. When you get to the point of kicking me it is estimated to be a small half a year. Su Sun let out a faint smile and interrupted. Don't look at how difficult it is for the old man to walk nowadays, but every day behind is a qualitative change. At most, in a month and a half, the old man will be able to jump and jump again. Ha, so fast. Gu Tianwei's old face darkened when he saw this reaction. What do you mean, you rebellious son? You think I'm getting better too fast? But where I can walk to see me not to you 3 days a small kick, 5 days a big kick. See me to cure you not to cure you this grandson is finished. Good dad, I don't mean that. Gu Pingsheng helplessly said. I'm just a little surprised. Besides I'm over 50 years old. You scold me even if it's okay. Don't move your hands all day long. Give me some face okay? I'm keeping you my ass. You just can't wait for me to be bad. No, I'll cure you now. Gu Tianwei lived up to his straight temper and picked up his cane to give Gu Pingsheng a beating. Gu Pingsheng was chased and jumped. Seeing her big brother and father bickering all day long, Gu Qingwan was really headstrong watching from the sidelines. What should have been celebratory news that the leg was going to be cured turned out to be the beginning of a conflict in front of the duo. That's enough. You too. Why do you act like you've grown up? Brother, can't you stop talking? Dad is really happy. Why do you have to say something so upsetting? Dad you are also, before also did not see you so like hands. How now a little on the spot. A day does not hit the big brother you are not comfortable in the heart? In the past it was inconvenient for me to hold my tongue. Now that I'm getting better why should I hold back? Gu Pingsheng was speechless. Dad, the way you say this, it makes it sound like I'm mistreating you so that you've suffered much. Obviously it's your body that's getting better and better but your temper is getting worse and worse. Instead you're blaming me. Hey you brat, enough, don't argue. Little Seeker's brother sees you guys fight every time he comes here. This affects people's moods, you know? Gu Tianwei's eyebrows were crooked. As if he had thought of something, he hurriedly picked up his wheelchair and came to Su Sun. Little friend Su, actually I am a very nice and friendly person. I am amiable to everyone except for this eldest son of mine who has a louder voice. You see I have never been immensely submissive to Xiaowan. If she later found a partner then I am naturally good to my son-in-laws each and every one of them. Especially you Su. Stop. the old man is talking nonsense again. Su Sun knew Gu Tianwei's little mind, and didn't want to listen to him continue talking nonsense. As a result, as soon as Gu Tianwei shut up, Gu Pingsheng immediately added, "Yes, Brother Su, I was just kidding. My dad is usually very nice to me. He's never mean." You don't want to be intimidated by his usual spunky look. It's a sign of his momentary excitement. Besides, he'd never be like that to you. You are not aware of the fact that in his heart Wan Air has always been the first, and you are now able to rank side by side with Wan Air. As for me, even those juniors in my family can't compare to. If you become my Gu family son-in-law, the old master is afraid that he is all willing to give half of his family's fortune to you. Of course, I agree. If someone comes to share the pressure for me, then I can retire early too. Ha ha, the two can be said to be for Gu Qingwan worried, all the time thinking of assisting, a time father and son to release all the former suspicion. A united front, quite quickly takes Su Sun's meaning. It was only the initiative of the two of them that caused Gu Qingwan, who was at the side, to immediately blacken her face, not to mention whether she had those emotional thoughts or not. Just the fact that her big brother and father were acting so uptight made her extremely unhappy. Not only did this not consider his own embarrassment and dilemma, but it also invariably gave Su Sun no small amount of pressure, disregarding the guest's feelings for the sake of his own self-interest, which went against the Gu family's way of hospitality. Dad, big brother, if you keep talking nonsense like this, in case little brother Seeker doesn't come next time, I'll see who you'll find to regret it. Gu Pingsheng quickly shut up, while Gu Tianwei also quickly covered his mouth. Yeah, too much haste is counterproductive. What if it scares people away from coming back? Thus, Gu Tianwei began to talk about things to divert his attention, which also talked about some of the things that had happened to the Tang family recently. Tang Shanhai is awake? Su Sun froze. Yes, old man Tang not only woke up, it seems that he is also gradually recovering his normalcy. This time he really met a high person. By the way, Shawan also saw an immortal old Taoist priest appear in the Tang family. Old Taoist? Another one invited by the Su family? Gu Qingwan nodded her head and explained, "It shouldn't be. I saw Tang Erjie treating him with great respect when I was out for a walk that day. That person should be the master that the Tang family has been talking about lately. And if there's a relationship with the Su family, I'm afraid that Tang Erjie won't believe it at all anymore given his temperament." Su Sun also kind of understand. Tang Shuyu, this bogeyman, has been driven away. So the Tang old man, this great blessing of the phase of the turn of the hand to find a high person. Sure enough, there is a divine providence in the underworld. Dad/Grandpa, we're back. Just as several people were talking, a pair of two people who appeared to be father and son came before Gu Tianwei with faces full of excitement. It so happened that at this time, Gu Tianwei was still practicing his walking, and this scene was very common for ordinary people, but it was a complete shock to this Gu family. Dad, not only can you stand up, you can actually walk. Seeing the two, Gu Tianwei's old face was delighted. Yang Nian, hi Ba, you're back. Yes, Grandpa, it's only been 2 months since I've seen you, and you're already walking. I'm sure Grandma's spirit in heaven is blessing our family. None of that old woman's business. It's purely my own luck. No, it's your aunt who gave me the power. Otherwise I'd still be paralyzed. Yes. The youth turned his head to Gu Qingwan and handed over the exquisite gift box in his hand. Little auntie, this is a gift from me to you. I wish you to grow younger and more beautiful. Thank you, Haiba. Receiving the gift box, Gu Qingwan guffawed. Gu Pingsheng joked aside. Great nephew, what about mine? How come there's no gift for me? You still need it, uncle? I only have Qing Yu's gift here, so if you want it, take it for your sister. That said, this is, at those words, Su Sun, who was playing with his cell phone, raised his head. It was also at this time, the moment he saw Su Sun's face, the smile at the corner of the youth's mouth suddenly froze. Gu Qingwan was a bit surprised. Hi Ba, you guys know each other? Chapter 137, one word, sent to the prairie. That stiffness fleetingly passed. Gu Haiba very generous and decent initiative to shake hands. Indeed no, we are classmates. Long time no see Su Sun students. Gu Tianwei suddenly realized. I almost forgot. Hi Bo, you're also a student of Jiang University. For this unexpected joy Gu family is very happy. Engaged in half the family actually has been a Su Sun's classmates, but gave a few people a kind of pro added to the illusion of family. However, for Gu Haiba's initiative to greet him, Su Sun put down his cell phone, his hands around his chest, his eyes teasing, and had no intention of shaking hands at all. Gu Qingwan realized that something was wrong. Her willow brows knitted. Is there something unpleasant between you two? Hai Bo, are you bullying people based on your status? Gu Haiba looked innocent. Injustice, little aunt. What kind of person am I you still don't know? Su Sun's classmate might just be a bit of an accident. Saying that, his eyes sank. Looking at Su Sun with a hint of meaning in his gaze. Su Sun's student. Am I right? Don't feel a sense of discrepancy due to our status to each other. We are friends, aren't we? As long as one is not stupid. I'm sure no one will not understand the meaning of the words, but what Gu Haiba didn't expect was that Su-sun really didn't understand. For a while, his face was a bit ugly. Su-sun not giving him face was already enough to make him unhappy, but what he said next was even more of a public uncovering of his cover. We're not friends, to be precise. I used to be sort of your recipient, didn't I? The famous young master Gu. What? Instantly, Gu Qingwan's pretty face turned cold as she questioned. Haiba, what's going on? Little aunt, you know my character well. How could I possibly bully someone for no reason? It must be that he did something chant? But I'm curious. Su-sun, how did you get into my Gu family? Are you worthy of it? Su-sun's shoulders shrugged. I'll help my old grandpa cross the street, and then your grandpa will invite me over for dinner. Can't I? What? You're trying to hold a favor hostage. What meal? I'd say it's more like rubbing your nose in it. You don't deserve to eat under the same roof as me. As soon as the words left his mouth, an iron fist just slammed over. What am I? I'm punching you in the face right now. Su-sun mounted Gu Haiba is a fist massage. These years as you behind the back rubbing ostracized me to say bad things about me. Is not it that you look for a lady was rumored? So my part-time job is to leak the secret. If I sent the wine is not you shriveled also want to blame me. Eat my iron fist. At this moment, Gu Yongyan on the side looked dumbfounded. Whose ministry is this that is so brave? In front of his Gu family, he dared to beat up his own son like this. This does not take the Gu family seriously. Is not taking himself seriously. You little bastard dare to hit. Ah pooh. With a backhanded punch, Gu Yongyan was hit with acid in his mouth just before he arrived. Su-sun disdainfully said, didn't beat you up did I? Really gave you face? Gu Haiba was greatly shocked. Was this still the Su-sun he knew? How did he become so cross after not seeing him for a few months? He had just thought he had dodged a bullet when the rain of fists fell again. For a time, wailing was everywhere. But this is still the Gu family after all. Gu Haiba is still full of energy and hysterical. Su-sun, you're finished. Dare to make a move in my Gu family. You're finished. It's simply outrageous. Gu Tianwei shouted. Gu Haiba's face was overjoyed. Grandpa quickly teach this bastard a lesson. Pick him up. Okay. Snap. Gu Haiba was thrown to the ground. And at this moment, he was completely confused. What just happened? What happened? Why did Grandpa hit me? No Grandpa. Did you hit the wrong person? Gu Pingxing came in front of him at this time, condescending with a gloomy face. Seeing his eldest uncle so furious, Gu Haiba's heart was once again happy. Eldest uncle quickly. Snap. Gu Haiba was once again confused, so he threw his thirsty eyes over to Gu Qingwan. Little aunt, you love me the most. Snap. Now Gu Haiba was completely dumbfounded, because my sister-in-law, who had always been incredibly gentle and had never laid a hand on anyone, had actually hit herself. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Gu Yongyan managed to calm down the fluttering in his stomach, and when he saw that his family members were actually turning their elbows outward, he was immediately enraged. Dad, big brother, are you guys confused? That's Haibo. Wan are you too? That's your nephew. It's fine for you to help an outsider, but why are you hitting your nephew? That's good. Gu Qingwan coldly scanned the duo. Well then, Gu Haiba will no longer be my nephew from now on. Who has an opinion? Su-sun immediately raised his hand. This matter is excellent. Gu Pingsheng nodded. I agree. Gu Tianwei immediately tapped his cane. I declare, Gu Haiba is expelled from the Gu family from this moment. In an instant, it was like a lightning strike, and Gu Yongyan's father and son were thunderstruck. Gu Yongyan was shocked. You guys, this is serious? Recently, the Tang family's Wakanda Vibration Crystal project is just short of people, so Gu Haiba will go over there, and it just so happens that his good brother, Tang Xingjuan, is also there, so the two of them can join hands to defeat the enemy when they encounter lions and tigers in the future. Come on people, take Gu Haiba to the airport right now, and he's not allowed to come back to the family again. It was at this moment that Gu Haiba realized what it meant to be ill-fated. One word? You've been sent away? As he was dragged away by the bodyguards, he kept shouting, I don't accept it. He's just an orphan, a poor man. You must have been cheated by him. Gu Pingsheng rushed up and slapped him. You sinner! Your grandfather's leg was cured by him. How dare you insult my Gu family benefactor like that? Go to the prairie and put maggots in his sigma for me. Give him a good brain tonic. No, I just came back from abroad. Don't go abroad again. Little auntie save me. Little auntie quickly help me beg for mercy. Gu Haiba, all people have to pay for their mistakes. That's what I once taught you. And second brother, if you're not satisfied, you can go digging for rocks altogether. Gu Yongyan instantly shut up. He didn't doubt the influence of this sister of his. If Gu Qingwan really egged it on in front of his big brother and father, then he was afraid that he would really be sent to digging as well. Gu Haiba screamed every day. Screaming, how did not expect because of a sentence of the future is ruined. Gu Qingwan hated that kind of bullying, especially from her own family. And Gu Haiba was not only both of these people, but also deceived her for so many years with the image of a well-behaved and understanding person, making her even more furious. There are also private to find a lady, which shows that Gu Haiba dude is not a day or two, only is too well disguised even she did not see out. Not to mention, he had bullied Su Sun, the great benefactor of the Gu family. She would never allow someone like Tang Shuyu to appear in the Gu family. Young Nim Na. Gu Youngyan jolted and squeezed out a smile at the corner of his mouth. Dad, what are your orders? Heisei. Gu Pingxing's stance was firm, his head held high, and his eyes were deep as he said, Dad, I'm here. Well, I've heard that your aunt's second daughter's husband's brother's daughter has opened a horse farm, and it's rumored to be short of a breeder, so help the oldest two go and get in on the job. Yes, promise to finish the job. Instantly, Gu Yangyan's smile twitched and his voice trembled. Dad not so much. Chapter 138, a small request to put Suwon away. Tang family master, how have you been feeling these past few days? If there is any discomfort in your body, do not hide it. Thank you, master. I'm fine nowadays, although I'm not as energized as before, but this regular recovery seems to be what suits me the most. Master Sholas is really a high-level person. You're welcome, Tang family master. You and I are also destined to be together. That's why I'm willing to help you. And right now I still have a small request. For a while, the Tang family members fell silent and washed their ears. They had seen the ability of Master Shadowless in the past few days, and he could be considered a true master. There was no so-called needle application, nor boiling of medicine. Simply by kneading techniques in pills, the old man's body was more than 1 day, and the old man's health is not as good as before when he is almost instantly alive, but gradually, which is in line with their impression of the common sense of a patient's recovery. So naturally, they were willing to hold great respect to try to fulfill the sudden request of Master Sholas. However, the moment the master's request came out, the crowd changed their faces, only because his request was associated with some bad people. I need you to release Suvan, immediately. What? Tang Chengye's face immediately changed. Impossible. This is by no means possible. That crook caused my father to suffer so much, so feel free to ask for anything else. Master, but this is absolutely impossible. Su Wen is my disciple. What? One word and the crowd was silent. Master Sholas was actually Su Wen's master, which caused the crowd to once again have a feeling of being deceived. The Grandmaster actually had a relationship with the Su family, and he even hid this relationship to come and treat the old man. At this moment, Tang Chengye's face instantly turned gloomy. It wasn't just that the master was concealing the relationship, it was that he remembered when Su Wen had said that his master could fix the mess. Instead, he thought it was a Krakow at the time, and instead of believing it, he wasted him and locked him up. If he had trusted Su Wen one more time and allowed him to find his master, would the outcome be completely different today? Or was the father's torment the result of his own vacillation? However, only for a moment, Tang Chengye felt ridiculous at this absurd idea. With Su Wen's credit at that time, if he really believed in him again, it would be a real old fool. Seeing that no one responded, Master Sholas laughed and spoke once again. It's true that my disciple's level is not good, but didn't I come to fix his mess? I can't mind if he gets a bit of punishment, but he can't die. If you have figured it out, send the person back to the Su family. Master, are you threatening me? Master Sholas slowly shook his head. I'm exchanging conditions. Besides, I'm only negotiating with you guys after curing the old man. I'm more sincere in comparison. That 1 billion is not needed. It's better to release Su Wen. At this moment, Tang Chengye finally understood that he was still cheated. In front of this no-ribbon master from the beginning did not want that the so-called 10 billion, in the first place, is to let down the guard, so as to come to cure the disease. Tang Shanha sighed softly and reached out to pat his shoulder, signaling him not to be angry. Although the master did cure his father, yet this deceitful behavior was like a thorn in Tang Chengye's heart, making him extremely unhappy. Chengye, I know you're angry at the Su family, but this has nothing to do with the master, and the master helped them out of this mess. Now that Su Wen has been punished, and the Su family is dying, let's give this face to the master. Father had spoken, and Tang Chengye dared not disobey. Just before he could say anything, Master Sholas made another demand that was an inch too far. Make up for those losses in the Su family as well, or at least get them back to where they were. Wide acceptance of the 8 sides of the gas. Gulp the weather of luck. Luck will often gradually rise until it reaches a peak, but if a supposedly affluent family suddenly declined, that luck will be completely dissipated. The Su family couldn't decay. If it did, the part of luck belonging to Su Wen's body would be completely powerless. Then his layout for all these years would be ruined. Hearing this, Tang Chengye was instantly enraged. Master, I'm grateful that you saved my father, but don't you dare. Second, Say yes to him. What? But Dad, promise him that it's worth it to trade my life for a complete Sue family. Eldest, are you going to sue or not? As a lawyer you don't even have the idea to do it for your parents. We really raised you for nothing. Can Mom stop it? It's not as simple as you think. Trying to sue a family that big. Do you think you can do it with just a mouth? Then you go and have the entire law firm sue the Tang family. You are the Heavenly King law firm, one of the best team of lawyers in the country. The evidence of the injuries on our bodies is overwhelming. If we can't get them down, we'll have to make them suffer a little bit. I can't sue. Not to mention that I'm not the owner of the law firm. Even if I am, who are they to offend the Tang family for me? Besides, if it really counts, the consequences of that Tang family counting on Su Wen's cure is more serious than beating you guys up. Su Wanqing, I see that you're just too much trouble. I really raised you for nothing. Enough. Su Wanqing was really forced beyond endurance by Qin Xinlan. Don't hang on to raising all day long. You never cared about me as much as Big Sister or even Xiao Sun. If you don't see me, the big deal is that I'll pay back the money you've raised for all these years. From now on, it's a clean break. Su Wanqing's words can be said to completely ignite the anger. The bits and pieces that happened during this period of time would have let Qin Xinlan hold a bellyful of fire with no place to vent it. It's okay to be bullied in front of outsiders, but his own daughter actually dares to speak to him like this. There's simply no justice. Against all odds, the Su family's oldest two are unfilial to their parents. I knew this family couldn't rely on anyone but Xin Ro. I should have given you all away back then. Then you go find her. Su Wanqing eyes red, emotionally out of control. In the end, who is taking care of these days paralyzed in bed you? And who didn't even go to work at the hospital home to run back and forth to cook for you guys, accompany you to talk, for you to vent? Where is your daughter Su Xinru? Why haven't you seen her these days? She went to work, Qin Xinlan said slyly, so I can leave my job to take care of you guys. Why can't she? Isn't she your best daughter? That's because. Su Wanqing, how dare you talk to your mom like that? Splat. With a sound, a bright red palm mark suddenly surfaced on Su Wanqing's fair and nearly transparent face. Touching her hot cheeks, she felt a stinging pain, and all of a sudden, Su Wanqing laughed, a laugh that was full of self-deprecation, sadness. 2 of the 5 daughters in the family have run away, and one of the parents has disappeared in an accident, while the other is unwilling to intervene in a bet, leaving only himself to do his job. But in the end, what you get in return is not a half appreciation, nor a word of the most basic concern, but a raw slap? Su Wanqing was suddenly confused. What was the point of staying in this home? For the sake of that so-called family? But is there any love in this family? Although she wasn't subjected to direct pressure like her big sister, it might not have been a bad thing to excuse herself from the house in the first place instead of suffering day and night in it. The moment she turned around, Su Wanqing's teardrops fell, but she was unwilling to shed a tear or show an ounce of tenderness in front of her parents. With her mother's hysteria and her father's sitting on the fence, she didn't want to be continued to be looked down upon by these two. It's okay, it's time to end this. Inside the living room, Qin Xinlan was still calculating and cursing because of Su Wanqing's resistance. Obviously, his body and even his head were bandaged, but his mouth was still so sharp and he could not stop chanting. At that moment, a white-bearded old Taoist swaggered into the villa just in time to hit the gun. Qin Xinlan's eyes glazed over. Wasn't this the godly man who had tricked them? It actually came to their home. So she ran at her opponent with a limping stride, waving her hands about to grab at her opponent. How dare you come over here, you dead liar. Chapter 139, Su Wen returns to the Su family again. How dare you? What are you doing? You shrew? You liar, how dare you resist? Let's see if I don't scratch you to death today. Roll. Ha. A slap passed. Qin Xinran was directly slapped to the head. How could she not imagine that this seemingly thin old man in front of her actually had so much strength? After reacting, she covered her cheeks and her anger rose. Su Qiming, why are you still frozen? Watching your wife being beaten? Wushou was getting more and more annoyed the more he saw Qin Xinlan and couldn't help but say, Shrew, if you keep it up, you won't be able to see your son anymore. Son has always been her lifeblood. This son mentioned, Qin Xinlan is like being stepped on the tail of the cat instantly exploded. My son has long been unable to see. Would have counted on you to go fishing. The result is that you this liar actually ran away. You also my son. You returned my son. Stupid. If I don't run am I going to be stopped there like you guys? Then how else am I going to save Tang Shanha? Fiercely, Qin Xinran's waving claws froze in midair. You, what do you mean? You have a reason to run away? Crap, didn't you see that there were people stopping you? If I had stayed there with you guys, then how else would I have entered the Tang family to save people? How else am I going to gain the trust of the Tang family? Su Qiming was not as foolish as Qin Xinlan, and almost at a point, he immediately understood the meaning of the words. It turned out that the Grandmaster hadn't run away in the first place, but had gone fishing in troubled waters. At that time, he helped the master to speak purely because he was afraid of slapping his own face, especially unwilling to admit in front of Qin Shinlan that the master was a liar. Now, he felt that his initial trust was really wise. At that moment, Su Qiming's sad face suddenly disappeared, only to see him arrive in front of Sholas with a smile on his face. Qin Shinlan, what did I say at first? I knew master couldn't possibly leave us behind and run away, so it's another countermeasure. Humph, is it hard to be as stupid as you guys? Waiting for the Tang family to take us in. Will they still believe their son after he's lied to them twice? What did you say? Don't you dare say that about me. Stupid woman, you give me a side. A push away Qin Shinlan. Su Qiming rubbed his hands expectantly. That master disappeared these days is. In the past few days, he went to cure the Tang family master, and now that he's basically healed, your son will soon be sent back by his family. Su Qiming, how dare you push? Ha, what did you say? Little one will be back soon? Qin Shinlan immediately smiled with joy. Ha ha, I knew that master was extraordinary. Master made a move that was absolutely watertight. This change of face is faster than turning over books can give no ribbon despised. Glanced at the cold after a glance, you also do not be happy for too long. Your son cannot come back in one piece is still not certain. Ha, what do you mean? Qin Shinlan froze at his words. Literally, pray your son still has his arms and legs. As the words fell out of his mouth, both husband and wife changed their faces. Yes, Tang Chengye had left a cruel word in the beginning. With the Tang family's retaliation, his son was afraid that it would be a miracle for him to be alive now, right? Qin Shinlan immediately panicked. Master, you must save little one. If my son is ruined, then his life will be ruined. This I naturally know. If it's a broken arm or leg, this is fine. But if it's a missing arm or leg, then I'll have a hard time. After all, I don't have the ability to live and die. Bam! The couple was struck by lightning. Missing an arm or a leg? If the son comes back without arms and legs, what's the difference between that and being dead? The next few moments were spent by the two in a mixture of tension and anticipation. Every second today is an ordeal for the duo, who want their son to show up in a hurry, but are afraid to see him, only because they were afraid to come back with an undefeated son. Finally, at about 11 a.m., a foul-smelling youth was carried to Su's house. A couple of big men in suits dropped the man off and left without notice. Su Qiming, several people are still in the villa waiting apprehensively. If not at noon, the maid came to do lunch. Two people are afraid that they still do not know that their son has returned. The moment she saw Su Wen, Qin Shinlan finally couldn't hold back the grief in her heart and cried out immediately. The son's limbs were limp, which indicated that he had suffered an inhuman ordeal. The good thing, though, is that the arms and legs are still there, so at least the master can save them. Son, my suffering son. Vomit. Wretch. Qin Shinlan ignored the filth and pounced on her son, and just as she took Su Wen into her arms, a pungent smell drilled into her nostrils. The smell was so overwhelming that it was hard to fight it, even with the maternal glow she exuded. However, she still tried her best to forcefully wipe off the yellow stains on her son's face. This black-hearted Tang family, tossing my son around. What are some of these things on his face? No ribbon's cold voice suddenly rang out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is, what? In that instant, her stomach was like waves churning in the sea, and Qin Shinlan immediately ran to the side and vomited profusely. Wretch, wretch, vomit. Ribbonless disliked it, flung his sleeve and turned around to go back to the house, only leaving behind a sentence. Clean him up, so I can treat his injuries. On the other side, this side of the three-man hut, Su Sun was enjoying a rare moment of solitude, taking advantage of the gap between the sisters' departure from home to observe the economic situation, and he planned to find something for Su Mayan to do, so that she wouldn't have to spend all day in a state of delirium. However, it would save a lot of steps if they could take Su directly. This way Su Mayan would not only be able to return to her previous life, but also make those two old things furious. Su's current main makeup products, said to do, Su Sun intends to start directly from Su's supply chain to start. This was not checked, and once he did, some things surprised him quite a bit. Just today, in just one morning, several companies have already started to resume their cooperation with Su one after another. It made him think of Tang Shanha, who also seemed to have regained his life only recently. This is a bit of a coincidence, isn't it? Can it be that the Tang family has been cheated again? In the middle of thinking, a knock came from the door. Only Su Sun did not take care of it. After all, the sisters have keys. However, the door to that room was still being knocked on regularly, and Su Sun guessed that someone should have forgotten the key. And listening to the movement, it should be Su Mayan, because if Su Baiyan forgot to knock on the door for so long the door did not open, it is bound to be annoyed and keep smashing the door. Thinking that, Su Sun went forward to open the door. However, the moment the door opened, Su Sun quickly closed it. Sorry, no insurance. Chapter 140, Su Shinru's arrival. Su Mayan's anger. The strength of the door closing was extremely heavy, but a delicate soft razor was stepped on the edge of the door. Su-sun subconsciously frowned, and quickly grabbed the door in the nick of time. The door opened again. A black-skirted figure ignored Su-sun's strange gaze and walked into the house in a dignified manner. She looked at Su-sun and pursed her lips. "Little Sun, you really still can't bear for me to be hurt." Su-sun rolled her eyes. "Don't flatter yourself. How did you know about this place?" "Nothing, hurry up and leave." "Leave? I specifically picked a time when the two of them weren't here to see you, so how could I leave?" "What?" A body with a fragrant breeze crashed straight into the arms, feeling the temperature in front of him and meeting the thoughtful gaze. For a while, Su-sun was a bit confused. "Su Shinru, what do you mean by that? Quickly untie me. It was hard to find you. Let me hold you for a while." "Hug your ass. Are you trying to figure out if someone carrying a camera is going to come right through the door later?" "Seeker, do you know how sad I was when I heard you were dead? It's great that you're still alive today. Are you even listening to me? Don't make me rough you up. Am I that kind of person in your eyes? Is it hard to believe that I'm not even qualified to hug you?" Su-sun froze. "Are you serious? It was really just a hug? Seriously? Then we'll cuddle later. Let me close the door first so outsiders don't see the embarrassment. If people want to see it, let them see it. I don't care. I have a so-called." Su-sun seriously suspected that Su Shinru was possessed, just for a period of time not to see. This whole person, how with the change of a person like, even. He actually detected a hint of obsession and sickness in Su Shinru's seductive and beautiful eyes. "No, what's her obsession with me? What do I have to be obsessed with?" Su-sun was puzzled. The previous Su Xin hadn't shown this kind of emotion to herself either. Is it possible that you don't know how to appreciate it until you've lost it? Closing the door to the room, Su-sun pushed away the figure in front of him, yet Su Xin still hugged him like a wombat. Su-sun frowned. "Su Lao-san, there's no end to it, is there? I don't want to make a move on you after not seeing you for so many days, but don't give me an inch. Seeker, I really miss you." What do you miss me for? Do you miss the old days when you used to control me? Times have changed, and I'm not going to obey you anymore. I know, but I just couldn't help it in the first place. I wanted to keep you firmly tied to me. Su Xin's words had the meaning of a tout, yet it was so frightening in Su-sun's ears. What kind of person would make such a grand statement about wanting to control others? "I'm going to you." You're not really getting a nervous breakdown, are you? Bad. I seem to know where the obsession in your eyes comes from. You're trying to make me your slave for life. No, I didn't mean that. I just... Stop. Su-sun's gaze sank as he sized up the woman next to him. "Tell me how you found this place first? Wouldn't really run this way to observe the movements waiting for the two of them to leave before taking advantage of the situation, right?" Upon hearing this, Su Xin covered her red lips and gently laughed. "What are you thinking? Do you really think I'm some kind of psycho? It was Fifth Sister who told me that Big Sister would go down to buy food and cook at this time, while she herself would also run to buy milk tea to drink every other day. But discovering your residence was indeed using some small means." Su-sun slapped his thigh violently. "*********. I knew it was this stupid girl. What's the matter, Seeker? Aren't you welcome?" A sudden breath came from his ear. Su-sun twisted his head to look at the woman with a smile at the corner of her mouth in front of him, and only one word came to mind: heartfelt white lotus. At once, he reached out and pushed away the head that wanted to lean over, his hands against Su Xin's shoulders. "Talking is talking. Men and women are not related. A little bit of distance, okay? Besides, if you don't leave, the two of them will be back. I'll see how you can explain." "Explain? What do I have to explain? I just came to see you. I didn't do anything wrong." Those words could give Su-sun a whole lot of trouble. Yeah, people are just coming over to visit and not doing anything bad. And they're sisters, so it does seem like there's no need to explain. "Nope, what are you doing visiting me?" Su-sun's face sank. Until this point he hadn't realized that he would always unintentionally fall into Su Xin's rhythm when he faced her. Just like before, as if it had become the norm. Times have changed a long time ago now, so why should I be so obsequious? Su-sun snorted coldly and dragged Su Shinru towards the door. Just throw the person out. Why waste so many words? As if she had expected it, Su Xin just let out a giggle to go along with Su-sun's tugging and pulling, and it was only when she was thrown to the doorway that she spoke up once again. "Little Sun, I'll come back again, and I'll make you willingly be taken care of by me for the rest of your life. What kind of scary fart are you making here? Think that's going to scare me? Get out of here you." Su-sun reached out and pushed. Su Xin seemed to have been subjected to inertia and fell backwards, only to hear a click, like the sound of cloth tearing. Oops, a big hole in it. "Seeker, you don't want me to get naked and be seen when I go back, do you?" Su-sun didn't think so. "Where is it broken? Aren't you fine?" Su Xin turned around with a smile, only to see that a split had suddenly appeared at the waist, all the way down, and the entire back of the long skirt was dangerously close to opening up on both sides. Indecent exposure ignored, Susan helplessly averted her head. Then what do you want? Is it hard for you to wait here while I go buy you clothes? Suxin Ro's hands covered the skirt behind her, shook her head with a smile on her face. Quite a playful and moving beauty. Don't need to be so troublesome. I'm about the same size as my big sister. Just find me a piece of my big sister's clothes. Susan nodded and compromised. Okay, then I'll go get your clothes. Wait, do you want me to change outside? I'll just go in and change myself. Okay, whatever. Snappy. Susun led Su Shinru to stop at the door of Su Mayan's room. He believed that it was only a piece of clothing. Even if Su Mayan found out, it should not be a big deal. So, he didn't think much about it and let Su Shinru go into the room by herself to pick out some clothes to change into. Su Xin Ro also did not wear traces. In less than 5 minutes she changed into a white dress and successfully walked out, and also waved a circle in front of Su Sun. Well, isn't it pretty? Pretty. You look pretty in beggar's clothes. Can we go now? Ha, count that as a compliment. After a few more brief words of exhortation that Susan felt annoyed with, Su Shinru left completely. Just shortly after she left, Su Baiyan, who was holding a large bucket of milk tea, and Su Muyen, who was carrying 2 large bags of ingredients, were also fully loaded at the same time. Su Sun didn't tell the two about Su Shinru's arrival, and just skimmed right over it as a small episode. But who knows? Su Mayan went back to her room to change her clothes after cooking, when suddenly, the half of unfamiliar black rope under her pillow attracted her attention. When tremblingly pinching up that small piece of black bud, the fire in Su Mayan's heart completely erupted. Su Sun, get your ass over here. Chapter 141, I'll take care of you anyway. What's wrong? What's going on? What happened? Hearing the commotion, Su Sin immediately pushed the door and barged in. Su Baiyan also naturally followed behind at the sound of the voice. Seeing Su Muyan's furious appearance, she couldn't help but show a gloating expression to Su Sun. Ha ha, someone's going to be unlucky. Big sister is furious. Su Sen flicked a finger on her head. Just you talk too much. In the arch fire to clean you up. Su Baiyan still wanted to talk back, but Su Sun's arm lifting instantly scared her to the point of shrinking her neck. Having solved the hilarious looking ones, Su Sun leisurely went up with a puzzled face. What's wrong? Yelling I thought something was wrong? Su Seek, what the hell have you done? Su Baiyan giggled. You're finished. Big sister address have changed. Die aside. Another finger was flicked over, and only then did Su Sun say breathlessly, what did I do? I didn't do anything? Still weaseling. What the hell did you do in my bed today? What the? I didn't even come into your house. What did I do? Then explain to me how I'm missing one of my clothes. Inwardly thumping, Su Sun didn't expect Su Mayan to realize that her clothes were missing so quickly, and immediately revealed an awkward yet polite smile. That, I lent it to someone else to wear. You're not going to be bothered with me over this little thing, right? I can't believe you took my clothes and gave them to someone else. Wait, as far as being so petty, it was my fault for getting ahead of myself. I'll find a way to pay you back. You think it's just a dress? What the hell did you do in my bed today? What did what? Su Sun was also getting tempered by this succession of inquiries. You have something to say. Don't beat around the bush. Good. I didn't want to make it too clear. As long as you voluntarily admit it, it's fine. But you're actually playing dumb here. As she spoke, Su Mayan's right hand hidden behind her back violently threw out a black cloth and directly threw it onto Su Sun's face. Confused, Su Sun took off her face, and when she saw what was in her palm, her eyes widened. What are you doing? No matter how angry you are, you can't just throw something like this of yourself around. It's not mine. If it's not you, it's me. What? Not yours? Instantly, Su Sun froze on the spot, and a figure immediately surfaced in his mind. Su Shinru. Damn it, how could Su Shinru change her dress and leave this here? Seeing this silent look of Su Sun, Su Mayan understood that she still guessed right and couldn't help but smile obscurely. Didn't you say you didn't have a girlfriend last time? Then how are you going to explain it to me this time? Bringing someone back is fine, and I can barely tolerate wearing my clothes, but you guys actually did that kind of thing in my bed. You disappoint me too much. Not doma de. Su Sun stretched his arm straight, 5 fingers spread out, made a gesture to stop. You say that kind of thing? I'm a decent person. Don't slander me. Then tell me what's going on. Do you have to get all naked to change your skirt? And you're still holding on to that thing? Su Mayan came up and was about to snatch that thing and throw it away, and Su Sun subconsciously threw it towards the bed when he saw it. Su Mayan once again became angry, and threw it on my bed. You don't think it's disgusting? I still think it's disgusting. You can't mess around anywhere but in my bed. Is it a demonstration for me? Wait, you misunderstood. I didn't misunderstand. I really didn't think. That's your oldest. I can't believe you're one of those. Ha! Su Mayan instantly froze. Who are you talking about? Su Shinro? A cry of alarm suddenly rang out as Su Bainian's face was filled with horror. Su Sun, you bastard. You actually plotted against third sister. The fire in Su Mayan's heart that had just been suppressed was ignited once again by these words. Bastard! How could you lay your hands on Lao San? At this time, Su Sun was speechless in his heart. He really wanted to give Su Bainian 2 slaps to shut her broken mouth. Seeing Su Mayan reaching out and slapping towards his chest, Su Sun directly raised his arm and met his head with a 10-finger clasp. For a moment, Su Mayan was stunned for a moment by this sudden outburst, but she still couldn't dispel the anger in her heart. However, Su Sun dragged her to the edge of the bed and sat down, one hand interlocked with 10 fingers, one hand holding that slender shoulder, and said with a grave expression, I really don't know what you guys are thinking in this brain day after day. Why can't you just let me finish my sentence? Am I this kind of person in your mind? Today Su Xin Ro took advantage of you two not being there to suddenly come to the door. As for your clothes, also because when I drove her to tear her skirt, can't let her go back naked, right? So I let her find a piece of your clothes to wear, but this is your good sister's own idea. It has nothing to do with me. As for this thing, Susan picked it up and shook it in his smooth hand. I really don't know what's going on. Su Xin Ro is being weird today. It must be something she left behind on purpose. At this moment, as if she had lifted the clouds and fog to see the sky, Su Mayan's heart cleared up quite a bit, but she still frowned and said seriously, Are you serious? Is it really just this? Or what? Is it hard to believe that you really want something to happen to me and her? Humph, you better not have. And what are you still holding onto this thing for? Loosen it for me. With those words, Su Mayan snatched it away. A moment of smoothness. A moment of smoothness. Su Sun smiled awkwardly, then quickly diverted his attention. But today, this is mainly to blame for your stupid sister. Who? Fifth sister? Su Mayan froze at his words. Su Bainian on the side was instantly confused. No, what does this have to do with me? Of course it does. If it wasn't for your big mouth, she wouldn't have known the address of this place, let alone the time you two left home, and she wouldn't have taken advantage of the gap to run over here and make such a misunderstanding. So how is that none of your business? Su Bainian instantly had a bitter face. No, this can also rely on me? Big sister, don't listen to his nonsense. Su Bainian. Su Mayan reached out and pointed. Her pretty face chilled. In the future, you're not allowed to contact them when I'm not around. Hear that? Big sis, I was really just chatting and they called first. I asked if you heard me. Under the pressure, Su Bainian finally bowed her head helplessly. Here. With those words, she lowered her head toward the two men sitting on the edge of the bed. Su Mayan frowned. What are you doing? Su Bainian didn't say anything, just silently stepped forward and broke the two's tightly clasped 10 fingers, and then peeled away the large hand on Su Muyan's shoulder, finally forcing the two to keep their distance. Su Mayan's pretty face reddened, and for a moment, she didn't even know whether she should be angry or not. What reason is there to be angry with this stupid sister if you're angry? If I wasn't angry, this nosy behavior would be a real bummer. In the end, though, she chose to remain silent so as not to cause embarrassment between the two. Big sister, I'm going out to eat first. Leaving a sentence behind, Su Bainian just lowered her head and withdrew from the duo's field of vision. But as soon as she left, Su Mayan in turn became even more embarrassed. And when she thought of that inexplicable emotional outburst just now, she hated to find a crack in the ground. However, the more you fear something, the more it comes. She had thought that this matter could be brought to an end. But who knew that Susan suddenly stroked his chin and twisted his head, with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Say, you didn't just get jealous, did you? Thumping, Su Mayan's face stiffened. How could it be? I just don't like you bringing an outsider home. Really? But even if I get a girlfriend back it's still not worth you getting that angry, right? After all, we're a fake marriage, aren't we? Su Mayan snorted coldly. Don't flatter yourself. I just can't stand my bed being defiled by outsiders. Snap. Su Sun snapped his fingers, revealing an expression of realization. So that's how it is. Then let's take the time to go and get this marriage divorced. And then I won't bring anyone home to get in your way. Almost instantly, a coldness crossed Su Mayan's stunningly beautiful face. Not leaving, unless you find someone I'm satisfied with to entrust me with. Otherwise you'll just have to make do with what you've got. Then I'm afraid I'll never find it in my life. Su Mayan's footsteps lurched, leaving behind a back. Forget it if you can't find it. I'll take care of you anyway. Chapter 142, Su Mayan's third sister who couldn't see clearly. The day rushed by. What happened at noon was explained and then dispersed with the wind, and no one continued to care. But in the evening, just as several people were sitting in the living room while taking a break, a phone call hooked everyone's thoughts back to noon again. It's Su Shinru, in the way of her big sister's order. Even though the phone rang, Su Bainian didn't know whether to answer it or not. Answer it? She's afraid her big sister will be angry. But you can't answer it, can you? She was afraid that her third sister would be worried. Su Baiyan twisted her head to look at Su Muyen, only to see her big sister staring at herself with an icy face. Being stared at like that, she was even more afraid to answer it, letting the phone ring on the coffee table. Who? Su Mayan asked coldly. Third sister, Lao San? As soon as she saw that it was Su Xin Ro's caller, Su Muyen couldn't help but think of what happened at noon. She didn't understand why Su Xin Ro had to leave a misunderstanding if she just came. Was it really caused unintentionally? Or was it a deliberate attempt to plant evidence to try to sow discord between a few people? But recalling all the things Su Shinru had done, the third sister in her impression had always been a gentle and amiable person, and shouldn't have done such a thing. For a moment, she couldn't see instead. Sister, are you going to answer it or not? I'll hang up if you don't. Before Su Mayan had a chance to speak, Su Sun yelled, Catch, pick it up for me. I want to see what she means at noon today. He didn't have the kind of positive impression Su Mayan had of Su Shinru. The noon matter was definitely intentional. It must be that poisonous woman who was up to something. Seeing Su Sun's strong attitude, Su Mayan agreed to answer it, but by herself. Senior, big sister, is fifth sister not here? The tone on the other end of the phone was not any different, only some slight surprise. Su Mayan looked at Su Baiyan who was on the side and told a falsehood. She was punished by me to do the laundry. Do you want me to call her? In that case, that's not necessary. It's just as well to talk to big sister then. Suddenly, Su Mayan had the illusion that Lao San's purpose tonight was not actually Su Baiyan, but herself. Subsequently, the two were exactly like sisters who had been separated for a long time, and talked about nothing unpleasant, even though many things had happened in the family lately. Su Xin Ro didn't confess that she had been here, and Su Muyen didn't engage in dismantling it. Chatting, an inadvertent mention made Su Shinru ask about Su Sun's recent situation, and the two began to focus on Su Sun and began to climb the conversation. So, it's good that Seeker is doing well, but is he next to you? I'd like to talk to him. Su Mayan smiled and shook her head. No, he went to his room, but the truth was that Su Sun was right next to him, and Su Sin who heard this was also a bit surprised, and for a while he didn't understand what Su Mayan meant. It was just that both of them didn't expect that this comment was exactly what Su Shinru wanted. Big sister, why do I get the feeling that you've been looking sad? Did something happen? Or did Shaosun make you angry? Upon hearing this, Su Mayan's pretty face turned cold. Don't mention it, he's been very out of sorts lately. He even brought a woman back to mess around today, and it's very likely that he's still in my room. Su Shinru was a bit surprised. Really? Then big sister, didn't you ask him what's going on? No, what do you want me to say about such things? I cringe at the thought of having something like that in my bed from another woman. He's such a disappointment to me. Su Shinru suddenly became silent, as if she was in thought, and as if she didn't know how to comfort, and Su Sun on the side was extremely speechless. What does this mean? Do you want to criticize yourself to get the opposite side's words? But he was still beside himself, so it was too much of a disgrace. Finally, a voice came out from the other end of the phone again, but this time it was obviously much more serious than before. Big sister, I don't think it's suitable for little Seeker to live with you guys anymore. Ah, what do you mean? You've seen his behavior these past few months. It can simply be described as lawlessness. Even though you've been taking care of him, he still disregarded your feelings and even brought someone back to mess around. I suggest you expel him from the house. Expulsion from the family. Isn't this a bit too serious? Su Mayan furrowed her willow brows. It's not serious at all. He's beyond saving. Get rid of him. But big sister. He's not the same little Seeker he was back then. He'll only be a destabilizing factor if he stays by your side. I suggest you cut ties with him once and for all. Su Mayan was in a bit of a trance. Originally she wanted to set up a conversation and figure out what Su Shinru was really up to, but the more she talked, the more she couldn't see clearly what Su Shinru really meant. Could it be that it was really just to drive Shaosun away? But wouldn't that be too heartless? Was she the third sister she remembered? Big sister, don't hesitate. Try to set aside the relationship as good for both sides. If you're really worried about him, I can properly help him out some. What? You went to help him? Su Mayan was a bit puzzled. You told us to set aside our relationship with him, and you yourself went to contact him instead. Isn't that a bit strange? Big sister, it's not like I have him with me to take care of like you do. Don't forget the person who knows him best in this family is me. I have a way of keeping him on track. By this point, Su Mayan seemed to understand Su Shinru's true purpose. That's taking Su Sun away. However, Lao San used to be arguably the one who hated Shaosun the most, so why was this now? It's really hard to see. Suwon was already largely awake from his inhuman and ghostly atrophy, only his hands and feet had not yet recovered. I have to say that no ribbon is indeed a tall man, worthy of a master. Suwon's injuries would take years to recover even if he could recover in a different hospital. but in just 2 days in the hands of No Ribbon he had all his bones back. In fact, this was thanks to Soo-won's arms and legs simply being broken by the stick. If they were broken in multiple sections, even if Sholas did his best, it would still take some effort. Seeing his son finally waking up, Qin Shinlan fell on his side and bawled. Every tear was his sympathy, heartache, and torment for his son. Now that her son had finally woken up, the taut string inside her could finally be completely loosened. After this incident, Soo-won appeared to have become much more composed. He smiled lightly. "Mom, it's fine, am I not awake?" As he spoke, he looked at Sholas again. "Master, it's been a long time." This statement shocked the couple on the sidelines. Su Qiming's pupils suddenly shrunk. "Master? Xiaowen, you said that Master is your master?" Chapter 143, Soo-won went crazy. The two of them thought about Soo-won's previous comment about going to find some kind of master. Could it be that he really had a master? But even if there was, it shouldn't have been a ribbonless master, should it? It was logical that the existence of the masters should be unknown to Soo-won, and Soo-won's life for so many years of being lost could be said to have been right under their watchful eye, with the exception of a dead alcoholic adoptive father, and a group of friends who were landlubbers and gangsters. How did the son meet the master, and called him master? Could it be that the master had told his son the truth of all things? If that were the case, would the son still recognize them as parents? Grandmaster seems to see the two people's concern, laughed and explained, "I was traveling in the Red World, had played in the school cafeteria, and Soo-won thus acquaintance. Those 2 years he came to me when he got into trouble, and over time he recognized me as a master." Soo-won nodded and said, "Well, later on, the master angered the inspection leader because of the upsetting of the food when he was playing the dishes, leading to his dismissal, and then I never saw him again." "But how did you end up here, master?" Sholas stroked his beard with an inscrutable look. "I, naturally, was invited by your parents to save you." He, "Don't joke, master. You're good at some petty thievery. How can you be capable of saving me from the Tang family?" Soo-won didn't think so, although he called Sholas a shouted master, but this master didn't teach him half a thing, except for some contraptions to steal chickens and dogs and cause trouble. He didn't have half a skill. Looks like he kept his promise after all. The three who heard this froze, especially Sholas. His face immediately became grave. "Soo-won, what do you mean? What honored the promise?" Soo-won's pale face revealed a smile. His eyes vaguely penetrated a sneer of adoration. "Not hiding. You guys, do you believe that there are immortals in the world?" "What? Immortal?" Sholas was shocked. It was hard to believe that something had happened to Soo-won. Could that legend be true? "Yeah, I don't know if that's exactly what it was or not, but it looked like it was to me. He told me that he could help me get out of my devil's clutches by paying some price, and behind me I did get out of my clutches, and he even helped me heal my injuries. This is simply a miracle." The three were silent. Qin Shinlan hooked up a stiff smile and carefully said, "That son. Ah, you were rescued by a master, and the bones in your body were also picked up by a master? Did you misunderstand something? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Soo-won's face changed. His expression was incomparably serious. "I'm very thankful to Master for blessing me those 2 years, but you guys don't need to put gold on him. He's just an old man from the cafeteria who punches the rice. How could he have this kind of ability to save me from the Tang clan? No Ribbon at this point. Mom and Dad, I finally have a purpose in life after this. I have regained my life at great cost, and I will never be so mediocre again." "That, son, Qin Shinlan asked once again. "The price you mentioned. What price is it? Can you say it to Mom?" Soo-won coldly grunted with an arrogant face. "Although this is a bit expensive, it's still acceptable to me. Even with half of my IQ missing, I, Soo-won, am still smart as hell. I will return as a king, and sooner or later this world will tremble under my feet. In this life, I will take back everything that belongs to me." The sword cuts down the wind and clouds to cover the sky and the earth, and the fist pounds the underworld to finalize the world. There are billions of living beings in the world, but I am the only one who can claim the title of king. Emperor 1. Man evergreen. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. ABA. Bad. This kid has gone crazy. Sholas' pupils shrank, and in the next second, he only saw Soo-won's eyes spinning madly. Su Qiming Qin Shinlan completely panicked. "What's going on? How did my son become like this? Master, what happened to my son?" Sholas pointed a finger at Soo-won's head to make him faint, and his entire body was instantly furious. "Crazy? He actually went crazy. Master, don't be ridiculous. My son is fine, how can he be crazy?" Qin Shinlan was unwilling to believe it. "Crap, do you know what he just recited? This bastard has read too many novels and thinks he's the return of the immortal emperor? You say he's crazy or not?" "What?" Suddenly, the eyes of Soo-won, who had just been rendered unconscious, snapped open and chanted once again. "The top of the pretense, forcing the world. With me, Soo-won, there is heaven. Me, I am the nightmare of the world." behold the king of my resilience. Open. Bad. It's getting worse. No Ribbon's face changed drastically. Quickly hold him down for me. Don't let him move anymore. What? Suwon is crazy? What? Suwon is stupid? Su Lianqing Su Qingxiao was full of shock. They just didn't come back for 2 days. The family actually had such a big thing happen again. Not only is Suwon back, but people are going crazy. This family, it just keeps getting scarier and scarier. Third sister, you can't be saying this on purpose to try to get us to sympathize, right? How could Suwon go crazy when he's fine? Su Xian Ro sighed helplessly. You guys weren't around for the past 2 days and don't know how miserable little one was when he first came back. His body was broken all over. His whole body was shriveled up. It's estimated that he was driven crazy by the Tang family. How is it so scary? A wave of uneasiness surged through her heart. Su Qingxia gulped and worried. Since the Tang family holds such a grudge against Suwon, will it involve us? We're also members of the Su family. They won't take action against us, right? Su Xinru shook her hand to show her comfort. Don't be afraid. As far as we can see, the Tang family isn't that unreasonable. There's a head for every grievance. We shouldn't be implicated. Well, you guys just got back, get some rest. I'm going to go get some medicine for little man. Wait, what kind of medicine are you going to get him? Isn't he in the hospital? Su Wanqing suddenly called out. These are the herbs that master ordered. After buying the medicine, I still have to personally boil it up and send it over to them, saying that this will stabilize little Win's condition. Still need to personally boil it? Su Wanqing's face sank. Old third, can't you see what's going on at home? Don't be obsessed. Don't care about that so-called younger brother anymore. Hurry up and quit, lest you yourself get hurt. It's okay, second sister. I'm sure little man will remember me well. Is that what I mean? It's fine. I'll leave first. I still have to go and give Xiaowun boil the medicine. Meanwhile, the hospital. Su Qiming and his duo had just walked away in the front foot. Suwon woke up in the back foot and was having a friendly exchange with the few nurses in front of him. Hey woman, are you interested in getting to know this young man? You're awake. What kind of words are these? This young man comes from a scholarly family, is rich in learning and full of experience, and as the golden Buddha of merit of the underworld of the Pantheon is in charge of the 100,000 ox heads and horse faces of Mount Olympus. There is still someone in the world who can make me muddled. Nurse, let's prepare for electroshock therapy. What? You're Zhang Liao, the electric shock kid? Chapter 144, What's wrong with Su Laoxi in broad daylight? Suwon's situation today could be said to be very bad. On the surface normal, but in reality, he was already delirious. He was not only hospitalized, but also had his brain stimulated using electroshock therapy on the advice of a guru. Qin Xinlan was puzzled. His son was obviously confused. Why did he need electric shock therapy? Wouldn't this make the computerized son less conscious? As a result, the master came to say, you have to believe in science to be a human being. The only way to bring him back to normal is to stimulate the central nervous system of his brain. The couple almost rolled their eyes in speechlessness. Having seen this god-awful tactics of the master, they were actually told to believe in science? This is not a farce. Getting inquired by the hospital and remembering the master's advice. Seeing Suwon become delirious again, Su Qiming had to ask the hospital to start electrotherapy. Suwon foolishly thought that this was the arrival of his realm-breaking thunder tribulation, and screamed for the lightning to come more violently. The many medics were speechless, but satisfied him. Step it up. His eyes cleared up a bit just now. So it seems to be working. How dare you make my father suffer from this thunderbolt? When I break the mirror, I will definitely break the sky. The situation is not right. I'm going to fall. After some treatments, Qin Xinlan looked hard and sympathetic. After returning to the ward, looking at Su Wen's pale and weak appearance, she could not help but weep. The son suffered for so many years it was not easy to find back. It should be a happy and carefree life. But since the return, every day is living a hell of torture. Did I do something wrong in my past life to make my son suffer so much? Whoa, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have listened to the master's bull ***** in the first place. Shut up. Su Qiming was so frightened that he quickly covered Qin Xinlan's mouth and angrily said, You stupid woman. Don't talk nonsense. What if the master hears you and angers the master? He's not there, what are you afraid of? Besides, pissing off is pissing off. It's clearly his fault. Am I wrong? Stupid. Who's going to save little one if you piss him off? Don't forget, my Su family can be what it is today after the master's mention. Otherwise you can't be as beautiful as your rich wife. What do you mean? It's hard to believe that it's all my fault and you're not even remotely responsible. I'm too lazy to break it up with you. If you don't want your son to be well, then by all means curse, but be sure to let Master Jean hear you, so you can live with your crazy son for the rest of your life. Su Qiming, what do you mean? You dislike your son, don't you? I'm not. I'm just warning you. You are. You just resent your son. You're just a thin-skinned man. That's enough. This is a hospital. Go home if you wanna make a scene. What? Are you ashamed of yourself? But I don't mind. I want the whole world to know what kind of person you are. That's enough. It's over, isn't it? Just as the two were about to quarrel, the door to the room thumped a few times, and Su Shinru walked in carrying a small pot of medicine. Mom and Dad, why the fight again? Can't anything be said properly? Su Qiming snorted coldly. Ask your mom. Ask him what the hell he wants to make a scene about. Su Qiming, what do you mean? Egu. Mom, stop arguing, okay? I've just brought the medicine over here. Hurry up and feed it to little one. Upon hearing this, the two of them then put their attention on feeding the medicine. Su Qiming took the jar and went up to feed the medicine. Not bothering to continue arguing with Qin Xinlan, Su Wen was still unconscious now. Su Qiming could only pour the medicine into a cup, picking up a spoon and sending it into Su Wen's mouth one bite at a time. Seeing how rusty his movements were, Qin Xinran grabbed the spoon to feed him personally. Seemingly hearing his mother's murmuring whispers in his ears, Su Wen's mouth moved and subconsciously began to actively cooperate with the medication. Gradually, Su Wen also showed signs of sobriety, and did not say any more nonsense. It was simply an immediate effect. Su Qiming can be said to be more and more impressed with no ribbon. The master said that Su Wen would be treated with electric shock as soon as he spoke nonsense, but with this current situation to say, I'm afraid that there is no need to be so tortured. Master is indeed a master. It's only half a jar of medicine and it's already going to be fine. It looks like little one is saved. Dad. Well, I am. Dad. I want something. Okay, you say it. What do you want Dad to go buy? Su Qiming rarely revealed a loving fatherly expression. I want. Recovery pill. Vein protection pill. Recovery pill. Still want. Sending you a newsletter. I miss you so much. In a flash, Su Qiming's face changed drastically. Quick nurse. My son. He's having another attack. Quickly call him. Midnight. Su Wen woke up again from his lethargy. To be precise, he woke up struggling from the prickling and dry heat all over his body. It's just that at this time, Su Qiming and Qin Xinlan were not around. While his mouth was dry at the moment, he was dizzy, and he was calling out to the heavens and the earth. Su Wen had never encountered such a situation. Besides, he clearly remembered that he had not eaten anything indiscriminately. Could it be that he had been electrocuted out of something? At that moment, Su Wen was furious. As his parents not helping him with his problems, even so, but actually sent him to be tortured. It is clear that he is not sick, but his parents do not have half a trust. Well, two old things. I'll make sure you two have a good time when I recover. It's just that later is always later, and right now he really can't hold out much longer. I've been hit. The Yuan Yang has been released. Time passes quietly. During this period of time Su Wen's troubles were taken on by the Su Qiming Qin Xinlan duo, and it was also the duo who had been taking care of them, topped off with a Su Shinru who showed her face from time to time. As for the other sisters, they are all busy with their careers in droves. Su Qingxia finally stepped out of the shadow of that blow, wrote that last hit song and released a new album. The song is called Broken. It's mostly about family conflicts and arrogant prejudices and the bias that brings repeated disappointments and is a true reflection of what she's been doing in her life for a while. It's the real that often impresses, and upon release of this new album, the title track from it swept the charts. Countless people empathize with this, and countless people are outraged by it. Su Qingxia had once been so envious of Su Sun's creations, and now she was able to stir up a storm on her own. She now realizes that even if she doesn't have a proud talent, she can write amazing songs that resonate with authenticity and heart. Qingxia, can you tell us about your creative concept for this song? How did you write such a song that made countless people weep? At the book signing, looking at the countless media and fans under the stage, Su Qingxia no longer has the same shiny self-satisfaction that she once had, and what she has now is only composure and introspection. Where once she went down this road is nothing more than a desire for fame, today is what choosing to go down the path of song is really all about. That's writing great songs. Su Qingxia raised the microphone, looking around with a trademark smile at the corner of her mouth. Actually, I can write this song thanks to a man named Su Sun. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have realized how ludicrous my level of destiny was. Nor would I have been pressured so as to forge ahead. Nor would I have thought to face reality to narrate my own chapter. And it's all because of him. It's funny, I don't even know what he really counts for with me today. But I do know this. I'm absolutely nothing with him. It's me who once didn't cherish it enough. If I hadn't experienced so many things recently, I wouldn't have known that his situation was so difficult in the first place. I know a belated apology is meaningless, but I really wanted to say to him, I'm sorry. The other side of the trio's cabin. The three people sitting on the couch were dumbfounded as they watched the statement on TV. Su Sun looked left and right in disbelief. No, what is this Su Lao Si having a fit in broad daylight? Chapter 145 Who am I? I'm her husband. Maybe the oldest can finally understand the situation you were in during that time. What the hell? Su Mayan thought that Su Sun didn't understand, so she explained, since we left, Lao Si is actually the one who has had the worst time, because she and Su Wen had the most stalemate, and you know what kind of treatment it would be to be on bad terms with Su Wen in that family. So I think, Lao Si can finally understand how difficult it is for you. Su Sun was speechless. Understanding is understanding, but don't talk nonsense on the internet. He was aware of the fighting strength of Su Qingxia's group of brainwashed fans. In case of a misunderstanding, he might be the one to be spread out in a net storm. Even before, when he released a new song, he didn't use his real name, and now Su Qingxia even called out his real name in public. This Su Qingxia isn't adding pressure to me for nothing. Alright, Old 4 is probably just feeling it, so don't take it personally. Oh yeah, do you know about Su Wen's recent events? Su Sun shook his head. I don't know, and I'm too lazy to find out. Su Wen is crazy. This answer could be said to be out of Su Sun's expectation. He had thought that Su Wen was going back, and also thought that Su Wen was cured, but he did not expect to actually go crazy. Really? Really crazy? Well, it's true that he went mad, but he was cured again. According to the oldest too, he has now become more composed than before, not smiling and very serious. Su Sun rolled her eyes breathlessly. Can you speak without a big breath? What a waste of joy. Okay, just mentioning it off the top of my head. I'm going to take a shower first. I'm all sweaty from doing yoga for a while. Hey big sister, I'll go too. I'm sweating too. Su Baiyan's eyes lit up and immediately climbed up from the sofa. Su Mayan poked a finger at her head. Get up off me. If you want to wash it, wait until I'm done with you. Geez, come on. It's been a long time since I washed with my big sister. Sit back down. Miserably rejected. Su Baiyan disappointedly slumped back into the sofa. Su Sun, lying on the sofa, was instantly happy to see the scene, stretching out a foot towards her leg and said meaningfully, I say Shao Nian Nian ah, you're not a lesbian, are you? Your behavior just now is very abnormal. You go to hell. Su Baiyan slapped the calf in front of her fiercely and said viciously, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll skim off all your toes. You who? Getting annoyed. Looks like I got it right. Asterisk 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 off. What do you know about the feelings between our sisters? I just want someone to rub my back, can't I? A back rub? You need a back rub even for a young lady? You're not talking nonsense. It's not like I can reach behind me, so I'm sure I'll have to get a back rub. Then you go to the bathhouse, not just. Full body rubbing gray is only a few $dozen. Package you satisfied. I'm not going. I've been there a few times before. That bathhouse auntie makes it hard, yes, but clunk me in the head. I'm scared. Put. Ha ha ha. Su Sun was really amused by the whole thing. Su Baiyan actually has such an experience under this unearthly appearance. Actually afraid to go to the bathhouse rubbing. Simply rare. Seeing that he was being mocked, Su Baiyan instantly caught fire from his heart and grabbed Su Sun's big foot and wrenched it fiercely against the toes. A moment of pain. Su Sun reflex, subconsciously stretched out his leg and stomped. A foot directly stomped on Su Baiyan's nose. The pain of her tears straight up. Well, would you believe me if I said I didn't mean it? The situation was not good. Su Sun got up awkwardly and blew and pressed and rubbed at the heavily bruised agape nose, as if this would alleviate a lot of the pain. Seeing the always stubborn Su Baiyan actually bubbling up with tears, Su Sun sighed helplessly, reached out to gently wipe away her tears and whispered, who told you to suddenly break my toes? I subconsciously cramped up. Don't cry, okay? Lest your big sister comes out and still thinks I did something to you. That's what you did to me. How dare you kick me? How dare you kick me in the face with your dirty feet? Su Baiyan said angrily. Don't be ridiculous, but I wash my feet every day. And you're sophomoric. Whoa, I won't live. I'm disfigured. I'm not done with you for the rest of my life. You apologize to me. Okay, I'm sorry. I was wrong today. Stop howling. It's stinging my ears. Su Sun wiped her nose again and wiped her tears, speaking carefully, just like coaxing a child. It couldn't be helped, although Su Baiyan usually owed a little bit, but now this watery and pitiful look really made people feel sorry for her. Moreover, Su Sun also understands that his kick is indeed a little too much force. Did not put a foot to kick the nose. Ask you were lucky. A little girl crying and complaining is also normal. It was hard for the tears to stop, but the wet eyes, clenched teeth, and tight little face really made him a bit overwhelmed, as if he was a negative person who had done something bad. What is it going to take for you to be satisfied? Is it hard for me to kick you back? Then I'll tell you it's impossible. Want a hug? Ha? What? Su Sun was confused, and for a moment he suspected that he was hallucinating. It wasn't until Su Baiyan repeated it again that he was sure there were no hallucinations. I said, want a hug? No Nyan ah. Don't scare me. Is this something you can say? I'm having a hard time. Can't I get a hug to comfort me? Ooh, so that's it, I thought you were kicked in the head. With that, Su spread his arms and slowly attached himself, intending to use his warm embrace to sensitize the resentment in Su Bainian's heart. But who had? Just at the moment when their cheeks were close together, Su Bainian suddenly flipped her face. Su Bainian actually bit towards Su Sun's nose. Su Sun reacted quickly and immediately turned his head, although his nose escaped, but his face was bitten solidly. What are you doing? Get your mouth loose. Bashang, let's see if Wajintan doesn't bite Wash and I'll you up. Don't make me get rough. Attack fear attack. Saying that, Su Bainian's hands and feet, the whole person like a wombat tightly set up on Su Sun's body, especially the pair of slim little arms, tightly embraced, fearing that Su Sun would break free as a result. Su Sun is simply convinced. He knew that he should not believe this dead girl. To make half a day is to take advantage of the opportunity to retaliate. He was able to push Su Bainian away fine, but there was no guarantee that he would not get a piece of flesh bitten off his face, unless he ate up Su Bainian's jaw with one punch. But he couldn't do that. Makwa rub. Su Bainian, you better be able to keep your mouth shut or I'll have your ass later. Great. Then the nest won't let go for an episode. Just as the two men were at a standstill, a sudden phone call caught the duo's attention. The two of them twisted their heads and glanced at the ringer. The ringer was Su Mayan's cell phone, and the caller was an unknown number. Knock it off. I'll take a call first. Buline. I'll take the call first. In case there's something important for your big sister? Wobbly tube. Mud, what kind of stubbornness are you? Never mind. You'd better keep it up. Fortunately, Su Sun's arms were long, and he reached out and barely reached the cell phone, and answered the call in an annoyed tone. Mayan. She's not in right now. Took a bath. You. Who are you? How did you know she went to take a shower? Su Sun snorted coldly. Who am I? I am her husband. Chapter 146. One Wuji. Am not crazy. What? Hubby. A shocked voice came over the phone. Mu Yen. Married? At this time, Su Sun Su Bainian also realized that something was wrong, and the two of them used their afterglow to silently glance at each other. Su Sun raised an eyebrow, as if asking, who is this person? Do you know? Su Bainian frowned, indicating that he didn't know either, and then continued to exert his strength. Ouch, my face. Can you let go? Can't you see I'm on the phone? The caller was shocked again. What do you mean? Did Mu Yen come over? What are you guys doing now? If not you, then who? One mouthful of Mu Yen. Is my Yen familiar with you? Who am I? My name is Qin Yu. Mu Yen must have mentioned me to you? Qin Yu? Su Sun looked puzzled. Where did this come from? Never heard of him. I'm hanging up. I don't want to talk to you. Wait. I need to have a word with Mayan. You can talk to her if you want to? Who are you, Baron? There was a drop and the phone hung up. Su Bainian. I've put up with you for a long time. You don't want to be shameless. Don't blame me for my hot hand. As soon as the cell phone was thrown, Su Sun could not bear it, and he mastered the mountains and rivers with one hand and strategized with the other. With a sound, Su Bainian completely lost the initiative and was firmly subdued by Su Sun. You're being a hooligan. I'm going to tell big sister. Go ahead. Then I'd say you forced a kiss on me. I have solid evidence on my face. Who do you think she'll believe? Just as the two of them were talking, Su Mayan, who had finished her bath and was dressed in a nightgown, wiped her hair and walked out. Su Bainian immediately exclaimed, Big sister, Su Sun just touched me. Alas, as for that, really is for. Su Sun let out a long sigh, his brows furrowed in embarrassment, and his tone disappointed. I'm just not giving me your kiss. As for you to defile me, I'm afraid of defiling your innocence, but you slander me. I really didn't think that you are actually such a person. Su Bainian instantly widened her eyes. What are you talking about? Su Sun also pointed to the teeth marks on her face, and came to Su Mayan's face and said, Look, she bit me when I didn't give her a kiss, and even tried to slander me, so do you care as a big sister or not? If you can't care what happens, don't blame me. Su Bainian shocked. Su Sun this hand to sow discord. Woe to the east means really beyond her imagination. She rushed to say, Not big sister. It is he who made the first move, and he has just eaten me. Enough. You get your ass back to your room. No eating at noon. But big sister, any more crap and I'll whip you with a broom. You choose. Forced by the lewdness, Su Bainian finally compromised, but before leaving, she glared viciously at Su Sun, so angry that she stomped her foot and turned around to go back to her room. Today's revenge she noted down. In the coming day she would sooner or later account for it back. Seek your face. The large living room was now only two people. Looking at the large mark on Su Sun's face, Su Mayan reached out and gently stroked it, feeling a little pinched. This dead girl, she's really getting out of control. What if she disfigures her face? What? You're disgusted when I'm ugly, so you've only looked at my skin. Don't be poor. I just simply don't want you to be disfigured. What are you afraid of? Disfigured, this marriage will not be divorced. Anyway, there is a ready-made wife is not a loss. With that mouth of yours, I really don't want to talk to you. Having said that, Soo Mayan still took the tissue and carefully wiped Soo Sun's cheeks for him. Although it was just a small thing, her expression was extraordinarily serious. For a while, Soo Sun was in a bit of a trance. To be honest, he still wasn't sure what the relationship between the two was even considered. And some of Soo Mayan's thoughts were not completely unknown to him. Perhaps not being able to go back isn't all bad. Why are you looking at me like that? Do I have something dirty on my face? To see you look good. Any more nonsense and I'll leave you alone. Well, don't talk about it, but there is something to tell you. Soo Sun reached out and pointed to the cell phone on the side. Someone just called you, kept calling you Mu Yen very intimately, and kept asking me who I was, and he was very angry and shocked when I said it was your husband. It's really strange. Soo Mayan frowned. There is such a thing? Who's on the opposite side, did he say? Oh, he said his name was Chinyu, and he asked me if you'd ever mentioned him. He wouldn't be your kind of white moonlight who's been away for years and has now returned from his success, would he? Chinyu? Who is it? Soo Sun froze. Who am I going to ask if you ask me? You wouldn't be deliberately pretending not to recognize it, would you? Soo Mayan was a bit confused. No, I really can't remember who this is. I also don't have any white moonlight or any of this nonsense. And what the hell is he? After some more pondering, Soo Mayan finally remembered something. I remember. This is my grandfather, his sister's family's daughter-in-law's neighbor's son. I saw him when I went to my grandpa's house for New Year's Eve when I was a kid, and he just happened to still be my senior when I went to college in Mordor, but we didn't have much to cross paths with each other. We were just ordinary classmates. After all these years, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten such a person. Soo Sun stroked his chin. According to you, it seems like it's really his own fault, but for him to suddenly look for it at this point, I guess it's nothing good. Soo Mayan didn't think so. Soldiers will come to the rescue, and we'll cover up with water. Besides, don't we have you? I'll take charge internally, and you'll solve it externally. I trust you. It's 3 o'clock in the middle of the night at the Soo's house. The entire Soo family villa was empty, except for Soo Wen and Qin Xinlan, the mother and son pair. Everyone was busy with their own things, so far did not return. Qin Xinlan had just soothed Soo Wen to sleep, and only then did she turn around and go back to her room. But as soon as she left, Soo Wen opened his eyes and sat up. After a period of recovery under the treatment of Master Sholas, he could barely move his arms and could do simple things. Soo Wen got up after the first thing is to take out the cell phone to make a call. In this dark environment, his low voice is like the underworld. Quite a bit of seepage. How's the preparation going on your end? Don't worry, young Soo, we have a video of your creation on our side, and we even have proof of copyright, so we can definitely stomp on Su Qingxia this time. Good, get on it as soon as possible. I'm going to make this fall into the mud completely. This revenge plan Soo Wen planning for a long time. These months he has been concerned about the progress of Su Qingxia hit song, in order to lay out in advance. Su Qingxia, this even targeted himself 3 times, then he will not let it be good. Since the last song copying incident, Soo Wen had been much more cautious. He had stolen all the information of Su Qingxia's hit song long in advance, and had found someone to process and register the copyright. Although Su Qingxia's final version of that song had been revised many times and was different from the previous one, it was this difference that whacked Su Qingxia for plagiarizing. It's interesting to think that the new song from the Queen of Songs is highly similar to a song that someone else's small group came out with first. Su Qingxia, the higher you are held up, the worse you will fall when the time comes. If the rest of the people were here, they would definitely be able to notice that the Soo Wen of today had changed. Today's Soo Wen, which still has the initial twisted and not long ago crazy and stupid look. The whole person is calm, gloomy, unsmiling, full of calculations. After all the experiences, it seemed as if he had successfully completed his metamorphosis, and this time when he returned, he was going to play everyone in the palm of his hand, even his parents. To have the audacity to call yourself crazy and get yourself tasered as a psychopath is unforgivable. Just wait, this honored one will use science to prove. I, One Wuji, am not crazy. Chapter 147, Soo Wen of the Phoenix Nirvana. Seeker, Lao Er invited us to lunch at noon and said he wanted to meet with us. Then go. There's no need to talk to me about such things. No, I mean you're going too. She specifically said she wanted to see you. No, I'll go if she tells me to. How humiliating for me then. I don't want to sit at the same table with those 2 old things for dinner. Soo Mayan sighed helplessly and came to sit beside Soo Sun, stroking the hem of her skirt to fit her curves, slowly saying, "They're not here. It's just the few of us and the oldest 2 and the oldest 4. They've known you were alive for as long as Lao San did. And at first I didn't want to bother them because I wanted to use your death as an excuse to completely disconnect the 2 sides. But Lao San has come looking for me, so there's no point in hiding it. And the second has been contacting me all this time. At first she said explicitly or implicitly that she wanted to see me and the fifth sister, but consciously or unconsciously she always mentioned you, and now I realize that she's wanted to see you since the beginning. As for Lao Si, she's about to leave Zhongchang to go on tour. This time she came over to see us to see you one last time as well before she leaves, so let's all meet. Su Sun was speechless. One by one used to be indifferent to me. I've been gone for such a long time, and one by one remembers me instead. There's really something wrong with me. So what do you mean? Not going? Then I'll talk to the girls. Go! Of course go. It just so happens that there's a little something I still need Su Wanqing to do for me. Ha? What is it? Su Sun didn't reply, just slowly got up from the sofa, a deep meaning crossing his eyes. Su, there's no point in continuing to exist. Even though the Tang family wanted to help Su return to her original heights, those negatives were real. If none of this could pull Su down from the clouds, then he would add more fire. Sometimes it's best to disintegrate by infiltration from within. Big sister. What's wrong? Su Baiyan, who was on the side, narrowed his eyes, sizing up the back in front of him, and leaned in close to Su Muyan's ear and whispered, I have a feeling that if Su Sun goes to this meeting, something is bound to happen. Su Muyan's brows sank. Don't be ridiculous. Mom and Dad aren't here. What else could be going on? Who says Mom and Dad have to be there for something to happen? Look at him all of a sudden. He's so deep. He might have a belly full of bad stuff right now. Shut up you. Any more nonsense and you don't go today. Don't. I'm just saying. I haven't been to a big dinner in a while and I'm tired of eating at home. What the hell? You think my cooking is bad, so next time you make it yourself. Don't. Of course Big Sister's cooking is delicious. It's just that a change of appetite once in a while isn't a bad choice. You'd better think so, or I'll make it impossible for you to eat at home, or outside. Looking at her big sister's cold face, Su Baiyan held Su Muyan's arm and smiled curtly. Of course, my purpose is just to change my appetite and not to eat a big meal. In fact, Su Sun will also cook. If he can do it for me to eat is not impossible. You know what? The pig's feet stewed in yellow wine he makes is delicious, especially the bean curd in it. It tastes like crab. Hearing this, Su Mayan was also a bit nostalgic. Yeah, he used to cook for us in the past. It seems like he hasn't cooked for a long time. Big sister, I have a plan. As long as you don't cook, it doesn't work. He'll order takeout if I don't cook and he still won't do it. Egu, listen to me. What I'm saying is that if you pretend to be sick and don't cook, then you can say that the food outside is unhygienic. And if you want to eat at home, he'll definitely have to make it for you. Really? That'll work? Trust me on this. I want to. What do you want to? The large face that suddenly appeared in front of them startled both of them, especially Su Baiyan, who sheepishly blurted out, I also want to sleep with my arms around you like Big Sister did before. However, after saying that she regretted it and violently covered her mouth, full of shock and stiffness, Su Mayan's pretty face was covered with a touch of redness. Her heart was speechless to the extreme, and she just wanted to pretend to reprimand twice to ease the embarrassment. As a result, what she didn't expect was that Su Sun appeared to take it seriously. Harm. What did I expect? Am I that petty? Let's go. There's still time now. Take you to feel my warm embrace. Saying that, Su Sun then bent his waist in the middle of the two people's jaws, one arm wrapped around Su Baiyan's waist. Seeing this, Su Mayan stepped forward and peeled away the two. What are you fooling around with? Separate them for me. Su Baiyan, next time you talk nonsense don't force me to be rude to you. What are you doing? I'm just fulfilling someone's little wish. Why are you angry? Su Sun innocently said. You shut up too. Can't you hear the joke she's telling? I hear you. So I'm kidding. She's not in a hurry you are. At once, Su Mayan's heart trembled and a wave of embarrassment swept through her body. Su Wen's gradual improvement can be said to be the Su family's biggest joy in recent days. Looking more and more calm, Sun Su Chiming more and more happy. Although there was a little less smile on his son and a hint of boyishness. As his son he should abandon those useless things to focus on his career. However, Qin Xinlan was quite troubled by this matter. Although her son had become normal, she always felt that he was not as happy as he used to be. Is this the price of growing up? A short period of time and transformed a big sunny young man to such a point. The creation of Su family villa entrance. A large area of sunlight through the doorway irradiation. Sprinkled in the door along the wheelchair youth body. Golden brilliant illumination. The youth's back appears to shine. Su Wen sat on the wheelchair, his eyes gleaming as he looked at everything in the compound. His fingertips tapping regularly. His expression serious, deep and cold. Son, it's sunny here. Let's go inside. Qin Xinlan stood just behind him. Seeing that her son had been in the sun for so long, and tried to push him back inside. She had just stepped forward to grip the handle of the wheelchair when Su Wen raised one hand and wiggled it twice very languidly. Son, it's okay mom, don't worry about me. Just treat me like a normal person. If I care too much, I'll think you're sympathizing with me instead. I don't want to be an invalid. Su-wen's right hand rested back on the armrest, his fingertips lightly tapped the button, and that wheelchair leisurely turned around, then slowly drove towards the house. During this time he always had a faint light smile on his face, but other than that there was no expression, and he didn't even look at Qin Xinlan, his mother. More than once, Qin Xinlanren suddenly felt a stabbing pain in her heart. Obviously in the past, her son had so many words for himself, but now he was so silent, which made her detect a hint of estrangement. Su Qiming felt that Su-wen was in such a good state, and as soon as he saw Qin Xinlan humming there again, he couldn't help but let out a cold snort. With this grunt, Qin Xinlan immediately cast an angry look. Eyes met, sparks flew. Su-wen shook his head helplessly, sighed softly, and said faintly, "Mom and Dad, you guys stop arguing, just think of it as letting me clear my head for a while, okay? Fine. We won't quarrel. We won't quarrel." The two men agreed, their faces pleasing to the eye. Su-wen nodded in satisfaction as the wheelchair slowly moved forward until it stopped at the cabinet at the stairs. Su-wen took a pass of documents from above, then came to Su Qiming's side and handed it over. Su Qiming was stunned at the sight, but he couldn't help but feel happy when he saw the big words on it. 5 years of layout and 3 years of construction. Su's future plans. What he was happy about was not at all whether Su-wen could make any effective programs. It was that Su-wen had this heart, this determination to lead Su into the future. "What? Did you make this?" "Well, did it in my spare time, hoping it would help the company." After the words, Su-wen's shallow smile, without any invitation, sailing wheelchair aside to close his eyes in contemplation. Su Qiming looked at that called a relief. Reborn in the fire. The Phoenix Nirvana. "Son, this is a real rebirth, ah." So he opened the planner with excitement. "I believe that postpartum care for sows starts with the prenatal period, when sows should gradually reduce the amount of feeding 4 or 5 days before farrowing, with the aim of reducing abdominal pressure." Chapter 148. Su Qingxia was pissed off by Su Baiyan. At once, the two men's smiles froze. Qin Xinlan stiffened her face and wondered aside, "That old Sua. Although I do not know much about business, but our family's main industry is not cosmetics? This pig farming, don't you ask?" Questions aside, you can't knock little man's self-confidence. Upon hearing this, Qin Xinlan looked to the window and nodded her head at Su-wen, who was contemplating with his eyes closed. Yes, we can't hit our son's self-confidence. Our son is only weak in his ability. As long as he has this heart, he will surely be able to do great things in the future. Second and fourth, what are you going to do? Suddenly, Qin Xinlan's words changed, and she stepped towards the door in a hurry, only to see Su Wancheng and Su Qingxia fully armed, in a stance ready to go out. "What are you two doing? Why don't you stay home and run around on a day off?" Su Qingxia frowned. "Can't we go out shopping? Is it hard to stay cooped up at home all the time?" Seeing her daughter talking to herself in this tone, Qin Xinlan instantly fumed. "You dead girl. You're going to be gone for half a year. Can't you stay home with your mom? Isn't it enough that I've been home for so long? Besides, even if I were home, what would we have to talk about now?" Su Qingxia, is it because you've gotten a little bit of success lately that you've grown so powerful? How dare you talk to your mom like that? That's all I'm going to say. So listen if you like, or forget it. Well. Seeing that the situation was not right, Su Wanqing hurriedly came out to interrupt the two. "Fourth sister, you say less. Mom, you don't mind your own business. We are just going to have a meal. Do we have to report this little thing to you? You've turned against it too, haven't you? Penis? Enough!" Su Wanqing suddenly roared, scaring Qin Xinlan into place. "Mom, I know you've been in a bad mood lately, but you shouldn't take it out on us. Fourth sister, let's go." It was only until the two people's backs drifted away that Qin Xinlan froze and returned to her senses, unable to resist cursing. "These two white-eyed wolves, it's really a waste to raise them." Su Qiming shook his head helplessly. "Alright, what's the point of yelling? You're making a fuss when they go out for a meal. Do you have to force the two of them to leave as well? What do you mean? Su Qiming, is it my fault again? You're the one who's been arguing with them all day. Is it my fault?" Seeing his parents arguing again, Su-wen on the side seemed to not hear at all, also seemed to not want to take care of at all. He slowly opened his eyes. The corners of his lips curved in a very shallow arc as he silently watched the departure of those two figures through the window. "If I hadn't heard your calls, I would have been fooled, but it's just as well." Counting the time, public opinion should be fermenting. Zenhachi Grand Restaurant. Su Qingxia, meet the beginning of your ruin. Su-wen drove the wheelchair and slowly the doorway. "Little man, where are you going? You're not fully healed yet." Su-wen didn't stop, leaving only a figure that disappeared around the corner. "Mom, I'm going out to get some air. No need to follow me." Zenhachi Restaurant. After some twists and turns, the sisters as well as Su-sun meet again. It's a joy to meet again after a long time, and the person you've been longing for is also by your side. but there's an inexplicable awkwardness to it. Su Qingxia remembered the previous misunderstanding so far shameful, especially after the strong words of reasoning behavior is to make her in front of Su Sun have a kind of lifting up the head of humility. Su Wanqing is on Su Sun when the confession of the things nagging, but also some of her fight for a few people in exchange for the opportunity to meet. The intention is to want to give themselves also give Su Sun a final explanation, but really see the person, but so hard to open the mouth. Su Sun was puzzled. No, aren't you guys eager to see me? How come one or two of you didn't squeak when I came? So seek. Right. I'm sorry. Also, it's great that you're still alive. Su Qingxia didn't know where to start, opened her mouth and came directly to an apology. The words uttered made her heart feel a lot better. Su Sun greeted a few people and sat down, flirting. I heard everything you said on TV. I can't thank you enough for mentioning my name. It's really fluffy. Su Qingxia felt that Su Sun was being sarcastic, but she felt that she was not qualified to retort and just silently piled on the smile. Now that home she has completely seen through, and also understood how rare and precious Su Sun's sincerity was in the beginning. She was the one who had destroyed this true heart, and she had no right to flaunt it as she had done before. Yoo-hoo! Our big star Su also has times when she can't talk over people? If you keep this up you won't be afraid of people realizing that your little white flower persona is faked. Su Baiyan. Shut up, don't force me to slap you. Of course, the object of her humility didn't include Su Baiyan. She didn't feel half sorry for this stupid sister. Where's my trophy? Su Baiyan, you better explain to me where my gold trophy is. Su Baiyan's head shot up, her eyes glancing around. What trophy? I don't know what you're talking about. Still pretending. You just left and I lost the trophy. Who took it if not you? Who else would want it but you? Che, we are penniless nowadays. We need to use some external things to make money. Your trophy was sold by me. Pure gold sold a lot of money. Just solved the urgent needs of several of us. What did you say? Su Qingxia slammed the table. You sold that trophy of mine? Do you know what that means to me? I'll strangle you. After saying that, Su Qingxia really did do it. Su Baiyan was pinched with her mouth open and her face reddened, but she still said forcefully, so what? Big sister and I rely on your broken trophy to sell for money to live. Could it be that you can't even give this contribution? Can't you ask me for money if you don't have it? Is it no long mouth? Why are you selling my trophy? BA. I want. Do you give it No. Then what the hell are you talking about? Catching the opportunity, Su Baiyan instantly counterattacked. The two sisters just strangled each other. Luckily this was a private room. Otherwise the scene of the two fighting would definitely be on the hot search. Su Qingxia said angrily, I don't give it to you because I'm afraid you'll spend it recklessly, but I'll give it to big sister. But you don't even ask. I see that you've really been nourished and wasted all these years. Do you think big sister would be kind enough to reach out to you for money? And can you believe me if I ask? Even if I believed you would definitely not give it to me, I'd have to take matters into my own hands. Su Baiyan, I will absolutely strangle you to death today. Chapter 149. Su Sun angrily kisses Su Wanqing in public. Watching women tearing each other apart was just wonderful. Su Sun drank a small wine and chucked a small dish and watched with great interest. Only, there was one thing that made him very puzzled, and that was the fact that neither Su Mayan nor Su Wanqing actually made a move to stop them. Su Mayan he could still understand. It was probably because he wanted to use Su Qingxia to cure Su Baiyan's mouth-high behavior. But Su Eveningqing he could not understand. The two sisters and strangling and fighting. Quarrelsome. She as a sister is how can sit here so contented. It's just so godless. He couldn't look away. That two of you. Can you give me face? Pause for a while? Let's have a good meal first. To battle after the meal. Eat and drink enough. Also have the strength. Is not it? The sisters have been torn up since childhood, and it can be said that when they are at loggerheads, they will enter the realm of oblivion, which can still listen to the dissuasion. Seeing that the two of them were so not giving themselves face, Su Sun was also instantly enraged. At least he was considered a protagonist today, having been invited. And it turned out that these two stole all the limelight. To be so disrespectful to yourself as the main character. Isn't that taking yourself too seriously? Su Sun gasped a bit in anger and poured another beer, muffling it with a mouthful of small dishes. Bring it on! Su Mayan really wanted to roll her eyes at him, superficially persuading him to fight. But was this tasty lip persuading him to fight or arching fire? Seeing that it was almost time, it was time for her, the big sister, to step in and yank the two apart with one hand. Alright, it's not like you're a 3-year-old child anymore. You can actually fight. It's not even if the fifth sister is out of tune. Why are you following the nonsense, old four? But big sister, she actually, Su Mayan sighed helplessly and pressed Su Qingxia back into her seat. Don't worry, that trophy of yours is still there. She wouldn't dare to sell it. Who said I wouldn't dare? I'll go back and sell it today. Shut the up. Go back and clean you up again. After saying that, Su Mayan continued, don't worry Lao Si, With me, those treasures of yours, even if she wants to sell them, I won't let him sell them. You don't trust her yet you don't trust me? So, she just lied to me? Su Qingxiao was incredulous. Yes, she lied to you. It's not like you don't know this mouth of hers. You actually believed it. Alas, I don't know how to say hello. Su Qingxiao was silent. The trophy was still there, but she was not as happy as she had imagined. Seeing that big sister cared so much about herself, she suddenly felt that the trophy was just a foreign object, and if it could really help improve her life, selling it would be a useful thing to do. So she said, "Big sister, you'd better sell it. The money from the sale of that thing can help you guys, and it won't be discovered by the family. But, don't give it to this dead girl to spend recklessly," said Su Qingxiao. Reached out and pointed. Su Baiyan saw this and went forward to break her. Su Mayan breathlessly separated the two, also finally came to temper. "Okay, stop fooling around. Can you eat a good meal? If you continue to make trouble, then leave now. Don't eat." An incident was put to rest, and a few people were finally able to sit down in peace and have a good lunch. Su Wanqing did not say a word during this period, which was very unusual. Su Mayan's headache about her two sisters didn't pay attention for a while, but Su Xuanka noticed the counterintuitive behavior. "What's the matter with you? Why are you so preoccupied? Could it be that you were targeted in the Su family as well? Seeker, you seem to have walked out. What the hell?" Su Wanqing did not explain, and suddenly lost her voice into silence. Seeing Su Sun now this well-dressed, and then recalling the disheveled appearance before, she knew that Su Sun had obviously walked out. Seeker stepped out of the shadow of his begging. He should be happy, but why was there always a tightness in his chest? Finally, she understood. If Su Sun walks through that shadow, then what is this meeting that he has been working for all this time and begging his big sister to ask for? Just one meal? Obviously. I have spent days and nights worrying about this and overcoming all kinds of mental hurdles. Do those words still need to be said today? Seeker, when I say I promise you now, will you still take it? The sound was small, but it still reached his ears. At that moment, the lobster in Su Sun's mouth did not smell good. The whole person's expression was stagnant, and there was no reason for a burst of ecstasy to come from his heart. Su Wanqing, is she willing to say the words yet? After all this time, she remembered her original request. So was today's silence just parting sadness? It's true, after all, after living for so long, it must be a bit sad to really part ways. Stirring the pot is not as good as it should be, and now the pendulum is swinging for carbon delivery. Ha 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 ha. Su Sun subconsciously gave Su Wanqing a big hug, and ghosted another hard kiss on her face. You promised. You finally said yes. At this moment, the whole room was shocked. Su Qingxia inwardly, second sister was actually kissed by Su Sun. No, by a man. Su Baiyan inwardly, no. Is Su Sun already so bold? How dare you take advantage of him in public? The object is still the second sister? Su Mayan was even more dumbfounded. What's going on? Why did Xiao Sun kiss the second? And what does that promise mean? Seeing her sisters casting gazes at her, Su Wanqing was humiliated and embarrassed. She didn't expect Su Sun to be so agitated. Obviously she just wanted to settle things quietly, but now she really had to show her cards to everyone? Would they accept it? That I said that I jerked off, do you guys believe me? Su Sun also realized that the atmosphere was not right, and reached out his hand to wipe the place on Su Wanqing's face where he had just kissed, and then he sat back in his seat in a disciplined manner. Bad. Got carried away and forgot. Made Su Wanqing so embarrassed. She won't regret it, right? That. I was wrong just now. Don't give me hope and then let me down. Seeing Su Sun's sudden humility, Su Wanqing suddenly had some bad taste, so it turned out, he was still worried that he would reject him. But how can you take back what you've already said? Seeker, I promise you, but some things will take a long time for us to change, and I hope you'll let me get used to it. In order to fear that the sisters would become suspicious, Su Wanqing added, eldest sister, since you have seen it I won't hide it. In fact, Xiaosun wanted me to go over and live with you guys a long time ago, but I didn't agree. But all the recent events at home made me completely determined. I hope you can promise me. At this moment, Su Mayan was full of surprise, and several people both felt that something was wrong, but they couldn't tell where it was wrong. After all, Su Sun's reaction was just too abnormal, and Su Sun didn't care about this latter excuse at all. He had been pondering the previous sentence. Why try to get along when you're going to kick yourself out? If I really can't let go, do I still leave? Chapter 150, Paparazzi surround Su Qingxia. After a meal, 3 people go out and end up going back as 4, and a small home for 3 somehow becomes a small home for 4. Su Wanqing's joining Su Mayan, the eldest sister, did not refuse since she was disappointed that the main thing in that home was her parents. She also knows what kind of situation the oldest 2 will face after they leave. Go, is the best choice. The happiest among the few is Su Baiyan. The second sister is also here. No more sneaking around on the phone or anything else in the future. It was that she always felt that there was something strange between her second sister and Soo-sun, but if she really wanted to talk about where it was strange, she couldn't tell for a moment. Of course, some are happy and some are sad. Su Baiyan bared her teeth in happiness, but Su Qingxia couldn't be happy. The whole person was despondent. She was struggling more and more in that home, and it was only with the help of her second sister that she was able to keep going, but it turned out that her second sister was leaving as well. So would she be able to stay in that home? Although there is a third sister, but Su Shinru, this third sister, is obviously on Su Wen's side, but also the parents of the intimate Big Cotton. The two sides have long been not all the way people. Big sister, what's the matter? Something's up. No need to stammer. No, it's fine. Su Qingxia also wanted to come to the side of a few people, but in the end, the words did not come out. She was about to leave Jiangcheng after all, and would be able to focus on her career and get away from that home, so there was no rush to bring it up when she came back next time. A few people were full and ready to leave the restaurant. Just as they passed through the lobby on the first floor, the entertainment news on the big screen attracted the attention of the crowd. Explosion! The popular new top-stream diva actually plagiarized the folk singer's hard-earned work. Is this a distortion of human nature or a lack of morality? This program is for the fuzzy singer how to protect their copyright, and the root cause of plagiarism by the titular songstress Su Qingxia. Shocked. Total shock. Everyone stopped in their tracks and coincidentally cast their eyes on Su Qingxia, who was frozen in place in a daze. Su-sun, on the other hand, was a bit playful, thinking how Su Qingxia was so unlucky. It can't be that she's been tricked again, right? The gazes around her seemed like sharp swords. Even though she was fully armed with a mask and sunglasses, Su Qingxia still felt that she was recognized, making her feel uncomfortable. She had thought it was just some bull gimmicky news on that big screen, but when a comparison of the two songs was played in it, it was hard for her to stay calm any longer. The two songs are so similar that they are at least 80% or 90% alike. The other one has lyrics and songwriting that are much the same as her hit, but with key changes, as if it's been improved with that half-finished product, though it's still improved to be very similar to today's finished product. The bottom line is that the opposite song was actually copyrighted a month ago, and a month ago she was just halfway done with the song. How is that possible? How is this possible? Su Qingxia muttered in disbelief. Such a coincidence hardly exists in the world, and even a collision of inspirations is unlikely to be so highly overlapping. And it's not like her new song wasn't written and released to be plagiarized unless someone could see the original draft ahead of time. But all those originals were kept at home, and even the agency didn't know about them. Suddenly, Su Qingxia's heart thumped violently. Home, there appears to be a repeat thief in the family. At that moment, a figure instantly came to mind, Su-wen. Su Qingxia was furious. After all, no one would do such a thing except Su-wen, and she kept the original draft in her room, right before releasing the new album, without even deciding if she was going to release it or not, and the outside world was even less aware that she had written this new song. And yet Su-wen knew. There's also this condition that screws up. It dawned on Su Qingxia that Su-wen had always been the kind of nagging villain, and with all the recent conflicts with himself, how could he do nothing? So, it's here waiting for itself. At this moment, Su Qingxia gritted her teeth and was furious, but before she could continue to be angry, the bad situation reappeared. That's Su Big Star. I think you can sneak out. Look at that group of carrying cameras and microphones outside. This suddenly appeared. It's not going to be a movie, right? Upon hearing this, several people looked through the glass wall to the outside store, and Su Qingxia also stared wide-eyed, seeing the group of figures outside that had hurriedly arrived. The paparazzi and reporters. How did they get here? Su Qingxia panicked. This coincidence appeared she could be sure that it was Su-wen who was up to no good, so she immediately turned around intending to leave through the back door. However, it was already too late. After all, she was a popular top streamer. Appearing here had already aroused the suspicion of many people, and now that I don't know who shouted out that it was Su Qingxia, those who wanted to be sure of their identities immediately surrounded her, and it was this moment of blocking that the group of reporters had surrounded. Su Qingxia, do you know that your plagiarism incident has caused an uproar on the internet? Yes. Su Qingxia, why did you plagiarize? Didn't you once say that you hated plagiarism the most? Why did you turn out to be the one you hate the most? Yeah, don't you explain why you plagiarize a bunch of bottom singers? People are even having such a hard time living for their dreams, while you plagiarize others' work to shine. Do you have a heart? Or do you not even know about this? No, it's not at all what you guys imagined. That song was original from my personal experience. There's no way I could have plagiarized it, Su Qingxia anxiously explained. Queen Su probably doesn't know, right? Other singers have already released the creator's entire record. That is a young man word by word on the revision of personally write down. The timeline is far earlier than your hit song. How can it be that you personally created? Youth, Almost instantly Su Qingxia thought of Su Wen and angrily said, "You've all been tricked. It's him who read my manuscript and pretended to write it himself. He's just deliberately taking revenge on me." Queen Su Gu, what do you mean by that? You're being a bit conspiratorial. People have no grudges against you. Why would they want to retaliate against you? This involves my family matters that have nothing to do with you, and I will defend my rights and interests through legal means, as well as punish any rumor mongers. So Queen Su Gu is speechless? Or are you trying to force down this storm through your own identity? These paparazzi reporters were obviously not intimidated, and did not listen to Su Qingxia's threats at all, and kept pursuing questions. Su Mayan's few people could only protect Su Qingxia behind them, trying to separate the two sides as much as possible. Several ladies, may I ask who you are to Su Qingxia? She is deeply involved in the plagiarism controversy. Is there anything about you guys in this? Unsurprisingly, Su Mai and several people were also miserably pursued by the object of questioning. As the commotion became bigger and bigger, the surrounding onlookers became more and more numerous. After all, it's not often that celebrities and paparazzi confront each other on the spot. Seeing that Su Qingxia was being guarded and the few women in front of her were unwilling to answer, the paparazzi reporters moved their targets again and again and again. The target, naturally, was Su Sun, who was a few people away. May I ask you, sir, if you are also one of their conspirators? And what role did you play in this incident? Su Sun frowned. The old man honestly as a melon-eating crowd can be pulled to me. At once, his little violent temper just surged up. Originally, I just wanted to be a quiet, beautiful man, so why did you guys have to force my hand? In a flash, Su Sun moved, and that arm swept like a shadow, like the momentum of stirring mountains and rivers. Dare to shoot the old man. Give me broken. Chapter 151, Su Sun overpowers the whole field by himself. My equipment. How dare you break our equipment? My camera. There's so much more celebrity gossip in it. It's the key to me being crowned king of the paparazzi. And you smashed it. Looking at the debris all over the ground, it could be said that everyone was dumbfounded. How could they not have imagined that someone would actually make a direct move without saying a word, without even giving the slightest chance to react? For a paparazzi, the hand of the camera is their gun. The gun is gone, they later how to go to war. Asshole. I want you. Give me away you. A paparazzo was about to make a move in anger, but Su Sun slapped him in place. Rampant. Simply rampant. There's no more heaven for murder in broad daylight. The crowd of paparazzi were deeply disgusted by Su Sun's violent behavior, and since they couldn't beat him, they morally criticized him. Su Sun didn't bother, but silently pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hello, Gudong? I'm Su Sun. I'm at the Jinhaochi Hotel. I saw your goose badge engraved on the waitresses here. This is your goose property, right? What happened to me? I've been beaten up. The old tragic kind. You have to come and save me. Otherwise they're blocking me from leaving. Meanwhile, the Gu building. The solemn conference room was quiet. The crowd watched and waited, waiting for the chairman of the board of directors to finish the phone call after the continuation of the speech. But who knows? Gu Pingsheng put down his cell phone and snapped with a loud bang, slapping the table in front of everyone, and then an angry roar resounded through the room. Martyr dared to hit my brother Su. Everyone put down their work. Get your men together. Go to Zenhachi restaurant to get him. Everyone jolted into silence. The crowd vaguely remembered that the last time the chairman was angry was the last time. That time, Gu's had a power-grabbing change, and since then all the directors have been out of the news. Inside the restaurant, Su Sun was still circling around with the group of paparazzi, and during this time, he encountered those who still wanted to make trouble directly with an iron fist. The paparazzi not only had their cameras smashed, but even their microphones were shredded to prevent them from having a recording function. Su Sun even asked the other person to take out his cell phone in a very humane way and checked it again. This kind of behavior was so rampant that the crowd screamed, but Su Sun's force value was clearly there again, and no one dared to resist with it. The dozen or so paparazzi tried to flee, but all stopped in their tracks as a figure on the retreat stood there. At this moment, it wasn't their group of paparazzi who were blocking the others, but Su Sun alone blocked their group of paparazzi. The people dared to be angry but dared not say anything. Not to mention they did not understand where in the world this freak came from. How could he do things so out of the ordinary? But this group of people were, after all, news diggers, with mouths most adept at making things up, and the combined speeches of the crowd soon incited the anger of the surrounding gourd eaters. Su Sun became a demon king in their eyes, an unapologetically violent person, and many people began to denounce him. At that moment, Su Sun's eyes turned cold. He, for one, did not accept moral criticism. Cure them for forgetting about you guys, right? Since you love to meddle, I'll make it impossible for your cell phones to take pictures. Smash me. Su Sun is like a god of war. There is a counting one, but any dare to take out a cell phone to shoot to snatch over is to the ground to fall. All at once the floor was filled with the sound of snapping cell phones breaking. The crowd could be described as both shocked and angry, and for a while the group's anger reached its peak. Quite a few people began to team up and take action. No matter what, they had to beat up this rampant kid in front of them first. It's just that they overestimated their abilities. Before the group could even react, there was a fiery sting and a loud slap on their faces. Who am I? Where am I? How did I get hit? That was the first thought of many, confused and puzzled. Kid, you're rampant. Get up off the side. Fat ass. A 250 pounds of fat like a cannonball. Suddenly attacked. The result, Soo-sun jumped up and slapped him directly to the ground. At this moment, it was completely Soo-sun's home turf alone. Since reasoning doesn't make sense, then simply don't do it. Strong force is what will give him the chance to reason. He slowly said to the crowd, "Don't worry. The loss of your cell phones, I returned the original price. If there are any important documents inside, I tenfold repayment. If all don't want to, that I can also help you to restore the data. But if now, who dares to shoot, talk, move and breathe, then don't force in the next inappropriate people." The room was silent. It's hard to imagine what it's like for one person to overpower the entire field, but these people in the audience really experienced it. Scary as hell. It turns out that to be truly strong you have to be strong yourself. But that's not all. The next scene made the crowd realize that the youth in front of them was not only strong on his own, but his background seemed to be equally strong. Suddenly, the glass door of the restaurant was smashed, only to see dozens and hundreds of black-clothed uniforms breaking through the door and pouring in, surrounding the doggies and spectators in the hall. Among them, a middle-aged man with black hair but gray temples slowly came forward, surrounded by several people, scanning the crowd with a cold face. Who dares to strike here? Him. In an instant, everyone pointed at Soo-sun. However, Soo-sun pointed at the group of doggies without any panic. Him, and yes him, they're the ones who just beat me up. Gu Pingsheng was furious. Arrest these guys for me. Dozens of suits and shades acted in unison, and each of those dozen paparazzi reporters was honored with the control of 4 bodyguards. For a moment, a row of question marks floated above those heads. They were all confused. No, it's obvious that we're the ones getting beat up. How come we're the ones being arrested? It was also at that moment that an exclamation of surprise came from the crowd. Gudong! This is Gudong of the Gu Group. Mr. Gu Group? Wouldn't that mean that the middle-aged man in front of him was Gu Pingsheng? Gu Pingsheng's name was so loud, and the crowd also came back to their senses from their confusion, and finally realized why this middle-aged man looked so familiar. The doggies were even more dumbfounded and full of shock. We just came here to grab some news. How come we were honored with a personal appearance by the famous Gudong? The key also brought so many people? Look at that black mass. How many people are there? That Gudong. We didn't hit anyone. The one who hit is him. He this not only smashed our equipment, but also won't let us go. Are you the wrong person? Equipment? Gu Pingsheng glanced at the mess on the ground. Are you paparazzi? Speak. Why are you filming this youth? No, the one we filmed was Su Qingsha. We just unintentionally filmed him. Who knew he would do it? You guys don't talk nonsense. I was forced to fight back. Soo-sun suddenly spoke out with a serious face. If you guys didn't dislike the camera microphone on my face, how could I smash your equipment? If you guys didn't make a move on me, how could I be forced to fight back? Chapter 152, Su-win's Game Life. See if this is still human language? The paparazzi cried without tears. Gudong, you also heard? Everything is because he first smashed our things caused by the dispute. You should find him. Shut up. I have my own decision on this matter. After saying that, Gu Pingsheng turned to Soo-sun again and said, Brother Su, what are you going to do about this? Are you going to sue a few of them? Soo-sun waved his hand. That's not true. I'm a magnanimous person. I don't want to bother with them. Just make sure that they don't have a video about me and that today's events won't be spread out. By the way, those people's cell phones for me to compensate for any major economic losses. Give them 10 times the compensation. Really cannot be for them to restore data. Alright, let's break this up. I don't want what happened today on the internet, understand? To make amends, the consumption of everyone here today will be covered by me. This Gudong beside me to bear. Gu Pingsheng had black line. Make half a day is to come to be a wrongdoer. But after all, their own industry. This small amount of money he still does not care. Please follow us to the back. I need to check your equipment and I will also compensate you. Eaters and paparazzi were taken to the back of the restaurant, and only some people who were sitting comfortably in their seats and eating were unaffected. As the crowd dispersed, there were only a few scattered tables present that were eating, and Soo-sun's few people also planned to leave there. But just then, a regular sound of applause reached the ears of the crowd. Wonderful. Just wonderful. I didn't expect to solve the problem so thunderously. I really underestimated you guys. What a familiar and annoying sound. Su Baiyan looked around, and the sisters were also looking for the source of the sound, and by this time, Su-sun had already walked towards a back in the corner and slapped that back's head with a slap just like that. Don't bother with you and you're still up for it, aren't you? What's with the high and mighty? Who knows? That back didn't even return his head, lifting a pair of chopsticks against the attacking palm, blandly self-conscious. Su-sun's movements lurched and looked at the wheelchair youth in front of him in a measured manner. This goods seems to have some changes. Nowadays all learn to control their own emotions. Seems to experience so many things hard really changed a lot better. But what does that have to do with him? Su-sun slapped off his chopsticks and slapped his ear then slapped at that head. Su-won, you're pretending to be Nima. This time, his head knocked heavily on the table. Su-won shook off his somewhat dizzy head. Without the kind of fear and anger after being beaten in the past, he suddenly covered his face and laughed out loud. This smile of disdain. This smile of sarcasm. As if it had just been an inconsequential tickle. Su-sun, what else do you know besides how to use your hands? Occupied by violence, you will gradually blind yourself in the future. And to be honest, you're really becoming less and less worthy of being my opponent. Ha, that little cutie. What are you talking about? Su-won, why are you here? Did you do those paparazzi? Right in the middle of Su-sun's contempt, Su Qingxia rushed over in a rage and questioned. Su-won left the crowd with a sideways look, a cool shallow smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. I'm just here to eat and talk business. Fourth sister, why can't I understand what you're saying? Talking business with your little skills? Then tell me where the businessman is. Gone. Just now. Don't talk nonsense here. What kind of business can you talk about? Humanity's basic survival guarantees of material transmission and normalized cycle of material energy. What? Not only Su Qingxia, the rest of the people also froze, especially Su Mayan. She had been in charge of the Su clan for so many years. She had heard of big and small industries, but there was actually an industry that even she didn't know about? Is it possible that it's some kind of new industry? On the contrary, Su-sun stroked his jaw, raised his eyebrows, and said with a puzzled face, isn't this just taking out and collecting scraps? Su changed his profession? A few sisters, breathless, extremely breathless. Su-won smiled faintly. Smart. This is a project that I have been in contact with for a long time, and I agreed to come over today to talk about the specifics. I don't understand why you would blame me. Fourth sister? Could it be that just because of a previous mistake you are going to remember me for the rest of your life? Su-won, you're still sophomoric. Ha, the truth is otherwise. I'm telling the truth. Can I come to my senses? Times, they've changed. Alas, the more Su Baiyan looked, the more speechless she became, and muttered in a low voice, that big sister and second sister. Have you guys ever felt that this Su-won is a bit nervous? It's as if he's some kind of behind-the-scenes mastermind playing with life? Su Mayan whispered, I forgot to tell you, Su-won was crazy before and only got better later. What? There's still this going on? Su Baiyan was shocked. Su Wanqing nodded. Before, he did go crazy. Now he can be much more normal than a while ago. It's just that his personality has changed. Well, I won't talk to you guys anymore. I should get back too. Second sister. Fourth sister. Want to go back together? Scram. Who wants to go back with you? Alas. Then I'll go back by myself. But I'll also remind you, fourth sister, that you solved the matter of this restaurant today, but you can't wash your hands of the plagiarism anymore. So I hope that you can make a beautiful turnaround. It's you. It really is you. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Pressing the button, the wheelchair slowly turned away, with only this provocative laughter surrounding the ears of the crowd. By the way, Su-sun, I'm looking forward to my next meeting with you. I hope you'll give me a surprise, and at that time I'll give you a surprise too. A surprise you won't expect. Know what it's like to be a gutter rat? Maybe by then, you'll be able to feel it. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Smiling and laughing, the wheelchair turned around and Su-won left a provocative smile at the few people. It just went on for 10 seconds or so. Yes, for 10 seconds or so he didn't turn around or make any movement, except that the smile on his face seemed to freeze. Su-sun was confused. No, what kind of operation is this? You can't leave without a beating, can you? It seems like his wheelchair motor ran out of power. Su Wanqing explained. How do you know? Because I'm the one who bought the wheelchair here, and the power loss cue light just flashed. At this moment, the corners of Su-won's mouth stiffened more and more. Su-sun, on the other hand, craned his neck, clenched his fists, and slowly stepped forward with his fists clenched. Su-won shook his head helplessly. Why bother? What's the point of bullying a wastrel like me? Because it's cool. Alas, all perceptions are illusory. A different perspective may open the clouds and fog to see a different world. Speech is civilized. But you're still afraid, right? Su-sun coldly smiled and raised his arm. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Force face. Give me. Crack. Crack. Alas, you still can't control it after all. Snap. 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 Dare to let this emperor suffer this strange shame. When I summon the 7 gourd girls and the divine dragon to practice the 8 strange techniques, I will definitely release the guardian spirit to make you look good. I'll release the guardian spirit to make you look good. Make me look good. I'll make me look good. Ah, this sun must not be capped. Chapter 153, Late Chang. Let's talk about a deal worth tens of billions of dollars, right? Big sister. You guys must have spent a lot of money for such a big house, right? Su evening Ching some surprise. She always thought Su-sun a few people are crowded in an old broken small. After all, a few people on the body of the savings have been taken away from the family. Hold up a common neighborhood room. But at present, afraid of the sisters 5 people all over are more than enough. Su Mayan smiled and poured water for everyone one by one, explaining, this house wasn't bought. I didn't plan to live in it for a long time in the beginning, so I rented it. Su Wanqing picked up her glass of water, but this 250 square foot large flat, even if it's rented, it's quite a lot of money, right? Big sister, don't you have no savings left? And dad also blocked you guys in Jiangchang. Is it hard to really rely on 5th sister to sell things to live? It's better for her to keep those treasures for herself. Su Mayan shook her head and smiled, casting her gaze aside again. We don't have any money, but Xiao Sun does. The expenses of this family now depend on him. What? Little seeker? Yeah, he gave me a bank card with at least $100 million on it. We're all dependent on him now. What? Stinky Su Sun actually has that much money. Before Su Wanqing could speak, Su Banian had already opened her mouth in shock. She knew that Su Sun a little money is good, but always thought that the death is 100, 000 to 200, 000. So spend money tied hands and feet. Turns out, the 100 or 200,000 she'd been thinking was actually a billionaire? What kind of favor did you do for the Gu family? How could they pay so much? Could it be that the rumored crippling of Elder Gu had been cured by him? But this is too unbelievable. No, why didn't anyone tell me? I have to use expansion coupons to order takeout, and I'm even more constrained when I want to buy something else. And I've even put up my own treasures on the trading platform. And you guys are telling me that my family's savings actually amount to hundreds of millions of dollars? Then I'm still saving, what the hell? At those words, Su Mayan's face sank. There was a reason she hadn't said anything before, and now it seemed her fears weren't unwarranted at all. Look at you getting carried away. How else am I going to cure you of spending money lavishly if I have to say so? From now on, you can spend as much as you want on small money, but don't think about big money. No, big sister. Should we be so inhumane? What do you mean by small money? What do you mean by big money? I spent a few thousand, tens of thousands should be considered small money, right? After all, we do have 100 million it. You think so? From now on, you have to report to me if you go over $100, or you'll sell those treasures of yours for money, and then no one will care what you want to buy. Ego big sis. Love it or leave it. Humph, that's not your money. Why should you make decisions for Su Sun? Su Baiyan muttered in a small voice. Su Mayan's face suddenly changed. What did you say? Tell me again. What say what? Big sister, you heard wrong, right? Su Baiyan beamed her little mouth and angled her head with an innocent face. But after all, she was the younger sister brought up from childhood. How could Su Mayan not know the small thoughts in Su Baiyan's heart? Immediately, he warned, don't think of going to Little Seeker in private. You'll see if he'll give it to you. And your second sister, she won't meet your unreasonable demands either. So go ahead and try. I'll see if you can ask for more than $100. The matter of Su Baiyan's spending was so far from happy. Being restricted so strictly by her big sister, she knew that it was no longer possible for her to be generous. Unless she really sells those babies of hers, but she can't give them up until she has to. For a time, Su Baiyan was angry and annoyed. Stomping her foot fiercely and gamely, she returned to her room. Su Wanqing watched the drama from the sidelines, and inwardly, she really admired it. It was true that no matter if it was at home or outside, this fifth sister of hers was still being controlled by her big sister, or at least she couldn't do it to this extent. Thinking back to the past, as long as Su Baiyan splashed and rolled around, even if she was more determined, she would be annoyed to agree to the. Perhaps old Five's present-day largesse has something to do with his own former indulgence. What's the matter with you, Dick? I'm asking you, which room do you want? Choose which one you want. Ah, which room? That room then. Su Wanqing casually pointed to the innermost room. Su Sun froze. That's my room. Are you going to stay in it? This sentence was meant to be a rhetorical question, but it turned out that Su Wanqing took it as an inquiry and weakly nodded. Also, it's also fine. A row of question marks surfaced in their heads. Su Sun and Su Mayan were a little dumbfounded, but Su Sun then some playful. This Su Lao heir is probably confused head still did not react, but Su Wanqing if you want to come is not impossible. Just some words in the restaurant did not say out, but can take advantage of this opportunity to talk about the night by candlelight. Okay, as long as you don't mind. What else do I mind if you don't? No, Who knew that while the two parties had agreed, Su Mayan had sternly refused. Eldest, did you not hear what little seeker just said? That's his room. Is it possible that you want him to change his room for you? Besides, aren't you not allowed to touch men? You're staying in the room where Shaosun stayed. You'll go to the one next door to the fifth sister. It has a lot of space and good lighting. It suits you. Big sister. That was to someone else. I don't seem to have that kind of resistance to Shaosun. Su Mayan, huh? Nothing. I'll go to the one you mentioned then. But I need to go back and get my work-related materials, and pick up a change of clothes on the way. Egu. Let her stay if she wants to. It just so happens that I also have some things I want to discuss with her late at night. Originally, she hadn't felt anything, but once she heard this, Su Mayan immediately realized something was wrong. One has been begging to meet up lately and even ended up moving right in. One, on the other hand, is supposed to be lovingly dismissive, and then turns out to be so receptive, even becoming vaguely solicitous, and engaging in some late-night exploration? A bold guess comes to mind. There's nothing going on with these two, is there? Heart-thumping, Su Mayan suddenly felt that bringing Su Wanqing back did not seem like a good thing. Something was wrong. Something was really wrong with the two. But the people had been brought back, and it was already too late to hurry. However, the two could not be allowed to just keep on squeezing. Su Mayan's face sank. No, don't you understand that men and women are not related? It's settled. Egu, why are you meddling? Why are you so anxious when neither of us is refusing? If I say no, I can't. You're not harboring any crooked thoughts by being so urgent, are you? Then I can't agree even more. I'm a decent guy alright. Definitely not what you think. After saying that, Su-sun then whispered to Su Wanqing, who was at the side. I'll go to your room tonight. I have something to say. This murmur caused waves of shock to flood Su Wanqing's heart. Obviously, he said he'd take it one step at a time, so why is Seeker in such a hurry? Just so impatient? No. Suddenly, Su Wanqing violently pushed Su-sun away. Su-sun was baffled, and said in his heart, if you don't want to, just don't want to. As for such a big reaction, what are you two muttering about? Why are you reacting so strongly? Lao Air, what did he just say to you? Nothing. Su Wanqing's heart was still beating wildly today, and in order to prevent suspicion, she immediately forced herself to calm down and change the topic. That said, where did Shaosun get so much money? Could it be that he did some kind of business? Su Mayan's eyebrows relaxed, slowly said, this is not. He said it is to help the Gu family to cure the disease to earn money. Specifically, you have to ask him himself. As night fell, the door to Su Wanqing's room was opened from the outside, and a dark shadow quietly broke in while the night was still young. Oh, evening secretary, let's talk about a deal of tens of billions of dollars. Chapter 154, Suan crashes two old dens. Suze, the early morning light shines through the window into the living room. The golden sunlight does not bring burning discomfort, but rather warmth and laziness. Tai demon, come to me. Leaning against the window, feeling the warm morning sun, Suwan lay comfortably in his wheelchair, listening to the radio opera and resting his eyes. Qin Xinlan was sitting on the sofa not far away. Seeing her son in this state was both anxious and distressed. My son hadn't said a word since he got back yesterday, and it was clear that underneath the seemingly calm exterior was a forced calmness. If it is possible, she would like Suwan to tell all the grievances like before, or better than to hold in the heart to suffer in silence to come to a high strength. Old Su, son, when the hell is this going to end? What should we do? Su Qiming frowned. What do we do? Xiao Wan is not surprised by anything nowadays. This is the style of a heir to a powerful family. What do you mean? Look at my son's face. It's swollen like that and he's still calm. There must be something wrong. Don't talk nonsense here. Xiao Wan has gotten better. Is it hard for him to yell and scream about everything like he used to and go around pretending to be pathetic and aggrieved? Then does he still have any manhood left? Men, you can't grow up until you've been hurt. What do you know? What do you know? I don't care. I've got to find out how the hell my son got hurt. After saying that, Qin Xinlan got up and walked towards Su Wen. Just as she was about 2 meters away from the window, an emotionless voice called out to him. Stop. Qin Xinlan's heart trembled. Xiao Wen, you finally spoke? It's not that I finally, it's that you guys haven't been striking up a conversation with me, so I just kept my mouth shut. Is that so? Mom and Dad were just afraid you'd be upset, so they didn't dare to pursue it. It's okay, there's no need to mention it when it's over. Go back. But son, you still haven't told me exactly how you got that bruise on your face, and what really happened when you went out yesterday. Tell me and Mom will do it for you. Suwan let out a light laugh and slowly shook his head. It's been said that let bygones be bygones. Don't mention it again. Son, who really hit you? If you tell us, the family will definitely stand up for you. I don't even mind. Why are you still being aggressive? Besides, you guys can't stand up for me even if I say so. So forget it. Who said that? Can it be that the ones who made a move on you were from the three great families? As long as it's not, there's no one in the entire Jiangcheng that our family dares not mess with. Not. Since it's not, then what's there to be afraid of? Your father and I will make sure that the other party pays for it. At those words, Su Wen's eyes suddenly opened, deep brown and godly under the sunlight. It's Su Sun. Xin Xinlan shut up instantly. At the same time, Su Qiming, who was not far away, silently dismissed the idea of interjecting himself. That's right, both of them were wary of Su Sun. Although the two of them now hate Su Sun to the bone. But Su Sun, what character they know, no matter what, don't want to die type. Even if you can make Su Sun pay the price, this Su family is afraid to pay the loss. What's more, today's Su clan has yet to be completely stabilized, and Su Sun has fallen in with the Gu family, so it's not certain who will suffer when the time comes. Seems to have anticipated the parents' reaction. Su Wen calm and wave-free, no anger, just a faint smile. This thing on the past, get a beating for me is nothing, but let me feel some fun. The game, to play slowly to be interesting. Son, what are you talking about? A bad premonition suddenly grew. Qin Xinlan's heart panicked. Son, you mustn't go to Su Sun. You can't fight him. You'll suffer. What did you say? I don't know which sentence touched the thunder point. Su Wen immediately rose up in anger, gritting his teeth with a gloomy face. You said I can't fight him? This immortal will crawl at the age of 8 and speak at the age of 10. 20 years has successfully completed 9 years of compulsory education. And since then, he has been fighting for his whole life, and has become the #1 dog leg in billions of worlds. You say I can't fight a mere mortal. It's simply a great shame. As the words fell, Qin Xinlan immediately froze on the spot, and Su Qiming Swish had gotten up and yelled. Recently no electricity, he went crazy again. Quickly find someone to call him. What? Electrocuting me? The thunder tribulation is coming. I haven't made a foolproof plan yet, I don't want to fall. Two-legged divine chair. Quickly take my father out of this place. The motor roared, and the wheelchair that Su Wen sat in began to rampage. The large living room a venue for his racing. Qin Xinlan didn't react and was directly knocked over in place. Su Qiming was furious, but just as he got up from the sofa in front of him, the wheelchair hit his legs very forcefully in the back. Ah! For a moment, the entire living room was filled with wails of pain. At noon, Su Wanqing, who was working, received a call from Su Xinru, second sister. Can you come to the hospital? Mom and Dad have been bumped into the hospital. What? What's going on? Weren't they at home? How did they get into an accident? Not a car accident. Not a car accident? Then how did you get into the hospital? Hit by little man with his wheelchair. Mom and Dad were both hit pretty hard, especially Dad, whose ankle was run over repeatedly by the wheelchair several times. Su Wanqing. It was the first time since she was a child that she felt words were so powerless. Thanks to her, she really thought something big was going on, but it just turned out to be this? It's nice that something happened, but wasn't it just self-inflicted? The carefully cared for baby boy has put them in the hospital. What a creation. Whoever did this to her, she's not going to be the one to put a hot face on a cold ass. Anyway, I'm an unfilial daughter in their eyes for being the one who's been taking care of it, so I don't care this time. Whoever cares. The Don family. No Ribbon is giving Tangshan his last few sessions. He deserved to be called a master by the crowd, and he was also considered to be doing his duty. He didn't care much about the Su family's affairs these days, and had been dutifully healing Elder Tang. Now Tang Shanha more and more refreshed. The kind of fear of committing illness panic no longer exists. The whole person's face is rosy, obviously younger. Master, I can live again, and it's all thanks to Master's godly skills. Don't be polite, Tang family master. If you take someone's money, you should do your best. That's not true, Master. My Tang family didn't pay you anything. Helping the Su family recover is the best reward for me. The rest is unimportant. Upon hearing this, Tang Shanha let out an exclamation. For the Su family to be able to obtain you, Master, as a nobleman, is a blessing they've cultivated in 8 lifetimes. Shola smiled without saying a word, though the upturned brow clearly showed that it was very much taken in by the words. Oh right, Master. I have another request here, Tang Shanha added. Well, please speak, Tang family master. I wanted to ask, do you sell that black pill? I have a friend here. He also has some health problems, and knowing my situation he wants to beg for some pills that the master gave me to take. Of course, feel free to mention the price. It's not a matter to him. Not for sale. Well, Tang Shanha's expression dimmed. But I can go out and heal him myself. Chapter 155, It's not impossible to be my date. Gu family. Old master, now that your legs are basically fine, try jumping forward a bit. What? Jump a little? Although I can walk on this leg, but it is also simple to move. Or a little soft. I want to go down from this step. This shall not give me a half dead I'm going to fall half to death if I go down these steps. Just jump and it's over. It's called desperation. The only way to make this leg of yours feel the pressure it will recover completely. What the hell? What kind of sense is that? Don't you care? Just listen to my boldness and give me a go you. Hey no wait. Let me. I hashtag and percent hashtag. Su Sun's divine hand could startle Gu Qingwan and Gu Pingxing at the bottom of the steps. It was more than 20 steps, and it would be a problem for an ordinary person to jump down, let alone an old man with weak legs. Gu Pingxing subconsciously wanted to help, but Gu Qingwan reached out and stopped him, shaking her head slowly at him. He knew what his sister meant and was willing to trust Su Sun, and had no choice but to watch his old man fall down the stairs later. Anyway, if something goes wrong Su Sun can still be cured. No panic. On this side, Gu Tianwei actually stepped on several steps in a row with inertia, but due to the increasing speed of the descent, the whole person stepped on the air and directly rose up in the air. Although there were only 7 or 8 steps, for an 80-year-old man with weak legs, what a thrill it was. I'm afraid I'll have to break a bone on the spot if I land on this one. Gu Qingwan's expression was grave, her willow brows slightly knitted, and Gu Pingxing had covered his eyes not having the courage to look. Only a fluttering sound was heard as Gu Tianwei landed on the ground. He just knelt hard in front of his pair of children, and there was a moment of wide-eyed disbelief. At the sound of the voice, Gu Pingxing revealed a slit between his fingers, and still couldn't hold back his curiosity to see what exactly was going on. But it didn't matter if he looked at it. Looking at it like that instantly made his mind boggle. Your own old man actually knelt down for you? Dad, what are you kneeling for us for? I'll you up you asshole. Gu Tianwei's face turned blue and he was so angry that he got up on the ground and slapped towards Gu Pingxing. He fled. He chased. He couldn't get away. Dad, I was just making a casual remark. Is there a need to get so angry? You even said something like your old man kneeling down for you. I'm not going to whip the out of you today, but you just knelt down for us. Blanche you asshole still dare to mention it. I'll whip you to death. Just as the two chased each other, the excitement in Gu Qingwan's eyes gradually turned into wetness. She couldn't remember how long it had been. It seemed like her father's leg had been broken when she was a child, and she hadn't expected to see her father able-bodied in her lifetime. Su Sun slowly came to his side, drew out a tissue and handed it over, smiling at the jostling duo. How is it? I'm not bad at this level, right? Well, more than being able to. My expectations used to be that as long as I could recover, not to mention a year or even 10 years, I would have been satisfied even if I could simply walk. And now, a month and a half and you're already alive and kicking. Little seeker brother, you're simply a pleasant surprise. It's still you who has discerning eyes. Who else would believe a brat like me? And, aren't you going to interrupt those two? Gu Qingwan nodded, which calmed her agitation, and then shouted at the duo. Stop it for a moment. Don't you guys realize that something is wrong? Gu Tianwei was unimpressed. What's wrong? What's wrong is that this kid is getting more and more licentious. Ha! It's not right. The words came to an abrupt end, and father and son froze in place. In that instant, a flash of ecstasy surged across Gu Pingxing's face. Dad, you can run. You can run. Yeah, oh, not only can I run but I can jump too. I can even chase you. Haha Dad. Recovered. You finally recovered. The heart disease that has plagued you for so many years has finally been solved. Yeah, Heisei, I've finally recovered. Dad. Heisei. Dad. Boss. Dad. With joy in his eyes, Gu Pingxing spread out his arms, ready to give Gu Tianwei a big hug. But who knows? Pop sound. A slap so thrown over. At that moment, Gu Pingxing was confused, his entire face filled with disbelief. Dad, why are you hitting me? I finally smoked you. I told you to run. At this moment, Gu Pingxing was practically vomiting blood in depression. I was so excited for you that I was almost in tears. And you threw me for a loop? Looking at her father's smugly smiling face, and then at Gu Qingwan and Su Sun on the other side, a wave of shame and exasperation surged up. Dad, you're so full of it. I'm over 50 years old. Can't you give me some face? What's there to stay? I'm still your father when you're 80. Dad, don't you go too far. Why are you yelling so loud? Do you want to beat up your father? Come on. My face is right here. Let's see if you dare to do it. You. Gu Pingxing raged for a moment in anger, and in the end, he was so directly angry that he whisked his sleeve away. He can see, his father is good, but more and more out of tune. I'm afraid the future is guilty. It would be better to limp. No Dad, are you as angry at Big Brother so much for that little thing? Gu Qingwan spoke helplessly. What's pissing him off? He's the one who's mad at me. He's probably still cricketing me behind my back. You guys, ugh, I'm too lazy to care. It's a good thing I'm at home. Otherwise I'd definitely have to give it a go outside. Gu old man legs well is a big thing. In order to celebrate, the Gu family can be said to be able to call all the people to call back, ready to noon at home to organize a family feast as a celebration. Su Sun also naturally was left to rub a meal. looking around. Dozens of people come to the Gu family for so long, are not as many people as today's day to see. Even those juniors don't go to school. Directly called back to congratulate the old man. Grandpa, your leg is actually healed? When did it get better? Why did you only tell me today? While the crowd was raising their glasses and celebrating, a wonderful young girl burst into the crowd's view in a fiery hurry. Gu Tianwei's face was delighted, immediately getting up to greet and take his seat. Xing Yu, you're finally back. Grandpa missed you. Grandpa, you haven't said anything back yet? I'm not going to be the last in the family to know about this, am I? Which is not true. My leg has just healed in the morning. I didn't say anything before because I wanted to surprise you. You're the first person I notified after I recovered. Oomph, that's more like it. The young girl with long sleeves and jeans was amused and giggled, and from the conversation between the grandparents and grandchildren, it was obvious that the old man liked this granddaughter very much, which was an expression that Su Sun had never seen on Gu Tianwei's face before. I think this is Gu Pingxing's daughter who is studying outside. Su Sun was watching the girl, and the girl had similarly noticed Su Sun. She asked in a low voice, Grandpa, who is that little brother next to Auntie? He doesn't seem to be from our family. He's actually at the table with us. He can't be a noble young man from any family, right? What kind of noble young man is worthy of being compared to him? He is the future son-in-law of my Gu family. What? And his own age is similar and can sit on the main table. Afraid that is also for their own object. Gu Qingyu face changed, but in an instant will be replaced by a hint of squirming. Weakly said, however, he looks so gentle and so handsome, when my object is not impossible. Put. A mouthful of old wine spewed out at this from Gu Pingxing on the side. Chapter 156. You have to call him uncle. Hey good dad, what are you doing? I just bought these clothes. Ahem. I'm sorry, but Qingyu, do you want to guess why that young man is sitting next to your aunt? Why? Gu Qingyu looked across the room in confusion and came to a realization. I know. I knew Auntie was the best for me. This must be the person Auntie picked out for me. Keep your voice down. When it was too late, Gu Pingsheng had already blocked it with one of his big hands. Gu Qingyu was a little out of breath, struggling and biting the large hand in front of her before she was able to break free, and then turned to Gu Tianwei with an aggrieved face. Grandpa, look at my dad. Shhhhhhh. Gu Tianwei lowered his index finger to his lips, hurriedly made a gesture to silence his voice, and whispered, Little auntie, shut up. Don't let those two people across the street hear you, especially your aunt. Be careful, she won't be happy. How could it be? How could someone as gentle as auntie be upset? Besides, it's even more impossible with me. Gu, my good grandson, are we talking about the same thing? I mean, don't talk nonsense in front of your aunt, and I'm not making this up. That wasn't nonsense you just said. That young man's name is Su Sun, and he's not the one for you. If not for me, then who? Am I not the only girl in my Gu family for 3 generations straight? Yes, you're the only one in the 3rd generation, but aren't there more in the 2nd? What? The 2nd generation? Didn't all my dad's generation have families? Is it hard for anyone to get divorced? Away from you. Gu Pingsheng slapped her on the side of the head and said breathlessly, Your aunt isn't human? She doesn't have a family yet. Your grandfather was talking about a son-in-law, not a granddaughter-in-law. What? Aunt? Son-in-law? At that moment, Gu Qingyu was filled with shock and instantly understood everything. That little brother is Auntie's date? But isn't Auntie not getting married? Who told you your aunt isn't getting married? She just hasn't found the right one. So, Auntie found such a young and handsome one? So Auntie likes this type? Gu Pingsheng immediately let out a low gulp. Shut up. You're allowed to look for a young man, but not your aunt? You don't really have a crush on someone else, do you? Then I'll tell you it's impossible. Gu Qingyu's face burst with embarrassment. As soon as she remembered how smug she'd just been, she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. But that kind of situation can't blame yourself. Present only their own age. An aunt usually so gentle and virtuous, how could not imagine actually will find us so young? Grandpa, Dad, the one across the street isn't trying to get a rich woman, is he? After all, the two are a bit old. Gu Tianwei's old face darkened. What are you talking about? The two of them haven't even gotten started yet. I would like to let him evening, but people are willing to. Besides, your aunt, this body, this looks, this temperament, not worse than you. Some age how? What's wrong with some age? A woman of 3,000 years is in the immortal class, you know? That's right, Gu Chongyu. Gu Pingsheng stepped aside with a grave expression on his face and spoke again. I'm warning you again, don't go in front of the two of them and talk nonsense, especially in front of that youth. If you want to run in front of people and talk nonsense and scare them away, I won't be able to spare you. Gu Qingyu's face was filled with speechlessness. Not Dad, as far as that goes? Even though it's hard for Auntie to find someone she loves, she's not so sensitive, is she? What do you know? If your aunt really has this kind of heart and can take the initiative, then it's good. There's no need for me and your grandfather to worry about it. We are facilitating the marriage between the two of them. You know, if you scare people away, how can I make their marriage work? What the hell? Hoping that this is all about you and Grandpa's self-righteousness? That the two aren't actually related? Shut up. Even if the two are not related at the moment, it's not your turn. Good dad. What are you talking about? I don't have those thoughts. I don't care if you have it or not. Just remember what I said. That aside, he is still a great benefactor to my Gu family. Your grandfather's leg was cured by him. What? Grandpa's leg was cured by him. For a moment, Gu Qingyu's eyes glowed with shock. Across the table, Su Sun had been observing this grandparents and grandchildren for quite a while, looking at the sneaky chatting of these grandparents and grandchildren, and casting glances this way from time to time. He was a bit bewildered. Sister Wan Air, that girl across the street is Gu Dong's daughter-in-law, right? Putting down her chopsticks, Gu Qingwan glanced across the room. Yes, she is my big brother's only daughter. Gu Qingyu, no wonder a few people are chatting so hot. But does this great niece of yours have something to say to you? I see she keeps glancing our way. Hearing this, Gu Qingwan's willow brows slightly knit. Also some doubts. Usually Qingyu is the most sticky to me. This time again up to 2 months not see. According to reason she will certainly be very enthusiastic to come to me to talk. Today is indeed a bit of an anomaly. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Gu Qingwan twisted her head to look at Su Sun, who was gnawing on a pig's hoof. I seem to understand why she wanted to come but didn't dare to come because you're in. What? Me? What does that have to do with me? Gu Qingwan smiled faintly and explained. Qingyu seems very cheerful and optimistic, but when she sees strangers she becomes shy and coy, especially when she meets a handsome man. I guess it's because you're next to me she's too embarrassed to come over. Alas, it seems that looking too handsome is also a kind of trouble. Su Sun wiped his mouth and said somewhat helplessly, but I don't like this kind of little girl. Having one at home is already annoying enough. Then what type of girl does little brother Sun like? Gu Qingwan asked. Mature and stable. Understanding. It would be even better if it's a gentle type like Sister Wanner who has an orchid heart and knows what's cold and what's hot. Like this? For a while, Gu Qingwan fell into silence. At this time, the grandparents and grandchildren across the street were still chatting. Grandpa, why aren't Uncle Tu's family sitting at our table? I don't know. Probably didn't have the face to come over. What do you mean? By the way, where's Gu Haiba? He actually didn't come back for such an important occasion. He simply doesn't take Grandpa seriously. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianwei's old face sank as he snorted coldly. He won't even be able to come back in the future. He's gone to the Fizzer Prairie to grab ore from the lions and tigers. After staying at Gu's house for the whole day, it was not until the evening that Su Sun was able to get away and go home. Originally, the Gu family was planning to have a dinner party in the evening, but he no longer had the heart to eat the banquet, so he might as well go home early and go to bed early. As soon as I opened the door to the house, there was already a row of people sitting on the couch in the house. Seeing Su Sun return home, Su Baiyan, who was still chattering, immediately revealed an impish smile. Seeing this, Su Sun's face immediately darkened, and a wave of bad memories surged to his heart at this. He remembered the embarrassment of last night. He was a decent man, but to be caught as a pervert was a strange shame. Big sister and second sister. He's the one who broke into second sister's room at night yesterday and said he wanted to talk about a $10 billion project. It's just that he didn't realize that it just so happened that I went to my second sister's room last night to make the sheets, and it just so happened that I tried out the softness of the king-size bed. And who would have thought? Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Whoops, my innocence. Chapter 157, Invitation from the Wu Family. The book was read in vain. Looks like you've been itching for a few days without a beating, so I'll let you have it. Bang sound. The door slammed shut. Su Sun and Arrow Step rushed up, swinging Su Baiyan to the knee. Slap. A few slaps swung down. Asshole. Don't you dare hit me. I told you to start a rumor. I told you to add fuel to the fire. I'll kick your ass today. I'm not lying, but you've added fuel to the fire. Snap. Speaking of this, Su Sun is actually very speechless. Last night he intended to go to Su Wanqing room to discuss about Su's things. The result after going in and found that the house is not Su Wanqing, but Su Baiyan, this big stupid bore. Su Wanqing was not there because she went back to Su's house to get her luggage, intending to come back the next day, and he forgot about it for a moment. It was fine if it wasn't there, but Su Baiyan was actually in there, and she even caught her in the act. Who's a good person to run away and sleep in someone else's bed at night? Is this something a normal person could do? The thought that he was almost taken for a pervert. Nian tolerated him seeking intolerable. Big sister, second sister, help me. I feel like I'm going to crack. It's useless to call the king of heaven. I have to cure your broken mouth today. It was the norm for the two to fight, and generally speaking Su Mayan turned a blind eye, but now she couldn't turn a blind eye. Okay, Seeker, You let her off the hook for a second. Why don't you just explain why you went to penis room last night? Su-sun snorted coldly. Why? Naturally, I'm looking for her to discuss important matters. Otherwise, what do you think I'm doing in her house in the middle of the night? What's so important that it has to be said at night? Is there no time during the day? It's not like we thought no one would be clean at night. Hell knows this one's in there. Su Baiyan laughed. See, I told you that he has a ghost in his heart. He even admitted it himself. Wotafa, how dare you add fuel to the fire? Look at me, De Wei Tianlong. Ah, Su Mayan felt her head spinning all of a sudden. She was now more and more unable to see the situation between the two Su-sun and Su Wanqing. She had always thought that it was Su Wanqing who had some strange ideas, but now it seemed that it was instead Su-sun who was a bit impatient, while her own second was a bit like the one who was forced to do so. Penis, don't you have anything to say as a party to this? Su Wanqing was stunned. I need to say anything? It was your room that Seeker broke into last night. What do you think you're going to say? I, for one, don't know what to say. At this time, Su Wanqing is also a mess. She knows Su-sun's mind and understands his impatience, but Su-sun's degree of urgency is still far beyond her imagination. She is agreeable to the pursuit of Su-sun is good, but what is step-by-step slowly development? The two do not seek what intimate relationship, only to accompany forward enough. But now that Su-sun was in such a hurry, she really didn't know if she should refuse or comply. To refuse would again appear to make her consent a perfunctory one, but if she obeyed, she wasn't ready for that nowadays. And it was hard for her to accept having some physical relations, at least for a while. Even, there was some concern about the recklessness caused by Su-sun's intolerance. Su Wanqing was both embarrassed and despondent. The whole person was depressed to the extreme. She used to love reading romance novels and fantasizing about sweet love, but then the growing heterosexual resistance made her fantasies dissipate. Now, it's hard to meet people who are not resistant and familiar, and have crossed that hurdle in their hearts, only thinking of getting along for a long time, and naturally transforming this relationship slowly. But Su-sun's eagerness completely broke her rhythm. Do you have to seek a physical relationship? Can't a purely emotional relationship work? If he was still there last night, does it mean that the rice is raw? Then what kind of posture should I use to face him? Seek. I've already promised you. Why do you have to be so aggressive? It's yours sooner or later. Can't you give me some time to cushion it? Just as Su-sun swung the 38th forced bucket, unbeknownst to him, Su Wanqing had already engaged in a celestial battle in his mind and began to struggle with his ego cornering. Inside the living room, the only thing that kept ringing out was Su Baiyan's shouts and pleas for help and stiff upper lip. However, at this point she was isolated and had no one to help her. First I'll beat you up 38 times to cure you of being a, and if you dare to talk nonsense again, next time I'll open your ass up. Ha, kinda rhymes? Rhyme your ass, bastard Su-sun. I'm not done with you. Su-sun didn't say anything. He just reached out and stroked the place where Su Baiyan was beaten, and said with a cold smile, Little Nian, this hand of mine is itching again. Do you have any clue? Instantly, Su Baiyan's pretty face changed. Her face was full of smiles to curry favor. Haha that. I just said a joke. Not funny then forget it. Little Seeker, you certainly can't give up on the youthful and cute little Nian, right? Aha. Between words, Su Baiyan also did not forget to turn around and blink her big watery eyes, quite lovely and moving. However, Su-sun didn't eat this, and his arm jerked up. In a blink of an eye, a terrified howl rang out in this regard. Ah Su-sun, I'm not done with you. Warm sunshine on his face, Su-sun drowsily opened his eyes. It's a new day, and even though I'm not working at the moment, it's not a bad thing at all. I have to go out every other day. It's almost no different than going to work. Today is going to go to the Wu family. Su-sun vaguely remembered that the Wu family's second young master and his own still have some affinity, but he this time to go was not to solve the grudges, but was invited by the Wu family to go to see the doctor. It was a miracle that Gu Tianwei's leg was well, and the Gu family hadn't deliberately hidden it, so much so that some of the gentry knew about Master Gu's paralysis and getting back on his feet even before he had healed. And this Wu family is one of them, because the Wu family also has a patient. Only this patient is not the elderly and decrepit Master Wu, but Master Wu's second son, Wu Diqiang. Wu Diqiang is suffering from an odd body, with a long years of headache. The key is not a simple headache. Every time a pain is burning eyes, accompanied by vomiting and diarrhea. Every time the vomit will even vomit out acid water. Once, Wu Diqiang's illness was only once a month, but in the recent year, it gradually evolved from once a week to once every 2 or 3 days, which has seriously affected his daily life and made him depressed. And Elder Gu's recovery gave the Wu family hope. The old man Wu has visited the Gu family many times, is to seek to see a high person. Anyway, Su-sun had intended to go to see that Wu Ershao. Yesterday Gu family feast Gu Tianwei mentioned Suasex will agree to down. Gu Tianwei was just letting out an exclamation at that time. Healer's heart nah. Su-sun laughed at the words. What kind of healer? It was mainly the $20 billion. He wanted to see if the Wu family had that much courage. Where are you, little searching brother? I'm going to pick you up now. No need. I've already arrived at the Wu family. Surveying the surrounding Chinese courtyard, and turning to look at the plaque on the lobby, Su-sun let out a sigh of admiration. With virtue and wealth, no shame, good mention. Chapter 158, saved. But suddenly I don't want to be saved. Little friend, are you also a guest invited by the Wu family today? Just as Su-sun was waiting, a white-bearded old Taoist walked in, a Taoist robe, holding a duster, crane hair and white beard. There is some immortal flavor. Su-sun smiled and said back, is it possible that the Taoist priest was also called by the Wu family to look at the disease? This Wu family, really far-sighted one cannot be replaced by another. Will consider, little friend is also a doctor? Although the old Taoist was still smiling when he spoke, he obviously brought a bit of disdain. After all, Su-sun is too young, and does not have the slightest senior style, completely just out of society ordinary youth, to know that he can have such as your ability, but the bitter cultivation for many years. If a 20-year-old brat can and he has to keep pace with, then he so many years has not learned in the dog's stomach? For a while, he was a bit dissatisfied with the Wu family. Even if he had doubts about himself he shouldn't have compared himself to a brat. It seems like this Wu family, it's time to take a good knock. Master Shoeless, the old master has an invitation. Just then, people finally came inside the waiting hall, and a few middle-aged men and women in extraordinary clothes came before the old Taoist with a face full of smiles. Su-sun was instantly happy. He was brought here by the subordinates, not a single person came over, only told him to be at ease. And this old Tao in front of him just sat down for less than 2 minutes before someone came. And it seems that the first family of the Wu family personally greeted him. How can people be so different from each other with this enthusiasm? What about me? I've waited so long, am I going to be cured or not? Give an answer? That, you wait a moment, we'll come get you when we're done here. The words were spoken very respectfully, without a hint of disdain, but this behavior was actually hanging him out to dry, treating him as a substitute. No ribbon has a solution then it's best, no solution then he's a dead horse as a replacement. The Wu family, that's a good calculation. Fleeing is not Su-sun's style. Come all the way here, not to cure the disease, at least have to meet that Wu Ershao. What kind of a person is it that can decide a person's life or death with a casual remark? With that kind of vigor, will you be so light-hearted when it's your turn? Time passed by in a minute. Su-sun sat in that old wooden chair, drinking tea and eating pastries, but also happy to be clean. Finally, the waiting room was once again occupied. Su-sun asked, half an hour has passed, can you arrange for me to meet Elder Wu? That one is really sorry. The family master and the others are in the middle of a deliberation, and idle people are not allowed to enter. Well, what an idler. Let's hope that when the time comes, I won't beg on an idler like me. By the way, is your Wu family's second young master at home? Second youngest? He appears to be home today. Okay, go ahead. Time always passes unnoticed and another half hour passes. Yo, here we go again. Are you planning to see me? I'm sorry, I was just changing your tea. Something happened on the family head side. Don't worry, another hour passed. Ooh, man, here we go again. They can always see me this time, right? That I asked. It seems like something happened on the second master's side, so I guess it will have to wait a while. The messenger boy glanced at Su-sun and said with some hesitation, Why don't you leave? Family master, they obviously did it on purpose. I'm just a security. Apart from serving tea and water and passing a message, I can't help you. It's not a good idea for you to wait here dry. Su-sun laughed and waved his hand. No hurry. Those who accomplish great things don't stick to small things. It's not me who should be in a hurry. After the 4th hour of Su-sun's visit to the Wu family, it was also the 4th hour of waiting. That security brother is at it again and again and again. And this time he came with good news. Guest, the family master and the others want to see you. So hurry over. Waited so long for that. But who knows? Su-sun slowly poured a cup of water and sipped it carefully. Well, this tea is okay. If you want to see them, you can. Let them come and see me. If not, I'm leaving. After the deadline, the security guard who passed the message was shocked. After all, the man in front of him had waited for so long just to meet. And now that people finally came to shout as a result, he said he wasn't going to go? What's wrong with you? This is not the time to be a little naughty. In the Wu family these few years he also knows the style of the Wu family. Both underlings and guests are honored by the Wu family. What the Wu family says, that is what. If you don't want to go to the meeting, let alone shouting, I'm afraid you'll be thrown out on the spot. Right? Guest, don't gamble. The Wu family won't agree to your request. They'll even kick you out. You might not even get your appearance fee then. Don't worry, they won't rush. Just pass the word. Tell them I'll leave if they don't come in 5 minutes. if they like. In desperation, the young security guard once again ran to deliver the message. It was just that what he didn't expect was that the Wu family actually did compromise. Not long afterward, the few people who had come to invite Sholas a few hours ago arrived in a hurry. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, something has delayed us. Please come with us. My second brother is not doing very well. Ergo? Which one are you? My name is Wu Yukai, the fourth oldest member of the Wu family. Lao Si? Why don't we just call him Old Six? You're polite on the outside, but inside you're already contemptuous, aren't you? Wu Yukai's smiling face froze. Su-sun laughed. Gu, just kidding. Why are you so nervous? Lead the way. The Wu family was a Chinese-style courtyard, not as large as the manor of the Gu and Tang families, but not to be underestimated, and it took a while to walk around the bends to reach their destination. The room was very wide and looked like a living room, but what was placed right in the center of that was a large bed, with a very slim man lying breathlessly on the bed, while around him stood a few scattered members of the Wu family. The very moment Su-sun appeared, an old man in his 80s immediately surrounded him. This is Mr. Su, isn't it? Long time no see. Su-sun nodded faintly without responding, only walking to the side of the person lying down to take a closer look. No ribbon was extremely disdainful on the sidelines. Pretend. How can a kid like you fix it if you can't? But next, Su-sun's sentence was directly shocking. You need me to cure such a minor illness? Saying that, Su-sun looked around and took a hairpin from the head of a woman from the Wu family. Just when everyone was unsure, Su-sun took that slender hairpin and stabbed it directly towards Wu Dichan's head. At this moment, the faces of the people present changed drastically. Stop it all if you want to save him. Since I'm called to cure you, you have to trust me unconditionally, or you'll have to find another job. Everyone was skeptical. After all, who cured a disease that had not been prepared by a hand? And who was like to lift his hand and stab it like this? It was Elder Wu who had the big picture in mind and immediately stopped the crowd. He could see the disdain in Su-sun, and he could also see the extraordinary in Su-sun. The one who could cure the Gu family's old man must not be a believer. It may seem that headache is the cause, but in fact it is not in the head at all but in the body. External cold and internal heat, soreness and weakness of the waist and knees, weak pulse, depression and loss of strength. How many times a day did you have to do it when you were young? He was already overindulging in sex and didn't take proper care of it. And then he was exposed to overwork in the manual labor industry and had a cerebral hemorrhage, right? The body is already weak and overworked and pressurized the brain. Do you think this can not leave sequelae? For a moment, the entire room was shocked. Sholas was confused. He had been looking for a brain cause. He hadn't even thought that the causative factor was in the body. According to this, wouldn't that mean that he had been looking in the wrong direction? Wu old man at the moment full of consternation. Although the son overindulged in excessive lust he does not recognize, but young did overworked also had a cerebral hemorrhage. Old man Gu is sincere. He is really a high-ranking person. Gao Ran, can my son still be saved? Well, hand to hand. Su-sun nodded. Good, that's good, but I suddenly don't want to save it. What? The Wu family members changed their faces. Chapter 159, The Wu family's remorse. Well, now that the disease has been seen to, I can withdraw. Su-sun didn't care about the crowd's strange gazes. He turned around and left. As he expected, just after he turned around and didn't take a few steps, the Wu family immediately surrounded him, especially that Elder Wu's face was full of smiles and flattery, which still had the faint condescension and disdain in that smiling face at the beginning. Mr. Su, please wait. As long as you are willing to save my son, the conditions are at your disposal. As long as they are within my Wu family's capabilities, do not save. Su-sun sighed softly, somewhat embarrassed. Master, tell you the truth. It's not that I don't help. It's just that I'm a person who strikes out based on my mood. So, no saving. The Wu family members were stunned at their words. They thought that Su-sun had something to hide in not saving him, but half the time, he just didn't want to save him? Elder Wu was a bit anxious. Wait, Mr. Su, you've come. As long as you're willing to help, we can discuss anything. My son is deteriorating day by day. He really can't hold out much longer. I'm afraid that if he drags it on, he really won't be able to make it back. With Elder Wu's eye gesture, the Wu family members present also bowed and agreed. I still ask Mr. Su to make a move. Save my Wu family for once. Su-sun waved his hand to refuse. You guys are serious? I alone have limited abilities. I can't save your Wu family. Elder Wu's face was full of smiles. No. As long as little Mr. Su is willing to make a move to save my family second, that would be the same as saving my Wu family. Like this? It seems like you guys are really in a hurry. If you're in a hurry, why did you call me out and leave me hanging again? Instantly, Elder Wu's face stiffened. In the heat of the moment, he almost forgot about Su-sun hanging out to dry. When people mention it now, aren't they just expressing their dissatisfaction with their own behavior? But he himself had a reason for what happened. In order to deflect his slackness, Wu Antai instantly became furious and yelled at Wu Yukai and the others. Is it that you guys spoke out of turn to little mister? Su, did I explain that you guys should speak properly? Wu Yukai and the others were dumbfounded. Dad, we didn't say a single harsh word. We've always been peaceful. Then why is little mister Su so angry? It must be because you guys were slacking off somewhere. Dad, we really don't have. How dare you argue? Alright Elder Wu, just don't put on a show with me. Su-sun didn't want to see several people's one-upmanship and directly interrupted. The reason for today's situation must be clear to Elder Wu. Those who understand understand. I don't want to say more. If you don't understand it, forget it, whether it's a true ignorance or a fake ignorance. I'm also too lazy to dismantle it. I believe that Master Wu still understands it. Wu Antai's face was a bit ugly. He intended to take the initiative to bow his head to give Su-sun a bit of face, or to give both sides a step down, but he didn't expect Su-sun to be so faceless. But Su-sun is a capable man after all, and his son is still counting on him. Thus, he strained his old face and hurriedly explained, Young Mr. Su, today's matter is purely a misunderstanding. We didn't expect Master Sholas to come today. I think you can also understand these parents of our pain. Children in trouble naturally have to think of a foolproof plan. More than one may be more than one hope, and the master time is very irregular. Today suddenly came to us, do not dare to slow down. So what? Cured? Wu Antai's old face once again stiffened. He thought nothing of it, but he was vaguely offended at the mention of it. Yeah, not only did it not work, it made the guy puke blood. This master without ribbon might be good at this, but at least with his own son's problem he was simply unable to do anything about it. Su-sun shrugged. Look, the opportunity was given to you guys, but it's a pity that you don't cherish it. No, we're just, Su-sun reached out to stop. I get it all. Thinking of having it both ways. Although I have a solid battle record, but people are older after all. I don't blame you for subconsciously trusting the other side, but you should never have had such a condescending attitude. 4 hours. Do you know how I spent those 4 hours? In addition to drinking tea, is to eat pastries, and then not to play games. Do not know that I thought I came to dabble in food and drink dabble in the internet. This is an insult to me. Su-sun turned his gaze to Wusho again, spreading his fingers and pointing. Look at that. I arrived for half an hour and didn't see anyone from your Wu family. While this master just arrived for 2 minutes and your Wu family came. What does that mean? It means I'm not as skilled as I should be. It also means that we are not meant to be. In that case, then I'll take my leave. Just a few steps away. Su-sun suddenly turned back again. Oh yeah, you're right. You can't do nothing when you're here. The one on the bed won't live long anyway, so I'll let him feel what it's like to be a normal person for a day, just so I can account for the aftermath. Right, will. Transfer the equity or whatever. As the words fell, Su-sun pulled out his $9 silver needle gift pack and drew out 2 of them and directly flung them out. The moment the silver needle entered his brain, almost instantly, the shriveled Wu Dechan on the bed opened his eyes violently and sat straight up. Dad, Yao Tsai, why is everyone here? What's wrong with me? At this moment, the entire audience was shocked. At this time the Wu Dechan, which there is a little bit of the patient's appearance, in addition to that thin off like the body, whether it is the spirit or speech, is completely a normal person. A miracle. Nothing short of a miracle. The crowd of the Wu family was shocked, and the shock in Shola's heart at this time was no less. Flying needles out of hand. Stabbing points with his hands. This person's needle art is afraid to have entered the realm of perfection. He began practicing as a child and had been studying various paths for 70 to 80 years, but he was absolutely incapable of letting him make such a move. What kind of tactic was this, and who exactly was this young man in front of him? Well, the matter is closed, and we shall meet again. By the way, who's that guy by the window? Don't you know it's creepy to stand by the window in broad daylight? Wu Antai arched his hand in apology. That's my grandson and the son of the one on the bed. I guess he was afraid of disturbing Mr. Su Shao, so he didn't dare to enter the house. Oh, so this is second young Master Wu. Wu Antai's eyes lit up. Could it be that Mr. Su knows my grandson? Don't know. Don't want to know. Go away. Wait, Mr. Su. Well, no need to send it. Seeing Su-sun just walk away, Wu Antai was so angry. He didn't expect that his shrewd life, now he actually bet on the wrong treasure, and offended the real high person. For a while he looked at Sholas with some dissatisfaction in his eyes, on the surface of the immortal style, but in reality, he was not even as good as a young man. What a waste. In fact, the most difficult for the Wu family is that if Su-sun just go, then it is also even. Although Su-sun said some doorway but after all, did not make a move, they can just think of it as alarmist. But when Su-sun made his move, the situation was completely different. That meant that Su Sun was truly capable, and they could no longer deny Su Sun's ability. What great power is it to make a person who is seriously injured and dying refreshed with a casual strike? That's a real high roller. The Wu family members also reacted. Su Sun, this is not a good intention before leaving. It's clearly a murder and a heart attack. Giving hope but not realizing it. It can only be seen and not felt. What a ruthless tactic. Chapter 160. Villains are so crazy these days. Although Wu Diqiang was awake at this time, he was still a bit puzzled as he looked around. Who was that young man just now? How could father stoop so low to him? Wasn't he already going to die? Why did you wake up again? And not feeling any discomfort? Dad, what the hell is going on? I was dying, wasn't I? How did I come back to life? By the way, who was that young man just now? Dad, you're actually so polite to a brat? Seeing his son recovered, Wu Antai has both joy and sorrow. The joy is that his son is finally well. The sorrow is that he can only be well for one day. Helplessly, the mixed feelings in his heart were replaced with a long sigh as he explained. You've just been cured. And the person who cured you was that young man. What? That young man cured me? Yes, but don't be too happy. We've already offended him. Alas! Wu Diqiang's brows furrowed, but in a moment he stretched them again and said in disbelief, Dad, if you're offended, then you're offended. And anyway, I've gotten better now, and I don't need him anymore. At that moment, Wu Antai revealed a look at a little cutie. Gaze. The rest of them shut up and had a mouthful to say. Feeling this strange gaze around him, Wu Diqiang froze, wondering, what kind of eyes are you guys looking at? Is it possible that I am wrong? Or has the family already given him some particularly generous payment? Is he making a steady profit? No, he didn't take any payment from the family. Wu Diqiang immediately laughed. Then why hang your head in shame? Actually took nothing. That's still not my Wu family pure income? Some words Wu Antai, afraid to fight confidence, did not want to say more. But the matter is now not to say cannot be. So said, so call you, do not be happy too early. He is to cure you, but there is only this day. And this day is left for you to write a will. In an instant, the smile at the corner of Wu Diqiang's mouth came to an abrupt end, followed by a wave of overwhelming panic that filled his heart. Yourself, or to die. Brother Gu, could you lead me to meet that Mr. Su once? Gu Tianwei was squatting deeply to exercise, holding up his cell phone with some surprise. What? Little friend Su didn't go to your Wu's house today? The one that went. What else are you going to see when you go? Anyway, he will still go to the Wu family to help cure you guys. If you want to see, then you can just see then. Now it's better not to disturb people's private time. No, he left in the middle of it, not willing to make a move. What the hell? Gu Tianwei ran again and again in place, panting. You mustn't have offended someone. How could he have left in the middle of it? It's just that there's been some minor accidents, and the same master who helped old man Tang with his treatment that day is also here, so he's made him wait a little while. So, Wu Antai told some things in general. It looked like there was no offending behavior, but it still exposed some of the crux of the problem. 4 hours? I can't believe I made people wait for 4 hours. Brother Gu, you must help me. My son was deeply shocked to learn that he could only live for one day. Do you know what it's like to gain hope and then fall into despair? I helped you #@n%#. Gu Tianwei immediately cursed. To put it bluntly, we're not familiar, but I still licked my old face to help you beg for help. And this is how you repay me. Wu Antai, I #and@%. Surname Gu, why are you cursing? I'll call you a bastard. You and %@ harmed people. If it affects my relationship with my brother, I'm not done with you. Gu Tianwei, I %@ and hashtag. You ma #@ and $%. The Wu family. Second young master. What's wrong with the old master? Why is he so angry? I haven't seen the old master so angry in years. It's still not for my dad. The person who woke up my dad today was invited through the Gu family. Now that something went wrong, naturally I had to go and beg the Gu family again. I didn't expect to be yelled at by that old man in the Gu family. It's funny, so shall we? At that moment, the youth's gaze turned cold. To what? To deal with Gu Tianwei? Are you trying to make both of our Wu Gu families lose? Next time, don't say such stupid things to me. Yes, second young master. It was my subordinate who spoke too much. Well, go ahead and follow up on Goliath and the movement of that car accident. You have to find that person behind it for me. Yes, the middle-aged subordinate left with a big stride, and the youth was left alone in the curved alley. Seeing his men leave, the youth reversed direction and walked slowly and methodically on the cobblestone pathway, looking around at the flowers and grasses along the roadside, his eyes full of lethargy. But just as he passed a corner, a figure suddenly jumped down from the wall, a sack set on his head, and then there was a burst of punches and kicks at him. Who dares to touch me? Ha, I'm not going to be long in the tooth today. Let's see me give you a taste of what it's like to unclog your muscles and bones today. Watch the beating, don't you dare. Ha! In this way, Wu Tingfei experienced a big massage technique, was set in the sack nearly half dead. It was not easy to see the light again and sucked in a mouth of fresh air, but in front of which there is another figure. Who the hell is it? Better not let me catch you. What can I say? In an instant, a figure flew off the wall and landed an elbow strike directly at him. Wu Tingfei could not have imagined in death that this person had not yet left. This is not even enough. Actually killed a horseback. But at this time, his brain was dizzy, his vision was blurred, and he even had difficulty speaking, so he could only watch that black hand leisurely leave. I won't let you go. As soon as those words were said, Wu Tenghui regretted it, because in the blur of vision, he saw that the figure actually turned back. In his stagnant and shocked gaze, Su Sun lifted up and kicked him directly in the jaw. This kick went down. Wu Tingfei's eyes rolled over and completely fainted. Su took a mouthful of pus spit towards Wu Tingfei's face and said with a look of disdain, "Villains these days are so crazy, they dare to clamor even before I'm far away. It's really too much not to take my old man seriously. I don't take me seriously." Evening. After a long day of work, Su Sun finally returned home to feel the warmth of a small family of 4, thinking that after a busy day, as soon as you arrive home, you can start dinner, accompanied by 3 big beauties to feed your eyes. Su Sun suddenly felt that this kind of simple and unadorned life is not impossible. It's not right, can't be swayed by this crookedness. Su Sun jolted awake. Su Wanqing had agreed to send herself away with great difficulty. How could she be tempted by beauty? Su's search in the heart is a big ideal. No More is also a poem and faraway places. Cannot be a moment of comfort to the appearance of confusion. Thinking about this, Su Sun's heart became more and more determined for a few moments, taking advantage of the other two not paying attention, immediately winking at Su Wanqing, and again at Nianshi. "Don't lock the door tonight, I'll go to your room." Seeing this, Su Wanqing's movement to clip the food suddenly trembled. Her mind, once again, went blank. Chapter 161, Su Wanqing's final choice. Penis, what's with the shaking hands? There is? Su Wanqing shivered her chopsticks, her head hanging down, with an air of not daring to raise her head to see others. Su Mayan is both speechless and helpless. This one is strange. Eat a meal are sneaky, with the same as a thief. This family really does not have a let her worry. She didn't bother to continue pursuing the matter, but instead turned her attention to Su Sun, who hadn't been seen for a day. So she reached out her chopsticks and put a chicken leg in Su Sun's bowl, wondering, "Little Sun, where have you been today? You've been staying away from home lately. What on earth have you been doing?" "Didn't do anything. Went to work." "What? Work? What kind of work are you doing?" Su Mayan was incomparably surprised. Su Sun lowered his head to show off his chicken leg and said vaguely, "I'm easy in this class. If there's work, I'll try it. If there's no work, I won't do it. It's all up to me whether I want to or not." Su Mayan's willow brows frowned slightly. "You wouldn't have run off to cure people again, would you?" "Well, not really, it's a visit at best. Maybe I won't want to heal if I'm not happy." Su Baiyan suddenly spoke out. "Humph, I think you're going to the pits." "Scratch that, you dead girl." Su Sin instantly got up and bent over, shoving the chicken leg in his hand directly into Su Baiyan's mouth. "I told you to talk too much. Eating can't even plug up this mouth of yours. You asshole." "Nope, where did you get Gunther?" Su Sun froze for a moment. It seems like I just bit it." "What?" Su Baiyan's throat gulped in disbelief. "I'll fight you. You actually fed me what you ate." Just as Su Baiyan was about to unveil herself, a sudden crunching sound interrupted her path of resistance. Su Mayan slammed the table and frowned in displeasure. "Alright, I'll sit down and eat properly. What's all the fuss about?" "But big sis," he puts his with saliva, "you've eaten it all. Now what's the point of being melodramatic? Besides, you used to steal half of his snacks, didn't you? Sit down." "Oh, good." Su Baiyan black face a collection. Seriously dry rice. Just like that, under Su Mayan's strong pressure control, a chicken leg fiasco was easily dissolved by her. The meal for the 4 ended peacefully without any further mishaps, but Su Wanqing was still distracted the whole time and didn't say a word. Su Baiyan was punished to wash the dishes due to her noisy behavior during the meal, while Su Muyan took advantage of the after-dinner period to mop the floor to eliminate her food. As for Su Wanqing, she sat on the sofa with Su Sun without saying a word. Su Sun just waited silently. As long as Su Wanqing said a word, he could go on with a wild blast, but Su Wanqing just didn't say anything, didn't make a sound at all, making him quite headstrong. Do you want him to take the initiative as a big man? Doesn't he want to lose face? What's wrong with him? Forget it, just take the initiative. It's been shameless for a long time anyway. Thinking about it, Su Sun suddenly moved next to Su Wanqing next to him. Su Wanqing was startled by this sudden situation, and her body stiffened a bit. Su Sun froze. "As for that, are you that resistant to me?" No, then just relax for me. I have something to ask you." Saying that, Su-sun subconsciously hooked his shoulders. That. Are you still doing what you promised me before? Originally, she was very sensitive to Su-sun's shoulder hitch, and when she was asked this question, her face immediately changed and she understood something. Little Seeker must have sensed my hesitation all these days, so he's come to confirm my thoughts once again. Should I agree? But if you agree, he's sure to get an inch, and now you're not ready. But if he refused, wouldn't his previous promise be reduced to a joke? And if he refused, would he really have to end up alone? For a while, Su Wanqing was caught up in struggling thoughts, but a vague thought in her mind told her that choosing to go all the way to the end was the best outcome. Steeply, she suddenly looked at Su-sun. Her eyes took on a smear of seriousness and said, naturally do count, but you have to give me some time to get used to it, and by then I'll promise you no matter what you want. What the hell? More time to get used to it? But I can't wait any longer. I'm afraid if I wait, I'll fall deeper and deeper. That's a lot of pain, you know? Su Wanqing was shocked. Are you really in such a hurry? Nonsense. To be frank, I've been waiting for this day for more than 20 years. How else do you expect me to wait? But I'm really not ready for this, and I'm afraid that if it goes too fast I'll hate you instead. I really can't give you that promise. No, Su-sun immediately cried with a sad face. I can't wait. I really can't wait. I beg you to give it to me. Further delay, I'm afraid I'll really regret it. I'm already getting more and more degraded nowadays. Don't you realize that? I'm only in my 20s. I don't want to be a mess in the future. Evening Ching, little Evening Ching, little Ching Ching, even let me call sister again, though it's a bit inappropriate now. But, promise me, you are my hope today. I don't want to put it off any longer. Both of them have come to this point. The previous title is naturally not suitable anymore. Thinking about this, Su Wanqing fell into silence, struggling frantically between the ideal future and the bottom line. All those years he had treated him that way. He was so infatuated with himself and even saw himself as a hope. All these years, he did not even fulfill a small wish, and I still neglected him all kinds of harsh, although not as excessive as mom and dad, but no better. He'd promised him anyway, so maybe, it was time to let the older boy's heart do what it wanted for once. Let him realize that even though you are alone, there are people in the world who care about you. Seek, I'll go. Your big sister is coming over. Lest she ask questions I won't say much. Don't lock the door at night. I'll come to you and we'll discuss something else. Wait. Su-sun ran back to his room in a huff. Looking at the figure that ran away, Su Mayan had a puzzled look on her face. Elder, what happened to Xiao-sun? Went back to bed so early? I don't know. He didn't say anything. It's really strange. But, Su Mayan's gaze stared, bent down and slowly leaned forward. Elder, why is your face so red? Chapter 162, A Mistake, A Mistake, A Mistake, and a Night in Search of Chang. Su Wanqing touched her somewhat hot cheeks. Her eyes dodged, and she said sheepishly, yes, maybe it's the heat of the day. The sky is hot? Su Mayan scowled. What are you hot for when it's fall? Eldest, you're really getting weirder and weirder lately. Big sister, you're thinking too much. I'll go to my room if nothing else. I'm a bit sleepy. In order to prevent pursuing questions, Su Wanqing chose to walk away as the best strategy. But the more this evasive look, the more it evoked Su Mayan's suspicions. Only before she could follow her, she was attracted by a cracking sound coming from the kitchen room. Su Baiyan, I just bought soy sauce today and you dropped it for me. Su Baiyan was full of panic and said at a loss for words. Yes, I'm sorry big sister. I'll go buy you a bottle tomorrow. Is this about a bottle of soy sauce? I just finished mopping the floor this afternoon and you messed it up for me again. Do you know how hard I've worked? You lick this floor clean, or you're not going to sleep. Oh no, big sister, I'll be snoozed to death. I'll snore to death. Don't be poor. Hurry up and get me clean. Into the night, dim and silent. Suddenly, the doorknob of one of the rooms began to turn, revealing a crack that let in light from within. Su-sun closed the door softly, then tiptoed to the door of Su Wanqing's room. He had not forgotten the evening's engagement, and was now coming to have some discussion. He was just about to knock on the door when he seemed to think of something and the knocking jerked. It's the middle of the night. What if knocking on the door wakes those two up and causes a misunderstanding? Anyway, I've already told her. Just go straight in. So, Su-sun directly twisted the door handle and prepared to enter. He didn't care if Su Wanqing was asleep or not. Some words were bound to be said tonight, before being expelled. Make sure that Su Wanqing cooperates with herself to take down Su, which is also considered to be a guarantee for the sisters before leaving. Suddenly, Su-sun frowned. What the hell? I can't believe I locked the door. Didn't I tell you not to lock the door? I told you not to lock the door. Blanched. Is this Su Lao Air as far as it goes? Didn't we agree to come to her at night? Su-sun kept twisting the handle creaking. He was wondering if he wanted to directly twist the bad handle to break into the door, but finally thought better of it, lest the night attack on the boudoir angered Su Wanqing. What if she regretted it? Su Sun made a door-smashing motion into the air and finally returned the same way with a long sigh. If he wants to be quick, he can't be quick. Who made him ask for it? At the same time, Su Wanqing in the room was also not sleeping at all, leaning against the bed, in a trance, struggling with herself. She could hear the movement at the door, especially the anxious twisting of the doorknob that was causing her immense agitation. She had thought that at this late hour Su Sun shouldn't have come over tonight, but eventually she did. But she locked the door. In fact, she didn't know what she was afraid of. Obviously she had promised people and made a decision, but she was just panicking for no reason. She just sat up and leaned against the bed, her eyes vacant and her mind all kinds of thoughts. Finally, after an hour, she made her decision. Su Wanqing lifted the quilt and slowly got up, finally leaving the room and coming all the way to the door of Su Sun's room. It has always been Xiao Sun initiative, and he has always avoided. If it is long so continue, then when can he overcome the heart? If time passes, I'm sure he'll be tormented to the point of madness by this if and when behavior, right? At this moment, Su Wanqing's thoughts were open-minded, and her heart surged with courage she had never felt before. Since the decision to move forward, then should not look forward and backward. Obviously they have always done things quickly and decisively, and how can they be in this emotional shrinkage? Squeak! A sound. Door. Open. Su Sun had gone straight to bed since he returned to his room, and now he had long since huffed and puffed. Through the moonlight, looking at that hazy and familiar face, Su Wanqing's heart poofed, seemingly apprehensive, but also with an excitement for the future. As long as the initiative Xiao Sun will be able to feel his own heart, then in the future the two people will never get along in an awkward situation. At that time, one will get the life that one really wants and also get the sweet love as in those novels. Looking at the sleeping Su Sun, Su Wanqing, with a flourish, slowly stepped forward and directly lifted the quilt, stepping away from her slender jade legs to burrow into the quilt. Feeling this warm embrace in front of her, Su Wanqing suddenly felt that stepping out of that step was actually not that difficult. Instead, some peace of mind. Su Wanqing carefully hugged on Su Sun, feeling the breath coming from in front of her body. For a while she was so intoxicated that she forgot herself, and her head was buried deeper and deeper. In fact, Su Sun had already noticed that someone had come to the house, but he was just really sleepy and lazy. But what he didn't expect was for Su Baiyan to be so bold. Come on, come over to screw yourself at night. Just fed her an imported chicken leg during the day? As for being so catty, half asleep and half awake, Su Sun is not spoiled. Since someone wants to screw, then he will see who actually suffers. Thus, Su Sun's arms embraced the body in front of him. Su Wanqing froze, thought it was Su Sun waking up, looked up and found that it was still breathing regularly. However, Su Sun moved again, cupping her head and pressing it to his neck, and his palms stayed on his hair again to rub it slightly. Su Wanqing instantly understood that Xiao Sun was afraid that she had already known of her arrival. Originally, Su Wanqing thought that the two would just spend the night unannounced. Who had thought that Su Sun's behavior was becoming more and more excessive, even beyond the clothes. But whenever she was apprehensive thinking that there was a next move, Su Sun favored to see it through. Su Wanqing's heart was sour. She actually had already prepared herself by coming over tonight, and had long understood the longing in Su Sun's heart. Obviously long ago the desire to deepen. The fear of angering themselves still chose to restrain. At this point, Su Wanqing realized that Su Sun had always had a fear of himself that he didn't dare to surpass. If he really took it one step at a time, I'm afraid Xiao Sun would never dare to get close to him, right? Obviously having a demonic obsession, and still willing to give me the most basic respect. There is that. That's enough. Then I will also have your wish. Su Wanqing stretched out her hands, cupped Su Sun's head, and responded to Su Sun's feelings and her own choices with a kiss full of heart. At this moment, Su Sun was shocked beyond measure. You want to play so big? Is this revenge or a benefit for me? Well, since you wouldn't let me sleep in the middle of the night, don't blame me. In a daze, Su Sun embraced his hands and responded in the same way. It was entangled for a long time. This feels so good. There's just something wrong with this body odor. How does it feel? It's the smell of Su Wanqing? At once, Su Sun's tiredness was gone, and his eyes snapped open. Alarm bells ringing. No wonder it always felt like something was wrong. This is clearly Su Wanqing. WTF. Su Sun directly pushed Su Wanqing away, and just when he was about to say something, he felt the lower, and a seductive voice came. Seeker, come on. For a while, the house was charming, and Su Sun gradually reddened his eyes. Chapter 163, The Terrifying Su Baiyan. Mud, what is this called? Is it possible that it's because you've been holding back for over 20 years of your life, and you can't resist that kind of small temptation? I'm obviously sober, but how come I'm still confused? LOL. What the hell is this? What the hell? Early in the morning, Soo-sun leaned against the side of the bed naked, full of despondency. So far he hadn't been able to figure out what was going on, but yesterday he had confirmed that it was Su Wancheng, and as a result, he was still brainwashed and confused. He couldn't understand why Su Wancheng broke into his room in the middle of the night. If she came, why did she lie beside herself? And the key was that she was still the one who took the initiative. Su-sun at first thought Su Wancheng drinking, although did not smell the smell of alcohol, but this behavior is obviously not normal. And then it was already too late. Thinking that if you drink, maybe the next day to forget this. It was only at the back that he realized that Su Wancheng hadn't drunk at all and was sober. Su-sun's head was so big that it was close to cracking. If the other two knew about this, he was afraid that they would really come over to fight for their lives. "Seeker, are you awake so early?" A soft voice sounded, and Su-sun's chest climbed onto a white arm. Things happened. Su Wancheng instead did not have the same kind of worry as before. There was only solidity and peace of mind. As far as she was concerned, the wood was already gone, and she would never have to feel remorse for those unwarranted thoughts again. Just enjoy the moment. But Su-sun clearly thought otherwise, because he still doesn't know Su Wancheng's motives, why he took the initiative, and why he is willing to talk to himself. Is it hard to be drugged? Right, it must be drugged. Su-sun looked like he had discovered a blind spot and excitedly grabbed Su Wancheng's wrist, but within a moment, that flat brow twisted into a string of twists. No, it's not poisoned either? What poisoning? Su Wancheng froze for a moment. Only then did she react to Su-sun's meaning, puffing and laughing. You don't think I was drugged, right? Don't worry, last night was all voluntary for me. What? Voluntary? It's over. It's even creepier. Su-sun swallowed his saliva, thinking that Su Wancheng wouldn't have had any thoughts about himself for a long time, right? Wouldn't he have planted himself? Seeker, from now on I won't shy away from your feelings. Su-sun was stunned in his heart. What the hell, mind? Remember the last time you confessed to me? I was actually totally freaked out by you at the time and even thought you were mangy. But on second thought, since I was a child I couldn't come into contact with any other male at all except you, and I sometimes really envy that kind of sweet relationship in novels. But I understand my own flaws. I am unable to get that kind of relationship, and this has always been a not so small regret in my heart. But your initiative gave me hope, and in hindsight I realized that I wasn't actually resisting my feelings for you, and that my resistance to you at the time was entirely because I couldn't get past the hurdle of our status. But then, I figured it out and became more and more grateful. I'm glad that you're not even in the household. I'm glad that you're not considered a Su family member. I'm glad that we know each other from day to day. And I'm even glad that we were in such a bad relationship before that I didn't have a lot of psychological pressure. I know it's selfish of me to say this, but I'm willing to give myself to you to make up for what I once owed you. Su-sun was shocked. No, you wait. Are we having some kind of mistake? Shoo. Su Wancheng stretched out her index finger and slowly pressed it against Su-sun's lips. Hear me out. You know how I felt the last time you asked me again if I'd do it? There was excitement and apprehension, but no half-hearted resistance, which is why I was willing to say yes. It's just that I didn't expect you to be so as eager and completely disruptive. But I took the step anyway. Last night I was worried about whether I had made the right decision or not, but the way you behaved last night made me realize that you were worth trusting and left me with no regrets at all. Su-sun was dumbfounded. What did I do last night? You're willing to take the initiative out of desire, and you're willing to exercise restraint out of respect for me. And that's why I realized that if I continue to squirm, then we'll always be at a standstill. So I got over myself, and that's when I realized it wasn't all that difficult. Little seeker, we'll walk hand in hand from now on. Put. Su-sun inwardly spat out blood and slowly slid down from the bed. Both eyes rolled over and directly fainted. Su Wancheng was shocked. Shao-sun, what happened to you? Don't scare me, Haha, it's okay, I want to be quiet. Su-sun finally realized that the two had been talking like chickens. He's talking about being evicted, while she thinks it's a confession. To be honest, if Su Wancheng didn't mention it, he almost forgot about it. Su-sun really hated to smash his own broken mouth. When what to do not good, have to start that broken idea. Originally, he wanted to use confession to make Su Wancheng go to loathe himself to drive himself away. Now well, the confession succeeded. Jesus Christ, this is a big joke you're playing on me. Seeker, what's wrong with you? You didn't just flip out afterward, did you? Su-sun got up violently and said in a serious manner, what are you talking about? In your mind, am I that kind of irresponsible person? I'm just trying to figure out how to explain it to everyone, especially these two at home. A move against the guest, giving Su Wancheng a guilty conscience. Right, I'm sorry, I'll find a way to explain at their place. You don't have to worry, it's okay, I'll take it up with you, but it's something we'll have to think long and hard about. Woohoo! Su-sun could not cry. There was no way. The trouble he had caused, with tears in his eyes, he had to carry it. who told him to be responsible and honest and kind. He couldn't do the thing of walking away afterward. Then Xiao Sun. Then let's. Su Lianqing's pretty fingers wrapped around her hair. Her charming eyes like silk said. Su Sun froze. No, what are you doing? Are you that addicted? It's just that last night. Annoying. If you don't want to then forget it. That's just me seeing as you haven't recovered. But since you want to, you can indeed get some practice in. The two are still in a wartime stance so far. Su Sun this to be able to endure or a man. But just as the two of them were going into battle to kill the enemy, there was a sudden knock at the door. Are you awake, little seeker? Get up and eat. Finished your big sister. Su Sun was a bit flustered and rushed back. Changing clothes yet don't come in. I'll go over later. I can't get in if your door is locked. Okay, you hurry up. Big sister. Second sister. She's not in the house. Not in? Where could she be if she's not working today? I don't know. Her shoes are all there. Only the slippers are missing. And the second sister has a cleanliness fetish, so she shouldn't go out in slippers. And the family rooms have been searched all over, except for this room in front of her. As the words fell, the two in the room trembled with fear. For the first time, the duo felt that this apparently naive and dull old five could actually be so terrifying. No, horror is the right word. Yet more horror was yet to come. Hey big sister, I have the key to Stinky Su Sun's room here. Let's go in and see what he's doing right now he. As the doorknob turned, the duo was like a lightning strike. Done. Chapter 164, Su Shinru's Kindness. Su's. Shoeless logged on to the Su family again after a long absence. In order to check on Su Wen's condition, it was reasonable to say that Su Wen would not finish as good as new under the nourishment of his medicinal soup, but at least he would be able to walk simply. But today's Su Wen is still in a wheelchair, except for his arms, which are a bit sharper. No Ribbon's face sank. What's going on? Did you guys give him the proper medication as I requested or not? Su Qiming piled on the smiles and explained. Of course master, we hate to feed him 4 medicines a day, but he just doesn't have the recovery speed you expected master. We can't do anything about it. Really? Are you guys sure you're not slacking off? Master, he's my son? How could I possibly be lazy on his recovery? And this is my oldest personally boiling the medicine. There will never be any mistakes. Your oldest? Ribbonless heard Su Wen tell. In this family only he this third sister is the most sincere to him. According to this then it is not the problem of medicine. Has there been anything else going on with Su Wen lately? Other situations? Su Qiming froze. Does going crazy again count? But we followed the master's instructions and electrified him every time he went crazy. And now he's back to normal. Shoeless nodded and muttered. It seems that this electric shock should be the cause. The body appears to be in discomfort, unable to absorb the medicinal effect. Then the effect will naturally not work. Tell you what, I'll increase the dosage of his medicine again. I want to see a healthy Su Wen within a month, and at the same time, let him eat more. Look at how skinny he's gotten in the meantime. Yes, master. Alright, I'll just go ahead and get back in touch if I have any questions. Take care, master. Leaving behind a prescription, Shoeless left straight away. Xinlan held the note in her hand as if she was holding a treasure, her face full of excitement. Old Su, look, the master has struck again. This time my son can definitely get better faster. Well, not only should Xiao Wen's body recover, but also maintain the most basic health. Free time you go to find a chef who specializes in making nutritious meals, so that they can give Xiao Wen supplemental nutrition. Xiao Wen has indeed lost a lot of weight recently. Look at the dark circles under the eyes. The scene shifted, only to see Su Wen with a huge panda eye on his face, as if he hadn't had a good night's sleep in 8 lifetimes. Xinlan's heart was startled. Old Su, is it just me? Why do I feel that little Wen's essence has gotten worse over the past 2 days? Hiss. It does seem to be a bit. Tell Lao San to buy more tonic medicine for him. Speak of the devil. Su Shinru had just boiled the medicine and walked out of the kitchen with a medicine jar, slowly coming to the side of the two. Mom and Dad, today's medicine is ready. Su Qiming nodded slightly. Well, you go. Let Xiao Wen grab the medicine and take it. This period of time has also been hard on you. It's okay, as long as my brother gets better. It's worth it for me to work hard. Su Shinru poured the Chinese herbs in the jar into a large bowl, then carried the bowl to Su Wen by the window. Seeing that it was the third sister, Su Wen took the medicine bowl without saying a word and slowly sipped it like tea. Su Xinro smiled, her face carrying a strong sense of care. Xiao Wen, don't be in a hurry. It's not urgent to drink it cooler. It's fine. It's not hot. Well, that's a good boy, little man, but make sure you drink it clean. Don't worry, third sister. Even if no one said Su Wen will drink it clean, the change in this period of time he himself can see. The hands and feet more and more flexible. Just need to insist on it, sooner or later will recover. He didn't want to be an invalid for the rest of his life. It's just that lately there's been something wrong, probably a side effect of the medicine. And every time I get to the middle of the night, My essence leaks out. What started out as once every 2 days gradually evolved into several times a night. Suvan was bitter. And recently it seems that the stomach and intestines are still a little uncomfortable. But this medicine is very effective. Even if the body has discomfort, he has to drink it, just to change back to the once healthy self. Thinking of this, Suwan immediately dried another large mouthful. Su Xin-ro looked at the side with great relief. Xiao Wen, you have really changed. If Big Sister and the others are still around to see how good it is for you to look like this nowadays, there's no need to rehash the past. Once I was a person they didn't care about. Now I'm a person they can't reach. And I don't need to beg for their approval. Well, right, you are yourself. Do not need to care about the eyes of others. Just a little sigh. If they are still there, how nice for everyone to get along. Third sister, there's no need to feel bad for them. It's their loss that they left the Su family. And although I've done a lot of wrong before, that's no reason for them to defect from the family and rebel against mom and dad. Su Xin-ro nodded her head repeatedly. Xiao Wen, it turns out that you see more clearly than anyone else. I'm satisfied to see you like this. I think Su's will be able to flourish in your hands as well. Don't worry, I will. I will make the Su family among the #1 powerful families in Zhengcheng, so that those who hate me and loathe me will understand that I, Su Wen, can still obtain some achievements with only one person. Well, come on. Put. What's that noise? Su Wen waved his hand and smiled bashfully. It's fine. Maybe you misheard third sister. Put. Kirikou. Put. In an instant, the stench rushed to the sky. Su Xin-ro hurriedly covered her mouth and nose with a horrified face. Xiao Wen, you, ha ha ha, it's okay, people have 3 urges, it's no big deal to face your dilemma head on. I know such a reason, but you have 3 urgencies to tell me. Why not say anything? Su Xinru frowned, her face full of helplessness. Don't worry, since you're not even embarrassed, then I'll go and call mom and dad here. Don't call mom and dad. Su Wen's face changed drastically, sliding his wheelchair with a foul odor all over his body. Seeing the smelly source approaching towards herself, Su Xin-ro was so scared that she backed away. Xiao Wen, it's not a good idea for you to be like this. It's not like I'm in a position to help you deal with it. Wait for me to go shout at mom and dad. Don't. You can handle it yourself. You're physically challenged, so you might as well wait. After saying that, Su Xinru shouted towards the Su Qining duo at the back. Mom and dad, little man, he pooped his pants. What? The couple's faces suddenly changed. At this moment, Su Wen wanted to cry, although he understood Su Xinru's good intentions, but after all, it was such an embarrassing scene that was discovered by his parents. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Su Wen covered his cheeks and laughed up to the sky. It's fine. I can still fix this little thing. Crackle. Chapter 165, Suwan, the Shadow Warrior. Don't be afraid, son. Mom will help you. Vomit. Wretch. Suwan's killing power nowadays was really powerful. Even if Qin Xinlan's motherly love kicked in, it was hard to resist. Seeing the situation, Su Qiming face ugly, running more than anyone in a hurry, but spit are also faster than anyone. This is not purely add to the chaos? Just don't help out here. Hurry up and go help little one find some clothes. It's okay, I can do it. I haven't changed his diaper more than a few times since he was little, so let me do my motherly duty for once this time. Mom, don't add to the chaos. Su Xin-ro rushed forward and pulled back, saying breathlessly, he's not a child anymore. What are you doing? You'll only make little one embarrassed, okay? It's better to hurry up and find some clothes. Upon hearing this, Qin Xinran wrinkled her eyebrows and felt that this statement was reasonable, so she immediately went upstairs to help Su Wen look for a change of clothes. While Su Xinru was not idle, she ran to the bathroom to bring water and put it in. But really, when Qin Xinlan left, Su Qiming instead fell into another difficult situation. After all, when has he ever done this kind of thing? Despite having so many children, where has he changed a diaper once since he was a child? He hadn't changed it before, but now it was killing him to help such a nice big boy, especially with that foul odor. If he didn't have a strong tolerance, he was afraid that he would have to retch on the spot. Xiao Wen, don't need to feel embarrassed. We're all family. Dad will help you change your pants. Su Wen slowly shook his head, grasping Su Qiming's outstretched arm with a faint smile. Dad, it's fine. This small matter I'll solve it myself later. It stinks, but also stay for a fart. Su Qiming almost shouted out, but finally still held back, and said in a harmonious voice, it's okay, you see I have your mother's support away. Well, now hurry to cooperate with me to change the clothes. Dad, it's really okay. Don't be stubborn. Isn't it nice to be clean and fresh? Ugh, why bother? A little problem. Why do you think this is necessary? The two pulled and tugged. Entangled for a while, Su Qiming could not succeed in getting on. He had been able to make peace with it, but every second of this was an ordeal for him. The pungent odor felt like it was going to go to his head, and he really couldn't stand it any longer if he dragged on. At that moment, Su Qiming roared, not caring whether Su-Wen agreed or not, grabbing the waist of his pants and yanking violently. "Change it for me." With inertia, the wheelchair fell backward, and for a moment, certain foul odors gushed out. Green, yellow, green, and even white splattered all over Su Qiming, and the scene was a mess. Even so, Su Qiming still subconsciously went to help, but Su-Wen's biochemical attack did not stop, and wave after wave of attacks came again. At this moment, Su-Wen was like a fountain, transformed into a Xiang warrior, and even called a poop Superman. Under the attack of the biochemical crisis, Su Qiming could not resist any longer, and his legs went soft, kneeling on the ground and vomiting. Vomit wretch, vomit wretch. However, at this time, Su-Wen was still following the wheelchair head loaded on the earth, with his feet facing the sky. That golden yellow rain with a bit of lime green sprinkled on Su Qiming one after another, touching the wetness on his back and then spreading out his big golden hand. Su Qiming only felt that his vision was in a trance and everything around him was upside down. Sure, it's all history. Su Qiming with horror ghostly twisted his head to see how spectacular the scene was, like a heavenly maiden, leaving him shocked. No, why is there a white one? Su Qiming fixed his eyes and realized that Su-Wen was actually double attacking. How did little man fall short like this? He was stupid. Others can at least have a 3 seconds. His own son is afraid to the point that a glance will explode. If this was the case, wouldn't his Su family be extinct in the future? But before he could be shocked, he felt the warm shoyu slapping haphazardly on his face. Finally, Su Qiming was overwhelmed. His eyes rolled over and he foamed at the mouth, and he was directly smoked to death. Dad, I water end. / Lao Su, clothes I brought. It's, the mother and daughter returned again, and when the two saw the scene they directly froze on the spot. It could be said that the shocking scenes they had seen in their lives were not even half as much as the one in front of them. The large, clean living room was now so foul-smelling and wretched that it was like an ancient battlefield. Why would they say ancient battlefield? Because the duo simply couldn't think of how exactly to describe the scene in front of them. Vomit. Su Xianro had a wave of retching, and it was no longer difficult to calm down, putting down the water basin and covering her red lips to quickly run away. Qin Shinrun, being a mother, slowly stepped forward, intending to take on this burden alone. Suddenly, a drop of water dripped on his face. It's raining in the house? For a moment Qin Shinlan froze. When he returned to his senses, he only heard a gibberish and Su-Wen completely exploded. Only a mournful howl could be heard, and Qin Shinlan collapsed at that. Aha! Wretch! Wretch wretch wretch! In the evening, after a day of torture, Su Qiming Qin Shinlan finally slowed down. Su-Wen was out of the way, and the family had gotten someone to come and clean it up. But the fecal fight was definitely something the two would never forget. Su Qiming was even too frightened to take a step closer to Su-Wen for fear of being in trouble again. Having also experienced this today, his hopes for Su-Wen had once again weakened by a few points, and the expectations contained in him had almost disappeared. He can't even take care of himself at the most basic level of life, and he can't do anything in that area, so I'm afraid it will be difficult to have an heir in the future. Critical abilities are also lacking. Mental instability is still present, and he is currently a cripple. It was completely flawed everywhere, and even he couldn't find a single good thing about Su-Wen in good conscience. Su Qiming really regretted it. If the boss was still there, even if Su-Wen couldn't do it, there was still the boss on top. But now, he was afraid that there was no one left to succeed him in the Su family. Mom and Dad, are you guys feeling better? You haven't eaten all day, so I made you some pumpkin porridge. What? Pumpkin porridge? Take it away. Seeing that yellow bowl, the two were as if they had seen a ghost and were terrified, and they pushed back, helplessly. Su Shinru took away the pumpkin porridge and carried another lunchbox back. Since you guys don't want to eat light, I still have chicken curry here for an appetizer, so you can't go all day without eating, right? Curry? Vomit. Su Qiming dry heaved on the spot. No way. That scene at noon is too lethal. The two people see the yellow stuff subconsciously regurgitated, not to mention see, sometimes even hear cannot hear. Su Xianro looked despondent. Mom and Dad, you don't eat this or that, so what exactly do you want to eat? Su Qiming waved his hand repeatedly. No need, we know how you feel, but we really don't have an appetite. Okay, I'll put that food in the fridge, so if you want it you can heat it up yourselves. Okay, Lao-san worked hard for you. It's okay, I'm the only one in the family nowadays, so it's only natural for me to help share the load, as I should. At those words, the two of them looked at each other with relief. Sure enough, their hopes for the future still rested on Lao-san. Su Qiming sighed deeply. Lao-san, it's really worth it for your mom and I to have a daughter like you in our lives. Su Xin smiled and shook her head. Dad, you say this? There's no such thing as worth it or not. It's my good fortune to be your daughter. As long as I can help Mom and Dad share the pressure, I'm willing to do anything. Really? Then if I asked you to get married, would you do it? What? Su Xinru's face changed. Chapter 166, The Su family seeks a son-in-law. Dad, I don't want to get married that early. Lao San, you're not too young anymore. Other girls like you have already had children. It's time to start a family. Your mom and I are still anxious to have grandchildren. Su Xinru pulled out a smile and helplessly said, Dad, what are you talking about? Even if I have a family, that's still your grandson. How can I be your grandson? Besides, I'm still young. I still want to fight for my career again. I don't want to be bound by my family so early. Having a family doesn't affect your career. And besides, who says your child isn't our grandchild? Su Xin was stunned. Dad, what exactly do you mean by this? If you really want to marry me into a rich family like my big sister did, then the other party will definitely not let the child between us be surnamed Su. The big families place immense importance on inheritance. I think you are also clear about this, Dad. Well, I know. You know? Dad, if you know, you should understand that this is unlikely. Even if you take your mother's name, you can't have more than one grandchild. So the marriage is still. I didn't say I wanted the child to take the mother's name. I meant to find a family member. Have a child that belongs to the Su family directly. Su Wen's various problems made Su Qiming have to think of a backhand in advance. If the ability is not good, you can still train. The big deal is to replace it. But Su Wen's body obviously has problems. In case he can't have a child in the future, then won't the Su family's inheritance be cut off? He would never allow that to happen. And finding someone to join the family is the best way. After joining the family, son-in-law is also the Su family. And the children born in the future are also naturally the Su family. If this superfluous son-in-law was capable, he could also assist his daughter in taking charge of the Su clan to prevent Su Wen's mediocrity and incompetence in the future. Any less, then just being obedient would be enough to help solidify your daughter's career as well. Therefore, the choice of this superfluous son-in-law is very crucial. Be obedient, be talented, and be more in control. It's not like a marriage. You don't need to look for some rich and powerful family. Instead, you need to look for those of difficult family origins so that you can qualify and drive them around at will. Su Xinru was incomparably shocked at this time. She had thought of all sorts of possibilities, but flunkies she hadn't thought of at all. The parents had never shown signs of this before, and it seemed that it was the day's events that had put them on a whim. But even if it is a fleeting thought, is it still filled with interest? Even if you are the only one who has always stood by their side. But when it comes to the critical moment, you still have to sacrifice unconditionally? For a time, Su Xinru's eyes were obscure, a faint coldness covering her eyes. Lao San, I know that I may have to condemn you by letting you marry a commoner, but for the sake of our family's future, this is the best choice. Su Xin was puzzled, but this matter of passing on the family name can be found with Xiaowan. Why do you need to find me? Su Qiming had some difficulty in speaking for a moment, but once he thought of the future development of the Su family, he still told him truthfully. Anyway, you will know sooner or later, so I won't hide it. You walked away in the morning, so you didn't realize that there's actually something wrong with little man's body. His body is so deficient that even diarrhea can all. LOL. To put it mildly, he can't even be considered a real man for 3 seconds. So how can I expect him to pass on the family name to my Su family? I don't know what he's been doing all day. How could he be such a demeanor? This asshole really can't do anything right. It's infuriating. The words were brief, but Su Xinru still heard the meaning inside, which made her quite surprised. She just added some spices to Su Wen's medicine. At most, the hyperactivity is hard to go away and affects the spirit. It shouldn't affect the waist and kidneys. Can it be that he couldn't in the first place? Su Qiming then added, Alas, Lao San, I know you are in a difficult situation. In fact, your mom and I can't bear to part with you. That's why we arranged this on you. Only then can you stay with us all the time. On the bright side, you don't have to suffer any more from your husband's family when you get married. Instead, your husband's family has to look at you, and we're all your strongest backbone. Don't worry, Dad will definitely find you a husband with excellent character and looks and ability, but with an average family background for you, and he will absolutely obey you by then. Su Xinru nodded, the corners of her mouth hanging up in a light smile. Alright, Dad, as you arrange. Lao San, you agree? Dad, to say I don't agree, would you take it back then? Su Qiming clenched his fist and coughed. This is settled. Qin Xinlan, go find those little sisters of yours and make sure to find a good-looking one back for Lao San. Lodge of 4. The atmosphere at the table is weird. The people are silent, although they are eating at the same table, but there is not a little bit of the atmosphere of the meal, but instead, one by one, they are looking at each other, and their faces are gloomy. Yes, the two almost broke into the house in the morning and caught them red-handed. However, although the key successfully unlocked, but the door has never been able to open. Obviously the handle screwed to the end but the door is not pushed the slightest. At that time, Su Wanqing panicked that her heart was about to jump out of her chest. But fortunately, Su Sun was quick to resist the door and stop the intrusion of the two, which prevented the accident from happening. Only, the two did not enter, but still produced a strong suspicion. What's the matter with you two? You've been staring at me all day, making me out to be some kind of thief? Su Mayan spoke plainly. Xiao Sun, tell me the truth. Did you resist this door in the morning? Why do I have nothing better to do than hold the door? And even if I do, what's the point? Do you want to do something while I'm sleeping? I'll just ask. If there isn't one, forget it. Su Mayan's words changed again. But Lao Er, where exactly did you go in the morning? Why did you disappear and then suddenly appear? Sis, I really just went out to get breakfast. It's just that I'm new to the neighborhood and didn't find a breakfast place, so I came back. Is that so? Su Mayan's gaze sank, full of sizing up. But fifth sister and I have been sitting in the living room. We haven't seen the door open, and you inexplicably came out of your own room again. Is it possible that you can walk through walls? Big sister, I really don't know what you're suspecting. I've said it a few times. Maybe you guys didn't notice, and I didn't see you guys on the couch when I came back? Really? I don't believe it. Big sister, you know what? I've been sitting on the couch that morning just waiting for you to come back. So how could I not know if you came back? Heart thumping. This time even Su Wanqing did not know how to explain. Right at this moment, Su Baiyan frowned and spoke as if in deep thought. Eldest sister, it seems like we did leave. Didn't we go to Su Sun's house again when he was having breakfast? Could it be that this is when second sister happened to come back? Is that so? Then what else? Is it hard to believe that second sister really knows how to instantly move? Don't forget that you're still helping stinky Su Sun with the laundry. It's normal to be staggered with second sister with such a big gap in the middle. She was back by the time I did the laundry. Huh? Like this? Doesn't matter though. If you ask me big sis you should get stinky Suhan to do some sanitation. The house smells funny. And his broken sheets. Saying that, Su Baiyan's eyes narrowed with a look of contempt. Are you a child? Nosebleed can also flow to the bed. No big sister to help you wash that broken bedsheet. How much effort? Put. A mouthful of rice sprayed out. Su Sun nearly choked to death on the rice, coughing a few times and then said with a shocked face, No? When did I change my bedsheet? Why don't I know? Chapter 167, Su Baiyan's Durian Bitter Melon Buns. I don't care if you know it or not. That sheet of yours is still drying on the balcony. And what's that in my house? I was taking a nap at noon? That's big sis laying it out for you. What's wrong with her pumping out your dirty sheets and laying out a new one for you? No. Hoping my sheets are identical? Su Sin belongs to some panic. Unknowingly his bedsheet was stolen from the sky. The key himself has not found. If an accidental trace on it was suspected, wouldn't it be exposed? No. I have to go back and watch to see if the covers and pillows and whatnot have been changed. Just in case something happens. Hearing the coughing sound, Su Mayan stroked Su Sun's back, and stretched out her chopsticks to clip a chicken leg into his bowl, and softly said, Little Sun, are you a bit on fire lately? If you're on fire, I'll make the meals lighter these days. If you're not feeling well, then make sure not to hide it. Let's go to the hospital and take a look. Haha, it's fine. It's just that I smashed my nose last night while lying down and playing with my cell phone. Small thing. Ha, I told you how can he be as strong as an ox and have health problems? It's better to play less on the cell phone in the future. Su Sun's face darkened. No one will take you as mute if you don't speak. I told you what's wrong. What? You can't stand to hear someone tell the truth? I would have confiscated your cell phone in the old days. Su Baiyan, your skin is itching again, isn't it? Su Sun's tone sank. Look big sister, stinky Su Sun is going crazy again. Okay, you shut up. You're the one who provokes and then begs for forgiveness every time. Are you done? Che, what's wrong with me chanting? And say, if you don't want to eat then don't eat. Okay big sister, obey big sister. Su Baiyan picked up the dish and poured it into the bowl, then clunked it into her mouth like a windstorm. I love dry rice. Dry rice makes me happy. Hee hee. Late night. Su Sun tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Obviously there was no such situation before, but ever since he broke the precepts he felt uncomfortable all over his body, like there were ants gnawing at him. No wonder the female sex can't be touched casually. It's okay if you don't touch it, but once you touch it, it's a poison that eats away at the heart of a person. Su Sun wanted to take the initiative, but he was afraid of scaring people by being too eager. What if the one who breaks into the boudoir is Su Baiyan? Then does he want to lose face? Su Sun, after all, had seen the world, and quickly calmed his heart and fell into a deep sleep. But with a late-night creak, Su Sun instantly awake. Looking at the slowly approaching black shadow, Su Sun thought of the scene in the morning. No way. This addiction is bigger than yourself? Su Wanqing? Call me what? Evening Ching? Humph. That's more like it. The dark figure slowly stepped forward, his tone carrying a hint of a shiver. Well, now don't talk, and get on with what we didn't finish this morning. Little Seeker. Little Seeker. No, it's been all night? Are you still going to work during the day? I don't think so. I'm taking 2 days off. So, are you serious? Why don't we take a break? Alright, then, rest all the time. Okay, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Okay? The next day, Soo-sun woke up a little sleepy, opened his cell phone and swiped through the videos to boot up his brain. Rising songstress Su Qingsha confirms plagiarism without a doubt. The hallowed top stream steals the heart and soul of the bottom singers. Is this a clash of classes? Or is it top stream's condescension? Welcome to the large-scale documentary. Brushing and brushing, Soo-sun did not wake up as usual, but his brain became more and more disorganized. After 2 nights of exchanges, he realized that not only had he gained an additional future mate, but he had also invited a presence that was not to be trifled with. Someone who is not at all as high-strung as they appear to be, and whose needs in certain areas are really scary. Even with his current physique, he was a bit shocked. No, we can't keep falling like this. I want to get fit, to improve my physique. I'm going to be looked down upon if I keep this up. Said to do it, Soo-sun immediately searched for a nearby gym, and directly paid a few tens of thousands of annual membership fees online. From this moment on, he was going to return to the state he was in when he was at his peak. Seeker, it's time to eat. Well, at the table, the 3 of them were nibbling on buns. It's not that the bun isn't classy or that he's awful. It's just kind of special and unique. Where's Su Wanqing? Why didn't she come out for dinner? The second one is still sleeping. She said she was tired of skipping breakfast. Well, I think that's a great plan. Feeling the stimulation of the taste buds, Soo-sun frowned and his face changed as if he was eating history. Before he could swallow the one in his mouth, he took another bite. Mud is still hard to eat. Finally, he couldn't stand it any longer, and he was so angry that he threw the bun in his hand hard at the table. It's okay to not let yourself eat, but don't gross yourself out with stuff like this. Who buys this stuff? Is it human food? Su Baiyan lazily raised her hand. I bought it. What's wrong? It's only been a few days since you ate something good and you're tired of buns? I dislike you, big head. Is it the buns I dislike? It's the buns you bought that I dislike. Explain to me what the hell is this durian bitter gourd packet? Why can I get a stinky sock smell in it again? Is it for human consumption? Su Baiyan's mouth pouted with a chagrined face. This new flavor, don't I just want to buy it to taste? Then you taste it. But did you buy 20 of these buns and come back to poison us? That's fine. You should have bought some soy milk and come back. Your family eats buns and drinks this zigzag juice? Is this a combination one can think of? Su Baiyan let out a cold snort. If you don't eat it, forget it. I'll eat it with big sister. Su Mayan's willow brows knit tightly, sighing heavily. Fifth sister, I've asked you to buy soybean milk pancakes, but as a result, you're still buying this mess, and don't ask you to eat more than one, but if you can't eat half of it, don't want to leave the table. Che, just eat. I can't wait to be alone. The mouth is tougher than anyone else's, but the strength is weaker than anyone else's. As she ate, Su Baiyan shed 2 lines of hot tears of joy. Sister, this is too bad. I really can't eat it. Wretch. Chapter 168, Old Su. Do you think she ran away? The Wu family. The wide Wu family's main hall was overcrowded, and many of the first families had gathered here to discuss important matters, and at the door, a group of bodyguards and servants stood, waiting for orders. Jiangqing many powerful family. Wu family can be said to be the power to the extreme that a family. The Wu family would have been under a large number of people, since Wu Tingfei on the attack on the aftermath of the arrangement of a number of security. Wu Tingfei is a core member of the Wu family, but also the future of the election of the head of the family is not a good choice. But he is such a noble identity of the existence of his own home was actually beaten. The key a few days past even the murderer's shadow has not been caught, which is simply a strange shame for the Wu family. Wu Antai was furious. In his opinion this was not just one of his grandchildren being beaten up, it was a provocation and contempt for his entire Wu family. He came from the underground when he was young, then caught the wind and made a fortune. And even though he has long since washed his hands in gold, his temper has never waned, although he retired to the background and did not ask the world. But his offspring can never be disconnected from the underground. It can be said that his Wu family is the real king of the underground of Jiangqing. There was actually someone who dared to run unscrupulously to haunt his Wu family. This was undoubtedly moving the earth on the head of the Teiyuyu, looking for death. Still haven't found the murderer? What are you all doing? The butler nodded his head and looked nervous. Master, the murderer has a strong sense of anti-detection and did not leave any traces, but his men are continuing to line up the investigation, and I believe that they will definitely give young Master Tingfei an explanation. I don't want belief. I want facts. Didn't the home security cameras capture the suspect? That, my lord. It was you who said at first that you didn't like living under surveillance. So there are only monitors at the front door in individual halls in the home. But those monitors we've already looked at and there isn't the slightest abnormality. Wuantai old face stiff. He did not allow the installation of surveillance as afraid of home surveillance exposed by people to catch any handle. After all, Hiwu family sometimes meet with some sensitive characters. The most important thing was that he believed that his own home was absolutely safe. Not to mention that he could not imagine that anyone would dare to run his Wu family to do wrong. But now it seems to be a bit of a case of lifting a stone and hitting yourself in the foot. Check for me. All the suspects inside and outside the Wu family that day should be scrutinized. The murderer must be among them. The housekeeper once again returned. Master, the Wu family's location is remote and rarely has outsiders. But 2 outsiders did come to the house that day. One is that old Taoist Master Shoeless, and the other, that young Mr. Su. But that Mr. Su left early, and the surveillance at the gate did have caught him leaving, and it didn't fit the time of the crime. But that master without ribbons, however, was staying at home for a long time, and most importantly, he had left once in the middle of the day, and there was a great deal of suspicion. As soon as the words fell, Wu Tingfei immediately denied it sternly. Impossible. The one who did this to me was a young voice. And how could an old man like him jump off a 2-meter-high fence? No, Tenfei, you are not right. Wu Antai's old face sank, his gaze icy cold. Although that ruthless didn't cure your father, he does have a bit of a doorway. It shouldn't be hard for someone like him to disguise a voice. As for jumping off that 2-meter wall, if you ask me, Tang Fei, even though you're young and strong, you're nowhere near that old man in terms of physical fitness. Wu Antai had experienced quite a few fights when he was young, so he could naturally tell how physically fit a person was. Spare him this body nowadays, not to mention beating up an unusual young man, but as long as it is over 60 years old, it is not a problem for him to deal with 4 or 5 of them by himself. But even so, he could still feel the vigorous power in Shoeless, walking as fast as flying, white beard but crane hair. Even one hand can turn 100 pounds of patience easily. Wu Antai let out a cold snort, and the air around him seemed to freeze for a few moments. By this moment, he actually had an answer in his mind. Wu Shou, it's not even enough to come over and cure someone to vomit blood, but how dare you touch my good grandson? It's better if it's not you, or we'll have to settle our old scores. Suppressing these speculations in his heart, Wu Antai then returned his attention to Wu Tingfei, his grandson. Although he is old, but not old eyesight, grandson hand under what did he still know exactly? He waved at the bandaged Wu Tingfei. Tungfei, come here for a moment. Grandpa, what's the matter? Tungfei, you're kind of not taking my words in lately. You're getting a little too close to the Black Tiger Gang. Wu Tingfei laughed. Grandpa, we just have some business dealings, nothing more. It doesn't matter if there is or isn't. What matters is that the water here is too deep. I'm afraid you can't grasp it. Wu Antai didn't blame Wu Tingfei for hiding it. He just gently patted his shoulder and said in a serious tone, Tungfei, it's a good thing to have ambitions, but it's important not to implicate yourself in it. That Gaoli died, right? I don't care if he's because of you or just a mere coincidence. In any case, you should stop looking into his affairs so as not to stir up trouble. The most important thing you can do right now is to help your family with the group, and then figure out how to help your dad through this. Alas, to say the least, it's really a tall man. Saying that, Wu Antai sighed a bit. People say to give a day's time, really give a day's time. But what can this day do? Tungfei, you guys are at least the same age, should have a topic of conversation. Think about how we can turn our differences with that Mr. Su into peace. Finding someone to cure his father. Wu Tingfei was willing. However, he couldn't let that stop him from searching for Gao Li. Gao Li is also considered to be his first competent man. He is also considered to be the entire Black Tiger Gang behind the scenes boss. Once upon a time, he is in control of whoever is on. He will never allow any variables to occur. Besides, it's been investigated for so long that it's naturally impossible to give up. It was just that Ginger was still old and hot, and Wu Antai pierced through this grandson of his at a glance. Tang Fei, there aren't many choices in a person's life. If you make the wrong choice, your life will be ruined. If you still persist, then I can only pay attention to your big brother abroad. Instantly, Wu Tingfei's face stiffened. He understands that this is a warning from his grandfather, and he knows what choice he has to make today. Yes, Grandpa, I'll be at peace, and I'll invite that Mr. Su for father. Wu Antai nodded in satisfaction. Well, go, but do it as soon as possible. Your father won't last long, I'm afraid. Old Su, have you noticed anything missing in the house? What's missing? That is, less people. Less people who haven't been back in a while. Let's just say those 2 sins of Boss Old 5? They've long since ceased to be part of my Su family, so why do they still come back? No, I mean the 2nd and 4th. They haven't been back in ages. Su Qiming froze at the words. Recently there are too many things, but also home trivia and the company's important things, really did not care about these, and now so think about it, the two people seem to be a long time indeed did not come back. Su Qiming frowned. It's true that we haven't seen each other for a while, but both of them are busy with their work. Isn't it normal that they didn't come back? Qin Xinlan picked up the water cup to send water to her mouth, but her eyes were staring blankly ahead. Her heart vaguely had some bad premonitions. That being said, the oldest four have been busy lately with the new album touring soon, so it's just as well that they don't come back. But why doesn't the oldest two come back? She usually leaves work early, but I haven't seen her for a few days now, and I just went down to her room and noticed that a few of the clothes she always wore were missing. Heart thumping, Qin Xinlan put down her water cup, looked somewhat apprehensively at Su Qiming who was at the side, and said weakly, "Old Su, you say late Qing she won't be running away, right?" Chapter 169 Husband and Wife Fighting. Su Wen's counseling. What's she running for? Did we do anything to her? It's not because I spoke too harshly last time and slapped her. Since that day after that evening Qing has become out of sorts. That night when she suddenly came home, I thought she had figured it out, but now it seems that I'm afraid that she's really run away. At those words, Su Qiming remembered it all. At that time, the only two people in the accident is the second tried his best to take care of the side, but in the end did not get a word of thanks, but got a slap and all kinds of scolding. Anyone would get chills, right? Su Qiming was instantly furious. It's all because of you stupid. Lauer worked so hard to take care of us. It's fine if you don't thank her, but why did you hit her then? You probably smacked away one of our daughters with that slap, you know? Qin Xinlan's face was ugly for a while. Wasn't I just in a moment of excitement at the time? I saw her say that Xin Ro didn't act, so in a fit of anger, I moved my hand. The third is our daughter, but not the second? What are you doing? Tian, do you have to make all your daughters go away before you're satisfied? Cursing Qin Xinlan's temper came up, and she immediately retorted, what do you call this? Don't you have any responsibility at all? Su Qiming stared with wide eyes and a shocked face. I have responsibility? What responsibility do I have? The scolding was from you. The beating was from you. It's hard not to blame it on me. Who told you to look on coldly and not stop me in the first place? Qin Xinlan glared righteously and disliked back. You knew that Lauer had already chilled her heart, so why didn't you do anything? But if you had helped her then she wouldn't have been completely disappointed. This is all because you forced her. Qin Xinlan, don't be too unreasonable. How am I being unreasonable? This is what happens as a result of your connivance. You forced our daughter away. Shut up. Why didn't you say something at the time? Wasn't it because I was afraid you'd mess up? What have you become now? You're like a shrew. You can blame me for what I did, and you can blame me for what I didn't do. What do you want me to do? Su Qiming, what is the meaning of this? Can't it be that it's all my fault? Don't think you can wash your hands of it by blaming everything on me yourself. You're one of the culprits too. You're no better than me. Shut up. I really can't stand your nonsense anymore. Don't make me slap you. Why do you still dare to hit me? Come on then. Saying that, Qin Xinran took the initiative to bring her face over. Slap. A loud slap sounded in the living room. For a moment, Qin Xinlan was confused. She was actually really beaten? Originally Su Qiming was anxious because of recent events, and was her this is more tolerable. This slap down suddenly comfortable a lot. Only the comfort was temporary. Qin Xinlan was never a person who could be aggrieved, and seeing herself beaten immediately pounced forward like a madman, scratching and clawing. Crazy, what the hell are you doing? You hit me. You dare to hit me. Su Qiming, you actually dare to hit me. Enough, don't go too far. Don't make me slap you again. Surname Su. I was really blind to marry such a loser like you back then. Except for blaming women. I'll fight you. What did you say? You call me a loser? Stupid woman. I think you're really crazy. Get out of here. An argument about what's going on between the daughters just turned into a big battle between the couple. After all, Su Qiming is old, and recently worked hard, and for a time really fell behind. That even crying and howling, pouncing and biting, scratching and clawing, she was practically a god of war, completely in the upper hand. Mom and Dad, what are you doing? Just then, Su Wen, who was in a wheelchair, slowly came to the side of the duo. Seeing her son's arrival, the beast in Qin Xinlan's heart faded, and a tsunami of aggression instantly swept through her body. Don't you dare talk nonsense here. If you hadn't gotten this family into such a state with that filthy mouth of yours, how could I possibly do anything to you? Surname Su, you still blame me? I'm not done with you today. Come on. Who's afraid of who? At the drop of a hat, the duo started the Imperial City PK again. Su Wen shook his head and sighed repeatedly as he watched from the side. He hadn't eaten for a whole morning, but these two people didn't make food for him. Even if they didn't, they actually fought here, so they really couldn't tell the difference between light and heavy. Cough cough. Alright, Give me face. Don't fight. Now that our family is in the midst of an eventful time, we should work together to ward off accidents together. What is so unseemly about you guys fighting here? What is so unseemly about you guys? Then you tell your mom this crazy to stop. Is I wanna make a mess. As he spoke, Su Chiming didn't forget to return a slap. You asshole. Blame me again. You blame me again. I'll fight you. With that, Qin Shinran pinched at Su Chiming's neck. Seeing this, Su Wen heaved a sigh of helplessness and slowly said, why bother? I say, why do you guys have to do this? Why does a family need to make such a mess? Can't you give me face? Turn it into peace for a while and get me a meal first? Hey, are you guys listening to me? Why is no one paying attention to me? There is no mistake. What the hell is wrong with you? What's wrong with you? I'm talking. Can you guys at least give me some face and at least respond to me? It's embarrassing for me to talk to myself alone. Okay? Can you at least let me have some presence? Yes or no? I'm asking you guys if you can or not. I'm endorsing an educational institution putting snow leopard smile for sale, no rust in the stem. The ringing of the cell phone interrupted Su Wen's persuasion. Wen Xiao, that gym brand you invested in went out of business. The wheelchair turned languidly, and Su Wen held up a cell phone to his ear as he eased away, saying absently, small things, all small things, why rush? But Wen Xiao, that person in charge ran away with the money and hacked a lot of members' dues? Small problems, all small problems, what goes around comes around. And this is just an insignificant round in my layout. But someone has already picked up on the fact that the investor is you, and said they want to get their money back from you. Naive. Really too naive. Su Wen shook his head inside, his brows furrowed, his face full of helplessness. Why should I return the money rolled up by others? Calling dogs barking is not enough. How do I have time to deal with those insignificant people? Just reject them all. Chapter 170. Su Sun was cheated out of money by Su Wen. Late night. The sleeping Su Mayan was woken up by a rustling sound. The sound was extremely subtle, but the constant harassment also made it unbearable. Su Mayan slowly opened her eyes and sat up somewhat sleepily, picking up the tea on the side and taking a sip. Surprisingly, when she woke up she couldn't hear that sound and went back to sleep again after swiping her phone for a while. It didn't take long, however, for the rustling to reach his ears again. Su Mayan grabbed the pillow and covered her ears with some annoyance. It's really true downstairs. The cat screams indiscriminately and doesn't know to mind. Early the next morning, Su Sun woke up in high spirits, ate breakfast and prepared to go forward to the gym. The money was spent. It couldn't be wasted, and he was never one to take a loss. What are you wearing this tight outfit for? Su Bainian looked around wistfully, and from time to time, he also got on his hands to pick and pull. Slapping off that dishonest little hand, Su Sun faintly said, talking is talking, less moving your hands. Che, what's the big deal? You're not dressed like that to go out and hit on little girls, are you? Su Sun gave her a blank stare. Nervous? Your family's hooking up with someone dressed like this? I'm going to the gym, okay? Working out? You a guy who never stops snacking on happy water goes to the gym? Don't laugh me to death. Okay, then you'll die laughing. Don't bother me if nothing happens. After tying her shoelaces and preparing her backpack, Su Sun glanced around. By the way, where's your big sister? I haven't seen her since breakfast. I don't know. Go down to the grocery store, right? What kind of groceries is she going to buy this early in the morning? Forget it. I don't care. Tell her I won't be back for lunch. Say what you will. Just now you were chanting about Su Mayan. The next second the door opened and the rightful owner arrived. Su Sun subconsciously said, where have you been? Su Mayan held her forehead with a confused look. I went to look for the downstairs tenants. Last night I kept hearing what seemed like catcalls, but the couple downstairs didn't have any cats at all. It's also really strange. Su Sun's face tensed. Another bam. A sound. Su Wanqing passed by a few people and the hands of the key suddenly fell. Su Mayan bent down to pick it up. With a grave face, Lao Air, you've been a little too confused lately. It's better to be serious about things. It doesn't matter at home. If you're at work like this, it's not only irresponsible for yourself, but even more so for your client. Yes, big sister. Then I'll go first. Receiving the key, Su Wanqing turned around and left, but just as she reached the door, the words that came from her ears made her footsteps lurch. I want to ask if that cat is loud? I can't believe someone is disturbing your sleep. Then I can't stand it. I'll definitely help you out. Smelling smoke, Su Mayan's lips hooked up, staring straight at Su Sun. It's fine. The movement is very small. Even I'm not sure if that's a cat or not. Maybe it's my psychology. Su Wanqing left in a hurry, and Su Sun scratched his head with an awkward smile. Haha, like this. As long as it doesn't disturb your sleep, then I'll leave first too. But no sooner had he moved his feet than a slender arm stopped him. Wait, where are you going in that getup? I'm going to the gym? What's going on? Fitness? What's a good workout? What kind of talk is that? Is it hard for me to lay on the couch every day and drink drinks and eat snacks to be okay? Are you trying to make me an invalid? No. Su Mayan's tone weakened. I mean, I'm fine anyway. I'll go with you. What? You're going too? Plain Dear Fitness. Look at the huge sign, the empty interior, the shattered door. Susun Su Mayan as well as Su Bainian looked at each other with puzzled faces. No. Su Bainian, when did you get here? Took a cab to follow me here. But aren't you getting the emphasis wrong? Sure, this is the gym you're coming to? Su Sun nodded numbly. Shaved Dear Fitness. This logo Dear Man running logo. Nothing wrong with it? So, what about the equipment in there? The staff in there? No way. Suddenly, an undisguised laughter pierced through the duo's eardrums. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Big sister. Look at this little cutie. He's been tricked. He was actually cheated. This gym is clearly rolling in money and running away. This little cutie. He's actually charging people money. It's so funny. Su Sun's old face was black. Book white read. Don't force me to serve your family law outside. Big sister, look at him. Su Bainian hid behind Su Muyen, tightly tugging at the corner of her coat with an aggrieved face. Su Mayan suddenly felt a big head. Okay, being cheated is already hard enough. You don't want to find nothing to do here. Or don't look for me to beg for mercy later. After saying that, Su Mayan looked at Su Sun again. Little Sun, how much did you charge yesterday? It doesn't matter if it's not much, just think of it as, I charged 20,000, a yearly package of the supreme VIP kind. The crowd was momentarily silent. Thousands and tens of thousands were small amounts to them, but the feeling of losing thousands and tens of thousands at once was completely different, especially for the few who had suffered during this time. Even Su Bainian stopped laughing and were breaking their fingers counting how many hand puppets they could buy. She's still under all sorts of scrutiny for $100 a week these days, and someone's hitting the water for tens of thousands of dollars all at once. How can this gap between people be so wide? Big sister, you always say I'm a big spender, but look at him, he's the one who's wasteful. Shut up. No one will take you for a dummy if you don't talk. You're not mad at me? Then why did you confiscate my allowance the last time I spent an extra $10? Su Bainian, don't force me to slap you if you say anything else. Hey, just say it casually. Don't make a big deal out of it. Seeing her big sister's black face, Su Bainian quickly shut up, and also made a sealing motion around her mouth to show her sincerity. Someone was shutting up, but the melancholy in Su Sun's heart didn't lessen by half. In this life, he's been shrewd all his life. Once he couldn't even cheat someone out of $1, and now he's actually being cheated out of tens of thousands of dollars? What a humiliation. Yo man, look at you. You're here to work out too, right? Have you not been here for a long time? This gym owner has run away. According to reliable information, now have to hide abroad. It's a pity that my $2,000. Listening to the grocer's uncle's account, Su Sun had an even harder time. It just so happened that there were a few more people who came running to the gym to collect their debts, and for a while a few wrongdoers gathered here, pointing and cursing at the empty gym. What made Su Sun even more unacceptable was that the time of the problem happened to be the time he paid yesterday. People were cheated out of their money and worried that they wouldn't get it back, and he offered to give it away. That's a breathtaking call. Seeker, what should we do? Do we call the police to get his money back? Su Sun immediately laughed. Chase? How to chase? Didn't you hear what they said? How can we chase after them when they've all gone abroad? In fact, if he wants to chase down, he can also chase down. Is that he does not want to spend energy for these tens of thousands of dollars all kinds of running around? In the end, Su Sun still admitted it. Alas, forget it, consider it as buying a lesson. Who asked me to be kind-hearted and not to bother with people? Think of it as doing good deeds. Right, have you guys heard? The owner of the gym ran away, but their investor is still around, rumored to be the young master of that Su group. Well, I've heard about it, but he's an investor and it's Su. Even if we wanted to find him responsible, I'm afraid it would be difficult. Almost instantly, Su Sun's eyes snapped wide, his fists clenched in death, and a raging fire instantly rose. Blanche, damn Su Wen dares to covet old me's money. Martyr, I'll have to skin you. Chapter 171, Old Su. Xiaowen seems to be getting worse. I'm back. Why is everyone looking sad? In the evening, Su Wanqing went home and did not see the expected active atmosphere. Instead it was a dull one, especially with Su Sun's despondent face and Su Mayan's face full of expressionlessness. Her subconscious heart thumped. No, it was discovered, wasn't it? She did not have time to think more, only to see Su Bainian ran over with an excited face, and smoothly took her arm, with a face full of attentiveness. Second sister, ask you a thing? You said. Su Wanqing was a little apprehensive. Well, let's say I invest in a supermarket, and then the owner of that supermarket suddenly runs away with all the money. Do I need to take responsibility? Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing looked a bit more serious and explained. Generally speaking, if something goes wrong with a project that an investor is involved in, then the investor as a decision maker should take part of the responsibility. But, in your case, if the owner of the supermarket ran away with the money without your knowledge, then you are also a victim. And even if those debtors approach you, the investor, for payment, the law will not favor them. Su Bainian smile face a collection, breathless to the sofa ally, completely lost hope. That's finished. That money really do not want to come back? My money my money, 20,000. That's a full 20,000. Su Seeker said the 20,000 was all hers, as long as she could get it back. The 20,000 she used to love. Now she can't afford it, but having just been told that, she completely lost hope of ever asking for money. Unless she can rely on her sister's identity to make Su and pay back the money, but she can't pull this face. Otherwise it's no different from reaching out for money, and the one who will lose face at that time will only be herself. She wants the $20,000 back in a square, reasonable, and justifiable way. What's wrong, fifth sister? Are you being scammed for money? 100 or 200? If it's not much, then don't waste your energy. Second sister will make it up to you. Su Bainian brightened up. Really? Then I lost $20,000. What? Su Wanqing froze. $20,000? You sold those treasures of yours? Nope. No, then how dare you ask me for $20,000? Now that your spending is limited to $100, where did you get $20,000? You really take me for an ingrate. Oops, not me. It's Su Soon. It's his money that was cheated, but he gave it to me. As long as I can recover the money, then it's mine. Second sister, you can help me, please. Is it Little Seeker who's been tricked? Seeing that the one who was cheated out of money was Su Soon, Su Wanqing's mood gradually became gloomy. Although Su Bainian was restricted from spending, but with her understanding of this sister, even if the loss of tens of thousands of dollars at best, just screaming on the mouth, the heart is afraid that there is simply not much care. But Su Soon is different. She is clear about what Su Soon used to live in. A piece to break two pieces of the kind of flowers. Even if now rich, the previous habits certainly did not change. It must be hard to be cheated out of $20,000 all at once. Don't be in a hurry. Little Seeker, tell me the specifics and I'll go find my co-workers to help you chase the money. Just so happens I have some cash here? I'll make this up to you first. With that, Su Wanqing opened her bag and took out the only pile of cash she had. Yes. Su Bainian's eyes instantly glistened and she couldn't wait to reach for it. However, a large hand yanked her back, only to see Su Soon slowly get up, his palm over the tender hands that held the money, slowly pushing the money back. Su Wanqing was puzzled. Xiao Sun Yu. Ugh, all I want is my own money. Even if you replenish it, will it make up for my empty heart after being cheated? Better take it back. Hey second sister, I want. Pressing that probing head, Su Soon 45 degrees up at the ceiling, tone deep. You are willing to help me, I am very happy, but this kind of other people to help so that I do not have a trace of sense of accomplishment. Moreover, that gym boss has long left the country. This money, I'm afraid I can't recover. Money, my money. Reaching out to cover the small mouth that was chanting in front of her, Su Wanqing frowned. Gym? Can it be that you were cheated of your money because you paid the membership fee and then the gym closed down? Alas, there is no mention of the past. Let this matter be settled, and take this money back. Not only does it not give me the pleasure of finding my money, but it makes me feel that it is a kind of charity. Take it away. Well, with those words, Su Wanqing stuffed the pile of bills back into her bag. Su Bainian instantly anxious, yelling to go to grab. The results of Su Soon blocking the waist to pick up only to see the two little legs keep fluttering. No one cared about someone's eagerness. She screamed and let her scream. And at this time, Su Mayan, who had been silent all along, suddenly opened her mouth, and asked with some concern on the side. Xiao Sun. Then Su Wen sighed. What are you going to do? Won't really have to go. That's not true. Am I that kind of person? Didn't you hear what I just said? People are also victims, right? He and I are in the same boat, so how could I possibly go after him? Su Mayan smiled with satisfaction. Well, not getting into trouble is the best. Now that we have left the Su family, if it's like it was before, the two of them definitely won't let you off the hook. Make sure not to be impulsive. Well, don't worry, I know what I'm talking about. Two old things. Watch me swing a pig's brain with my giant palm. In a jolt of excitement, Qin Shilan opened her eyes in shock. She scanned her surroundings uneasily. The wind was calm around her, and it was business as usual. Seeing that there was no danger, Qin Shilan breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but mutter. Scared me to death. How could I have such a dream? Su Qiming looked on and frowned. What are you doing? You're so old. You're still staggering when you're sleeping. Can't I have a nightmare? Surname Su. I haven't settled the score with you for yesterday. What? You still want to settle accounts with me? Look at my face and neck being scratched by you. You still have the face to settle the score with me? Who told you to put your hands on me? You deserve this. Su Qiming was really pissed off. Qin Xinlan is completely a shrew, unreasonable kind. How could he be charmed by this kind of woman back then? It's true that all the pretty ones are snakes and scorpions. If he had known that, he would never have married this shrew. But the two, after all, many years of affection, the morning fight in the afternoon good, and then how to quarrel did not produce any major animosity. Just as the two were at a standstill, seemingly seeing something, Qin Xinlan suddenly got up and ran over. Son, if you want to do the laundry, call mom. How can you work when you're still not healed? Su Wen smiled lightly. It's okay, mom, the washing machine washed it anyway. I merely took it out to dry it. That won't do. From now on, if you need anything, come to me and your father or your third sister. And you're not allowed to do it yourself anymore. By the way, where are your clothes? Did you forget to take them? Ha? What? Qin Xinlan picked up the pants in the basin and said in disbelief. Clothes? Ha? Why are there only pants in here? Are the clothes not washed? Hey, aren't these 3 pairs of pants the ones I just shoved into your house yesterday after washing them? Why did you take them out and wash them again? Silently tugging his pants back on, Su Wen laughed out loud. So that's how it is. I thought these pants hadn't been washed yet, so I washed them again. Yes, of course, or would I lie to you? After saying that, Su Wen slowly drove towards the door in his wheelchair with the basin in the clouds. As soon as he left, Qin Xinlan's smiling face suddenly disappeared, and came to the side of Su Qiming with a gloomy face. Old Sua, Xiao Wen seems to be getting more and more serious. So young that he has to change 3 pairs of pants in a single night. That can still be done in the future? What then? Whoever told him not to abstain deserved it. Qin Xinlan said unconvincingly. Can the lack of moderation any longer get to the point of this random walk of fire? This is clearly the aftermath of his abuse by the Tang family. Su Qiming sighed heavily. Who can blame him? Who told him to cheat the Tang family? Su Qiming, what do you mean? Is everything your son's fault? Didn't you hear what Xiao Wen said before? He clearly stole that little. In an instant, the hairs of sweat rose. Su Qiming's alarm bells went off, and he instantly pounced on Qin Xinlan. You shut up. Chapter 172, Su Wen, I think you've really drifted. There was a deathly silence in the air. Su Qiming stared with wide eyes, looking around uneasily until he confirmed that there were no accidents occurring around him, and only then did he slowly release the palm of his hand that was covering Qin Xinlan's mouth. At first Qin Xinlan was also shocked by the reaction, and she also reacted to the fact that she had almost said certain taboo words, but on second thought, how long has Su Sun been gone? How could he possibly come back? For a while, the fear in her heart transformed into anger and disdain, especially when she saw this nervous appearance of Su Qiming was even more despicable. Look at that. Look at what you're doing. People have been gone for so long, look at how scared you are. Su Qiming's old face darkened. Shut up. I'm still not afraid of you getting beaten up. Otherwise you think I want to control you. Humph. After not seeing him for so long, I really don't believe he'll suddenly appear. Don't you care about believe it or not? Still try to manage your words and actions, just in case. Saying that, Su Qiming's heart was uneasy again. It's also strange. Today this heart of mine is always in a mess. It always feels like something is going to happen. Put. Come on. I really don't believe in such evil. Said never mind evil or not, keep your mouth shut. We've been safe from each other for so long. I don't want to bring him in because of your mouth. At that moment, the look of disgust on Qin Xinran's face intensified. Su Qiming, are you alright? Although it's true that we haven't scolded him behind his back for a long time, how could it be possible that he would show up as soon as I scolded him? What do you think he is? Think he's a pixie that can be summoned to appear when he hears a spell? I'm not just going to curse. I'm going to curse out loud, and I'm going to do it to his face. Xiao Wen has said that he was cheated. This must be that kid's calculated revenge. We fed him and clothed him, but how did he repay us? He's an unapologetic white-eyed wolf. He's an ungrateful little beast. Bang! The sound. There was a loud heck of a glass shattering sound. In an instant, absolute fear swept through their entire body. The pupils of the two of them quake, looking for the sound, only to see the glass wall of their house shattered with a bang, and a figure came through the air wrapped in countless fragments, giant palm-swinging pig brain. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have fallen into stasis at this moment. That familiar figure, that familiar stance, that suddenly appearing silhouette glistening under the sunlight. Even the duo could see every single piece of glass shards from that splash that was slowly impacting in all directions, also making that figure as infinitely imposing as a deity. At this moment, there was only one thought in the minds of the two men. It's over. Snap. An extremely loud and clear slap resounded through the villa. Immediately afterward, there was a howl that was like killing a pig. Aha! My face! Qin Xinlan was just about to scream and curse when he was grabbed by Su Sun by the collar, clanging a dozen slaps down. As a set of small consecutive moves went down, Her entire body was directly jerked into delirium and staggered to the ground. At this moment, Su Chiming was shocked and angry, and just as he was about to make a sound, a huge fist had already smashed over. Aha! Since when does a worm dare to talk in front of me? Su Chiming fell to the ground in pain, shaking and reaching out to point at Su Sun, trembling. You. Originally I just wanted to get back the stolen money that was swindled by your son. I didn't realize that after I've been gone for so long, you guys are still making up stories about me behind my back? You guys are trying to make me completely crazy, aren't you? Forget it, I don't care to reason with you. You don't deserve to hear it. Give me $20,000 first, or I'll be very angry later and there will be serious consequences. Robber, you are a robber. Su Chi was greatly shocked. He had never seen such a brazen person in his life. Cut the crap. Give or take. Want to take a penny from my Su family? I'm telling you there's no way. Ha! Have guts. Susan smiled coldly and rewarded him with the sole of his shoe before walking calmly towards the door. And at the courtyard gate at this time, Suwon had long been overwhelmed by the crowd. Pay back the money. Give me back my hard-earned money. It's only right to repay debts. Surname Su. Either compensate us for equal losses or pay back the money. Right. Pay back. Old me yesterday morning to mention the tram in the afternoon closed down. I thought of fitness to relieve the pressure. The result of the gym also ran away. You black-hearted capitalists or people. Normal people seeing this scene will definitely be scared to panic. Suwen is incomparably calm, sitting in his wheelchair, his eyes fearlessly looking faintly at everyone. Why bother? I say, why do you guys have to do this? I'm just an investor. That gym owner ran away, even I don't know. How do you ask me to pay you back? This has nothing to do with me at all. If you have the time to come to me, why don't you go have a coffee, talk about right and wrong, and relax for a while? I mean, why do you guys have to do this? You fart. Immediately, someone shouted out. The responsibility of those who had their headphones stolen before them is added to the blame. And you're an investor. Don't you have a single bit of responsibility? Yes, that's right. If it wasn't for your investment fueling people's anger, how would they expand their stores? And how would we have been tricked into coming here? It's still your fault in the end. At those words, Suwon laughed, extremely disdainfully. He looked at the crowd, his face still looking cloudy, but a trace of contempt crossed the depths of those eyes. Sure enough, it was a bunch of rabble-rousers, and it was a fool's errand to try to put the blame on his head for this trivial matter. Suwon sighed softly and slowly shook his head. So you guys are relying on me, right? Then I'm sorry. I'm afraid I won't be able to do what you guys want. Do you know why I dared to confront you alone? That's because you were caught red-handed when we approached you to Tan. Someone shouted out. Ugh, superficial. You see only what I want you to see. You think you are in the second level, but you do not know that I have reached the atmosphere. I'm a member of the Su family, the future owner of the Su group. You guys want to dump this nebulous responsibility on my head. Do you think it's possible? To put it bluntly, I'm right here in person, so how dare any of you touch me? If anything happens to me today, none of you will be able to escape. Not only will you have to bear the responsibility of the law, but you will also have to face the pursuit of my Su family. If you have the guts, come and try. At those words, the crowd fell silent. In fact, most of these people are flung over. Also know that Suwon, the investor, is actually a bit of injustice in the body, but over the luck. To recover the best money, not to recover them naturally may not be stupid enough to do it. Seeing that the crowd was stunned, Suwon let out a light laugh. See, you also know deep down that there's nothing you can do to me. In fact, the underlying reason for this is that you're not strong enough, or else would I be able to scare you with these words? Why bother? Why make a trip for nothing for that small profit and end up leaving in disgrace? Why bother, you big head? A mighty voice exploded in the ears of the crowd, and the crowd's shocked gazes only saw a figure rushing over towards Suwon. Wendy, dare to covet my money. I see that you're really drifting. Chapter 173, had you told me I could not give you the $20,000? Emperor 1? How did you know my honorary name? Obviously I've never. A slap was thrown up just like that. What's all this fancy talk? I think you're really crazy. Su-sun, you dare to hit my father. I'll make you pay for it sooner or later. Snap, snap. Playing the MO period old age poor death is the greatest thing with me again. Are you? Then you've come to the right person. Eat my iron fist. Aha Su-seek. Snap. Su-hun. Snap. Su. Snap. Su. Snap. Snap. The crowd on the side had long been dumbfounded and shocked. Whose ministry is this that is so brave? This Su Xiao is at least backed by the Su family. A real luxury family broad young man. But what madness it was to be pinned to the ground and slapped in the face. Slap after slap. At that moment, it's just shocking to hear and frightening to see. Dude, don't be impulsive. We don't want to get ourselves in trouble for a few $1,000. Susan fan sighed, I'm a full $20,000 000 the day before, pay the money the day after the run. The gym, I have not been there once. Actually, I think, as long as you can't be beaten, just beat the hell out of him. Come on bro. Thanks bro. The only sound at this point, other than the breathing of the crowd, was the sound of slapping. Suwon's legs and feet were not healed in the first place, only to be pressed on the ground and rubbed. That slap after slap is not only physical pain, but also traumatization of the mind. The damned bastard actually humiliated himself so much in public. Tolerable. Enough. I didn't want to bother with a curmudgeon like you. You forced me to. Where's the cloudy wind coming from in this sunny day? Someone uttered in disbelief. Suddenly, the wailing in the ears of the crowd stopped in an instant, and in everyone's astonished gazes, Suwon no longer had fear and trepidation on his face, but only the anger in his eyes and the inexplicable flatness on that face. What's going on? Why does this Su Xiao look like a different person for a moment? Yeah, the aura has completely changed. An illusion? Why does it feel like he has an aura of looking out of the corner of his eye? Look, something doesn't seem right. Why is it suddenly cloudy? At this moment, Suwon just seemed like a different person. Even Su Sun was a bit surprised and stopped moving for a moment. The 3 points of contempt, 3 points of boredom, 4 points of carelessness, and the faint light smile hooked up at the corner of the mouth, as well as this sudden weather. Inexplicable cloudy wind, as if the wind and clouds were in his hands, and turned into a dragon when it rained. What's going on? This guy's not serious, is he? Su Sun, this emperor wanted to play with you in detail, but you had to force this emperor's hand. Are you ready to meet your death? The cool wind blew. The atmosphere was condensed. Su Sun's eyes were cold. His face sank. You're not Su Wen. Who the hell are you? Hooking up a cold smile, Su Wen slowly raised his eyes. His eyes were full of disdain. I am Su Wen, but not the timid and cowardly Su Wen. Since you want to know, this emperor might as well answer your question. This emperor, named Su Changcheng, also known as Wen Wuji, known as the Northern Xian Immortal Emperor Xian Yuanwen, knows the ancient and modern future, and controls the power of the heavens. It's an honor for you to die under me. Su Sun's expression became more and more grave. So, what exactly is your purpose? Ha, my purpose? Why do I, Chen Beiwen, need to explain my actions in life to you and the others? Now, it's your time to die. 9 Heavenly Thunder. Suwon slowly raised his hand, and for a moment, dark clouds covered the area and thunder roared. Alyu. Just when the crowd was so shocked that they thought something was going to happen, all they saw was a large sinus jerking out, and Suwon fainted on the spot. Su Sun looked disdainful. This shark-armed finch has eaten wind. The sky clattered with light rain. Suwon was like a dead dog lying on the ground and letting the rain fall. Cut. The crowd was speechless, almost truly bluffed, and one by one, they were ready to leave. Right at this moment, 2 figures rushed out of the villa, and one of them, a woman, jumped straight at Su Wen's side. Son, what happened to you? In the end, which dares to hit my son? The sky-covering palm. Put. 1 palm. Just 1 palm. Qin Xinlan's eyes rolled back. Susan dusted off his pants leg, full of disgust. Really? At least you have to wait for people to go far away and then crickets, causing me to rage a bit in anger. You. At this moment, Su Qiming was almost half exasperated, and he couldn't even speak properly. Susun slowly stepped forward. Qiming, could it be that you have something against me? Say it out so I can change it later. Outrageous. Simply outrageous. Susun, don't be too crazy. What the hell are you doing? Bringing so many people to run away and cause trouble. I'm telling you, I'll never let you off the hook for this. You're going to jail. I'll sue you until you lose all your money. Really? I don't believe it. Susun shrugged his shoulders and said in disbelief. Actually, I'm the most reasonable person. If it wasn't for your good son cheating us out of our money, how could I have come over? Originally I just wanted a money, but I didn't expect that one of your family is more rampant than the other. One is tougher than the other. Even if you don't pay back the money, you even dare to speak out of turn. Can you blame me for that? Come and see. Everyone, this is the old man of the grandson who owes money. Do you think this family is still a thing if they don't pay their debts? Everyone was about to leave, and the mood immediately rose when they were egged on like that. In their eyes there is only money, and they will do anything to get their hard-earned money back. Pay us back. Your son cheated us out of money. Pay us back. Yes. If you don't pay back the money, none of your family will have a good time, and we'll live here from now on. Su Qiming was dumbfounded. What did this asshole's son do behind his back again? How did he get into so much debt? What's going on? This is something I don't know at all. But don't worry, as long as it's money my son owes, I'll definitely pay you all back. But you shouldn't be egged on by this man. Don't worry everyone. How much does my son owe you? I'll contact the company's finance to help you out now. The crowd was out in force. I'm 2,000. I'm 500. I'm 8,000. I'm 900. With the sound of the people, Su Chiming almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He thought Suwon owed hundreds of millions of dollars, but after half a day, it was at most 8,000 and at least 200? You're bringing this into the house? Seriously. For a moment, he was so angry that he didn't know what to say. So, he looked at Su Sun with a cold face. So, for such a small amount of money, you brought people to cause trouble? And how much does Xiaowon owe you? Is it worth it for you to make such a big fuss? Small money? This is why you don't eat meat. These are everyone's hard-earned money. How can they be considered small money? Besides, your son owes me the most money, a full $20,000. Do you think I should get it back? Ha ha ha. Su Chiming instantly laughed, his face full of incredulity. 20,000? $20,000? Just for a mere $20,000 you're turning this place upside down? If you had told me that I would have given it to you a long time ago. I think you're just deliberately stirring up trouble. Su Sun raised an eyebrow. I said I asked you for money as soon as I came, but you didn't give it? At those words, Su Chiming's old face instantly stiffened. Chapter 174, do you believe I didn't do it? Look, I asked for it and you didn't give it to me. You asked and then blamed me for not asking. You're really making it hard for me, you know? As he spoke, Su Sun shook his head and sighed one after another, as if his entire being was in a particularly difficult position. Su Chiming was dying of anger. Just now in that situation being asked for money suddenly, how could he give it? Isn't there something wrong with a good man who takes a beating and then hands over the money? Once again, Su Chiming was speechless with anger, reaching out with a trembling finger to point at Su Sun. Su Sun subconsciously reached out and skimmed upwards, and an agonized howl rang out. Broken. The finger is going to break. Ego Chiming, what are you talking about now? Why don't you just pay back everyone's money and everything will be fine? I'll still, get your hands off me, right? That's a good boy. In Su Chiming's exasperated gaze, Su Sun reached out and slapped him twice on the face, then turned to the crowd and said, don't worry everyone. Everyone's losses today will be paid for by me. This Su Dong beside me will pay for it. Everyone quickly come over to collect the money. At this moment, the crowd's evaluation of Su Sun was only one. He's practically a war hero. This set of lines down completely solved the problem they couldn't solve. For a while, dozens of people swarmed around Su Chiming. Don't worry everyone. I don't have any money on me right now. Wait for me. Q. In an instant, a sandbag-sized fist flew over, and Su Sun said with righteous indignation, you said you don't have money for such a big enterprise? Even if your company collapsed, it would be more than enough to pay us back. Don't you think so? The crowd chimed in. Yes, still want to play Tai Chi here. If you don't pay back the money today, don't even think about leaving. Right, don't even think about leaving. Pay back. Covering his cheeks, Su Chiming was so angry that he almost burst into tears. His heart seemed to have 1,000 words being rushed by grass mud horses. No, I mean I don't even have a cell phone on me. You guys wait for me to go back to the villa to get the money. My wife and son are here. I won't run away. Can't you just let me finish my sentence? For a while, the crowd was a bit embarrassed and turned their gazes to the culprit who had just made a move. Su Sun laughed and scratched his head. Sorry for the quick hands. I thought he was trying to play tricks. It's okay, buddy. You're doing what's best for everyone else. Extenuating circumstances. Right, little brother. If it wasn't for you today, we're afraid that our money would have gone down the drain, and we still have to thank you. Right, little brother. We don't blame you. I'll treat you to dinner after I get the money back later, and we can even make a fitness appointment together when we have time. Saying this, the young girl winked at Su Sun. Su Sun laughed and waved his hand to the crowd in succession. Good. Thank you all. Just don't blame me. Are you kidding me? How could we possibly blame you for helping us get our money back? Yeah, dude, don't think too much. People love it when you don't get your act together. Listening to the crowd's compliments and boasts one after another, Su Chiming was despondent to the extreme and wanted to cry. What's going on here? It's obvious that he was beaten up, but these people forgave for him? Has anyone ever considered their feelings at all? Dog capitalist, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get the money. Don't blame us for breaking in if you don't come out in more than 5 minutes. The truth is that no one really appreciates his feelings yet, and under the urging of the crowd, Su Chiming hurriedly ran back to the villa to get the money. As for Su Wen and Qin Xinlan, they were still lying on the ground in a sorry state at this time. The two of them looked like they were in a comedy, one in the east and the other in the west. Seeker. Just as the crowd waited, Su Mayan and Su Banian hurried over with nervous expressions. What's going on here? Su Mayan asked. It's okay, just here for the money. But what brings you two here? Want money? Are you sure it's just to ask for money? Really not hiding anything else from us? You know I'm the one who doesn't have any secrets. You sound too aggressive, but I'm in no hurry. What? I'm fierce? Su Mayan froze at the words, but then her face sank. What are you humming? Speak properly. Ease the atmosphere. See how nervous you are. Don't worry. I didn't do anything. If you don't believe me, ask these people around. With that, Susan raised his hands high and yelled, all eyes to me. I have something to say. Everyone, help me prove it. Did I just do it? Am I being helpful and convincing people with reason? The crowd turned around at the sound of the voice, only to realize that two beautiful women had appeared in front of the guy who had just helped them ask for money. The crowd immediately understood that this look was a girlfriend or wife checking in. Immediately, someone said, don't worry, sister-in-law. Little brother has been convincing people with reason and virtue, and definitely hasn't done anything overly aggressive. Yes, beauty, if you don't believe us, don't you believe your boyfriend? He looks amiable at first glance. How could he possibly make a move? Su Mayan coldly grunted. I just trusted him too much to know what he would do. To say that on the gas. Someone clearly said that the 20,000 yuan lost on the lost will not run to find people trouble. The result of the turn of the head on the disappearance of people. Without much thought, she took Su Baiyan immediately rushed to the Su family, and of course, ran into in here. At that time, Su Qiming's threat was still fresh in her mind, and she was really afraid that so-called father would be completely annoyed by Su Sun and thus do something excessive. After all, there was no kinship left in that home, and if anything happened even if she pleaded for mercy, there was no way back. The crowd had traveled so far along, she really didn't want anything to happen. Don't worry, this little brother really didn't do anything. Nothing more than helping us with a few words and getting the money for us. Just relax. Really? Then what else? Can so many of us still all lie to you? Thinking about it, seeing so many people explaining for Su Sun, Su Mayan's nervousness gradually relaxed. Look, the dog boss comes out. I don't know who shouted, but the crowd just now rushed towards the villa. The crowd receded. The view opened up, and the two figures lying on the ground surfaced at once. Su Baiyan opened her mouth wide in surprise and weakly said, Big sister, I'm not blind, am I? Those two on the ground, are they our biased mom and green tea brother? For a moment, Su Mayan's expression was completely blank. There was silence for a while before she spoke again. Seeker, do you want to explain to me what's going on? Haha, that I say, I didn't do this. Do you believe me? Do you think I believe it? Chapter 175, Su Mayan. Do you even call your mom anymore? Guess what I believe. So guess what I guess you guess I believe. Suddenly, Su Baiyan exclaimed, I don't believe it. I don't care if you believe it or not. Picking at Su Baiyan's brain, Su Sun also turned around to join the ranks of those asking for money. Asshole, dare to touch my head. Su Baiyan jumped onto Su Sun's back in a single leap and held on for dear life. Monkey hugs tree. Su Sun was speechless, shook off the baggage on his body and said irritably, Dead girl, get down from me. So many people are watching. No less. Who told you to touch my head? Fine, then don't get off. I'd like to see who it is that's going to lose face later. And you better not be begging to get me to let go. Humph, I'll beg you? Joke. Before Su Baiyan could react to what that meant, the next second, she felt her legs being deadlocked by two arms. Su Sun just squeezed into the crowd with her on his back in a dignified manner, attracting the attention of many people. Man, it's quite warm. The little girl is tired and knows to carry it. Harm. Big brother is joking. She's just 5 years old IQ. In addition to eating and drinking is riding on someone's back, or else crying and screaming I can't do anything about it. In that case, that's a bitter girl too, and it's really hard for you too. Listening to the conversation between the two Su Baiyan people are silly. Blushing shyly, do not dare to look up. She was at least a graduate of a prestigious university, and she was actually being talked about as a retarded child with the IQ of a 5-year-old? For a moment, Su Baiyan was so angry that she pounded and punched Su Sun. What did you just blabber on about? Quickly put it down for me. I'm not writing anymore. No release. Now that I'm here I'm not leaving, and I'm not the one who's humiliated anyway. Oops. What are you doing? Seeker, little seeker, I beg you, put me down. No release. Bastard. I'll bite you to death. Su Mayan looked on the side and held her forehead in silence, her face full of helplessness. There's no way the two could have gotten into a fight in this situation. Big sister, tell him to put me down. Shame on you. Scram. Go up and down how you want. I don't care. Oi. Good. Then drop me dead. Begging for mercy to no avail, Su Baiyan was so angry that she let go of her hands and fell directly backward. She couldn't believe that she was about to fall down. Su Sun still wouldn't let go of her hand and her big sister still wouldn't catch her. However, the fantasy is rich and the reality is bone dry. She fell backward, but Su Sun did not have the intention of letting go. Still holding her thighs, which also led to her entire upper body head down, like a falling leaf hanging down and floating. It wasn't until she tried to get up, nay she didn't have enough strength in her back and stomach, that she realized she couldn't actually get up. Pull me up. It's so hard. Old 5? Suddenly, a large face suddenly appeared in the supposedly blue sky, one looking up and one looking down. The father and daughter meeting after a long time was actually such an embarrassing scene. The oldest 5. And the oldest? What are you guys doing back here? Did you come to see me laugh? Now you're satisfied to see me being blocked here to demand a debt. Su-mayan frowned with her willow brows. I don't have time to watch any jokes. I'm just here to look for Xiao Sun. Oh, it looks like you guys are getting better. I really don't know how you survived without money or jobs. That's not for you to worry about. We have our own way of doing things. Fine. Better not let me find out you guys got a job, or I'll make it hard for you to move an inch in Jiangcheng. In fact, Su Qiming also fantasized about a scene where his daughters came back, because he did have some regrets. But not only did he not have any joy after his 2 daughters really came back, instead he only had annoyance and exasperation. The boss had a point, and he knew early on that he couldn't control this one. But old 5 used to be so obviously obedient, but now he is all rebellious bones and inverts the Big Dipper. Even today, doesn't look him in the eye. Old 5, are you trying to piss me off by acting so close to this kid? Obviously you used to be so obedient, but now you don't even look at me with a straight face. Are you trying to demonstrate to me with that snooty stance? Su Baiyan was speechless. What do you mean by demonstrating to you? Can't you see I can't get up? Why don't you pull me up? Just before she could open her mouth, Su Qiming left with a cold snort. I've paid everyone back, so if there's nothing else, I hope you'll leave here. But if there are still people who want to fish in troubled waters, then don't blame me for using extraordinary means. The purpose of the crowd strip is to get back the money that was cheated, and now that the money is back, naturally they will not make more entanglements. After all, they weren't stupid. They were already lucky to get their money back from the Su family. There was no need to make more trouble. That everyone, since I want my money back I'll leave now. See you around. It's a great day. I'm going to take my family out for a feast. Bye bye guys. Ha ha, I just got word that the tram I bought appears to be alive again. And now that I've gotten my 5,000 membership fee back, I'm going home to celebrate. As the crowd dispersed one by one, only the 3 Su family members and Su Sun were left in the Su family compound at this time. Originally, after the matter was settled, Su Sun also planned to leave with the crowd. But on second thought, it's not right. I haven't gotten my 20 grand yet. No. Does anyone care if I'm dead or alive? Can you put me down or pull me up? Snow Leopard shut up. Carrying the upside down Su Baiyan on his back, Su Sun slowly stepped forward. Su Qiming, did you forget my share? Where's my $20,000? Su Qiming smiled coldly. Your $20,000? Su Sun, don't think I don't know your intentions. Did you come here for that $20,000? You are clearly here to cause trouble. Su Sun immediately cursed. Put you in the... I'm not here to ask for money. Why am I here? Want money? Humph. Just this floor-to-ceiling glass window you damaged is more than $20,000. And it's already good enough that I won't let you pay for it. Oh, so you're planning on not giving it? Seeing Su Sun rubbing his fists, Su Mayan hurriedly blocked the front and slowly walked to Su Qiming and said, Dad, you also know that. Don't call me Dad. I don't have a daughter like you. Your mom doesn't have a daughter like you either. The Su family doesn't have daughters like you too. Su Mayan slowly nodded. Okay, Su Dong. Then I went on to say, in fact, you also know that you can't rely on Xiao Sun's money. Even if you don't give this now to give later, still have to give. Why bother? Then I won't give it. Can he still force me? You don't think he can? With one sentence, Su Qiming was instantly stuck in his throat. After all, Su Sun cannot be judged by common sense. It seems that you can really force yourself to also. That hurts. Where am I? Suddenly, a murmur rang out. Qin Shinran, who had been lying on the ground for a long time, slowly got up from the ground and shook off her dizzy head. When she saw Su Mayan and Su Baiyan, her foggy brain instantly cleared up a few points. You 2 dead girls finally know to come back. What's your look, old 5? Forget it. This time when you come back, don't leave. As long as you behave, the family can't treat you poorly, so that you don't have to suffer outside. MS. Qin, don't bother. We'll leave later. At those words, Qin Shinlan snapped. What did you call me? Su Mayan, have you been out for a while and you don't even call me mom? Chapter 176, The Household Debate. It's not that you don't call it, it's that you don't recognize it. What? What did you say? Tell me again. We've already severed our relationship. We're not family anymore for a long time. Besides, it's not that I don't call out to your mom. It's that Su Dong said that he doesn't allow me to do so. Nowadays I'm just an ordinary person. I wouldn't dare to disobey the orders of the chairman of the hallowed Su group. Su Qiming's face darkened. and he immediately had the feeling of lifting a stone to hit his own feet, but he couldn't deny that this was what he had said. I'm the one who said that we don't have these 2 daughters in the future, and since you're back, you two should move your accounts. Yes, see do so absolutely. Qin Shinlan really anxious. She usually scolded to scold, but did not think of really lose 2 daughters. No moving, enough. What are you still holding on to? Even if they don't move, do they still recognize you as their mother? It's better to get rid of them. With that, Su Qiming returned to the villa. In a short while he took a household account book out and threw it to Su Mayan. Work it out amongst yourselves, and when I next see this book, I don't want the 2 of you in it. Clutching the account in her hand, Su Mayan didn't have any sadness. Her body seemed to be completely relaxed at this moment. Originally, she was afraid that the Su family would get entangled, but seeing this so-called father so desperate, she was relieved. Okay, you'll never see our names again. Humph, then get lost and don't come back. You're not welcome in this house. As you wish. Holding Su Sun, Su Mayan planned to leave there. Just an accident occurred suddenly. Su Sun's footsteps are like lead. Not only did not leave with, but instead walked in the opposite direction. Where's my $20,000? It's not so easy to get rid of me without paying me. Su Hun, don't go too far. It's already my greatest mercy for them to move their accounts. What do I care if they move their accounts? I just want my $20,000. You give, or not. At this moment for Su Qiming is not at all the question of whether to give up the 20,000 yuan, but the struggle with Su Sun. He can't give $20,000. If he did, it would mean that he was once again lower than Su Sun, so he would rather hold his last breath than give in. No, De Wei Tianlong, putting down the burden on his back, Su Sun grabbed Su Qiming's collar and swung out several palms. I told you not to give. I told you not to give it. You're the first one who dares to covet my money. You asshole, don't go too far. You who? Looks like it's still a light hand. Then, De Wei Tianlong, wait I'll give. Pa! Su Qiming was instantly enraged. I've given it all, why are you still moving? Sorry, my hands were quick. You, good. I'll give it okay. Su Qiming was instantly exasperated and laughed. Unwillingly and exasperatedly he counted $20,000 from his briefcase and handed it to Su Sun. Although he was superficially stoic, he had already made up his mind to make Su Sun pay the price. Getting the money, Su Sun happily put it back into his pocket, and then continued to carry Su Baiyan's head without looking back and left Su's house. Su Baiyan just came down from the back. It is not easy to catch a breath. Now again on the back of the genus is really shocked, but the good thing is that this time there is no head down. However, she was overjoyed. Su Sun suddenly threw himself backward, and under the effect of inertia Su Baiyan once again fell backward. He then lifted those legs upwards again, and Su Baiyan once again fell into an inverted golden hook. There are times when there is toughness without power is also a kind of distress, such as Su Baiyan now. Want to get up cannot get up. The key there are passers-by to see. It is really too humiliating. Ooh, I was wrong. Just put me down. I'm really a bit short of oxygen. Big sister, shut up. It's no use screaming. Su Muyan lazy that chattering shouting. She is now full of mind only this account matter. If the account is resolved, then in the future there is something about the account of things no longer need to return to the Su family, and no longer need to suffer the cold face of those 2 people. After some thought, she called Su Wanqing. What? You got the account book? Lao Air, why don't you come over here? Just in time to settle your account as well. Okay, I'll be right there. At this time Su Qiming never dreamed that he wanted to disappear 2 people's names on the account book, but the final disappearance is 3 people. In the Su family, Qin Shinlan was still expressing her dissatisfaction, believing that Su Qiming shouldn't have done so absolutely. Su Qiming was clearly not as indecisive as she was, believing that it was time to make a clean break. Let's go. We still have 3 daughters anyway. Besides, even if the household is not moved, do you think their hearts can still come back? They can't come back, you know. It would be better to get rid of the relationship earlier, and save us from seeing those 2 rebellious daughters again in the future because of this account issue. Is it hard to believe that you want to see those 2 unfilial daughters still have a relationship with us and continue to take advantage of my Su family? Saying that, Qin Shinlan also felt that this statement was reasonable. She really didn't want to see her daughter, who was not filial to herself, live too well. Although moving the account does not mean severing the relationship, for them it is a complete demonstration of their attitude and saves them from any future entanglements. Fine, go away and we'll pretend we don't have those 2 daughters from now on. Well, it's good to have it figured out, but I always feel like I'm overlooking something? Qin Shinlan froze. What neglected what? Oh yeah, forgot to get someone to fix the glass. I want to get up. Where's little man? Thumping, Qin Shinlan instantly got up. Bad, my son is still lying outside. Lodge of 4. There were 4 account books, 1 original and 3 new ones. laid out on the coffee table. Originally, Su Mayan wanted to put Su Wanqing Su Baiyan on an account, but nice Su Wanqing did not agree. Su Baiyan, on the other hand, was thinking of the three of them together, but again, Su Muyan disagreed because she was thinking of transferring into Su Sun's account, and Su Wanqing disagreed for a similar reason. She even wanted to be on the same account as Su Sun without a valid reason, beautifully saying that she was originally a family, which was naturally vetoed by Su Mayan. After a few days of going around in circles, it's simply 3 accounts for 3 people, taking advantage of the other 2 not paying attention. Su Wanqing muttered in a low voice, Xiao Sun, I wanted to be on the same account as you, but I'm afraid of my big sister's suspicion and disapproval, so for the time being, I'll be independent. Su Sun was a bit helpless, and silently said in his heart, of course this is not agreeable. After all, your good big sister has the same idea, but she has a certificate and a justifiable reason, so how could she possibly agree to this request of yours? Just then, in a flash of light, Su Sun suddenly remembered a very serious problem. That is, it seems that Su Wanqing doesn't know about the fact that he and Su Mayan have a license. It's bad. How will we explain this when the time comes? Seek, I'll see you later tonight. Feeling the breath in his ears, Su Sun suddenly shivered. I want to ask you something. If I say I'm already married, how do you feel? As soon as the words fell, almost instantly Su Wanqing's seductive eyes transformed into bone-chilling coldness. I will kill that woman, and I'll make you, the scum of the earth, pay for it too. Chapter 177, Su Wanqing is sick. The world seemed to stand still and the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Su Sun had thought that Su Wanqing would get angry, sad, or even spilled. However, one really didn't expect Su Wanqing to be able to say such using words in such a flat tone. If the previous Su Wanqing dared to say such words to him, that absolutely a slap descended to let her sober up, but now the situation has changed, and to do it again would be domestic violence. But he couldn't really think of an explanation for a moment other than that physical shutting up. The most crucial thing was that Su Wanqing's appearance nowadays was really a little scary. Puff! A light pleasant laughter with a playful tone suddenly rang out. Su Wanqing arched her eyebrows, one hand quietly clasped Su Sun's palm and covered her red lips and laughed. See how scared you are. I was just joking. How could I possibly do something like that? Really? Su Sun's face was delighted. Then what if I say I didn't lie to you? I'm really married? Then I will get you killed first. Su Wanqing said expressionlessly. At that moment, Su Sun gulped. Sure enough, some women change their faces faster than a book. Before, he could completely disregard Su Wanqing's thoughts, but now he couldn't. He began to regret provoking this woman in front of him. Su Wanqing did seem to have some ruthlessness in her. By the looks of it, it doesn't appear to be all talk. Okay, 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 okay. Look how scared you are. Don't worry, even if something did happen I wouldn't be that extreme. As long as you can give me a reasonable explanation I'll forgive you. Pursing her lips, Su Wanqing subconsciously leaned towards Su Sun's shoulder. Suddenly, a stern gaze struck him, and Su Mayan slowly walked out from between the kitchens. Su Wanqing instantly tensed, that leaning action into a close observation, but also reached out and Su Sun's head pulled a few hairs, pretending to mutter, there are gray hairs. In the future can never stay up all night. White hair. Su Mayan, who had just arrived in front of her, frowned with her willow brows and reached out to grab the white hair, but Su Wanqing's palm spread out but there was no so-called hair. What's wrong with big sister? Where's the gray hair? Just dropped it on the floor. I'll find it for you. No need. With that, Su Mayan brought her head in front of Su Sun and raked at Su Sun's head just to find the whereabouts of that white hair. But where was a single white hair in that dark hair? No? Su Mayan wondered. Big sister, just that 1 or 2 were pulled out by me. How can I have them all the time? No, he's only so young and he's got gray hair. He must be watched, and if there's more than one he needs to be checked out. The two of them started to have a discussion about their hair, which left Su Sun speechless. Talking is talking. Why are you pushing him around in the head? Not you guys enough? I don't have gray hair. And Su Mayan, can you stop shaking? My brain is getting shaken out by you. It's best when I check again and there's none. What are you guys doing? Coincidentally at this time, Su Baiyan came out of the bedroom holding a crooked-necked dog doll, and seeing the two of them groping at Su Sun's head was also a burst of curiosity. She came up behind her and without even figuring out what was going on she went straight up to Su Sun's head and rubbed it for a while. There is no need to endure anymore. Topping up a chicken nest head, Su Sun finally caught fire. Who the hell touched my heavenly bodhisattva? Su Mai and Su Eveningqing quickly spread out on both sides and pointed at Su Baiyan behind the sofa. What? Before Su Baiyan could react to what was going on, She only saw Su-sun in front of her suddenly turn back to reveal the eyes of a wild beast seeing its prey. Stupid girl, you're drifting again after a few days of no treatment. Saying that, Su-sun grabbed Su Baiyan. A violent fall ruthlessly threw her onto the sofa, a body flip, a set of family law service so greeted. Su Baiyan fluttered her legs and screamed in agony. You asshole, I'm not finished with you. Big sister, second sister, save me. Su Mayan looked on with cold eyes. Can't be saved. Who told you that your hands are in arrears? I don't owe it this time. Wasn't it just touching his head? Besides, what's a heavenly bodhisattva? I didn't touch his heavenly bodhisattva either. Su Wanqing sighed softly and explained. Fifth sister, you really read this book in vain. The sky bodhisattva probably means the head, which is a big taboo for some minorities. What the hell? They don't teach that in this book. Besides, he's not one of those people. So what's wrong with me touching him? Humph, cunning, lightning cyclone chop. As the words fell, a chopping palm was thrown up viciously. Aha! You asshole! 3 o'clock late at night. Su-sun had already entered dreamland. A beautiful dream added to his body, and the only sound in the silent room was his slight breathing. It can't be helped. Since I educated Su Baiyan at night, I was pestered by her until the early hours of the morning. After taking a shower and swiping my cell phone, it was already past 1 in the morning. Intense tiredness hit him then and he fell back to sleep. And I must say it was a really good sleep. So much so that he forgot about certain people who patronized him in the middle of the night. But what he didn't expect or notice was that his late-night room was still occupied. Waking up again, Su-sun was awakened by a persistent rustling sound. Fixing his eyes, the scene before him sobered him instantly. No, really, as far as that goes? What time is it? Touching up the cell phone next to her pillow to see that it was already 3 in the morning, Su-sun was shocked. Don't you have to work tomorrow? Stop it. Well, it's okay. I'm taking a vacation. Why are you taking a vacation? You're too old to be so wasted. I've been trying for so many years. It's time to slow down a bit. Su-sun frowned and gritted his teeth. That's true, but you don't have to come over every day, right? Distance produces beauty. Don't we have to maintain the freshness? I figured it out. I didn't understand this and couldn't access it before. Now I realize that enjoying the moment with the person you like is what matters most. Little seeker. Ha ha, that evening Ching-ah. You're not figured out. You're sick. Otherwise you this. Don't talk. Meanwhile, the next room. It was silent. The bright moonlight shone through the window, reflecting on the sleeping, stunning side face on the bed. Suddenly, the frown on that moving face frowned slightly. Su Mayan pulled the covers in an attempt to cover the inexplicable noise in her ears, but that subtle sound felt like it was engraved in her mind, making it difficult for her to ignore it. Finally, those tightly closed eyes slowly opened. Su Mayan leaned against the bed and pinched her brow, her stunningly beautiful face filled with the color of annoyance. What the hell is going on? Why is there this strange noise every day for a while? Pinched and pinched. Su Mayan suddenly looked at the wall to the side and frowned. What's going on? Chapter 178. Su Baiyan, who had her entire fortune confiscated. Early in the morning, at the dinner table, several people ate their breakfast in silence, each with their own thoughts. Su Wanqing dined quickly, and after drinking the last mouthful of milk, she was ready to go back to her room to catch up on her sleep. Looking at Lao Er's fiery stance, Su Mayan was a bit puzzled. In her impression, Su Wanqing did everything slowly and methodically, cared extremely about her image, and never stayed up late, always maintaining a spirited state. But this recent period of time, every morning is basically a listless look, and even once that's second only to her workaholic, actually to the point of not working at home to sleep. Su Mayan's expression gradually became grave. Elder, haven't you slept properly during this period of time? Why do you look like you can't keep your eyes open every day? Ugh, it's not that there's been a lot of cases lately, and I've been staying up late a lot lately organizing, so it'll be fine after a while. Yeah, you're taking time off when there's a lot of cases? You used to work 7 days a week? Su Wanqing's face stiffened. It's not because she's been too tired lately. Only with a good rest can I work well. Well, I'm done eating. I'm going back to catch up on my sleep. You guys eat slowly. Looking at that hurriedly leaving back, Su Mayan fell into silence, pondering. Su Wanqing definitely had something to hide from herself, because last night she went to Su Wanqing's room and there was no one there at all. Stinky Su-sun, lend me $5,000. I have money to pay you back. 5,000? Didn't I just give you 20,000? Did you spend it all? Nope. No. No. Su-sun instead became more puzzled. No, then what more money do you need? Is it hard to believe that you want to go buy some luxury bag? That was me borrowing, not asking. Besides, I'm not going to buy something as useless as a bag. Su Baiyan held her head high with a smug look on her face, as if what she was going to buy was something very meaningful. Oh, so what are you buying? I'm going to buy a car. Recently a car company collapsed, It is said that the original more than 200,000 yuan car more than 20,000 yuan can be bought. This I have to get a back to drive. How about it? I'm smart, right? Roll. You've been tricked and you don't even know it. I is seeking, please, just give. Lend me 5,000? Su Baiyan holding arms blinking big eyes. Pampered, I'm also for the sake of everyone think about how convenient we have a car Isn't that right? Seeking. No borrowing. Doesn't your second sister have a car? Take her car. Agu's second sister usually used to go to work by herself. One more car where we go to play is also convenient. Isn't it? You'd better not dream. I can't stand by and watch you get ripped off. If you really want to drive $20,000 for a used car you can still drive. I think you're just stingy. You won't even give me $5,000. Hey you stupid old five. Su Sun was unconvinced. If I were stingy, would I give you the $20,000 I've recovered from all the hard work I've done? I even helped plead with your big sister to let you spend the $20,000. And now you've taken the money and turned your back on me, right? I don't care. I'm asking you for the last time. Give or take? No. Really? No. Okay. We're done. Okay. Give me back the $20,000 before you finish. Su Baiyan snorted disdainfully. Why should I pay back the money I got with my ability? If you don't give it to me, I'll sell my treasure myself, and you won't be able to use the car when I buy it back. He. Su Sun was happy, looking at Su Baiyan just like looking at a little cutie. Like, don't worry, not only do I not use it, when the time comes, I'll make it impossible for everyone to use it. You want to be bad? You won't think of it with me around. Su Baiyan had a wary face. It's that I'm not afraid with you around. Asshole. I'll whack you to death. At the drop of a hat. Su Baiyan is a set of small fists pounding your chest at Su Sun. This point of killing power to Su Sun is no different from ants scratching an itch. He even lazy to take care of it, carelessly lowered his head to nibble on his own fritters. Seeing this, Su Baiyan became even more furious, madly accelerating his attack speed, with the attitude of not stopping until Su Sun was killed. Only as she moved more and more, she also naturally drew sanctions from those involved. Su Baiyan, what are you doing? Su Baiyan's face suddenly changed, quickly pretended to look as if nothing had happened to him and lowered his head to dry rice. Haha big sister, I'm eating what else can I do? Do you think I'm blind? Do you have an itchy skin if you don't find something to do? Goo. I'm just playing a little joke. Didn't you see that stinky Su Sun didn't even resist? Ha, that's me being lazy to take care of you. Snatching the bun from Su Baiyan's hand, Su Sun took a bite and said faintly, this good sister of yours wanted to ask me for money to buy a car, and when I didn't give it to her, she beat me up. Alas, where in the world can you find such an unreasonable person What? Su Mayan's face sank. Stop. I know you're in a hurry, but don't worry, this good sister of yours isn't even buying a normal car, she's buying a car that someone else has closed down. A $20,000 kind of car, and she doesn't know if she can drive it yet. She said I'd go sell my babies if I didn't pay, and that she wouldn't let me ride in the car when I bought it. Tell me about it. It breaks my heart that I'm all about her and she sees me that way. At that moment, Su Mayan exuded a chilling feeling as she said word for word, Su, Bai, Nyan. In a flash, Su Bai Nyan's face turned pale, and she said in horror, big sister, don't listen to him adding fuel to the fire. I'm doing it for the sake of our family. I'm just trying to pick up the pieces. What are you picking up? I think you just want to get cheated out of that recovered money again. Hand it over. Ha, big sis isn't so bad. Hand over the money. Not to pay. By what, right? Su Bai Nyan weakly said. Fine, don't hand it over, right? Then I'll get it myself. Saying that, Su Mayan directly got up. Su Bai Nyan instantly panicked. Don't, big sister, I'm wrong. Don't confiscate my money. I won't buy it, okay? Su Mayan ignored her obstruction and directly entered her room, rummaging through the nightstand to find the $20,000. Looking at her money being confiscated just like that, Su Bai Nyan's heart was bitter, but that wasn't all. Su Mayan looked around some more and directly dragged away her suitcase full of treasures. At this moment, Su Bai Nyan could no longer remain calm. What are you doing, sis? Why are you dragging my suitcase? With a beat in her step, Su Mayan stopped and said coldly, I see that you're too inexperienced, so it's better for me to keep these things for you lest you be cheated out of your money. Su Bai Nyan people are stupid. $20,000 were confiscated even if their own these treasures are also to be confiscated? A bit of life also does not give people left. Oh big sister, I beg you, I won't buy it. I really won't buy it. Something you leave for me. At least leave me one. One? Why one? Su Mayan asked back with a cold face. I think you want to exchange it for money to spend, right? Otherwise you must want them all. Then I'll tell you. No way. No way. No. I don't dare to ask for more because I'm afraid you won't give it to me. Su Baiyan was just about to explain when Su Muyan pushed her away and walked towards the door with her suitcase. Su Baiyan cried a miserable cry. A handful of snot and a handful of tears. All kinds of begging big sister to leave things behind. But Su Mayan's mind was made up, and she wouldn't pay any attention to her spilling her guts. It's no use crying anymore. You'll never see these things again. Don't say I'm unforgiving. Don't you still have one in your bed? If you want to sell it for money, sell that one. Su Mayan dragged her entire belongings and left just like that, leaving Su Baiyan alone with silent tears in place, looking back at the crooked-necked dog on the bed. It was a limited edition that could also fetch a lot of money, but it was one of her favorites, so how could she possibly sell it? Big sis is killing people to kill them. Woo-woo, is there any justice in heaven? I don't care if you confiscate my money. You have to confiscate my things too. I won't live anymore. I won't live. Just when Su Baiyan was at the end of her rope, a figure slowly squatted down, and a bunch of red bills in her hand were violently spread out in front of her. Alright, don't cry. Big deal. I'll just sneak you some more. Chapter 179, A Way to Pin Down Su Sun. Stinks. Su Seek. Su Baiyan was a bit stunned, not expecting that the one who gave her warmth at such a moment was actually Su Sun, this annoying guy. However, if it wasn't for this stinking asshole adding fuel to the fire, how could all her belongings be confiscated? But Su Sun's appearance at this time she could not deny was indeed very moved. What's wrong? You don't want it? It's my last $50,000 in cash. If you don't want it, I'll take it. Don't. I want. Snatching a bunch of red tickets, Su Baiyan hugged them in her arms and choked. Little cutie. Don't want it. Especially your money. Don't want it for nothing. Since you've received the money, you're not angry, right? Actually, I didn't expect your big sister to react so strongly, actually confiscating all your belongings. It's really miserable too. In an instant, the aggression that had just been suppressed once again filled her heart. Su Baiyan was pounding and hitting Su Sun. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. If it wasn't for you adding fuel to the fire, how could big sister confiscate my things? It's all because of you. Hold it. What do you mean I'm adding fuel to the fire? I'm telling the truth, okay? I don't care. Anyway, it's you who caused this. My family belongings. I'm not finished with you. Making a fuss. Su Baiyan and aggrieved a snot and a tear. That pitiful look. That store eye's tearful big eyes. People do not pity. Su Sun can't remember how long Su Baiyan hasn't been this sad. Even if she was kicked out of her home, even if she was beaten up by him every day, she didn't see her shed a single tear. Suddenly seeing this aggrieved stance, as if he had done something wrong, he recoiled a bit at a loss for words. Helplessly, Su Sun grabbed the fluttering hands and slowly caressed her head with his other hand, even coaxing her. Alright, I can't get those treasures of yours back, but I can fulfill the rest of your heart's desire. Just want to buy a car. I'll take you to buy a good one. We don't want that 20,000 car. We don't want to be cheated, okay? Su Baiyan cried at choking. Red Eyes looked up and said, really? But in advance, the money to buy a car this 50,000 does not count. Reaching out and wiping the tears and snot on that face, Su Sun smiled and said, don't worry, don't move your little money grubber's money, and I won't say anything to your big sister about this money, so you can spend it any way you want to, okay? Sucking her nose, Su Baiyan pouted her lips and snorted coldly. That's more or less the same. Then I reluctantly forgive you. Okay, so can Missy get up now? Keep sitting on the floor and watch out for your big sister coming back to talk about you later. Shay, just say it, like anyone's afraid of her. Alright then, go ahead and sit down. Don't blame me for not warning you later. Just at the moment Su Sun turned around, suddenly, a shout came from behind him. Wait, Su Sun froze. What's wrong again? Only to see Su Baiyan open her arms, clearly pleading but with a bratty face. She said, hold me up. Su Sun shook his head helplessly. Okay, then does Miss Nian Nian want to go back to bed and lie down or go to the living room? Bed. I'm in a bad mood and need to calm down. Okay, then, let's get you back to bed. Su Sun secretly smiled, really still a child's heart. A few times was coaxed, obviously only a few steps away. He still slowly squatted down to pick up Su Baiyan, and then sent her back to the bed, and also thoughtfully covered her with a quilt. At this time, Su Baiyan was also very cooperative, obediently lying on the bed without crying or fussing, just staring at the man in front of her with a pair of big eyes. Su Sun suddenly felt that if someone can be quiet all the time, how good it is. This honest and quiet look. But there is something lovely. Don't you go yet. This side just turned around. The voice came out from behind again. Su Sun was a bit speechless, and patiently said, what's wrong little Nian Nian? Is there anything else? Nothing. It's just that I want to hear you sing. You're so hot online. I've never heard you live. Su Sun frowned. How could someone make such a grandiose statement about unreasonable demands? Su Bainyan, don't give me an inch. I've already patiently coaxed you, and you still want me to sing. You really take me for a nanny. What's wrong with singing a song? If you don't sing, I'll never forgive you again. Blanche. Su Sun instantly broke the defense, directly put down the burden to quit. I still won't sing today. I see what you can do to me. Sing or get the hell out of here. I never want to see you again. As soon as the words left his mouth, a pillow just flew over. Su Sun was instantly on fire. He takes back what he just said. Cute. My ass. It's the same spunky stupid girl who hates people. Thoroughly. However, he was just about to lash out when a burst of warmth and coldness entered his hand. Su Bainyan slid to her knees at the speed of light, holding Su Sun's palm with both hands, and said in an aggrieved manner, I'm sorry Sun Sun. I'm just kidding. You shouldn't be angry, right? Su Sun's face was expressionless. Don't be so shifty. Oh, I won't eat you. I really just wanted to hear you sing live, and since you don't want to, that's fine. I'm fine as long as you don't get mad. Okay? Next time, okay? I've got something to do here. Just go to bed. Okay? Really? You'd really like to sing for me next time? Yes. I'll always sing for you. Will you let me go now? Good. Then let's hook up. Well. Inexplicably, Su Sun was both speechless and disgusted as he pulled a hook with Su Bainyan. He is also really admired. So big people still pull the hook. Young not childish. Getting the promise. Su Bainyan pretty face was happy. Immediately in Su Sun face kissed a mouth. Then you must sing for me next time. Oh, love you yo. Soon. Okay. Lie down you. Pressing the person towards the bed, Su Sun rubbed his cheeks and accelerated his pace to leave quickly. Really? Snot and saliva all over my face. The door to the room slammed heavily shut, and Su Bainyan waved her fist at the air in exasperation. Dare to dislike this lady. In an instant, though, the puffed-up cheeks morphed into a smug snicker. She seems to have found a way to pin down Su Sun. Chapter 180, Su Qingxia is at the end of her rope. In the bedroom, Su Sun lying on the bed and playing with his cell phone. The so-called something is to drink a drink and brush the video. So cozy. Creak, came the sound of the door opening. Due to someone's recent nightly attacks, he subconsciously thought it was Su Wanqing coming in and was just about to open his mouth when the voice that rang out was someone else. Seeker, are you free? No time. On the surface, he was calm, but Su Sun's heart was a good deal closer. After all, he almost blurted it out. Okay, since you're free, there's just something I want to talk to you about. No, I said I'm not available. Can't you hear me? Little Seeker, you've been a bit too spoiled for your fifth sister lately. Have you been giving her money again? Hey, are you listening to me or not? Su Mayan frowned slightly and said with a serious expression, she's a person who used to be pampered, spends money lavishly, never looks at whether it's useful or not to buy things. As long as she looks at it, she'll want it. I'm controlling her spending to correct this vice of hers, but you're still secretly helping her. Isn't that making it difficult for me? Su Sun was incomparably headstrong, rolled over and sat in front of Su Mayan's face, his eyes looking straight. Sometimes inhibition will only have the opposite effect. Although this good sister of yours is a little bit stupid, a little bit dull, and a little bit irrational, but I believe that she has a clear understanding in her heart. The most important thing is that if I don't comfort her, she will definitely come to me to make trouble. Can I stand it if I come every day? Do you want me to be annoyed to death? If the life of a minion is a life, is the life of my Su Sun not a life? For a while, Su Mayan fell into silence. Her idea of disciplining Su Bainyan was right, but Su Sun's argument was fine. With her own stupid sister's character, she would surely blame others for the problems in her body and go and make a scene. Ugh, obviously a few months older than you. How come there isn't a bit of maturity? Su Mayan murmured in a low voice. What are you muttering about? Nothing, it's just that I think you become so mature and can stand on your own already. Alas, Su Sun smiled faintly. It can't be helped. People change. Besides, I've been on my own for a long time, haven't I? Recalling all the things that had happened, Su Mayan slowly nodded her head. Well, indeed. Just as the two were speechless relative to each other, suddenly, a phone call broke the silence between them. What's wrong? Big sister. Oh, top streamer Qingxia will hold a press conference at the Jiangqing Gymnasium in the afternoon to apologize for the plagiarism to the original author and the general audience. It is reported that Su Qingxia himself refused to apologize, but the evidence is clear. If you do not apologize to the company will abandon her. Specific is true or false. To be this column will be solved for everyone in the afternoon. Please lock nothing to ask. Inside the lounge, the woman in black and white plain clothes without powder sat in a chair with a haggard look, watching the news broadcast on the big screen, gradually covering her face with sadness and shedding silent tears. After a period of struggle, Su Qingxia was finally hammered to death for plagiarism and nailed to the pillar of shame for plagiarism. The once high-flying and glamorous woman now has to suffer from a barrage of online abuse, with even her most loyal fans falling over themselves to call her out for forgetting her beginnings and becoming the kind of person she hates the most. As she cried, Su Qingxia smiled. Had she really become that kind of person? Obviously. I have been strictly regulating myself and moving forward. But why should this injustice be inflicted on me? She wondered why, when it was clearly her own. Her 100 proofs were evidence of hammering herself to death. She, Su Qingxia, had a clear conscience, but the evidence of those so-called plagiarized people made it difficult for her to say anything. Never in her life had she felt such disgust for a person, but at this moment there was, and that was Su Wen. She really regretted going back to that home, and really regretted beyond words that she thought of that asshole as her brother. She was caring for someone as her brother, and someone had come back to backstab herself, and this succession of moves after moves was clearly intended to put her to death. Only now did Su Qingxia understand that the dog that bites really doesn't bark, and she didn't even know when exactly Su Wen got up his vengeful mind, stealing the original manuscript, falsifying evidence, even getting someone to fix it and register the copyright before her. Su Qingxia was remorseful to the core, incomparably regretting giving Su Wen the opportunity to steal. But how could she have thought that she had a hungry wolf watching over her during that time, when she was so troubled by everything that was going on? However, the wood has been turned into a boat, and it is useless to regret, because she understands that once this press conference comes out today, all the glory she once received will be gone. At the same time she gets labeled as a plagiarist, a thief, a plagiarist and so on. Even if we get clarification later, what can we do? The repercussions have been made, and can those who have suffered be repaired? Did footsteps sounded. A middle-aged woman with a sad face came in front of Su Qingxia, holding a pile of documents in her hand. The woman was Su Qingxia's manager. Su Qingxia as the artist she brought up. She naturally trusted Su Qingxia's character very much. Nay, the evidence was so overwhelming that she couldn't even do any defense for Su Qingxia upwards. May, what does the top want from me again? I've said I'll admit it when the time comes, but trying to get me to read from the script they gave me, that's not going to happen. May sighed deeply and handed over the papers in her hand. No, the higher-ups are planning to give up on you. What? The hands moved away, revealing Su Qingxia's reddened eyes and that shocked face. This is a demotion contract. Your original S-level contract will become a C-level contract. Qingxia, I tried, but there's really nothing I can do. It's okay Sister May, you've already helped me enough. Receiving the contract and seeing the contents inside, Su Qingxia instantly had the urge to laugh and cry. I've helped the company earn so much money, and even if the higher-ups don't trust me, they're actually falling on their sword? Well, this is the company I worked so hard for. It's ridiculous. The company Su Qingxia belonged to was Summer Culture, and even this name was changed to a summer character because of her name. Because of her, the company has made a lot of money in the past few years. From the original third-line small agency all of a sudden jumped to a first-line company. Wide variety of talents. And the artists within the company are divided into 4 classes of S and ABCD. Artists with D-level contracts have no rights and can only accept the company's dictates, and even 90% of their remuneration must go to the company. C-level is better. Pay 2-8, artist 2, the company 8, and even a basic salary, but still do not have any right to speak, must unconditionally obey the company, or will pay a lot of liquidated damages. Su Qingxia is the only one of the S-level contract artist. The remuneration of what not to mention. The company has any arrangement for her still have to follow her opinion. Sometimes she can even one person can sway the decision of the senior management. But now, she has fallen from the clouds and is also to become a bull and horse existence to be dominated at will. In that case, what's the point of continuing with this company? Sister May, tell them I'm quitting. Since they've given up on me, it's not like I have to be them. May had a difficult look on her face. But Qingxia, if you terminate the contract at this time you will pay at least $1 billion in liquidated damages. Can you afford it? I have to give. The words ended abruptly. Su Qingxia wanted to say that she came from the Su group and could still afford to give $1 billion. But when she thought of that disgusting brother and biased parents, she instantly dismissed the idea. If you let your family pay for it, then in the future, you are afraid that you will really have to suffer from your parents' cold eyes as well as their drive. And you can't even say anything wrong to that disgusting younger brother, which is simply even more disgusting than those executives in the company. She can't do it. On what grounds? It's obvious that they tampered with the contract at will. So why should I pay so much for breach of contract? Qingxia, the contract has a risk avoidance treaty. Because of plagiarism, the company lost a lot of interest which is already considered a breach of contract. If you put forward the termination of the contract during this period, then the company has the right to claim compensation for you, which are clearly labeled A. Chapter 181 Su Wen, this is word of mouth. Su Qingxia fell into a stupor. Yes, the surface said no matter how good ultimately for their own interests, even if they think of them as bowl, but people only think of themselves as a tool to make money. People's hearts really can't stand the test, and the words those executives said when they begged her in the beginning were better than one another, and the promises they gave were more and more appealing. At the end of the day, it's all about the word profit. Su Qingxia actually understands what those executives are playing. It's just to take advantage of the opportunity to weaken her right to speak, so that she can take advantage of the opportunity to control her in the future. In the future, if he or she flips the red company as usual, if he or she can't make any money in the future, then he or she can continue to ignore it. What a good calculation. Su Qingxia laughed at herself for being so naive as to think of that as her second home, but was she the kind of person to be slaughtered? Neither that company nor that home was her choice. Tell them, I want to terminate the contract. If you want money then you can file a lawsuit. I'll go all the way. Mei was shocked. Qingxia, are you serious? This is not a small amount of money. If you stay in the company, you may still have a chance to become famous, but if you leave, the countless lawsuits alone will be enough to drag you down. Sister Mei, knowing my character, if they want to take advantage of this opportunity to control me, it's never going to happen. It's been hard on you these past few years, accompanying me around and helping me solve all kinds of problems. I believe that even without me, you can still bring up a star of tomorrow. Clear summer. There's no need to say more. Getting up and giving Mei a big hug, Su Qingxia resolutely turned around and left. The time has come to end this. Even though her glory is no longer there, she is still the brightest and most colorful one under the spotlight of the thousands. Inside the large studio, everyone was ready. Countless journalists were waiting, and there were even a lot of fans and spectators who showed up just to witness the fall of a rising star. Su Qingxia plagiarism storm can be said to be the biggest news in the entertainment circle in recent years. Many reporters have been waiting to grab the headlines, and what's more, they have already planned to ask some sharp questions later on, adding another fire to the conference that has calmed things down. With the appearance of a woman in civilian clothes, the main attraction of the day finally arrived, and countless spotlights began to shine. Looking at the scene on the stage, Su Qingxia was a bit lost in thought. She remembered that the last time there was such a big battle was when she made her debut, and this last time, it was the same. What is this? Starting and finishing? Putting aside her distractions and revealing a trademark smile, Su Qingxia began today's clarification. Su Qingxia, did not plagiarize. One word stirred up 1,000 waves, and many people on the stage had already smelled the melon field. On the other hand, a group of executives from summer culture were outright dumbfounded, because it was completely different from what they had discussed saying. What they wanted was for Su Qingxia to admit the truth to calm the storm, not to expand the situation by engaging in sophistry in front of everyone. However, due to the presence of reporters, these executives were not at all good at having an attack on the spot, and for a while, they could only allow Su Qingxia to continue with her defense. But as that one word rang out, the boss of summer culture, who was far away from the headquarters, immediately became anxious and immediately called to instruct the subordinates present to stop Su Qingxia's remarks. So there was a sudden commotion in the otherwise quiet studio. Su Qingxia, you unscrupulous artist, get out of the entertainment industry. Su Qingxia, you don't deserve to be a singer. You plagiarizing dog, cut the crap and hurry up and apologize. Su Qingxia, get out of showbiz. Su Qingxia, get out of showbiz. It was thought that everything would end there, but Su Qingxia was unmoved and continued to articulate the facts in an organized manner. Quickly, go straight up and drag her away, and don't let her say another word. The top management of the crowd is anxious and anxious. They do not understand Su Qingxia in the end, in the obsession, have been hammered and still in the sophistry. So in addition to cause the public to reverse the wind, psychology is not any good at all. It is simply stupid, and the reporters were already doing a double take, as if they could smell the headlines. Evidently Su Qingxia actually dared to sophistry. Really unrepentant. It is estimated that it will not take long to cover the net storm will come. Really self-inflicted. What I have said is true, and I can be held legally responsible if there are any problems. All of this was an act committed by my brother, my own brother, to get back at me. He was the one who stole my original manuscript, had it worked on and then bit me back. Although I don't have definitive proof, I will give everyone a satisfactory explanation. The internet was exploding at this point, and a lot of people started flying with their keyboards. This Su Qingxia is really disgusting. Copying is copying. Admit a mistake is not the past. Have to talk tough. Even if she has a hard mouth, she actually relies on her own brother. I really didn't think that her little white flower look was all pretend, and her heart is actually so vicious. Su Qingxia, this is not funny it? People have evidence, she has no evidence. The result said instead she became a victim. Am I the only one on the entire internet who has always disliked Su Qingxia? Nowadays there's really a feeling of a hated person being discovered by the whole world. No powdered Su Qingsha beat the 99%. All kinds of comments come and go. On the network, Su Qingsha has become a poisonous woman who even sells her younger brother. Even her fans are scolded and dare not say anything. Su's Qin Shilan happened to brush up on this live broadcast while watching TV. Originally, she thought this was the launch of Su Qingsha's new album, but it turned out to be a clarification launch. Even if it was clarified, it actually involved her baby boy. Old Su, come over here, come over here. What's all the yelling about? Can't you ever stop? No, it's Sha. Look at the TV. Upon hearing this, Su Qiming looked towards the TV and immediately looked grave when he heard what was inside. He barely paid attention to what was going on in the internet, and had no idea that something like this had actually happened to his own oldest, and crucially, that it was connected to this son of his again. Xiao Wen, explain to me, what's going on here? Why did your fourth sister say that it was you who stole her manuscript and slandered her for plagiarizing? In the doorway, Suvan came slowly in his wheelchair, glanced quizzically at his parents, glanced faintly at the TV, and shook his head inside for a moment. Su Qiming frowned. What kind of reaction is that? Answer my question. Dad, what can I say? It's not my doing. Suwan touched the bandage on his face and slowly said, I don't have much interest in fourth sister's new song, so how could I possibly steal her new song? I knew that fourth sister has been hating me more and more lately, but I didn't expect her to actually slander me in public. But that's right, after all, I've done so many wrong things before. Isn't it my fault when it's thrown at me? No way. It's word of mouth. Chapter 182, Su Qingsha completely fell down from the altar. Su Qiming Qin Xinlan. Previously Su Wen Alai must be flustered TT gas, but at this time Su Wen so calm and relaxed, righteous words, and even told the head of the road. For a while, Su Qiming was still a bit confused. Old Su, what should we do? Old 4 is talking nonsense on the live broadcast. What if it affects little one? I don't know. Let's see first. On the other side, the press conference was winding down. Su Qingsha's clarification didn't seem to cause others to agree, but instead caused a furor. But for her, what others believed or not was secondary. At least she said what she wanted to say. Qingsha, can you tell us why you plagiarized? Is it because the jungle has run out of talent? Su Guho, may I ask if there is some deep hatred between you and your brother? Why else would you dump the pot to slander your own brother? May I ask MS? Qingsha, did your company order you to plagiarize other people's work? Or did you do it personally? Is your agency abandoning you now? And can your subsequent activities still go on as usual? These reporters obviously didn't care about Su Qingsha's just clarification and threw out sharp question after sharp question just to get the hotspot they had in mind. Walls fall down, people push. The saying is really true. Change before these people in front of her to ask her questions beforehand will certainly understand her avoidance. And now, afraid that things do not make a big enough, Su Qingsha didn't take any notice and left the scene silently with her head down. The move was in turn perceived by the crowd as a show-off, and they have started another moral judgment against her. People are getting mushy, and you're playing a big game. No wonder you're mushy. Queen Su Gu, are we talking to you? Otherwise why don't you answer our questions? Queen Su Song, is it true that those songs you had before were also rumored to be copied? It's also said that the number one song you debuted with was actually robbing someone else's song. Can you please answer our questions? Su Qingsha accelerated her steps, her heart infinitely sad. At one time she was respected by millions, and now rumors and whatnot are being opened in order to dig up news on her. Su Qingsha finally escaped and fled that place of wrongdoing, but as soon as they got to the break room, they didn't get a moment's respite and were confronted with all sorts of hectoring and accountability from the company's top executives. Su Qingsha, what the hell is in your head? Why don't you say it as rehearsed? Do you know how much you're affecting the company like this? Have you even considered the company's interests and everyone's hard work? Enough! Su Qingsha yelled, looking at these people in front of her with silver teeth clenched. What hard work do you have? Sitting behind the scenes all day long, pointing out the money in your hands. Are you the ones doing the work? Being scolded, are you? Are you the ones smiling? What qualifications do you have to say hard work? You mongrels couldn't have gotten this far without my contribution. What are you angry about now? Aren't you angry that I can't make money for you? That you're missing a cash cow? Then let me tell you, from now on, I'm completely terminating my contract with Summer Culture. The crowd was filled with shock. This critical juncture, Su Qingsha does not hold tight to the company's thighs public relations to solve the problem, even if actually think of the initiative to quit. Really do not want to do it, is it? Good. The middle-aged fat man at the head sneered. Surname Su, still think you're that big star Su who is sought after by millions of people? You want to cancel your contract, don't you? Okay, $1 billion. I'll see if you can take it out. Whether or not to take it out is another story. But from this moment on, I will no longer be at your mercy. Big deal. I'll see you in court. Putting down her harsh words, Su Qingsha picked up her bag and turned around to leave. but this resolute scene was so ridiculous in front of a group of executives. Other people don't know, but these executives know Su Qingxia's origin, even if she comes from the family of a leading local enterprise. So what? Even if they can afford to pay the penalty for breach of contract, can the lost reputation be salvaged? Without the company's help, she, Su Qingxia, is no longer the glamorous big star. This is a stain she will have to carry for the rest of her life. Inside the underground parking lot, avoided the ears and eyes of the paparazzi, but could not avoid the hurt in his heart. Su Qingxia lying on the steering wheel, the hardness in his heart is difficult to hide, only to feel that the world seems to be abandoning himself. Knock, knock. The windshield was suddenly rattled. Su Qingxia's heart thumped, subconsciously thinking that she had been discovered by the paparazzi, and she didn't even dare to look up. But after she gathered the courage to look up, she spotted a few familiar figures. Big sister. At that instant, the aggression in her heart completely burst out. Su Qingxia opened the car door and rushed out of the car to jump into her big sister's arms. Su Mayan patted her back and softly soothed. Alright, things are in the past. Big deal. Let's start all over again. Hiccup jaw. But I'm a failure. No one will like me anymore. Oh. Big sis, I've failed you. I'm a failure. Oh. Alright. You didn't fail my expectations. On the contrary, I'm still proud of you, because you were brave enough to fight and didn't choose to compromise for the sake of your future. That's what makes you my Su Mayan sister. Really, big sister? Wiping the tears from the pretty face in front of her, Su Mayan nodded seriously. Of course, in the face of a million accusations, you still held firm to your heart. I'm proud of you. Oh big sis. Su Sun also interjected at this time. Yes, although your choice to fight against the world is a bit self-indulgent, I'm really high on you. Su Baiyan also couldn't help but sigh. Yes, those words you said at the conference were really surprising. I thought you would choose to hold your tongue. I might have already admitted it if it were me. You guys. Su Qingxia was filled with emotion and immediately walked over with her arms spread out. Su Baiyan slowly greeted her. I'll reluctantly give you a hug today. You, well, fourth sister. You, well, come on. Su Baiyan was already preparing for a long overdue sisterly hug. However, just as she walked in front of her, Su Qingxia actually brushed past her. And no, not a hug? When he turned back again, he only saw that Su Qingxia had already crashed into Su Sun's arms. Seeker, I finally understand what it's like to be abandoned by the world. It must have been very torturous for you in the past, right? Su Baiyan instantly caught fire. Su Qingxia, what do you mean by this? Chapter 183, Su Mayan, I'll pay back what she owes you. Spread the out. Su Baiyan was furious and went up to peel off the two. It was so hard for her to be willing to put aside her dislike and embrace Su Qingxia to make peace. But it turned out that the other party actually dared to ignore herself. It was simply outrageous. But on her side, she had just separated the two. As if there was some kind of attraction, Su Qingxia hugged up again. One hugged, one tugged, and tugged Su Sun's clothes were almost torn. Su Mayan, who was on the side, instantly caught fire when she saw this scene. Fifth sister, don't force me to slap you at such a sad time. But big sister. Su Baiyan pointed at Su Qingxia with an aggrieved face. I was willing to give her face to comfort her, but she actually ignored me. It's too much. Because of this little thing? You're done. Get your ass over here. I don't. Who is she to ignore me? After saying that, Su Baiyan went back to picking at the duo. Damn it. Separate them for me. I go. You pick her, do not drag my clothes. My collar, are you dragged broken? Yikes. Get up. With a snap, Su Mayan slapped Su Baiyan on the head, grabbed his ear and turned around. Su Baiyan grabbed her ears and yelled in pain. Pain. Her ears are going to be pulled off. You know it hurts, then why are you making a scene? Still don't remember. Open the car door and shove the person into the driver's seat. Don't you want to drive? Then you alone will drive this car back. Su Baiyan was just left behind, watching several people get into her second sister's car and slowly leave. In her heart, she was so angry. Usually she was the lowest in status. Why was Su Qingxia still the lowest in status after she came? She's not convinced. Su Baiyan started the car in a fit of rage and slowly followed it out. Cut. Just open it. Front car. Su Mayan was driving in the front row, while Su Sun was sitting in the back row with a puzzled look on his face, and there was someone leaning on his shoulder, which was Su Qingxia. He also wondered, is this Su Laozi too sad to distinguish between enemy and self? He could understand being sad and needing comfort, but what was the point of leaning on him all the time? Did the two used to be close? Su Qingxia, can you get up? Our relationship doesn't seem to be this good yet. Su Qingxia looked up with red eyes. I just wanted to find someone to lean on. I'm sorry. Don't give me that look. Make it look like I'm bullying you. Sorry. The movement in the back row Su Mayan had heard since, and observed the rearview mirror while driving. She was also aware of the relationship between the two, but Su Qingxia was after all her sister. and now she was in such a situation, so she couldn't bear it. So, she couldn't bear to speak. Little Seeker, just let her lean on it. She really needs a shoulder right now. If I hadn't let her lean, I would have pushed her away with a slap. Well, I knew Seeker had the softest heart. Come on, don't hype me up. Just drive your car. Su Mayan's voice seemed to have a magic power that quickly calmed down the atmosphere in the car. Probably due to physical and mental exhaustion, Su Qingxia leaned against Su Sun's shoulder and gradually fainted. I don't know how long it took, but when she woke up again, it was from a bump. Hazily opening her eyes, Su Qingxia realized that she seemed to be in a warm embrace, and this embrace was still emitting a nice fragrance. Little Seeker, little you, it's me. Fixing her eyes, Su Qingxia was stunned, because the person holding her was not Su Sun, but Su Baiyan. Ah, big sister can't. She's too heavy. I really can't carry her. Ah, how many steps is that? Hold on. I can't. I really can't hold on. She's awake anyway. I'm putting her down. After saying that, Su Baiyan put the person down. Her body collapsed backward, leaning against the wall and panting heavily. Tired me to death. Don't artists have to control their body shape? Why is she so heavy? At this time, Su Qingxia's head cleared up a few points, and she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Just wake me up when you get there. I'm not at the point where I need to be hugged, Su Mayan faintly said. Seeing how deeply you slept, I didn't have the heart to wake you up, but you still woke up before home arrived. In that case, then it's hard on fifth sister. Harm. Small matter. This distance is still not difficult for me. Su Sun suddenly snorted a laugh. Come on. Walking 2 steps and stopping for a while, shouting tiredness for half a day. It's still hard for you? I want you to talk too much. I'll bite you to death. Unable to bear it, Su Baiyan leapt towards Su Sun's back, but the spell casting was interrupted before the target could be touched, and a white jade hand had twisted on her ear. Ouch, big sister, pain. It's no use shouting about pain. See how I'll punish you when I get back. Inside the simple and unobtrusive living room, Su Qingxia finally came to the place that she wanted to mention before but didn't dare to. She sat dejectedly on the couch, surveying everything around her, obviously never having been there before, but as if everything was familiar, as if this was her home. She seemed to understand why that home didn't feel like home at all. It turns out that a house you've lived in for over a decade is called a home not because you've lived in it for a long time, but because you have family there. The previous home also didn't feel like home at all because the parents had changed and the sisters had left. Can one, then, really get a home again? Old 4, don't be formal. This is our home. Naturally it's also your home. Accepting the tea handed to her, Su Qingxia's eyes sank. Yes, even though she was abandoned by that family, there was still a family willing to take her in. And this family has no favoritism, no calculations, and no heartbreak. This was the home she had longed for. Su Qingxia choked a little and said, well, this is my home too. Su Mayan touched her head. Good. Since you understand, are you planning to go back to the Su family or stay here? If you still want to go back, I won't stop you, but I hope you can stay. Sitting on the sidelines, Su Sun, huh? No one asked my opinion? Big sister, can I really stay? That's for sure. I told you this is your home for as long as you want it to be. Knock on the bean sack. Su Sun interjected again with a grave look on his face. Let's just say that this kind of thing of adding people to the family should at least ask me. The man of the house, right? Well, I'm staying. That family has changed, and now that I can no longer create value for them, I'm afraid I'll be disliked by them if I go back, right? Good. Just figure it out. You can stay in peace. We'll never get tired of you. Blanche, have you been listening to me? Can't you respond to me? Moving her body, silently holding Su Sun's hand, Su Mayan's red lips pursed slightly. Her tone softly said, Xiao Sun, Lao Si has nowhere else to go now. Can you really bear to see her go back to that home to suffer from the blank stares and to be driven around? No, I didn't say I disagreed. It's just that it's good to, before you guys decide. Good. Since it's a unanimous vote, let's applaud the new members. Cracking a round of applause, the parlor fell into a jovial mood. Pop. The salute sounded, the paper flowers overflowed, and the shiny confetti floated, and finally slowly floated down on Su Sun's head. Su Sun, at this point, don't you always talk to yourself like that? Do you have any respect for your own opinion or not? And where's this salute coming from? Don't be so well-equipped. Su Sun slowly turned back, revealing an extremely speechless look, and as expected, he met Su Baiyan's stupid and incomprehensible eyes. What are you looking at me for? Nothing. I want you to die. Su Baiyan's eyes glared. You, 5 sisters. Su Baiyan was just about to get angry when a low voice like a ghost instantly made her unload her fire. Haha, big sis. I didn't do anything. You can't punish me anymore, yo. Su Mayan shook her head inside, too lazy to bother, reaching out her hand to slowly organize the confetti on Su Sun's head for him. At the same time, Her gaze was deep and her tone was gentle. Little Sun, I can't make any decisions for you in the past, but for the sake of me, can you not make things difficult for old four? Lao Si now has no one to turn to but us. If you have any grievances you can come to me, and if you have any unhappiness you can vent it on me. I only ask that you give her a chance. She owes you. I'll pay. Chapter 184, Su Qingxia successfully moved in. Su Qingxia's eyes soured, very shocked that her big sister could condescend for herself to such an extent. In her mind big sister was such a proud person, never backing down when it came to anything, but for her own sake, she actually said such humble words. She really wanted to cry. Before the big sister said on her lips that she was disappointed in herself 100 times, but in the end, she was still willing to humble herself and bow down for her own sake, and even put down her dignity. Big sister, you shut up first. Su Mayan twisted her head and bellowed. Old fourth, I haven't forgotten how you treated Xiao Sun in the past. Now I'm helping you not to speak for you, but to give you a chance. Remember, nowadays this family eats and uses little seeker's food, and if you ever commit another offense like you did before, I will never help you again. In the future, you are not allowed to make Xiao Sun half unhappy. Everything must be based on Xiao Sun's thoughts. In this family his words are more useful than my words. If you want to stay, you are not allowed to disobey. Otherwise, all your faults will be mine. And if you want to see me abandon my dignity to make amends for you, then go ahead and keep on playing with your foul temper. As the words fell, Su Qingxia could no longer hold back the emotion in her heart and burst into tears. Ostensibly, he was lecturing himself and warning himself, but in reality, he was risking his life for himself. Sure enough, the best for you is always your big sister. She really regretted beyond measure that she hadn't unconditionally stood by her big sister's side, and had instead gone to defend that disgusting blood brother. Su Qingxia burst into tears and choked in her tone. Big sister, I'm wrong. Little seeker, I'm wrong. I will never lose my temper again. I will definitely make it up to Xiao Sun in the future. I will definitely make up for what I once owed, and I will not let big sister have any more disappointments because of me. For a time, sisters embraced. Su Mayan touched Su Qingxia's head and said comfortingly, Lao Si, as long as you can be good, then no one can drive you away. Without that home, but we still have this home. We will keep going. Big sister. Oh, hey, is there any mistake? Su Sun was truly speechless, and had to stand out and speak up for himself. What do you guys mean by this? Making it seem like I'm some kind of evil person who forces good people into prostitution? What throws down dignity? What putting me first? Am I some kind of big bad guy? Can you not think of me as so bad? If I were to be truly monolithic in this house, could that someone plus someone disregard my opinion? That someone cannot move to my hands and feet? Someone every day in the middle of the night. Who is in the middle of the night every day? Su Mayan was instantly alert. Annoying. You guys can add or oust anyone you want. I can't control it anyway. Just please don't dump the black pot of evil on my head. Remember, I don't need any kind of obedience. Just don't make trouble out of nothing, or Su Baiyan will be her downfall. Don't bother with you guys. Go to your room. Leaving the warning behind, Su Sun flamed back to his room. Su Qingxia looked grave and asked apprehensively, Eldest sister, what does Xiao Sun mean by this? What will happen to fifth sister? Is it hard to believe that little Search will bully the fifth sister? Su Baiyan, who was on the side, snorted. What's the downfall for me? It's him who will have to suffer. As long as he makes me half unhappy, I'll rule him with a monkey hugging a tree, and tickle him with a crazy scratch. You don't really think I'll get what's coming to me, do you? Joke. Returning to her senses from her thoughts, Su Mayan glanced breathlessly at the high-mouthed Su Binian before she said seriously to Su Qingxia, Little Sun has a hard mouth and a soft heart. He won't do anything to you. And even if fifth sister messes with him every day a little more seriously would only be a spanking. On the contrary, fifth sister is really annoying, sometimes I want to beat her up, and just this little seeker is willing to sweeten her up. Nonsense. When did he ever sweeten me up? Shut up. Glancing coldly, Su Mayan continued, it's as if Xiao Sun gave her $20,000 last time to be confiscated by me. She just cried a few times Xiao Sun couldn't bear to sneak in and give another 50,000. Su Baiyan was startled. Big sister, how did you know? What don't I know? Lazy. Su Mayan looked at Su Qingxia and continued to speak in a serious tone. Lao Si, you remember, Xiao Sun eats soft food but not hard food. Something must not go against him. Take a step back and the sea is wide open. Can you understand? Su Qingxia nodded numbly. Ming, understand. Does that mean that I am now? Su Mayan smiled faintly. Yes, you have been accepted. Although those words were said to you, they were also to test Xiao Sun's reaction. And the fact that he wasn't angry means that you can live in. Su Qingxia once again fell into tears. Her face moved as she choked. Big sister, thank you. What's the point of saying thank you to me? Hurry up and wipe your tears. After saying that, Su Mayan's face turned cold and ordered behind her. Go, clean up the house for your fourth sister. Ha, me again? Hurry up, do you want to be smoked by a broom again? Su Baiyan's mouth pouted, aggravated. Alright, I'll just go. However, in this family Su Qingxia is the later. She's the youngest, so in the future she'll have to do all the work of scrubbing the dishes and throwing away the garbage. Shut up you. Get your ass out there and clean up. Seeing that Su Mayan was about to get up, Su Baiyan was so scared that she ran with both legs. I'll go. Now. Evening. Su Wanqing, who had been sleeping for a day, finally got up. To be precise, she woke up in the afternoon and went to communicate with Su Sun for 2 hours. Only she had been so focused on herself that she hadn't even noticed the extra person in the house. When dinner was served, looking at the familiar figure on the table, Su Wanqing was incomparably surprised. Fourth sister? When did you come? Su Qingxia was also a bit surprised. You're at home. Second sister? Seeing that the two were wide-eyed, Su Mayan recounted what happened today. Hearing that kind of thing actually happened during her sleep, Su Wanqing was immediately a bit enraged. She knew that Su Qingxia had had numerous problems recently, but being forced to launch a conference to clarify was not really known. After all, it was too sudden, and she had not received any news from Su Qingxia. Big sister, why didn't you guys inform me when you went to find fourth sister? Are you treating me as an outsider? Su Mayan faintly said. Isn't this to see you sleeping too much? Besides, there's no use for you to go. Anyway, it's picking up people. Just pick them up and bring them back. Rather you. Sniff. Su Mayan came closer and sniffed twice. Her brows furrowed. Why are you so sweaty from a nap? Look at how wet your hair is. Chapter 185, Su Mayan's late night raid. Su Wanqing's heart tightened. Her face didn't change. The air conditioner temperature was set high. Plus I just woke up and did some exercise. That's why I sweated a little. That's right. It's good to exercise more. It's healthy to exercise more. A conversation came to an abrupt end. Although Su Mayan did not pursue the question, Su Wanqing already had some bad premonitions in her heart. She could only hope that she was being paranoid, because she hadn't thought of anything to say in explanation. Dinner was over and the group sat down on the couch to relax. With the increasing number of people, a couch has become more and more crowded. So it's a good thing that the couch in the house is a concave couch that seats people on the left and right sides. The four sisters are also considered to have been separated for a long time. Sitting together have endless words. Su Sun, on the other hand, was lying alone on the sofa at the side, playing with his cell phone, away from the disturbance. And that next to the coffee table, there is a plate of washed grapes. Just reach out and grab the grapes can be sent to the mouth. But the moment the food runs out, when he reaches out again, Su Sun only touches a plate of air, twisting his head and letting out a sigh of intent. Just in time. This scene was perfectly captured by Su Qingxia, who was new to the city and wanted to show off. At that moment, she grabbed the apple and knife in Su Baiyan's hand and clattered a few times to peel and cut the apple into pieces. Su Baiyan was surprised, thinking how Su Qingxia was so kind to actually cut the apple for herself. But since it's cut, eat it and be done with it. As a result, just as she reached out, Su Qingxia picked up the fruit plate and reached out to avoid it. What do you mean? Not for you. What? Robbing my apple and saying it's not for me? If you want to eat it, take it yourself. Why did you grab mine? Give it to you. Give it to me. For a while, the two began to fight over a fruit plate. Su Mayan felt her head spinning and said breathlessly, I knew you two would make a scene, but is it as bad as that for an apple? Big sister, she robbed me of my apple. I didn't. Don't admit it. What's the point of arguing when you've been caught in the act? I'll give you half. I'm giving this to Seeker. As the words fell, she violently snatched the fruit plate and then handed it to Su Sun. Looking at the silently returning back, Su Sun froze, but still accepted the inexplicable kindness. And Su Baiyan was already stupid at this point. Well, sisters are with you heart to heart, and you are with sisters brain to brain. Su Baiyan knew very well that once these words came out, her big sister would definitely no longer be towards herself. As expected, Su Mayan's brows loosened and commanded, Alright, if you want to eat you go and wash another one yourself. Don't argue over such a small matter. Su Baiyan simply wanted to cry, and turned to Su Wanqing to die. Agu's second sister, look at them all bullying me. Okay, it's just an apple. Enjoy it and wait for me to buy you a sack next time. It's better to be second sister, right? Fifth sister. Little Seeker is about to finish the ones on his plate, so go and cut him a few more. Smiling, Su Baiyan was petrified on the spot. Second sister, are you serious? At night, all is silent. In his sleep, Su Sun was awakened by a slight sound of the door opening, and a sound of stamping footsteps reached his ears. Su Sun froze. Not this really? It's not a real disease, is it? This frequency is way out of whack. He was indifferent, but he was really afraid that something would go wrong with Su Wanqing. But his Su Wanqing's character, not to enter the main topic, is afraid that he will not leave at all, after the fact. Thus, Su Sun reached out and violently yanked the figure in front of him into his arms. Nope. You who? Meanwhile, the next room. Su Mayan frowned slightly, her eyes slowly opened, bringing a touch of coldness with her. Again, this is about the same time, and again, this inexplicable movement. The voice was subtle, but she caught it, and for a moment a chill covered her face. Face expressionless, Su Mayan got up and got out of bed, slowly walking towards Su Sun's room. At the same time a trace of apprehension welled up in her heart. She could only pray that it was better not to be what she had guessed, praying that it was all just her own illusion. Just as he reached the door, however, a sound that shouldn't have been there did come from inside the house. I don't pretend. You clearly want it. Slowly twisting the handle, the door was actually unlocked. Su Mayan's face was gloomy, silently clenching her palms. She didn't give the people inside any chance and pushed the door in. You're going to have to sing this chorus a little bit fuller. Use more emotion. Play with your power. I told you I'm not here to ask for a song from you. I really just wanted to say a serious apology to you. Bang! The two men in the room jerked back, the dim table lamp illuminating the shock on their faces. Big sister. Su Mayan was stunned. Old four, why are you here? I'm just, Su Sun impatiently shoved the paper on the table into Su Qingxia's hand. What else could she be doing? Nothing more than looking for me to ask for a song to rise again. It's you who barged in the middle of the night and scared me. Su Mayan was confused. Is it like this? It's not like that. Su Qingxia shook her head repeatedly. I really didn't come to ask for a song. I really just came to apologize. What happened before has been clogging up my heart, and I didn't know what it felt like until I'd experienced the feeling of defamation firsthand. And I really just wanted to say I'm sorry in person, not only for the last plagiarism thing, but for what I've been doing for all these years. Su Sun was unimpressed. Come on, desire to escape doesn't work with me. I really don't have any. I'll give it back to you now. I don't need this. You really don't want it? After tonight there will be no more story. You have to think carefully. Don't. I'll prove myself on my own and I'll get justice on my own. Then you're afraid you don't have the ability to do that. And justice? Is it hard for you to go to the newspaper to recover the text? Your good parents will allow it? Su Qingxia immediately fell into silence and gave a helpless bitter smile. Yes, with his parents protecting him, could he have gotten away with it with Su Wan? But well, you're the one who met me. I'm a man who helps people when he sees them. Watching the duo's you versus me sentence, Su Mayan stood in place a bit awkwardly. She was willing to believe that old four showed up here simply to apologize, because Su Qingxia hadn't even come yet when there was all that commotion. Is it really possible that I'm overthinking this? The following day, the Su family, Su Qiming's family of three, was eating at the dining table. Except for Su Wan, the two old ones had sad faces. Su Qiming couldn't help but say, recently, the company's situation has improved, but I'm a bit overwhelmed with 10 people, and Xiaowen isn't doing well, so I'm going to let the oldest three go to the company to try it out. What do you think? Su Wan nodded. Dad, you don't have to take me into consideration. I'm willing to let third sister take over my position for the time being. Good. Generous. That's like my son. Xin Xinlan pondered for a while and suggested. Old Sua, Lao Si is afraid that her star is ruined nowadays. I think we can let her try out for the company. She's idle anyway. Hearing this, Su Qiming immediately snorted coldly. I do want her to come back, but she directly played a lost contact to me. Phone call not answered. Video ignore. Simply too uncharacteristic. Hiss. Old Su, have you ever felt that the house is getting more and more deserted? Old 2 and old 4 haven't come back for a long time, and old 3 is busy at work, so for a long time there's only the 3 of us left at home, and there's not even a little bit of fireworks in the house nowadays. What can be done? Those 2 rebellious daughters of old 2 and old 4 don't return any news at all, so I don't know what they're thinking. Xin Xinlan's brows tightened. One possibility came to mind on my side, which is to say, could the 2 of them have run off to look for the oldest boss? Oldest 5? There's Su Sun, that little. Bang! The floor-to-ceiling window shattered with a loud bang. Man, chapter 186. Keep asking to tell or not to tell, then you ask instead. That old Sua. I'm not blinking, am I? Really? As soon as I scolded him, he appeared. Xin Xinlan was dumbfounded. This sudden scene almost scared her soul out of her body. She didn't understand that she had only said it in passing, and Su Sun had actually appeared. Is he squatting around to scare himself? Why else would it be such a coincidence every time? Even Su Qiming was confused. Xin Xinlan spoke too quickly. He didn't even react to what was said. As a result of turning his head, the person appeared so watery. As for appearing so precise, while Su Sun, who heard this, froze for a moment. What? You scolded me? Su Qiming's pupils dilated. What? You didn't hear it? Then why did you break the window to come in? Didn't hear? It's not because you guys locked the gate. I could only break the glass to come in. Saying that, Su Sun's face turned cold. But, I'm a person with a fragile heart. Since someone scolded me, don't blame me. A giant palm swings a pig's head. What? For a moment, the three of them reacted in three ways. Before Su Qiming could be shocked, he saw Su Sun jumping in the air and slapped Qin Xinlun's face, and a miserable scream followed. Su Qiming simply depressed a burst of suffocation. Engaged in half a day turned out to be their own scare themselves. What made him most speechless was that it was supposed to be fine, but this stupid actually didn't fight herself. What was in her head? But anger was anger. But most of the anger in his heart still came from Su Sun. Su Sun, are you finished or not? What are you trying to do this time? Don't you dare accuse me falsely. I merely accompanied your daughter back to get her things. Who? Take what? Get her justice. Only hearing a creak, the heavy villa door was slowly pushed open, and Su Qingxiao walked in expressionlessly. Su Sun froze at the sight. It's not that you have a key. You have a key and didn't tell me? I was going to say something, but who knew you'd already broken the window and while I was rummaging through my bag for my keys? Put. Su Qiming really spat out blood, but it was in his heart. He covered his chest and looked pained, really feeling like he was going to have a heart attack from being pissed off. Someone lost so many days do not come back, also even if once back actually brought such a calamity. This is to demonstrate to him. Su Qiming became furious. What the hell are you guys doing? Old four, what do you mean by bringing him back? Is it because you want him to tear this home apart? I just came back to demand justice. Su Qiming sniffed and yelled. What's fair that you can't say to me? Family is to help, you cannot solve it. Then if I come to you good sons for justice, will you do it for me? For a while, the atmosphere was deadlocked. Yes, Su Qiming was silenced for a moment by those words, but this moment of silence had already given Su Qingxia the expected answer. Relying on her parents, she simply couldn't say anything that Su Wen wasn't. In that case, then she could only find another way. She was going to ask things out anyway. I brought little Seeker back, so I'm sure you know my determination. As long as you guys get out of the way, promise not to make things difficult for you. Besides, I'm just asking Su Wen something. If he answers truthfully, I won't do anything to him. But if you guys keep blocking, then I can't guarantee what will happen. Su Qingxia could be said to have embodied the fox and tiger to the fullest. In Su Qiming's opinion, even if Su Qingxia brought back 2 tigers, he wouldn't be afraid of them. But the one who brought them back was Su Sun, so he really had to weigh them up a few times. But on second thought, he felt that the family scandal could not be spread outside. Su Qingxia looking for Su back was completely a slap in the face of his Su family. In the face of his Su Qiming. Lao Si, you take him away now, and I'll give you an explanation for what happened to little one. No, you won't. Su Qiming was stunned. He had thought of all the subsequent remarks, but he didn't expect Su Qingxia to be so insensitive. Immediately afterward, his face clouded over and he said in a cold voice, Old four, do you really want to be stubborn to the end? It's rumored that you'll have to pay $1 billion in liquidated damages. So as long as you get this out of the way, I'll pay that for you. Su Qingxia smiled to herself. This was her own father, filled with interests at all times. Even helping her own child must come with some conditions. So Dad, am I to assume that if I don't say yes to you today, you wouldn't have helped me, even if I was in huge debt, even if I was taken to court? Su Qiming frowned. You can think so. Well, this is the father I used to love the most. Other people's children in trouble, their parents will help unconditionally. But I am in trouble, my parents want to talk to me about conditions. It's ridiculous. Dad, get out of the way. What if I don't let you? You. I don't care if you let me. Picking at Su Qiming's head, Su Sun walked straight to Su Wen, condescending to him, the corner of his mouth cold. 1D, a few days have passed since I saw you. I miss you so much. Why is there still gauze on your head? Is it still not healed? Seeing that the wheelchair was yanked, Su Wen helplessly let out a faint smile and slowly turned around. Su Sun, I say you, this is why you need to. Pussy face crack. Snap. Su Sun, this emperor is at war with you. I call you Bindi. Snap. Calling you Bindi. Pa. Su Sun opened his bow from left to right, smacking Su Wen's cheeks one after another. Pretend to be a pussy again. I'll beat your face up. Su Sun, you've really angered this emperor. Returning this emperor. Then have you ever thought about the times when you, the emperor, have been pressed and rubbed against? Snap. Snap. Ha. Who in this world dares to say that they are invincible in the world? And who dares to say that they will never be defeated? You should have the honor of counting yourself as one of my opponents. But that's where it ends. Snap. Bad. Soul damage. Going to fall. As the words fell, Su Wen's eyes rolled over and he directly fainted. Su Qiming has been confused. Hasn't his son recovered? Why is he sick again? Qin Shinlan had just awakened at this time. Seeing Su Wen being beaten immediately began to be hysterical. Snap, get the outta here. A forced bucket. Qin Shinlan lay down in place and shut down again. All of this happened too fast and too quickly. At this time Su Qingxia in turn had some hands and feet. Obviously, she is the main character today. How come it looks like Su Sun is the main stage? What's wrong with you? Got something to ask? That, and he's passed out. So how am I supposed to ask? That's easy, just force it on. With a grab of his collar, Su Sun slammed his fist. Su Wen instantly opened his eyes and said in astonishment, "This emperor hasn't fallen yet? Snap, I'm calling you Bindi. Give me that. Speak quickly, or I'll make you fall once more. Snap, say no, snap, pop, snap, still got a stiff upper lip, don't you? Then I'd like to see when you'll say it. Snap, snap." A whole set of memory interrogation techniques down Su Wen has been two eyes spinning. Delirious. Nay, his mouth is really hard to spit out half a word. Hey my ass. Su Sun was also energized. He wanted to see whether Su Sun's face skin was thick or his palm was hard. Still not talking, are you? Then I'm going to use the great memory recovery technique. Pop. Woo woo. 2 more slaps descended. Su Wen had already been smacked to the point where his eyes were filled with hot tears and he couldn't help himself. He cried. Keep asking to say or not to say. Then you ask nah. Ha, didn't I ask? Chapter 187, Ribbonless Su Sun finally meets. Su Wen was extremely angry and laughed, pointing at Su Sun and stammered. Ha ha. I think you're doing it on purpose. No, I was really careless. Cunning. You clearly did it on purpose. It was really careless. Deliberately careless. What? You hurry up and answer the question for me. Snap. Su Qingxia on the side. That, and you still don't seem to have asked. Didn't ask? Sorry, really forgot this time. Su Qingxia was both speechless and helpless, all a bit confused as to which of Su Sun's words were true and which were false. Ugh, I'll do it myself. Sighing softly, she still intended to take matters into her own hands and ask certain doubts to be cleared up. Walking up to Su Wen, Su Qingxia slowly said, I ask and you answer. I'm not answering. Ego, I'm going. Su Sun's eyes widened and he instantly rolled up his sleeves. Su Wen was so frightened that he hurriedly changed his words. I'll answer. Fourth sister, you say it, I promise to know everything. Well, since when do you think about getting back at me? Can't remember. I think it started after you accused me of the first plagiarism incident. Okay. Second question. How did you steal my original manuscript? Go to your room and steal it right out of the blue. Third question. Did you start the public opinion on the internet? Speaking, Su Wen despised a smile. Of course, you actually dare to look down on Lao Zi. Then I naturally let you taste the bitterness. I didn't expect that you are actually so stupid. You don't do anything to protect your own heart and soul, and gave me the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Who can I blame for this? Su Qingxia, the taste of losing your reputation is not pleasant. Right, scratch that. Let you admit the crime and you're still mad? Said Su Sun and smacked up. Pa, mad or not? I ask you if you're mad. Snap, more madness. I'll call you crazy. I'll make you mad. Su Wen screamed. Don't fight. I got caught up in the moment. I told you to get into the act. Snap, told you to get into the act. Pa, son, snap, what the hell just happened? Glancing at her mother on the ground, Su Qingxia surprisingly did not have any waves. She gently grabbed Su Sun's arm to signal for a stop, revealing a touched look and a faint smile. Clearing her name was not something she counted on, and coming over today was nothing more than confirming her suspicions. She really did not expect Su Wen so early in the mind of revenge. Obviously in the beginning she was the one who was cheated. The result in the end in turn became the reason to be retaliated against. Moreover, Su Wen's later actions were completely aimed at destroying her, and the most crucial thing was that he actually did it. Did it while hiding it from everyone? For a moment, she couldn't even tell what kind of emotion was going through her mind. Angry, pathetic, or self-deprecating, or both. Su Qingxia slowly twisted her head, swept a glance at Su Qiming who was on the side, and faintly said, Dad, this is your good son. This is the good son that you and mom treat as a treasure that doesn't hesitate to force away your daughter. Su Qiming's face showed shame. Lao Si, it's late. It's too late to say anything now. From now on you'll keep your good son. I won't be back. Goodbye. When Su Qingxia intended to leave, she turned her head and froze. Where is everyone? Su Sun, who had just been around, had actually disappeared. At this time in the elevator, Su Sun avoided the attention of the two people to slowly ascend to the second floor, and came straight to Su Wen's room. He had planned to have a rummage sale, but this drawer was open to find the purpose of the trip, a few scribbled papers. Su Sun frowned, looking a bit grave. The paper contained one of the very songs he had written last night. It's just that last night he wrote 2 songs, but Suwon only has one here, and it's extremely incomplete. It can't even put together a chorus passage, and some of them even have a few words missing in a sentence. Su-sun was in deep thought. As he expected, Suwon really seemed to have some kind of automatic pickup thing on his body, but what surprised him was that this automatic pickup seemed to have some problems. I used to be able to steal a full song, but now I'm missing even one line. Silently placing the paper back in the drawer, Su-sun quietly left. Downstairs, seeing Su-sun reappear, Su Qingxia couldn't help but say, "Where have you been? I thought you had left. One has to go to the bathroom." Su Qingxia was speechless. This situation still has the mind to go to the toilet. "Alright, let's go. Lao Si, are you really leaving?" Footsteps lurched. Su Qingxia coldly said, "Why don't you go and stay here to suffer from your cold eyes all day long?" Qin Shinlan shook and climbed up. "Dead girl, don't allow you to talk to this wide-eyed." I hit. Pop. Ha ha. Su-sun laughed. "It's just a fly. You guys keep chatting. I'm going to take a break on the side." Suppressing his anger, Su Qiming continued, "Old 4, as long as you stay, I'll help you out with that $1 billion in breach of contract. And even if you can't be a big star, you can still enter Su Clan, and I'll put you in charge of Su Clan." These words were extremely surprising to Su Qingxia, and she snorted coldly. "In charge? It's escrow, right? As long as you can give Su's full authority to me, then I'll stay." "Don't you dare. What did you say?" Su Qiming was confused. He really did not expect Su Qingxia to have such a big appetite. What he actually wanted was the entire Su Clan. "What? You can't give it up? You still want to give the company to your stupid son in your heart, don't you?" "No, it's not that I can't give it up. As long as you make a mark, I'm willing to give you Su. Grades? Joke. Isn't Big Sister's achievement enough? At the end of the day, you're still the one who unloaded on her. You think I'll believe you? That's different." "No, one and the same. In your minds we are girls, and even though it is we who spend our time together, we will never get the real benefits. Only your son will get to enjoy everything." Lao Si. "Alright, from this moment on we make a clean break, and we'll have nothing more to do with each other from now on. Immeasurable Heavenly Father, what needs to be brought to the point of a father-daughter split?" Suddenly, an old and majestic voice rang out, and an old grey-robed Taoist hand holding a duster slowly walked into the living room. Su Qiming's face was ecstatic. "Master Wushou, well, what happened? Why is the atmosphere so tense?" Su Qiming made a long story short, telling everything that had just happened, and then accusing all kinds of things to that one-back figure sitting on the sofa in front of him. Upon hearing this, Ribbonless stroked his beard and said with deep meaning, "I've been too busy this time and almost forgot about him. So he's Su-sun, then I'll have to meet him properly." With that, he slowly walked behind the couch and gave the back a light tap on the shoulder. "Su-sun, we finally meet." Chapter 188, Su-sun's Ribbonless Interlude. We know each other?" When the figure in front of him turned around, Shola's face instantly changed. "Isn't this the Mr. Su that the Wu family met? How could he be Su-sun?" Sholas was shocked. Although both of them were surnamed Su, he had never thought that Mr. Su was Su-sun. The most important thing was that Mr. Su's medical skills were extraordinary. Even he wasn't necessarily his match, and Mr. Su was Su-sun. Didn't that mean that Su-sun's destiny was even better than he had imagined? The stronger Su-sun's ability means the better Su-wan is, and also the more and more gains he will get in the future. But this kind of talent was actually driven away by the Su family. What a waste! What a waste! For a moment, Sholas was so angry that he threw an angry look at Su Qiming. Su Qiming was confused. What happened to the master? "Shut up, too lazy to talk nonsense with you." Calming his emotions, Sholas flashed a nonchalant smile at Su-sun and said faintly, "Young Mr. Su, we meet again." Su-sun looked puzzled. "Not you, which one?" Shola's smiling face stiffened. He was at least an admired figure, but he was actually forgotten so quickly? Old Taoist No Ribbon. "Last time we met at the Wu family." "Well, I know." No Ribbon was confused again. "You know? Then you just simply don't want to talk to you." At this moment, No Ribbon was really laughed at. He traveled for so many years, encountered so many dignitaries, rich and powerful gentry, which is not to him respectfully. A brat, even if he had a few skills, but he was also his elder. How dare he belittle his own little friend Su-sun? "You're a bit too crazy." "Well, I do go wild." "You." Shola's old eyes glared, as if he had been choked by the words. This Su-sun's mouth is really sharp. 3 words can hook a fire in the heart. Well, interesting, really interesting. Su-sun smiled back and asked rhetorically, "Grandmaster, what did you just mean when you said that we finally met? Is it hard to believe that Master has always wanted to meet me?" "No, don't say anything first, let me guess." Su-sun paused and continued, We've never met before, yet master wants to see me. This is definitely not reasonable. I've heard again that Suwon has a master. I think that master is you. And your good disciple is targeting me explicitly and secretly. Your appearance nowadays is either to do it for him, or he used to act with your instigation. Only now it's out of control, so you had to look for me, right? So, either way, you didn't want to see me for any good purpose. Am I right? There was a silence for a while without a ribbon, but the most taboo thing for people with some doorways is to make things too clear, even if there are any deep grudges. And Susun actually picked up the matter right in front of him, or the Tao is too shallow. Wusho laughed. Little friend Susun, so what if it is? Sometimes talking too white isn't intelligent. It's cutting your own throat, understand? Ha ha, Susun laughed out loud along with him. Since you've admitted it, how would your excellency feel if I were to beat you up? Beat me? As if he had heard a big joke. A touch of disdain crossed his eyes. Little friend Susun does have some attainments in medical arts, but in terms of the rest, you're not as good as a millionth of what I am. Next time weigh up before you speak. That is, I am now on you. Iron fist of justice. Words were not enough. Susun raised his hand and slammed his fist down on Shola's eye socket. With contempt on his face, Shola slowly shook his head, even using only 2 fingers against the incoming fist. Alas, young people are still too exuberant. Little friend, don't look at me as old, but I'm not made of dough. Really? And are your bones made of iron? Saying that, Susun turned his fist into a palm, and made a light break at the 2 fingers of Shola's, and a shattering fracture sound rang out. Ah, the old man's finger. Kid, you don't speak martial arts. It really isn't doughy and crunchy. Fine, fine. I was thinking of playing with you slowly, but you're the one who had to force my hand. Shola's face sank as he clenched his left hand into a fist and suddenly swung it out violently. This group came from a group of strong winds that whistled and even crackled and popped, as if they had endless power. Someone didn't know better. He might as well make someone suffer. But to his surprise, he actually didn't see any shock on Susun's face, which made his heart feel vaguely uneasy. When his fist was about to reach Susun's chest, a finger gently pressed on his fist. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. This scene seems like some déjà vu. Shola stared with wide eyes and a look of disbelief as his mighty punch was actually gently pressed down by a finger. How is this possible? Who wouldn't know how to play the game? I can use a finger has already given you face. Want to see how I don't use my hands? No, it can't be. This can't be. He had heard Su Chiming and his wife say that Susun had an oddity in his body that could overturn a table of more than 500 pounds, but even if he had some strength, he would never be able to easily withstand his attack. What the hell are you? The words came to an abrupt end, and Shola suddenly felt a pressure coming on, but even though he put his hands on top of his head, he was still being pressurized and slowly bent his knees. Su Chiming, who was on the side, was directly confused when he saw this scene, because the scene in front of him was just too incongruous. It was just too much of an act. Master, as far as you're concerned, a single finger pressed you down. Sholas was furious, gritting his teeth and struggling to say, shut up, look at what you have offended me. What kind of existence? Hiss, head is so dizzy. Why does my face hurt so much? Asterisk 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 Q. Pop. Twisting his wrist, Susun looked at Sholas and continued, Master, you kneel down first. I beg you for something. You should think. As soon as the words fell, there was a plop sound, and Sholas directly knelt down, while that old face instantly surged with intense shock. Hangman? Chapter 189, Ribbonless Pawn. Yoo-hoo, master is kinda hip, but I'm sorry because I didn't even turn it off. Sholas' eyes trembled as he looked up in shock. How is it possible for you to harbor various arts at such a young age? Who exactly are you? My name is Susun, and I speak for myself. No way. Never. Susun music. May not you ask the one behind you? He is not the most clear? Su Chiming was also confused at this moment, but he couldn't help but speak up. Master, what are you talking about? He is Susun. Although one day he is a different person from before. I can guarantee that he is Susun. At that moment, Sholas' eyes widened with shock. He remembered. He had heard Su family members say that Susun had suddenly started to change his temperament. At that time, he was not convinced, but now he was afraid that this was the reason. It is reasonable to say that a person's destiny is no longer how extraordinary must also rely on time to grow. It is impossible to be young and skillful and are capable of extraordinary. Then there is only one possibility. The Susun in front of me is being impersonated. Other than this most scientific explanation, he couldn't figure out the changes in Susun nowadays. Who the hell are you? Give back the real Susun now. With a pop, Susun slapped him across the face. Give it back to your sister. You what you? Kowtow to me and I'll tell you something. With that, Susun reached towards Sholas' head, and then pressed his head heavily on the ground. Sholas was furious. He hadn't been humiliated so much since he was born. How dare this kid in front of him? He swore that he would make Susan pay after today. What the hell are you doing? Is this a deliberate attempt to humiliate the old man? You're overthinking it. Just wanting you to do an errand. I've been traveling for many years. Will I be subjected to your lewdness? Oh, so? Susan slowly bent down and whispered in his ear. The thing I want to say is actually, ask master to go to his death. What? Ribbonless pupils quaked, but before he could react, he heard a smash me. Then he felt his head being violently grabbed and slammed down again. Susan grabbed Shola's hair and just pounded it into the ground one after another. This sudden move really startled the rest of the people. Su Qingxia was afraid that Susun would beat the old man to death, and hurriedly stepped forward and pulled his arm to stop. Shaosun, quickly stop. His old bones can't stand up to your tossing. Su Qingxia, I'll teach you a lesson now, but anyone who is hostile to you cannot be tolerated. But if something happens to him, you too, trust me and you'll let go. I know in my heart. But, forgot your big sister's advice and disobeyed again, did you? Su Qingxia's face changed at the words, but after struggling, she still let go of her hands and silently stepped back. Su Qiming was furious and hurriedly shouted, Old four, are you just going to stand by and watch? What if something happens to the master? I persuaded. It didn't work. It's useless to go up again and persuade. Then why don't you go up and advise? Su Qiming instantly stopped talking because he didn't dare, afraid of being beaten. Just as the two were arguing, Rustless over there had already kowtowed to the heavens. He really did not expect Susun actually so evil. Others have at least a warning to test before the flip face. In front of this said change face. Stop. Stop. Who gave you permission to talk? Keep knocking. Knock knock knock. Another dozen or so floors went down, and No Ribbon's forehead was already crimson, bleeding to the full extent of his face. So it was a mess. Originally he was planning to avenge this afterward, but looking at the current situation, I'm afraid that today is not out of this door. Suddenly, a cell phone ringing interrupted the tense atmosphere and gave Sholas a chance to catch his breath. Hey, what's going on? Seeing Susun's movement stop, the instinct to survive instantly filled his entire body, and his cordless head instantly became much clearer. He knew that now was the time to counterattack. If the counterattack succeeded, he would subdue Susun with his backhand, and if the counterattack failed he could seriously injure Susun to take advantage of the opportunity to run away. It's fine. I accompanied Su Qingxia just to come back to ask a question. Don't worry, I will convince people with reason. What? Buy a cake back for Su Baiyan? No way. No Ribbon's eyes narrowed and his heart rejoiced. Good. This is the moment. Suddenly, Wusho grabbed the duster on the ground and used one side of the stick to viciously whip at Susun's back. However, with a snapping sound, Su Hunter was fine and his duster broke into several sections instead. No Ribbon was shocked. What? Su Wanqing wants to eat it too? That's fine. I'll buy one back. By the way, do you have anything to bring? Go back and I'll bring it to you on the way as well. Sholas was still in shock and was full of disbelief, but in an instant, he reacted and slapped out a palm at the back of Susun's head. Turn on the video? What video? You don't trust me, you know? But Susun made an unintentional turn, and his palm fell flat on its face. Sholas was furious to the extreme, and immediately picked up the porcelain pot on the coffee table and smashed it into Susun's head. Little seeker, be careful. Su Qingxia reacted out loud. However, Susun didn't even return his head, lifting his hand and directly dry crushing the porcelain with a punch, while No Ribbon was even shaken to the point that he fell back a few steps. Sholas was shocked and furious, but still not dead. Seeing the sneak attack was neutralized again, he immediately swung his fist out again, with an attitude that he was bound to take down Susun today. As a result, just as the man jumped up, a slap directly threw him in the face and sent him flying a few meters away. Mud is so annoying, can't you see I'm on the phone? What's the commotion? Seeker, did you do it again? Haha, no. There's something else on my side not to mention. Hang up first. Wait, don't you? Hanging up the cell phone, Susun's face also sank, full of impatience. He slowly stepped forward and looked condescendingly at Sholas, who was lying on the ground, and said in a raw and cold tone, hasn't your family ever taught you to keep quiet when others are on the phone? Do you have to make me angry? Don't you know that I'm even afraid of myself once I get angry? Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth as he struggled to raise his arm, saying, kill or scrape, as you wish. Don't be so, you're so grandiose. Looking for an excuse. Mouth, a crown? Ha! I was more than a little fancy with my excuses back in the day, and I'm here to show you what it means to be truly crowned. No Ribbon, you have violated the unforgivable sin of disturbance in my Susun justice law. I, Susun, declare that you are deprived of all your rights and that you will be judged in a just manner. So gird your loins. What the hell? Before Sholas could react, he saw Susun let out a long sigh, his eyes revealing a hint of pity. Master, go on your way in peace. At that instant, The unwillingness and anger in Wu's sufferer's heart vanished, and all that was left was the fear of dying in panic. He now realized that the Su-sun in front of him was not a normal person at all. He really wanted to die himself. At that moment, he panicked so much that his whole body was trembling, and hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Mr. Su, I was wrong. Please spare my dog's life. In the future, I will be a cow and a horse to repay you for your forgiveness. Alas, Grandmaster, you're really making it difficult for me by saying that. You've been behind this for so long, and you even want my life. I'm a narrow-minded person who can't take a single bit of wrongdoing. How do you expect me to keep you? No, I don't dare anymore. It's my ghosting, just give me another chance. I'm willing to be a good person. Good people? Sorry, there's no shortage of good guys like you in the world. Master, on your way. Wait, Sholas said in alarm. Aren't you curious as to why I laid out all those years against you? As long as you spare me, I'm willing to tell you, and even tell you some hidden secrets that you simply can't possibly know. You've been targeting me for many years? Su-sun frowned, but in an instant he was unimpressed. Sorry, I don't really want to know. What? No Ribbon was completely dumbfounded. How could he not imagine that someone being inexplicably targeted was actually not curious about the reason at all? Wasn't he curious about why he was having such a miserable time? About the fact that he was actually in someone else's game? About what his true destiny really was? No, I'm going to be the good guy. I'm going to be the good guy. Mr. Su, give me a chance. Alas, there was once a general named Duanmu who told me that one day is a bad thing, and a lifetime is a bad thing. Su-sun's eyes went cold as he slowly said, So, please master, to die. In the shocked gaze of No Ribbon, all he saw was a big foot coming towards him, and then his world was plunged into darkness. Before he died, how could he not have imagined that he had entered the world for nearly 100 years, but he had actually been second-guessed just for showing his head. If he were to do it again, he really wanted to say, I never want to see Su-sun again, died without a ribbon. Chapter 190, The Trouble of Being Intercepted by the Wu Family. The air was suddenly quiet and the atmosphere was frozen. Su Qingxia and Su Qiming, who were on the side, were shocked and panicked when they saw this scene. Su Qingxia fell into a stupor and spoke in a trembling voice. Is he dead? Who knows? Su-sun suddenly let out a loud laugh. What are you thinking? It's not like I'm some extra-legal fanatic. He just fainted. Hearing Su Qingxia before she could say anything, Su Qiming on the side was the first to let out a sigh of relief. It just scared the out of him. He thought the master was just gone. Master lay out more than 10 years. It is not easy to wait until the time to come out of the world to reap the fruits of the time. If it is so lost, that is also too funny, right? Su Qiming kept patting his chest. So close, really scared himself. Su Qingxia was also relieved at this time, but looking at Ruthless lying on the ground in a sorry state, she still couldn't help but say, but this master was beaten up by you after all. What if he goes to the police? Su-sun smiled faintly. Don't worry, this is self-defense for me. The big deal is to lose some money, but he shouldn't have that chance. Saying that, Su-sun's gaze was once again placed on Sholas. Well, later you go back by yourself first. I have to take him out for a trip, and discuss with him about the compensation. If it can be done privately, that's even better. Just as Su-sun was planning to take Sholas away to destroy the evidence, an accident suddenly happened. Bang! The sound of the hidden door of the room was pushed open again, only to see a group of sunglasses and black clothes aggressively broke in. There were 6 of them, all of them with strong builds and cold auras, and as soon as they came in, they looked around, finally placing their eyes on the collapsed Sholas. Boss, the old man didn't run away. So what now? The leader frowned and contemplated for a moment before asking Su-sun and the others, what's going on? What's wrong with this old man? Su Qiming frowned back. There was just some conflict. He was knocked out. You guys are. Don't ask what you shouldn't. With a warning, the leader added to the rest of the black clothes, since you've seen them, take them away first. So the rest of the men in black lifted the ribbonless on the ground and quickly disappeared, and the leader said to the caller as he walked, Master, we've found Lao Dao. We're taking him back now. What? Teach a lesson? Okay. This group of uninvited guests came and went as quickly as they could, and in just 10 seconds a man that size was taken right away. Su Qiming felt that today's brain was really a bit insufficient. How did this master just dodged a robbery and then another one? This group of people at a glance have a feeling of bad intentions. Little Seeker, do you know who these people are? They took that master away. Then the injuries on his body won't be able to be told when the time comes. Su Qingxia couldn't help but worry. Su-sun was unimpressed and even had the urge to laugh. Listening to that caller's conversation just now, he had probably guessed who this group of people really were. It should be the Wu family. Really doze off someone to send a pillow. Originally he was going to take some effort, but this Wu family to bring people away. That No Ribbon is dead or alive can be in their own no relationship. You do not daze. In the end, how to do quickly think of ways. What if you get involved? Su-sun laughed. Don't worry, I can't be implicated. An old man was taken away by a group of undesirable forces. When something happens, naturally they have to be responsible. But this master seems to have offended someone, so I'm afraid there's no return. But what does this have to do with us? Let's go home. This last sentence was intentionally said to Su Chiming, and as expected, his already tense heart suddenly tightened upon hearing this. Now the hope of the whole family is on the master. If the master is taken away by this group of people and can't come back, then won't his Su family be finished? And who should he find for his son's recovery? How come there's no movement? Su, has that little left yet? Shin Shinran covered her head and staggered up from the ground, and when her vision just regained clarity, her face suddenly changed when she saw the scene in front of her, because Su-sun actually hasn't left yet. You, how are you still? Love daddy or love mommy? WH. What? Love daddy fan left, love mommy fan right. Ugh, never mind. Let's do it together. Snap, snap. The Wu family. Inside the dimly lit basement, Wu Antai and Wu Tingfei were gathered here, and were looking at the wretched figure on the ground in front of them with hard faces. Originally, Wu Antai was planning to teach Wu Shou a lesson to make him afraid, or to make him confess the truth. But after the person came back, he realized that something was wrong. No ribbon was really hurt too much, and this was covered in blood. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot of torture. At that moment, Wu Antai was a bit displeased. I told you to give him a lesson. I didn't tell you to beat him half to death. How can I ask questions after beating him to death? I'm sorry, old man. The brethren didn't really hit him that hard and couldn't figure out why he was the way he was. You're still arguing. He's covered in blood, but you didn't beat him up. Did he do it himself? He's got blood all over him. Master, he seemed to be injured when we brought him back from the Su family. It was already injured. So what if you guys don't know how to pay more attention and kill someone? Alright, Grandpa, just don't be hard on them. They are also following orders. Wu Tingfei came out at this time to ease the atmosphere. The main thing now is to wake up this ruthless and ask him why he sneaked up on me. You, go wake him up. The black-clothed man who was pointed to went up and woke up for a while, but even after slapping and hitting and shaking in all kinds of ways, Sholas still didn't have any half reaction. Now the crowd realized something was wrong, and Black reached up to his nose and paled. Master, second young master, this old Taoist, seems to be out of breath. Wu Antai's pupils shook. What? Chapter 191, Sumayan, I'll wait for you tonight. Lodge of 5. After a busy day, Susan finally returned home with a bunch of big bags. Receiving the pile of things, Sumayan was a bit helpless. Just buy a cake? Why did you buy so many things? And it's all useless stuff. Su-sun retorted unconvinced. Who said it's useless? Those clothes can be worn. Those slippers can be stepped on. And that cheesecake, that flower water, that, what is it? Just as Su-sun was talking, suddenly, Sumayan flipped out a box with pictures of stockings from the bag. Su-sun's expression tightened. Haha, this is stockings? Is this for me? Su-sun instantly revealed a smile. Haha, yes, this is to buy for you. I see you used to often wear stockings. Also said what to prevent varicose veins, but since the out of it did not see you through, want to say to you to try to come, but since you do not like it, then I love it, and it's touching, Seeker, and you're the only one who can remember those casual remarks of mine. Wait, don't tear it down yet. However, it was too late for Su-sun to stop it. Sumayan had already unwrapped the box with a face of joy and excitement, but when she spread the thing out, the exposed clothing inside instantly made her smile. This is Haruai stockings? Su-sun slapped his forehead violently with a despondent expression. What's all this about? In fact, this is what he bought for Su Wanqing to keep as two people to increase the small fun. The result is that the things did not send to the front of the main owner, but was caught by someone. Haha, that. If you don't like it, just give it back to me. I'll buy you a normal one next time. With that, Su-sin went to grab the one-piece stockings, but what he didn't expect was that Su-mayan dodged sideways and firmly protected the object in her hand. Su-sun was confused, and Su-mayan was in deep thought. She had thought that Su-sun had made a mistake in buying it, but hearing what she had just said was intentional. She was a little puzzled as to why Seeker had bought herself something so bold. Is it hard to believe that this is a hint? Su-mayan almost forgot that Su-sun is now at the age of blood and vigor, and now that he is spending time with so many beautiful women with different postures, how should he solve his needs in that area? Is it possible that this time is his test? Testing his own reaction? Soon will be the new year. Everyone out also has a small half a year, and now Xiao Sun because he cannot even find a girlfriend. And indeed, it is time to give him some sweet. Seeker, do you really want to see me wear it? Aha! Su-sun nodded, and immediately kept shaking his head. No, I don't want to. I don't want to at all. Okay, I get it. What did you get? Su Mayan slowly stuffed the things in her hand back into the box, her cheeks slightly red with a touch of shyness. Come to my room at 11 o'clock at night. I'll wait for you. Su Sun was stunned and wanted to say something, but Su Mayan had already turned around silently carrying a bunch of things. Is this, like, a mistake? So are we going tonight or not? For a while, Su Sun was caught in a struggle between humanity and morality. Never mind, tomorrow's a day after tomorrow. We'll see then. Grabbing the cheesecake, Su Sun returned to the living room and sat down on the sofa to eat the huge cheesecake, which was a whopping $20 or two. What made him most speechless was that the cake seller had a shaky hand and cut him 500 pieces. The door to the room opened and Su Qingxia, who had gone to park the car, arrived late and sat down next to a piece of savoring the delicious cheddar. And Su Baiyan, who had learned of Su Sun's return, also emerged from the house and ran out with gusto. Where's my stuff? Pointing to the cheesecake in front of him, Su Sun faintly said, it's sitting here. What? Are you not teasing me? Su Baiyan's smile instantly froze, incredulously saying, I asked you to buy a cake? You bought me a cut cake back? Aren't they all cakes? What's the difference? Is this a thing? I don't care. Where's my cake? Su Qingxia couldn't look at it anymore and couldn't help but say, it's good enough to buy it for you. Don't be unreasonable here. What business is it of yours? Su Qingxia's face changed. Su Baiyan, you don't have nothing to do. Su Baiyan disdainfully retorted. Su Qingxia, in this family you are the youngest. You are not qualified to talk to me like this. I'm your fourth sister. It's only in name, but status-wise you're the lowest in the house. Splat sound. The cut cake made a brick sound. Su Qingxia completely fire. Who cares what your status is not status? You will always be the youngest. Want to ride on my head you cannot in this life. Humph. You interloper. Su Baiyan, I think you're really looking for a fight. The long time away from home made the crowd almost forget that Su Qingxia was the one with the straightest temper in existence, and without saying a word, she pressed Su Baiyan onto the sofa for a round of discipline. Su Baiyan is not to be messed with. Usually suffer from Su Sun's anger even if a small Su Qingxia still want to ride on her head? Just kidding. Dare to sneak up on me. I'll fight you. Su Sun on the side was a bit confused. How did these two somehow fight? As he sliced up the cut cake with his knife, he faintly uttered, that, can the two ladies stop fighting? This is degrading nah. Or, perhaps you two would like to fight again on a different field? This one's foot almost got in my face. Su Baiyan you're naked. Do you want me to pull down your clothes by hand? Come on, help me pull it. Okay. Just as the two were fighting, Su Mayan, who had just gone to put something away, slowly came and immediately caught fire at the sight of this scene. What the hell? You two, are you done? Big sister, Su Qingxia she hit me. She was the one who started it. It's not what she said. It's that she started being irrational when she saw there was no cake and that's why I disciplined her. Enough. Stop it. No matter whose fault it is. Su Mayan's appearance quickly stopped the storm, and the two shook hands for the time being, but looked at each other. However, Su Baiyan's anger subsided quickly, because her cake was lost and found, and she couldn't help muttering, the thing was actually hidden when she bought it back, causing me to misunderstand it. When Su Qingxia heard this, she got angry again. Do you have no hands or feet? You can't go to the table to find it yourself. You have to bring it to you, right? Humph. Don't bother with you. Hey. Su Sun was speechless, silently lifting a small hand from her stomach. Talking is talking. What are you doing with your hand? Su Baiyan stubbornly raised her head. Humph. Who told you to just eat my tofu? Not I what ate your tofu? You just touched it all when you lifted my collar. I'll be damned if you can blackmail that too? Su Sun was greatly shocked. I don't care. I'm going to take it back anyway hey. Just as Su Baiyan leaned on Su Sun's shoulder to feel her abs, a head with a chill quietly pressed against her face. Fifth sister. What are you doing? Turning his head to look, Su Baiyan's soul were almost scared out. Big sister I did not do anything. Chapter 192 Su Mayan's Midnight Visit. Big sister don't hit. I was wrong. What's wrong with you? I think you just don't remember. I'm wrong everywhere. Big sister spare me. Don't you understand that a man and a woman are not related? Next time I see you being dishonest I'll break your arm. Dropping the broom, Su Mayan pinched her waist with one hand full of coldness, her eyes full of stares. Seeing her big sister stop, Su Baiyan couldn't help but weakly disobey again. Obviously he took advantage of me first. I'm just taking advantage back. What did you say? Seeing that the broom was picked up again, Su Baiyan immediately shrank towards the sofa in fear. No, I didn't say anything. Big sister you heard wrong. It better be. Yes. I will never dare again. A small interlude was ended by Su Mayan in a thunderous manner. Dinner was then about to be ready, and the crowd gathered to prepare for the meal. Su Wanqing also came out of the room and cut up the cake along with the crowd and ate the pre-dinner dessert. It was just that the atmosphere at this moment was very wrong, giving her a vague feeling of depression. The cold-faced eldest sister, the displeased fourth sister, and a quivering fifth sister. Su Wanqing was puzzled. What happened? The crowd was silent and no one answered, but only Su Qingxia, with some gloating, answered the doubts. It's not that someone took advantage of little seeker and was caught by big sister, and was educated by the broom. Su Wanqing's heart thumped. Her first thought was that it was that bad? You actually smoked it with a tool? The fifth sister was beaten with a broomstick for just taking a small advantage, so wouldn't she be if she was found out? Su Mayan's majesty, since she was a child, intimidated all the sisters. Even Su Wancheng, the second oldest, was no exception. There were times when she would rather her parents be angry than see this big sister angry. Now he came to this family all rely on big sister. This family big sister said that the hostess is not too much. If the matter between himself and Xiao Sun was found out, with the big sister's more traditional character, could she accept it? I'm afraid that she will definitely not let herself go, or even drag Xiao Sun into it. A wave of unease filled the heart. Penis, what's wrong with you? Talking to you. Ha, what did you say, big sister? Su Wanqing snapped back to her senses and met Su Mayan's bland expression. Not knowing if it was an illusion or what, she actually felt a pang of skepticism and scowling. For a moment, she became even more uneasy. I said get ready to eat. You clear the table. Oh, good. With her front foot agreeing, Su Wanqing instructed Su Banian, fifth sister, clean up this place. Looking at the pile of mess on the coffee table, Su Banian had a black line. Well, everyone bullies me, right? I take out the trash, I wash the dishes, I mop the floors, and I put away the table. Do you want to catch me griping alone? Su Qingxia, don't you want to brush the dishes? You clean it up. I'll take it, but I won't take it for you. Obviously, it was just a simple little thing like clearing a table, but after layers of subcontracting, it ended up on Su Sun. He was also speechless. Such a small matter, as to make so much noise, make it seem like stretching a hand will lose half a life. For the sake of his ears, he simply took matters into his own hands and cleaned up slowly in silence. Su Mayan, who had once again returned, just happened to see the scene, and also silently helped pack up a piece, while wondering, where is Lao Er? Didn't I tell her to clean up? Sorry big sister, I went to the restroom. Su Wanqing also happened to return at this time and frowned slightly. Didn't I tell fifth sister to clean up? What are you doing, fifth sister? Upon hearing that it was Su Baiyan who didn't want to work, Su Muyan was immediately on fire again. Su Baiyan, get your ass over here and get this place cleaned up. It's all your food. Ah, big sister, can this also be blamed on me? Su Baiyan was aggrieved. I told Su Qingxia to clean up, but she didn't. Why do you ask someone else to do your job? Su Baiyan muttered in a small voice. Then why did you guys ask me to do it again? How dare you talk back? I was wrong. I'll clean it up. The unlucky Su Baiyan immediately took over the work, in a lightning fast momentum in minutes to get clean the coffee table, but also organized the sofa, and by the way also the sofa on the small quilt folded a tofu block. Thanks to this, she was able to settle down to the table for dinner, but at the dinner table, she felt more and more wrong. Why the bad luck are themselves? Why do you get scolded whenever you get involved with Su Sun? Suddenly, she had a bold guess. Su Sun couldn't have done it on purpose, could he? Deliberately pretending to work and then letting big sister see it, so that big sister will be angry with herself. And he successfully took revenge on himself by using a knife to kill, and also cleared his own suspicion? Su Baiyan suddenly realized that he was being counted. Thinking about this, she clenched her silver teeth and cast a vicious look towards Su Sun. Su Sun is drying rice with great flavor. Inadvertently looked up, suddenly confused. What are you doing? Why are you staring at me without eating? I'll be keeping an eye on you. Into the night. After the meal, all the people went about their business, and then they chatted for a while, before each of them went back to their rooms to prepare for rest. Su Sun had wanted to go to bed early, but laying around until 11 o'clock reminded him of Su Mayan's invitation in the evening, and struggled with whether he should go or not. This struggle was the passage of half an hour. Seeing that so much time had passed, he thought that Su Mayan should have fallen asleep, so he simply stopped going and prepared to rest. But who knew that instead of him going, the rightful owner would come looking for him? Creak, the door to the room was gently opened and closed again. Su Sun turned on the table lamp and sat up, seeing Su Mayan in a v-neck nightgown in the illumination of the dim light. What he couldn't deny was that Su Mayan's figure was really good. A simple nightgown could outline a perfect figure. Seeing this, Su Sun was a bit stunned. Su Mayan couldn't really have come over specifically because of that comment, could she? And things were as he expected. Indeed, seeing Su Sun seemingly dazed, Su Mayan thought he was shy and couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile as she came to the edge of the bed and slowly sat down. Su Sun flinched inwards, And this made Sumayan even more certain of her suspicion that Su Sun was just embarrassed for not coming tonight. So, what's going on this late at night? Seeker, why don't you come over here if you're not sleeping? This sudden inquiry almost gave Su Sun a whole lot of trouble. He laughed. Harm, didn't he react to the fact that it was already time out? So it didn't go. What's the time out for that? I've been waiting for you since 10:30, and it was hard for me to make up my mind. But I've been waiting for you for a full hour without seeing anyone. There's really no need to take it so to heart. I was just saying it off the top of my head at the time. It's getting late, so you should go back first. Seeker, are you shy, or can't you rise to the idea of me? Do you want me to go back so badly? Harm, which is not. Isn't it because I'm afraid you'll be embarrassed? It's getting late. You're quite tired every day. Go back to rest earlier. I can't help it if I'm not in a hurry. Su Sun was really afraid that Su Wanxing would suddenly kill over. In case the two of them bumped into each other, it would be over. Seeker, are you sure you want me to go back? Okay, you go back to rest. It's getting late, so what if I say that I'm already wearing that outfit you bought me? Sure you still want me to go back? What equipment or not? Am I like that? The only thing I care about is your health, understand? And what if it is? Saying that, Sumayan slowly got up, her nightgown slipping down. At that moment, Su Sun's eyes widened. Chapter 193, Sumayan shows her feelings. Su Sun refuses. Injurious. Su Sun covered her eyes with a helpless and embarrassed face. Hurry up and go. I don't like to see it. Sumayan laughed, reaching out her hand to gently close Su Sun's parted fingers. Since you don't like to see it, then you plug it up tighter. The things were originally a conjoined set, and after Sumayan's augmentation and being so close, this was even more shocking, suppressing the restlessness in his heart. Su Sun got up and draped Sumayan's clothes for her, then pulled her to the edge of the bed and slowly sat down. Actually, you didn't have to go this far. Sumayan smiled faintly. Didn't you buy it for me just to feast your eyes on it? Why are you saying this again? Or are you saying, it didn't live up to your expectations? Naturally not. It's just not appropriate. After all Seeker, how long are you going to play dumb? Su Sun blushed. I don't know what you're talking about. Seeker, we've been together for so long. We're long gone from what we once were. And there are some things that I'm sure you're aware of. Because of this certificate, we've long been bound to be inseparable. Then leave. It was the result of a mistake. So it's better for each other. Shao Sun, Sumayan yelled lowly. After so long I don't believe you can't see my heart. Between us pretending to be deaf and dumb for so long it should end here. What are you saying that I can't understand? And you put your clothes on first. Seeing this, Sumayan became more and more furious, grabbing the clothes on her shoulder and ruthlessly flinging them at Su Sun. How much longer are you going to pretend? Obviously you know my heart. Obviously you also accepted my kindness to you. It's obvious you feel similarly to me. Why do you have to deny it? I didn't. You didn't would buy me this kind of clothes? You didn't would burst in while I was in the shower, and not once or twice? Su Sun raised an eyebrow. Don't you slander me, okay? You don't have a fixed time to take a bath, and every time you take a bath there is no movement at all, and the key doesn't lock the door, so how would I know that there is someone inside? Still sophomoric. Alright, don't get angry first. Let's talk slowly about what we have to say. Alright. Speak properly, will you listen? You've been having fun playing dumb and teasing me here, haven't you? I can listen. Of course I can listen. Just calm down. Pulling Sumayan to the head of the bed and leaning against it, and then bending down and reaching out to lift her legs onto the bed to put them there. And finally Su Sun pulled the quilt over her to cover her properly, and even by her feet he tucked it in tightly. The two just leaned against the bed next to each other. Obviously an intimate scene, but the two did not say a word. The atmosphere was extraordinarily stagnant, but the warmth of the body, but also by Su Sun that gentle gesture treatment. Sumayan just the annoyance subsided most of. Just vaguely have a breath in the heart to hold not out. Looking at the displeasure of that pretty face, Su Sun pulled the quilt for it again before continuing. I'm not a little cutie. Naturally understand your thoughts. Sumayan couldn't help but interrupt. Since you know, then who are you showing this attitude to? Knowing that I have made such a great determination to be honest, then are you looking at me as a joke? Su Sun was helpless. Listen to me first. What did you say? Keep denying it, are you? Keep treating me like a cutie? Lying? Or continue to want to play this unspoken game? Su Sun, you knew the moment we got the license it would be the result of today. You also know that we have long been unable to part with each other. And you know even more about my character. Because of this license I will never be able to go back to another man in my life. I'm not sure exactly what I feel for you, but what I am sure of is that I'm used to having you by my side. If you want love, I'll give it to you. But is it fun for you to keep running away like this? I'm a sentimental person, and the long time I've been together has gotten me deeper and deeper into the world. I used to doubt myself and think horribly of myself, but as time passes it's made me think more and more. so I began to crave an answer that would put me completely at ease. Isn't this your cue today? But I managed to muster up the courage to respond to you. And what do you mean by that? It's still not a deliberate attempt to trick me. Well, I'm really not fooling you. It's just that. Su Mayan's eyes were cold. Then give me a word. Give me a pain. I don't want to be so muddled anymore. The words fell for a long time, but Su Sun did not respond, only looking quietly. Yet sometimes silence is a response that hurts even more. At this moment, Su Mayan instantly understood everything and couldn't help but feel a sourness in her eyes and heart. Oh, well, that's your choice? Don't cry. Su Sun subconsciously reached out to wipe his tears. Su Mayan violently shook it off. Don't touch me. She had always thought that Su Sun had the same idea as herself, but it turned out that it was completely her own self-centeredness, and she had never even thought about it. Su Mayan laughed, with a feeling of being fooled, but more than that, it was the heartache of being rejected. She had never been attracted to anyone in her long life, but after all she had experienced in the past 6 months, she had this feeling for Su Sun. It made her feel self-conscious, fearful, and uneasy. It's so hard for her to open up and accept her heart's choice, only to have the one she expects to be the one to give her a head start. I said don't touch me. Su Sun slowly retracted his arm. His complexion darkened. I'm sorry. Su Mayan laughed. Sorry? Is it useful to be sorry? I just don't understand. I really don't understand. I'm old and you resent it, don't you? Su Sun shook his head. No. So I'm not pretty enough? No. So that means you still think of me as the old me? Hate me? Can't get past that? It's not nasty. And there's no can. Then why? You give me a reason. At this point in time Su Sun didn't know what to say. It was the first time he had seen Su Mayan's emotions so out of control. But thinking about it, with Su Mayan's strong and twisted character actually having the courage to take the initiative, she must have overcome a great deal of psychological difficulties, and wouldn't have thought that one day such a perfect being like her would be rejected. But now, I've tasted rejection in myself. Su Sun was helpless. Suddenly he had a feeling that he had failed people, and the key thing was that not only was he failing people, but he was also deceiving them. Mud, what a piece of work yourself. Su Sun cursed himself when he was ruthless, and did not intend to continue to hide it. Since you want to refuse, then you have to give Su Mayan a pain in the ass, completely cut off her thoughts. It is just that you can also take this opportunity to confess, whether it is dead or alive at the mercy of the sentencing bar. It's because of Su Wanqing. Chapter 194, just let the penis quit. What did you say? Su Mayan looked stunned. I said, because of Su Wanqing. In fact, we have. The most feared thing still happened, but when it really came to the moment of revelation, Su Mayan instead did not know whether to be happy or sad. She laughed, a shaky laugh full of sarcasm. So, it turns out I wasn't the one who thought too much. You guys really did have something. Alas. Sighing softly, Su Sun continued, this is really an accident. Su Wanqing and I are chicken and duck, inexplicably entangled, and then it's already too late to react. So, I can't accept your heart, or wouldn't I be a scumbag? I'm not saying this as an excuse, but as a confession to make you realize that I'm not really a good person, that I can be impulsive and hurtful, and that I can't take everyone's feelings into account. So, sorry about that. Su Mayan nodded her head numbly. Okay, I'll make the oldest two leave you alone. Okay, you're willing to figure it out. Su Sun's pupils shrunk. What did you say? Are you not joking with me? Su Mayan coldly said. No, I'm serious. No, I'm not a thing when you mess with me like that instead. At least you're not thinking of a wild card. In that case, I'll take care of the penis side. Wait. Su Sun was a bit flustered. This operation was a bit unexpected. He said in confusion, what do you want? It can't be that you want to whisk her away, right? Su Mayan slowly shook her head. Don't worry, it's just to discourage her. No, Su Mayan, are you serious? I'm like this and you can still stand it? Because you're not thinking of taking it all as it is, which means I made the right choice. And isn't your difficulty the penis? You've just said you guys are inexplicable, so just let her quit. You just need to stay out of it. Su Sun was really convinced. This serious look did not look like a joke at all. He did not understand. Feelings party betrayal, what two people, some reasoning not to mention, but his own and Su Wanqing entangled. She this when the big sister is not at all come gas? Just now he was emotionally out of control and looked like he was going to eat someone, but now he's so calm. Really? Seriously? You're not angry at all? I'm talking to Su Wanqing. In what position am I angry? Wife, or sister? Anything. Then I'm naturally angry. But I know that just being angry won't work. You have to address the root cause of the problem. So, you're thinking of settling Su Wanqing? Almost. Su Mayan coldly glanced at Su Sun and faintly said, alright, I'm going to sleep. I need to calm down. Go back to bed then. Do need to calm down. Well, A moment of silence followed. Su Sun was instantly confused because Su Mayan didn't leave at all, but turned around and laid down on this. Aren't you going to your room? Is it hard for you to sleep here? I'm waiting for someone. Who? Su Sun's heart thumped. It couldn't be Su Evening Ching, could it? What disturbed him the most was that, counting the time, Su Wanqing was expected to come as well. In a moment, crunch, the door to the room opened. Little seeker, there you are, Lao Air. In a flash, Su Wanqing's face was like ashes. Big sister. No, how did you guys? Su Qiming woke up early in the morning with a sad face and a heavy heart, especially when he looked at Su Wen who was sitting by the window. He was filled with a blank stare. His son seemed normal, but what he could confirm was that Su Wen was truly insane. It's okay for Su Wen to sit by the window every day, but who's a good person sitting by the window at 5 o'clock in the morning? I was almost scared out of my mind when I came out for a drink of water. The key also looks like he's strategizing and being inscrutable. If it wasn't for the bandage on his face, he would have really thought Su Wen was some worldly superior who controlled the whole situation. Old Sua, has the master not been contacted yet? Qin Xinlan slowly walked to his side, looking at Su Wen with a gaze full of worry. Ugh, can't get in touch at all. Something can't really have happened to the master, can it? What should I do then? My son's leg is still not healed. Qin Xinlan gritted her teeth and said, this damn Wu family, to actually bully even an old man in his 80s, it's just not a thing. Okay, it's no use just sulking. I'll find someone to ask around. Mom and Dad, why are you guys looking so sad? Su Xinru's appearance brought a hint of peace of mind to the duo. After all, this was the only normal daughter they had in the Su family today, especially Su Qiming. At this moment, the more he looked at Su Xinru, the more satisfied he simply became. Not to mention that this is the most obedient and understanding of his 5 daughters. The current Su clan also needs a person to preside over the big picture, and the oldest 3 is the future hope of the Su family. Lao San, aren't you working today? Well, it's nice to take some time off after the recent work. Su Qiming's face was joyful. Good. Not working is good. Lao San Dad is going to give you a difficult task. Dad, you said. Good, then I won't hide it. Patting Su Xinru's shoulder, Su Qiming's face was grave as he said, oldest 3, you go to Su's. The company needs someone to preside over the big picture nowadays, and you're the best choice. Su Xinru was stunned at the words. What? Want me to go to Su's? But Dad, you know, I have no interest in business. Lao San, you must go. The company cannot be without a master for a day. For the sake of this family you are still expected to make a sacrifice. At once, Su Xinru was in a dilemma. Su Qiming also knows that Su Xinru is not willing to take care of the group, but there is no way. Nowadays the company and home accidents are frequent. Su Xinru must stand out to top up this sky. Su Qiming then said, Lao San, I know this sudden decision is very difficult for you to accept, but times are different now. I hope you can help your family to help the company. Okay? Su Xinro was worried. But Dad, isn't Xiaowen already healed? He's only limping now, but he can still take care of the company's affairs. The mention of Su when Su Qiming was both speechless and helpless. He looked back at the figure by the window, and then whispered to Su Xinru, your brother seems normal, but it's actually getting more and more serious, and I'm getting older. If you don't go on, our family really has no one left to succeed. You want to give away our large family property? But Dad, I really don't want to. Lao San, can't you make a sacrifice for the sake of this family? Everything you enter Su's company is mobilized by you. Isn't that higher than you being a tiny designer? But Dad, hasn't this president already been given to little man? How can I rob him? It's not a robbery, and he's not fit for that position today. Nope, nor is he fit for it in the future, because that's the position for you. Su Xinro's willow brows knitted. But Dad, even if I want to help, there's no way. Think about it. Xiaowen cares the most about these honorary rights. If he knows that I've snatched his position, wouldn't he be fighting me for his life? No, little man said he wouldn't mind. Dad, you even said he has gone crazy. Can you believe the words of a crazy person? Turning against me is small. What if he knows that he's been robbed and makes a scene? Dad, think twice. This sentence reminded Su Qiming, with Su Wen's narrow-minded nature. If he knew that his position had been taken, he was afraid that he would really come to fight for his life, right? He could control it before he went crazy, but now he was afraid he couldn't. So yeah, Dad, I'd rather not go to this company. No, we can't let the company's future be ruined in his hands. After a pause, Su Xinro added, Dad, anyway, you're the chairman. As long as you don't fall, the company won't fall. It doesn't matter if I'm the president or not. Chairman? Su Qiming's eyes lit up. That's right. The president can't make it, but the chairman can. Moreover, sooner or later Su is going to find someone to take over. It is the same to let the oldest 3 take over in advance, and in the future, He will be on the sidelines to assist, not just. Lao-san, I've decided. From now on, you'll be the chairman of the Su group. Chapter 195, Su Shinru's Worry. Su Qiming's Retreat. Su Shinru lapsed into silence without any reaction. Seeing this scene, Su Qiming immediately some anxious. This and he imagined completely different. According to reason, words are said to this point, the old three will certainly agree. But the silence in front of him is a few meanings? Or to refuse not? If the oldest three died without agreeing, wouldn't he have no one left to succeed the Su family? So, Su Qiming with a serious tone of voice then persuaded. Lao-san, listen to Dad. Just agree. I really don't want all these years of hard work to be cut short. Qin Xinlan weakly said. That old Su-ah. Actually, I think Xiao-wen. You shut up. It's that time of the day and you're still biased. Qin Xinlan, like a fish in her throat, said with stubborn defiance. In fact, I'm also thinking about Lao-san. Since Lao-san doesn't want to, can't we as parents respect her for once? I think it's right for her to have her own ideas. Shut up. Why haven't I heard you say that before? Now you're talking about respect? I think you're just trying to find a way out for your precious son. Shoo, you keep your voice down. Qin Xinlan glanced nervously at the window and saw that Su-wen didn't react. Before she continued to whisper, what kind of words are these? Little one is my son, is Lao-san not my daughter? Besides, Lao-san doesn't even agree. It's hard to believe that we're still forcing her. Don't think I don't know those little thoughts of yours. But even if it's forced, I have to let her take over the Su clan as well. I can't hand over the huge family fortune to a crazy person anyway. Alright Mom and Dad, you guys stop arguing. Seeing the duo arguing, Su Shinru had to stand out and show her attitude. Dad, I know your difficulties, but I'm sorry, I don't want to go into business. What? Su Qiming's eyes widened at his words. Lao-san, are you serious? Do you really disregard the death of your family? Dad, things aren't as serious as you think. What if little one gets better later? And you know that later. Who can guarantee what's going to happen later? What if he doesn't get better for the rest of his life? Su Xinro was helpless. Dad, I really can't take over your position. I have my own ideals. I just want to be a designer and let my works flourish. Now I'm already halfway down this road and you're telling me to quit halfway. How can this be? Lao-san, Suchi said in his name, you want to design this road later can rise again. But the company you do not take over, that my Su family so many years of accumulation can be all gone. It's okay Dad. Big deal. We'll be mediocre. I can support a family with the money I make anyway. But I can't. Su Qiming bellowed, gritting his teeth, having reached the clouds. And how can I be ordinary again? What I have worked so hard for decades goes down the drain. I can't do it. Chatting, the atmosphere once again fell into a dead silence. The two sides of the stalemate. Each other do not give in. Su Qiming really cannot understand. When a chairman of the board of directors in power is not good, why do you have to be a small designer? He could have tolerated these petty fights before, but definitely not now. Lao-san, I'll ask you one last time. Will you take my place or not? Dad, Su Shinru, seemingly forced. Su Shinrue eventually had a wavering thought after some silence. However, she no longer covered it up, and recounted her concerns without fear, telling the reason why she was unwilling to accept it. Dad, why do you have to force me? In fact, even if you don't tell me, I understand. I understand everything. Su Qiming froze. What do you understand? Dad, in fact, you and Mom are still favoring little one from the bottom of your hearts, and now that I'm allowed to take over Su's, it's nothing more than the fact that little one's current situation is not good, but if he gets better, you guys will still righteously give him all the benefits through and through. And even if I take over Su and do a good job, won't I still have to give it back to Xiaowen in the future? In the end, I will also be unloaded by you guys like big sister. And by that time, I've left Su and broken the path of design. So what do I have left after that? Dad, can't you leave me something to live for? Su Qiming's face stagnated, obviously not expecting Su Shinru to actually worry about these issues. Was his image so bad in front of his daughter? So much so that Lao-san thinks of herself that way? Being maliciously speculated made Su Qiming a bit unhappy, but he still patiently said, don't worry, it won't. In the future, Su's is yours. It's your child's. There will be no one else. Dad, don't paint a picture in front of me. It's useless to me. Su Shinru's eyes reddened and she choked with aggression. Even if I become the chairman of the board, so what? In the future, it's still something you can say? I really just want to be ordinary and do my own thing. Why do you have to force me? So what do you want? Either you send little one abroad and never come back. I don't want things like siblings fighting over the family fortune in the future. What? Before Su Qiming could speak, Qin Xinlan immediately objected out loud. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How long has little one been back? How can you let him go abroad alone to live that kind of lonely life? Then divide the family fortune in advance. I need security, and also need the backbone to sit on the company. Big sister and fifth sister are already gone. so give me theirs together. I want 30% of the family's assets today. What? This time it was Su Qiming's turn to disagree, and refused repeatedly. No way. Su is still relying on the Tang family to take care of her. She must have some funds to support her, or else if the Tang family backtracks, the building will fall in an instant. I will fulfill your request in the future. Su Xinru instantly lost some control, tears dripping down her face. This won't work and that won't work. Do I have to accept your blank check? Do I have to accept your empty promises? And wait for me to be left with nothing when you guys back out later? I don't know. Lao San, do you distrust me that much? Su Qiming said unhappily. Dad, do I need to say more about the biased things you and Mom did to your big sister and fifth sister because of Xiaowen? How do you expect me to trust you guys? Definitely not this time. I don't want to hear these assurances of nothing. I don't want to end up in a situation where I have to unload my ass after working diligently for more than 10 years. Su Xinru shook her head in fear and said in a trembling tone, so what if I become the chairman of the board? So what if I harvested people's hearts? At that time, you, the major shareholder, will still be at your disposal. Dad, I'm really afraid. That's good. Then I'll share the shares with you, make you the biggest shareholder. For a moment, the atmosphere was suddenly quiet. Su Xinru wiped her tears and looked incredulous. Dad, what did you say? Chapter 196. Su Xinrui was in complete control. I'll give you 40% of the shares. That way your shares will be the same as mine, and you won't have to worry about all the has-beens. Su Qiming had 80 shares in his hands, while Qin Xinlan had 10% in her hands, and the remaining 10 points were in the hands of a few scattered small shareholders. With this 41 give, Su Xinru will have the same shares as him, and this give is not only a share, but also a proof of his determination. Having made it this far, he couldn't believe he couldn't be trusted. Dad, Lao San, what are you still afraid of? Su Qiming immediately interrupted. The position is given to you, the shares are also given to you, and you are the true controller of Su. Isn't this enough? Anyway, for the sake of this family you must agree. Old Sua. Actually, I think it's, shut the up. You don't get to talk here. Qin Xinran instantly shut up, leaving the father and daughter in silence and wide-eyed. At this point in time, Su Qiming had already expressed his final attitude, but Su Xinru still didn't have much of a reaction, which made him a little angry. But just when he couldn't hold back his broken tongue, finally, he waited for that desired answer. Okay, I promise you guys. Really? Good. I knew that you, Lao San, are concerned about the big picture, so we'll do the materials for transferring the equity later, and we'll go to the company tomorrow to acclimatize. Obviously the transfer of shares represents the weakening of rights, but at this time Su Qiming is acting even more urgently than Su Xinru. There is no way. Late is late. He really does not want to wait. As long as the responsibility is added, he believes that the character of the oldest three, even if he wants to run, he will have to smother his head and keep on doing it. At this time, Su Xinru was not half happy. Instead, she nodded dejectedly. All listened to Dad's arrangement. Seeing this, Su Qiming frowned, somewhat displeased. Oldest three, you should be happy because you have contributed to this family and you have made the right choice for your future. Compared to that uncertain designer dream, inheriting the family business is your chance to make it big. Well, Dad's right. Come on, cheer up. Not only are we going to get equity today, but we're also going to meet the husband I found for you. So dress up later. What? Su Xinru sniffed in confusion. Dad, you found a suitable candidate so quickly? Well, that's still thanks to your mom's connections. She used to play mahjong every day or a bit of use. That man is called Yi Duan, although currently a security guard, but a very good young man. Originally, Su Qiming only felt that this was good news before informing in advance. After all, solved the problem of inheritance, and found a candidate for a superfluous son-in-law. Only, he didn't expect Su Xinru to actually flip out on the spot when she heard this. Dad, I don't see it. At that moment, Su Qiming's smiling face stiffened. Old third, what kind of game are you playing? Didn't you promise well before? Yes, I agreed to this unreasonable request before because that was the only one I reluctantly agreed to. But, with a beat of her voice, Su Xianro coldly said, you want to both force me to succeed and force me to marry a man I don't like. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Either choose one of them, or neither. Dad, you decide for yourself. Nonsense. Su Qiming's face suddenly changed. I'm doing this for your own good. I've said that the Su clan will be handed over to you and your child in the future. So naturally you have to find a son-in-law to give birth to this child. If you marry someone else, is the child born still a child of the Su family? I don't agree anyway. Give me your consent even if you don't agree. You have to meet today. On what grounds? Why do I have to bear everything alone? Just because I'm easy to bully? I quit. Su Xinru, don't be capricious. I'm capricious? What have I been capricious about? I just want my own life. What's wrong with me? Su Xin reddened her eyes and stared straight at Su Qiming. Either you give me 10 more shares and I agree to all of them, or I'll quit all of them. Good. Just give it. Su Xinru stuttered violently. Su Qiming heart sneer. After all, is his daughter born? Playing what mind he as a father cannot understand? Is this about the 10%? It's clearly an opportunity to get him to retract his decision. But sorry, he'd rather give 10 more shares than have Su Xinru, the oldest 3 from. It's settled. Go back to your room and calm down. There's still a lot of burdens handed to you. When the words fell, Su Qiming walked out of the house without looking back, and came to the window outside the villa to push Su Wen to slowly leave. Qin Xinran looked at her disoriented daughter. For a moment she didn't know how to comfort her. She just left a sentence. Xin is fine. First stay up for a few years. When your brother recovers, let your brother help you. Looking at those backs outside the window, Su Xinru wiped away her tear tracks. The gloom on her face dissipated, and her reddened eyes gradually returned to their original state. On second glance, where was there any sadness in that stunningly soft face? Just a face as flat as a wave and rambling. Little friend Su, the Wu family side comes looking for you every now and then. Are you sure you don't want to see them? Not to be seen. What kind of cat or dog deserves to see me? I think it's best if we don't see them either, but they're just so annoying. They come around saying they want to apologize to you for everything. Why did they do it so long ago? Apologize my ass. I don't give a. That's fine. Next time I won't let the Wu family in. Wait, who came to me from the Wu family's side? It's the son of the sickly Wu family's second son. Seems to be called what's his name Wu Tingfei. The kid is quite polite. It's just that his grandfather is not a thing. Oh, Wu Tingfei? Speaking of which, he's even a bit of an affinity with me. Little friend Su? You won't change your mind and want to see again, right? See, my house is on fire. I don't have time for this. I'm hanging up. There was a drop and the phone hung up straight away. Looking at the scene of fire in front of him, Su Sun's face changed and hurriedly rushed into the bathroom to bring a basin of water out. Get out of the way. Splash! A pot of water was poured solidly on the blanket that was on fire on the floor. Su Sun was so relieved. So close, so close. Luckily it was just a blanket burn. But, with another blackened face, Su Sun reached out and poked Su Baiyan in the head. How grown up are you to still play with a lighter? Are you trying to burn this home down? Su Baiyan hung her head and snapped her fingers, saying weakly, I said it was the lighter that blew up. Do you believe me? Do you think I believe it? Besides, you have nothing to buy a lighter for. Do you smoke? Su Baiyan stomped her foot aggrievely. This is from the cake you bought yesterday. I thought it was a yellow rat, so I took it out to have a look, but who knows that it was actually a lighter. The key I just lit it and it blew up directly. This can be blamed on me. It's useless for you to explain to me. You'd better think about how to explain to your big sister later. What? As soon as she heard the name of her big sister Su Baiyan immediately panicked, immediately tugged on Su Sun's arm, nervously begging for mercy. Don't tell your big sister I'm begging you. Useless. Let's see if I sue or not. I seek. Su Baiyan tone of voice of petite, suddenly hold Su Sun's arm head pasted on his chest, small fists gently pounding. Nian please, do not say it with big sister, as long as you do not say I let you. Chapter 197, Yanqing confronts and pokes the bottom line. You're stuck? Just let me what you say instead. Let you take advantage of me openly. After saying that, Su Baiyan's head twisted, showing all her shyness. Su Sun froze. What the hell are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Isn't it? Don't you usually like to take advantage of me by lecturing me? As long as you keep it a secret for me, then I'll let you take advantage of me for a while. The kind you do as you please. No? Su Sun was instantly dumbfounded. What gave you that illusion? When did I take advantage of you? Just don't be tough. Big deal. I'll give you some interest first. Without giving a response, Su Baiyan grabbed Su Sun's hand and probed behind her. Are you satisfied? Don't tell my big sister, okay? I beg you. I'm really begging you. Seems to feel not enough pity. She raised her eyes and opened a pair of big watery eyes, but also kept rubbing her hands to plead for mercy, showing her lovely nature. However, at this moment, Su Sun was a bit speechless. It seems like it's already too late. What? Realizing that something was wrong, Su Baiyan immediately pushed Su Sun away in fear, and when she looked back, Su Mayan had already come behind her. Big sister. Su Mayan frowned slightly. What were you doing just now? Did you bite again in a hurry? Did I warn you? Nope. No. You better be. Glancing down, the mess on the ground caught Su Mayan's attention again. What's this mess of water? Is this black mess ash? Which one of you burned something at home? At this moment, Su Baiyan was so nervous that her heart was hanging in her throat. But whenever one's playing with fire and misfire at home is known by one's big sister, One is afraid that one will have to lose one's skin even if one doesn't die. For a while, under her nervous smile, those 2 rows of white teeth were wildly chattering. She could only slowly raise her head and look at Su-sun on the side, blinking her big cute watery eyes, praying that Su-sun would never tell the truth. But Su-mayan didn't need any witnesses at all. A pair of wise eyes directly locked onto the target. Su-bai-nyen, isn't it you again? How old are you to still be playing with fire at home? It seems I'm still too indulgent with you. Aw, big sister right now. Seeing that the slap came straight at him, Su-bai-nyen was so scared that her neck shrank and she closed her eyes in horror. Just in the nick of time, a large hand suddenly grabbed the incoming slap. Su-sun faintly said, "Well, it has nothing to do with her. It's me who sat on my butt and exploded the lighter, accidentally burning the blanket. You calm down." At this moment, Su-bai-nyen's eyes of Su-sun was covered with a charming light, bright and magnificent, as if giving her a guiding light in her dark and lost moment. Those dislikes that were originally afraid of Su-sun's big mouth were all transformed into gratitude, and even the familiar face in front of him seemed to be a few points more handsome. Sacrificing your own color. No loss. What? The lighter exploded? And Su-mayan immediately tensed up when she heard this, and was checking all kinds of things on Su-sun, especially his back. Is everything alright? Did you hurt anything? Su-bai-nyen inner, while their own play with fire is a slap in the face, he played with fire is to check whether it is injured. How can the gap between people be so big? Okay, don't touch it. It's fine. It's just the blanket burning, but luckily the couch is fine. The sofa and whatnot is not important. People are not hurt on the line. With a turn of her eyes, Su-mayan came back to Su-bai-nyen, gently holding her hand. I'm sorry, fifth sister. I just wronged you. In order to make up for it, the next time you make a mistake I'll give you the right to remission once, and won't take a broom to whip you. Su-bai-nyen's smile trembled. Haha, it's fine. It's good that big sister isn't angry. Not angry. Of course not angry. Su-mayan's smiling face withdrew. Her body turned around. Your second sister hasn't come out for a day. Call her over. Just say I have something to say to her. And also this floor later on you make it a little cleaner. Yes. Su-bai-nyen scattered his legs and ran, simply because Su-mayan's pressure was too suffocating, and having seen Su-mayan's suddenly changing face, Su-sun instead became uneasy. It's over. It's time to settle scores. Su Wanqing ran away last night without chatting for a few sentences, and she didn't come out all day today. She was trying to pretend that nothing happened, but obviously someone didn't want to. Big sister. I've called the people. Surprisingly, Su-sun had thought that Su Wanqing would be hiding out, but did not think that actually really came out. And this face-calm appearance is not really want a confrontation? You guys talk, I'm going to help her mop the floor. Su-bai-nyen called out to the people and then immediately picked up the tools and began to work. Su-sun really did not like this depressing atmosphere, so he also wanted to escape by working. He had just risen, however, when a white palm rested on his shoulder and pressed him back down. Little seeker, just sit properly, Su-mayan coldly said. Actually, I think spaghetti should be mixed with 42-gauge concrete, and the cross-sea bridge is so grand it's probably going to cost tens of thousands of dollars. So I'm a little sleepy, so I'd better go back to my game and yell at me when it's time to eat. It's useless to play dumb. There are some things that must be said clearly, regardless of Su-sun's small movements. Su-mayan waved her hand at Su Wanqing. Eldest, come and sit. Sisters sat next to each other, but one could not feel a trace of sisterly love. There was only silence and depression. Su-bai-nyen, who was mopping the floor, saw this scene and was a bit puzzled. The eldest and second sisters were usually so close. How come they were now like the kind of love rivals who snatched men? Hey, what's that smelly Su-hun winking at me for? Got sand in your eyes? Never mind, I'll just leave it and keep mopping my floor. Putting down her curiosity, Su-bai-nyen continued to mop the floor with her head down. Ha 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 ha. Eldest, is there nothing you want to say? After a long silence, Su-mayan took the lead in breaking the deadlock. Su Wanqing was stunned at his words. There were some things she wanted to continue to play dumb, but looking at the current situation, she was afraid that she couldn't pretend even if she wanted to. That being the case, there are some things that really should be asked. What happened last night? Big sis? Why were you there dressed like that again? Penis. I'm curious in what capacity you're asking me this question. Su-mayan's eyes surveyed and said meaningfully, Lao air. I really didn't expect that I actually brought back a wolf. I thought you came over for the sake of sisterly love, but I didn't expect something else. Mopping the floor. Su-bai-nyen. No? What are they saying? Why don't I understand? Chapter 198 Evidence demanded by Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing obviously didn't expect her big sister to make her words so white, and originally thought of a detour, but now it seems superfluous to pull any further. Thinking about it, Su Wanqing's brow sank and she said as plainly as she could, since I know then I won't hide it. It's indeed what you think, big sister. Originally I wanted to confess directly, but I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to accept it, so I hid it for the time being. But we're true to our hearts. I hope that big sister won't make it difficult for me." After saying this, actually Su Wanqing had so much apprehension in her heart because she thought Su Mayan would absolutely burst into a rage. But to her surprise, her big sister looked not only not angry, but instead had a flat face, as if she didn't care. "How's this?" Su Wanqing was puzzled for a while, and her heart became more and more nervous. "Big sister, what kind of reaction are you having?" Su Mayan slowly shook her head. "Eldest, dispel those thoughts." "What?" Her heart trembled. Su Wanqing's premonition came true, and her face immediately turned ugly. "What do you mean? Big sister, do you want to drive us away or break us up?" "It's breaking up, but not rushing, but you must put away those thoughts of yours. It's impossible between you." "On what grounds?" Compared to hysterical anger, this bland veto angered Su Wanqing even more. Being given such a sudden voice, Su Bainian immediately shivered in fear. She was confused. "What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Who's with who? What do you mean by break up and drive away? Why do you feel like you've found a melon field but can't find a melon?" "Ha?" Sohan winked at himself again. "Forget about ignoring him and get back to work. Take it easy for a second." "Dick, how can I not be excited?" "Big sister, you are not unaware of my defects. I found a person who will be with me for the rest of my life with great difficulty, and you break us up just because you say so. On what grounds? On the basis of worldly prejudice? Or is it because you can't get over your heart? Or are you afraid that our relationship will be laughed at if you tell people about it?" "But big sister, I don't care. I don't care. I know it's hard for you to accept, so I'm not asking for a blessing just for you to respect us. Otherwise, I'll just have to do it for myself. I'll never give up this hard-earned happiness." The atmosphere was a bit heavy. Su Wanqing's reaction had long been expected by Su Mayan, so she didn't think of hysteria, but instead followed the guidance. The flames of anger would only aggravate the other party's rebellious mentality. What she wanted was for Su Wanqing to genuinely accept her opinion, not an existence that was against her. After giving a good gap of calmness and seeing Su Eveningqing calming down some, Su Mayan then sighed gently and spoke again. "No, it's not prejudice, and I'm not afraid of being laughed at, because I don't care at all about other people's opinions. So why are you against it? Is it because of what it once was? But that's all in the past." "Neither is." "What's that? Then give me a reason." "Because you're a mistress." With one sentence, the air fell into dead silence, and Su Wanqing froze on the spot. Half a day later. "What? I'm a junior?" "That's right, you are." Su Wanqing kept shaking her head, muttering, "Impossible, this is never possible." Suddenly, a gaze with suspicion snapped to Su Sun. She wanted to see disbelief, shock, and denial on Su Sun's face. However, all she could see was a strong sense of helplessness. Su Wanqing stiffened. Why? Why is it such a reaction? Shouldn't he have denied it right away? What's with the helpless face? Finally, after a long sigh, Su Sun spoke. "I told you you wouldn't believe me. And now, alas." What said? Su Wanqing's mind was confused, but then a picture surfaced in her mind. "I want to ask you something. How would you feel if I told you I was married?" Su Wanqing was struck by lightning. "Marriage? How is that possible? Did not lie to me at the time." When she froze, Su Mayan gently held her hand and said in a soft tone, "Elder, now you know the reason why I rejected you, don't you? What happened before you guys I can pretend doesn't exist, but you have to put a stop to it. Do you understand what I mean? Who is that woman? I don't believe it." Upon hearing this, Su Mayan's brows furrowed slightly. "Eldest, it's not important who the obsessive is. What you should be thinking about right now should be to completely draw a line in the sand instead of seeking proof, because that wouldn't make any sense." "Who is that woman? I want proof." Su Mayan fell silent. It seemed that the oldest two wouldn't die until they produced evidence, so she made a look at Su Sun. I'll go?" "Well, go." Su Sun's face changed as he remembered what Su Wanqing said that day. "You are capable of protecting yourself, but what if one day you are not here to protect your sisters from each other? Why don't we just leave it, so as not to irritate her? Don't worry, she's not that fragile, and besides, she won't die until she sees proof." "I think so. There's really no need. Just know things. Some evidence out there will just be a sword that hurts people." Su Mayan's face sank as she suppressed her voice and said, "You can't be bothered to part with it, can you? If you don't go then I'll go get it myself." Don't. It's for your sake. In case it irritates her. She'll. What does she know? She'll guy you She said Su Sun said in a serious tone. "Sometimes true words are said mixed in jokes. I'm doing this for your own good, you know." Su Mayan's face stagnated. Seeing this, Su Sun thought he had gotten through. But who? A soft laugh suddenly reached his ears. Su Mayan's eyes were dark and unclear, then said, "Then it's all the more reason to confess, in case the concealment is discovered by herself." the consequences will be even more serious. Go! With a helpless sigh, Su Sun could only choose to obey. It was just a matter of letting this storm come early. Whether it was fierce or not depended on whether Su Mayan could control it. So, Su Sun went straight to Su Mayan's room to look for that so-called evidence. Su Baiyan was bewildered by eating melon, carrying a mop and wanting to follow over. Fifth sister, you haven't mopped the floor yet. However, a voice with coldness made this footstep of hers freeze in place. Su Baiyan turned around and smiled awkwardly. Haha, big sister, I just want to go wash a mop. Okay, I'll keep dragging. Seeing someone working honestly, Su Mayan then returned her attention to the disoriented Su Wanqing on the side. There were some things she didn't want to say to irritate the now saddened penis, but the exchange she had just had made her really curious as to how Su Wanqing would react later when she saw the evidence she wanted. What would you do if you knew who that woman was? Old man? I don't know. I really don't. Will you seek her out and fight for your life? You mustn't lose your head. Don't worry, I'm not impulsive. Well, that's good. In the middle of the conversation, Su Sun has returned with the evidence. When those two red books were handed in front of him, Su Wanqing immediately snatched them without saying a word. As a result of this opening, Su Wanqing stared wide-eyed, her face ashen. How is this possible? Chapter 199, Not backing down from each other, each with his own mind. Su Wanqing regretted. If she knew it was such a result, she would rather never know the truth, even if she was playing dumb than this cruel truth in front of her to be high. She laughed, and it was thick with patheticness. It turned out that the big sister was so against herself not for its own sake, but because she'd gotten there first. In comparison, she would rather Su Mayan oppose it from other aspects. That way at least she could still give herself something to look forward to, looking forward to the day of persuasion. But now, will it continue to tear itself apart, or will it quietly withdraw? Su Wanqing really didn't know exactly what to do nowadays. What's there to see? I want to see it too. You die aside. I don't. I'm going to look. Let me see. Breaking through Su Sun's block, he went up with interest. But when he saw the things in Su Wanqing's hands, Su Baiyan's smiling face stiffened and regretted coming to this hobby. Look at it. You have to look at it if you're not allowed to, and you regret it if you are allowed to look at it. It's so hard to do. In this instant, Su Baiyan seemed to understand something. The object of the argument between the first and second sisters turned out to be Su Sun all alone? Second sister is interested in Su Sun? Is this amazing melon worthy of eating by itself? Ha ha, I'll get back to work. Su Baiyan let out an awkward laugh and immediately turned around. Yet the more one fears something the more it comes. Su Wanqing suddenly spoke out, coldly saying, Fifth sister, did you already know about this? No. Don't know. I don't know anything. Su Baiyan scattered her legs and ran. I haven't washed my mop yet. I'm going to wash my mop. Looking at the fleeing back, Su Wanqing smiled to herself. So everyone knows? I'm the only one who doesn't know. I'm the only one who's an outsider, ha. Su Mayan faintly said. Not really, only the fifth sister and mom and dad know that you are not the last one. What's the difference? Am I still in the dark? What I was so looking forward to turned out to always be a distant dream. Oh, after a pause, Su Wanqing reddened her eyes and looked at Su Mayan stubbornly. Big sister, no wonder you said you don't care about other people's opinions. It turns out that you and I have the same idea, only that you beat me to the punch so you won't allow me to snatch it from you, right? You could think so. So what if I said that I wouldn't let go? Su Mayan's face sank. Eldest, don't make a pointless struggle. As long as this certificate remains, you'll never have a chance. Give up. Give up? How am I supposed to give up? Then you let him choose. It's over. We're on fire. Su Sun coughed twice. That I think. No need to choose. I'll decide for him. Su Wanqing was stunned. Big sister, do you really have to be so forceful? Don't you ask him what he thinks? No need. I'm qualified to do it for him. No, you didn't, because you didn't have anything. This sudden sentence caused Su Mayan's pretty face to chill. What did you say? Big sister, you can't fool me. I don't see any male-female kind of relationship in you guys, and I know all about Seeker's daily routine. You haven't been intimate with him at all. You have an empty identity but no transgressions. This isn't even real for you. Is this love for you? You're being controlling. You're just trying to control Seeker. You're just trying to decide for little Seeker while he doesn't know what to do. Trying to break the bond between us, because you can't see your own sister competing with you. Big sister, I've listened to you since I was a kid, but this time, I won't listen anymore. Su Wanqing. Su Mayan was furious. Do you want to be a mistress? Do you want to be spurned by others? Oh big sister, you're in a hurry. Enough. Little Seeker and I got married under false pretenses to cope with a marriage call. But I'm telling you, as long as my side doesn't spill the beans, you'll never be able to get married for the rest of your lives. At those words, Su Wanqing was stunned. She subconsciously thought she'd misheard. But when she confirmed the information she'd gotten, the fire in her heart flared up again. For a moment, the hard feelings in Su Wanqing's heart subsided by most, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. So it's like this, which means I guessed correctly. Don't be complacent, Lao Air. I dare to tell you the truth is because I have absolute confidence. With me you have no business. Oh, you think I care about names? What? What do you mean? Su Mayan's face turned cold, and her voice was thick with coldness. Do you really want to be stubborn? Then I'd like to see if you have this chance. First and second sisters, what are you arguing about? It's none of your business. Su Qingxiao, who just came out of her room. A conversation breaks down, and the sisters show their cards to each other, confronting each other, but neither backing down from the other. Su Wanqing's character Su Mayan had known since, and today's persistence was considered to be her expectation. But from this moment on, she would never give the two of them any more chances. Su Wanqing, on the other hand, gradually became disdainful of her big sister. The two of them had an empty name but did nothing, which was no threat to her at all. Anyway, now that the cards are on the table, there's no need to be as careful in the future. What made her most thankful was that her big sister actually didn't kick herself out, which wasn't giving herself a chance for nothing. What she didn't know was that Su Mayan's purpose was only thinking about solving the problem, not turning the sisters against each other. Beyond that, it's about being confident enough, because she didn't believe that Su Wanqing could turn any waves in her territory. The atmosphere was extraordinarily silent at dinner. Su Qingxiao was confused for a long time, and couldn't help but inquire in a low voice to Su Baiyan, who was at the side. Fifth sister, what's wrong? Did big sister and second sister quarrel? Don't ask me, don't ask me. I don't know anything. It wasn't all a lie. And she was on cloud nine herself. It seems that the second sister had a crush on Su Sun, but was caught by the eldest sister, who took the marriage certificate to force the second sister to let go, or else she would be a mistress. But how could she say such a thing? In case Su Qingxiao's big mouth asked random questions, then wouldn't she also suffer? She couldn't afford to offend the eldest sister, but she didn't want to offend the second sister either. Su Baiyan bit her chopsticks and couldn't help but mutter, "Damn Su Sun stinking scum. Even if you take advantage of me, you still want to hook up with second sister. See if I don't mess up your good deed. What are you chanting? Eat your meal." Seemingly not relieved, Su Baiyan glanced at Su Sun again and said viciously, "I'll keep an eye on you." Su Sun froze. Why have I heard that somewhere? What's wrong with this dead girl? Seeker, eat your food. Well, as soon as the words were out of his mouth, a chicken leg was sandwiched in his bowl. Su Qingxiao smiled. Don't dawdle, or the chicken legs will be eaten up by fifth sister. Okay, I'll clip myself. I don't see you moving your chopsticks even though you're just talking about it. Come and have some shrimp. Let's have some veggies, and this last remaining crab. You eat it. Saying this, he casually snatched the crab in Su Baiyan's hand and put it directly into Su Sun's bowl. You damn Su Qingxiao. Who knows? Su Baiyan not yet angry. Bang sound. Immediately a slap table sound. Su Qingxiao, what are you doing? I'm chucking food. Ha? Su Qingxiao was instantly confused. Doesn't he have hands? Need you to pin it? But isn't this what you said, big sister, that I should behave myself? I saw that he kept fidgeting before I pinched the food. What's wrong with you, big sister? At this moment Su Sun picked up the dishes filled with food and silently disappeared. He had thought that he had escaped, but at the moment, it seemed that Su Mayan was afraid that she had been angry with herself. Jealous women are horribly hot when they lose their temper. Chapter 200, Yanqing Quarrels. Old 5 suffers. It was not easy to go through a heavenly battle before Su Sun decided to put down his cell phone and go to sleep. But this side had only just entered the dreamland, when a warm and delicate body drilled into his arms over there. Who? Su Sun sleepily opened his eyes, and was thinking of turning on the light to see who it was. But this reaching out made him awake for a few moments. The extent of this, it's not right. Are you awake? Stop pretending if you're awake. Su Sun violently retracted his arm, his tone full of astonishment. Su Mayan, what do you mean by this? It doesn't mean anything, it's just to keep certain people from wandering in the middle of the night. Besides, I'll be living here from now on, no need to be too surprised. What? We'll all live here in the future? Su Sun was really convinced. First of all, I'm not disliking it, it's just that in case your family's oldest 4 and oldest 5 find out, won't it cause a bad influence? So just don't mind. Su Mayan rolled over and slowly closed her eyes. Sleep, it's getting late. Su Sun was speechless. Some time ago there was something that this Su Mayan at least still know himself, but now there is something that his opinion does not matter. This family eats its own, uses its own, spends its own. Aren't you the boss? Why are you so humble? Now that something is skimming right over myself, what's the point of my existence? Blanche, don't hold back. You're just living together? I'd like to see who's afraid of who. Su Sun laid down smoothly, rolled over vigorously, and raised his arms toward the waist in front of him, moving slowly. In the darkness Su Mayan snapped her eyes open and said in an unpleasant tone, "Be honest. I haven't settled the score with you for the night. I love to move in my sleep. Or you can go to your room. Okay, play this with me, right? Then I'll play along." Sniff. Ah, it smells so good. Little CQ. The next day. This night was considered to be safely spent, because Su Wanqing said that she didn't come at all during the night, which also reduced some unnecessary disputes. However, there was some small interlude that happened in the morning. When Su Mayan came out of Su Sun's room, she just happened to be bumped into by Su Qingxia, who came out to use the restroom. On the sofa, taking advantage of the gap between Su Evening Qing going down to buy breakfast, Su Qingxia finally couldn't help but wonder, "Big sister, why did you come out of Xiao Sun's room?" Su Baiyan, who just came over. "What? Big sister who spent the night in stinky Su Sun's room?" "Nothing. The whole bed was wet last night from drinking water and knocking over the teacups, so I had to sleep somewhere else." "Ha," Su Qingxia added. "Then you can come to me, big sister." Little seeker, he's a guy after all. "You've had a lot happen to you lately, so I'd better leave you alone. Then you can ask your second sister." At that moment, Su Mayan's eyes turned cold. Su Qingxia was like a fish in her throat, although she didn't know what had happened. But it seemed that it really didn't work when the two elder sisters and the second sister had quarreled. "That's right, you can look for the fifth sister. Wouldn't it be fine for you to squeeze with her?" "I searched and she wouldn't." "Ha?" Su Baiyan froze, pointing at herself in confusion. Not willing." "Yeah, I looked for you last night. You probably got sleepy and never allowed me to get into your bed. Remember?" 5. Sister. Feeling a chill, Su Baiyan shivered violently and quickly replaced it with a heap of smiles. "Ha ha, yes. I like to sleep alone. I can't sleep with someone next to me." "Su Baiyan, you are too selfish. It's your honor that big sister wants to sleep with you. I think you're the one who's selfish." "Haha, yes, I am indeed selfish." This thought of retorting a pass, nay next to another cold, Su Baiyan still chose to hold back. Humph, what a waste of pain. Looking at it this way, that big sister is sleeping on the sofa in addition to going to Xiao Sun's room, but now that it's already winter, it must be very cold to sleep on the sofa at night. After despising Su Baiyan again, Su Qingxia then continued to say to Su Muyan, "Then big sister, I'll go buy quilts and mattresses later. There's still a room in the house anyway, so you'll be sleeping in that house for the next few days." Su Mayan shook her head. "It's fine, just make do at Xiao Sun's." "Ha, but this is not." "What, do you think he'll do something? Or do you think he doesn't deserve to be crammed in with me?" Su Qingxia waved her hands repeatedly. No. I was afraid that big sister would be uncomfortable. Since big sister doesn't mind, then forget it." "Okay, that's it. Ask your second sister where she is. Why are you so slow to buy a breakfast?" Speaking, Su Mayan frowned in annoyance. "Fifth sister, you run fast. Next time you go. How long do we have to wait for this dilly-dallying?" Su Baiyan, crying face. At this point she really wanted to chant, "Cold, icy rain slapping haphazardly on your face. Cold." It was too cold. The temperature of this home had chilled her heart. Why is it that the good things don't come to you, but the bad things are all yours? Cows and horses need human rights too. Time always slips away. After breakfast, the crowd began another day of work. In order to dispel Su Wanqing's unrealistic thoughts, Su Mayan directly moved her clothes to Su Sun's room. Although Su Wanqing was furious at the situation, there was nothing she could do. She could only silently accept this blatant caution. Su Qingxia had just arrived not long ago, plus she hadn't gotten out of her own gloomy period yet, so she wasn't asked to do any work. So, washing dishes, sweeping the floor, mopping the floor, wiping the table, wiping the hood, cleaning the windows, washing clothes, drying clothes, and other burdens, Su Baiyan walked away. "What are you doing?" "Haha, big sis, I'm going out to get a cup of milk tea to drink. Finish the job before you leave." "But so many." I promised to complete the mission." The 6-month capricious backlash of the hut, Su Baiyan, took it on her shoulders. Come alive. But the good thing was that after a morning of hard labor, Su Baiyan also got a treat from her big sister. A whopping $500. Enough for her to buy dozens of milk teas. "Thank you, big sister." "You're welcome. You've earned it in the first place." "Yes, I now understand how fulfilling it is to earn money by labor." Carrying the reward into her pocket. In the next second, Su Baiyan frowned. "Ha, where's the money in my pocket?" Along with that, there was a grocery shopper, a milk tea shopper, a songwriter who was bored half the day and went out for a break, and a man who was taken away as a thief's thought. At this moment, Su Sun was the only one left in the entire house. Nowadays even a moment of tranquility is a kind of enjoyment for Su Sun. There is no tit for tat, there is no deceit, it is so good. Only enjoyment had an expiration date after all, and a doorbell took the wind out of his sails. "No way, back so soon?" As soon as the door opened, a scented body crashed into the arms. Su-sun's face darkened. Shouldn't have opened the door. Chapter 201, Su Shinru's fanning the flame. Seeker, it's been a long time. Su-sun pushed Su Shinru away with a look of disgust. Go go go. Isn't it just a few weeks of not seeing each other? Less pretending to be intimate here. How can you say that? I never pretended with you. But pull back. In the past it was you who had too many things to do. You hurry up and leave, said Su-sun, then moved his hand to push Su Xianro out of the door. Wait. No wait. Seeing that begging was fruitless, Su Shinru directly headed for Su-sun's waist. Su-sun was stunned and looked down in disbelief, and he couldn't help but meet those seemingly soft but seductive eyes. It had to be said that Su Xianro's face had an incomparably huge killing power, gentle and quiet looks, but a pair of seductive eyes that made it impossible to move one's gaze, and as long as one took a little bit of pity, that gesture would cause people to fall in love with one another. Nowadays, Su-sun could even detect a contrasting charm from underneath her gentle and watery appearance. In the past, Su Shinru would often use this gesture to face the edge of his stoicism, so that even if it was not his own fault, Su-sun would also produce a wave of inexplicable guilt. But times have changed. Give me away, you seeker. Why don't you come with me? What? This sudden sentence caused Su-sun to freeze for a moment. He didn't understand what it meant. One is here on one's own, eating well, drinking well, sleeping well, and having a great nightlife at night, although being watched is unlikely now. But all in all, apart from having to reconcile a few of the sisters at times, it can be said to be a cozy ascension. You want me to throw away this beautiful life and look at you every day? No. Why are you sitting down again? Get the hell out of here. Su Shinru ignored it, removing her scarf as she sat down towards the sofa, and duly undid her collar. Just like her own home, she picked up her water glass and poured herself a glass of water, sitting upright and covering it with a slow, delicate sip on her lips. Seeing this, Su-sun frowned. Don't say I'm unkind even if you've come all the way here. Just drink this water and leave. Seeker, you don't want me to stay here that badly? It's not like I'm going to eat you. Is not going to eat me? But, Su-sun's face sank, bent his head down and came close to the side of her face. Then explain to me what you meant last time? I kindly let you change your clothes but you left me that thing and caused me to be misunderstood. The familiar handsome face was close at hand. Su Xianro put down the water cup. Her warm palm cupped Su-sun's cheeks. The corner of her mouth hooked into a smile, and she tenderly said, it's still the same as it used to be. It hasn't changed at all. Don't interrupt. Shaking off the entanglement, Su-sun condescended. Did you do it on purpose? Deliberately letting the two of them misunderstand me? Su Shinru, are you so unable to see me as good? At those words, Su Shinru's expression dimmed, and the smile at the corner of her mouth was replaced by a touch of helplessness and bitterness. I don't have it. No, then you explain it to me. You think it's funny for a guy to be slandered as a pervert, don't you? Are you satisfied that I'm really kicked out and left all alone? No, I'll take care of you if they kick you out. You won't be alone. You. Su-sun's movement stilled, raising his arm to freeze in midair. Su Xianro slowly got up, grabbed Su-sun's big hand and put it on her face, and just pressed it on the back of Su-sun's hand. With a circle of redness in her eyes, she whispered, Little Sun, come with me. I can give you everything you lost in the Su family. I don't care. What did I do earlier? Su-sun expressionless coldly said, it was my negligence before, but I'm also thinking about the future. If I'm too good to you they'll notice. They'll be wary, even suspicious. They'll even send you away because of me. But it's different now. You're out of that house and you've drawn a line in the sand with that side. And I got what I wanted and I don't have to keep pretending anymore. Little seeker, will you come with me? As long as you come with me, I can give you the whole of Su. Retracting her palm, Su-sun was unimpressed. Don't you dare to paint me a big cake here. Don't be so grandiose here. Do you think I'll still believe your bull asterisk? Su Shinru smiled helplessly and bitterly. Yes, I know you don't believe me, but I will prove it to you. You're coming with me. You have to come with me. I'm the only one who has your best interest at heart. Big sister is just being nice to you to show her family that she made the right choice. In her mind you are just in the same boat, so she will look out for you for now. But this is just a guilt that comes from hugging and warming up. And when this guilt dissipates it will be the same as it was before. To be honest, you believe her might as well believe the fifth sister. At least the fifth sister is really take you as a playmate. But after all, a playmate is a playmate. Fifth sister has been pampered since she was a child. In her heart you have never existed on an equal footing. You are nothing but a toy for her pleasure in her eyes. When she gets bored of it, she will absolutely discard you with her own hands. Upon hearing this, Su-sun was speechless. This Su Xianro's ability to fan the flames really should not be underestimated. If he hadn't seen the out-of-control attitude of Su Mayan's stated intentions, if he hadn't seen the scene of Su Baiyan exhausting himself for $100, He really might have weighed these words a few times. I know you don't believe me, but that's just the way it is, and I know them better than you do, because we've slept in the same bed, we've bathed together, we've talked about everything, and I understand how they treat you. I know the second sister also came, but the second sister even more will not care about you. You in her eyes is just a disobedient punk, and she is a lawyer who cares the most about the rules and regulations. What you have done in the past few months completely touched her thunder point, so you will only get a cold eye from her here, and you'll always be just an outsider in her. Su-sun was a bit speechless. The two had been honest and open like that. Could he still be an outsider? Not to mention Shia, who only has herself in her eyes. She's enjoyed the glory of the spotlight for all time, and your presence would only be a stain in her case. This family, it's all a lie to you. Hoping you're the real one, right? Su-sun said breathlessly. I don't want to give you verbal promises. I'll prove it in practice. If you come with me, I'll listen to you and everything from now on, and I'll give you back all the discipline I used to give you. Well, then, promise me something first. What request? Su Shinru's face was delighted. When the need arises, I want you to say that I, Su Shinru, have declared that Su-sun will be expelled from the Su family. I, Su Shinru, declare that Su-sun will be expelled from the Su family. At that moment, Su-sun's eyes widened. I didn't ask you to say it now. The door opened with a creak. The several people who went out to make purchases finally returned. This time into the door. The first thing they saw was not Su-sun, who should have been lying on the sofa, but collided head-on with Su Xin-ro, who left in a hurry. Su Mayan was stunned. Lao-san, why are you here? Chapter 202. Su-sun disappeared. Big sister, you guys are back. Senior, you haven't answered my words. Why are you here? Su Shinru pulled out a smile. I just came to see you guys. Who knew that no one was actually at home? Third sister, just tell me when you come. I'll go pick you up, Su Bainyan said excitedly. You shut up. Okay. Closing the door to her room, Su Mayan slowly went forward, her gaze full of surveying. No one is at home. Is Xiao-sun not at home? He's not here. There was no one when I came. No one? Su Mayan's face sank. How did you get in without anyone? Don't tell me the door was left open. Big sister, the door really wasn't closed when I came. Maybe Xiao-sun went down to buy something or something and forgot. Well, anyway, we've seen each other, and I suddenly had something to do at work, so I'll be leaving first. Big sister, wait. Su Mayan stretched out her arm and directly blocked the doorway. Lao-san, why are you in such a hurry to leave after you've come? Push your work back a bit and stay to have a meal with us. No, big sister, I'd rather do it another time. I said stay. As the words fell, Su Mayan grabbed Su Shinru's wrist and commanded Su Bainyan. Go, call out Xiao-sun. Shout at him for what? Go when you're told. Okay, little big sister. Su Bainyan scattered his legs and ran straight to Su-sun's room. The footsteps in the crowd's ears stopped abruptly with a creak of a door opening, but then another rush of footsteps sounded. By now the crowd had realized something was wrong, because finding someone didn't even need to be this much trouble, and there were at least two kinds of footsteps. But for the moment, only the sound of the persistent trotting faintly reached the ears of the crowd. As expected, not long after, Su Bainyan ran back out of breath and said with a puzzled face, Big sister, Stinky Su-sun is not at home. Not at home? The palm of her hand slightly hardened. Su Mayan's face coldened a few more points. Then call him. Getting the order, Su Bainyan immediately took out her cell phone to make a call, and in no time, a familiar cell phone ringing came from the sofa. I don't think he has a cell phone? He's always had his cell phone with him. How could he not have his cell phone with him? Big sister, he probably went down to buy something. At this time, Su Xin-ro was already a bit rushed under Su Muyan's pressure and struggled to leave. Su Mayan had already realized that something was wrong, and it was even more unlikely that she would let her go, only to hear her coldly say, he never uses cash, and he doesn't have any cash on him. Lao-san, tell me the truth. What's going on? Big sister, I really don't know. You don't? Last time you came over when we weren't there, and this time you came over when we weren't there. Did you come over because of us? Or did you come over for Seeker? Because of you guys? Of course, because of us. Then why are you in such a hurry to leave again? And why is little Seeker missing again? Speak up. I don't know. I really don't know. Seemingly frightened, speaking Su Xin-ro's eyes reddened, and a few drops of tears fell there. Su Bainyan was heartbroken and wanted to go up to comfort him, but Su Muyan pulled him back with a hard tug. Immediately, Su Mayan continued, Old third, it's useless for you to cry. Today you must make things clear to me. You know, I can't stand deception. Big sister, I don't know. I really don't know. Su Shinru, alright big sister, calm down first. Seeing that the situation was not right, Su Wanqing had to come forward to ease the atmosphere. She felt that Su-sun might just have something to leave. Besides, even if he left, It should have nothing to do with Su Shinru, so she didn't need to be so angry. I'm calm enough. You should ask her what the hell she did, Su Wanqing said helplessly. Alright big sister, what does this have to do with third sister? She's also just arrived and doesn't know anything. Ha, don't know anything? Her eyes turned cold. Su Mayan turned and continued to look at Su Shinru, oldest 3. Don't think I don't know those little thoughts of yours. Last time you came here you deliberately planted Xiao Sun to try to cause us to misunderstand him, and then you flirted with us to drive him away. This time you came again, also while we were away. And the point is that this time the person is still missing, and you dare to say that it has nothing to do with you. What? There's still this thing. This time it was Su Wanqing's turn to be nonchalant, immediately grabbing Su Shinru's shoulder and questioning. Third sister, what's going on? Where exactly did Xiao Sun go? Don't ask. I really don't know. Su Shinru. Su Mayan was completely enraged. I know you hate Xiao Sun wanting to force him away completely, but he's already left you and can't bother you at all. So why are you still holding on to him like this? Quickly say ah. Where is the person? Yeah third sister. Speak up. Where is little seeker? The questioning of the two sisters didn't make Su Shinru confess half a point. Still red-eyed and aggrieved that she didn't know. But this reason Su Mayan definitely didn't believe it. A good person was suddenly gone because of Lao San's arrival. If Lao San didn't do anything, she simply didn't believe it. She had felt before that Su Shinru, the third oldest, was the one with the most heart, but before, she had only dismissed this thought as an illusion. Now it seems that silence is the scariest thing, because this strike is a straight shot to the point. Su Shinru, I'll ask you one last time. Where is she? I said I don't know. Su Xianro burst into tears and yelled out of control. He's gone. He just disappeared all of a sudden. I don't know where he's gone. Ah, still lying. How can a living, breathing person be missing? It's true. He told me to say something, and I just looked back and he was gone. And I don't know where he went. In a flash, Su Mayan was like a lightning strike. In just a few moments, her face was covered in a deathly white color, full of shock and stupefaction. Suddenly, bits and pieces came to mind, and she understood, really understood. The oldest doesn't seem to be lying. He's gone, probably really gone. For a moment, Su Mayan lost her strength and staggered towards the sofa, collapsing backward powerlessly. This disoriented scene made the remaining few people uneasy and uncomfortable. Although Su Wanqing and Su Mayan were still in conflict, they still immediately worriedly went forward. Looking at her big sister's loss of vigor, Su Wanqing was both puzzled and heartbroken, and asked, Big sister, what's wrong with you? Gone. He's afraid he's really gone. What's gone? Is it little seeker? If he's gone then surely he'll come back on his own. No, it can't come back. He might not really come back. What do you mean? Big sister don't scare me. Big sister didn't make it up. Suddenly, Su Bainian coldly spoke out. The crowd turned back and twisted their heads at the sound. Filled with wonder, Su Wanqing frowned in displeasure. Fifth sister, shut up at a time like this. Don't think things are messy enough, do you? Su Bainian continued. I wonder if he has ever approached you, just to force you to get rid of him? At those words, the crowd froze on the spot. At that mention, the crowd seemed to recall that there had been a similar scene. Seeing the crowd nodding their heads, Su Bainian's heart grew sadder and sadder. The face full of naivety was not there. There was only a strong loss. Seeing this, the crowd became more and more uneasy, not understanding what this had to do with Su Sun's disappearance, just as several people were puzzled. Suddenly, Su Mayan grabbed the water cup on the table and smashed it at Su Shinru. Bang! There was a shattering sound and a crack in the bond between the sisters. Su Shinru, look what you've done. Chapter 203, Su Sun can't come back. Third sister, are you alright? Su Wanqing hurriedly went forward to check. While not hurt, this is a sigh of relief, but still to Su Mayan dissatisfaction complained. No matter what, big sister, you cannot take the cup to smash people. Ah, what if you get hurt? Ha, Lao Air, you're pretending to be a good guy now? So if I say that because you're good sister, little seeker, will never come back, will you still speak up for her? What? Su Wanqing's face stiffened, looking back and forth in disbelief. Big sister, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? Haven't you noticed anything wrong with Seeker all this time? No, right for strength? Fine, then I'll tell you that Seeker just isn't from the same world as us. Not in identity, but in actuality. An ordinary person would be that strong? Would he have such a strong body? Would he be so skillful but so indifferent to everything? You know why Seeker kept trying to get us to get rid of him before? Because he's completing his mission. He can leave when the mission is complete. The kind that leaves completely. I had my suspicions before, but there were some things I still didn't dare to say. And you didn't say them, neither did old four, not even this big mouth of a fifth sister, but our good old third, and the one who hates Seeker the most but said that. So he's gone. He was all hopeful and lingering about the future. and all it took was a little more effort on our part for him to stay forever. But now, it's all over. He'll never come back. These words exploded in the ears of the crowd, causing them to freeze in their tracks. This pie-in-the-sky talk shouldn't have been believed in the first place, but when combined with the various things that had happened to Soo-sun, it seemed to become logical. After all, some things simply do not seem like people can do, and Soo-sun also has an unusual people can hardly match the nature of the heart, as if the whole world he is indifferent, so fearless, so no matter. Now it doesn't seem as if it is, but it is. Soo Wonching's body went limp, and she sat down on the ground powerlessly. How can it be? It won't be. It definitely won't be. It was hard for her to accept this result. She had managed to find a being who knew her roots and could be with her for the rest of her life. She hadn't completely snatched the person from her big sister yet, and now she was lost to the oldest, who she didn't care about at all. I'm sorry, big sister. I'm sorry, second sister. I didn't expect something like this to happen. I didn't know. I really didn't know. Old third, now that Xiao Sun has completely left, are you happy? Su Mayan's eyes were lifeless as she laughed coldly. You know what? What he always wanted to be driven away for in the first place wasn't freedom, but closure, so he probably didn't return to the world that belonged to him, but died completely. Now it's as you wished. He can't get in your way anymore. I'm sorry, big sis, I'm really sorry. Go away. I don't want to see you. Big sister, go. Su Xin lost her mind and left, but those words just now still echoed in her ears, shocking her. No way. Joking. Big sister is definitely joking. Inside the house, the large living room was dead silent and the atmosphere was exceptionally dull. Rao is usually the most greatly grinning Su Baiyan. Now the face is without any charm. The still look is completely a fragile porcelain doll. And Su Mayan was so sad that she didn't know what to do, mechanically making her lunch and repeating it over and over again. The chores used to be a vision of the future, but nowadays the constant hand-wringing is meant to paralyze the ego. Inside the small house, Su's son walked to the window and opened it. The breeze on his face brought a hint of coolness, and the faint light of the setting sun hit his face with another burst of warmth. Looking out the window, Susan tried his best to pull out a smile, but he found that it didn't cheer him up. He used to have his heart set on being alone, but now that he'd only felt it for a moment, he remembered the haunted place instead. Meow. Chocolate. Hungry, huh? Picking up the cat food, Susan walked to the cat bowl and slowly squatted down, clattering and pouring a full bowl in the cat bowl. The black and white cat's ears perked up at the sound and immediately rushed over from the doorway. The dry rice aura was truly assaulting. Old buddy, it's been a long time. Stroking the smooth cat's back, Susun suddenly felt some emotion. I didn't expect to remember me after so long, but it's a pity that you have an owner now, so I can only take care of you for a few days. Seemingly understanding Susun's words, the cat affectionately rubbed against the back of his hand, and his naive demeanor was very pleasing. Susun smiled. Is the little one full? If you're full, I'll take you out for a spin. Meow meow. Hanging up the cat leash, Susun led the cat inside the narrow alley. Chocolate is very eye-catching. Chubby looked very delightful. Many small children came forward to watch. Brother, you look familiar? Are you Brother Susun? One of the children recognized Susun, who smiled at him and greeted him, and gave him the cat to hold for a while. Oh, if it isn't Little Seeker. Where have you been all these years? Hello, Master Wang. Little Seeker? It's really you. Haven't seen you in years. Yes, Auntie Lee. It's been years. More and more people greeted Susun. The neighbors here obviously knew Susun, and one by one they inquired about Susun's situation over the years. Susun smiled and responded with a question. There is the claim that he went off to be an ascetic picking up garbage for all those years. Also said he had nothing to do and ran off to study, and that he's been taken for a ride, and that he's been on a soft diet all day. The crowd sniffed and sighed, deeply sympathizing at the thought of Susun's tragic life, each sighing, what a good boy. It's a pity how his life is so bitter. It's a pity that your Uncle Zhou is no longer with us. It would have been nice if you had come back earlier. Well, I'll keep him in my heart. Without paying much attention to the sympathy of the crowd, Susun held the cat and walked step by step in this once incomparably familiar alley. As they strolled around, it was getting dark and the strolling man and cat had to return home. The wooden door creaked and trailed off when you opened a door, rather ominous in this dimly lit aisle. The door to the room was closed, the lights turned on, and there was an additional delicate figure in the room. Seeing Susun come back, the figure on the cot immediately greeted him and took the cat in his arms. Very happy. Chocolate, did you miss mommy? Shut up. I may be its father, but you're not its mother. What's the difference? No, aren't you allergic to cat hair? How come you didn't react at all? Would you believe me when I say I overcame it for you? Upon hearing this, Susun's face sank. Don't be so flowery here. You lied to me so miserably. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Chapter 204, Susun, who was tricked into staying in the alleyway. As for talking so badly, I'm looking out for you too. The woman smiled faintly. You said the chocolate was going to die and asked me to come and see it one last time, and I was a little sad about that. But then I get here and there's 20 pounds of fat cat alive and well, and you're telling me it's not going to work? It's been a long time, and I wanted to meet you piece by piece. What's wrong with you? He has an owner, now you capture him. Why didn't I see you treat him so well before? Little seeker. I know you've been thinking about it in your heart. We can keep it together if you want. As she spoke, the woman stroked the cat's head and the cat let out a comfortable purr. And at this moment, Su Sun was shocked. Su Shinru, are you really alright? What do you mean? It's eating and drinking well nowadays and has a good master. You want to take away someone's love? Su Shinru's lips curled into a smile. Chocolate was originally raised by you. When the time comes, I'll just give some compensation to his current owner. What? What makes you think that money can fix everything? You didn't do this already, did you? How else could you have brought it here? Su Sun couldn't help but suspect that with Su Xin Ro's character he was afraid that he had already made the first move. Coincidentally, Su Xin Ro was again smiling and avoiding her eyes, which made him even more certain of his suspicions. Su Sun was instantly enraged. Su Shinru, what the hell are you doing? What's going on? I can't understand you. Oh, I don't understand others. Do I not understand you? The compensation you are talking about. Is it the compensation you give to people only after forcing them to return the cat in the name of me, the original owner? Let me tell you, Su Shinru, people's feelings aren't for nothing. You must return the cat when the time comes. But Seeker, don't you want to raise it? I want to, but I know what it's like to have something cherished suddenly lost. Su Sun blushed deeply, suddenly some emotion, just like when I found it lost, and then found it dying in the park. This kind of sadness that will be parted I have tried, so I don't want others to somehow also bear this feeling. Do you hear me? Su Shinru was a little lost in thought, mechanically repeating the touching gesture, but in the end, she nodded. Okay, I'll return it in a few days, so now let's rest. Ha! Su Sun froze instantly. Us? You want to be here too? Of course, remember what I said before? Sooner or later I'll join you in feeling your memory-filled place, so I'll be here with you. Have you got it wrong? This is just a bed. Su Sun said breathlessly. This place is full of memories, fine, but it's more of a heartache, you understand? Heartache, ah. What are you feeling here? Can you feel the state of mind I was in? I'll try. No, you can't try. You can't try the embarrassment and gratitude of Teacher Joe bringing me back every other day for a small meal. You can't try the feeling of Teacher Joe bringing me back on an electric bicycle every time I don't have money to eat at noon. And you can't feel the envy of the alleys when I see other people's families in harmony. Little Seek. Su Shinru slowly touched Su Sun's face. Su Sun gazed straight ahead. What's the point of you recreating all this now? You can't experience how I feel. All this was an indelible memory for me in the past, but now I've honestly already looked away. But you suddenly came up with this. Are you trying to rub salt into my wounds? With a grip on Su Shinru's wrist, Su Sun coldly said, You what? Want to apologize again and then continue to give me a hard time next time? If you have this time, you'd better go back and care more about your family's chickens coming home to roost. Saying that, Su Sun threw Su Shinru away and then turned around resolutely. Where are you going? Seeker? Leave. Is it hard to really squeeze in here with you? Don't you want to spend a few more days with chocolate? As far as sleeping goes, the big deal is that there's a bunk on the floor, right? Reclosing the door to the room, Su Sun's brows were in a pause of thought. Makes sense. Just think of it as coming out to take a break. That's fine then. If you want to stay you can hit the ground running. Me? Su Shinru froze. Or what? You're the one who has to be stuck with it, so it's hard to make me hit the floor? Su Shinru helplessly laughed. Her Xiao Sun was still so unorthodox, without a hint of gentlemanliness. But the good thing was that she had left the person behind, and as long as the person was left behind, then everything was fine. By the way, give me my cell phone. Su Shinru smiled a stiff face. Some difficult to say, sorry, left when put on the coffee table did not bring out. That or I help you rebuy a? Su Sun was a bit speechless. This Su Shinru lied to him at noon that the chocolate was going to die so that he could hurry over for a last look. And then he came, and as a result, he found that the former skinny kitten had now become a fat cat of more than 20 pounds, with its fur rubbing brightly, and without a bit of hair loss. Where was the slightest sign that it was not working? At a glance, it was clear that the current owner had raised it very well. When leaving home, Su Shinru also said that her cell phone was out of battery, and she took his cell phone to make a call, but she ended up leaving his cell phone at home again. Which words are true in this woman's mouth? Which words are false? Ugh, forget it. Well, the one in my pocket is my main machine. Saying that, Su Sun pulled out a cell phone from his pocket. Su Shinru immediately blushed. Xiao Sun, why do you still have a cell phone? I bought it at the time I left Su's house, which is when you guys rumored I was dead, and I've been using this phone since then to go online and pay for things. But this phone doesn't have any contacts or even a chat app. Right. You call your big sister and the girls now and tell them I'm over here so they don't worry. Su Xin Ro's heart was relieved, turning a smile and faintly said, in that case, don't worry. I ran into big sister and the others when I left. And big sister even said to let you play outside for a few more days. Is this something Su Mayan can say? Su-sun took the cat and laid it on the bed, then raised it high. Forget it, it's really time to come out for a break. I think they can be a little more peaceful if I come out. Su-sun just stayed in this alley full of memories. The house was rented by Su Shinru, and it was only a few doors away from Mr. Zhou's house, where he used to dally a lot. It's just that Mr. Zhou passed away a few years ago due to illness, and his wife and children subsequently left the place where they had lived for decades. But Su-sun didn't have any regrets. When Mr. Zhou was dying, he skipped class to see him one last time. If I really have any regrets, it may be that I will never see that middle-aged man with glasses and a special smile again. Late night. Having not been around pets for a long time, Su-sun almost forgot that cats also snore. And they snore loudly, although a little uncomfortable, but everything seems to go back to the old days. He is back to the dim underground garage, when he can only feel a trace of warmth with the company of cats, and now once again feel this taste, but also some nostalgia. Suddenly, a rustling sound came into Su-sun's ears, sounding as if it was the friction of scratching skin, which was particularly conspicuous in this silent night. It would have been fine once or twice, but this persistent rustling made Su-sun feel something was wrong. Su Shinru, what are you doing? Nothing. Why are you talking like that? Don't tell me you're doing something bad? No, really? I don't believe it. Saying that, Su-sun got out of bed and turned on the light. When the room was bright again, Su Shinru, who was curled up under the quilt with only half of her head exposed, was seen. What are you so nervous about? Making it look like I'm going to eat you. No, it's fine. You go to bed early. You must have a ghost today. I'm still not going to sleep. Su-sun slowly squatted down and slowly stretched out his hand. Su Shinru immediately gripped the quilt tighter. Don't. Will you go back? And I had to see what the hell you were doing today. Don't. Chapter 205, Poisonous Woman Su Shinru. Her heart is truly terrible. The atmosphere was somewhat frozen, and the scene in front of him did not stop Su-sun from frowning. Don't look. Her own embarrassment being discovered on the spot. Su Xin instantly panicked, taking her hands and covering her cheeks with death, refusing the casting of the gawking. To know that she had always been calm and relaxed, but at this moment she was so flustered, purely because she was now in an ugly state and happened to be bumped into by Su-sun, and she was unwilling to expose her ugly scene to this man in front of her. However, Su-sun gently flicked away her palm, and said with a grave and helpless expression, You're really going to make trouble for me. I told you to leave but you didn't. You have to suffer here. No, don't look at my face. It must be ugly. Don't be melodramatic. If it's any uglier you've already seen it. What are you blocking? At this time, Su Xianro's body was covered in a red rash. Even her face was densely packed, quite frightening. At the moment of discovering the movement, Su-sun guessed that it was such a result. After all, someone wearing so little dared to take the initiative to hook up. Now so careful. Must be another reason. Sure enough, cat hair allergy. Su Xianro and Su Muyan are both allergic to cat hair, which is why Su-sun said that Su Xianro used to be indifferent to chocolate. It's a mouthful to say you've gotten over your allergies, but the physical symptoms don't fool anyone. Carrying the person to the bed, Su-sun was inexplicably angry. Why do you think you're staying here? Why don't you just leave earlier if you're not feeling well? No, it's okay, it'll be okay in a minute. Still a little while, if I hadn't realized it ahead of time. It's dangerous for you to be like this, you know? Su Shinru lapsed into silence as if she had a lump in her throat. She pretended that nothing was happening because she didn't want to lose this hard-earned chance to be alone. Except that she had overestimated her immunity and stayed and not only didn't contribute anything, but became a drag. Thinking of this, Su Xianro was about to get up and get out of bed. It's fine. I'll go to the hospital right now to take a look. I won't trouble you. You're already in trouble. Pressing the person back down, Su-sun dresses and puts on his shoes. Just like you still want to go out. It's better to lie down honestly. Fortunately you met me. I'll go to the nearby pharmacy and buy some medicine for you. To be honest, if it wasn't for you relying on not leaving in the middle of the night, the commotion would affect my sleep. I really don't want to care about you. Annoying. Bang. The sound. Su-sun hurriedly left. For a moment, Su Shinru didn't even know if she should be moved or saddened, touched by Su-sun's willingness to go out and buy medicine for her in the middle of the night and within the cold. The sad thing is that Su-sun's resistance to her still hasn't gone away, and everything is motivated by dislike. But one thing was for sure, at least Su-sun was willing to feel worried for her. Even a tiny bit would be enough, otherwise no one would care if she died here. And that was enough for Su Shinru. Pulling over the quilt, Su Xinro inhaled the familiar scent on it, her reddened face showing the color of satisfaction. Greedy and addicted. Little seeker. About 20 minutes later, Susan finally returned with a small plastic bag in his hand. If not for the fact that he did not have any tools at hand, he could have completely removed those rashes on Su Shinrue's body by himself, but the conditions were so limited that he could only go out and buy some medicine and come back to wipe Su Shinrue with it. However, although the medicines he bought were all ordinary medicines, after he matched them with extraordinary effects, in just a few minutes, he solved Su Xinro's face full of rashes. Looking at herself in the mirror, Su Xinro was amazed. Did you really buy this in a pharmacy? It's so amazing. I thought you mixed those ointments together on purpose to get back at me. I have nothing to do to get back at you? Alright, I can wipe your face, but you're on your own. Ha, what are you doing? Take the bowl over there. That's seeker. It's better if you help me rub it on. Su Xinro twisted her head, her fragrant shoulders slipping. I can't apply it myself well, and I can't touch the back. It's better if you do it. I'm really impressed. Okay, hurry up. Okay, said Su Shinru, immediately taking off her clothes. And not. There is no need to take off. Lift up on the line. The words have not finished. Susun suddenly don't turn his head. Not your outside is also even if. The inside does not need to move Hey, the bottom of the even more do not need It's fine. It's easier that way. I have this rash all over my body. So naturally I need to be thorough. Susun covered his eyes speechlessly. Then can you turn your back to me? Are you facing me head on to test my fixation? Su Shinru slowly peeled away Susun's covering and smiled. It's fine. Just apply the medicine properly. I believe in you. But I can't promise to trust myself. Can you stop screwing me? Su Shinru seemed not to have heard, and the arm that was grasping Susun to smear the medicine was slowly raised. Nima. Susun was completely convinced. This Su Xinro was really a woman who was not what she appeared to be. Testing him, an old cadre, with this kind of thing. Well, since people aren't afraid, he's not afraid of anything. It was just that he still underestimated the extent of Su Shinru's shamelessness. Cure a rash wipe while actually on the line. Su Shinrue had to let him be a little more careful, and this time, it can be said that her all over Susun are like a finger in the palm of your hand, because it really went through the fingers, and in order to cure this rash, no place should be left untouched. It's anywhere. Susun just don't understand. This office are bashful panic. Su Shinru this party how so calm? It's as if you're just rubbing the back of your hand. I'm sure she's a poisonous woman, and this unperturbed mind is horrible. Alright, the medicine is done. You can roll down, said Susun, then kicked Su Xinro off the bed. Martyr wasted so much of my time. Sleep. Hoo. The sudden attack caused Su Xinro to be a bit sultry. Susun had no idea about other people, but she really didn't have an ounce of compassion for herself. She wasn't in a hurry though. Everything could take its time. At least it just proved that Susun wasn't really indifferent to her. On the contrary, it was very responsive. Looking at the sleeping figure, Su Shinru silently dressed, her red lips smiling lightly. If it wasn't for the rash combined with the overwhelming odor of this medicine, she wouldn't have minded solving Susun's difficulties for him. But soon, little seeker, a flash of otherworldly persistence flickered in her eyes. Chapter 206 Su Mayan's Struggle. The next day, the Lodge of Five. Susun's sudden disappearance made the family dead. Everyone is preoccupied. Some just like a different person. Since Susun disappeared, Suqingsha felt that the house was empty. The inspiration was all gone. Even the feeling of writing a song was gone, and there was nothing left in her heart but irritation. Su Mayan, on the other hand, was muddle-headed, and hadn't said a few words since noon yesterday. Except for cooking and sleeping, the whole person was disheveled. And Su Baiyan changed the usual cheeky. Seems to have grown up overnight. Took the initiative to do the housework. Seems to be to share the pressure for the big sister. Su Wanqing, on the other hand, was still in the midst of afterthought and disbelief. She was slightly better off, but not by much. She still didn't believe that Su Sun was gone just like that. She believed that as long as they were able to work hard, they would definitely be able to get Su Sun back. Light and strange, she didn't believe. She still chose to give herself something to look forward to. Big sister, I have a way to find little seeker. What? You have an idea? Well, let's call the police. With the police searching, there's bound to be clues. In just an instant, the flame called hope in Su Mayan's eyes went straight out, and what rekindled was the flame of anger. Are you kidding me? Xiao Sun went back. He went back to his own life. He might even be dead. What's the use of calling the police? Big sister, what if it's not what you think it is? Ha ha ha. Su Mayan burst into a cold laugh. I wish it wasn't what I imagined, but the truth is, he can never come back. Big sister, even if you want to give up, I won't give up. I'm definitely going to find the person. I didn't say I was giving up. I've been trying to figure it out. Ha, I think I see chocolate. Su Baiyan's mumbling attracted the attention of the two. Su Mayan was a bit puzzled. Chocolate? The cat that little seeker has? Yeah. Su Baiyan flipped her phone over. I swiped the same city. It's a couple of kids jerking off a cat. They really look alike, and they all have a mole on their chin. But chocolate is much thinner than this fat cat. Looking at the cat in the video, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the one that used to be in the house, the crowd got a little misty-eyed. Like, very similar indeed. Although the size difference is a bit much, but really similar. Su Mayan lamented. This kitten lives in the alley without a care in the world, much happier than the one we had in the underground garage. Su Baiyan proposed. Then big sister, let's go see chocolate. He's afraid that the only soft heart in his life is that kitten. Why don't we pick it up and raise it? Su Mayan slowly shook her head. Wait for later. The top priority now is to think about how to find someone. Looking for someone? At the mention of finding someone, the mood of the crowd was once again low. It's already difficult to find someone in a sea of people, and now that it's not even a world, can this person even be found? Ugh, if only he'd come back as suddenly as he did last time. A chant made Su Mayan's heart tremble. She immediately grabbed Su Baiyan's shoulders and said excitedly, "Fifth sister, what did you just say?" I didn't say anything. I'll never talk nonsense again. No, I'm serious. What did you just say? Su Baiyan froze, then repeated. I said, if he comes back suddenly like last time. Just, okay? Right. Suddenly come back. Suddenly back. Some fragmented images surfaced in her mind, and Su Mayan found some clues in this regard. She vaguely remembered that the last time Su Sun left also turned his head and the person was gone, and at that time, she even went to her father to question him about it, and although she didn't get any good words, she got a ruined sentence, and that didn't take long for the person to suddenly return. Su Mayan's pupils suddenly shrunk as if she had discovered something. He needs to be kicked out in order to leave, and it's all down to what they think. The last time I got a license as well. Seek left joyfully when he got a reply and returned disoriented at the end. And in the meantime, it did change its tune. That is to say, Su Muyen will all the clues string together a pass. A burst of brainstorming, the mouth constantly can chant. The sisters were confused, thinking that Su Mayan was too hard to fall into a demonic trance, and they couldn't help but look tense. Su Baiyan, big sister, are you alright? Shut up, I'm thinking. Su Baiyan's face changed, hurriedly approached Su Wanchang and whispered, second sister, what should we do? Su Sun is gone. Big sister is also bewitched. What should we do in the future? Don't be ridiculous. I'm sure big sister isn't that fragile. Look again. I seem to have found a way. The crowd froze. What? The words were a surprise, but they were also a loss, because Su Mayan didn't say the way out. She was very thirsty for Su Sun to come back, but after sorting it out she began to hesitate instead, because she saw the urgency with which Su Sun wanted to leave earlier. In case Seeker really has someone important over there, is it really for his own good to bring him back again? After nearly 20 years of not living a happy life in the Su, if he could be happy over there, should he really be imprisoned here forever? For a while, Su Mayan fell into a trance and a strong struggle. Su Wanqing said anxiously, elder sister, in the end what words you say? Do you want to rush us to death? No, it's nothing. I was being whimsical. That method won't work. What exactly is the method? Even if it doesn't work we have to try it. Su Baiyan also anxiously pursued the question. Forget it, let's not try it before it's just more disappointment. Big sister, the two spoke in unison. Okay, I'm going to go back and rest, and don't forget to clean up on the table. No one noticed that the moment Su Mayan turned around, 2 lines of clear tears dripped from the corners of her eyes. Chapter 207 Big Brother, you're not the Dragon King, are you? Inside the alley, a man and a woman walking in the sunshine-sprinkled place. Male handsome, female beauty. The scene is pleasant, while the 2 people beside the head held up a black and white fat cat, causing many people have turned back to watch, do not know whether it is to look at the person, or to look at the cat. Susan tucked his hand into his coat while holding the cat, feeling the residual heat from this winter sun, and walked carelessly in the direction of the snack street. In the morning the two did not eat anything. At noon naturally want to eat a full meal. Passing by a lot of neighbors saw Su Sun's appearance, have greeted him to come home to eat. Even Su Xin Ro was a bit surprised by Su Sun's popularity, because the goodwill of these surrounding neighbors towards Su Sun was just too high and too much. Even though they hadn't seen him for many years they were actually still so enthusiastic. It was really beyond her understanding. With a pounce, the cat jumped onto Su Sun's shoulder. Chocolate looks fat, but the movement is still sensitive. If the average person is attacked by this 20 pounds of fat cat will definitely come to a surprise. It was good that the person was Su Sun, just stroking the cat's head and letting it crouch honestly on his shoulder. Seeker, let me hold it. It's not comfortable for you to be pressed against it like that. Forget it, I'm afraid you'll get a rash all over again later at dinner. You'd better stay away from it. Su Shinru wanted to say that even if she was allergic, there was medicine to wipe it off, but in the end she didn't say anything, and instead asked curiously, Xiao Sun, what exactly did you do here back then? How come this one grandpa and grandma all like your appearance? Recalling that year, Su Sun smiled faintly. It's nothing, it's just often come over to play with the children over here. It's just for a mouthful of rice often to help everyone clean up. It's just to look at the old grannies poorly to help them pick up the garbage, but also in the nearby river to save the 2 children who fell into the water. In fact, it's nothing. What? Su Shinru froze instantly, obviously not expecting such things to have happened to Su Sun. Why haven't you mentioned these things before? At least, you could have told me about it? Tell you? Then you're afraid you'll reprimand me for meddling, and I don't want my passion to be doused with cold water. How did I? The words ended abruptly. Yes, not to mention the past. Even the current Su Xianro couldn't understand this kind of behavior, because she really didn't want Su Sun to fall into danger for some unrelated people. Right, let me ask you something. Su Sun suddenly asked. You said, that is, did you mean what you said yesterday or were you lying? Ha? Which sentence? Su Shinru was a bit confused. It's the one where you kicked me out. You must have been insincere in what you said then. Either that or your heart wasn't in it. Su Shinru's willow brows knitted slightly. Why would you think that? There's no reason. Let's just say I had a feeling and that feeling didn't come. But let's forget it this time. I want your heart to be in the right place the next time you say it. Well, Su Shinru felt a sudden fear, especially after learning about the weirdness in Su Sun's body. She became even more nervous about this special request from Su Sun. Luckily, at that time, I was just casually repeating a sentence without even thinking much about it. If I really said that sentence seriously, would little seeker he really disappear? Su Xianro's face gradually became grave. It was even if she didn't know before, but now that she knew, she would never allow such a thing to happen. What are you gawking at? What do you want to eat when we get to the ground? Su Shinru returned to her senses and revealed a smile, casually pointing at a store. Whatever, since you asked, let's go eat barbecued meat. Okay, then we'll go to that sandwiched snack. There's a cat in that store too, so they should be able to let pets in. Ha? Su Xianro was a bit speechless. She had grown up so much. There was one thing to say that she hadn't really been to a place like Sandline to eat. What? Looking down on my national chain of sandwiches? If you don't eat it, then go back by yourself. No. So Su Shinru, who had wanted to go to the barbecue buffet, was pulled to eat the Sandline's $10 a serving of covered rice. During the meal, looking at Su Sun who was feasting, Su Shinru felt more and more that she couldn't see through this incomparably familiar man in front of her. In the past, Su Sun was well-behaved and docile, and she was almost obedient to her requests. And now Su Sun is jumpy and blunt, with no respect or compassion, and is oblivious to her opinions. Su Shinru sighed helplessly, and for a while, she was at a loss as to what to do. You eat? Why are you looking at me? Is it possible that the food here is not to your liking? No. I knew a pampered young lady like you couldn't appreciate the suffering of the people. Do you know how this meal in front of you was a delicacy to the old me? I'll eat now. Saying that, Su Shinru slowly lowered her head. Suddenly, a pair of chopsticks attacked and took away the chicken leg in her bowl. Waste of food. I'll eat it if you don't. Ignoring that surprised face, Su Sun quickly settled that chicken leg, and Su Xianro just held up her chopsticks and stared blankly, but there was no trace of dissatisfaction on that stunningly beautiful face. Instead, the corners of her mouth gradually sketched out a helpless and doting smile. A handsome man and a beautiful woman are naturally going to attract the attention of others in the store. Seeing this domineering scene, the boss's wife on the side couldn't help but say, Young man, why are you like this? Bringing your girlfriend to eat covered rice is fine, but you're actually stealing your girlfriend's food. Is it a shame? I'll go damn it. What do you mean you're just here for the rice? Isn't this rice bowl your home? I don't even mind you, you boss's wife, but you still mind me? And by the way, she's not my girlfriend, so don't you dare talk nonsense here. Okay, the old lady looked disdainful. You're a handsome young man, but why are you a scum? Even if he steals his girlfriend's food, he doesn't even recognize his girlfriend. Little girl, you have to keep your eyes open. Su Sun's eyes whitened at once. I'm going to. Just then, a loud roar ignited the atmosphere in the arena once again. Pauper, how dare you treat a beautiful lady like that? Looking at the man who aggressively barged in, Su Sun was confused. Where did this security guard come from? What's he got to do with this? Not you, which one? It doesn't matter which one of me. What matters is that you should apologize to the young lady. Su Sun breathlessly rolled his eyes. With this anticlimactic attitude and this security uniform, for some reason, he had the urge to punch someone. Shinru, are you okay? Su Sun suddenly froze. Su Shinru, what's going on here? Do you want to explain? Su Shinru frowned and said with some displeasure. Yi Chuan, it's none of your business here. Don't mind your own business. What the hell? Leaf dust? Is that name so classic? Xin Ro. I work in this neighborhood. I just passed by this side and thought I was mistaken. I didn't think it was really you. Saying that, Yi Chen's eyes towards Su Sun took on some hostility. Who is he? Our wedding date is coming up. You shouldn't have met with another man in private. At least ask for my opinion. What wedding date? I never agreed to that. So don't flatter yourself here. Xin Ro. This is uncle's intention, you can't change it. Even though I'm going to be a flunky, but right away we'll be a family. And it's for the sake of the Su family's honor that I won't let you meet with another man. What the hell? A son-in-law? Su Sun was completely confused. This confidence that came from nowhere. This sudden and inexplicable hostility. And this classic security guard skin and classic name. As well as the electric car outside and this face full of self-righteous seriousness. Key is about to become a flunky. Big brother, you're not the Dragon King, are you? As soon as the words fell, almost instantly, Yi Chen's face sank. His eyes crossed with caution, and his tone was thick with coldness. Who the hell are you?